My younger brother and I stayed in our mother's womb for 100 years. During this time, whenever I got bored, I would beat him up. This brother of mine was born as the chosen one of the heavens, while I was destined to be the villain of this world. All because in my previous life on Earth, the competition was too intense. I worked overtime every day until late at night. Until finally, my eyes rolled back and my legs gave out as I passed out. When I woke up, I found myself transformed into a baby developing in the womb. And I even awakened a system that made me stronger by doing bad deeds. I love it. I truly love this system. System notification, detected host kicking the chosen one. Rewarded 10 villain points. To accumulate more villain points, I beat up my brother every day without fail, rain or shine, successfully establishing my authority as the elder brother. Time flew by, and finally, the day of my birth arrived. By then, I had already accumulated over 30,000 villain points, just waiting to spend them lavishly after my birth. The system detected the birth of a destined great villain, arranging exclusive celestial phenomena. Boom, the sky suddenly filled with lightning and thunder, transforming from clear skies to dark clouds. The daylight dimmed abruptly, and an eerie blood-red moon appeared in the sky. Celestial phenomena. My son, Qin Fong, truly has the potential of an emperor. Qin Tian laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. However, the Qin family's elders exchanged glances, their expressions grave as they stared at the blood moon in the sky. This child may bring calamity to the desolate ancient era. Other forces in the desolate ancient era also looked solemnly at the blood moon, quickly sending their subordinates to investigate which family had given birth to such a monstrous prodigy. By now, Qin Fong had been cleaned up and brought before Qin Tian. Excellent, excellent. My son Qin Fong truly has the potential of an emperor. After examining his son's innate talent, Qin Tian couldn't stop grinning. His son's innate talent was terrifyingly strong, over 10 times better than that of other newborns. Moreover, Qin Fong had unconsciously begun cultivating while still in the womb, reaching the 6th level of the Qi and blood realm at birth. Even the 8 or 9-year-old geniuses of the same clan couldn't compare to his son. At that moment, the midwife suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, there's another one in the womb, it's twins." Twins? The Qin family was immediately unsettled. They had always thought Yun Siye was carrying one child, never expecting twins. On second thought, if the first one was already so extraordinary, his twin brother must surely possess equally terrifying talent. Just as everyone was filled with anticipation, the midwife shook her head after checking and said the second child wasn't ready to come out yet. What did it mean that he wasn't ready? Qin Tian immediately lost his composure. The second child was still too small and clearly malnourished. If forcibly delivered now, he would undoubtedly be a premature baby with congenital deficiencies. He needed at least 3 more years to develop properly. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian broke down on the spot, never expecting he'd have to wait another 3 years. Yet even with 100 reluctances in his heart, he had no choice but to employ the secret technique once more, delaying the second child's birth by 3 years. "Good boy, call me daddy." Qin Tian teased the infant Qin Fong in his swaddling clothes, savoring the joy of first-time fatherhood. However, Qin Fong showed no regard for this nominal father. Whenever asked to say daddy, he would innocently hum in response, turning his father's face dark with frustration while his mother burst into laughter. Undeterred, the father persisted, repeating the request dozens of times daily. Childish fool. Qin Fong couldn't be bothered with this goofy father and instead called upon the system to open the system store. Ever since his birth, he noticed his cultivation speed had slowed significantly. The rapid cultivation progress in the womb was not only due to the enhancement of immortal elixirs but also the assistance of his mother, a formidable expert by his side. Now that he was born, he had to rely entirely on himself, but he only had a little over 30,000 villain points, which wasn't enough to buy any method for quickly improving his cultivation. The system suddenly spoke up. "Host, I recommend purchasing the Enlightenment Aura, which can enhance your comprehension. As long as you grasp the mysteries of the first layer of the 33 Heavens creation art, your cultivation progress will be twice as effective." After some thought, Qin Fong nodded and agreed to exchange for it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 30,000 villain points to successfully exchange for a 1-month Enlightenment Aura. Boom! Qin Fong felt an explosion in his mind, his soul momentarily dazed as if leaving his body. Many things about cultivation that he hadn't understood before now became effortlessly clear. Spring passed and autumn came again, and another 3 years flew by in a flash. Qin Fong was now 3 years old. With his harmless and adorable appearance, he greeted everyone with a smile and thrived within the Qin family. Whether it was single young ladies or married women, they would all pick him up and give him a kiss upon seeing him. As a proper gentleman, he naturally understood the principle of reciprocity, so every time a young lady kissed him, he would return the favor with a kiss of his own. However, the system always wronged him, accusing him of taking advantage of the young ladies and insisting on giving him 1 villain point each time. Was he really that kind of person? Even if he had the intention, he wouldn't have the capability. Besides, he has a younger brother who's the chosen one. How could he spare any thoughts for such trivial matters? Ever since his younger brother monopolized the double room, he had soared to extraordinary heights. The younger brother successfully comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, with phantom images of dragons and phoenixes often swirling in the sky, accompanied by their majestic cries, far more spectacular than the celestial phenomena during his own birth. The entire Qin family was overjoyed. No one expected two prodigies to emerge from the same womb, even startling the long-secluded family patriarch, who personally named the younger brother Qin Hao. Faced with such an extraordinary younger brother, Qin Feng dared not slack off for 3 years. Fearing future misfortunes, he had to seize every moment to improve his cultivation. By now, he had mastered the first layer of the 33 Heavens creation art and advanced to the 9th level of Qi Blood realm, just one step away from breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm to open his Dantian and store spiritual energy. A 3-year-old reaching the Kaiyuan realm would set a new record in the ancient annals. Breakthrough to Kaiyuan, now is the time. Break for me. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, roared, and channeled all his spiritual energy to violently assault his Dantian. A terrifying impact sound exploded within Qin Feng's body. He had broken through to the first level of the Kaiyuan realm. Calculating the time, his second brother should be about to be born. Qin Feng looked up at the moon and murmured to himself. After 3 years apart, he missed his second brother more and more. Ever since his second brother monopolized the shared space 3 years ago, Qin Feng's villain points had dried up. Although, according to the system's villain rules, bullying others could still earn him points, the gains were pitifully small, nothing compared to what he could get from his second brother. The chosen one. My dear brother, do you know how your elder brother has lived these past 3 years? Qin Feng stared at the 300 villain points displayed by the system, painstakingly saved over the years. He hadn't dared to spend a single point, fearing that his brother's special halo might suddenly activate and bring disaster, like the annihilation of their clan. Fortunately, the second brother is about to be born, and it's time for him to strengthen himself. Qin Feng couldn't wait to open the system store. He had long had his eye on a divine movement technique called Phantom Steps of Freedom, but with his limited points, he could only afford the first volume. After mastering the first volume of Phantom Steps of Freedom, one could become as light as a swallow, leaving no trace on snow. Exchange price, 4,000 villain points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging the first volume of Phantom Steps of Freedom. Immediately, a figure appeared before Qin Feng, moving swiftly with intricate footwork, its shifting form dazzling and untouchable. He was one step closer to becoming the fastest man in the ancient desolation. The next day, news of Qin Feng breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm spread like thunder, shaking the entire Qin family. My son Qin Feng truly has the makings of an emperor. Qin Tian's excited laughter echoed through the Qin residence, as he couldn't resist telling everyone, my son Qin Feng has the makings of an emperor. Fenger is amazing. Yun Xie, her belly swollen, walked over and affectionately patted Qin Feng's head. At that moment, Yun Xie suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, while outside, fierce winds howled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The previously faint silhouettes of dragons and phoenixes circling above grew more solid. The mistress is going into labor. The Qin family immediately realized what was happening, and a team of well-trained maids sprang into action. My dear little brother, you're finally about to be born. Qin Feng gasped with excitement, eagerly looking forward to meeting his younger brother. Their father, Qin Tian, was also overjoyed yet exasperated with his second son. He was annoyed that the boy couldn't understand his father's struggles, insisting on delaying his birth by 3 years, yet he was naturally delighted to have another fine son, though he wondered if the boy had the potential to become a great emperor. Thunder and lightning raged across the sky, while Yun Xie's agonized screams echoed in the delivery room. The second son showed no signs of emerging. Phantom images of dragons and phoenixes circled rapidly in the air, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that weighed down on everyone like a colossal mountain, further complicating the birth. Who dares? Qin Tian roared in fury, and the disciples of the Qin family instantly bristled with rage, pooling their energy to resist the overwhelming pressure. The second ancestor's icy voice followed, old mudfish, are you looking for a fight? Ha ha, I was merely testing the cultivation of our worthy juniors, replied a white-haired elder clad in dragon robes. Appearing in the sky, he was the emperor of Great Xia. Qin Feng was no longer a white boy, and in addition to cultivating during the 3 years, he had also gained some understanding of the desolate ancient. Various forces in the desolate ancient times are mixed up, and there are countless families, sects, tribes, gangs, and hundreds of families, but also in order to strengthen their own strength and compete for more cultivation resources, all forces will also combine to become a country. For example, the Daxia imperial dynasty, the largest kingdom in the desolate ancient, was made up of countless lineages, and the Qin family was also the most powerful of these lineages, so it was called the first lineage in the desolate ancient. A bit of the Sui and Tang dynasties, the meaning of the clan, but also a thorn in the side of the ruler's eyes, a thorn in the flesh. Knowing what the other party was, it wasn't hard to understand why the other party had just done that. With the Qin family giving birth to two heavenly prides one after the other, how could the great Xia imperial family not feel threatened? This is the Qin family's Grand Duke, isn't he? Daxia Emperor seems like nothing, smiling and falling from the air. See, Qin Fong is unable to resist reaching out to touch. Swoosh! Qin Fong immediately utilized Phantom Prowl and quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance. Just based on the fact that he just had the thought of trying to kill the second brother, he wouldn't dare to make contact with him. In case he was affected by the second brother's Kekii aura, wouldn't he be going to receive his box lunch? This is body work. The Daxia Emperor's face changed violently. His heart was unable to calm down for a long time. For an expert of his level, Qin Feng's stance was nothing. No matter how he dodged, a slap could kill him. But the problem is that he's only 3 years old. Breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm at the age of 3 was already unprecedented, and he was still able to master a body technique so silky smooth. This son has the qualifications of a great emperor. At the same time, he also thought of the blood moon 3 years ago, which represented the birth of a demon, and it was rumored that the appearance of this demon signaled the decline of the country, the exhaustion of qi, like the fall of a prison, and was a potential threat to their Daxia dynasty. Could it be that that demon is the Qin family's Grand Duke? When did he? Qin Tian was first stunned, and then felt incomparably surprised, not realizing that his baby son had learned body techniques. Although this set of stances did not come from their Qin family, he could still see its subtleties at a glance, and it was definitely a stance above the heavenly ranks that was sensed from the laws of heaven and earth. Sorry, kids are scared of being born. Several old ancestors of the Qin family also showed up to make a perfunctory remark, protecting Qin Feng tightly behind them like a calf. Out of the way, out of the way. The Daxia Emperor looked deeply at Qin Feng, not knowing what things he was thinking about. At this time, when Qin Feng saw someone backing him up, he immediately showed his original form. You are His Majesty? I have long heard people say that your majesty is wise and powerful, high-minded, self-sacrificing, persevering, hard-working, chaste, accommodating, upright, fearless in danger, and unparalleled in the world. Today's sight is indeed true to its name. Qin Feng, with an exaggerated expression like seeing an idol, came back with a segment of serial rainbow farts, and then turned his words around and said, Your Majesty, being the wise and mighty you won't come empty-handed when you come to be a guest in someone's home, will you? Having said that, Qin Feng blinked his big innocent eyes, looking like I am still just a child. What bad thoughts can I have? Chapter 6, Adults Choose, Children Want It All. The corner of the Emperor of Daxia's eye involuntarily twitched, realizing that this little guy was just too bad. Saying that you're not a guest in the Qin family. Wouldn't that be admitting that he had come to the Qin family to find trouble? What's the difference between having so many Qin family ancestors present and seeking death? But if you say you're here as a guest. It wasn't like he had prepared any gifts, so it wasn't like he was going to take out the divine clothes on his body and give them away. When Qin Feng saw that the other party did not react, he immediately exclaimed in exaggerated shock, No way, the Daxia Emperor actually came to someone's house as a guest really empty-handed. The several old ancestors of the Qin family were so cool in their hearts that they had absolutely no intention of coming out to relieve themselves. Judging from the other party's haphazard use of pressure just now, which nearly caused Yun Shiryu to have a difficult labor, the great Xia imperial clan had already begun targeting their Qin family. If it wasn't for the consideration of the consequences of starting a war rashly, they really wanted to rush up and beat his mother up just now. At the same time, this incident also gave them a wake-up call. Some things must be planned as early as possible, otherwise when the royal family really raised the butcher knife, their Qin family will be in danger. Why yes, of course you bring gifts when you come to visit someone. The Daxia Emperor was embarrassed by Qin Feng's words, and seeing that no one from the Qin family had helped him out, he could only show a smile that was worse than a cry, and took out a small wooden box with a meaty smile. After opening it, there were 9 small delicate swords-like fingers, each of which contained an extremely strong sword aura. The 9 swords of the long sky. A few of the Qin clan's old ancestors were a bit moved and spoke offhandedly about the origins of the 9 swords. This sword is a generation of heavenly pride 10,000 years ago, the sword of the god of the long sky sword. The sword is divided into 9, kill the immortal, kill the god, destroy the Buddha, subdue the devil, subdue the demon, cut the saint, chasing the soul, take the spirit, break the army. Each sword is a rare weapon in the world. The 9 swords together can be ranked in the top 10 of the ancient divine weapons, can also be separated to form a sword array, the power of the enemy thousands of horses. Just with the fall of the long hollow sword god 10,000 years ago, the 9 swords were also scattered everywhere in the wilderness. I did not expect that this old loach actually collected all of them. Emperor Dasha's face was tangled, giving either one was too much to give. These 9 swords, but he spent a lot of manpower, material resources, financial resources and time to collect them all, before he could properly appreciate to give them away, but if he didn't give a handful of them away, he would have to give away his own body's divine armor. The lesser of two evils. Never mind, just give a handful with your eyes closed. As if he was resigned to his fate, the Dasha Emperor was prepared to let Qin Feng choose a handful from among them. And he believed that it wouldn't be long before the sword would return to him again, because the Qin family had produced 2 heavenly prides in a row, not only threatening the imperial power, but also breaking the balance between the families. The world is full of people who are interested in profit. The cake was that big now, and once these 2 heavenly prides were allowed to grow, the resources obtained by the other lineages would inevitably be squeezed. Ask the other families how they can be willing to do so. Just before the Dasha Emperor could open his mouth to let Qin Feng choose for himself, Qin Feng, with a harmless smile, snatched the small wooden box containing the 9 swords, not forgetting to say, "Many thanks to your majesty for the 9 swords." Although Qin Feng didn't know the origin of these 9 swords yet, it wasn't hard to come out from the expressions of the several Qin family ancestors. Good stuff. It's only the adults who choose, of course the little ones want it all. The Dasha Emperor hurriedly opened his mouth, wanting to state a handful of rewards. However, the several old ancestors of the Qin family seemed to have similarly little modesty, and immediately all sorts of rainbow farts poured out. Your Majesty is so generous, the first strike is the 9 swords of the long sky. Your Majesty holds my Qin family in such high regard, it truly moves old me to tears, and I wish to transform into a daughter's body to give my life in return. I'm afraid my Qin family can't afford to return such an expensive gift. His Majesty is the true dragon son of heaven, rich in the 4 seas, would he care about these extraneous things? Not so, to talk to your Majesty about money, is it not an insult to your Majesty, as the saying goes, to send goose feathers by 1,000 miles, the gift is light, we mean what we say, your Majesty understands. My Qin family will be looking up to His Majesty in the future, and whoever dares to speak ill of His Majesty, the Qin family will be the first to refuse. Does the brat have any rules? Hurry up and kowtow to His Majesty to thank him. Qin Feng also cooperated and kowtowed 3 times, just like going to the grave on New Year's Day. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for carrying forward the spirit of villainy and robbing another person's rare divine weapon, the 9 swords of the long sky, without paying for it, gaining 1,000 villain points. Open robbery. Who robbed it explicitly? Don't accuse a good person, it was obviously given to him by someone else. Qin Feng strongly condemned the system, don't say anything if you can't speak. This family. The Dasha Emperor was so angry that he almost came to his great aunt, realizing that the Qin family did not want any face at all. I don't know whether it was to prove his guess or Qin Feng tasted the sweetness and looked at him again with an innocent face. Your Majesty, have you ever heard of a rule of the Jianghu, where elders would give a meet and greet gift the first time they meet their juniors? Put. The Dasha Emperor almost spewed out a mouthful of 82-year-old blood, stating that he had never seen such a brazen person before. It seems like there is such a rule. The several old ancestors of the Qin family were only concerned about the world, and made it clear that they were going to hit the dirt together today. This cheeky. The surrounding Qin clan disciples felt sweaty. After living in the Qin clan for so many years, it was surprising that he had not comprehended the ultimate mysteries of the Qin clan. Qin Feng began to exclaim in exaggerated astonishment again, abortive, the number 1 power in the desolate ancients, the boss of the great Xia imperial dynasty, actually couldn't spare a meet and greet gift when he saw the juniors. Can this little have some face? If it wasn't for the presence of several old ancestors of the Qin family, he guaranteed that he wouldn't beat this little shameless one to death. The Xia Emperor had some regret, today went out without reading the yellow calendar, actually let him meet such a shameless little thing, blackmailed him the 9 swords of the long sky is not satisfied, actually want to blackmail another piece. However, for the face of his emperor, he took a small jade gourd from his waist, and above it was also engraved with some auspicious cloud-like runes with gold wire, which made people feel high. The heavenly treasure gourd. Several of the Qin family's old ancestors' eyes lit up, and in their hearts, they exclaimed that the royal family was really rich. This heavenly treasure gourd was not an offensive or defensive treasure. Wearing it on one's body could have the effect of condensing the mind and calming the qi. Cultivation is even more to avoid going off the deep end, but also to accelerate the speed of cultivation. Rapid consolidation of cultivation, especially when the battle can quickly return to the blue, can be said to be the cultivator's dream of treasures. It was just that the refining cost was too high and the success rate was too low, so even their Qin family didn't dare to easily try to refine it. The only 5 heavenly treasure gourds left in the family were also finished products obtained from other sources. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Feng went forward beautifully and shamelessly took the gourd. Ding dong, the host has been detected to be helpful, keeping the heavenly treasure gourd for someone for free, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Let the system will talk more. Chapter 7, Finding a Reason to Beat Your Brother. You're welcome, you're welcome. Emperor Daxia smiled harder than he cried, and in his heart, he really couldn't let go of the heavenly treasure gourd. But nah, this was already the least valuable treasure he had on him. It wasn't as if he was going to give this kid the divine armor he had worked so hard to build for so many years. Wait a minute. This kid's eyes, why are they so familiar? The Daxia Emperor's heart trembled violently, realizing that Qin Feng was looking at him with an innocent face again, like the way he had asked him for a meeting gift before. How can people be so shameless? Having already given him 2 treasures, it's surprising that this kid's appetite can't be satisfied. Several old ancestors of the Qin family's faces were also somewhat unable to hang on to their faces, and in their hearts, they called out that they were bereaved dry heart get sick bleach mad bright. Pit people 2 treasures in a row, and their appetite is actually still so good. It made them think about when they would form a group to take Qin Feng to the imperial city of Daxia and visit him door to door. The surrounding Qin family disciples looked that envious, as if they also understand a truth: people in the world to mix, faces something outside the body. Ding dong, the host has been detected bringing down the disciples of the Qin family, gaining 200 villain points. That's okay. Qin Feng's eyes immediately lit up, as if LSP had unlocked a new posture. At this time, the Daxia Emperor was truly afraid of Qin Feng, taking advantage of his days during which he turned into a golden light and rushed away into the sky. I suddenly remembered that there's something else. Your Majesty, I have time to bring my second brother to visit you. You do not need to be too polite. Do not prepare what precious treasures, holy level, god level gongfu casually give a few books on the line, that what the heavenly treasure gourd packing a dozen on the line, tell you, more I do not want. Oh, I am a small child, want so many good treasure is useless. Qin Feng returned to his senses and shouted at the direction the other party had left, and vaguely the crowd seemed to see the golden light lose its balance and almost lose control and fall out of the air. This cheeky. The entire crowd was beyond sweaty and said, I can't wait. Why are you all looking at me? Haven't you seen the first handsome of the desolate ancients? Qin Feng tossed his head proudly, his idolatrous temperament taken to death. Fomer, you're still young, this sword daddy will keep it for you. Qin Tian stepped forward with an impish smile and snatched the small wooden box from Qin Feng's hand. As a divine weapon that could be ranked in the top 10 of the desolate ancient, no one could be indifferent to the 9 swords of the long sky, not even the head of the first desolate ancient family. This! The surrounding Qin family disciples felt sweaty, not expecting Qin Tian to be such a family head. Is that his custody? He just craves his son's big baby. Saying you love me, but robbing me of my big baby. As if possessed by a playwright, Qin Feng tearfully flung himself into the arms of an old ancestor and begged for comfort. Unproductive thing, even robbing your own son's treasure. The old ancestor was heartbroken and picked Qin Feng up to comfort him, not forgetting to kick Qin Tian to help Qin Feng snatch back the 9 swords of the long sky. It was tantamount to solemnly announcing to everyone that the 9 swords of the long sky belonged to Qin Feng. Regardless of how aggrieved Qin Tian's cheap old man felt, anyway, the surrounding Qin family disciples looked that envious. A 3-year-old doll was actually holding a divine weapon ranked in the top 10 of the desolate ancient rankings, and was even wearing a top-tier auxiliary treasure like the heavenly treasure gourd. If it was spread out, I don't know how many cultivators would die of envy. Rumble. Electricity flashed and thundered in the sky once again as the dragon phoenix silhouette surged down and rushed into the room where Yun Shiryu was producing. No babies' cries were heard, only a small maid running out to announce the news. It's born, it's a little son, mother and child are safe. Qin Feng's heart that was in his throat was also released. The sudden pressure just now almost scared him to death. He was afraid that his second brother's Kekii aura would suddenly turn on. Soon. The second was cleaned and carried out. Qin Feng came forward to compare, and looked exactly the same as his cheap old dad, unlike his inheritance of his own mother's blooming face. None of that mattered though, all that mattered was that his second brother had fallen into his hands, and unlike in his mother's womb, he could fight all day now. Woohoo! Just as the crowd was about to inspect it, a small hand reached out. There was a snap. Crisp slaps rang through the house. Only to see Qin Feng raise his own small hand, a slap hard to hit the second brother's small buttocks, from the reddish slap marks can be seen, is definitely a pro-brother hit. The hand is not generally heavy. Wow. The second brother felt the spanking and cried a flood of tears. How could you hit your brother? Qin Tian seriously criticized Qin Fong and hurriedly picked up Lao Er to coax him. I'm not afraid something will happen to him. Qin Fong had aggression written all over his face, but in his heart, he had already been happy. Ding dong, host detected spanking the chosen one's ass, gaining 100 points. Ding dong, it was detected that the host hit and cried the chosen son, causing him to open his mouth and dissipate a mouthful of innate ancestral qi, which is worth 3 years of bitter cultivation, gaining 30,000 points. Ding dong, the host has been detected destroying the chosen son's chances, and has been granted a chance to draw a prize. Qin Fong froze on the spot, not understanding what innate ancestral qi meant. The system opened his mouth to explain, people endowed with the gas of heaven and earth to be born, there must be a section of the Yuan qi nurtured in the birth of a child before, this is the so-called innate ancestor qi, will be refining can be worth 3 years of hard training. After Qin Fong understood, a big popped up in his heart. If he had known that this whatsoever innate ancestral qi was so powerful, he wouldn't have pretended and shouted when he was born in the first place. Maybe this is the difference between a protagonist and a villain. Just how did second brother know that? Qin Fong curiously looked at the crying second brother, wondering if he was the reincarnation of a certain great power. However, after observing for several days in a row, I did not find that my second brother had any intelligence. Just like other people's babies, he ate and slept, or else he cried incessantly. It drove this cheap old man crazy and immediately put off the idea of 3 children. Not all babies are called Qin Fong. It was just that his own mother was looking at Pops in a decidedly wrong way, with the implication that the reason I married you was to get back at you by giving you more sons. That night, the candle flame crackled from time to time. Qin Fong, a good son who lived in the next courtyard, seemed to hear someone chanting poetry and singing geese. Chapter 8, Happy Years if you don't listen to the old man's words. This day, Qin Fong was sitting in meditation and cultivating in his small courtyard. Ever since he had broken through to the first level of the opening Yuan realm, his cultivation speed had slowed down again, due to the fact that the 33 Heavens creation technique couldn't keep up again. It was as if he had changed to a new car that was stronger than the previous one, but the engine was the old one that didn't work, and he needed to comprehend the second genius as soon as possible. It's a good thing my stupid Oda was born and I can let go of it. Qin Fong opened the system and showed 32,400 villain points and a chance to draw a prize. According to the system, only destroying the chance of the chosen son will get the chance to draw the lottery, and the prizes inside are also very powerful. All of them are some god-level physiques, special divine abilities, divine skills, and techniques. What can be drawn? Qin Fong was filled with anticipation as he called the system to begin. Wow! A rotating lucky draw carousel appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes, which was densely packed with prizes: the Supreme Body, the Tsong Tian Hegemony Body, the Battle Saint Body, the Chaos Saint Body, the Heavy Pupil, the Supreme Bone, the True Dragon Treasure Technique, and the Transformation of Self-Existing Heavens. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning the Jintian Sword Drawing Technique. Rumble. A thunderclap resounded in Qin Feng's mind, as if his soul had gone out of his body to another world. A man in black appeared without any unnecessary nonsense. Nodding his head, he drew his sword. A clear and resounding sound of clanging sword drawing resounded through heaven and earth, and the stunning sword light that was left behind suddenly appeared, and an icy coldness swept through the entire heaven and earth, and the sword light that was as if it was shocking and as if it was a swimming dragon seemed as if it was going to cut the sky into 2 pieces. The terrifying sword was like a mark that was deeply engraved in Qin Feng's mind. It's mesmerizing and long-lasting. So scary. Qin Feng's entire body was already covered in cold sweat after his consciousness returned. True swordsmanship does not need to be fancy. The sword out of the sheath can cut the sky and destroy the earth, but also to distinguish between victory and defeat. It's just that although the Jintian sword drawing technique was powerful, with Qin Feng's current cultivation and age, even if he knew how to use it, he wouldn't be able to chop it out, and he still needed to strengthen his cultivation and improve his physical fitness before he could do so. There's still time to practice. Qin Fong called the system in his mind to exchange for a 1-month enlightenment aura. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 30,000 villain points and successfully redeeming a 1-month enlightenment aura. Qin Fong felt it again after 3 years, that kind of out-of-body trance. There were many things he didn't understand about cultivation before, but now he easily figured it out. Just then, an old man appeared in Qin Feng's small courtyard. On closer inspection, it was the 10th ancestor of the Qin family. According to generation, he was Qin Feng's great-grandfather, his dad's real grandfather. As for his own grandfather, he's said to be on an outing. No news has been sent back for hundreds of years, and we don't know whether they are dead or alive, so the family has been arguing about whether to eat or not to eat the mat. My dear grandson, the great master has come to see you. The 10th ancestor picked up Qin Feng with a face full of love, not to mention how fond he was of this obedient, understanding and hard-working heavy grandson. Ever since Qin Feng had broken through to the opening Yuan realm, the several old ancestors of the Qin clan were both shocked and delighted. Joy is naturally their Qin family has produced a remarkable pride. Shocked Qin Feng actually in the case of no one guidance breakthrough is an extremely dangerous behavior, get it wrong, but will be the road to ruin people. Thus, after discussing the matter, several of the Qin family's oldest ancestors decided to send the 10th ancestor to guide Qin Feng in his cultivation. Guidance. Qin Feng felt that it was unnecessary. The one he possessed was the complete version of the 33 heavenly creation skill, and the precautions were clearly labeled above, so as long as he cultivated according to it, there would not be any accidents. As for instructing him in martial arts and stances, he might as well lend his second brother's ass to him for 2 days, regardless of how difficult the taught martial arts and stances were to practice, he could guarantee that he would learn them in 2 days. Cultivators must remember that pride is not to be had. The 10 ancestors felt that Qin Feng had risen out of his pride, and was prepared to give him a good beating, so that he would understand that there were green mountains beyond the mountains, and green buildings beyond the buildings, and that the way of cultivation was not advancing, but retreating. Only to see the 10 ancestors chi sinking into the dantian, their feet stomped hard and violently, a few leaves on the ground popped up and flew, then they pointed hard with both fingers together at the more than 10-meter-high wigwam not far away. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A piece of fallen leaves transformed into a horrible killing weapon on the spot, directly cutting the 10 or so meters of the wigwam into rubble. 10 ancestor language long education. See, this is 2 master learned the first heavenly rank martial arts, falling leaf streak, when relying on not proud and not impatient at home to practice hard for more than 10 years finally great round, once out of the Jianghu on the world of fame. Before he finished showing off his glorious deeds, he saw Qin Feng follow his example. First come to a chi sinking dantian, foot forcefully stomped, the ground a few leaves popped up and fluttered, and then both fingers together to not far away from the stone table forcefully a finger. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A piece of fallen leaves flew out as if they were pieces of steel, all of them rooted on top of the stone table. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation level was only at the first level of the Kai Yuan realm, he would definitely be able to incarnate a cutter like the 10 ancestors. This thing needs to be practiced hard for more than 10 years. Qin Feng did not feel the slightest difficulty at all and felt that he would be able to reach the great perfection in a month at most. I also do not know whether he is at this time as on 100 times the enlightenment aura, or the falling leaf streak comes with a bit of martial arts flavor, in the world of metaphysical fantasy cannot be on the surface. Anyway, for whatever reason, the heavenly ranks were really unappealing, and it was still appealing to beat the second brother's ass to redeem a god-level martial skill. At this time, the 10th ancestor stood silent, indicating that he was hurt. Especially the sentence muttered by Qin Feng, that this thing needs decades of hard practice, it brought him unprecedented bludgeoning damage. I need to be quiet. The 10 ancestors kept consoling themselves in their hearts, not angry, their own children. Ding dong, checking that the host is sightless, gaining 100 villain points. How am I being disrespectful? Qin Feng was confused on the spot and wondered if the system had made a mistake. Soon, the system gives the answer that not listening to the old man is to be disrespectful. Qin Feng was speechless the last time. What kind of era is this? You still take the old man's words as holy orders? Are the old man's words all right? Forget it. It's the system, and it says all the right things. If you have no respect, then you have no respect. You should know that if you don't listen to the old man, you will be happy for years. Just then, several other old ancestors of the Qin family walked past Qin Feng with serious expressions and headed next door to the small courtyard where his parents lived without looking back. What's going on? Qin Feng curiously followed. As soon as he entered the door, he saw several old ancestors surrounding his second brother, and took out several ancient books to compare with his second brother. Within a few minutes, a few old ancestors could no longer hide their excitement and laughed up to the sky. Supreme Bone, that's right, that mysterious aura is the legendary one in a million Supreme Bone, this child is a born supreme, truly the heavens have blessed my Qin family. This halo is on. Qin Feng's entire person instantly became bad, the chosen one was truly unreasonable. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the Heaven's Destiny villain epic mission, digging out his brother's supreme bone, rewarding the invincible heavy pupil. Chapter 9, Panic Inside. But Xin Feng almost sprayed a mouthful of 82-year-old blood, feeling more and more that this was not a proper system. This is his dear friend and family, brother in arms. The system opened its mouth and seduced, the supreme bone can be broken and regrown. Breaking down and building up? Regrowth? Xin Feng would be lying if he said he wasn't moved at this moment, but he quickly shook his head and vetoed it. If he really digs up the second brother's supreme bone, the old father's own mother will not scrape a layer of his skin, and the image that has been established for many years will also be ruined. Hurting the enemy 1,000 times hurts the enemy 800 times. No, I need to be quiet. Xin Feng shook his head not to think about the supreme bone and returned to his small courtyard to start cultivating. I thought that I would be able to relax for a while after knocking out my second brother's innate ancestral chi, but who knew that he had unreasonably produced an additional supreme bone? One must cultivate without a moment's relaxation, lest one be dragged down to a small death. In the small courtyard, Xin Feng sat down to cultivate, and his person instantly became stabilized. Unlike the comprehension of the first heaven, the second heaven was obviously much more complicated, but the effect was also very obvious. In addition to the speed of cultivation being accelerated, the recovery power would also be stronger than before. At the same time, the heavenly treasure gourd hanging in Xin Feng's neck flashed out a soft light. Not only could it help him to concentrate and calm his mind to prevent going off the deep end, it could also consolidate his cultivation at the first level of the enlightened realm and accelerate his breakthrough to the second level of the enlightened realm. It could be said that with this heavenly treasure gourd, the speed of cultivation was at least twice as fast. What a fast speed of initiation! The 10 ancestors stood by the side with astonished faces, becoming more and more optimistic about Xin Feng. Not because of 100 years of fetal pregnancy to enhance the potential of pride, and did not sense the innate above the merit method to win the starting line and complacency, still so hard in diligent cultivation. This son has a bright future ahead of him. 5 years have passed since spring and fall. Xin Feng was 8 years old, and after comprehending the second heaven, his cultivation skyrocketed all the way, breaking through to the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm in just 5 years, just one step away from the Transcendent realm. Unlike the kind of opening the Dantian in the Kaiyuan realm, where one's body is as light as a swallow, the Transcendent realm can release aura outwardly and kill people from 1,000 meters away. At this time, Xin Feng was sitting in a bathtub. Inside was a medicinal bath specially prepared by the Qin family for him, which could help him better refine his physical body and consolidate his foundation, a sort of perk that came with his birth in a large family. Xin Feng unconsciously frowned in pain and was trying to shoot his spiritual energy out. Bang! A dull sound came from within his body, and as his body shivered, a terrifying stream of air erupted from his body, shaking the room to pieces. Actually broke through? The 10 ancestors were stunned at the side, staring blankly at Xin Feng in the tub. 8 years old in the Transcendent realm, breaking the desolate ancient record once again. However, the 10 ancestors also froze for just a moment before returning to normal, not because of a heart that had been cultivated for 1,000 years, but because Xin Feng's younger brother Qin Hao was even more perverted. The record for the fastest breakthrough to the opening Yuan realm set by Xin Feng at the age of 3, he managed to re-break it when he was 2. Now, although he was only 5 years old, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the opening Yuan realm, and breaking Xin Feng's record of the fastest breakthrough to the Transcendent realm before the age of 8 was simply not too easy. None of these brothers are normal. The 10th patriarch suffered a severe blow to his self-confidence. Feeling like I'm living like a dog compared to these 2 brothers. Roar! Xin Feng stood up and roared, releasing his spiritual energy to shatter the tub. Although he was only 8 years old at this time, but his height was about the same as a 12 or 13-year-old child, and at a young age he even had 8 perfect abs, and his whole body was full of a wild explosive force. The first thing he did after the breakthrough was to go beat up his second brother. The fact that his dad is my dad, his mom is my mom, and his ancestors are my ancestors doesn't stop me from beating him up in the slightest. During these 5 years he often used the excuse of sparring as an excuse to press his second brother to the ground and rub it repeatedly, and the villain points earned him what was called a pot of money, and now he already possessed more than 240,000 villain points. But this one was also really unreasonable, and now the fight was getting harder and harder. Obviously, he was only at the 5th level of the enlightened realm cultivation, but he was able to make him feel overwhelmed at the 9th level of the enlightened realm, and it also made him understand the horror of the Great Circle, which was indeed an invincible existence at the same level. In this regard, he also asked the system if there was any way to reach the realm of great perfection. The system's answer was also very simple: just purchase a card of the Realm of Great Perfection and use it. The selling price was not expensive, just 1 million villain points. You have to beat your brother before it's too late in order to get it done early. This kid. The 10th ancestor rubbed his brow with a headache, knowing that another cock-up was to follow. However, he didn't have the intention to stop him. His younger brother didn't lose confidence in defeat, but instead cultivated harder. His older brother would keep spurring himself on to work hard even if he won. It's such a virtuous cycle that they're happy about it. Grand Duke. When the Qin family disciples saw Qin Feng, they smiled and greeted him. It was only when they felt the unstable fluctuations in Qin Feng's aura around him that their hearts immediately turned over in shock. Just kidding. It really broke through the Transcendent realm. In their cognition, even if the genius breaks through the Transcendent realm also at least 15 or 16 years old, in the desolate ancient already can be the first time, the powerful is also considered to be a small fame. But now that Qin Feng had reached it at the age of 8, who would dare to believe that it was true if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes? Demon! The Qin clan disciples gulped, shocked by Qin Feng's talent. For the shock of the crowd Qin Feng ignored, he now only wanted to quickly find his second brother to beat him up. In the end, Qin Feng, with his 5 years of experience, managed to find his second brother at the Qin family's front gate, only to see a little doujinshi sleeping on the crooked neck tree at the Qin family's front gate. Sure enough, it's here. Qin Feng suspiciously circled around the crooked neck tree, remembering that his second brother often slept on this tree. If it was any other kid he would have thought it was playfulness, but when faced with his unreasonable second brother, he always felt that there was some unbelievably great chance in it. The more insignificant something feels to others, the more often it is the key to the protagonist's turnaround against the wind. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Qin Feng didn't see any mystery even after looking at it for half a day, and his gaze unconsciously moved to his second brother who was sleeping. In other people's eyes it might be a look of age, but in his eyes he always felt that his second brother was seducing him to dig up the supreme bone. Originally, my dream was to become a playboy and live a life of lights and luxury, but it was because of this little thing that I had to work hard to cultivate to protect myself. Qin Feng was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, and his hand was raised high. There was a snap. Only to see Qin Feng's hand heavily hitting Qin Hao's little buttocks, causing the little guy to immediately wake up and see that instead of being angry, Qin Feng was happily calling out for his brother. Even though his brother spanked him 1,000 times, he still loved to play with him. To this, Qin Feng was internally flustered. It's a well-known fact that the more heartwarming the childhood picture, the more miserable the death as an adult, and the faster the protagonist interacts with whomever he or she interacts with the exception of the female protagonist, the faster he or she goes. When the time comes, the halo will open, the king of hell will smile, and here it comes, old man. Chapter 10: The Man with the Greatest Horns. Brother, let's go out. Qin Hao looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of expectation, hoping that Qin Feng would take him out to play. Go out and play. Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, indicating that he looked up to him. As the future hope of the Qin family was all around deathless protection for the two brothers, and the 8-year-old had never been out of the Qin family so far. Of course, he didn't have to go out. It wasn't that the Qin family's old ancestor wouldn't let him go out, but the Qin family was just too big and too big. The reason why the Qin family was able to become the #1 family in the desolate ancient world was that apart from relying on the patronage of the old ancestor, there was also the fact that the population of the Qin family's bloodline amounted to as much as 10 million people, and all of them still resided in a single city. This, coupled with the family of martial inheritance, caused everyone in the Qin family to have cultivation in their bodies, which was what forged the title of the first family of the Great. Qin Hao did not yet understand the danger of the human heart, and happily ran and jumped away. Mother, second brother has run away from home. Qin Feng changed from gentle big brother to heartthrob in seconds and flew into the house to snitch on Yunshiryu. Ding dong, checking that the host has falsely accused the chosen one, gaining 200 villain points. The surrounding guards were expressionless, having long been accustomed to this. During the 5 years Qin Feng pitched his brother one set after another, and if they were not wrong, later on, this Grand Duke would also hand the lady a chicken feather duster. Not for a moment. Yunshiryu was like lifting a small chicken, puffing and lifting Qin Hao back. Qin Feng turned into a gentle big brother again, heartbrokenly stepping forward to explain, Mother, don't be angry, it's me who promised to take second brother out to play, it's not that second brother wants to run away from home. Aha! Qin Hao nodded his little head repeatedly, looking at his big brother with eyes full of gratitude. It was just that the more Qin Feng said this, the less his mother believed it. Think it was the oldest who felt sorry for his brother, didn't want him to get beaten up later, and took the initiative to take the blame on himself. She really cannot understand, obviously a parent-born twins, the gap is how so big, the oldest since childhood know how to obey, the oldest to all-day mischief, belong to the kind of 3 days do not fight on the room to uncover the bare child. Can't you learn from your brother, all you know is mischief. Yun Shuriwei turned on her strict mother mode, and gave a lecture to Qin Hao. However, she didn't notice that Qin Feng, who was behind her, made a face at his second brother, subjecting a 5-year-old to laughs that he couldn't bear at his age. Ha ha! Finally he still couldn't help but laugh out loud, causing Yun Shuryu, who was already on the verge of losing her temper, to scratch her fire and begin to constantly brainwash herself. This is my son, I'm his mother, I can't be angry with him, let alone beat him up, I still have to coax him when he cries, and I still have to treat his injuries, it wasn't easy for me to raise him like this, and I almost had a difficult labor in exchange for this. It must be my fault that he made a mistake, that I didn't educate him with all my heart, that my ability was bad, that my methods were lacking, that filial sons come out from under the stick, and rebellious sons come out from the head of chopsticks. Endure for a while, the sea is wide open, take a step back, the more you think about the more angry, intolerable, no need to endure, not in the silence of the outbreak, in the silence of the death, I have been unable to control the body of the flood of power. Looking at Qin Hao still giggling, Yun Shuryu declared that brainwashing had failed. Mother, Ertie is just a child. Qin Feng hurriedly pretended to be a good person and went forward to stop, only that he happened to be holding a willow in his hand. Get out of the way, for my mother will teach him a good lesson today. Yun Shuryu angry hand over the willow, not to whip this bare child too was really difficult to get rid of anger. Willow! There was a slight change in the faces of the guards around the room, a departure from what they had guessed was a cockamamie. Just as Qin Feng was waiting for the villainous points to arrive, a burst of musical sounds suddenly came from the sky. A team could be seen coming in great numbers from afar, with 9 mountainous-shaped beasts pulling a luxurious chauffeured vehicle, and the team behind them all flying through the air on their beasts. If reinforcement plus 10 would glow, then this team was at least reinforcement plus 20. The Lin family of the City of the Heart of Heaven. Qin Feng could tell at a glance where the other party came from and was considered to be the absolute controller of the western part of Daxia. Unlike the Qin family's family-style rule, the Lin family of the City of the Heart of Heaven was considered to be a vassal, recruiting many capable men and women for their own use, as well as millions of armored troops to serve them, firmly controlling the western part of the Grand Xia. I'll clean you up later. Yun Shuryu blared at Qin Hao and dragged the brothers home. At the same time, the sound of bells and drums representing welcome rang out from the Qin clan city, and hundreds of thousands of Qin clan disciples with high cultivation levels went out of the city to greet the VIPs of the City of the Heavenly Heart, and in the process, show them the Qin clan's powerful heritage. The 2 Qin Feng brothers were also changed into formal attire by Yun Shuryu, accompanying their cheap old dad Qin Tian to personally go out of the city to greet them. Unlike their usual amusing old dad, today's Qin Tian can be described as overbearing. Just stand there like an invincible god of war. Brother Qin Tian, haven't seen you for many years, I've missed you to death. The carriage came down. A middle-aged man in fancy clothes, saw Qin Tian immediately warmly came up to a hug, a look as the kind of old cunning old fox. Brother Lin Hao, I've missed it so much too. He laughed out loud with a bright smile, and he didn't know how much sincerity he was carrying. These 2 are the twins from Brother Qin Tian's family, 3 years apart, right? After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Lin Hao's eyes looked towards the 2 brothers, Qin Feng and Qin Hao. The reason why he came all the way to the Qin family this time was for the sake of these 2 brothers. To be precise, the Qin family wanted to make an alliance with the Heavenly Heart City, and select one of these 2 brothers to betroth his precious daughter. Ever since the Qin family had produced 2 heavenly prides in a row, and the brothers had also broken the desolate ancient records consecutively, the great Xia imperial family had become completely anxious, and in order to ensure the stability of the imperial power, they had begun to contact all the major families to prepare to take action against the Qin family. The Qin family had to start looking for allies for their own benefit as well. Not bad, this is the oldest, Qin Feng, who has the qualifications of a great emperor, and the second, Qin Hao, who has a supreme bone that is not found in 10,000. He was very proud to introduce the 2 good elder children. Other people's families were already smoking in their ancestors' graves if they could produce 1 heavenly pride, but his family had produced 2 peerless heavenly prides one after another. The supreme bone is an ancient record, but it is unknown if the great emperor's qualifications are true or false. A haughty little lowly walked out from behind Lin Hao. She was the little princess of Heavenly Heart City, Lin Xin. Although at this time is only a 6 or 7-year-old little lowly, but the eyebrows like emerald feather, muscle like white snow, waist like bundle of veins, teeth like containing shells, a look at it is known to grow up to be a beauty embryo. Don't be rude. Lin Hao opened his mouth to reprimand him, telling him to pay attention to the occasion. It was just that the haughty little loli never cared about the occasion, looking at Qin Feng with eyes full of provocation and targeting, and even raised her hand and snapped her fingers, calling for a young man with a clean-cut face, 14 or 15 years old. He's my newly acquired servant, Lin San, dare you fight him to prove yourself? Lin Xin gave Qin Feng a provocative look. Lin San. Qin Feng curiously surveyed the other party, and found that this person's head angle is lofty, and is by no means an unusual small character. Chapter 11, A Time of Great Struggle. He's Lin San from the City of Heavenly Heart. Immediately, whispers resounded around them, for Lin San had obviously heard about it. It is said that this person's talent is extremely horrible, the sword is also very good, and there are even professionals who commented on it, the first person in the sword after 100 years. Ding dong, the chosen one has been found, level epic. Qin Feng's eyes lit up and his heart couldn't be happier. Due to the fact that Qin Hao was his own brother, he couldn't use his full strength every time for fear that he wouldn't be able to account for it to his old parents, resulting in more than 5 years before hitting 240,000 villainous points. Now that you've met a non-family member, you're going to have to fight your way through it. If he remembered correctly, his second brother was also an epic chosen son. At this time, both parents laughed awkwardly, but there was no call to stop. Although Lin Hao had come here to make an alliance, he didn't want his daughter to marry a loser. In order for the alliance to be successful, Qin Tian naturally also hoped that the good oldest son, Qin Feng, would show his strength. It wouldn't be a big deal if he lost, after all, he was only 8 years old and the other party was already 13 or 14 years old, and his cultivation had even reached the Transcendent 3rd level. But if you win, it's a big show. Good thing too, let's just have some fun with him. Qin Feng comprehended his old man's intention, which was also just what he wanted for himself. A thick breath fluctuation surged out around him, and the fallen leaves on the ground slowly floated into the air. Transcendent Realm 1. Lin Hao and the other Heavenly Heart City experts all had their faces changed, and in their hearts, they called out that this son had the qualifications of a great emperor. 8 years old in the Transcendent Realm, no one has ever been there before. Especially his ability to make falling leaves float in the air. If they were not mistaken, this was the 10th ancestor of the Qin clan's famous skill, falling leaves. Who would dare to believe that at a young age one could master such stunts if one didn't see it with one's own eyes? At the same time, Lin Hao finally understood why the great Xia Imperial clan had been targeting the Qin clan at every turn lately. Once they let these two little guys grow up, wouldn't they be able to replace their Imperial clan anytime, anywhere? Please instruct. Lin San was very much a man of martial virtues and didn't forget to give a reminder before he made his move. It was just that he had obviously overestimated Qin Feng's modesty. He never dared to be careless in the face of the chosen one, and he never spoke of martial virtues, not to mention that the other party's cultivation level was still 2 minor levels higher than his. Before Lin San could react, he saw Qin Feng's finger decision pointing, and a piece of fallen leaves instantly transformed into sharp cutting machines that flew rapidly towards Lin San from all directions. Hey, do you speak of martial virtues? Lin Xin are anxious to strongly condemn Qin Feng. This behavior, do not say a hands even if, but also came up on the full force out of the big moves, is really enough despicable and shameless. Clang! Only to see Lin San unhurriedly draw out his sword, stabbing out with the sword swayed lightly, bringing up a slight sword shadow. The sword was like flowing water under the moon, lightly striking down the flying fallen leaves, and the fallen leaves were reduced to pieces with it. Another sword stabbed out, the powerful sword wind surged out, making the flying leaves seem to lose traction and float down. Lin San's sword-wielding vertical figure flickered and appeared in the midst of it. Bang! Lin San swung out a sword light, breaking Qin Feng's falling leaves. Although his full set of movements were pretentious, he still had a few extra scratches on his body, and his heaving chest proved that he had consumed a lot with that sword. Good chance. Based on the principle of taking advantage of your illness to kill you, Qin Feng stepped on the arcane phantom prosperity and instantly rushed in front of Lin San, not giving the other party any chance to react, and his sandbag-sized fists punched the other party's face. Ah! Lin San screamed miserably and his person flew out. Brother, it's great! Qin Hao happily danced and celebrated his brother's early victory. It was just that this behavior of his made Lin Xin feel upset and shouted loudly to cheer for Lin San. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for punching the chosen one and gaining 200 villain points. Seeing the villainous points arrive, Qin Feng immediately had a high fighting spirit and was ready to fight all day again. It was just that he had obviously underestimated Lin San's combat prowess, and before he could even begin to make a series of moves, the other party quickly stabilized his stance, his body swept out as if he were a stunning star crossing the sky, and his hand was also flooded with a dark, water-like sword light. Sword intent! Shin Tian and the others exclaimed in shock, and in their hearts, they even called out demons. Sword intent is the existence of sword cultivators who dream of comprehending. Once comprehending the power of the sword will rise a few levels, greatly strengthening their own combat power. Not good. Shin Fong also sensed the power of this sword and did not have the intention of coming hard to quickly dodge away. However, Lin San had already come out from the passivity at the beginning, coupled with the advantage of being 2 minor levels higher than Shin Fong in the sword intent. His body was like a clear wind as he swung out his sword. He brought up a trail of sword shadows to attack Shin Fong. Even if Qin Feng's phantom prosperity pace was very subtle, it was still like a boat traveling in a huge wave, with the risk of being knocked over at any time. Good job, Lin San. Give this young lady a good lesson on this brat. Lin Xian'er happily clapped her hands on the side, not forgetting to spit her little tongue at Xin Hao in disgust. Go for it, brother. Xin Hao was so angry that his little face was red, pulling his voice to wave the flag for Qin Feng. The others paid no attention to the 2 little ones, who had been stunned by the 2 children. Ask themselves, they simply couldn't break through the transcendent mortal realm when they were 8 years old, and they couldn't comprehend sword intent when they were 13 or 14 years old. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. The entire crowd unanimously let out a sigh of emotion in their hearts, knowing that the world of great struggles was feared to be coming again. Whenever these heavenly prides piled up and appeared in the world, it was the day the desolate ancient reshuffled the cards. At this time, Shin Feng didn't have the heart to pay attention to any great struggle. What he was thinking about now was how to beat up this kid to gain villain points. Is this what it's like for the villain to be overpowered by the protagonist? Shin Feng was beaten back and forth, and was already completely at a disadvantage, or the kind that had no power to fight back. There is no way. The atmosphere had been set in place, and he couldn't afford to lose this one. You can only make the obligatory call to System Dad to redeem Phantom Getaway Volume 2. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 villain points to redeem Phantom Escape Volume 2. 10,000 points. Shin Feng heart, not to mention how much meat pain, how many days have to play second brother to save 10,000 points, from his exchange of the Great Circle is another step away. No way. I have to beat it back from this Lin San kid today. Shin Feng's body danced along with the figure in his mind, transforming into a clear wind that swayed in the dark, watery swordlight, easily flying out several hundred meters away without a problem. What? The faces of the entire crowd changed violently, seeing that Shin Feng's stance had broken through during the battle. The speed was obviously faster than just now, and the pace of his feet was even more subtle than just now, easily dodging the heavy swordlight that Lin San swung over. Good, 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 my son Shin Feng has the qualifications of a great emperor. He couldn't help but laugh happily, and was close to shouting in Lin Hao's ear with a loudspeaker. Awesome! Lin San revealed an unprecedentedly serious look, knowing that he couldn't defeat his opponent without taking out his real skills. Only the corners of his clothes were windless and hunting, and the dark water-like sword light in his hand was swaying in the wind as the air tore apart, emitting gusts of whimpering and sad sounds. Ah! Shin Feng also sensed that Lin San was about to open a big one and raised his hand to shout into the void. The sword comes! Chapter 12, If you love him, stab him in the heart. Buzz off! Crisp sword chirps resounded through the city where the Qin clan was located, and 9 sword lights came like meteors slicing through the void. The 9 swords of the long sky. Lin Hao and the others were also people who knew what they were talking about, and spoke offhandedly about the origins of the 9 swords. He had also heard people say that 5 years ago, the great summer emperor came in a hurry and was pitted against the 9 swords of the long sky and the heavenly treasure gourd by the shameless Grand Duke of the Qin family. I thought it was just a blackmail, but I didn't realize that he was really shameless and had to carry 9 swords on his body to reflect that word. 9 swords in one. Shin Feng quickly pinched out a finger technique and pointed it at the flying 9 swords. Buzz off! The sword winds rolled out backwards, dust tumbled, the sword momentum of the 9 swords became more and more powerful, and bursts of sound like the roar of angry waves echoed in the void. When the sword wind stopped, there was a long sword with a flickering cold light suspended in front of Shin Feng. This was the sword of the long hollow sword god 10,000 years ago, and a divine weapon ranked in the top 10 of the desolate ancients, the long hollow divine sword. Since obtaining the 9 swords of the long sky, in the 5 years since, Shin Feng had successfully refined the 9 swords of the long sky with the help of the 10 ancestors. Although I don't dare to say that I can reproduce the elegance of the long sky sword god of that year, and I don't have the strength to fully harness the long sky 9 swords, but I still don't have a single problem using it for fighting. the 9 swords of the long sky. Lin San's eyes were on fire as he watched, and his breath caught. No way! The sword moves he used were from the long hollow sword god from 10,000 years ago. It was accurate to say that he had obtained the long hollow sword god's inheritance. If he could obtain the 9 swords of the long hollow, he would definitely be able to recreate the sword god's elegance back then. However, he also knows that the Qin family is not to be messed with. Robbing in the open is no different from looking for death, and can only wait for the opportunity to move. Even if you have the divine sword as an enhancement, you can't possibly be my opponent. Lin San had absolute confidence in the long sky sword god's inheritance, only to see him violently striking out in the midst of the sky of dust. A flash of brilliant sword light cutting through the void set off a burst of agitation. Long sky sword technique. The divine grade sword skill that the long sky sword god had comprehended from the laws of heaven and earth had the power to kill God in God's way and Buddha in Buddha's way, and no one was able to defeat it across the wild ancient world. This is Qin Tian and Lin Hao were both bigwigs on one side, so they naturally recognized the long sky sword technique at a glance. I'm afraid that the long sky sword god of 10,000 years ago wouldn't have imagined that 10,000 years later his own sword skill would be matched against his own saber. Not good. Qin Tian's face changed drastically and he wanted to step forward to stop it. Although his good oldest son Qin Feng had the qualifications of a great emperor, he was only 8 years old in the end, so how could he resist the long sky sword god's sword skill? Just before he could open his mouth, he saw the good elder Qin Feng's eyes glazed over as he assumed the posture of drawing his sword. The chanting heavenly sword drawing technique. Nodding his head, he drew his sword. A clear and resounding sound of clanging sword drawing resounded through heaven and earth, and the stunning sword light of the legacy suddenly appeared, and an icy coldness swept across the entire field, and the sword light that was as if it was stunning and as if it was a swimming dragon seemed to want to cut the sky into 2 pieces. What kind of sword move is this? All the people in the room were well informed, but they had never seen Qin Feng's move before. Could it be self-created? There is no fancy, only the pursuit of the ultimate invincible sword. The sword out of the sheath can cut down the sky and destroy the earth, but also can be divided into victory and defeat. Rumble. The 2 sword lights clashed heavily together, erupting into a shocking roar that was also accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that swept out. Mother! Daddy! The 2 of them, Qin Hao and Lin San, were not blown away by the wind because of their lower cultivation level, and they grabbed the clothes of their respective parents. How can that be? Lin San was shocked as his eyes were round, unable to believe that an 8-year-old child could master this kind of sword move. He had thought that he was stronger than the other party in terms of cultivation, and also held the long sky sword god's inheritance, as well as comprehending the sword intent, and that he would be able to defeat an 8-year-old brat handily. But who knew that the other party would teach him a lesson and make him realize that his sword was not the strongest? Bang! The sword in Lin San's hand shattered apart on the spot, failing to resist the sharpness of the long sky divine sword. He did have the long sky sword technique, and Qin Feng also had the sky-splitting sword drawing technique. He had sword intent, and Qin Feng had the long sky divine sword. His cultivation was 2 small grades higher than Qin Feng, but Qin Feng had a 10-fold addition to the great emperor's capital, plus the heavenly treasure gourd returning a blue, so there was no reason not to win. What? Disbelief was written all over Lin San's face. He had actually lost to an 8-year-old. All along the way he had defeated the strong with the weak, and the invincible Tao heart had gradually formed, but today he was defeated in the hands of an 8-year-old child, and the invincible Tao heart immediately appeared a crack and fell into self-doubt. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making cracks appear in the chosen one's invincible Tao heart, gaining 100,000 villain points. 100,000 for a crack? If I stabbed him in the heart, wouldn't it be a few 100 million up and down in minutes? Qin Feng could be described as having a high fighting spirit at this time, his feet stepping on the unpredictable charming shadow prosperity, and the longsword Excalibur in his hand stabbing at Lin San's chest like a trickster. Love him, stab him in the heart. Not good. Even though Lin San's invincible Tao heart was beginning to form, he was still only a 13 or 14-year-old child, and after being taught a lesson by Qin Feng, his rhythm was disorganized and he was being beaten back. For every additional sword mark on his body, Qin Feng's loved him a little more. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for injuring the chosen one and gaining 500 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for injuring the chosen one and gaining 500 villain points. Because Qin Hao was his own brother, he had never fought as much as he did today. My brother is the best. Qin Hao proudly raised his little head, itching to tell everyone that this was his brother. Lin San on the side was furious and wanted to rush up to beat this bare child, but was picked up by Yun Shiryu, who was very fond of this little lowly. The victory has been decided, brother Qin's son really does have the qualifications of a great emperor. Lin Hao waved his hand smilingly, pulling Lin San back as Qin Feng was about to stab his heart. Just kidding. Lin San was known as the #1 sword after 100 years, how could he let Qin Feng stab his heart here? HM. Qin Feng was displeased with Lin Hao's outburst and took his swipe away just like that. However, he didn't say anything more, bearing in mind that such creatures as the Chosen One were arcane, and if he stayed strongly he would definitely trigger some kind of strong save attribute. It's better to take it for what it's worth so you don't get yourself in trouble. Ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard someone praising his good oldest son, knowing that the matter of the alliance and marriage was 10-1. The welcoming ceremony continues. Qin Tian led Lin Hao into the Qin clan city. The rows and rows of Qin clan disciples with high cultivation levels made Lin Hao envious. If he had a choice, he would rather spend more resources to cultivate a bloodline clansman than someone who had nothing to do with him, unless that person had absolute loyalty to him. But who's to say if loyalty is a good thing or not? Soon. Both parents then began to discuss their son or daughter's marriage. He had thought that Lin Hao would choose Qin Feng, who had just displayed the posture of a great emperor, but to everyone's surprise, he actually chose Qin Hao, who was watching from the sidelines, to be his son-in-law. Qin Feng exploded on the spot when he learned of this, having a whole new understanding of the Chosen One's unreasonableness. A battle as fierce as a tiger, talk of marriage without my. Chapter 13, New Uses for the Chosen One. Power. Qin Tian and Yun Shiryu, the husband and wife, looked at each other and were also very surprised. It was reasonable to say that Qin Feng had just proved himself with his strength, who would be able to possess such terrifying battle power as an 8-year-old child. On the contrary, although Qin Hao possessed the 1 in a million supreme bone, but currently, due to the fact that it hadn't been activated yet, no one knew exactly how the battle power was. To this, Lin Hao just smiled and didn't have to explain. The reason why he chose Qin Hao was definitely not a haphazard choice, it was a choice made only after weighing the pros and cons. It was well known that Qin Feng, Qin Hao were twins, and the difference in talent would not be too great. As can be seen from the fact that brother Qin Feng has just broken various records, and brother Qin Hao is immediately able to break them, brother Qin Hao's talent is obviously slightly higher than that of brother Qin Feng. With both receiving the same education and background, he naturally favored his younger brother who possessed the supreme bone. Most importantly, there had been a recent rumor in desolate antiquity that the blood moon demon that was born 8 years ago was Qin Feng, and a great danger to the heart of the great Xia imperial clan. Investing in Qin Feng is too risky, it is better to invest in the insurance of his brother Qin Hao. If something really happened to the Qin family someday, Qin Hao would have no choice but to be on the same page with their heavenly heart city. Okay. He did not ask too many questions, and anyway, his purpose was to make an alliance through marriage. As long as the two major controllers of the eastern and western parts of the Grand Xia joined forces, even if the Grand Xia imperial family joined forces with the other families, they would have to consider the consequences. As long as they could buy the two little ones time to grow, then their Qin family would be considered to have one. Eventually, in an unspoken agreement between both parents, a marriage about self-interest was settled. Just at this time, the two parties involved were still completely unaware that Lin San was touring the Qin family city accompanied by the two brothers, accompanied by that Lin San. Why do I feel like I'm going to die at any moment? As a heavenly destined villain, along with two epic-level chosen sons, Qin Feng still didn't have any sense of security even when he was in the Qin clan city with tens of millions of Qin clan's old cousins protecting him. I'm afraid they'll turn on their halos together and send the family away in a neat package. Wow, it's so busy here. Lin San couldn't help but exclaim, only to see that they had arrived at the Qin family's marketplace. Unlike the kind of bazaar that sold vegetables to mortals, this was a cultivator's bazaar, which sold some immortal herbs, pills, magic weapons, and other treasures for cultivation. Since the Qin clan was the absolute master of the eastern part of the great Xia dynasty, there was absolutely no doubt about the security of the Qin clan city. Every day, a large number of foreign cultivators would come here to trade, and the Qin family also needed these transactions to strengthen the family disciples, so such a free trade bazaar was gradually formed. Ha! Both Qin Hao and Lin San's eyes lit up at the same time, and their gazes looked at a worn-out small tripod in unison. Ha! Qin Feng also suddenly came to the spirit, as if LSP unlocked a new posture. Instead of worrying about being grilled to death by these two chosen sons, it would be better to use their unreasonable fortune value to hunt for treasures, and to be able to be noticed by two chosen sons at the same time. It was thought that the little broken cauldron would definitely not be anything mortal. I saw it first. Qin Hao and Lin San were wide-eyed, neither of them willing to give up the small tripod. But just as they were sniping at each other, Qin Feng in the guise of a fisherman asked the seller how much. Originally 1,000 spirit stones. If the Grand Duke wants it, how about 888 spirit stones? The stall owner carefully uttered the offer, not forgetting to observe Qin Feng's expression, as if he would immediately lower the price as soon as Qin Feng frowned. No way! The Qin family, as the head of the land, who would dare not give face? 888 spirit stones. Passing cultivators stopped by, calling out that the stall owner must be crazy about money. To know, the value of a single spirit stone could make a mortal eat and drink for a lifetime, and a cultivator absorbing it could be worth a week's hard cultivation, and now a small broken tripod actually dared to ask for 888 spirit stones. The stallholder was nervous at this point. He definitely did not have the idea of treating Qin Feng as an ingrate. It was the origin of this little broken tripod that was just too unusual. He was originally a small leader of the Tiger Head Gang. The gang amounted to more than 100,000 people, and one day the master of the gang learned of the location of a relic, so he took 100,000 gang members to go digging in great numbers. As a result, after paying for the lives of over 100,000 gang members, they finally entered and came to the depths of the ruins. There was no imagined golden glitter, only a small broken tripod being enshrined on a stone platform. The gang leader also didn't know whether he had been injured too much before or for some other reason, but he directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood and died, and he somehow became the only survivor. 100,000 gang members in exchange for a small broken tripod. 888 spirit stones is already a jumping price. Okay, I'll take the 888 spirit stones. Qin Feng, lest the night be long, asked the stall owner to go to the Qin family to get the money. As the eldest son of the Qin family, the first family of the desolate ancients, it was reasonable to go out without money on one's person. Thank you, Grand Duke. The stall owner happily thanked him and hurriedly handed the small tripod to Qin Feng. You? Lin San was stunned, being shocked by Qin Feng's bravado. Without even taking a look at the item, the price was not returned, and it was directly sold for 888 spirit stones. You don't have to be rich to be so capricious, do you? Just that he had a wrong billion feeling in his heart for some reason, although he didn't know what the small tripod had to offer, but his intuition told him that it was a good thing, and he was able to get to where he was today largely by relying on his intuition. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for destroying the chosen son's chance and obtaining a chance to draw a prize. That's quite a treasure. Qin Feng took the small tripod and scrutinized it carefully, but he could not see any peculiarities. Nima. Do you want to be treated so differently? Why, the protagonist can tell by intuition that it's a treasure, and he can only tell that it's a small broken tripod when he holds it in his hand. He was not convinced, the villain was not convinced. Brother, give it to me, will you? Qin Hao began to shake Qin Feng's arm again, trying to get the small tripod by acting cute and pitiful. It was just that Qin Feng never ate him, and the only way to get him to compromise was to switch to his sister. However, he really couldn't see any peculiarities in this little broken tripod, but he could activate it through his second brother, the chosen one. Okay. Qin Feng said in a serious manner, I just spent 888 spirit stones on this little broken tripod. As a brother I'll offer 2/8, as long as you pay the remaining 1/8, I'll lend you a few days to play, how about it? Brother, you're so nice. Qin Hao's brain obviously hadn't turned a corner yet, and he happily pulled out a cloth bag. It was a storage bag commonly used by cultivators, which contained the year-end money he had saved in the last few years, and Qin Feng had been coveting it for a long time. Soon. Qin Hao then took out an 800 spirit stones, under Qin Feng's lulling. The surrounding passers-by looked completely speechless, but where there is a kindergarten graduation certificate is not to get on this pawn. Chapter 14, The Joy of Villainy. Ding dong, the host has been detected deceiving the ignorant chosen one, gaining 500 villain points. Qin Feng beautifully put away the 800 spirit stones and also kept his promise to lend the small tripod to his second brother for a few days to play with, and as long as he successfully activated it, he would take it back. To this. Instead of feeling a loss, Qin Hao felt that he had earned it. His brother spent 88 and he only spent 8, a whole 8 less than his brother. What a stupid douchebag. Qin Feng looked at the foolish second brother and really didn't understand why a villain like himself, who had both high EQ and IQ, would end up being stepped on by him according to the setting. Does this little tripod do anything? Lin San also curiously came over, reaching out to see what was so peculiar about the small tripod. Just Qin Hao, as if to prevent thieves, rushed to put the small tripod into the arms, not the slightest give face to the future daughter-in-law. Angry Lin Shiner is straight stomping feet. As the little princess of the Heavenly Hearts City, no one had ever dared to give her such a lack of face. This young lady doesn't even care anymore. Lin San, let's go. Lin San belonged to the typical arrogant little lowly, there was no such word as begging in her dictionary, and led Lin San to continue wandering around the Qin family bazaar. After getting a taste of the sweetness, Qin Feng naturally followed in a deadpan manner, always keeping an eye on Lin San's change of expression. What's this Qin family's Grand Duke always peeking at me for? Lin San's back was chilled by the look, and his heart was even more panicked. As the servant of the little princess of Heavenly Heart City, he had naturally heard that some nobles had a special hobby of liking servants with fine skin like him. Especially those noble children who seem to be particularly good at playing behind their backs or staggeringly wild. Could Qin Feng be this kind of person? As if to prove his conjecture, the Qin family's eldest son directly and boldly bought all the goods that his gaze lingered on for 2 seconds more. It's as if the domineering president is shopping with his little petite wife, and in order to show off his financial power, he buys everything within his little petite wife's sight. It's not scientific. Qin Feng looked at the pile of things he had bought in confusion. There was not a single treasure that could rival the small tripod. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for snatching the chosen one's immortal grass and gaining 300 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for robbing the chosen one's elixir and gaining 300 villain points. Although they were all rare treasures that could also earn villain points, Qin Feng obviously wanted to get the chance to win the system's lottery more. I still don't believe that such a big Qin clan bazaar can't find real treasures. Qin Feng spent the next few days dragging Lin San to go shopping rain or shine. Frightened Lin San goosebumps all over his body, more and more feel that Qin Feng is greedy for his body, the whole night and night cannot sleep, always hold the sword in the hands of vigilance, deeply afraid of an accidental loss of innocence. He was motivated to be a supreme servant, not a supreme minion. Is this the Qin family's Grand Duke? The people in the Qin family's marketplace were pointing at Qin Feng, and they had heard about this Qin family's Grand Duke like thunder. Previously, they had only heard that the Qin family's Grand Duke had the qualifications of a great emperor, but they had never seen him strike until the Heavenly Heart City's visitors were able to truly see his terror. Breaking through the transcendent mortal realm at the age of 8, making a breakthrough in the body technique on the verge of a formation, creating his own Jintian sword drawing technique, and defeating the heir to the long hollow sword god with a single sword, I'm afraid that there is no other heavenly pride that can possess such a record in the entire desolate ancient world. The great emperor's qualifications are well known. At the same time, there were also people who noticed the things that Qin Feng had purchased, and those who were knowledgeable could tell at a glance that they were all rare treasures, and they hadn't even gone out of their way once. Awesome! The entire crowd was incomparably heartbroken, and they admired the Qin family's Grand Duke even more. Wanting to accurately and unerringly distinguish so many treasures was not something that could be done by virtue of a high level of cultivation, it required profound knowledge and many years of real effort. Now how can an 8-year-old child not be shocked when he can do this? A few days later, the Qin family and the Lin family announced the marriage contract to the world, which also represented the formal alliance between the Qin family and the City of the Heavenly Heart, and Lin Hao prepared to return to the City of the Heavenly Heart with a large group of people. Brother Qin, let's leave it at that. Lin Hao clasped his fists, his expression dismayed. Brother Lin, be careful on your way. He was also full of reluctance, and wanted to continue even after sending him a few hundred miles. As he left, Qin Feng looked at Lin San with eyes filled with reluctance. His dual-core treasure hunter would only have 1 core left from now on. Although it was said that the dual-core treasure hunter had only pulled out an unknown small tripod for him, the other treasures had always made him a hard profit. Now the entire Qin clan bazaar was all filled with legends about him, and everyone was curious to know how he recognized treasures. Woohoo! Lin San felt Qin Feng's unwilling eyes, her heart cried out that she couldn't take it anymore, she just wanted to quickly get away from this man, fearing that she would really be bent if she stayed any longer. That night, Qin Feng lost sleep. Because of Lin San's appearance, he experienced the joy of being a villain. Having 150,000 villain points squeezed out of him in just a few days, along with a chance to win a lottery, was a joy that Erdi couldn't give him, and made him especially want to leave home to find Lin San. Better draw first. Qin Feng shook his head and called the system to begin. Wow! The rotating lucky draw carousel appeared in front of the eyes again. It is still densely packed with prizes: the Supreme Body, the Tsong Tian Hegemony Body, the Battle Saint Body, the Chaos Saint Body, the Heavy Pupil, the Supreme Bone, the True Dragon Treasure Technique, the Transformation of the Self-Realization of the Heavenly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning the Divine Level Buddhist Dharma, the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Rumble. A thunderclap resounded in Qin Feng's mind, as if his soul had gone out of his body to another world. Roar. 100-feet-long golden dragon circled in the sky and issued a dragon roar, causing a stirring in the air, and wherever it passed, the sky crumbled and the earth cracked, showing the momentum of the king of beasts. Without waiting for Qin Feng to react, the giant dragon charged straight towards him and directly burrowed into his body. Hoo-hoo! Qin Feng woke up in a cold sweat and realized that there was an additional golden disc dragon pattern on his body and some more finger decisions in his mind. Used in conjunction with the dragon tattoo on his body, he could make a divine-level Buddhist technique, the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. This move not only possesses great power, but also doubles the damage to the demon race, so it can be said to be the nemesis move of the demon race. It also strengthens his own defenses and possesses the ability to tell if it's a human or a demon at a glance. LOL. The door to Qin Feng's room was opened. Only to see his younger brother Qin Hao's little head sticking in and looking around, and when he saw that Qin Feng wasn't asleep yet, he immediately happily hugged his little pillow and climbed into bed with his bare little feet, saying that he wanted to sleep with his brother tonight. People are all sisters afraid to come to their brothers at night. How come I'm the younger brother when it's my turn, or a chosen one? Qin Feng looked at his brother who fell asleep speechlessly, always felt that he was taking the supreme bone to tempt himself, more or less not to respect him as a villain. Chapter 15. In the Daxia Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Daxia is in his morning court. The entire court had gotten the news of the Qin family's alliance with the City of Heavenly Hearts, and even more so, they knew that the Qin family's eldest son had broken through the Transcendent mortal realm at the age of 8, and created his own Jintian sword drawing technique to defeat Lin San. That was the heir of the Long Sky Sword God, who was known as the #1 sword after 100 years, so it was evident that the growth of the two prides of the Qin clan was much faster than expected. The Qin clan allied with the City of Heavenly Hearts. This is not putting the imperial court in their eyes at all. His heart is in the right place, his heart is in the right place. I suggest that we immediately send out troops to destroy them by swift and lightning means while their alliance is still unsettled. Do you think the Qin clan and the City of Heavenly Hearts are papier-mâché and that easy to deal with? If the Qin clan and the City of Heavenly Hearts were that easy to deal with, would the imperial court have let them dominate the East and the West for so many years? I suggest peace talks. In recent years there have been frequent visions of the heavens and earth. The age of great strife has arrived. We must not fight within the nest. After the Inu imperial dynasty went through reforms 100 years ago, it's now getting stronger and stronger, and its ambitions are no longer hidden, and recently it even established 2 heavenly prides as saints at a time, so they're the #1 enemy of our Grand Xia. Please, Your Majesty, for the sake of the greater good, this is not the time to fight amongst yourselves. Emperor Daxia looked at the 2 factions of ministers forming below him, and for a moment he didn't know how to choose. Wanting to fight against the invasion of the Inu imperial dynasty required the unity of all the major families of the Great Xia imperial dynasty, but the price of unity gave the 2 Qin families' heavenly prides time to grow. If my Great Xia imperial clan had also produced a few heavenly prides, why would it need to be like this? The Emperor of Daxia let out the lament of a hero's late death, and also understood where the root of the problem lay. Times have always changed, and it is acceptable, but sadly the previous wave is far away and there is no one to follow. The Qin family. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in his small courtyard, thick aura coalescing around him. Ever since he had broken through the Transcendent realm, the 33 Heavens creation decree couldn't keep up again, and he could only spend 30,000 villainous points to turn on a 1-month enlightenment aura to comprehend the third heavens. What a terrifying enlightenment! The 10 ancestors stood by the side with shocked expressions on their faces and could clearly sense the changes in Qin Feng's body. And this change came from practicing the Gongfu. When the Gongfu was comprehended to a deeper level, it would be reflected in the body. Now Qin Feng's physical body not only got stronger and stronger, it also had a superb self-healing ability. I don't dare to say that I'll come back from the dead, but it shouldn't be much of a problem for a severed limb to be reborn. What laws of heaven and earth did this child comprehend in the first place? The 10 ancestors said that they had never seen this kind of technique before. Just comprehending the third level would allow them to be reborn with severed limbs. If they were fully comprehended, wouldn't they be immortal and be reborn with a drop of blood? Bang! A dull sound came from within Qin Feng's body. The runes around him erupted with blinding golden light, and his entire aura was even more powerful than before, signaling that not only had he comprehended the third heavenly hall, he had also broken through to the second level of the Transcendent mortal realm. Demon! The 10 ancestors couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion, remembering the scene when Qin Feng was born. Worthy of being a blood moon demon who could stir the world's wind and clouds, the level of evil was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Bam! Bam! A bell sound resounded throughout the Qin clan city, causing everyone's faces to change. This was an emergency bell that hadn't been rung by the Qin family for hundreds of years, representing that the Qin family had encountered a major crisis, and all the clansmen must be ready for a level 1 battle. A great war that concerned the life and death of the Qin family was about to begin. What happened? The 10 ancestors' faces were grave as they disappeared into white light. Family life and death? I think this has more or less to do with second brother. Qin Fong found another excuse to spank his second brother, got up and started looking around for his second brother Qin Hao. Actually, he didn't want to. Originally, his dream was just to become a playboy, living a life of lights, wine and luxury, but it was because of this little thing that he had to work hard to cultivate to protect himself, and now there was even a crisis of extinction. It was hard to get rid of the anger without beating him up. In the middle of the Qin family's great hall, Qin Tian, as the head of the family, sat high on the throne, and below him were the chiefs from the various branches of the Qin family, numbering as many as 13, also known to the world as the 13 imperial guards of the Qin family. Reporting from the Qin family's insider in the Dasha palace, the Dasha emperor had decided to take action against the Qin family after much deliberation. Grandma, let's fight. Who's afraid of who? There were stout leaders who couldn't suppress the exuberance in their eyes, and the big swords in their hands had long been hungry and thirsty. Logically speaking, we've just made an alliance with the City of Heavenly Hearts, and there's still the Yin Moon Imperial dynasty watching outside, so it's impossible for the great Xia Imperial clan to be so unwise. There were also bookish-looking chiefs who frowned and vocalized their worries about this war. If they had to go through the means of war in order to achieve victory, the end result would only be a lose-lose situation, which would cheapen the Yin Imperial dynasty for nothing. The best method was still to stall for time, buying the two brothers Qin Fong and Qin Hao time to grow. The Great Summer Imperial clan is breaking their wrists. Qin Tian said with a serious expression, with the prestige of my Qin family in Dasha, once it grows up, it can be replaced, so he intends to take advantage of my Qin family before it grows up to make a move. It's best to have a quick battle, and if he gets into a protracted battle, he can also die defending half of the country. They really put up a fight to become emperor. The 13 leaders looked unusually serious, knowing that this battle was unavoidable. However, the war is not something that can be started just because the Xia Emperor says it can be started. It also needs to take care of those big families and promise the other side some benefits before it can be done, or else who will go and sell their lives to him. That means there won't be a war anytime soon, and they have plenty of time to prepare for it. Is it really going to be war? Qin Fong could clearly feel the changes in the Qin family, a depressing atmosphere of a mountain rain. In the past, every member of the Qin family had a confident smile on their face, but now they were all serious without a trace of expression, and the streets were devoid of the delicate figures of young ladies and young daughters-in-law, replaced by rows and rows of warriors in armor. Can this battle be won? Qin Fong was not a child and could naturally analyze the current situation. Although the Qin family and the City of the Heart of Heaven alliance occupies half of the Great Summer, but the Great Summer Emperor led by the major families are not vegetarian. Even if the last can be lucky to win, there is still a Yin dynasty on the side of the Tiger Eyeing. The most important point is that they have a chosen one on their side. As we all know, the chosen one opening is not supported by a powerful family, and even if he is born in a powerful family, he will leave the family for various reasons. Either the family is extinguished, or it is a break with the family. So the chances of them winning this battle are basically zero. So the question is, should he hurry up and run? No, they are my dear friends and family, brothers in arms. Qin Fong hastily shook off his head and began to think about how to turn the tide against the wind. The last way is naturally to land on the full-level Red Herald monster, but suddenly he had a flash of light and remembered that the system released the task of digging his brother's supreme bone. Maybe he could just dig out his brother's supreme bone. Chapter 16, almost moved myself to tears. Ancestral Shrine of the Qin Family. Enshrining the spirits of the ancestors who had fought for the Qin family, the densely packed plaques numbered more than 100,000. A white-haired old man sat cross-legged on a futon. He was the first ancestor of the Qin clan, and behind him stood the other 9 old ancestors, as well as Qin Feng's cheap old man, Qin Tian. Patriarch, that's just the way it is. Qin Tian respectfully knelt on the ground and recounted the circumstances of the incident. The beginning ancestor didn't even return his head as he slowly spoke. Since this battle is unavoidable, let's fight. Yes. The crowd looked serious and pledged to fight to the death. Just then, a childish voice broke the serious atmosphere. Old ancestor, you must not. Windy, get out. When Qin Tian saw Qin Fong running in with his 2 short legs, he hurriedly reprimanded him to get out, making loud noises at the ancestral shrine and daring to question the decision of the first ancestor. It was really too unruly. You shut up. Instead of blaming, the beginning ancestor reprimanded Qin Tian, then turned around with a smile on his face and waved at Qin Feng, who ran in. Yes. Qin Tian was aggravated. How can the gap be so wide when they are both descendants of the same old ancestors? Is it because he doesn't have the qualifications of a great emperor? Windy, what did you mean just now when you said you mustn't? The beginning ancestor looked at Qin Feng with a face full of favor, not to mention how much he liked this junior, who had been particularly good at things since he was a child and often brought delicious food to see him. Unlike the other ungrateful children and grandchildren who have nothing else to do but find him to fight. Qin Feng said with a small, serious face, only a fool would think of winning through war. Winning drains the energy and losing puts my Qin family at risk. Stupid. The old ancestors present looked at Qin Tian in unison, as if to say that they would definitely not take the blame for this. You are the Qin family's family head. I? The corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched, and a big popped up in his heart. Why, you have a way to win without going through war. The beginner was instantly interested to hear what this 8-year-old had to say. Now it wasn't their Qin family that was trying to start a war, it was the great Xia imperial clan that was trying to make a move against them, a war that concerned their own interests. There was no one who was right and who was wrong, and there was even less of a possibility of peace talks. Of course. Qin Feng said with a confident look on his face. In fact, the cause of the whole thing is that the appearance of my second brother and I broke the balance and made the royal family feel threatened, so as long as we find a way to hide my second brother and I, the war will naturally have no reason to continue. That's it. It's a child's mind, after all. Now, even if the two brothers were to be hidden, the great Xia imperial clan would definitely not be willing to stop unless the two brothers were dead or wasted. That's right, it's a waste. Qin Feng's small face was unusually serious as he took out a yellowed ancient book. It was a relevant ancient book that he had exchanged from the system about the introduction of some rare physiques, and it clearly recorded the detailed information about the supreme bone, which contained the correct way to open the supreme bone. Dig the bones and break them. The old ancestors present couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, shocked by the correct way to open the supreme bone. If someone else's family has a supreme bone, they are all treated like treasures. Who would be so cruel as to dig out the child's supreme bone, and then achieve the supreme position with great perseverance after breaking and standing? The beginning ancestor was silent for a long time before he spoke. This method, it works. What? The old ancestors present let out a gasp of surprise, not expecting the old ancestor to agree. I object. Qin Tian immediately said in an urgent voice, However, he's only 5 years old, he's still a child, this isn't the kind of pain he should be enduring at this age. The beginning ancestor said nonchalantly, if you want to achieve the position of supreme, you can't just rely on a supreme bone, you also need great perseverance and great spirit, and there is also a destiny in the underworld. There is a destiny in the underworld. The old ancestors present couldn't help but look at each other, wondering if the beginning ancestor had seen some heavenly opportunity. But Qin Tian, for the reason he understands, but the matter of their own son will not be able to get down. The beginning ancestor ignored Qin Tian and looked at Qin Feng with interest as he asked, Howard can hide himself by digging up his bones and achieve the position of supreme emperor in the future by breaking through, so how are you going to hide yourself and display the qualifications of a great emperor in the future? Qin Feng said with great righteousness, the Qin family's eldest son was jealous of his second brother's talent, and personally dug out his second brother's supreme bone for his own use, and was discovered by the Qin family to have fled from the Qin family. The Qin family's oldest ancestor was furious, and expelled Qin Feng, the rebellious son, from the Qin family for good, and even issued an order of mandatory death to the whole of the wastelands. As soon as the words fell, the entire room was shocked. They really couldn't dare to imagine that the child in front of them was only 8 years old, and he wasn't just ruthless to others, he was even more ruthless to himself. If Qin Hao was digging up his bones and only endured physical pain, then Qin Feng would endure both physical and mental torture. Not only was he labeled as a traitor of the Qin family, but he also lost the shelter of the Qin family to be endlessly hunted until the day Qin Hao grew up to clear his name, with the precondition that he had to last until that day. In response, Qin Feng said that he was under no pressure, and that full-grade red-haired old monsters weren't just for show. No way. As a father, Qin Tian couldn't accept this scenario no matter what. No parent would want their child to endure the pain of having to carry the expectations of the entire family on their backs while their youngest son grows up with unbearable pain. To do heroic deeds and carry the name of 10,000 generations, for the sake of the family, I am willing. Qin Feng held his head high in righteousness and almost moved himself to tears. The short 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 17 words made the old ancestors present who had lived for thousands of years almost bungbu live. He's only 8 years old. He's just a kid. For the sake of the family's freedom from war, even if it means taking the blame for the rest of the world. The Qin family has this descendant, why worry about not being strong in the future? Ding dong, such a hypocritical villain should be applauded here. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a carry-on space. Qin Fong immediately detected the carry-on space, which was about 1,000 square feet, and was really a necessary equipment for traveling at home and killing and setting fire. The beginning ancestor tried to restrain himself, but his voice still trembled. The old ancestor knows that you're a good boy, but do you know what you'll have to face in the future if you do this? You have no chance of regret. I have no regrets. The sword sharpens from sharpening, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. How can I see the rainbow if I don't go through the storm? Xin Feng's eyes were clear and determined. But at this point his mental activity is 5 years. Do you know how I've spent the last 5 years? Stop the bleeping. Hurry up and let me dig the supreme bone. I want to complete the task. I want to be invincible and heavy pupil. I don't want to be a good boy at home. I want to go out of the novice village to find a beautiful young lady and a small daughter-in-law. Yes. The beginning ancestor spat out a word with great difficulty, as if he had used up all his strength. He knew that the plan Qin Feng had said was the best and would minimize the losses of the entire Qin family, and even if the worst came to pass, it would only be at the expense of Qin Feng alone. But if he could hold out until that day, the Qin family would be stronger because of him. Patriarch, I beg you. Qin Tian hurriedly rushed to his knees and kowtowed, his eyes filled with humble pleading. He really couldn't stand by and watch his own son being hunted outside, while he still had to act like he didn't care, which was too painful and cruel for a father. Don't worry, father, my son will definitely return safely. Qin Feng moved to help the cheap old dad up, also 8 years from the heart-shouted father. This sound of father is also his promise to him that he will come back and remove his oxygen tube himself. Chapter 17 The Supreme Bone, I'll take it. Nightfall. The entire Qin family was silent. As the emergency bell for the war rang, the Qin family cancelled all night activities. Everyone was busy improving their cultivation, only the strong could survive the next war. LOL. The door of Qin Hao's room was slowly pushed open, and Qin Feng walked in slowly. Through the faint moonlight coming in through the window, he saw that his second brother was hugging the little broken tripod and huffing and puffing, and his innocence made it really hard for people to lay their hands on him. Brother is doing this for your own good. Qin Feng constantly reassured himself in his mind that he had no choice but to do so. Only by digging up the second brother's supreme bone could the living forces of the Qin family be preserved and hibernated from the light to the dark, and it would also allow the second brother to grow up as quickly as possible through trials and tribulations, and also help himself to fulfill his mission. Most importantly, Pops can no longer shout from now on that my son Qin Feng has the qualifications of a great emperor. 4 in 1. Forgive me, my stupid doubtful brother. Qin Hao woke up with a confused rubbing of his eyes and saw Qin Feng standing in front of his bed. But before he could happily jump into his brother's arms, he felt a huge pain coming from his chest and looked down to see his brother's hand thrust into him. Brother. Qin Hao raised his head incredulously and saw that it was no longer the big brother with a smile on his face, but a cold and heartless big brother instead. Supreme bone, I'll take it. Qin Feng eventually had a hardened heart and drew out the supreme bone alive. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for injuring the chosen one with his life on the line and gaining 800,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for digging up the chosen son's supreme bone, destroying the chosen son's chance and obtaining a chance to draw a prize. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for digging out the chosen son's supreme bone, completing the Heaven's Destiny villain epic quest, and obtaining the invincible heavy pupil. 3 rewards in a row caused Qin Feng to go into a bit of a trance. At the same time, his eyes also underwent a mutation, with his pupils splitting into 2, as if he could see through the essence of the world, and could also put away his heavy pupils at any time to become normal. Bam! The small tripod in Qin Hao's hand fell down, and his person also fell onto the bed. This is the invincible heavy pupil. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the small tripod. Unlike the last time he watched it, now he could see what looked like a frail soul body in it, which should be the old grandpa exclusive to the protagonist. Fake, it must be fake. Qin Hao kept struggling on the bed, not believing at all that his brother would do this to him. But no matter how much he didn't believe, he couldn't change the reality and could only watch as his brother took the supreme bone and left without looking back. As for the small tripod, Qin Feng did not take it. Not to mention whether or not the old grandpa recognized him as his master, even if he didn't need to. His system is much more ferocious than old grandpa's, so it's better to leave it to his second brother. A bone for a grandpa. He's earned it. After Qin Feng left, a sigh came from the small tripod. The heavy pupil is originally an invincible path, so why borrow another person's bones? Having said that, the small tripod flashed out a soft light, wrapping Qin Hao up for treatment. At this time, in Qin Feng's parents' room. Don't. Yun Shiryu cried as she shook her head repeatedly after hearing the future fate of her two sons. Begging Qin Tian not to be like this, as a mother she couldn't stand by and watch her son suffer outside. He's only 8 years old. He is still a child. And the truth of the matter can't be told to her younger brother Qin Hao, which means that she might see her two sons fighting against each other in the future, which is too cruel for a mother. We have to trust him. He tried to restrain his emotions and held his wife tightly in his arms. How could he not know that this was a pain that he could not bear as a parent, but as the head of the Qin family, he could not just watch his clan members go to their deaths, much less watch the Qin family fight to the death. The Qin family's hibernation today is only for the dragon to soar into the sky in the coming day. Gulp. 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 3 kowtowing sounds came from outside the door. It was Qin Feng who came and kowtowed 3 times outside his parents' door. Windy. Yun Shiryu completely tensed up and wanted to open the door to see her son one last time. But he was stopped by Qin Tian, and now that Yun Shiryu was allowed to see Qin Feng, the scene would definitely be out of control. Wouldn't it be a lost cause if we attracted other people to gather around then? Father, mother, the child is gone. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng got up and left the Qin family without looking back. My son! Yun Xia cried her heart out in Qin Tian's arms, constantly pounding on Qin Tian's chest. That was a piece of meat that fell off her body, and now she had to watch him go and suffer, being chased by all sorts of people, so how could she bear it off? Come to the gate of the Qin family. Qin Feng felt the cool breeze of the night and turned back to look at the Qin family once again. Came to this world for 8 years, where he felt the warmth of home, the love of relatives and friends. In order to protect this home, he must leave here. Desolation. Little sister, little daughter-in-law, I, Qin Feng, am here. Ha! Qin Feng froze on the spot when he saw the crooked-necked tree at the door. Just like the small tripod, it couldn't be seen before, but now with the help of the heavy pupil, it was seen that it contained an extremely terrifying energy. Dilapidated, desolate. It was as if it didn't belong to this world, coming across hundreds of epochs. Good lord, the chosen one is really unreasonable. Qin Feng looked at the supreme bone in his hand speechlessly. Compared to old Grandpa Xiaoding and the mysterious crooked-necked tree, the supreme bone appeared to be only a bottom of the pile existence. Just then, the beginning ancestor's spaced-out voice transmission reached Qin Feng's ears. Child, it will soon be dawn, and the Qin clan's hunting order for you will spread throughout the desolate ancient world, so where do you plan to go? To the Yin Moon dynasty. Qin Feng looked ahead with great righteousness, stating that he was going to the most dangerous place. Ever since the Yin dynasty was reformed 100 years ago, it was different from other dynasties, a bit of a latter-day presidential system, no longer hereditary, but rather, those who can do it. He, a traitor of the Qin family, believed that the other party would be very interested. Most importantly, the Yin dynasty was getting stronger and stronger after the reforms, and it was inevitable that it would challenge Xia, the former boss, and going undercover by himself would be considered as adding a safeguard to the Qin family's future. As for what 3 of the 4 great beauties of desolate antiquity came from the Yin imperial dynasty, he said that he was not interested at all. Son, make sure you come back alive. The beginning ancestor struggled to restrain his emotions and was touched by Qin Feng. He's only 8 years old. Everything is for the family. The family is ashamed of him. Ding dong, such a hypocritical villain should be applauded here. Congratulations to the host for doubling his carry on space. Who the hell is hypocritical? He is the hope of the Qin family. Qin Feng ruthlessly despised the system in his heart, telling it not to speak if it couldn't. Just then, a cry of alarm came from the Qin family. Come on people, the second prince has been attacked. Chapter 18 Expulsion from the Qin family. The originally silent night instantly turned noisy. After hearing that the second son Qin Hao had been attacked, the entire Qin family immediately thought that the great Xia imperial clan couldn't afford to engage in a sneak attack, and all of them angrily took out their weapons in preparation for this person to be broken into pieces. And when they saw Qin Hao, their anger was even more instantly full. The world actually have such a ruthless person, living a 5-year-old child's supreme bone to the digging out. This is not only cruel, but also cut off the future hope of their Qin family. If this can be tolerated, uncle cannot tolerate it. Auntie can tolerate it, but I can't. But when the crowd heard the murderer, they were completely dumbfounded. Qin Fong. How can it be? Who doesn't know that the Qin family's eldest son treats people politely, is gentle, hardworking, and has excellent character, and has shown an extremely high level of cultivation since he was a child, making him the perfect candidate for the next generation of family head in everyone's mind? How could one do such a cruel thing, digging out his brother's supreme bone with his own hands? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Qin family members shook their heads back and forth, killing themselves not believing that it was Qin Fong. Although Qin Fong often bullied Qin Hao, but in their view it was completely normal play between children, usually the brothers can be close, how could they do such cruel things? That's him, the rebellious son. Qin Tian's pain, anger and other emotions were intertwined on his face, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Originally, he had a happy and fulfilling family, but it was because of the great Xiao royal family that caused their father and son to be separated. I can only watch my 8-year-old son struggle to survive outside, but I can't give him any help, and my 5-year-old son suffers the pain of digging up his bones and breaking his bones. How could he not be angry as a father? But he could no longer control it, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. As the head of the Qin family, he bears too much, but cannot tell others, can only carry these burdens alone to go forward. Master of the house. The Qin family members were shocked and finally believed that it was Qin Feng's doing. As the head of the Qin family, the first family of the desolate ancient world, Qin Tian's cultivation was absolutely unfathomable, but just like this, he was still infuriated to the point of vomiting blood, so it could be seen how much pain this matter had brought him. The heart of the hand are all meat, but the hands and feet of each other, on which parents cannot bear it. Just then, the voice of the Qin family's second ancestor rang out. Qin Fong was jealous, digging up the brother's supreme bone for his own use, committing a heinous crime. Not only did he not know how to repent when the matter was revealed, but he also injured the guards and fled from the Qin family. In the name of the Qin family's second ancestor, I declare that the rebellious son of Qin Fong will be expelled from the Qin family, and issue the Qin family's hunting order, life and death. Expelled from the family? Live or die. The Qin clan's crowd was in a state of shock, expecting the second ancestor to be able to cast a net over them. Now that Qin Hao's supreme bone had been ruined, if they lost Qin Fong, a great emperor's capital, how could their Qin family still have the capital to win in the world of great struggles? This son's character is not worthy of being a disciple of my Qin family. The second ancestor forced his trembling voice to say the most disobedient words in this life. If Qin Fong doesn't deserve it, who else is worthy to be a disciple of the Qin family? At this time, the sun rises slowly over the horizon. The Qin clan patriarch and the others stood on top of the Qin clan's tower, eyeing the distant figure of the child. He will carry the expectations of the entire Qin family on his back and go through many trials and tribulations, as if dancing on the tip of a knife, and if he is not careful, he will be shattered and fall into the abyss of 10,000 feet. But they couldn't help him, and everything was left to him, on his own, on his young shoulders. Isn't that a cruel decision? He's only 8 years old. The 10th ancestor couldn't control it any longer, and tears welled up in his eyes. As Qin Feng's great-grandfather, from a young age he brought up, and Qin Feng's feelings are naturally not ordinary, so that he looked at the child outside the difficult to survive, his heart is like a knife twisting hard. Since ancient times, males have had many trials and tribulations. It's true that he's 8 years old, but his mind and cultivation is not something that can be compared to that of an 8-year-old child. The beginning ancestor's gaze was firm as he looked at the disappearing figure. He believed that this child would come back safely, carrying the Qin family's expectations back and bringing back supreme honor for the Qin family. Don't worry, don't forget he was born with a blood moon. The second ancestor opened his mouth to comfort, reminding everyone of the scene of Qin Feng's birth. With the blood moon demon's emergence, I'm afraid that the desolate ancient is going to be in chaos, and the great struggle is coming soon. Soon. The tragedy of the Qin family spread, leaving the world in dismay. The Qin family's eldest son was jealous of his brother's talent and dug out the supreme bone with his own hands, and afterward he was expelled from the family without any remorse, and he was also given an order to hunt down and kill him in Arakan. The powerful news and shocking content was like dropping a boulder on the calm water surface, immediately spreading throughout the entire draconic ancient. It also reached the ears of the Xiao emperor, who hastily summoned the civil and military officials. Really, it can't be the Qin family's bitter trick. The news has been confirmed. The Qin family's oldest two were indeed dug up for supreme bones, and the family head Qin Tian was even so angry that he spat blood from his mouth and fell flat on his face. The Qin family's boss is really a ruthless person. Even his own brother was able to lay his hands on him. Cultivation is meant to be weak and strong. What's wrong with your own brother? The Qin family's two great heavenly prides, one crippled and the other escaping, truly the heavens have helped my Daxia. The Qin clan is no longer a threat, war can be avoided. The Qin family boss is still alive, he has the supreme bone which is equally threatening, he must be exterminated to be safe. This son is not enough to worry about, from the moment he dug out the supreme bone, he was doomed to not reach the top. That's right, he's doubtful of his own power, his invincibility is lost, and he's not enough to worry about. The Daxia Emperor was sitting high above the dragon chair, and everything seemed like a dream. Last night still discussing with the ministers how to quickly break the Qin family, who knows that this morning the Qin family is not broken, the two heavenly prides will both fall off the altar, the great summer royal family is still spring and autumn flourish. Ah, good, good. The Emperor of Daxia couldn't help but laugh out loud and decided to choose a consort to celebrate. At this time, Qin Fong was leisurely riding a small donkey on the road to the Inu imperial dynasty. Finally saved up 1,000,000 villain points. Qin Fong looked at the 1,156,500 villain points displayed by the system and decisively spent 1,000,000 villain points to exchange for the realm of great perfection. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 1,000,000 villain points to redeem the Great Perfection 100% fit card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the Grand Perfection 100% fitting card, the 33 Heavens creation technique has reached 100% fit. Qin Feng's mind was like an explosion of thunder, the entire person was in a state of unconsciousness, he could clearly feel the laws of the heavens and earth, and he had a deeper understanding of the 33 Heavens creation technique. The simple explanation is that originally he could only use 60% of his body's strength, and now he can use 100% of his own strength, which can be said to have a qualitative leap in strength. This is the realm of great perfection. Qin Feng returned to his senses and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion, finally experiencing the joy of the chosen one. If he were to face Lin San again, he was confident that he could beat him so much that his mother wouldn't even recognize him without using the heavenly chopping sword drawing technique, provided that he didn't have many opportunities during this period of time. Just then, a jia laughter came from the front. Little girl, don't be afraid, as long as you let a few of our brothers have a cold war on you, we'll let you go. How? A hero saving the day. Qin Feng froze in place on the spot. This is a benefit that he, a villain, can enjoy. Chapter 19, Let Go of the Girl. Swoosh. Qin Feng leapt up from the little donkey and landed on a big tree a few hundred meters away. From afar, I saw a group of pugilistic line of big men surrounded by a purple-clothed girl, delicate features, bright and beautiful, violet-colored skirt wrapped around the body, the skirt is glittering, such as the flow of the moonlight light diarrhea on the ground, the side of the skirt leaks out of the slender white tender calves. I'll go, Master Chang back. Qin Feng was so excited that he almost burst into tears, he hadn't seen this kind of costume in how many years. Ever since he came to this metaphysical world, he hadn't seen a young lady similar to the kind of cool dress on the little broken station for 8 whole years. Third-rate dancing plus second-rate music plus first-rate body equals dirty self. Bang! Only the purple-clothed girl was the first to attack, striking out with a palm strike as if it were a taiji. But it didn't have the killing power that was imagined, and only caused a big man to take 2 steps back, not causing any substantial damage at all. Transcendent Realm Triple. A sneer appeared at the corner of the big man's mouth, and his lanky figure rushed towards the young girl. No good. The purple-clothed girl was obviously still too young and inexperienced in actual combat, and when she saw the other party coming in strong, she immediately panicked, and for a while, she actually didn't know what to do. Just when Qin Feng thought it was his turn to make an appearance, he was ready to yell out to let go of the girl. Clang! A crisp sword chirp of a sword coming out of its sheath suddenly rang out, accompanied by an overpowering fluctuation of sword chi. What a familiar sheathing sound! The figure of Lin San inexplicably surfaced in Qin Feng's mind, very similar to the sound of his sword chirping when he unsheathed it. That's not true. If Lin San hadn't followed Lin Xian back to the city of the Heavenly Heart, how could he still be staying in the eastern region of the Grand Xia? Wow! Only to see a black shadow breaking through the air, where the sword light passed, hot blood splattered, a big man in the touch of defense, on the spot was led to the box meal. When the black shadow fell, it wasn't Lin San. It's really him. Qin Feng's eyes lit up on the spot, and in his heart, he called out, Lin San, I love you. He had thought that after leaving the Qin family, he would be depressed for a long time. After all, the chosen one is not a cabbage on the side of the road, just go to the ground and pull one if you want to. But with the villain's aura, the protagonist actually comes forward. And so on. Why does that sound weird? In broad daylight in a clear sky, you and the others are actually bullying a little girl. Lin San held a 3-foot-long sword, posing as an extremely pretentious righteous man, standing on the moral high ground to criticize the scum in front of him. Dare to kill my brother. A few other big men's anger values were instantly full, and they couldn't help but rush up to avenge their brother's death. Roar! They were like tigers descending a mountain, attacking with extreme swiftness and force. Seek death. Lin San's gaze was extremely stern, and the longsword in his hand shot out violently. Hiss! The longsword turned into a stream of light and plunged straight into the body of a big man. Terrifying strength erupted on the tip of the sword, and the sharp sword chi broke through the big man's chest. Inserted into it, blood gushed out. The choking smell of blood spread quickly, angering the other big men even more. However, Lin San was not afraid in the slightest, rushing up with great strides and drawing his longsword to continue chopping, and several more columns of blood surged wildly. Transcendent 4. Xin Feng frowned at the side and realized that Lin San's cultivation level had broken through. There was also the fact that his swordsmanship was sharper and faster than last time, so it was clear that he hadn't been idle for a while. It was just that he was a bit confused as to why Lin San hadn't returned to the city of Heavenly Heart with Lin San, and what exactly he wanted to do by staying in the Qin family's territory. Boy, we really underestimated you. The only 3 remaining big men finally reacted, knowing that they had run into a heavenly pride, the kind of heavenly pride that challenged over the levels as if they were drinking water. Not daring to have the slightest hesitation, the 3 big men ate an elixir. It's the Berserker Dan. Lin San's face changed violently as he quickly rushed up with his sword. He still knew about the Berserk pill, which could double one's battle power after taking it, but the side effect was the loss of 10 years of longevity. Originally, the cultivation of these big men was just a little bit stronger than him, and it was nothing to overcome them with the protagonist's aura. But if he took the Berserker pill, he would win miserably even if he won. It was necessary to kill them all before the Berserker Dan took effect. Just then, a sword chi that seemed to be able to cut through the heavens and earth came, and the powerful wind struck Lin San's face fiercely. Before Lin San could react, Xin Feng's silhouette swept past, like a lone hawk crossing the sky, and the long sky divine sword in his hand erupted with dark, watery sword light. In a flash of lightning, Xin Feng's sword had returned to its sheath. You! The pupils of the 3 big men shrunk violently, and their burly physiques collapsed to the ground. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing 3 people and gaining 300 villain points. What a terrifying sword move! A drop of sweat slowly slid down Lin San's forehead. Even though it was not the first time he had seen the Jintian sword drawing technique, he could still feel the terror of the sword. If Xin Feng had come at him just now, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have the time to react. In fact, Xin Feng hadn't thought of beheading Lin San to have a big explosion, but the chances of an accident were too high, so it was better to mix with him as an old six and give him a shot from time to time to be the safest. Brother Lin, what a coincidence! Xin Feng turned around rather dashingly, revealing a harmless smile. Brother Qin, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Lin San obviously hadn't heard about Qin Feng's bone digging and naturally cupped his fists and greeted him. Many thanks to the 2 gentlemen for rescuing me, little lady. Zi Kite pays her respects. The purple-clothed girl also rushed over to thank them, giving a big salute to the 2 of them, looking at Lin San with a feeling of love at first sight. As for Qin Feng, he directly ignored it. What could a little kid know? Holy, that's too much of a distinction. Xin Feng was completely speechless and had a whole new perception of the protagonist's unreasonableness. Miss Z Kite is polite, seeing injustice on the road is something we cultivators do. Lin San once again put on a righteous look. See, Qin Feng is constantly rolling his eyes, but the opposite side of the purple kite is very eat this said, full of little stars in the eyes is close to say to the body. Dum dum da. Only to see a large man, who was still alive, shoot a cloud-piercing arrow into the sky. A large tiger character exploded in the air and could be seen for hundreds of miles around. It's the logo of the Wahoo Gang. As the future hope of the Qin family, Xin Feng naturally knew the forces in his own territory like the back of his hand. The Wahoo Gang was an 18-stream small force in the Qin family's territory, with tens of thousands of men under their command, and the gang leader's cultivation was above the transcendent mortal realm and the spiritual martial realm. Because he paid tribute to the Qin family every year, the Qin family didn't bother with him. The big man spat out blood from his mouth while laughing openly. Our gang master is at the 3rd level of cultivation of the spirit martial realm. No matter what kind of heavenly pride you are, you will all die. Spirit martial realm 3rd level. Violet Kite's eyes were filled with worry, wanting to get out of here as soon as possible. Don't worry, Miss Violet Iris, we'll be fine. Lin San patted his chest with a confident assurance. If he hadn't encountered Qin Feng, he might have taken Z Kite and hurriedly run away, but now that he had encountered the Qin family's Grand Duke, what's the point of running away, waiting for them to come over and kneel down and beg for tempering? Why, you're very brave. Go for it. Qin Fong resolutely did not give the chosen son the opportunity to pretend, pulling the little hand of Miss Purple Kite rushed to run away. Chapter 20, Qin Fong, owe my success to myself. Lin San stood awkwardly, not knowing what to do for a moment. If you don't go, you're bragging. But if you go, you're just giving away your head. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin San still felt that his dog's life was more important, and shamelessly followed Qin Fong to run away. Seeing this scene, Violet Kite's eyes were filled with disappointment. There is no such thing as a teenage girl who is not pregnant, there is no such thing as a teenage girl who does not worship a hero. I thought that I had met my true love, but I didn't realize that he was just a teenager who loved to blow his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for interrupting the chosen one from pretending to be a goddess, preventing him from gaining the goddess favor and gaining 500 villain points. That's okay. Qin Fong immediately came to the spirit, as if LSP had unlocked a new posture again. Lin San, still wanting to try and salvage his image, opened his mouth and asked, Brother Qin, I don't understand, with your status why did you run? It's easy. Qin Fong said in a serious manner, I'm not the kind of power to bully the rich son, rely on the ancestors of the remaining and live as not a real man. A Qin Fong can today rely on my own, I want to rely on their own hands to fight a piece of heaven. Brother Qin. Lin San began to admire Qin Fong a little in his heart, a second generation he had never seen before. Violet Kite's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, not expecting this little brat to have higher aspirations than the sky. The Qin family. The old ancestors of the Qin family were meeting. Ever since Qin Fong had left, they had realized that the 30 million spirit stones in the treasury had disappeared. It wasn't even ordinary spirit stones, it was an extremely refined spirit stone. One piece was worth 1,000 ordinary spirit stones. Even if the Qin family was the absolute controller of the eastern region of the Great Summer, it would still take 5 years to save up. 10 ancestors reported, according to the treasury steward, only Windy had been to the treasury that day. Then it should be him. There wasn't much expression on the beginning's face, and it was obvious that he had already guessed who had done it. The 10th ancestor was puzzled, but the question is, how did he empty 30 million extreme spirit stones? That's a mountain. Even with the largest storage bag it would take several hundred of them. He wouldn't dare to come up with such a bold plan if he didn't have some skills. The beginning ancestor smiled and waved his hand. Forget it, it's for his own children anyway, so don't keep vocalizing it. Yes. 10 ancestors nodded his head to understand, and then said with a desire to speak, there is one more thing. Xiao Tian, he has been depressed after vomiting blood, and this child Shiryu has also been crying non-stop. Ugh, it's hard to be a parent. The beginning ancestor sighed and thought for a moment. With Xiao Tian's current mental condition, I'm afraid it's difficult for him to take up the position of the family head. It's better to find someone to take over Xiao Tian's position as the family head, and don't let anyone bother them, let them live in peace and quiet. Hopefully, they'll be able to come out as soon as possible. I'm on it. The 10 ancestors nodded and turned to leave. Soon. The Qin family then announced the candidate for the new family head, making everyone think that the matter was related to Qin Fong. Qin family lost 2 heavenly pride in a row. Qin Tian is a father and the head of the family cannot be blamed. The original lively family head of the compound has also become unusually cold. No longer have people take the initiative to pay a visit to the door. Daiki, I've come to see you. Qin Hao came to the crooked neck tree with a small pale face, and finally pulled through with his tenacious vitality, fading a bit more tender than before, and adding a bit more perseverance to his eyes. He would show his brother by his actions that he was wrong, dead wrong. True power is the belief in one's own invincibility, not the doubt of one's own power. Look guys, isn't that the second prince of waste? When a few brats saw Qin Hao, they couldn't help but let out a scoffing sound. The previous Qin Hao was an existence they couldn't afford to climb up to, and now that he had fallen into the mire he had to come up and step on a few feet. The anger in Qin Hao's heart seemed to be ignited, and he wanted to go up and teach these people a lesson, but then he suddenly remembered what his brother had once said, even if a dragon swims in the shallows that's still a true dragon, and sooner or later, it will re-dragonize the 9 heavens. Brother, why? Qin Hao deflated his mouth and wanted to cry, then remembered that night. At this time, Qin Fong couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and asked Lin San why he hadn't returned to the heavenly heart city with Lin San. I'm going to go back after all the experience. Lin San answered quickly, as if he had rehearsed it beforehand. Adventures. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously not believing his bull. As a 10-year-old bookworm, he can responsibly say that the protagonist's mouth, lying ghost. They said on their lips that they were going out to experience, but they were all rushing towards some relics, treasures, and young ladies, and anyway, they never returned empty-handed every time they went out. I also came out to practice. Z-Kite said with a bit of a heartbeat. You've been practicing too. Xin Feng glanced at it, still clearly not convinced. With his 10-year-old bookworm's experience, any beautiful woman who was heroically rescued down by the protagonist was most likely a capricious young lady who ran away from home and also possessed many wasteful attributes such as being unable to take care of herself. It's also because of the dog protagonist's undying devotion to Miss Waste that he capitalizes on his blatant weakness later in life. It's getting late, let's find a place to rest for the night. Lin San saw that Xin Feng had no intention of leaving, so he could only find a cave where he first planned to rest for the night. Yes. Violet Kite clapped her hands happily. After seeing the evils of the jungle, she realized how much of a vegetable she was. But she still had the heart of a warrior woman who had broken into the world, so she had to follow these two men with a deadpan. Typical and vegetable and fun-loving. Soon. Night falls and bonfires are lit. Lin San, as the chosen son, naturally acted high and mighty, grabbing unknown chicks and then roasting them alone, completely ignoring the fact that Z-Kite was a waste of space who couldn't take care of herself. Just as Violet Iris stood in place wrapping her fingers around her head, awkwardly unsure of what to do. Xin Feng handed her the roasted chicken and said in the guise of a warm man, "You eat my bird again." Thanks. Miss Purple Kite was so excited that she thanked her, and she didn't care about any ladylike image to pick up and nibble on it. Apparently really hungry and now eating whatever chicken tastes good. Now that I've eaten my chicken, I should be able to eat her soft food in the future. Xin Feng was still quite looking forward to this investment, and then turned the system on, preparing to use up the lottery opportunity obtained from digging up his brother's supreme bone. Wow! The raffle carousel reappeared in front of the eyes and began to wobble and spin as well. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the divine stealing technique, fetch from space. Xin Feng's demeanor began to drift off, and he could clearly feel the changes in the space around him, as if he could grab what he wanted with a single stretch of his hand, even if it was protected by layers and layers of tight protection, he could easily grab it. Is this an epiphany? Lin San sensed Xin Feng's change and was truly surprised by him in his heart. He had always felt that his being a servant was nothing more than a kind of life sprinkling, as he was a one-in-a-million supreme heavenly pride with a pride of his own. But since meeting this Qin family's eldest son, he realized how ridiculous his pride was. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for striking the chosen one's self-confidence and gaining 10,000 villain points. Xin Feng remained in a trance as if he didn't hear it, and when he came to his senses he realized that Lin San and Z-Kite had finished eating and were sitting on the ground meditating and resting. I don't know if it's out of curiosity or to try out a new skill. Only to see him reach out to the purple kite, hand immediately more than a red belly band embroidered with ducks, can still feel the residual warmth on it. Chapter 21, Eliminate the correct answer first. This. Xin Feng immediately branched out, stating that he really wasn't that kind of casual person. At this time, Violet Kite's body trembled slightly, as if she also sensed that something was missing. Concerning his image as a proper gentleman, Xin Feng casually put the duckling into his carry-on space, then pretended to be in a trance as he was having an epiphany. After Violet Kite opened her eyes, she looked panicked and covered her chest. What's going on? Why had his own personal clothing disappeared into thin air? Apart from her, there were only two men left in the cave, Xin Feng and Lin San. The first thing that could be ruled out was Xin Feng. What did he know as an 8-year-old kid? What's more, Xin Feng was still in the midst of his epiphany, making it even more impossible, so it could only be Lin San. Still pretending to me here. Z-Kite looked at Lin San, who was meditating with a red face. Her anger value was rubbing up. Apart from the shyness of a daughter's family, there was more anger of a daughter's family. I didn't realize he was such a lowlife. Shameless rascal, give me back my stuff. Z-Kite's little universe eventually exploded, getting up and raising her hand to reward Lin San with a big mouth. What the hell? Lin San woke up with a confused look on his face, not understanding why Z-Kite had smacked him. Sister Z-Kite, what did brother Lin take from you? Xin Feng also woke up obediently and inquired with a face full of innocence. Z-Kite is really not good to say that it is a belly button. Angry stomping feet ran out of the cave, disappeared in the night. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully planting the chosen one, causing him to gain the dislike of girls and gaining 500 villain points. Good thing I'm resourceful. Xin Feng was relieved in his heart and felt more and more that the system was immodest. Knowing full well that he was a proper gentleman, and giving him this kind of immodest skill to pump out, wasn't it clear that he was trying to ruin the glorious image he had erected over the years? Ah! A scream came from Violet Kite, clearly in danger. No good, something's wrong. Lin San didn't care why Z Kite smacked him, grabbing the long sword at his side and quickly rushing out of the cave. No, right? Just came a loathing, and over here comes a chance to heroically pretend to boost favorability. Xin Feng became more and more speechless at the chosen son's unreasonableness, so he simply stopped pretending, his feet stomped violently, and his figure rushed out of the cave as quickly as an arrow off the string. As the man who was motivated to become the fastest man in the wasteland, his speed was not blown out of proportion. Even if Lin San was allowed to run 100 meters first, he would easily catch up. What kind of stance is this? Lin San was shocked beyond belief as he watched, only to see Xin Feng float past his head. Normal Transcendent Mortal Realm cultivation of body techniques would at most make one's speed faster, but Xin Feng's body technique was not only as light as a swallow, stepping on snow without a trace, but also allowed his body to glide several hundred meters in the air, and his toes tapping to use the force to fly a few hundred meters away again. It could be said that Xin Feng's stance had the preliminary ability to fly. Roar! A powerful hissing sound rang through the night sky, causing the air to stir and even the earth to shake a little. Demonic beasts! Xin Feng frowned slightly and landed on the treetops. Standing tall and raising his eyes, he saw that 100 meters away, Violet Kite was being forced to retreat back and forth, and a demonic beast shaped like a fierce tiger-shaped beast was roaring ferociously at her. Embodied 2 feet long, the tiger's mouth was half a meter long with 2 sharp teeth, oozing with a metallic light, obviously sharp, the most special long hair on the body, as hard as steel. The toothed tiger demonic beast. A large fierce tiger demonic beast, judging from its aura, had the strength of a transcendent mortal 9. Brother Qin, we need to join forces to do so. Lin San finally arrived and saw the toothed tiger demonic beast with a grave expression on its face. Due to the difference in system and living environment, the same level of demonic beasts are much stronger than human beings, especially those carnivorous demonic beasts are not only stronger than cultivators, but also more ferocious. Right now with him at Transcendent Mortal 4, Xin Feng at Transcendent Mortal Realm 2, and a Trashy Missy at Transcendent Mortal Realm 3, it would definitely be a vicious battle against the Transcendent Mortal 9-Toothed Tiger Demonic Beast. That's all it takes to join forces. Xin Feng was not in the habit of giving the chosen one a supporting role and finally watching him save the day by pretending to pick up girls. Besides, his great mighty heavenly dragon was the nemesis divine skill of the demon race, so he didn't need to think about anything at all, just do it and be done. Z-Kite couldn't help but gulp. Just now if it wasn't for Xin Feng holding her and dodging, she was afraid that she would have already become a snack for the toothed tiger demonic beast. Roar! The toothed tiger demonic beast was obviously grumpy after its pounce and once again lunged towards Xin Feng. Lin San shouted sharply from the side, "Brother Qin, stop being capricious, we can only defeat it by joining forces." You're really annoying. Looking at the toothed tiger demonic beast that was like a giant mountain swooping down, a little bit of coldness surged in Xin Feng's black eyes. If earlier his gaze was as stern as a blade, at this moment his gaze was as venomous as a poisonous snake. At the moment when the sharp claws of the toothed tiger demonic beast were about to slap Xin Feng, the long sky sword Excalibur in Xin Feng's hand was sheathed like lightning. The chanting heavenly sword drawing technique. Clang! The crisp sound of the sheathed sword resounded through the forest, and the sword light briefly illuminated the dark night, and the toothed tiger demonic beasts that came barreling across the forest seemed to have stood still. Hoo-hoo! Xin Feng couldn't help but gasp for air as his arms began to tremble uncontrollably. Put! Only to see the body of the toothed tiger demonic beast crumbled out of a bone-deep wound, blood was even more like no money madly gushing out. However, due to the huge difference in levels between the two sides, this sword did not decapitate the toothed tiger demonic beast, but instead completely galvanized its ferocity. Roar! The toothed tiger demonic beast let out an angry hissing sound, causing a stirring in the air as its huge mountain-like body rushed across the room towards Xin Feng. Large trees about the thickness of several people's waists kept crumbling along the way, bringing a strong sense of oppression. Mr. Qin, be careful! Violet Kite immediately exclaimed, and her heart jumped into her throat. Brother Qin, don't panic, I'm coming. Lin San quickly flew forward with his sword in hand, clearly an act of head-grabbing. Damn, trying to steal heads. Xin Feng exploded a nationalist in his heart and no longer hid his clumsiness, pinching out a finger decision. Dawei Tianlong, World Honored Earth Store. Chapter 22, Selling Your Teammates. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the forest, and golden light lit up the night sky. Bang! Only to see Qin Feng's chi sinking into his dantian and slapping out a palm, a dull sound suddenly resounded in the forest. The toothed tiger demonic beast that came flying was like a kite with broken strings, landing with a bang and lifting up leaves all over the ground, twitching a few times before finally dying of gas. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for stopping the chosen one from pretending, preventing him from gaining girl favor and gaining 500 villain points. What kind of move is this? Lin San's eyes stared like bronze bells, as if he had seen a ghost. He had thought that Qin Feng's heavenly chopper sword drawing technique was already terrifying enough, but he hadn't expected that this move, the great mighty heavenly dragon, was even more terrifying than the heavenly chopper sword drawing technique, and that a single move would actually be able to sick the transcendent mortal 9th level toothed tiger demonic beast on him. Even if the toothed tiger demonic beast had been seriously injured at this time, the Transcendent Mortal 2 cultivation to kill a Transcendent Mortal 9 demonic beast in seconds was not an ordinary impact on him as the first sword after 100 years. Mr. Qin is so powerful. Zikite's eyes were filled with dissimilarity, and her favorability towards Qin Feng increased greatly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for stopping the chosen one from pretending to be a pussy, preventing him from gaining the goddess's favor and gaining 500 villain points. Hoo, that's 500 points earned. Qin Feng exhaled deeply and was completely paralyzed with exhaustion. The great mighty heavenly dragon's damage to the demon race is indeed high, but the consumption is equally horrifying, just like his ex-girlfriend who had a dozen consecutive cold wars, and his legs were soft like floating. Pop. Pop. Snap. A round of applause rang out, and the three men immediately looked on alert. Only to see a scarred man with a group of juniors walk out from the forest, and by looking at their clothes, they knew that they were people from the Weihu gang. Young warrior, what a good stance. The scarred man swept his gaze over the three, and coldly asked, if I'm not mistaken, you are the ones who killed my Weihu gang's disciples. If you don't give an explanation today, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Account for it. Not waiting for Lin San to open his mouth, Qin Feng arrogantly and haughtily said, you want an explanation from my big brother Lin San, you don't have a problem, do you? Let me tell you, we do things, that's it. Put. Lin San almost spat out a mouthful of blood, stating that he was not familiar with Qin Feng at all. Big brother, I'll go down and rest for a while, I'll leave these few scums to you. Qin Feng took Zikite's small hand and turned to leave, not forgetting to arrogantly give a middle finger before leaving. Good guts. The scarred man's face instantly grimaced, feeling that the small universe could not be suppressed. Originally, when he saw the image of Qin Feng battling the toothed tiger demonic beast, he knew that the other party was a peerless heavenly pride amongst the 10,000, and that everyone just needed to go through the motions and give him a leg up, so that he could have an explanation in front of the other juniors. But instead of giving him face, the other party slapped him twice in front of his little brother. If this can be tolerated, Uncle cannot tolerate it. Auntie can tolerate it, but I can't. Misunderstanding. Lin San hurriedly explained, in fact, this brother of mine you all know, he is your master, the Qin family's Grand Duke, Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. He's Qin Feng. The crowd of the Weihu gang immediately exclaimed in shock. As a small power in the 18th line of the eastern region of the Grand Xia, naturally, he was not qualified to see the true face of the Qin family's Grand Duke, but he had heard about Qin Feng's deeds for a long time. Legendary Great Emperor's capital, the Qin family's future hope, 8-year-old breakthrough transcendent realm, self-created Jintian sword drawing technique to defeat the long sky sword god heir. A thing does not indicate its terrifying potential. I'm afraid that he is best known for digging up his brother's supreme bone and defecting from the Qin family. Now the Qin family has issued a hunting order. For him, anyone who can kill Qin Feng can take his corpse to the Qin family to receive 1 million extreme spirit stones, and those who capture him alive plus a heavenly. Yes. The Weihu gang disciples led the order and quickly went to chase after Qin Feng and the two of them. Hoo. A terrifying fluctuation of breath surged around the scarred man, causing the air around him to shake, and behind him, he also vaguely visualized a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests. 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm, he's the leader of the Weihu gang. Lin San immediately burst out, his heart crying out that he was finished. Only to see that the scarred man didn't give Lin San the slightest time to react. His feet fiercely stomped and took the initiative to launch an attack at Lin San. The tiger goes down. Very common moves, the scarred man is very skillful in its control, a simple style gives a horrible sense of oppression. Wherever it passed, sand and rocks rolled back and a crack spread out on the ground. Dang! An explosive sound of gold and iron clashing echoed through the forest, and the air shook violently with a whimpering sound. Only to see Lin San quickly draw his sword to resist. Both sides heavily collided together. The strong impact made his right arm slightly numb, and the long sword in his hand even came out of his hand. Surely not an ordinary cultivator. The scarred man was also shocked in his heart. The Transcendent mortal 4th level was actually able to block his spiritual martial 3rd level strike, and immediately increased his output, vowing to have a quick battle. No, it's too strong, can we only use that move? Lin San hated Qin Feng in his heart at this time, and had never seen this kind of old six who hurt people behind their backs. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for counting the chosen one and gaining 2,000 villain points. Qin Feng was pulling Z-Kite to run wildly through the forest, constantly praying that Lin San would fight for more time for them. If we leave like this, what about Mr. Lin, what about him? Violet Kite's face was filled with worry and was resistant to selling her teammates. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Qin Feng is just the opposite. Selling up his teammates is not at all ambiguous, and a few more chosen ones also expressed no pressure. But Z-Kite still wanted to say something, but a high sound of a sword suddenly came from behind him, and it was accompanied by a piercing sword light and an overpowering sword aura that swept through the entire forest. Whether it was the Weihu gang disciples chasing behind them or Qin Feng and Z-Kite who didn't react, they were directly hit by the storm of sword chi. Pust. Z-Kite sprayed out a mouthful of blood on the spot and fainted in Qin Feng's arms in the past. Test the cadres with this. Qin Feng looked at the purple kite in his arms and stated that he had reached his limit and was lying on the ground not wanting to move a bit. Soon the forest faded into darkness once more, and the grass beneath the trees began to grow vibrant with the faintly audible rustling of small animals tangling and playing. By the time the morning rolls around there will be a few more small white flowers, and when the wind blows, you can occasionally see the delicate red heart of the flower, which is the color of life. Chapter 23 Transplanting the Supreme Bone. The next day. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the tree branches and hit Z-Kite's small white face. Barf, barf. Violet Kite barked and rubbed her eyes to wake up. Just the next second she froze, seriously wondering if she was having an illusion, only to see that she was lying in Qin Feng's arms. The posture was quite ambiguous, as well as his hand was placed in a place where it shouldn't be. If she remembered correctly, and she shouldn't have, her ducklings weren't wearing them. Ah! A scream broke the silence of the morning and startled a flock of birds and animals in the forest. Why are you screaming so loud? Qin Feng woke up from his beautiful dream and didn't even admit to taking advantage of the situation. What can he know as a little kid, and what bad thoughts can he have? You. Z-Kite held her tongue for half a day, and really couldn't do anything about this little brat Qin Feng. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of a girl and gaining 200 villain points. Ah! Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and sensed that someone was coming. Rushing forward to cover Z-Kite's small mouth, he pulled her to quickly hide in the grass. For the sword light that suddenly appeared last night, he still felt palpitating in retrospect. It contained an extremely terrifying sword intent, as if it did not belong to the earth. Is it Lin San's bottom card? Qin Feng muttered in his heart, inexplicably feeling that it was Lin San. It was well known that Lin San had obtained the inheritance of the Long Sky Sword God, and in order to ensure the safety of his heir, it was reasonable to leave some means of preserving his life. Tap. 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 A rush of footsteps sounded. Only to see 5 Weihu gang juniors rushing in at the sound of the sound. Unlike last night, today they were all carrying injuries on their bodies to a greater or lesser extent. It was evident that they had also been attacked by the sword chi storm last night. The leading little brother opened his mouth and said, "It should be the young girl from last night. I think they have not gone far. Quickly go back to call people." Just before he finished his words, Qin Feng shot out of the grass as if he was an old 6. After recovering from last night's night, his blue bar was finally full and he could continue to wave again. Nodding his head, he drew his sword. The crisp, resounding sound of a sword being drawn rang out, and an icy chill swept through the entire forest. Hoo-hoo! A dark sword light flashed to the front, and the powerful sword wind energy flashed by. Pust! 5 channels of blood gushed wildly, and the figures of the 5 people were also like offline kites smashing down on the ground fiercely, their pupils shrinking slightly, and then gradually whitening, and their breath was all gone. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing 5 people and gaining 500 villain points. Is he really a child? Violet Kite looked on in awe. One sword killed 5 people without even batting an eyelid. Let's hurry. Qin Feng pulled Z-Kite's small hand and quickly left, knowing that the Weihu gang would definitely conduct a full-scale search for them later. At this time, not far away on a hillside, The Weihu gang leader, also known as the Scarred Man, had an incomparably gloomy face, and his right sleeve was even swinging in the wind, obviously empty inside, as he had lost his closest right hand. When Lin San chopped out that sword, he finally understood what heavenly pride was. If he hadn't decisively given up his right hand, I'm afraid he would have had to go straight to the box office. These heavenly prides are too terrifying. The Scarred Man felt his heart palpitating, but his heart was inexplicably exhilarated. Qin Feng's value was absolutely unquestionable, and Lin San also had an unimaginable inheritance on his body, so if he got it, he would be able to take his place in this desolate ancient. As for the purple kite, with money and strength, it is natural to have beauty with you as well. You can't lose if you have a bet. The Scarred Man agonized for a moment and decided to take the gamble. Winning, beauty at large. If he loses, the chrysanthemums and the little lives, as he chooses. A junior brother came to report, "Gang master, the teenager named Lin San has been found. A brother saw him open a relic and has now gone in. There are still ruins here." The Scarred Man was confused on the spot. He had been the king of the mountain here for decades and had never heard of any relics, so why did this Lin San discover a relic as soon as he arrived? Is it that he doesn't deserve it? Soon. The Scarred Man then called all the tens of thousands of disciples of the entire Weihu gang over, taking some of his own juniors to the ruins to check them out, while the rest went to the forest to search for Qin Feng and Zikite. Why do I feel that the other party is more or less looking down on me? Qin Feng brought Zikite all the way and encountered a bunch of small shrimps. The highest cultivator was only at the 7th or 8th level of transcendental mortality, and there was no Heaven's remarkable attribute enhancement, so he didn't even need the Heaven's slashing sword drawing technique, and he could easily be resolved with the 10 ancestors falling leaves flurry. Zikite replied, "It should be the sword that Mr. Lin used last night that made them take their main force against Mr. Lin." Lin San. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows as he discovered the blind spot. It was logical that the Scarred Man should have come to round him up with all his might for the sake of the Qin family's bounty, but now he was splitting his main force to deal with Lin San, which made some logical sense. Unless Lin San, at this time, was more valuable than him. Qin Feng sketched a bad smile at the corner of his mouth and muttered, "If I'm not wrong, it should be Lin San's aura opening up. The reason why this bastard stayed behind and didn't go back to the Heavenly Heart City with Lin San. I'm afraid it's for these treasures." "What are you muttering about?" Violet Kite asked curiously. "Nothing, let's go." Qin Feng pulled Zikite and started walking back in order to prove his suspicions. He now had to find Lin San as soon as possible and rob Hu before his aura fully opened. "Hey, you're crazy to go back knowing they're searching for us," Zikite hurriedly reminded, but Qin Feng could not help but put his arm around her small waist and used Phantom Shadow Prosperity to float and weave in and out of the forest. Woohoo! Violet Kite was defenseless and could only let this little brat do whatever he wanted. Not for a moment. Qin Feng then came to the place where he met the Scarred Man last night. The trees in a 1,000-meter radius had all been cut off, and there was a sword mark on the ground that was dozens of meters deep, so it was obvious how terrifying Lin San's undercard was. Is this really Mr. Lin's masterpiece? Violet Kite couldn't help but gulp, unable to imagine what kind of power. The Chosen One is much more terrifying than I thought. Qin Feng was secretly glad in his heart that he didn't get tough with Lin San. Otherwise, even if he possessed an undercard like the Heavy Pupil, I'm afraid that he might not be his opponent unless he used the red-haired old monster experience volume. No, I have to find a way to strengthen myself. Qin Feng took out his second brother's supreme bone from his carry-on space. A mysterious rune surged on it, and he could vaguely feel a force of heaven and earth contained within it. As long as one grafted it onto oneself, one could master this power of heaven and earth. This is... Zikite stared curiously at the supreme bone, wanting to ask Qin Feng what it was. But before she could open her mouth to inquire, she saw Qin Feng's gaze as harsh as a blade as he took out the long Sky Divine sword and stabbed it into his own chest, culling out his original bones and grafting the supreme bone on. Even though the blood flowed non-stop, he gritted his teeth and insisted without saying a word. You. Violet Kite was stunned by the scene in front of her, unable to imagine that a little kid would be so hard on himself. Chapter 24, Let the Bullets Fly. As a blood brother from the same mother, the supreme bone shouldn't reject me, right? Qin Feng's face was twisted and deformed from the pain, but he was still clenching his teeth. He knew that if he wanted to keep waving in this world, he not only had to be ruthless to others, but also to be more ruthless to himself. If you can't even bear this pain, how can you go around waving in the future? You're crazy. What kind of person stabs themselves with a sword? Zikite finally snapped out of her shock and rushed forward to bandage Qin Feng's wounds. Just before she could do anything, the wounds on Qin Feng's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within 10 minutes before and after, they were completely healed, not even leaving a scar. Ever since comprehending the third heaven of the 33 heavens creation skill, Qin Feng's self-healing ability became more and more perverse. Although he didn't dare to say that he had reached the rebirth of a broken limb, there was still no problem with the rebirth of a broken finger. What kind of monster are you? Violet Kite was stunned, and her heart couldn't calm down for even longer. It was even if an 8-year-old brat could cross the level of the challenge, but he also possessed such terrifying great killing moves as the heaven-slashing sword drawing technique and the great mighty heavenly dragon, and now he even possessed a superb self-healing ability. Nima. Taking out any one of these abilities would make the old monsters in the desolate ancients sweat. But now it was all focused on a single person, or a little kid whose age was only 8 years old, and looking at Lin San's terrifying sword last night, the world of great controversy was truly here. This term's absolute prides were all excessively strong. You're the monster now, your whole family is a monster. Qin Feng cursed and rolled his eyes as he began to trace the traces of Lin San's run last night. Wait for me. Violet Kite rushed after him, but didn't dare to be alone. It was necessary to follow Qin Feng around at all times to facilitate her being able to hug her thigh at any time. Not for long. The two of them avoided the searching disciples of the Weihu gang and came to a stone wall in the forest, only to see that there was a black vortex on the wall, as if it was a black hole that could devour everything. Relic! Qin Feng's eyes lit up and his heart cried out that he couldn't stand it. Regarding the relics, he had heard the 10 ancestors speak of them. They were small worlds opened up by those mighty ones, which would most likely hold the inheritance of the mighty ones, as well as the magic treasures they had used in their lifetime. Even if there were no inheritances or magic treasures, heavenly treasures could be bred inside. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the villain's mission to snatch the chosen one's chance treasure, rewarding him with a golden treasure chest one. No wonder I was ignored and ran to Lin San. Qin Feng had to lament a sentence in his heart. The chosen one was truly unreasonable. It was simply God chasing after and feeding him. In contrast, he, the villain, could only rely on his own hands to complete the task. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry in. Violet Kite was acting unusually hyper. She was a warrior woman who had come out to wander the world, and there was no reason not to enter when she came across the ruins. Not now. Qin Feng looked up at the time and found a secluded place to sit and cultivate. As a 10-year-old bookworm, he can responsibly say that going down with the protagonist is even harder than crossing the 99 heavenly tribulations. Teammates are easily sacrificed to the sky, and enemies are all toolmen. When the aura opens, it doesn't distinguish between the enemy and me. It's better to let the bullets fly for a while. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. What does that mean? Violet Kite hurried after him and asked. However, Qin Feng had no intention of answering, and had already settled down and started to enter a state of cultivation, and the surrounding aura slowly started to pour into his body. The supreme bone that had been transplanted into the body earlier also did not show any rejection reaction, and the mysterious runes surging on it began to travel within the body, from which a divine ability called the heavenly robbing light was birthed. This is the divine ability contained in the supreme bone. Qin Feng's 1-month enlightenment aura that he had redeemed last time was still there, and he began to try to perceive the heavenly tribulation light in the supreme bone. Bang! The void shook as the vast sea-like force of the heavens and earth swept towards Qin Feng, and in front of this force of the heavens and earth, everything in the world seemed so small. Qin Feng was having difficulty breathing, as if he was a climber moving upwards. Every step forward he could feel exponentially more pressure, his feet were struggling to walk, and his figure was constantly swaying. But what came with it was a deepening of the sense of the power of heaven and earth, and the kind of clarity in his heart became clearer and clearer. Although the supreme bone's ascension robbing light is good, it can only be used as a supplementary means. Qin Feng did not spend too much energy on the supreme bone and instead focused on his invincible heavy pupil. Right now, due to his limited cultivation, many of the heavy pupil's abilities had yet to be developed, and in addition to the perspective origin, he had only developed the two abilities of breaking down movements and slowing down his speed. Don't these heavenly prides have anything else to do besides cultivating? Zekite unhappily sat on the side with her hand on her cheek, wanting to enter the relics to take a risk but not daring to do so. She could only wait here for Qin Feng to wake up and take her in. Go! Her stomach growled indisputably, and Zekite wanted to eat Qin Feng's chicken again. Among the remains, Lin San was vigilant with his sword in one hand and walked forward with the map in the other. Originally, he had wanted to return to the city of Heavenly Heart with Lin San, but halfway there, he had inadvertently obtained a tattered map, which also happened to come together with the one he had on him to form a complete map, and the target relic also happened to be in the Qin family territory. It's not a coincidence. On the theory that it goes to whoever gets it first, he returns alone to search for the relics on the map. It was only when he met Qin Fong halfway and thought of the Qin family's influence in the east that he hesitated to open the relics for fear of being eaten up by the Qin family. Luckily, Qin Fong ran away with Z-Kite last night, giving him time to explore the ruins. Ah! There were screams here and there in the distance. Lin San only glanced back faintly, knowing that the Weihu gang's people had already entered the ruins. Unlike the Qin family, which only had its hands on the east, the Weihu gang posed no threat to him, and just the traps and the relics were enough for them to have a good drink. We still have to speed up, it'll be troublesome if the Qin family finds out. Lin San followed the guidelines on the map and managed to avoid a trap, heading straight to the treasure site in the ruins. Outside the ruins, Qin Fong had already been sitting in meditation and cultivating for a long time, and the spiritual energy in his body had reached a critical point. Bang! A dull sound came from within the body, and it was accompanied by a wave of air that swept away. It's over, the practice is over. The originally breathless Z-Kite immediately came to life, looking forward to Qin Fong roasting a chicken for her to eat later. Phew, Transcendent Realm Triple. Qin Fong exhaled a deep breath of turbid air and could clearly feel the changes in his body. If originally his aura could only shoot out 5 meters outside his body, after breaking through the third level of the Transcendent Mortal Realm he could shoot out 10 meters, and his power was even more powerful than before. Like a 40-year-old middle-aged man who pissed his shoes downwind, he turned into an 18-year-old lad who pissed 10 feet against the wind. Tap. 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 A rush of footsteps suddenly sounded, and thousands of Weihu gang disciples rushed out in all directions. No good, it's been discovered. Z-Kite full of panic pulled Qin Fong to hurry to escape, even if Qin Fong has the capital of a great emperor, but also cannot block each other so many people. Chapter 25, This is a place of great evil. Gentlemen, we have no grudges in the past, and we have no grudges in the recent past, not to. Z-Kite looked at the thousands of Weihu gang disciples around her, knowing that even the chances of escaping were zero. She could only try to keep a smile on her face and say that they hadn't killed any Weihu gang disciples, it was all because Lin San had done it. It doesn't matter anymore, our target is Qin Fong. Thousands of Weihu gang disciples were exuberant, looking at Qin Fong as if the LSP had met a great beauty. Why are they targeting you? Z-Kite hid behind Qin Fong feeling incomprehensible. Killing their Weihu gang disciples had nothing to do with it, but instead organizing thousands of people to siege Qin Fong. Qin Fong thought about it and said, it should be because I'm handsome. Violet Kite couldn't help but roll her eyes, not realizing that the little brat was quite self-absorbed. The leading squad leader spoke, Grand Prince Qin, you've been surrounded by us with nowhere to run, I advise you to hurry up and tie your hands, lest the swords have no eyes. Are you sure you're the ones who surrounded me? Qin Fong was not the least bit flustered in the face of thousands of dragon sets, and even had a kind of inexplicable excitement in his heart. Ever since he had refined the 9 swords of the Long Sky with the help of the 10 ancestors, he had been using the Long Sky Divine Sword against his enemies, thus neglecting the fact that it could also be split into 9 swords for group battles. This kid isn't sick, is he? The 1,000 disciples of the Weihu gang couldn't help but let out goose laughs, thinking that this Qin family's Grand Duke was more than a little sick in the head. Still sure you're surrounded by them? It was hard to believe that he had surrounded thousands of them by himself. If you won't surrender, then go. At the command of the leading squad leader, thousands of people rushed towards Qin Fong in black. It's over. Violet Kite closed her eyes in despair, not to mention how sad she felt in her heart. Especially since her stomach was still rumbling now, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat Qin Feng's chicken before she died. Buzz off! An ear-piercing sword chime sounded steeply. Only to see Qin Fong quickly pinch out a finger technique, the Long Sky Divine Sword in front of him split into 9 miniature small swords that floated in the air surrounding his body. 9 swords all out. Qin Fong pinched out another finger technique and pointed it at the thousands of people rushing towards him. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A large area of broken wind sound continuous, 9 swords like meteors quickly cut through the void, without any fancy movements, straight to the crazy harvesting heads. What is this thing? The crowd quickly realized that something was wrong, and as they watched people continue to fall, the fear in their hearts spread. Because the 9 swords are very small and miniature, but also God's ghost, so that people cannot be defended, not a moment to harvest hundreds of heads, but also no one can get close to Qin Fong. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for decapitating 1 person and gaining 100 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for decapitating one person and gaining 100 villain points. As heads continued to be harvested, the system sounded. Run, he's the devil. Finally, some people couldn't bear the fear in their hearts and turned around in horror and started to run away, also realizing that the Qin family's Grand Duke's ferocity had nothing to do with his age. With the short and quick speed of the sword, it's useless even if more people come. With the first fleeing, there is a second, a third. Fear began to spread, and no one thought about the bounty of the Qin family anymore, only thinking about hurrying to leave this big devil. Oh my god! Violet Kite covered her lips and exclaimed in shock, stunned by the scene before her. This is the legendary Jedi Pride. Even if he was surrounded by thousands of people, he would not be a match for him. Hoo. Qin Fong exhaled deeply and waved his hand to recall the 9 small swords. Don't look at him to kill up these dragon sets like cutting leeks, but the consumption of controlling 9 small swords is still very large, even if there is a heavenly treasure gourd to quickly return to the blue, but also can't hold on for too long. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a total of 232 people and gaining 23,200 villain points. Hoo. Qin Fong exhaled again to calm himself. Although the benefits from killing were very substantial, killing was also addictive and could easily lead one to the devil's path, so cultivators were very restrained to avoid falling into the devil's path. Of course, some people choose to actively fall into the demonic path for the sake of power. It's just that he's got the background and the hang-ups, so there's really no need to paint himself in smoky makeup and make himself look inhuman. Just then, a dozen figures appeared in the sky, only to be seen floating in the air with their feet on flying swords. Dao Entry Realm Cultivator. Z-Kite couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise as she wondered where the Dao Entry Realm Cultivator had come from. Dao Entry Realm Cultivators are the strongest above the spiritual martial realm. From the 2 words Dao Entry, it can be seen that they have already comprehended what the Dao is, and are considered to have truly stepped into the door of cultivation in search of immortality. Found you, Qin Fong. The dozen or so Entry Realm Cultivators looked at Qin Fong with the same eyes that LSP looked at the great beauty of the absolute world. Why, it's for you again. Z-Kite hurriedly hid behind Qin Fong, and could clearly feel that the other party was not coming from a good place. There's no need to think, it must be Lin San using my name to solicit outside. Qin Fong analyzed from the perspective of a 10-year-old bookworm, too familiar with the shameless tactics of the protagonists, who often use the villain's name to pull hatred for the villain outside in the spirit of the principle of sneering if they can't beat him or her. Anyway, he was dead set against admitting that he was a wanted man. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be this kind of person. Violet Kite hadn't seen the perils of society yet, and actually believed the words of this arch-villain. Let's go! Qin Fong watched a dozen or so Dao Entry cultivators kill, pulled Z-Kite and quickly rushed into the relics, intending to make it more difficult for Lin San. It was to brush the protagonist with a dozen or so great treasure swords. Relic! The dozen or so Dao Entry cultivators lit up before their eyes, and without the slightest resistance to the relics, they hurriedly drove their flying swords and rushed headlong into the relics. With a twirl of the sky, Qin Fong and Z-Kite entered the ruins, not much different from the outside world, with mountains, rivers, forests, and alternating sun and moon. This is the space opened up by the mighty. Qin Fong was stunned by the scene in front of him. He really didn't dare to imagine what kind of cultivation could create a small world. Let's hurry up, those guys are going to catch up soon. Z-Kite wasn't too surprised by this and pulled Qin Fong to quickly rush into the forest. At the same time, those cultivators who had rushed to the Qin clan's pursuit order also arrived one after another, and easily obtained Qin Feng's whereabouts from those escaping disciples of the Weihu clan, who had also discovered the relics. The news of the relics spread for a while, attracting countless treasure-seeking cultivators. Old me counts with my fingers, this is a place of great evil. Qin Fong saw so many people enter the relics treasure hunting, do not have to think also know that the difficulty of the copy must be very high, coupled with Lin San's protagonist aura, can live out of the absolute 1 out of 10. You also know how to tell fortunes? Z-Kite asked curiously. No way. Qin Fong skimmed the purple kite, this is a place of great evil. Chapter 26, Don't be soft. No way, you're still pretending here. Z-Kite couldn't help but give Qin Fong a blank look, her young age already revealing infinite flavor. You don't understand. Qin Fong had absolute confidence in himself. Any copy under the protagonist, as long as he followed the number of people entering, he would encounter unexpected dangers. In the end, only a handful of people managed to escape, and their hearts went around proclaiming the protagonist's pretentiousness. Ding! 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 A rush of fighting sounds rang out nearby, and it didn't take much thought to realize that someone was fighting over the treasure. Due to the fact that this relic had been closed for such a long time, many heavenly treasures had grown inside, and Qin Feng and Zikite had discovered some of them after entering the forest. But all of them are ordinary goods, far from fighting. Go see? Qin Feng asked tentatively, and in return, Zikite nodded her little head repeatedly in excitement. Also, to make sure that he would not be recognized, Qin Feng also wiped a bit of dust on his face and body, looking dusty and not like a son of any big family. Soon. Two people then sneaked to the scene, only to see several sets of people have killed red eyes, the ground lying dozens of corpses, the earth is even more blood-stained red. Not far from them was a vine with dozens of small tomato-like fruits that would flash red. It's the blood Bodhi. Zikite almost shouted out in excitement and could only control her emotions by pinching Qin Feng's arm. In fact, it was no wonder that she had such an expression, it was really because blood lindens were too rare. If heavenly materials were divided into the 4 grades of heaven, earth, basil, and yellow, then the blood linden was of the heavenly grade, or a rare variety of the heavenly grade. After taking it, it can not only heal the injury, but also enhance one's own power, with effects such as consolidating the essence and cultivating the vitality. The most amazing thing is that it can be used without limitations. There was no setting where the effect would be greatly reduced after having taken it once, making it a heavenly treasure that cultivators could only dream of. It was just that once the blood linden began to be harvested, its vines would wither rapidly, so it could not be farmed or transplanted, and could only be encountered by those with great chi luck, which was one of the reasons why it was extremely rare. It's too much. Qin Feng looked at the arm that was pinched red and said that he never held grudges, and he usually avenged on the spot if he had a grudge. Ouch, ouch, gently, gently. Before Zikite could react, her thighs were pinched by Qin Feng. Due to the fact that there were now several people fighting in front of him, he could only force himself not to make a sound, and looked at Qin Feng pitifully, stating that he was really wrong, and that he wouldn't dare to pinch him in the future. Let you go first. Qin Feng let go of his hand, and he had to say that the feel was really good. Ahem, off topic. Now the strength of the several paths were very strong, not only were there spiritual martial realm, but there were also Dao entry realm cultivators. Even if he had just broken through the 3rd level of the Transcendent realm, with the Supreme Bone, Invincible Heavy Pupil, and other undercards used in full, he would definitely not be a match for them. Unless one uses a full red-haired old monster experience roll, it's just a real killjoy against this group of dragons. What a smelly brother! Violet Kite muttered in aggravation, the pain bringing tears to her eyes. But the next second, she forgot about the pain. Only to see Qin Feng gaze at the blood linden in front of him, stretching out his hand and grabbing it through the air. He actually did grab a blood linden over. How did you do that? Zikite hurriedly rubbed her eyes, and after confirming that she hadn't misread it, her big bowling eyes were filled with little stars when she looked at Qin Feng. Secret! Qin Feng did not have the intention to explain. After confirming that the spacing was useful, he began to frantically lay his hands on the blood linden, and the vines that were originally full of blood linden decreased at a speed seen by the naked eye. It was just that the more Violet Kite looked at it, the more wrong it became, and she always felt that this move was very familiar. Seems to think of something. Zikite pretty face brushed red, this scene in front of her eyes with that night belly band disappearance incident, how similar. In other words, the criminal that night wasn't Lin San, it was the brat Qin Feng. I thought this was a little kid who didn't know anything, but now it seemed obvious that he knew more than she did. What a horny brother, no wonder Auntie said that no man is good. Zikite reddened her little face and lightly poo-pooed it, and then inexplicably thought of the next sentence that her great-aunt had said, but there's a good thing about men, and she didn't know what. Lin San. A few people immediately exclaimed in surprise, clearly no strangers to Lin San. Known as the #1 sword after 100 years, he was also the heir to the Long Sky Sword God, and not long ago, he even fought with Qin Feng, the eldest son of the Qin family who possessed the qualifications of a great emperor. It could be described as a young man of the world's fame, and a popular heavenly pride in the world of great struggles, with the city of Heavenly Heart as a backer behind him. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. Half-brothers. Zikite couldn't help but roll her eyes, realizing that Qin Feng was truly capable of bull. Qin Feng looked at the scene shocked, not forgetting to fan the flames, also not afraid to tell you, this relic is my big brother opened 3 days ago, the blood linden is my big brother do not want, if you offend me, the consequences of their own to think about it. The crowd couldn't help but look at each other, directly ignoring the last sentence. They had learned from the disciples of the Weihu gang that it was indeed a Lin San who had opened the relics, and they could basically confirm that Qin Feng was telling the truth. In other words, was it understandable that Lin San had found a supreme treasure in the relics and couldn't even look at treasures like the blood bodhi? Wow! The crowd immediately scattered like birds and beasts, full of ruins looking for Lin San. Chapter 27, I can tell right away that you're not human. What a bad brother. Zekite looked very speechless from the side, not knowing where Lin San had offended him. Soon, the news about Lin San obtaining the absolute treasure was spreading in the ruins. All the cultivators were searching for Lin San's whereabouts. Angry Lin San was cursing his mother, which one of them lacked great virtue to tell the truth. Achoo! Xin Feng couldn't help but sneeze, suspecting that someone was bad-mouthing him behind his back. However, his attention was soon attracted by the blood linden, and he obtained a total of 32 of them, and after one of them was consumed, a huge amount of energy immediately exploded in his body. The effect of solidifying the foundation and cultivating the elements made the foundation that had just broken through the third level of the transcendent mortal realm, resulting in some instability, immediately become more solid and powerful. Worthy of being a rare heavenly rank, it's really powerful. Zekite was also surprised by the effect after taking one. Just then, a woman dressed in ancient white clothes appeared and looked at the blood bodhi in Qin Feng's hands in a complicated manner. "This sister, what is your business?" Zekite asked curiously. "What sister?" Xin Feng pulled Zekite with a hand and drank with a cold face. "Demon, I can tell at a glance that you're not human." "Not a human? Then it's not a demon." Zekite was startled and hurriedly hid behind Xin Feng. Unlike the toothed tiger demonic beast they saw last time, this kind of demonic beast that could take human form was definitely a great demon among demonic beasts, and its strength simply had to be described as terrifying as hell. That's right, she's a demon. Xin Feng possessed the ability to distinguish between humans and demons since he had learned the great mighty heavenly dragon, and could be very certain that the white-clothed woman in front of him was a transformed great demon. Don't get me wrong, I mean no harm. The white-clothed woman felt very surprised that Xin Feng could actually tell that she was a demon at a glance. Do you think we'll believe it? Xin Feng was not daring to relax for a moment, pinching the Dewei Tianlong's finger technique. He had long heard the 10 ancestors say that the 10,000 races of the desolate ancient times were all over the place, and among them, the human race and the demon race fought the most ferociously, and it was definitely not a case of sitting down and having a good time with wine by saying that there was no malice. The woman in white hesitated before saying, "Actually, I entered the relics to look for heavenly treasures for my newborn child. It's just that I'm very weak after just giving birth. I can't compete with those people for the blood linden. I don't want more, just 10 will do." Having said that, the white-clothed woman's eyes were filled with pleading as she looked at Xin Feng. As a large transformed demon, it was actually a very dangerous act for her to reveal the news that she had just finished giving birth. It must be known that the great demon is full of treasures. Once the outsiders know that, they will definitely take advantage of her weakness to capture her, strip her of her skin, and either refine her into a magic treasure, or refine her into an elixir. It would be even worse if they met those beast masters. They would be put on the beast collar and lose their freedom. So she was betting that Xin Feng wasn't that kind of person. Looking at the white-clothed woman's pleading eyes, Xin Feng seemed to have seen his mother in a trance. Over the past 8 years, Yun Shuryua's care for him could be said to be immaculate, and now that he had chosen to go down this path, I'm afraid that the one who would be hurt the most would be this mother. For the love of a great mother, I can give you 10 in a humanitarian spirit. Xin Feng turned his words around and said, "But I think as a mother, you don't want your child to have the thought of getting something for nothing in the future, so let's just mean it. I'll charge you 100,000 extreme spirit stones for one blood bodhi." Put. Zekite almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, realizing that Xin Feng was just too bad. The mouth cries humanitarian, the heart. Good fellow, I've seen poor ones, but I've never seen a great demon as poor as you. Xin Feng was considered completely convinced, not even knowing how she had transformed into a great demon. Just then, an exclamation came from the distance. "We found Lin San, and we found a super powerful treasure." So soon. Xin Feng brightened up and pulled Zekite to hurry. Before leaving, he could not help but look back at the woman in white, seeing that in her eyes was the confusion of the future and the self-reproach of being a mother. In the end, he did not hold back and threw her a small package. It wasn't that his Chow thief's soul had awakened, but the villain's instincts told him there was money to be made. This is... The white-clothed woman opened the small parcel full of surprise, only to see that it was filled with blood lindens. Unlike the 10 she had said, Xin Feng had given her 15 of them. The extra 5 would allow her to replenish her vitality as quickly as possible. Thanks. The white-clothed woman thanked Xin Feng in the direction he had left, then happily turned around and quickly left the ruins. You just gave it to her. Violet Kite was a bit puzzled. Consider it good karma. Xin Feng didn't explain too much. Even if the transformed great demon was poor and had no money, the terrifying as hell strength was still there. Instead of adding flowers to the brocade in the future, it would be better to send charcoal in the snow now. Maybe this good karma will save his life sometime in the future. Not for long. Xin Feng followed the crowd to find Lin San, only to see that he was currently being surrounded by a group of people, and not far behind him there was a stone platform with a boundary, on which a beautifully carved jade box was placed. At a glance, it was clear that the treasures inside were the most valuable ones in the relics, and also Lin San's ultimate goal in coming here. Can't seem to get it out. Xin Feng tried using spacing out, and due to his cultivation being too low, he was unable to penetrate to take out the jade box from the boundary. Damn! Looking at the growing number of people gathered, Lin San couldn't mention how angry he was in his heart. Originally, with the advantage of the map, it was easy to scavenge the treasures in the relics, and as long as he broke through this boundary again and got the final treasure, he could retire with his work done. But I don't know which one of the lack of great virtue released the news, mobilizing the entire relic to find him. Just about to make a move to break the boundary was discovered. Now want to eat alone is obviously impossible. Even if he played all his cards, he couldn't handle so many spiritual martial realm and Dao entry realm cultivators, so he could only outwit them. Lin San, this treasure has no fate with you. Dozens of Dao entry cultivators realized that there were no people from the city of Heavenly Heart present, stepping on their flying swords and condescendingly telling Lin San to be sensible and hurry up and leave. Then make yourselves at home. Lin San didn't say anything more and silently retreated to the side. That's not true. When did the Chosen One become so nice? Based on his experience as a 10-year-old bookworm, if the Chosen One didn't show any overly radical reactions when he was being tigered, it most likely meant that someone was about to have bad luck. Xin Feng frowned, realizing that this matter is not simple. Pulling Z Kite silently retreated behind the crowd. Chapter 28, Old Sixth Xin Feng. Successor of the Long Sky Divine Sword? The first sword after 100 years. Dozens of Dao entry cultivators couldn't help but make mocking noises, feeling that the evaluation of Lin San was really overstated. If it weren't for the City of Heaven's Heart holding him up behind his back, they would have guaranteed that they would have stripped him down to his underwear. Everyone, if you want to obtain the treasure, you still need us to join hands to break the boundary. Some people suggested that they would first join hands to break the boundary here, and then each of them would compete for the jade box in the boundary based on their own abilities. Agreed. Agreed. The other Dao entry realm cultivators nodded their heads in agreement, and were also very clear that if they didn't hurry to join forces to break the boundary, when a stronger powerhouse than them descended, it wouldn't be their turn to make the call. Do it! Someone took the lead and pinched out a finger trick, and berserk energy was immediately vented from his body. Seeing someone take the lead, the others also stepped forward. For a time, countless channels of energy fell from the air like meteors, causing the void to shake violently, causing ripples to spread out continuously. Rumble! The crowd's attack struck the boundary without deviation, sending out a deafening roar. It was just that unlike the crowd's imagined scene of shattering, countless energies were actually absorbed by the boundary, causing it to display a colorful pattern of colors. Not good. The entire crowd stared in horror, and could feel the energy converging and expanding. Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, he hurriedly took up a defensive position. Rumble! Another shocking roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and all the energy gathered in the boundary was released, accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that swept through the entire relic. Wherever it passed, it was a mess. Especially those in the front row to watch the eating crowd. Strong cultivation can survive the remaining half-life, weak cultivation on the spot to receive a box lunch. Scared the hell out of me. Z-Kite's frightened little heart thumped, and she tightly grasped Xin Feng's hand without letting go. If Xin Feng hadn't pulled her back behind the crowd just now, where would she have been able to withstand such a furious ravaging with her small body? I knew this one didn't have a good heart. Xin Feng couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin San, only to see the corners of his mouth rise in triumph. Damn, damn. Dozens of initiation cultivators in the sky exasperatedly shouted, not realizing that this boundary actually had an anti-injury effect. Wanting to forcibly break it open, the only way to do so was to output energy to reach the boundary's tolerance limit. Obviously, they can't. Just then, a hideous mouth suddenly split open around the boundary, still spreading all the way, and a crack like a spider web appeared in the void. Apparently it was a test left behind by the owner of the relic. If no one could unlock the boundary with their skills and would only use brute force to force it open, then the relic's self-destruct program would be triggered. His treasure can only be given to a genius, not inherited by a mediocrity. Not good, the ruins are going to collapse. The crowd was filled with horror and rushed outside. Damn! Dozens of powerful people at the Dao realm were so angry that they almost came to their ants, with the feeling that they hadn't eaten the sheep and caused a mess. But it's too late to say anything now. If you don't want to die, you have to get out of here quickly. What are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. Zekite hurriedly pulled Qin Feng away, but he had no intention of leaving and was staring at Lin San with a glaring gaze. Qin Feng. Lin San was surprised that Qin Feng was here, and it also made him suspect that the old six who was messing with him behind his back was Qin Feng. But now he didn't have time to prove it, he had to hurry up and open the boundary to get the jade box. Only to see Lin San quickly pinch out a finger trick and poke hard on the corner of the boundary. Rumble. The boundary instantly shattered like glass, flashing out a rushing light, also accompanied by an aura of the Holy Spirit sweeping across the entire relic. The boundary is open. The Dao Enlightenment Realm cultivators who were just about to leave immediately turned around and dashed towards the jade box on the stone platform. It was just that their distance was obviously too late, only to see the corner of Lin San's mouth rise as he grabbed the jade box and took out another yellow talisman with runes drawn all over it. Space teleportation charm. Dozens of Dao Enlightenment Realm cultivators cried out in dismay and used their respective strongest attacks to stop them. But the distance was still too far. Lin San had already activated the spatial teleportation talisman and surrounded his body with a rune, and he didn't forget to proudly wave at them to say goodbye. It's now! Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on the jade box and he made a spaced-out forceful grab. He didn't grab the jade box in Lin San's hand, but rather the treasures in the jade box were grabbed by him, and regardless of what it was, he directly threw it into the carry-on space. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the villainous mission and obtaining the golden treasure chest 1. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for destroying the chosen son's chance and obtaining a chance to draw. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for snatching the chosen son's treasure and gaining 1 million villain points. 1 million villain points. Qin Feng couldn't help but shiver in his heart. It was completely conceivable how powerful this treasure was. The reward alone was 1 million villainous points. If it was to be exchanged from the system, it wouldn't have to be hundreds of millions of villainous points to make it work. Rumble. The attack of the entry realm had finally arrived. It was just a lonely blast. Lin San had already used the space teleportation talisman to run away long ago. The space teleportation talisman can't run far. Chase. Dozens of Dao entry realm cultivators shouted in anger, not expecting so many people to be fooled by a little kid. Let's hurry too. Qin Feng treasure after getting also do not make a stop, pulling the purple kite rushed to the exit. The surrounding earth is also collapsing, replaced by a dark, fall will be strangled by the power of space. Help! Cries of father and mother came from the entire relic, and countless people were swallowed up before they could escape. He got it right again, this place is really a place of great evil. Violet Kite gulped in horror, having seen too many trials of humanity along the way. Some people are willing to use their peers as stepping stones in order to survive, others want their friends and family to die with them before they die, and couples fly apart in great distress. Rumble. Just as Qin Feng and the two of them were about to reach the exit, the earth under their feet instantly collapsed and the two of them lost their balance and fell down. Ah! Zekite immediately screamed and hid in Qin Feng's arms, not daring to open her eyes. Qin Feng couldn't help but burst out, using phantom prowl to the extreme and stepping on the falling rocks to keep climbing upwards. Unfortunately, it was collapsing all around him, and he had no way to escape now. It's a shame that this scene isn't used for flirting. Qin Feng threw the purple kite in his arms towards the exit with force, while he himself fell downwards with a smile on his face, also ready to land on the full great red-haired old monster at any time to save himself. Qin Feng. Zekite let out a heartbreaking cry, trying to grab the falling Qin Feng, but the distance between the two sides was getting farther and farther away, and a different emotion rose in her heart towards this little brat. Swoosh! A white figure suddenly rushed into the ruins, quickly chasing toward the falling Qin Feng. Chapter 29, Purely by Circumstance. It's her. The surprise on Zekite's face couldn't be concealed. The person who came was none other than that transformed great demon. You are truly my half-sister, and couldn't have come at a better time. Qin Feng was moved to tears and almost used the red-haired old monster experience roll, which meant that he would not be able to wave around for the next 10 years. Swoosh! The woman in white could fly freely in the air without the aid of any magic weapon, grabbing Qin Feng and quickly rushing out of the entrance of the relics, and with that, the entire relics collapsed and disappeared between heaven and earth. Stinky brother, you scared me to death. Zekite darted over with tears in her eyes and hugged Qin Feng in her arms. Having gone through so much with Qin Feng, and not hesitating to give her the chance of life when in danger, made her relationship with Qin Feng instantly change in quality. Ding dong, checked that the host cheated on the goddess's feelings and took advantage of the other party, gaining 1000 villain points. Who took advantage of her? Qin Feng strongly condemned the system for talking nonsense. It was clearly Zekite who took advantage of him and held him tightly in his arms. He was now out of breath and his entire head was buried inside. Just then, Qin Feng inexplicably felt a coldness behind his back and looked up, only to see that there were only a few hundred people who had survived. Some of them were celebrating for their survival after the robbery, but some of them were looking at him with strange eyes. That's right, he's Qin Feng. I don't know who yelled out, immediately drawing the crowd's attention. Now that word had spread about Qin Feng's portrait, their true purpose for coming here was also to capture Qin Feng, but they just happened to come across the opening of the relics. Although Qin Feng was gray at this time, a closer look would reveal that it was Qin Feng who was right. Want to catch me? Come on, come on. Qin Feng stood in front of the woman in white in a triumphant manner, playing the fox fake tiger's power to a T. Just now everyone could see with their own eyes that the woman in white was flying down to save Qin Feng, not to mention them. Even if they were allowed to call for someone, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to call for someone of this level of strength. Looking at Qin Feng's look, the survivors couldn't help but burst out. They thought that they would be able to capture Qin Feng to collect the reward if they were not killed in a great disaster, but who knew that there was a strong guardian beside him, and that crushing them would be as simple as crushing an ant. Stop playing, let's get out of here. Zekite hurriedly pulled Qin Feng, signaling him to stop being a. What's the point of going? Qin Feng glanced back in dissatisfaction and realized that his half-brother's own sister's forehead was already sweating, and it was obvious that she was still very weak after having just given birth. No wonder he didn't say a word for half a day, just quietly watching him play the fool. Some of the survivors also noticed the situation and couldn't help but start to feel foolish in their hearts. Third brother, I didn't want this to happen, it's purely because of the situation. Qin Feng said sorry to Lin San in his heart, still arrogant and haughty. What are you looking at? Let me tell you, dealing with you guys doesn't even need my sister's hand. I also have a half-brother and half-brother pro-brother, Lin San. Just now he has already taken advantage of the chaos to open the boundary to get the treasures, and in the future, his strength will be even more upgraded. Lin San got the treasure. After someone quickly weighed the pros and cons, they didn't hesitate to turn around and look for Lin San. They didn't know if this sister of Qin Feng could fight, but Lin San certainly didn't have this kind of sister beside him to help him fight. After seeing someone leave, the others were even more hesitant. No one dared to take their lives to be the first to eat crabs, not to mention that Qin Feng had also shown them a way to get rich. That meant that they were even retreating, so how could they go up barefoot and fight with Qin Feng? Let's go! Qin Feng no longer paid attention to these people and turned around, wanting to leave the place. The others, after agonizing for a while, still didn't dare to come forward to stop them and could only watch Qin Feng's trio leave. However, just as the crowd was about to disperse, a figure fell from a high altitude and blocked in front of Qin Feng's trio. Bang! The opponent fell from a great height, kicking up a cloud of dust. It's him! Qin Feng's brows furrowed as he was considered an old friend. It was the local snake of the region, that Scar gang leader of the Weihu gang. Different from the previous spiritedness, now not only was his right hand gone, but his left eye was also blinded, and his body had a lot of extra scars. It was evident that not only had he failed to gain any advantage at the hands of Lin San, he had also failed to gain any advantage in the relics. Mr. Qin, you won't be able to leave today. The scarred man's gaze was ferocious, and it was clear that he was going to fight for his life. He originally thought that he entered the relics to pick up the treasure, but who knew that Lin San, that shameless pit him, has been leading him to jump into the trap. The treasure did not find a person but died a lot. Just now, we encountered the collapse of the ruins again, and all of us were accounted for inside. Now that he was panicking at the sight of Lin San, he had no choice but to come here to Qin Feng to take a gamble. In your current condition, you're still trying to catch me. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth in disgust, not putting the scarred man in his eyes at all. If he was in full form on the third level of the spiritual martial realm, perhaps he would still ask third brother for a favor, but he was now a complete cripple, or a severely injured cripple, and did not need third brother to step in at all. It's enough to deal with you. The scarred man's gaze was steeply stern, and a terrifying fluctuation of breath surged out around him, causing the air around him to shake, and behind him, he also vaguely visualized a fierce tiger that was whistling in the mountains and forests. So strong. The surrounding crowd immediately held their breath, and their gazes also looked at the woman in white, wanting to confirm whether she was injured and to what extent. It was just that Qin Feng did not give them this opportunity as a mysterious aura fluctuation surged out around him. What is this? The surrounding crowd also sensed that something was amiss, and their gazes hurriedly turned to Qin Feng, a great emperor's capital. However, Qin Feng was as if he was stupid, standing still with his eyes closed. On the contrary, the scarred man clenched his sandbag-sized fist and blasted towards him. Just as the scarred man's fist was about to blast into Qin Feng, and the crowd thought that he was going to be hammered to death, Qin Feng's eyes snapped open, and a mysterious golden light erupted from within his body. The heavenly robbing light. The light was as harsh as a sword that cut through gold and stone, and it shot towards the scarred man like lightning. Bang! A dull sound resounded in the silence, and the scarred man who came barreling across the ground seemed as if time stood still, and after half a second, he slowly fell to the ground as if he were a great mountain that had collapsed with a loud bang, setting off dust all over the ground. The crowd's eyes rounded and boisterous voices followed. What is that light? What martial art? It's too powerful, it can actually kill a spirit martial third grader in seconds. Country bumpkin, that's not a martial art, it's a divine ability. Divine aptitude? Those divine aptitudes that only those special physique prides have. If I'm not wrong, this is the divine ability in the supreme bone. It's horrible, no wonder he even laid hands on his own brother. After the crowd had witnessed Qin Feng's terror, no one dared to stop him anymore and watched the three of them leave. On the other side, Lin San is angry as in the heart straight cursing. In the end is a lack of great virtue. Old six behind the back of the counting him. Will he open the boundary to obtain the news of the treasure spread everywhere? Chapter 30, Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Qin family. Any news about Qin Feng would be sent to the 10 ancestors and the others in the first instance. Kill the Weihu gang leader in seconds. The 10 ancestors and the others couldn't help but let out a cry of shock, frightened by Qin Feng's terror. They knew that Qin Feng's talent was very high, but they didn't expect it to be as high as this. The transcendent mortal triple crossed a large realm to kill a spiritual martial triple in seconds. It was simply unheard of, worthy of being an underage with a great emperor's talent. Unlike the joy of the other old ancestors, the beginning ancestor's face was filled with worry. From the news sent back, Qin Feng had utilized the power of the supreme bone, and once he became obsessed with this power that did not belong to him, it would still have a rather large impact on his heart. I don't think so. The 10th ancestor thought for a moment and said, I've taught Qin Feng for so many years, this child has his own arrogance and has always believed that he's the strongest, he won't be so easily influenced by the supreme bone. I hope so. The beginner still felt worried in his heart. After all, Qin Feng was only an 8-year-old child, and his state of mind could change at any time. But there's no turning back from the bow, so you have to choose to believe the kid. At this time, Qin Feng and Z-Kite followed the big demon sister to a hidden bush. Only to see the big demon sister gently peel back the grass, revealing a bamboo basket with 3 newborn pure white bunnies inside. A little different from the rabbits Qin Feng remembered, they were like anthropomorphic rabbits in cartoons, able to walk on 2 legs, with a very cute round head and a pair of large Kazran eyes. What a cute little bunny! Violet Kite looked so peachy that she couldn't help but go up and pick one up. That's my boy. The big demon sister's face was full of happiness, seeing that the little ones were anything but tired. Children. Qin Feng didn't expect the other party to be a rabbit demon, and he didn't know if he could turn into a rabbit-eared lady. If you like it, adopt one. The great demon sister looked at Qin Feng with pleading eyes, and even picked out the fattest one from it and handed it over to him. Ha! Qin Feng and Z-Kite were not going to be made whole on the spot. They also just complimented people on their cute-looking children, and they gave them the child on the spot. Is it because they don't understand local customs, or is it because rabbits are not afraid and rabbits can give birth? Not waiting for Qin Feng and the 2 of them to open their mouths and refuse, the big demon sister picked up bamboo Lu on her back and flew away. Before leaving, looking back to Qin Feng's hands of the little guy is full of reluctance, but finally gritted his teeth and left with a cruel heart. As a mother, who would give away her child if she didn't have to, and only by giving away this child could she ensure the survival of her 2 remaining children and herself. Tooth. As if sensing abandonment by his mother, the little one kept barking toothily in the direction she had left. However, when Qin Feng put a blood linden in front of it, it immediately forgot that it had a real mother and began to eat the blood linden beautifully. What the hell? Qin Feng felt dumbfounded that he had somehow become a milk daddy. He had heard of people feeding stray cats to give away their children, and he had also heard of people feeding stray dogs to give away their children, but he really hadn't seen anyone feeding a big demon rabbit to give away their children. Ding dong, checking that the host has obtained a demonic beast cub with epic qualifications, binding successful. Although this rabbit doesn't have the life of a protagonist, its qualifications are actually on the same level as my second brother. Qin Feng immediately came to the spirit. Now even if the great demon sister returns, she will not give it. Just that he soon regretted it. This little guy was by no means an ordinary demonic beast, it was a rare species among demonic beasts that was rare to see in 10,000 years. Unlike the other cubs, it didn't drink milk and only ate heavenly treasures, and a single blood body could only last for a day. My goodness, this is a meal ticket. Qin Feng heartbrokenly nodded the blood linden, only 7 left, he only ate 1, the other all eaten by this little guy. At the same time, he finally knew why its mother had given it to herself, and he also finally understood why its mother had dragged her frail body all over the world to look for heavenly treasures just after giving birth. The landlord's family can't afford to keep it. From now on, you're just going to be called Rice Bucket. Qin Feng named the little guy, which was rewarded with a big blank stare from Z Kite. Call Bunny. No way, Rice Bucket. Call Pa. No way, Rice Bucket. Call White. Well, the great name is White Rice Bucket. No matter what Z Kite said, the word Rice Bucket Qin Feng called it, even if Jesus came, it was useless. Ha! Qin Feng suddenly furrowed his brows as he sensed many more people around him. It doesn't take much thought to know that it is rushing towards the bounty of the Qin family, and now that the great demon sister has gone, the fox and tiger can't bluff them, so I'm afraid that it won't be long before the fierce pursuit will begin. It still needs to be strengthened. Qin Feng pulled Z Kite to quickly get rid of the stalker and hid in a hidden cave to open the system. This time, in addition to reaping millions of villain points, he also obtained a golden treasure chest, a chance to draw a lottery, and the treasures in the jade box. Open the gold treasure chest first. Qin Feng called the system and opened the golden treasure chest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining sword intent. A chill suddenly struck Qin Feng as if he saw a figure before his eyes. Nodding his head, he drew his sword. Buzz. The crisp sound of a sword chirping resounded in Qin Feng's mind, bringing with it a lonely loneliness that trembled at the smell of it, and the stunning sword light that left the world in its wake suddenly appeared. Gorgeous without being ostentatious, light and elegant. It's mesmerizing and long-lasting. Qin Feng couldn't help but have the feeling of transforming into a moth. The only way to transform into a butterfly was to tear the cocoon in front of him. Until the end, Qin Feng's whole body's aura skyrocketed in vain, sharp as a sword out of its sheath, cutting gold and breaking stones. The weeds all over the place around him have folded down. Sword intent. Z Kite covered her lips and exclaimed in shock, calling out in her heart that Qin Feng was not human. If she remembered correctly, the reason why Lin San was called the first sword after 100 years was because he had comprehended the sword intent when he was 12 years old, breaking a record that had never been seen before in the desolate past. But now this record had only been held for 2 years before it was broken again by Qin Feng, an 8-year-old brat. Jesus! This session of the great struggle, the heavenly pride was ridiculously strong. Sword intent. Qin Feng's eyes opened at first glance, a flash of essence-like substance swept up from his black-as-ink eyes. Now after superimposing the sword intent, his Jintian sword drawing technique was even stronger. But he wasn't satisfied with that, calling the system to redeem a 100% fit. Although he had learned the Jintian sword drawing technique, the effect was far from reaching the state of great perfection, and he was unable to deal the strongest damage bonus. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points to redeem the Great Perfection 100% fit card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the 100% fit card. The Jintian sword drawing technique has reached the Great Perfection realm. Qin Feng's expression began to drift off again, and he gained a deeper understanding of the Jintian sword drawing technique. The other side. Lin San finally shook off his pursuers with great effort and opened the jade box with excitement. Ha! The expression on Lin San's face instantly froze, thinking that it must have been opened the wrong way. Hop on. Open up. Hop on. Open up. Repeatedly confirmed, empty. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin San simply can't accept the reality, thinking about what went wrong. Chapter 31, How can you believe such nonsense? The cave. Qin Feng's reinforcement wasn't over yet, calling the system to start the lottery. Wow! The lottery carousel reappeared and began to wobble and spin. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the invincible sword heart. Invincible sword heart, the ultimate form pursued by those who practice the sword. There is no woman in the heart. Drawing the sword is naturally divine, and it has a tenfold damage bonus to the sword technique. The sash on Qin Feng's body began to move without wind, and his entire aura changed instantly, as lonely and proud as a snow lotus standing against the wind on a craggy cliff, carrying a force that shook the hearts of the people straight away. What's going on? Zekite hastily rubbed her eyes, inexplicably feeling that she would affect the speed at which Qin Feng drew his sword. Sword intent, sword heart. Qin Feng realized that he really had a bond with the sword, opening 2 buffs that stacked sword damage in a row. Coupled with the 100% fit that was redeemed just now, it was really hard to imagine how terrifying the Jintian sword drawing technique was right now. I wish I had someone to try the sword on. Qin Feng forced down the foolishness in his heart and waved his hand to take out a scroll of bamboo slips from his carry-on space. This was the treasure that was obtained from Lin San's jade box. There was not a single word on it, it just emitted an aura that gave people a sense of concentration and calmness. Could this be the sage's bamboo slip? Zekite's small face was serious as she took the bamboo slip and repeatedly looked through it several times to confirm. That's right. It's the sage's bamboo slip. It is said that the saints' bamboo slips were passed down by the saints in the ancient times. There are 3 volumes in total: heaven, earth and man, and those who have the destiny can realize the supreme Tao from the bamboo slips, while those who don't have the destiny can't see a single word. This thing is the sage's bamboo slip. Qin Feng had also heard 10 ancestors mention it and knew that it was very sought after. Every time it appeared in the world, it would cause a bloody storm, and anyone who could sense something from it was invariably a great and powerful person who was famous in history. Only he looked at it for half a day and realized nothing. It's not scientific. Qin Feng was puzzled by this. The 1-month deadline for his enlightenment aura hadn't even passed yet, so with a smart little brain like his, plus 100 times more enlightenment, how could he not be able to realize anything? Zekite replied, the sage's bamboo slip isn't just a matter of high enlightenment, it also requires karma, just like the Buddhists talk about having a karmic relationship with the Buddha. Rubbish! Qin Feng looked at the saint's bamboo slips filled with disdain. Anything he couldn't use was garbage. Tooth and nail. As if sensing something, Little White walked over with his not-so-steady little short legs, and then plopped down onto the sage's bamboo slips, revealing an expression of contentment. Using a sage's bamboo slips as a cooler, the little guy is creative. Qin Feng had no intention of stopping it and allowed Xiaobai to use the bamboo slips as a cooler. Zekite on the side to see is very speechless. People take life to fight for the Saint Bamboo Brief. He actually used to give the rabbit as a cooler. Ding! Ding! A scuffle rang out from outside the cave, and someone could faintly be heard shouting Lin San's name. It's not a coincidence. Qin Feng was immediately energized, not to mention how much he missed Lin San. Ever since that day when he separated from Lin San, he had been unable to think about tea or food, and all he could think about was Lin San's figure. Go out and look. Qin Feng put Little White and the sage bamboo slip into a bamboo basket and carried it behind his back, pulling Zekite out to check what was going on. Soon, the two came to the scene. He only saw Lin San under the moonlight being surrounded by a group of transcendent mortal realm cultivators, forcing him to hand over the jade box that he had obtained in the relics. I've told you many times, the jade box is empty. Lin San had gone through dozens of battles, big and small, and his whole body was already bruised and battered, but with his powerful protagonist aura he still didn't fall, and fought back and forth with the other side. Do you think we'll believe such deceitful words? The opponent snorted coldly and attacked even more swiftly. This Mr. Lin is really talking nonsense with his eyes open. Violet Kite looked on the side and shook her head. For the sake of the treasure, actually even don't want to live. Qin Feng was very serious. I think Lin San spoke sincerely. The jade box is indeed empty. You believe this kind of crap? Zekite couldn't help but roll her eyes, realizing that Qin Feng was simply too innocent. Bang! The situation on the ground has changed. Only 2 figures rushed into the fighting circle, a straight punch and a leg sweep, directly sending Lin San flying out, consecutively crashing through 4 or 5 trees before stopping. It's the Shiman family brothers, Dairang and Jiro. The surrounding transcendent mortal realm cultivators were very unwilling. It was not easy to meet Lin San, and they were about to simmer to death. Who would have thought that 2 Chang bite golds would suddenly come out halfway? They were also all at the 3rd level of spiritual martial realm cultivation, and could only watch the ducks in their mouths fly away. Qin Feng couldn't help but burst out, only to see Lin San land beside him. It's Qin Feng! The Shiman family brothers' eyes lit up, and their hearts cried out that they had gotten rich today. The joint hands sent Lin San flying out, and also accidentally blew up Qin Feng, who was hiding and watching the show. Do you guys believe me when I say that I don't know him well and am just passing by? Qin Feng asked weakly. What do you think? The Shiman family brothers were like LSPs seeing a stunning beauty, their eyes glowing as they rushed forward to surround the two. Brother Lin, let's join forces. Xin Feng said with a sincere attitude. I'm afraid of being sold out. Lin San stood up and wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, always feeling that the old six who was behind the scheme against him was Xin Feng. Xin Feng cried out in injustice, Injustice, Brother Lin, I have always treated you as a half-brother, what good would it do me to betray you? This. Lin San inexplicably felt that Xin Feng had a point, bullying himself and having no one to award him a prize. Swoosh! The Shiman family brothers stomped their feet with force, and their figures rushed in front of the two in an instant. They had both heard about the battle records of these two heavenly prides, so the two brothers didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless and used their respective killing moves as soon as they came up. Is not martial. Xin Feng couldn't help but burst out in foul language as his figure swept out several feet like a wild goose. If you want to fight, then fight. Lin San's eyes flashed with a touch of madness, and the long sword in his hand flashed with piercing swordlight. At once. The incomparable sword chi was like a torrent raging through the forest and sea, the withered leaves falling in mid-air all turned into dust, and dozens of mountainous sword chi swept toward the Wu family's airlang. Is this the same sword from that night? Xin Feng's heart involuntarily jumped and he could clearly feel the terror of this sword. Swish! 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 The overwhelming sword chi swept out like a sky, even the air seemed to be torn apart, destroying everything wherever it passed. The sound could be described as incomparably great. No good. The face of the Shiman family's second son changed violently, and a wave of terrifying energy rushed out from all around him. Rumble. The two heavily clashed together, and a storm of sword chi swept between the forest and the sea. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the Shiman family's second son, and he instantly lost his fighting strength. Is this the heir to the long sky sword god, the first sword after 100 years? The surrounding transcendent realms rushed to fend off the storm of sword chi, also frightened by Lin San's terror. Ha! Lin San gasped and gave Xin Feng a smug look, as if to say, the reason why I lost to you last time in the Qin family is because I know how to save your face by being humane. To this. Xin Feng's response was to hide behind Lin San and issue a provocation to Deleng of the Shiman family. Come on, little pussy brat, have the guts to have a fight with my third brother, who said he can still fight 10. Chapter 32, Joining Forces Against the Enemy. Put. Lin San almost sprayed a mouthful of 82-year-old blood, not realizing that Xin Feng really didn't want any face at all. It was agreed that both sides would join forces to retreat from the enemy, but he just opened his mouth and didn't work. Do you really think that his big move doesn't have a cooldown time? Even if the cooldown time is up, every time he uses it, he needs to pay 10 years of his lifespan to do so, so it can be said that he is using his life to pretend to be a bully, and he will never use it until the moment of life and death. Damn! The opposite side of the Shiman family Deleng didn't care what Lin San was thinking, seeing his younger brother being injured and seeing Xin Feng's provocation, his anger value was instantly full, majestic spiritual energy rippled out from his body, causing ripples to spread in the void. Swoosh! Only to see Dalong's fingers as sharp as eagle claws, setting off sharp wind-breaking sounds. Every move was aimed at Lin San's vital points. Viciously, the veins on his arms surged and throbbed, and an indescribably oppressive aura surged out. Under the pressure of this aura, the air within a few meters radius froze. Lin San couldn't help but burst out, and the long sword in his hand was quickly raised to parry. Dang! 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 Sword shadow and claw shadow collide with the sound of golden iron, sparks are constantly bursting out. It was just that Lin San had just finished using his big move and there was a big realm difference in cultivation between the two sides, so he couldn't hold on for just 3 seconds. Put! The eagle's claws flashed and blood sprayed wildly. Lin San's face twisted to the point of deformity and pain, and his body was scratched with a trail of blood. Is it over? The hearts of the surrounding melon eaters were in their throats, wondering if Lin San still had any cards left to play. Xin Feng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and make your move. Lin San was being beaten back and forth, and the wounds on his body were getting more and more numerous. You expect Xin Feng? Deleng of the Shiman family didn't know if he had drifted or what, and said with a face full of mockery, he's nothing when he leaves the Qin family, but just a fool who relies on his brother's supreme bone to flaunt it everywhere. It looks like you have a little less respect for me if you don't show some strength. The corners of Xin Feng's clothes began to move without wind, and his entire aura changed instantly, lonely and proud as a snow lotus standing against the wind on a cliff, carrying a force that shook the heart straight away. While the corners of his clothes were fluttering, an unrivaled sword intent surged from his surroundings, and the long sky divine sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant sword-like coalescing, as vast as the Milky Way rushing about. This is sword intent. The surrounding crowd immediately exclaimed in shock, unable to believe their eyes. An 8-year-old child, comprehending sword intent. Nima. It was a full 4 years earlier than Lin's 32-year-old comprehension of sword intent. Could there still be a way for ordinary cultivators to live? However, what the crowd all didn't expect was that Qin Feng's buff hadn't finished stacking. A sharp and unstoppable sword momentum burst out from his body, crazily raging through the forest, as if countless blades were slashing across the faces of the crowd. Sword Heart, this is the invincible Sword Heart. Someone present recognized Kenshin and shrieked in disbelief. Sword intent can be sought, but Sword Heart is difficult to achieve. How many people had practiced the sword for a lifetime and were unable to comprehend the sword intent, and how many people had comprehended the sword intent for a lifetime but were unable to condense that invincible Sword Heart? If one could become a contemporary famous sword by comprehending the sword intent, then one could become a desolate ancient sword god by condensing the invincible Sword Heart. Throughout the countless years of the ancient wasteland, there were only a handful of people who could be called sword gods, but every one of them was an invincible and fierce man of the world, and the most recent one was the Longkong sword god from 10,000 years ago. Since the fall of the Long Sky sword god, there has been no more sword god in the world since then. Didn't realize. They were actually able to see the sword god's elegance today, or a child who had comprehended the sword heart at the age of 8. Sword intent, sword heart, how is it possible? Lin San was completely dumbfounded, and his mind was even more blank. As the heir of the Long Sky sword god, comprehending the sword intent at the age of 12, and being hailed as the #1 sword after 100 years, one title after another was so dazzling, but it was eclipsed in front of this 8-year-old child. Run! The Shiman family brothers were completely flustered and turned away, trying to get away from this demon. As a Confucian disciple, I have something to say to both of you. As you come, so be it. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth lifted slightly as his hand landed on top of the hilt of his sword. Clang! The crisp sword chirping sound of the sword being drawn stirred up, as if a Milky Way had crossed out from the vast sea of clouds, carrying endless sword intent down into the forest. What kind of sword style is this? Shiman family Dalan pupils shrunk violently, did not dare to have the slightest negligence, fingers sharp as eagle claws set off sharp wind-breaking sound. Ding! Only heard the clanging and powerful sound of gold and iron together beside the ear stirred up, sparks burst, lifting up the ground full of dead leaves, amazing storm to the mid-air suddenly rumbled up, eye-catching dazzling sword light flashed past. Tick! Right in the middle of this vast sound, a drop of blood ticked down from the Long Sky divine sword. When the dry leaves fell, a series of blood splatters dripped down from the Shiman family brothers, and they planted themselves viciously in a pool of blood. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing 2 people and gaining 200 villain points. Now that we're here, let's bury it here. Qin Feng looked at it lightly and picked up the 2 men's storage bags, which contained a book called Aubergine Mysteries in addition to darts and other concealed weapons used for walking in the jungle. With a critical gaze, Qin Feng collected his things, carried the bamboo piper on his back, and led the still-dazed Zekite away. Gulp! The surrounding crowd gulped, no one dared to go after Qin Feng again. This was the heavenly pride that comprehended the invincible sword heart. Offending him was equal to offending the future sword god, and no power could withstand the wrath of a sword god. Soon, the powerful news about Qin Feng spread, and the entire desolate ancient kingdom boiled with it. Yes. Now that the Qin clan's hunting order against Qin Feng hasn't been cancelled, we can decapitate Qin Feng in name only. Your Majesty, when you make a break, you'll suffer the consequences. The Daxia Emperor's face kept changing, and he finally ordered Qin Feng to be beheaded at all costs. Chapter 33 Bigwigs from all sides gather. By a small stream. Lin San looked at Qin Feng, who was playing and jostling with Zekite in the creek, with a complicated expression. How could he not expect that an 8-year-old child had actually surpassed him in the sword path? The Jintian sword drawing technique that superimposed the sword intent and sword heart was just too terrifying. Knowing that his great moves came from the Long Sky sword god, in contrast, Qin Feng was a self-created Jintian sword drawing technique, and was still an 8-year-old kid. How could he not fall into self-doubt? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for striking the chosen one's self-confidence and causing him to have self-doubt, gaining 100,000 villain points. That's 100,000 points. Qin Feng immediately came to his senses and turned his head to ask with a smile, Brother Lin, you're so great at swordsmanship, can you teach me the basic moves of swordsmanship? Basic sword moves. Lin San immediately became enraged and roared, "Qin Fong, you've had enough, you've even comprehended the invincible sword heart. You're asking me to teach you the basic sword moves. Is it fun for you to humiliate me like this?" "Sister Violet Kite, he's mean to me." Qin Fong deflated his mouth with tears and pounced into Z Kite's arms and rubbed himself, full of grievances. "I really don't know any basic sword moves, I only know one sword drawing. Sword drawing? The Jintian sword drawing technique." The corners of Lin San's eyes involuntarily twitched up, and in his heart, he even let out the howl of a groundhog. "Nima! Don't be such a blow." A person who only knew the sword drawing technique and didn't even know the basic sword moves had actually comprehended the legendary invincible sword heart. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for striking the chosen one's self-confidence and causing him to have self-doubt, gaining 100,000 villain points. "Lin San, why are you being mean? He's still just a kid." Z Kite was like a tigress protecting her cubs, looking at Lin San with more and more disgust. "There is no gentlemanly manners, even if it is not enough, get the treasure and still do not dare to admit, but also destroy the relics, killed so many people, and now actually dare to bully her future husband who she is ready to raise with her own hands, really think that they have the backing of the City of Heavenly Heart and can do whatever they want." Other people were afraid of his Heavenly Heart city, but she had never put it in her eyes. "I didn't mean that." Lin San also felt that he had spoken excessively and was depressed. "I just didn't expect that he had comprehended the invincible sword heart, yet he doesn't even know the basic sword moves. It's just unbelievable to say that." Qin Fong thoughtfully came over and comforted, "Brother Lin, you don't have to have this look on your face, you're the number one sword after 100 years, I'm sure you'll be able to comprehend the invincible sword heart. Look at me, I comprehended it just by farting last night." "I said, why did you have that look on your face last night? So you were covering up a fart?" Z Kite's face was filled with disgust as she began to fight with Qin Fong again. Completely did not consider the aside. Lin San is what mood, show love, bully single dog also, even if, why also come over to comfort him, and why have to mention 100 years after the first sword? Now does he deserve it? And a fart to describe how easy it was to comprehend the invincible sword heart. Nima! How can people go so far as to rub salt in his wounds? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for striking the chosen one's self-confidence and causing him to have self-doubt, gaining 100,000 villain points. Right, Brother Lin. Qin Fong turned his head again and said, "I comprehended the sword intent first last night before the invincible sword heart, it's actually very simple." Ding dong, congratulations to the host for striking the chosen one's self-confidence and causing him to have self-doubt, gaining 100,000 villain points. Lin San picked up his long sword and silently turned around to leave. He had to get away from this bear now. If he stayed with him any longer he was afraid his heart wouldn't be able to handle it. "Brother Lin, where are you going?" Qin Fong hurriedly ran ashore and put on his shoes to catch up. "Just kidding. How could he make 400,000 villain points in a few words? How could he just let him run away like that? He had to carry out the spirit of Dogpile and stick to him to death to make it work." Rumble. An earth-shattering roar resounded crazily in the sky clouds rolled in like a tidal wave, and in an instant, the void of thousands of miles around was filled with a terrifying pressure surging in, and the void was violently turbulent. Under the command of the great Xia Emperor, Marquis of the Long Sun, Chang Kuan, by order of His Majesty, has come here to take Qin Feng's head. A burly figure riding an unknown demonic beast floated in the air since, with thousands of well-trained iron-armored guards behind him, with a momentum like a rainbow that gods and demons avoided. Marquis of the Long Sun, Chang Kuan. The nearby cultivators who were chasing Qin Feng exclaimed in shock, stunned by the scene before them. For Chang Kuan they were very familiar, the boss of the Imperial City Department, the personal guard of the Emperor of Daxia, with a high level of cultivation that definitely didn't need to be described in words. Now the entire Imperial City Division was all out, still led by Chang Kuan, the boss himself, just to deal with a transcendent mortal third gravity cultivation, at the age of only 8 years old, Qin Feng. What a heifer on a steamer, so steamy awesome. Such a big row. Qin Feng knew that he couldn't make good on this today and was ready to land on the full-grade red-haired old monster at any time. Rumble. Another earth-shattering roar resounded wildly in the sky, and another group of people descended like clouds, their terrifying pressure sweeping through the heavens and earth without any concealment. A powerful aura that overwhelmed the Imperial City Division. Qin Feng is a member of my Qin clan, there's no need to bother the Imperial clan to take action yet. The Qin family, as the local snake in the east, was naturally the first to know that the Imperial City Department was here and what they wanted, so the 10 ancestors personally brought the 13 Imperial guards to arrive. If the expected plan cannot continue, bring Qin Feng back to the Qin family safely. Chang Kuan was not afraid in the slightest and said, His Majesty did not want to do it himself, but Qin Feng was treasonous and brutalized his brothers and sisters, and he was afraid that your Qin family would not be able to do it, so he let this waiter do it. Who says my Qin family can't lay hands on them? The 10th ancestor's eyes gleamed as he said, today, I'm going to take him back and enforce the Qin family's family law. Enforce the family law. Chang Kuan did not hide his mockery, but if your Qin family really has that heart, Qin Feng would not be able to survive until today. I think either your Qin family is raising parasites, or there is some kind of ulterior secret. Whatever you say. The 10 ancestors also stopped babbling and reached out to grab Qin Feng. Don't you dare. Chang Kuan's gaze steeply blazed, and an additional war halberd appeared in his hand as he drove the demonic beast underneath him to swoop in. Rumble. Both sides heavily impacted together, a powerful energy storm swept through the heavens and earth, and the earth began to violently shake, and hideous cracks began to spread out. Run! The people in the neighborhood flew in terror. It was as if the gods were fighting and the mortals were suffering. This marquis knew that your Qin family would not obediently submit. Fortunately, this marquis was prepared. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Chang Kuan's mouth as he took out a cloud-piercing arrow and shot it into the air. Dum dum da. The cloud-piercing arrow exploded in the air, and the large word Kuan appeared. Rumble. Terrifying pressure continues to descend. A flag representing the major forces appeared, the East Factory, the West Factory, the Brocade Guards. And the major families also came, at least more than 100,000 people. What? The 10 ancestors' faces changed greatly, not expecting so many people to come. This is the rhythm of war if Qin Feng doesn't die today. Qin Feng, I'm going to kill him today, it's useless for anyone to come. Chang Kuan hegemony holding a war halberd, to the entire deserted ancient pronounced Qin Feng's death sentence. Chapter 34. I admit I had a bet on it. Oh my god. The crowd around them was trembling with fear, stating that they had never seen such a big scene before. For the sake of beheading a Qin Feng, the great Xia Emperor had actually mobilized so much power, which showed how much he was afraid of this Qin family's eldest son who possessed the qualifications of a great emperor. What a row! The clouds in the sky churned up again, and cold laughter came from far and near. Only to see the distant horizon, the black pressurized more than 100,000 people constantly approaching, every step out of the earth followed by trembling up. The leader is a black Qin flag, filled with a murderous aura. At the same time, there were 5 more figures beside the 10 ancestors of the Qin clan, namely the 5th ancestor, the 6th ancestor, the 7th ancestor, the 8th ancestor, and the 9th ancestor. This scene. Lin San was shocked by the scene in front of him. He thought that the commotion he had made was already big enough, but he didn't expect that compared to the commotion Qin Feng had made, it was simply a child's scuffle. One time. The two sides were at swords drawn, ready to go to war at any moment. Chang Kuan sneered, by the looks of it, your Qin family is dying to protect Qin Feng. Qin Feng has violated the clan rules, so naturally he should be brought back to the clan to be punished. The highest seniority of the entire 5 ancestors faintly returned a sentence, simply did not put Chang Kuan's Imperial City division in the eyes. As for what the East Chamber, West Chamber, Genie Way is even more dregs. It was only some bluffing institutions set up by the Great Xia Imperial family, and in the Great Xia Imperial dynasty, a kingdom ruled by lineages, any lineage would not put these institutions in their eyes, and would just look for presence among those mortals. The only ones they were most afraid of were the worldly families present. What else is there to try with such beasts who brutalize their clansmen? It's better to just kill them. A worldly family was the first to speak. They had no idea what the Qin family had in mind, what plans they had, and they didn't want to know. They only knew that now was the best time to kill Qin Feng, and that it would be difficult to miss this time in the future. But let them direct action, obviously, and dare not. The name of the first family is not for nothing, or encourage the royal family to take the lead. They follow the flag waving on the line. Mutilate the clan. Violet Kite's willow brows were slightly furrowed, not believing this at all. During the day she spent with Qin Feng, she had also heard something about digging up her brother's supreme bone, but she was more willing to believe her eyes. Qin Feng in her eyes. When faced with a great demon sister she didn't know asking for help, she didn't hesitate to take out 15 blood lindens to help her. When faced with a life or death situation, leave her the chance to live. There was also the fact that the great demon sister had left the child in his care, and he didn't complain a single word about it, but instead took meticulous care of Xiao Bai. One pile, one piece, all proved that Qin Feng was a simple and kind person. She felt that Qin Feng must have been framed by someone, she must find a way to save him, and she absolutely could not let him fall into the hands of the Daxia Imperial clan and the Qin clan. I won't bother you with that one. The 5 ancestors acted unusually strong and were prepared to forcefully take Qin Feng away. If Qin Feng doesn't die today, there will be a battle between the two sides. Chang Kuan's gaze flashed out a cold light, and a terrifying energy surged out from his body, causing the surrounding void to vibrate, and the war halberd in his hand erupted with a piercing cold light. War, war, war. The thousands of Imperial City divisions behind Chang Kuan shouted in unison, condensing a solid killing aura that swept across the entire field, giving people the feeling of falling into an ice hole. Perhaps infected by Chang Kuan and the others, the East Chamber, West Chamber, and the Brocade Guards and other masters also entered into battle, waiting for an order to start charging. On the contrary, the experts of the major families looked at each other and all saw the word fish in each other's eyes. First, let the people of the royal family to play the first battle. If you kill Qin Feng all happy, wait to go down hand in hand to the Qin family to eat a banquet. If they couldn't kill Qin Feng, they would have to do it and then go shoulder to shoulder to the royal banquet. It can only be fought. The gazes of the several Qin family ancestors blazed up, ready for an all-out war. Originally, they had wanted to follow Qin Feng's plan to temporarily hide the family's two heavenly prides, and then show their cards when they had absolute strength. But who knew that plans couldn't keep up with changes, and that the Dixia Emperor was scornful of their Qin family to such an extent? In order to eliminate Qin Feng as a hidden danger, they had actually sent out so many experts at once, causing their Qin family to have to respond to the battle. No way, no how. Watching the two sides prepare to go to war, Qin Feng's mood couldn't be more depressed. He has been a good boy for 8 years. It is not easy to leave home to let himself go. Now if the war is not to land on the old red-haired monster, and then immediately go home to be a good boy for 10 years. Then let's fight. Chang Kuan drove the demonic beast under his seat and swooped towards Qin Feng. Kill, kill, kill. The ear-splitting killing sounds of both armies resounded through the heavens and the earth, and each one of them began to charge carrying a berserk aura. Lin San and the others in the center were shivering, and had already started cursing in their hearts. Qin Feng is a scourge, yes, but they are innocent. I'll see which one of you dares to harm Qin Feng. With a determined face, Z-Kite blocked in front of Qin Feng, still holding a purple jade token in her hand. Fate sign. Both sides immediately let out a cry of alarm and also stopped their attacks. Fate tags are bestowed by a mighty person to his descendants, equivalent to the gold medals bestowed by the emperor to his men, representing as if I were personally present. The only difference is that the gold medal is all based on the deterrent power of the imperial power. The fate of the broken metal which the mighty can sense, can directly tear the void to descend. I admit I took a gamble, but I didn't expect to get it right. Qin Feng heart straight to earn, after the soft rice is considered to have landed. It's just a fate card. Chang Kuan still had a stiff upper lip and didn't put Z-Kite's threat in his eyes. Fate tags were something that could only be made by those great powers, but that didn't mean that they didn't have experts of this level in Dixia. Their Dixia's current saint, as well as the reclusive Taishang Emperor, as well as the Qin family's first and second ancestors were all experts at this level, or the best of them. Yeah. Violet Kite was also not used to anyone, and directly slammed her name tag to the ground. With a snap, the fate card shattered. Chang Kuan burst out on the spot, indicating that the other party was not following the rules. Even if we are hostile relations, but at least sit down to talk about it is not, this at the drop of a cup with a number, is not a little too anxious. Ow! A low roar suddenly sounded, the huge claw that covers the sky from the sky probed out from the void, thunder raging, ancient patterns emerged from it, interweaving into the trajectory of the rules of heaven and earth, bursting with bright and dazzling light, as if from the ancient time and space torn from. Rumble! A shocking roar suddenly resounded in the heavens and earth. The majestic power was enough to completely sink the 10,000 feet of heaven and earth, crushing all existence. When the giant claw's body appeared, the entire crowd all forgot to breathe. Bastard! A giant kingbird that enveloped the entire heaven and earth, the legendary divine beast Xuanwu to be exact. In the Xuanwu's head, but also stood an absolutely beautiful fairy young lady, a red dress, eyes confused, lips slightly open, breasts this moving, between the knitted brows and smile, are permeated with infinite flavor. Chapter 35, The Fatal Showdown. In Moon Dynasty, Moon God. The pupils of Chang Kuan and the others shrunk violently, not expecting that the visitor would actually be her. The Moon God was a top 5 ranked expert of the Yin dynasty, coupled with the ancestral divine beast Xianwu. Even the emperors of the Yin dynasty had to speak to her politely. At the same time, the Moon God was also one of the 4 great beauties of the desolate ancients, with many suitors, including many supreme experts. This is the sealing battle power of Arakan. Lin San was frightened by the terrifying strength of the Moon God and realized how long a road he still had to walk. With his own strength, he had suppressed hundreds of thousands of people from both sides, and among them, there was no shortage of experts at the level of the Qin clan's ancestors. The several Qin family ancestors looked at each other with shocked faces, not understanding where Qin Fong had befriended his little girlfriend from, that he was actually able to summon the moon god of the Yin Moon dynasty. However, this was just what they wanted. They could send Qin Fong to study in the Yin Imperial dynasty in an honorable manner. Egu, it's quite lively. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of people below, the moon god lightly opened her red lips, and her panting imperial voice caused the entire male creature in the room to be shaken. Moon god, this is my great Xia territory, it's not your turn to be reckless. Chang Kuan's voice was deafening, causing the entire male creatures in the room to instantly wake up, and in their hearts, they even exclaimed that they couldn't stand it. Worthy of being the legendary four beauties of the desolate ancient world, a panting sound almost made them fall. I'm so scared, oh. The moon god put on a delicate appearance and raised her slender jade hand to flick it at Chang Kuan. Put! Chang Kuan immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily from the air to the ground. Breathless, life hangs in the balance. The entire crowd watched with trembling eyelids, stunned by the moon god's methods. To make a move at the drop of a hat, even the head of the Imperial City Division of the Great Xia would not be able to receive a casual blow from her. Marquis! The Imperial City Division crowd rushed up and began to resuscitate Chang Kuan. It's hopeless. The major families were chanting one after another on the side, thinking about going to the Imperial City Department to eat a banquet later. Violet Kite, where are you going? The moon god skimmed down below and realized that Z Kite was pulling Qin Fong and preparing to sneak away. Her slender jade hand made another point, and the two of them immediately floated suspended in the air. It's over. Knowing that she couldn't run away, Z Kite rubbed the corners of her coat like a child in the wrong, and called out, Auntie! What great aunt, this is clearly an ant. Qin Fong couldn't help but sizing up the moon god to come, and in his heart, he exclaimed that he didn't want to make the effort. You must put in a long line and catch a great ant. And you know I'm your great aunt. The moon god reached out and knocked on Z Kite's small head, exasperated. It's not enough to leave home without a word, but also in order to prevent me from finding it, ran to this side of the great summer dynasty. In case you have a long or short, how can I explain to my sister and brother-in-law? Auntie, I was wrong, don't knock, don't knock. Z Kite hurriedly begged for forgiveness and pulled Qin Fong over to draw fire. I've gained a lot this time. His name is Qin Fong, and not only has he comprehended the sword intent, he has also comprehended the invincible sword heart. Qin Fong. The moon god's hand stopped in mid-air and looked at Qin Fong with interest. For the Qin family to have produced a peerless heavenly pride with the capital of a great emperor, they had long since gotten the news from the Yin Moon Imperial dynasty, and had recently gotten the news that Qin Fong had dug up his own brother's supreme bone, and that he had issued a hunting order against Qin Fong. I thought that this child was ruined, his invincible heart was lost, and he was not enough to worry about, but I didn't expect that he had comprehended an even more terrifying invincible sword heart. Qin Fong said in a serious manner, Sister Moon God, do you believe in love at first sight? You know love at first sight at a young age. The moon god couldn't help but cover her lips and laugh. I think you're just seeing color. How do you know? Qin Fong was very serious and said, that's right, I just saw the color and I decided to grow up and marry you as my wife. Promising. A few of the Qin clan's old ancestors cried out frantically in their hearts, telling Qin Fong to make sure that the moon god was taken down. It is best to use that ancestral divine beast Xuanwu as a dowry, or else delivering it to the door as a son-in-law. Qin family can also be considered. LOL. The moon god couldn't hold it back any longer and was laughing. As one of the four great beauties of the desolate ancients, she had countless suitors, but it was the first time that she was confessed to by an 8-year-old brat in public. The moon god smiles. The entire male creatures in the room were completely smitten and felt that they no longer had any regrets in this life. Humph. Z Kite puffed her cheeks in anger on the side, itching to kick Qin Fong down. Thanks to the fact that she was worried sick over the stinky brother and used up her precious life brand, but he was thinking about her great aunt. The moon god laughed and asked, little brother, I realize that you're not a big person, but you have quite a lot of confidence. Qin Fong was very serious. A man's confidence doesn't come from his height, from his inner shamelessness, and whether or not he will fall from the sky with his stick. What a little rascal, but sis likes it. A meaningful smile spread across the corners of the moon god's mouth, becoming more and more interested in this little guy Qin Fong. Just then, the pale voice of the Qin clan's patriarch came from the sky. It's a great honor to have the moon god come to visit. It's really a long way to welcome you, but Qin Fong mutilated his brothers of the same clan, so I hope that the moon god will give face to my Qin clan. How about handing him over? What if I say no? The moon god's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, clearly not meaning to release anyone. Putting aside Qin Feng's character of mutilating his brothers of the same clan, his talent alone was worthy of any power opening its doors for him, even if it was the Yin Moon Imperial dynasty. Then don't blame me for not doing my duty as a host. The beginning ancestor appeared on the scene with a flash. Without the cool special effects of other big men's appearances, he looked like an ordinary old man on the verge of dying, but no one dared to underestimate this old man. The originator of the Qin family was one of the founders of the Great Xia Imperial dynasty and the #1 powerhouse of the Great Xia Imperial dynasty. Back then, if it wasn't for the Qin family's lack of reserves, the Great Xia Imperial clan would definitely not be the Qin family. Just what I wanted to learn from the Great Summer's #1 powerhouse. The moon god's beautiful eyes were like electricity, and the corners of her clothes began to move without wind. Ow! The divine beast Chuanwu's low roar suddenly rang out. A horrifying pressure swept through the heavens and earth, pressing down on the hundreds of thousands of people below with pale faces, feeling as if they would be lifeless at any moment. Just then, a tender voice rang out, "Old ancestor, wait." The entire crowd turned their heads in curiosity to look, only to see a pale-faced little Dojin accompanied by Qin Tian coming down to the battlefield. It was the other protagonist of the Qin family's tragic event this time, Qin Hao. "Old ancestor, I want to do this battle myself." Although Qin Hao was young, his eyes were like torches as he looked at his towering brother, believing that he could defeat him even if he lost his supreme bone. "Are you sure?" The beginning's voice was very light, but in his heart he was as happy as a 200-pound fat man. Not only did he succeed in sending Qin Feng to study abroad, but he also succeeded in activating Qin Hao's fighting spirit, and he even avoided a war, laying a solid foundation for a future plot to usurp the throne. "I'm sure." Qin Hao nodded his little head heavily and said, "I want to show my brother what the strongest power is." Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the predestined duel. The level of the quest will be determined based on the psychological shadow that the host has left on his brother, up to a mythic epic prize. System, I realize you're so flirty. Qin Feng had wanted to refuse, but it was giving too much. The strongest power? Qin Feng entered the scene for a second, revealing the maniacal smile of the Uchiha 4 Jedi. "The strongest power is the power I possess, the top of the immortal, proud of the world. With me, Qin Feng, there is the sky." Maniacal laughter echoed between heaven and earth as Qin Feng stopped pretending and showed his cards. Sword intent makes the crowd's heart startled, the heavenly robbing light makes the crowd's face change greatly, the invincible sword heart makes the whole audience let out a gasp of surprise, and when the people see Qin Feng's eyes go completely crazy. Chapter 36 Stupid Odudo, are you feeling desperate? Heavy pupil, it's an ancient heavy pupil. The eyes of the entire crowd stared like bronze bells, and their hearts were unable to calm down for a long time. Nima. Let's not let people live. Just born with the capital of a great emperor, breaking through the transcendent mortal realm at the age of 8, comprehending the sword intent and condensing the sword heart, having the potential to force down the current generation of heavenly prides, but this was actually not all of his strength. The supreme bone coupled with the ancient heavy pupil, thinking about it felt terrifying as hell. My god, what kind of demon is this? The moon god was also stunned speechless, and in her heart, she called out that no matter what means were used, this little brat must be abducted back to the Inu dynasty before she could do so. The Qin family's old ancestors were all dumbfounded, seriously wondering if they hadn't woken up. 8 years. Qin Feng had been in the Qin family for 8 whole years. They actually didn't even know that Qin Feng possessed a special physique or was an ancient heavy pupil who was rare to see in 10,000 years. Think about it. The old ancestors of the Qin family looked at Qin Tian in unison, seeing that he also had a shocked expression, and in his mind, he immediately arranged for him to be served, hanging from a crooked neck tree with great punishment. Nima. They were excusable for not knowing his old ancestors, and for him to not know as his own father was simply negligent. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Below, Lin San shook his head incredulously and repeatedly, truly unable to believe that Qin Feng could actually still have an undercard. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for striking the chosen one's self-confidence and causing him to have self-doubt, gaining 100,000 villain points. Kind of funny. Qin Feng skimmed the lower Lin San, not expecting any unexpected gains. How? Below, Qin Hao's body began to tremble, feeling the psychological shadow from his brother. As if a giant seemed to pressure him breathless, himself and his hands at his disposal, seemingly so small. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for displaying strength and causing his brother's psychological shadow to increase, triggering the progress of the mission to reach 90%, 10% short of the full mission. 10% short. The mythical epic prize was on the same level as the red-haired old monster experience volume, so how could Qin Feng just give up so easily? Running the spiritual energy in his body, a golden rune immediately surged out around him. Only by cultivating a divine level technique and reaching the realm of great perfection could one condense these golden runes. Divine grade great perfection technique. The eyes of the entire crowd were once again round, feeling like they were on the verge of going crazy. I had heard that the Qin family's Grand Duke had begun to comprehend the companion technique in his mother's womb, and I had never expected that it would actually be the strongest divine grade technique. They could fight to the death over a heavenly ranked technique, but someone else had comprehended a divine companion technique in their mother's womb. It turns out that the end of the line, which they could never reach in their lifetime, is just the starting point for others. How can people be so different from each other? Qin Hao's heart was shocked again, and his body trembled more and more. Although he had also comprehended the companion technique in his mother's womb as well, it was just that his current rank was only at the saint level, and he needed to follow up with continued deduction in order to advance to the god level. On the contrary, his brother had brought his own god tier feats right out of the gate, and the gap had been opened up too much. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's mission completion, reaching 95%. This is not leaving me any bottom card at all. Qin Feng couldn't help but explode in his heart, completely going out of his way to explode another golden sword mark. The golden sword seal that could only be condensed by cultivating a divine level great perfection sword technique represented that his heaven slashing sword drawing technique was also divine level. There was silence in the room, and everyone was short of words. Nima. Is this really an 8-year-old? While others couldn't get it by begging for a single divine level technique, he had created 2 divine level techniques of his own, and with the addition of various BUF additions, not to mention suppressing the current generation, he wouldn't have the slightest problem even if he were to go and suppress the 10,000 eons of time. Oh my foolish Odudu, do you feel the despair? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth were outlined in an evil smile, and he almost couldn't help but let out a jia laugh. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for planting an indelible psychological shadow in his brother's heart. The progress of the quest has reached 100%, the reward is a mythic epic treasure chest, which requires a win in the predestined duel in order to receive the reward. How can? Qin Hao looked at Qin Feng with a face full of horror, his body unconsciously retreating a few steps. It's too strong. It was so powerful that one couldn't put up a single fight, and one couldn't see a shred of hope for victory. Snap. He reached out his hand and patted it on Qin Hao's shoulder, not saying a word, only a smile of "I believe you can do it. I can do it, I can do it, I can beat you." After feeling full of fatherly love, Qin Hao's little face was suffocated with redness, and he loudly swore to the world. Even if his voice was very small, it was still permeated with incomparable firmness. Only the entire crowd shook their heads, not favoring Qin Hao at all. Not to mention that his supreme bone had been dug up. Even if it hadn't been dug up, the hope of defeating a monster like Qin Feng would be very slim. However, the old ancestors of the Qin family expressed great relief at this, finally activating this child's fighting spirit, and it wasn't in vain for them to collectively go out to accompany him in his act. Qin Feng's performance, in particular, is so awesome that those who don't know really think he's some sort of nefarious villain. Qin Feng. Zikite looked at Qin Feng incredulously, giving her a particularly unfamiliar feeling. The Qin Feng she knew had talent, but was simple and kind, but the current Qin Feng would do anything for power, even going so far as to kill his own brother. What kind of a person is he really? This caused her to develop a strong curiosity to find out more about Qin Feng. Rumble. Another terrifying pressure descended, the void was torn open, and 2 old men in dragon robes emerged from it, the current emperor and the supreme emperor of the great Xia dynasty. These 2 old nobodies are here too. The moon god raised her willow eyebrows, knowing that she was in trouble. If it was only the Qin family patriarch alone, it would be like playing if she wanted to take away Qin Feng, but if she added the 2 emperors of the imperial clan, even if she had the divine beast Xuanwu, she would still have to kneel down and sing a cool song. Old man Qin, is this junior of your Qin family trying to betray great Xia? The Taishang emperor directly snapped a big hat down, making the atmosphere of the scene instantly tense again. The Qin clan patriarch said indifferently, Qin Feng mutilated his clansman first, he is no longer a member of my Qin clan. What he wants has nothing to do with my Qin clan. Good, that's what I want from you. The Supreme Emperor also does not nagging, lifting his fist like lightning to blast out, the sound of the fist like a tsunami of mountains and rivers, one heavy and then a fist, through the void, the sky pressure down, as if to break this side of the void. Rumble. A shocking roar rang out, and the surrounding void seemed to collapse as if it had collapsed, and a spatial ripple rapidly flooded up. I'll come too. The Xia Emperor also joined the fray, vowing to leave Qin Feng behind. Too old undead, you wait for me. The moon god was so angry that he could only shift strategically. Qin Feng, who was the instigator, then took the opportunity to hug the moon god's long legs. Sister moon god, save me. Chapter 37, and then the music, and then the dance. This guy. Violet Kite couldn't help but roll her eyes as she began to spit madly in her mind. Just now, he was shouting something about the top of the immortals and the pride of the world, but this time he was shouting at her sister-in-law to save him, and he really didn't have any sense of propriety. Boom! Another roar slammed out. Only to see the great Xia's supreme emperor and his majesty of the present day, with endless light flowing around them, like a god that had existed for eternity, blasting away at the moon god. Ow! The divine beast Xuanwu's low roar rang out abruptly, carrying the moon god and the others to tear through space and leave quickly. With the 10,000 thunderbolts of heaven and earth opening the way for it, the divine warrior stood majestically in the middle of heaven and earth, looking down on all the living beings in the world, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. Guys, don't make a move yet. The Taishang Emperor and the current sage of Daxia were anxious, knowing how serious the consequences of letting Qin Feng run away would be. Now that the Grand Xia dynasty was going downhill, allowing Qin Feng to return to the Qin clan would threaten their throne, and allowing the Yin dynasty to get Qin Feng would threaten the security of the Grand Xia. So no matter what, Qin Feng could not be allowed to see tomorrow's sun. The major families were slow to make their moves, still playing their own little games. This Qin Feng is for the sake of power. Even his own brother a ruthless character. Today if he can be permanently resolved, okay, but if he let him run away, the future will be their disaster. Besides, what does the change of dynasty have to do with their family? A new master is still not continue to play music, continue to dance. Think about it. All the major families have joined the battle, just an operation as fierce as a tiger. A look at the damage is only 0.5, has completely mastered the essence of touching the fish. Both fulfilling the imperial family's orders and selling Qin Feng a favor. Those old foxes. The Qin family's several old ancestors saw through it. Obviously, as the head of the family, they hadn't done the fish touching thing before. What do these old guys mean? The moon god glanced at the Qin clan's several old ancestors and saw that the other party did not have the slightest intention of making a move. But it also took a lot of pressure off of her. Facing 3 old guys would be cool, but facing 2 old guys trying to walk away was still easy. Damn! Although the 2 emperors in a desperate block, but the face of the moon god has always been a little overwhelmed, mainly or Xuanwu's defense is too high, bombardment of half a day actually all the top. There's also a bunch of touchy-feely teammates who would be surprised if they could block it. In the end, he could only watch as Xuanwu tore through the void and disappeared in style. Let's go! The Daxia Emperor's face was incomparably gloomy as he left with the Imperial City Department, the East Factory, and the West Factory. Although he wanted to order an immediate war with the Qin family, he also knew that the possibility of a fight was slim to none. Leaving aside the fact that no reason can be found, even if a trumped-up charge is used, those families may not contribute. In the past, one could use the fact that the Qin family had produced 2 heavenly prides and divide their benefits in the future as an excuse, but now that the Qin family's second was already wasted, and the oldest had gone abroad to develop, there was no such thing as dividing benefits, so it would be strange to be able to sell out to him. Let's go too! The beginning ancestor reluctantly looked back at Qin Feng's departing direction. In the future, the road in the Yin dynasty could only rely on him to walk on his own. They couldn't help him even if they wanted to. Brother, I will defeat you. Qin Hao's little face was unusually serious, and he was already ready to play hard to get to Cultivate. Brother Qin, I won't lose to you. Lin San's eyes flashed with an unprecedented determination. The next time they met they would definitely surpass this pervert-like man. Yin dynasty. In the moon god's palace. The moon god returned on a Xuanwu tearing through the void, accompanied by Qin Feng and Z-Kite. Greet the moon goddess, goddess. The entire moon god's palace was full of women, kneeling and performing great rites to the moon god and Violet Kite. Goddess. Qin Feng couldn't help but turn his head to look at Z-Kite, only to see her arrogantly raise her little head, as if to say again that there was nothing wrong. This girl is the goddess of the moon god palace, the next generation of the moon god. It's over, the moon god palace has been in decline ever since. Qin Feng recalled the image of Z-Kite's fight. It was like punching an outlaw's excitement fist. It was impossible to imagine what would become of the moon god palace when it was placed in her hands. What did you say? Z-Kite was furious and vowed to teach this little brat a good lesson today. The 2 of them then chased and fought in the moon god palace. The female disciples in the moon god palace felt incredulous that the moon god had actually brought back a little boy. Ever since the establishment of the Moon God Palace, there had been a rule that men were not allowed to enter the palace, not to mention that it was still a man who had been brought into the palace by the Moon God herself. Even if it was a young boy, it was unbelievable. Stop it. The Moon God stopped the two little ones from playing around and revealed a stunningly beautiful smile. Qin Feng, how about you join my Moon God Palace in the future? It should. Qin Feng nodded his head repeatedly and said, according to the rules of the Jianghu, you saved me, I should indeed marry you. This guy. Violet Kite gritted her teeth in anger, not realizing that this little brat was really thinking about her great aunt. LOL. The Moon God was amused and giggled, you're such an interesting little guy, I'm now officially appointing you as the Moon God Palace Divine Son. Luna-sama. The entire Moon God Palace people rushed out to remind the Moon God Palace rules that they could not accept male disciples. I know what I'm doing. The Moon God stared at Qin Feng with glowing eyes. Anyone who had seen Qin Feng's demonic talent would break the rules for him, even their Moon God Palace was no exception. What do you want? Qin Feng was frightened by the Moon God's eyes, wondering if the Moon God was tricking him into joining the Moon God's palace so that he could GA his waist, or the kind without anesthesia. Daxia Palace. When the Emperor of Daxia returned, he was furious. Since the Yinyu imperial dynasty reformed 100 years ago, it had developed so rapidly that it had already become a great danger to the heart of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty, and now it had gained Qin Feng, a peerless demon of the past. Just thinking about it makes my scalp feel numb and I can't sleep at night. The ministers below also started a discussion. The Qin family is mainly responsible for the fact that the Moon God was able to escape with Qin Feng this time. The Qin family is remembering the love of incense and fire, and is counting on Qin Feng to return to the family in the future. The Qin family is a scourge, absolutely cannot be kept. That's easy to say, the Qin family is not that easy to destroy. The old minister risked his life for an audience, hoping that your majesty will widely recruit the world's cold warriors and cultivate the pride of the cold heavenly family to strengthen our great Xia. It's easy to say that recruiting the world's cold warriors widely is destroying the foundation of the lineage. How could the lineage agree to that? The harm of the lineage has entered the marrow of the bones, and the bones must be scraped and healed before there can be hope for Daxia. Your Majesty, the people of the world have been suffering from the world family for a long time. Emperor Daxia looked at each of the old ministers who had been loyal to the country and knew that what they were saying was right. But the world family is not that easy to deal with. The reason why they follow you is because you can bring them benefits. But if you leave them with no benefits to gain, then they won't hesitate to overthrow you and support a new regime out of it. Just then, a small eunuch came to report, Your Majesty, Princess Nanfeng sent someone to say that she recently met an interesting teenager who has the method of breaking the world's family. Chapter 38, Men, There Are Men. Moon Palace. Ever since Qin Feng officially joined, all the young ladies went crazy. Men. They have a man in the Moon God Palace. Why do I get the feeling they're more excited than I am? Qin Feng had the feeling of entering the Ponzi cave, and every night before going to bed, he had to repeatedly confirm that the door lock was unlocked. Tooth. Little White jumped onto Qin Feng's shoulder in a single leap and rubbed his head against him as if he were a kitten. The meaning was very clear, it was time to eat. The landlord's family can't help you eating like this. Qin Feng helplessly took out a small bag. There was only one blood linden left inside. After eating it he would have to pay for it himself, or he could go to the wild forest to look for it. It's just that the wild forest is the territory of demonic beasts. Even if there are heavenly treasures, there are powerful demonic beasts guarding them, so it's not normally difficult to obtain them. The system suddenly spoke. The host can exchange to purchase spirit pet feed from the system. Spirit Pet Carrot, exclusive fodder for rabbit-type spirit pets, long-term use can increase various attributes, exchange price 10 villain points. One stick costs 10 points. Qin Feng called out the black store in his heart, it was simply a robbery. His family white rice bucket of food, at least 4 or 5 a day, that is, 40 or 50 points, 10 days 4 or 500 points, 100 days 4 or 5,000 points, a year is 1 or 2 10,000 points, he has not been so good to his own father and mother. It's not like it used to be, villain points will have to be saved until we meet our next victim, Ba, the chosen one. Qin Feng tapped on the system and currently had 692,500 villain points left. Since he hadn't reached 1 million, he couldn't exchange the Grand Perfection card to raise several other god-level martial arts to Grand Perfection. But spending 30,000 points every month to open a 100 times enlightenment aura was still no problem, and it was enough for him to use it for a year or two. I hope to meet the chosen one in the next year or two. Qin Feng snatched the last blood linden from Little White's mouth and threw it a carrot that he had exchanged for 10 villain points from the system. Rabbit, no, don't eat this. White was so pissed off that he spat on the spot. This carrot is edible, yes, but it's obviously not in the same class compared to blood linden. It's like dog food. Can it be in the same class as pork ribs? It's never good for kids to be picky eaters, they're mostly spoiled. Qin Feng took out the long hollow divine sword and set it on the neck of the little White. The scared little guy ate that called a snappy, the little mouth blah 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 out a few times to gnaw clean, and even the carrot leaves were eaten. Nice. Satisfied, Qin Feng put away the long sky divine sword and swallowed the last blood bodhi in one gulp. Rumble. Qin Feng's body shook violently and hurriedly sat down on the bed to enter a state of cultivation. The energy transformed by the blood bodhi devastatingly surged through his body, like a river breaking the embankment, madly integrating into his flesh and blood. Tooth. Little White screamed in aggravation and waved his hand to take out the sage's bamboo slips. It was a separate carry-on space that came with it naturally, and it slept next to Qin Feng while holding the saintly bamboo slips. The city of the heart of heaven. Lin San had finally returned safely after his ordeal, and had also brought back Qin Feng in his full form. Sword intent, sword heart, supreme bone, ancient heavy pupil, and self-created divine level techniques and sword skills. City Lord Lin Hao pounded his feet and chest after hearing this, not to mention how much he regretted it in his heart. If he had chosen Qin Feng to be his son-in-law in the first place, given the fact that he was now being forced by the Qin family to go nowhere, wouldn't he have just thrown himself into his arms? Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Qin Feng had already been brought back to the Yin Moon dynasty by the Moon God. There is also his originally optimistic son-in-law Qin Hao. The supreme bone was dug into a waste. I heard that Qin Tian's position as the head of the family was also jacked up, and the family is living a miserable life. I married my daughter for profit, now how can I do that? Lin Hao felt an immense headache, wanting to withdraw from the marriage but not daring to do so. In the end, the Qin family is the first family of the ancient desert. The door to withdraw from the marriage is equal to the face of the Qin family. For the big family face to see more important than life, get it wrong, but it will be directly to war. But he was so reluctant to let him marry his daughter to a loser. Time flies. 7 years have passed. In these 7 years the celestial pride has continued to emerge, the degree of internal scrolling has also become more and more intense, and the talent displayed is even more powerful to terrifying. Qin Feng's original record of breaking through the transcendent mortal realm at the age of 8 and comprehending sword intent had also been broken by a good number of heavenly prides one after another. As for Qin Feng, ever since he was appointed as the divine son of the Moon God Palace 7 years ago, he had kept a low profile and seldom appeared in front of people, and there hadn't been any news of any battles rumored about him. But the sword intent, sword heart, supreme bone, ancient heavy pupil, and other abilities he displayed in the Grand Xia Imperial dynasty back then shocked the entire Desolate Ancient, and he was also named the first heavenly pride of the Desolate Ancient. Even if he hadn't shown his face for 7 years, no one could shake the name of the first heavenly pride of the Desolate Ancients. At this time, the back mountain of the Moon God Palace. A huge waterfall, like a long silver river. A clear-eyed, sword eyebrow slanting, very handsome, youth bare upper body, there is a golden dragon tattoo, sitting under the waterfall to cultivate, let that impact down the pie smash down on the body, gusts of dull sound echoed. This person was the 15-year-old Qin Feng, whose cultivation had risen to the 9th level of the transcendent mortal realm. It definitely wasn't that the Moon God Palace's beauty was like a wolf and disintegrated people's wills, but rather, it was to consolidate their own foundations. Right. It's all about consolidating one's roots. But although his cultivation hadn't gotten much of a boost, his other abilities had been developed in depth. The ascended robber light was getting stronger, and the heavy pupil, in addition to the 3 basic abilities of slowing down, breaking down movements, and penetrating the origin, also sensed the divine light of yin and yang. Because of the many killing moves, it was also easy to decapitate cultivators at the Dao entry realm. The only regret was that not a single chosen one had been encountered in the past 7 years, and nearly 700,000 villain points had long since been used up no matter how much they were saved. Now he could only earn a meager amount of villain points to eke out a living by interacting with the misses of the Moon God Palace, causing him to miss Lin San more and more, and he was on the verge of getting lovesick. For 7 years I've been injured by alcohol, my cultivation has actually fallen so much, from today onwards, abstain from alcohol. Qin Feng secretly resolved to give up alcohol. He hadn't had a few drinks either, but it was definitely the alcohol. Don't squeeze, let me see. Not far away, a group of Moon God Palace young ladies were peeking, and they were even more excitedly screaming after seeing Qin. Of course, Qin Feng is not always show his body under the waterfall, so it will also often take some of the original underwear worn by Qin Feng to auction for subsidizing the family. Chapter 39, The Scholar of the Son of Heaven. I rabbit, what a good thrifty rabbit. Xiaobai beautifully counted the earned spirit stones and took out the original underwear he stole last night. As long as he auctioned it off he could go buy a heavenly material. Qinfeng's adolescent bitter tea sun, base price 20 spirit stones. I'll offer 25 spirit stones. The lady of the moon palace is serious about men, and the original panties immediately caused the whole room to scream. Hoo hoo. A sharp sound of breaking wind in the pale forest sea gradually sounded. Under the waterfall Qinfeng violently opened his eyes, flashing a touch of stern momentum. Around his body is surging out a channel of invisible sword qi. Bump! The invisible sword qi instantly tore through the waterfall, colliding with the energy that shot in, and the water in the waterfall was blasted and splashed everywhere. A large and a small two beauties appeared beside the waterfall. It was the moon god and Z-Kite. Unlike the Z-Kite 7 years ago, now it has faded away from the youthfulness and tenderness. Between the knitted brows and the smile, it is permeated with infinite flavor. I've heard that I've been practicing with the moon god all these years and have refined some kind of powerful technique that only girls can cultivate. Not bad, your comprehension of sword intent and sword heart is getting deeper and deeper. The moon god looked at Qinfeng with great satisfaction. It was not in vain that she had broken the rules of the palace back then and allowed him to be the divine son of the moon god palace. In the future, the moon god palace would definitely become more powerful because of this son. How can I marry sister moon god if I'm not strong? I still have this awareness. Qinfeng frivolously raised his eyebrows unilaterally, showing off his body in front of the moon god. Flop! Z-Kite was so angry that she stepped forward and kicked Qinfeng into the waterfall, exasperated. Ever since I was little, I've been thinking about my great aunt. I'm such a big beauty next to me, don't you see it? It's pretty big. Qinfeng surfaced to take a closer look, and I don't know what Z-Kite has eaten all these years. It's perfectly fine to get a referee to call her for a ball-breaking hit. Rascal! Z-Kite's little face turned red at being molested and she jostled with Qinfeng again. Stop it, you two. The moon god became accustomed to Qinfeng's molestation and said indifferently, Qinfeng, in a few days' time, it will be the once-in-a-decade death elimination match of the Yin Moon Dynasty. Are you interested in taking part in it? Death knockout! Qinfeng's brows furrowed as he heard of this elimination tournament. Ever since the reform of the Yin Imperial Dynasty 100 years ago, the death elimination tournament had become the key to the rise of the Yin Imperial Dynasty. It can be understood as a college entrance examination. The major powers of the Yin Imperial Dynasty will send their own outstanding talents to take the examination, and anyone who passes will get the Yin Imperial Dynasty to focus on cultivation. Powerful faculty, rich cultivation resources, you can say everything. The only thing different from the college entrance examination is that after thousands of troops cross the log bridge, the failure of the college entrance examination can be repeated. The death elimination tournament, as its name suggests, in addition to walking across the log bridge alive, there are so many remain in the examination room forever. Qinfeng didn't care much about life and death. What he cared about was whether or not he could meet his beloved chosen one. Just then, not far away came the cheering of the young lady, as if she was celebrating the fact that she had bought panties for 100 spirit stones. White rice bucket. Qinfeng floated down behind Xiaobai with a dragonfly. Xiaobai immediately exploded when he heard this name, and furiously shouted, my rabbit's name is Qin Xiaobai, Qin Xiaobai, Qin Xiaobai. In the future, whoever dares to call me rabbit white rice bucket, my rabbit will definitely bite him to death. Okay, white rice bucket. Qinfeng nodded his head to indicate that he knew, but he did not have the habit of trying to change. He said why his underwear disappeared before he washed it. It turned out to be taken out for public auction by this rabbit. It's the moon god. A group of young ladies seemed like elementary school students who had encountered their homeroom teacher, and hurriedly fled the scene in fear. White, you've gone too far. Purple Kite huffed and puffed on the side, strongly condemning Xiaobai's behavior. I rabbit didn't want this, but I rabbit hungry. Xiaobai showed his aggrieved look, not to mention how hard it was to live a small life. In the past, although there were no heavenly treasures to eat, at least there were carrots supplied on time, but lately I don't know what happened to even the carrot supply. It will have to starve the rabbits alive if it doesn't get something to sell. Alas! Qinfeng sighed helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to feed the rabbit, it was really that there were no more villain points. He's having a particularly hard time too, and if he doesn't find another victim, yuck, the chosen one, he's going to switch to being a flower picker. It's a little less money, but it's barely enough to get through the day. Just then, a young lady came to report, enlightened Lord Godson, there is a heavenly pride outside who wants to challenge you. Again. Qinfeng felt very speechless. Ever since he had been named the first heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, people had constantly come to the moon god palace to challenge him, only that none of them were the chosen one he was looking for, making him really unable to muster the slightest bit of interest. The young sister continued, Lord Godson, this person is no ordinary person, but a disciple of the Son of Heaven from the great Xia imperial dynasty. Disciple of the Son of Heaven. Qin Feng's brows furrowed, not unfamiliar with this word. If he remembered correctly, and he should not be mistaken, it was by means of the imperial examination system and the disciples of the Son of Heaven, etc., that the era of the rule of the lineage was brought to an end during the Tang dynasty, and the rule of centralized power was greatly strengthened. What is the Xia Emperor doing with this now? Does he want to take advantage of the opportunity to weaken the strength of the world family? Soon. Qin Feng then found the relevant files. 7 years ago the Emperor of the Grand Xia suddenly announced that he wanted to take on disciples, and that any chosen celestial pride would become a disciple of the Son of Heaven. When the news came out, the entire daxia was abuzz. The Emperor's disciple think about the feeling of supreme honor. Even the major families are difficult to resist the temptation of the 4 words of the Son of Heaven's disciple. And so a sensational selection of the Heavenly Son's disciples began, and unsurprisingly, the world family's heavenly prides won out, but a large number of the cold family's heavenly prides also sprung up. The Emperor of Daxia also kept his promise and accepted the pride of the world family as his disciple. As for the pride of the cold family, he did not let go and accepted as a prospective disciple of the Son of Heaven. This old man is really targeting the world family. Qin Feng could tell at a glance that the Daxia Emperor was up to something. The 4 words, disciple of the Son of Heaven, seemed to be honorable and unparalleled, but in reality, they were the tool people of the Emperor of Daxia. Without a backer, the cold sect heavenly pride could only rely on the Daxia Emperor in the future, becoming a sword for him to fight against the world families. The world's pride has the name of master and disciple. Not following orders is treason. Morally speaking, the Daxia Emperor has won. At the same time, he was also very curious as to who was helping the Daxia Emperor behind the scenes. With his 10 years of experience as an old bookworm, it was highly likely that this person was the chosen one that he had been searching for 7 years without being able to find. Rumble. A booming sound came from the front hall, along with the shouting and cursing of that disciple of the Son of Heaven. Qin Feng, you have the ability to be a traitor, you have the ability to come out. I know you are at home, don't hide inside and not make a sound. Chapter 40, Cracked on the Spot. Outside the Moon God Palace. A group of white-clothed ladies came out full of anger and surrounded a burly man. This person was the disciple of the Son of Heaven who had come to challenge Qin Feng, Zhu Thro. Seeing Qin Feng's delay in coming out to accept his challenge, he actually directly made a move to smash the gate of their Moon God Palace, and also called out their family's divine son on the street. Really think that he is still in the Daxia dynasty? There is a Daxia emperor to back him up. This is the Yin dynasty. It is not his turn to be wild as a disciple of the heavenly son of the Daxia dynasty. Unbridled. The misses of the Moon God Palace had icy cold faces, and the long swords in their hands were sheathed at Shu casting. What? Qin Feng doesn't dare to come out and accept the challenge and wants to bully the few with the many. Shu casting still had an arrogant face, not putting the other party in his eyes in the slightest. He was one of the members of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's envoys, and had been ordered by the Emperor to observe the once-in-a-decade life and death elimination tournament of the Yin Imperial Dynasty, and killing him, a disciple of the Son of Heaven, was tantamount to declaring war on the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. The Great Summer Envoy is terrific, this goddess will go teach him to behave. Violet Kite obviously couldn't take the anger and rolled up her sleeves, ready to go to war. Wait. Qin Feng raised his hand to stop Z-Kite and said suspiciously, do you think there's a possibility that he's just a pawn in someone else's hands? Chess? Z-Kite wasn't a fool either, her willow eyebrows slightly frowned. You mean someone is setting you up? It's not a setup for me, it's a setup for the Great Summer's lineage. Qin Feng scratched his chin and thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Now that the Emperor of Daxia has come up with the sect of the Son of Heaven, on the surface it is the world family celestial pride that stands tall, but in the end, it is definitely going to support the cold sect celestial pride to rise to the top, replacing the rule of the world family. And how to deal with this group of worldly family prides became a headache for the Daxia Emperor, such as forming them into an envoy and sending them to the Yin dynasty to observe the life and death elimination matches. If something goes wrong in the middle, the pot is directly deducted to the head of the Yin dynasty. If you can make the family and the Yin dynasty go to war, it would be great, and the great Xia royal family can just sit back and reap the benefits of the fisherman. A setup for the Daxia family. Z-Kite's small head was filled with question marks, not understanding what things Qin Feng was talking about. Whether it is or not, just try it. Fong flicked his feet to the ground and floated out of the moon god palace, ready to force out this person behind the curtain, perhaps the chosen one he was looking for. Fong, it's Fong. The outside of the moon god palace was already surrounded by people at this time, and they immediately screamed in excitement when they saw Fong come out. Ever since Fong had shown his complete body to the world 7 years ago, everyone had wanted to catch a glimpse of the battle style of this number one heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. It was a pity that Fong had never accepted anyone's challenge after he became the divine son of the moon god palace. Today, he came with a tawdry stride. Greetings to the son of God. The white-clothed young ladies bowed respectfully and looked at Fong with an off-kilter look in their eyes. At this time, Fong has already faded away the tenderness of early childhood, inherited his mother's high face value, a proper beautiful man. Coupled with the talent of suppressing the ages, and the only man in the moon god palace, it was definitely the common YYY object of all the female disciples. Fong, you finally came out. Shu casting exuberantly almost let out a pig's squeal, and a thick energy erupted around him, morphing into a black skinned boar with a sharp mouth and tusks, and waving his hand to take out a bulky pig killing knife. Boom! The killing knife slammed heavily on the ground, and the floor around it instantly burst. Feng's face was filled with disgust. I thought it was some powerful expert, but it turns out it's just a spirit martial 4th level trash. What's wrong with the 4th level of spiritual martial arts? Shu casting said unconvincingly, I'm a disciple of the Son of Heaven. Even if I'm at the 4th level of spiritual martial arts, I'm still more powerful than the 9th level of spiritual martial arts. Aha! The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, feeling that Shu casting had a point. However, he, a disciple of the Son of Heaven, compared to Fong, seemed to be not a star and a half worse. 7 years ago, Fong was the transcendent mortal 3rd cultivation. With his perverted talent, he did not know what realm he had reached by now. Entryway? Or the heavenly sect above the way of initiation? After all is said and done, what is your cultivation level? Shu casting asked nervously, already making plans to surrender if Fong broke through into the Tao. Transcendent 9. Fong proudly proclaimed loudly, not forgetting to shine his strength out. The scene was silent. Everyone looked at Fong in disbelief, and in their hearts, they even let out the howls of a groundhog. Nima! How could it be possible that the promised number one heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, the promised suppression of the ages, could only be at the 9th level of transcendent mortality? On average, he only breaks through one minor level in a year or so. What has he been doing all these years? He can't be indulging in flowers in the moon god palace and not be able to extricate himself. Shu cast cracked on the spot, not knowing where Fong got the confidence that transcendent mortal 9 disliked him, a spiritual martial 4. Fong asked again, how do you want to fight, one-on-one, or in a group? Of course it's a one-on-one fight. Shu casting was a bit uncertain. Got it. Fong gestured to the young ladies, signaling that they could go up and fight Shu casting one-on-one. Put. The crowd of onlookers sprayed out a mouthful of old blood on the spot, and a big, completely different from what they imagined the first pride of the desolate ancient kingdom displaying his style. Phew. Shu. The white-clothed ladies didn't care about what was fair or not, they only knew to faithfully carry out Godson Sama's orders, and the sharp swords in their hands shimmered with a dark, water-like ripple as they stabbed at Shu casting. Shu casting angrily said, Fong, you're shameless, the promised one-on-one battle turned into a group beating. That's right, you single-handedly took on a bunch of us. Fong was full of innocence and even showed his teeth to prove that he had teeth. The onlookers were completely speechless. They didn't expect Fong to be this kind of person, not even a little bit of the idolized baggage of the number one heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. Bang! Shu cast was no match for the ladies in white, and was knocked to the ground in 3 strikes. I defy you. Shu throw was filled with anger. It's none of my business whether you serve or not. Fong rolled his white eyes, thinking that this person was sick. Afterwards, he took out a golden abacus that was even bigger than Xiaobai's, and began to calculate for Zhucast how much money he needed to compensate for damaging their moon god palace, a total of 1 million extreme spirit stones. Shu casting said incredulously, 1 million? Still extremely high quality spirit stones, all of these added up will only be 1 spirit stone at the end of the day. Fong was full of honesty as he said, that's right, I just want you to compensate me an additional 999,999 extreme spirit stones. The room was instantly silent again. Nima. What an honest answer. It was surprising that they didn't know what to say for a moment. You're robbing me, I don't have any money. Shu cast strongly condemned, still resisting. It doesn't matter if you don't have any money. Xin Feng laughed playfully, you can pay for meat. Chapter 41, the best thing about being chubby. Flesh payment. The faces of the surrounding crowd turned odd, wondering if it was the kind of meat payment they were thinking of. Soon. Xin Feng then stripped Zhuthro clean and tied into a carriage for a parade, with a plaque on his body, a resume of Zhuthro's scholar of the Son of Heaven and the identity of the future heir to the Zhu family of the Great Summer family. Xin Feng, if you insult me like this, the Zhu family will not let you go, and neither will His Majesty. Shu casting had never suffered such an insult before and desperately struggled to fight Xin Feng. But Xin Feng didn't even put his threat in his eyes, banging on the gong and drums and pulling the carriage to yell all over the street. Don't miss it if you walk by, authentic daxia lean and strong man, number 998, number 888, just 98 spirit stones, you can take home and breed once. Where had the people on the streets ever seen such a spectacle? They ran out to watch the lean men from daxia. Egu, the disciple of the Son of Heaven, is a heavenly pride or the son of a family, no wonder. I have a friend who has always wanted a healthy child, but unfortunately she never got pregnant. The 98 isn't expensive, it's worth getting. That's not true, if you get pregnant with a boy, you can take it back and share the family fortune. The divine son of the moon god palace is a guarantor, trustworthy. As time went on, more and more people gathered. Since this was a world where immortals and mortals mixed, there were many people who were unable to cultivate. In order to be able to improve the family's genes, there are a lot of rich people who meet highly talented cultivators, will pray that the other party can leave a fairy fate for the family, that is, with their own daughter na. Of course this sort of thing is only possible if, of course, the daughter is pretty enough. Now Qin Feng's explicit price tag had moved the hearts of those rich men who did not have beautiful daughters. Lord Godson, look at my little daughter. A tycoon warily saluted Qin Feng and pulled out his 200+ pound daughter who was comparable to a flower. Hiss. The entire crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, but no one with a conscience would agree. You're going a little too far. Qin Feng just couldn't look at it straight, and turned his words around and said, gotta add money. No problem. The rich man nodded his head excitedly and said that it was fine to add as much money as he wanted. He has worked hard all his life, what is the use of earning more money? When he meets the cultivator, he is still like a dog with no dignity, and he has to obediently offer his money when he reaches out his hand. It also taught him the truth that the only way to hold on to property is to have strength. Get off me, get off me. Zhuthro struggled desperately, showing that he would rather die than give in. Xin Feng saw Zhu casting so resistant, opened his mouth and advised, don't you have this expression, this is a microfat girl that I chose for you by the thousands, it must be known that microfat is the best. Slightly fat. The corners of the eyes of the entire crowd kept twitching, and they wanted to ask, doesn't your conscience hurt? In order to close the deal, he actually called the 200-pound fat girl microfat. Xin Feng, don't you dare. Shu casting's entire body was surging with spiritual energy, and mortals couldn't even get close. This. The rich man showed a disappointed expression, knowing that the immortal destiny could not be forced. Don't worry, I do business with the utmost integrity. Xin Feng smiled to appease the rich man and took out a small jade bottle with the words "So is crazy too" written in large letters. It was made according to the recipe in it when he was flipping through the concave dharma, which could accelerate the cultivation of the concave dharma. This is. The faces of the people present changed drastically, and were frightened as they hurriedly took a few steps back. Nima. It's actually the legendary top winks, and the sows are crazy. I've heard that if a man touches that much, even a sow can be better than a sable in his eyes. At the same time, the eyes of the crowd looking at Qin Feng had completely changed. Where was this any kind of desolate ancient first heavenly pride? It was simply the desolate ancient first procurator, actually carrying this kind of thing around with him. Qin Feng said with an innocent face, what kind of expression is this? I often walk in the Jianghu, it's reasonable to bring some defense. You're a big man. Who in their right mind would walk around the jungle with these things? The entire crowd rolled their eyes, not believing in Qin Feng's bull at all, only knowing that Qin Feng, this person absolutely can't be messed with. It's not even enough that he has strength, talent, and background, but he's also shameless. Thank you, Lord Godson, for your fulfillment. The flower-like fat girl was already hyper and took the sow also crazy and Zhu cast and went home. Qin Feng, brother Feng, I beg you, let me go, I'll pay for the 1,000,000 extreme spirit stones, I was wrong. Zhu casting no longer had the arrogance he had before, crying and begging Qin Feng to forgive him. It was just that Qin Feng didn't have the heart to pay attention to him at all. He was waiting for the person behind the curtain to show up. If he really killed Zhu Casting, he would have fallen right into the other party's trap. Not only did he help him solve Zhu Casting, a world family pride, but he also succeeded in pulling the hatred of the Zhu family onto him. On the contrary, if he didn't kill Zhu Casting but instead humiliated him in all sorts of ways, this person behind the scenes would have to step in to rescue Zhu Casting since they were on a mission together to the Inu imperial dynasty. When a fellow soldier is humiliated, there is no reason not to help. Still no chosen one. Could it really be that I'm overthinking it? Qin Feng looked around for a second and did not get a system prompt. Don't you come over here. Zhu Casting's miserable voice came from the small courtyard, causing the entire crowd to hold back a 3-minute moment of silence in his honor. The hall of the great Summer's son of the Emperor's disciple, the pride of the world, was actually given by a mortal such as a flower to spoil this psychological shadow. I am afraid that from now on will never be able to be cured. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for insulting another person's character and gaining 1000 villain points. Qin Feng immediately branched out, just like LSP unlocked a new posture. Bam! A clear gong sounded, and a caravan came up from the distant street, huge and luxurious carriages, accompanying servants and guards, all proving the other party's powerful identity background. Leading the way were a dozen angry-faced men and women who wore the same clothes as Zhu Casting, that is, the clothes that could only be worn by the disciples of the great Summer's son of heaven. Princess Nanfeng has arrived. As the carriage stopped, the guards called out the name of the other party, the favorite little princess of the Dixia Emperor, Princess Nanfeng, and the representative of the Dixia's mission to the Inu imperial dynasty this time. Princess Nanfeng. Qin Feng gazed straight at the luxurious carriage and could clearly sense that there was more than one person inside. Judging by the other person's heavy breathing, it should be a man of a young age. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for discovering the chosen one, level epic. Qin Feng's eyes immediately lit up and his little heart accelerated. 7 years. Fate has finally brought them together. It didn't matter if someone was counting him behind his back now, what mattered was that he was going to start counting this chosen one. A clear and cold woman's voice came from the carriage. Qin Feng, as a traitor to my great Xia dynasty, you actually dare to humiliate my great Xia's heavenly son's disciples like this. What crime should you be guilty of? Chapter 42, Kneeling. Princess Daxia, what an official authority. Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer, questioning the divine son of the moon god palace on the territory of the Yin Moon imperial dynasty. Am I being a lone wolf, or has great Xia already captured the Yin Moon imperial dynasty? The words have just been spoken. The eyes of the surrounding crowd steeply turned cold, and they also felt that Princess Daxia was taking herself too seriously. Saying such words on their Inu imperial dynasty's territory was simply not putting their Inu imperial dynasty in their eyes. Unbridled. Princess Nanfeng was infuriated and said, "Someone come, cut Qin Feng down for this princess." Yes. The princess guards drew their long swords in unison, and the mission's celestial pride also took out their respective weapons. Killing me in my territory, who gave you the confidence? Qin Feng still quite admired the protagonist. To pig teammates always never leave, and did not wait for him to open his mouth. In all directions rushed out dozens of lunar god palace misses surrounded the other party. There's a show. The surrounding melon eaters' eyes lit up as they hurriedly backed away to maintain a safe melon eating distance. Alas! A man's sigh came from the carriage. Lifting the curtain, a man in fancy dress stepped out and cupped his fists. This is the famous number 1 heaven's pride Qin Feng, brother Qin, right? I'm sorry, the princess slipped up just now. I'm here as the head of the lower section. I'll make amends to all of you on behalf of the princess. That's him. Qin Feng could tell at a glance that this person was the chosen one. Based on his experience as a 10-year-old bookworm, this person was different from Lin San's type of extreme servant-type protagonist or Qin Hao's type of hot-blooded inspirational protagonist. It's one of those emperor favorites that either marries a princess or raises her to be an empress-type protagonist. It also made him more and more certain that the Heaven's Son sectarian was the one who had gotten him into trouble, and that the person who was counting on him behind the scenes was this person correctly. Qin Feng did not give the other party the slightest bit of face, and opened the big spray mode. I originally thought that Princess Daxia was some kind of chaste martyr, but I didn't realize that she was a who hit a man in a carriage and lived an indiscreet life. Put. The entire crowd almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood, not realizing that Qin Feng really dared to say anything. To actually call Princess Daxia in the street, or in front of Princess Daxia's face without hiding it in the slightest. Say that again if you dare. Where had Princess Nanfeng ever received this kind of anger? She angrily walked out of the carriage. Not to mention a gorgeous dress, graceful and noble, eyebrows like jade feathers, muscles like white snow, teeth like containing shells. Is indeed a great beauty. Nice guy. It's been years since I've met a beauty of this caliber. Xin Feng could not help but lament a sentence in his heart: you can always trust the vision of the protagonist. Xin Feng was obedient and said with a face full of sincerity, I said you're a unbridled. Princess Nan Feng was completely enraged and pulled out her accompanying sword to stab towards Xin Feng. Just before her sword could stab Xin Feng, the white-clothed young lady from the Moon God Palace picked her sword out of the way, while several other swords were on her neck. It was as if Xin Feng would not hesitate to stab her to death as long as he gave the order. Humph, kill this princess if you have the ability. Princess Nan Feng's eyes were filled with contempt, not believing that Xin Feng dared to kill her at all. She was representing the Grand Xia dynasty on a mission to the Yin Yu dynasty this time. If Xin Feng dared to kill her, he would be stirring up a dispute between the two countries, and it would be useless even if he was the divine son of the Moon God Palace. I've never seen a request like this one. Xin Feng's eyes glowed with a murderous intent, and an overpowering sword aura surged around his body as well. Not good. The face of Fong Chang at the side changed violently, and he hurriedly operated his spiritual energy to block in front of Princess Nan Feng. Rumble. The invisible sword chi sent Fong Chang flying directly, retreating several steps before stopping. He's coming for real. Princess Nan Feng's body couldn't help but tremble. Just now she could clearly sense Xin Feng's killing intent. If it wasn't for Fong Chang blocking her with his body, she was afraid that she would have been pierced through by Xin Feng's invisible sword chi by now. But how? She was the princess of Great Xia, the representative of this mission. How could Xin Feng have the guts to kill her? This is a man who doesn't follow the rules. Fong Chang's face also became grave, and he had to start paying attention to Xin Feng. He had always thought that he could play the ancients off of each other. That's right. It's the ancients. He came from a planet named Red Star, living in a modern civilization, and by a chance traveled to the desolate ancient. Although this was a metaphysical world, with the advanced theoretical knowledge he had mastered in modern civilization, he still easily mixed into the chief staff of Princess Nan Feng, and even proposed methods for the Emperor of Daxia to defeat the lineage, such as the sect of the Son of Heaven. He had thought that everything would go as he had expected, but who knew that he had met Xin Feng, a person who did not follow the rules. He fooled Zhu Thro into challenging him at his door so that they could use the knife to kill him and plant evidence, but he took Zhu Thro and sold him for money, forcing them to come out and settle the matter. Apologizing on behalf of Princess Nan Feng, a normal person would choose to put things to rest. However, he directly turned on the big spray mode, and even ignored the dispute between the two countries and dared to behead Daxia's envoy princess in the street. Should I say that he is arrogant to the point of being blind, or should I say that he has seen through it all? There really are those who are not afraid of death. Xin Feng's gaze was like electricity. His right hand slowly rested on the hilt of his sword. It was irritating for the other party chief to block him from killing. What? Fong Chang's body stiffened violently, his heart inexplicably panicked. At this time he felt like the Monkey King in the hands of Rulai. No matter how much he tumbled, it was hard to escape the other party's five-finger mountain. Enough! An old voice exploded in the ears of the crowd, only to see an old man flickering from afar and approaching, looking at Xin Feng with unquestionable orders in his eyes. Obviously this person was in the mission, the hidden expert. Old man, what are you? Xin Feng still didn't give the other party any face as his eyes widened and he drank, kneel down. Unbridled. The old man's anger value instantly filled up, and a terrifying energy erupted from his body. Rumble. A thunderous sound suddenly resounded in the sky, directly dispersing the energy that the old man had condensed, and it was accompanied by a terrifying pressure that descended from the sky. Pressing the old man, he spat out blood from his mouth and fell on his knees in front of Xin Feng. I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect Princess Nan Feng for the rest of the day, so I'll have to hide at home and honestly heal my wounds. Moon God, it's Moon God. As if they were berserk believers, the surrounding Guagua crowd hurriedly knelt on the ground and made a pilgrimage in the direction of the lunar god's palace. The old man roared in defiance, Moon God, is this the way you treat guests in the Yin Moon dynasty? The Moon God's clear and cold voice resounded in the void, then you smashed the gate of my Moon God palace. Is this the way to be a guest in your Great Xia dynasty? The old man was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. Fong Chang hurriedly said, Lord Moon God, Zhu Casting's behavior is his personal behavior and cannot represent our mission. I am willing to apologize on his behalf and bear all compensation. If apologizing works, what's the point of having a government office? Xin Feng continued to fan the flames from the side. So what do you want? Princess Nan Fong forced down her anger and knew that the situation was stronger than the others. On your knees. Qin Feng's gaze looked straight at Princess Nan Fong. His voice was very soft but permeated with unquestionable. Chapter 43, Kneel or Die. You made this princess kneel. Princess Nan Fong was furious, not expecting Qin Feng to be so arrogant. She was a hallowed princess of Daxia. Where was the reason to kneel to the Qin family, not to mention that Qin Feng was a traitor to the Qin family. Even if Qin Feng was now a noble divine son of the Moon God Palace, he was not worthy of her kneeling. Kneel or die. The depths of Qin Feng's crystal clear eyes were filled with coldness, and his right hand was also slowly placed on the hilt of his long hollow Excalibur, obviously definitely not joking with Princess Nan Fong. As long as the other party dared to say one more word, he wouldn't hesitate to use the sky-splitting sword drawing technique. Especially under the enchantment of the invincible sword heart, there was no woman left in his heart after he picked up the sword, except for the beautiful, rich woman who was willing to give him money to spend. The whole room was also silent in an instant. Finally felt the hegemony from the number one heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, completely different from the unreliable feeling before. At this moment, Qin Feng was completely in the tyrant mode of those who obeyed me and those who opposed me died. At the same time, the crowd was very much looking forward to the appearance of Qin Feng in his full body. With his current cultivation of Transcendent Mortal 9, the difference between his cultivation and that of his contemporaries, the heavenly pride, it seemed that there was no other way to win other than displaying his complete body. Gulp. Princess Nan Fong couldn't help but gulp, and could clearly feel how terrifying the pressure Qin Feng was bringing to her. However, concerning the pride of the princess of the Grand Xia dynasty and the dignity of the Grand Xia dynasty, how could she easily kneel down to Qin Feng? But Qin Feng's words were so clear, either kneel or die. There was also the fact that the moon god had no intention of coming out to mediate, which meant that the moon god was condoning Qin Feng to do so. Fong Chang stood out and said righteously, even if we are at fault first, you let Princess Nanfeng kneel down to apologize is too much. Princess Nanfeng represents the face of the Grand Xia dynasty. You humiliate our Grand Xia like this, you are not afraid of triggering a war between the two sides. Wow! Before Fong Chang finished his words, a cold wind blew between heaven and earth. Clang! Qin Feng fiercely gripped the hilt of his sword with force, and the dusty 7-year-old long sky divine sword stormed out halfway like a swimming dragon, with a momentum like thunder and a cold light that made the entire crowd in the arena unable to resist a shiver. Not good. Fong Chang's pupils shrunk violently, not expecting Qin Feng to be so overbearing. Doesn't even listen to their diplomatic condemnations, and just draws his sword and goes to war whenever he doesn't do what he says. Facing Qin Feng, a terrifying existence that comprehended the invincible sword heart, Fong Chang did not dare to be the slightest bit careless and directly used his strongest means of defense, only to see his entire body coalesce into a large golden bell. Buddhist, the golden bell. It was that he had inadvertently obtained an ancient Buddhist divine technique, and if he could fully comprehend it, his final form would be the undying golden body, and he believed that this move would still not have much of a problem blocking a Transcendent Mortal 9's attack. Buddhist? I'm Confucian. Confucius said, I have never seen a rigid person. Note, I have never seen a body so rigid that I can't break it. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up slightly as the half-sheathed sword light blasted towards the golden bell. Boo! The golden bell shield around Fong Chang instantly shattered, as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and his body was directly lifted over onto the ground. The half-sword returned to its sheath and the cold dissipated. The entire street was instantly silent, and the blowing corners of his coat hunted in the wind. What just happened? Before they could feel the beginning, Qin Feng had already finished. How can that be? Fong Chang stared at Qin Feng with wide-eyed disbelief, unable to believe that Qin Feng had broken his proud Buddhist golden bell shield with only half a sword. Fong Chang, are you alright? Princess Nan Feng panicked and went forward to check, confirming that it was fine before she breathed a sigh of relief. These two are really having an adulterous affair. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, knowing how to deal with Fong Chang. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for seriously injuring the chosen one and gaining 5,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for recognizing the chosen son's plan and gaining 5,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for stopping the chosen one from pretending and gaining 5,000 villain points. Finally, a big villain point entry. Qin Feng was so excited that he almost burst into tears. He hadn't seen so many villainous points in 7 years. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile, the image of the male god can't be ruined. Although Qin Feng was dying of excitement inwardly, he was still cool as hell on the surface. It made the young lady of the moon god's palace's eyes pop out, itching to loudly announce to the world that this was their family's godson Sama, and that she had watched him grow a little bit bigger. Qin Feng, you've gone too far, we're the Great Summer Mission. The other heavenly prides in the mission were also enraged, not expecting Qin Feng to be overbearing to such an extent. Kneel or die. Qin Feng still didn't have any extra nonsense and his hand was placed on top of the hilt of the sword again. Everyone could feel Qin Feng's murderous aura at this moment had gotten even thicker. If anyone dared to say one more word of no, it would no longer be a half-sheathed sword, but rather, they would see the real Jintian sword drawing technique. The first heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, the name is true. The surrounding melon eaters were so excited that their entire bodies trembled, not expecting Qin Feng with a transcendent mortal ninth cultivation to be so strong. In their hearts, they also could not help but shout frantically, the great summer envoys must stand with dignity. They absolutely did not believe that Qin Feng really dared to draw his sword. The princess body of 10,000 gold, how can she kneel to you? I'll kneel on her behalf. With a face of loyalty and valor, Fong Chang knelt in front of Qin Feng in place of Princess Nan Feng, his eyes still revealing the unyielding spirit of the modern man who does not kneel to heaven or earth. No way. He could already tell that Qin Feng wouldn't let up today. And since they were now in the Yin Moon dynasty, even if he had quite a few cards left out, he definitely couldn't do anything to the moon god who was silently topping him behind Qin Feng's back. Fong Chang. Princess Nanfeng was moved to tears, her heart's hate value for Qin Feng plus 99,999. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for forcing the chosen one to kneel, gaining 100,000 villain points. Able to bend and bend, not a hot-blooded chosen one, a wise chosen one. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and in his heart, the other party chief became even more alert. I'm not afraid of the chosen one playing hot-blooded with you, but I'm afraid of the protagonist being the oldest six stabbing you in the back. Just as Qin Feng wanted to continue messing around, a majestic voice that seemed to come from the distant past rang out. It's time for the farce to come to an end. Princess Nan Feng, control the members of your mission. If anyone else doesn't know how to behave, don't blame this emperor for being impolite. This emperor. The two short words caused the entire crowd to be shocked. It was actually the sixth Wei emperor of the Yin dynasty, the sixth Wei emperor who had brought the Yin dynasty to glory in only 100 years. Greetings to the emperor. The entire crowd kneeled down to worship, their eyes were fanatic believer-like fervor. Six Paths Emperor. Qin Feng had long heard of this person, only that he had never had the chance to meet him. But he's strong, and it's his fault if he gets in the way of his business. Think about it. Qin Feng took out a small book and recorded on it that in a certain year and month, the Six Paths Emperor had obstructed his business and needed to compensate 1 million extreme spirit stones. Let's go! Princess Nanfeng angrily glanced at Qin Feng and got into the carriage to lead the people back to the foreign envoy's post. At the same time, there were also a few Disya's heavenly son's disciples who quickly rushed into the small courtyard and rescued their companion Juthro, only at this time, his clothes were disheveled and his gaze was dull, with a look of having suffered a major blow and being unable to live. OMG, that's brutal. The surrounding melon friends constantly shook their heads in regret, not daring to imagine the picture of that being trampled on. Chapter 44, Withdrawal? Damn Qin Feng, this princess will definitely break you into pieces. After Princess Nanfeng returned to the foreign ambassador's post house, she was so angry that she smashed everything she saw. Since she was a child she had never suffered this kind of aggravation, and she had never suffered this kind of humiliation. It was me who underestimated Qin Feng, I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Fong Chang was also burning with rage at the side, but he tried his best to restrain himself. He's summarizing the failure. I had thought that Qin Feng would even dare to dig up his own brother's supreme bone, and in the face of the door-to-door provocative Zhu-casting would surely not hesitate to chop it up. It would be even better if a few more world family celestial pride could die, just so that they could go back and promote a few cold sect celestial pride in an honorable manner, thus using the sword to kill, planting evidence, and stirring up the hatred of the world family towards Qin Feng. But what he never expected was that Qin Feng was not arrogant when he should be arrogant, but was arrogant beyond bounds when he shouldn't be, and even dared to kill the princess of the Great Summer Mission in the street, something he had never expected. What now? After Princess Nan Feng calmed down, she opened her mouth to ask what to do next. Ever since Qin Feng had shown his full form 7 years ago, her father had been unable to sleep at night, worrying that Qin Feng would grow up and help the Yin Imperial dynasty destroy the Great Xia Imperial dynasty. That was why her mission to the Yin Moon dynasty this time, besides weakening the strength of the world family, she also thought to take the opportunity to kill Qin Feng and strengthen her weight in her father's heart. Just Qin Feng seldom leave the Moon God Palace, go out and there are those young ladies to protect, but also the Moon God is always concerned about him, want to kill him in the Yin dynasty is simply more difficult than the sky. Fong Chang was silent for a moment before he said, I heard that Qin Feng will participate in the life and death elimination tournament. No. Princess Nan Feng refused without even thinking about it. It was indeed possible to kill Qin Feng in the life and death elimination match in a fair and square manner, and the Six Paths Emperors, faced with this opportunity to weaken their Grand Xia, would gladly agree to the participation of the Heaven Sun disciples. But she had personally felt Qin Feng's power today, absolutely terrifying to the point of suffocation. What's more, the contestants were not only Qin Feng, but also thousands of cultivators, each of whom needed to fight to the death in order to make it. We'll talk about it later in the life and death elimination match. Fong Chang changed the topic and said, before I came to the Yin Moon Imperial Dynasty on a mission, I also left a backhand that would separate the Qin clan and the City of Heavenly Hearts. You mean? Princess Nan Feng seemed to have thought of something and revealed a knowing smile. In addition to using the Son of Heaven's disciples to reckon with the lineages, Fong Chang was also trying to find ways to divorce the lineages from each other, and after 7 years of scheming, cracks had appeared between the lineages. The Qin family. The little princess of the City of Heavenly Hearts, Lin San, came to visit with a group of experts. To be precise, she came to the Qin family to withdraw from the marriage. The reason why her father Lin Hao had promised her to Qin Hao 7 years ago was solely because he possessed the supreme bone. His father was the head of the Qin family, his mother was the former holy maiden of the Taibai Immortal Mountain, and his elder brother possessed the capital of a great emperor. But now his supreme bone had been dug up, his father's position as the head of the family had been jacked up, his brother had even defected to the Inu Imperial Dynasty, and his own cultivation had been even more mediocre for 7 years. On the contrary, she, the little princess of the City of the Heart of Heaven, had even become a disciple of the Son of Heaven, so how could she be willing to marry Qin Hao, this trash? Eventually, under Fong Chang's long-term intentional or unintentional indoctrination, a woman has to take control of her own happiness and pursue her own love. So she brought a group of royal experts to the Qin family to withdraw from the marriage without reporting to her father, Lin Hao. Retreat! Qin Tian's face instantly turned gloomy, and he almost failed to control his flood of power. For the family face is more important than anything else, not to mention the fact that the woman herself has come to the door to withdraw from the marriage, which is simply a naked hit on the face of their Qin family. If it were to spread, how would their Qin family still be able to mix in the circle of worldly families in the future? What's more, his son Qin Hao wasn't really wasted, it was just a stoicism and sacrifice that he had to make in order for the Qin family to become even stronger. That's right, withdraw. Lin San was not the least bit afraid. In the past, only they, the City of Heavenly Heart, might be concerned about the Qin family's might, but now she was a disciple of the Son of Heaven, and behind her stood the Imperial family, and the two major forces added to it did not need to be afraid of the Qin family at all. Unbridled. Qin Tian angrily slapped the table and stood up, a mountainous aura surging out. Not good. The faces of a group of royal experts changed violently, rushing to protect Lin San behind them. However, Qin Tian's strength was too strong, and even if they joined forces, it would be difficult for them to resist. What now? A flash of panic appeared on Lin San's face, clearly not having considered this situation. Just then, a youthful yet resolute voice rang out, "Father, can I make my own decision about my marriage?" The crowd's gazes looked beyond the hall and saw a sword-browed, starry-eyed teenager with an upright figure and bulging muscles, already beginning to take on the characteristics of a humanoid ferocious beast, and his eyes had a perseverance that was unimaginable to ordinary people. He is Qin Hao, who is 12 years old. Obviously he had grown a lot in those 7 years, especially his heart had no ripples even in the face of withdrawal. "Hao, why are you here?" He could not help but show a heartbroken expression on his face as he withdrew his own pressure. His two sons are bitter people, the eldest son for the family to bear the curse alone in other countries, the younger son to bear the pain of the body, daily endured. The ordinary people cannot imagine the cultivation, and now it is even more by the female door to withdraw from the marriage humiliation. And he, as a father, could do nothing. Qin Hao gazed straight at Lin San, his voice flat. "I remember my brother told me a sentence when I was a kid, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't fool the youngsters, I'm wasted now, but it doesn't mean that I won't rise again." Yeah. Lin San was frightened by the scene just now, and pretended to be calm. "Well then, we'll fight in the imperial capital 3 years from now, and if you lose, how about breaking the marriage contract in public? Why go to all that trouble if you want to break off the engagement?" Qin Hao walked straight to the table and cleanly wrote a letter of repudiation. You dare to repudiate me?" Lin San stared incredulously, seriously doubting that she hadn't woken up from her dream. As far as Qin Hao's current situation of uncle not hurting and grandmother not loving is concerned, he actually had the willingness to repudiate her, the little princess of the city of Heavenly Heart. Didn't he know that his only use in the Qin family was to have a marriage contract with her, the little princess of the city of Heavenly Hearts? I'll see you in the imperial capital in 3 years. Qin Hao gazed at him, not fearing any challenges. However, Qin Tian was thrilled with old tears, knowing that the oldest two's invincible heart had become a reality, and that the next step was to break and regain the position of supreme. It also made him uncontrollably think of his boss, Qin Feng, and wondered if he had been bullied when he was out alone. Moon Palace. Then play the music, then dance. Qin Feng didn't have any pressure at all before the college entrance exam and was teaching the young ladies to dance the ancient costume house dance. Just then, a young lady sent a piece of information about his brother's withdrawal from the marriage. Pfft, withdrawal. Qin Feng almost sprayed a mouthful of blood, stating that this plot was too damn familiar. It's just that if his second brother hadn't already had his supreme bone dug up by him, how come he popped up with the withdrawal stream again, stranded on a stack of buffs or something? And when did he say the phrase 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the young poor? He said clearly 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, the dead is great, okay. Chapter 45, A decent gentleman doesn't poison, he only winks. Pissed off at this goddess. Discovering Qin Feng watching the young ladies dance, Zekite was furious on the spot and turned into a meatbag face. There was also Little White, the rabbit. After getting the 2 carrots given by Qin Feng, he also happily hopped along with the young lady, hugging the carrots, wagging his little short tail, and shaking his rabbit ears. It was really true that there were rabbits of every kind with every kind of master. This child wouldn't like Qin Feng, would she? The moon god appeared on the sidelines, looking at Violet Kite with some concern. In the past, Qin Feng was still small and didn't care too much. He only thought that Zekite was fond of this little brother, but now it seems that she is fond of this little brother. She had never doubted Qin Feng's talent and firmly believed that Qin Feng could bring supreme honor to the Moon God Palace, but she could not agree with Qin Feng's character. A person who dares to dig even his own brother's supreme bone for the sake of power, his character can be good to what place, is really not a good match. At this time, in the Yin Moon Imperial Dynasty, in the palace of the Six Paths Emperor, Princess Nan Feng had come to pay her respects to Emperor Six Paths, wanting to participate in the life and death elimination tournament of the Yin Dynasty. Originally, after having seen Qin Feng's terror, she had no intention of participating in such a life-threatening competition. However, on second thought, if she took the lead to participate in the life and death elimination tournament under the slogan of washing away the humiliation of the Grand Xia, the pure family prides would also surely accompany her in droves. If a few die just to fulfill the target, if win just to wash away the shame, can strengthen her position in the eyes of the father, and the influence of the civil and military officials, to build momentum for their own future ascension to the throne. Win or lose, she makes money, so why not? The great summer envoy is going to participate in the life and death elimination tournament. After the Sixth Wei Emperor learned of the news, he wasn't much surprised by it. The Great Xia Imperial Dynasty sent the Sons of Heaven to visit as a mission in order to show their strength, a means of showing off their muscles, and participating in the life and death elimination tournament was the most direct way to show off their muscles. Okay. Without the slightest hesitation, Emperor Six Paths directly nodded his head and agreed to allow the other party to participate. As the boss of the Inu Imperial Dynasty, he naturally had absolute confidence in his own heavenly pride, not being afraid of any challenges, and also being able to brightly exterminate a few of the Great Summer's Heavenly Son's disciples, which could be said to be right up his alley. Thank you, Emperor. Both sides had a good laugh and worked together quite well. As for the pride of the worldly families among the disciples of the Great Summer's Heavenly Sons, they completely did not realize that they had been sold out, and were still rubbing their fists together in preparation to rub Qin Feng on the ground. Soon, the registration for the life and death elimination tournament of the Inu Imperial Dynasty had begun. Because of the exceptionally high mortality rate, voluntary enrollment is used, and there is no such thing as forced enrollment. However, even if you enroll, you may not necessarily be able to participate in the life and death elimination tournament, and before that, you need to participate in a selection tournament to prove whether or not you have the ability to participate in the life and death elimination tournament. The Inu dynasty needed true heavenly pride, not hot-blooded impulsive cannon fodder. It was also because of the large number of participants each year that the Inu dynasty divided tens of thousands of war zones, each of which would select 10 representatives to participate, and ultimately select 1,000 people to focus on cultivation by means of raising compulsion from these 100,000+ people. If the ability is particularly outstanding pride, there is also a chance to be named the Inu dynasty's holy son, equivalent to the Dixia dynasty's prince, and in the future, there is a chance to inherit the Inu dynasty's emperor's position, and become the Inu dynasty's real power controllers. A holy son? How come it doesn't feel as noble as me, the son of God? Xin Feng couldn't help but mutter as he was pulled over by Zikite to enroll. Even if he was now a noble divine son of the Moon God Palace, he still didn't have the slightest privilege and needed to participate in the selection tournament to obtain the qualification to participate in the competition first. Purple Kite arrogantly tilted her little head and said, "Of course, in the Emu dynasty the Moon God is a guardian god in general, the goddess is even the future Moon God heir, the Holy Son is only a royal son, how can it be compared to my Moon God Palace's godson, goddess?" Ha! Xin Feng's head was filled with question marks and he was completely confused. If his divine son status was so honorable, why did he have to go to the death elimination tournament to compete for the position of the Holy Son? Wouldn't that be degrading yourself? What an ass! Zikite stole a glance at Xin Feng, her small face slightly reddened and said, "In the future, you'll be the emperor and I'll be the moon god, it'll be easier for family members to talk behind closed doors." I rabbit got it. Little White, who was sitting on Xin Feng's shoulder, suddenly shouted, "This is called being in a lousy situation, being in cahoots, and having officials protecting one another. What a bunch of tiger and wolf words." Violet Kite was exasperated as she rolled her eyes, and the pink atmosphere was ruined. Just then, the enrollment office resounded with cries of astonishment as all eyes looked towards Xin Feng. "Look, it's Xin Feng from the Moon God Palace, is he going to participate too? I remember him being 15, too young. The life and death elimination tournament age is no more than 25, and 15 is too big a gap. I heard that there are thousands of people at the Dao entry realm alone this year, and his Transcendent Mortal 9 cultivation isn't enough to look at all. Age is not an advantage, nor is cultivation too hasty. We should wait for the next term, he'll be exactly 25 years old in 10 years, and the first place will be his." Being young and having a low cultivation doesn't mean that Xin Feng is weak, forget about the terror of the half-sword unsheathing the other day. There are no weaklings in the name of fame, this is the first heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. Many of the people on the scene went to other battlefields to sign up after seeing Xin Feng sign up. A man's name, a tree's shadow, Xin Feng's complete body was just too terrifying, not many people wanted to encounter this kind of monster in the selection tournament. There were also people who didn't believe in evil and wanted to have a hard time with Xin Feng. After all, the participants in the life and death elimination tournament were all young people under 25 years old, and their middle-aged hot-blooded spirit kept them under the illusion that the sky is the boss, I am the second, and my life is up to me and not up to God. It is only when one reaches middle age that one realizes that one has only come to Earth to make up the numbers. Bam! A crisp gong sounded, the South Wind Princess's luxurious carriage slowly came, accompanied by a dozen or so of the mission's heaven sons, just missing the figure of that Juthro. "What are they doing here?" Violet Kite said suspiciously. "We're here to sign up." Princess Nanfeng didn't wear graceful and luxurious clothes today, and changed into a dry martial arts practice outfit. "We've come to wash away the shame." The Pride of the World family also shouted in unison, wanting to knife a person whose eyes could not be hidden. Especially when they thought of how Zhu casting looked after being spoiled, their hatred for Xin Feng skyrocketed, and the worldly celestial pride was honored by one and damaged by the other. Being used as a gun, and still pretending to be here. Xin Feng couldn't help but spit up in his heart, realizing that these worldly family prides were still too young. Being snubbed by Princess Nanfeng for 2 or 3 sentences and then charging in hot blood, don't they know that Princess Nanfeng can admit defeat and withdraw from the competition at any time? However, seeing Fong Chang also participate, he immediately felt energized. Bam! An ear-splitting gong sounded, silencing the scene instantly. Registration is over, the auditions are officially open. A man in black with a cold face floated in the air and pinched out his fingers to point forcefully at the earth below. Rumble! The earth began to shake violently as hundreds of rings slowly protruded from the ground. The auditions have begun. Countless cultivators came from all directions to watch the battle, some hovered in midair with their feet on flying swords, some landed on the surrounding rooftops and trees, and some used spells to project the image thousands of miles away, as if it was a live broadcast. Soon, thousands of candidates entered the ring area and began drawing numbers to assign rings. Only so many. The black-clothed man's brows furrowed as his gaze looked toward Xin Feng standing in the ring. In the past, tens of thousands of people would participate in the selection tournaments of this war zone, but because of the participation of Qin Feng and the Great Summer Heavenly Sun's disciples, the number of people was less than a tenth of what it used to be. After all, Dexia's Heavenly Sun's disciples were all the pride of their lineage, and their strength was absolutely unquestionable. Even those who stayed behind were betting on their luck, betting that they wouldn't encounter Qin Feng and the Heavenly Sun's sectors, and once they did, they decisively chose to admit defeat. I concede. Qin Feng was completely speechless, it was already the 8th one. Others went on the court and fought back and forth. He went on the court and won 8 games in a row without even moving, and went straight to the 16. As if the heavens had heard Qin Feng's prayers, the 9th game encountered a teenager named Wang Peng. He was a disciple of the Son of Heaven from Daxia and didn't choose to admit defeat like the others. He came up and stabbed at Qin Feng with an iron rod. Worthy of being a disciple of the Son of Heaven, this iron rod is so fierce. Qin Feng obviously felt that this stick was full of power. His body shape was as fast as a ghost to dodge away, but also did not forget to throw a few concealed silver needles towards the other party. Vile. Wang Peng's eyes were filled with contempt, not expecting Qin Feng to use concealed weapons. Too late to dodge, he directly raised his arm to fend it off, and a few silver needles just stuck in his arm, not causing much damage. You lost. Qin Feng said indifferently. Lost? You poisoned me. Wang Peng's face changed and he hurriedly pulled out the silver needle to check. I'm a decent gentleman, how could I possibly poison? Qin Feng said in a serious manner. Hoo. Wang Peng breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't poisoned. But Qin Feng in next sentence, let him angry straight cursing, I put down the charm drug, the sow is also crazy. Chapter 46, he's a real put. The entire audience sprayed on the spot, not expecting Qin Feng to do such a thing. The number 1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancient world could clearly defeat the other party with strength, but he was using some underhanded tactics. Where are the morals? Where's the dignity? Where's the recipe? They are going to condemn this agent with a critical eye, However, thinking that Qin Feng had the moon god behind him silently topping him, as a referee, he could only turn a blind eye and pretend that he didn't see anything, and anyway, the victim wasn't one of them from the Inu imperial dynasty. Ah! Wang Peng's miserable cry resounded through the arena, causing the crotches of all the male creatures in the arena to go cold. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for breaking people's children and gaining 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes immediately lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. Unlike the 100 villain points gained from killing people, breaking an egg actually earns 1,000 villain points, and when you think about the eggs you missed all those years, you can't tell how much remorse you feel in your heart. A whole 10 times. Princess Nan Feng ignored her image and roared like a shrew, Qin Feng, you shameless person, actually sneak attacked. Who's shameless, who's sneaking around? Qin Feng immediately disliked back, I have said to help him detoxification, do not believe that you feed him a kilogram of sow's also crazy to see, if he still have a reaction counted as my loss, good intentions to help you guys, but also do not know how to scold people, really uneducated. The entire audience was completely speechless, with a whole new perception of shamelessness. You lose if you still have a reaction. He's been completely rooted out by you, it'd be weird if he still reacted. At the same time, the crowd also admonished themselves in their hearts that they should never make an enemy of Qin Feng. Other people are at most unkind to the rich, but he is really cheap. Hoo. Princess Nan Feng endeavored to take a few deep breaths for fear of being infuriated alive by Qin Feng. The man in black skimmed over Wang Peng, who had turned into Wang Peng, and declared with an expressionless face, Wang Peng, a disciple of the great summer son of heaven, is incapable of fighting again, and Qin Feng of the moon god palace is the victor. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sigh of relief rose from the entire room. Is this the legendary first heavenly pride of desolate ancient? After waiting for half a day, I thought it would be a big battle, I didn't expect it. Fighting using winks, I feel like my pattern opened up all of a sudden. The key is the subsequent antidote session, which is simply divine and indefensible. Now I finally know where he got this reputation of being the number 1 heaven's pride. As Qin Feng's immodest deeds spread, it also caused people to begin to doubt whether or not he was the number 1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. What sword intent, invincible sword heart, heavenly robbing light, ancient heavy pupil, the 2 divine skills created by himself are not seen one by one, only to see how he breaks through the lower limit of human shamelessness. Soon. The round of 16 is over and it's on to the final 8. It was not known whether the number of participants from this war zone was small, or whether Dexia's heavenly sun sectors were indeed formidable, except for Wang Peng, who had been turned into Wangpeng by Qin Feng. All the others had entered the top 16, including that princess of the southern wind. Qin Feng, you wait for us? The Heaven's Son disciples looked at Qin Feng with eyes that were eager to eat his flesh and drink his blood. In response, Qin Feng looked at them indifferently, his gaze slowly moving downward, suddenly stopping at the balls, the corners of his mouth unconsciously sketching out a very wicked smile. Woohoo! The Heaven's Son disciple immediately shivered, only to feel a sudden coldness underneath him. It gave them the idea to hurry up and admit defeat and get away from this devil. At this time, the man in black hovered in mid-air, his face expressionless as he said, "First match, Moon God Palace's Qin Feng versus Great Summer Imperial Dynasty's Princess Nanfeng." It's him. It's her. Both of them were all very surprised and couldn't help but look at each other. The eyes of Princess Nanfeng looking at Qin Feng were obviously a bit flustered. Even though she hated to bite Qin Feng to death at this moment, she still didn't dare to fight with him, thinking of going up to the stage and admitting defeat at any time. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with teasing when he looked at Princess Nanfeng, believing that he would be able to gain a lot of villainous points by competing with this princess. Be careful. Fong Chang was a bit uneasy and urged Princess Nanfeng not to show off. I know. Princess Nanfeng nodded her head obediently. After having seen Qin Feng's arrogance and terror, she knew that she was definitely not Qin Feng's opponent, not to mention that Qin Feng was so shameless. Go Princess Nanfeng. The audience under the ring cheered for Princess Nanfeng. Even though they knew that she was the Princess of Xia, there was still no one cheering for Qin Feng, making Qin Feng realize what it meant that face value was both justice. Game on. The man in black saw both sides in position and began the duel straight away. Swoosh. Princess Nanfeng rushed towards Qin Feng like a cheetah, the dagger in her hand flashed with a piercing cold light, and she stabbed down hard at Qin Feng's chest. She knew that she was definitely not Qin Feng's opponent and had to go all out when she struck. So fast. Qin Feng's face changed violently, only to see Princess Nanfeng instantly kill in front of him. Even if he had grown up motivated to be the fastest man in desolate antiquity, he was still shocked by Princess Nangong's speed, which was far too much faster than his. Going to use heavy pupils. Qin Feng's idea was negated just as soon as it rose. His heavy pupil ability had not been exposed yet, it was one of his bottom cards, he had a long way to go in the future, and he absolutely could not use it until it was a matter of life and death. Hard resistance. Qin Feng instantly had a decision and extended his arm to block his chest. Put. The dagger stabbed in and blood splattered. What? The entire crowd immediately exclaimed, stunned by the scene before them. Princess Nanfeng came up and scored, stabbing Qin Feng, the #1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, and for the first time since his debut, Qin Feng was stabbed by someone. The first heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, nothing more than that. After Princess Nanfeng scored a hit, a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she drew her dagger and quickly retreated to keep her distance, preparing to launch another quick attack on Qin Feng. Yeah. The wound on Qin Feng's arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in his hand there was also an extra small pink belly band embroidered with a duck, and he even wiped the blood on his arm with the small pink belly band in front of Princess Nanfeng. Divine stealing technique, spacing out. That one is not. Princess Nanfeng immediately grabbed her collar in panic, not understanding when Qin Feng had taken it away. Qin Feng laughed evilly. Does anyone want to see what Princess Nanfeng is wearing underneath her clothes? Chapter 47 The Spirit of the Chow Thieves is shameless. The surrounding audience made condemning noises, but their eyes were filled with anticipation. At the same time, they were also very curious as to how Qin Feng had taken the belly band off of Princess Nanfeng, and it was not hard to tell from the expression on Princess Nanfeng's face that it was indeed the belly band on her. Sure enough, it's this rascal. Zikite's pretty face flushed with a blush, remembering her first encounter with Qin Feng 7 years ago, when her little red bib disappeared just like that. However, when he thought of Qin Feng using this trick on another woman, a nameless fire rose in his heart, and he was so angry that he grabbed Xiaobai over and kept rubbing him. Oh, I'm rabbit innocent. Xiaobai's little round face was rubbed until it was deformed, and with great difficulty, he took out a small notebook and wrote down on it, in a certain year and a certain month, my rabbit was ravaged for Qin Feng, and I need to compensate for 10 carats. Qin Feng, you're shameless. Fong Chang let out a strong condemnation from the stage, never allowing anyone to defile the noble little princess in his heart. The man in black glanced lightly and said, although the means are nasty, it's not a violation. Nima. That's not even a violation? The heavenly sons of Dasha's disciples raised their voices of protest, seriously suspecting that the man in black, the referee, was trying to watch himself. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for defiling the goddess of the chosen one's heart and gaining 10,000 villain points. Xin Feng saw the anxious Fong Chang under the ring and knew that he had caught his soft underbelly. Princess, admit defeat. Fong Chang couldn't see the noble little princess being bullied so much by Xin Feng, and he also knew that Princess Nan Feng was definitely not Xin Feng's opponent, so admitting defeat and withdrawing now was the best option. I know. Princess Nan Feng's face was red with anger, and she also desperately wanted to end the match. Just before she could open her mouth, Xin Feng's shameless voice rang out, "Do you think it's faster for you to admit defeat, or for me to strip you of your clothes? What do you want?" A flash of panic spread across Princess Nan Feng's face, feeling that the Xin Feng at this moment smiled like a demon. From the fact that he had silently taken away her belly band away, it could be seen that it wouldn't take Xin Feng more than a few seconds to strip her naked, meaning that once she shouted out the word admit defeat, she would be naked in the eyes of the world. This was absolutely unacceptable for a high and mighty princess, not to mention the fact that she was also the princess of the Daxia imperial dynasty. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted. Xin Feng is too shameless, I just don't believe he dares to pickpocket. That's right, Princess Nan Feng, you have to believe in yourself, Xin Feng definitely wouldn't dare to pickpocket. You're the princess of Daxia, Xin Feng is nothing, he's definitely talking big. I believe that Xin Feng dares to kill people, but I don't believe it when I say that Xin Feng strips you of your clothes. If Xin Feng dares to strip me of my last name and write it backwards, I, Wang Gang, will make an oath here. A friend of mine asked me to ask where Xin Feng learned this skill. The entire male compatriots were wailing with excitement, and one after another encouraged Princess Nan Feng not to bow down to the evil forces. Xin Feng, how dare you? Fong Chang was completely anxious and roared angrily to go up and fight Xin Feng. However, the black-clothed man in the sky stared, and a terrifying pressure instantly descended from the sky, pressurizing Fong Chang to the point where he was unable to move, not allowing him to mess up in the match. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for defiling the goddess of the chosen one's heart and gaining 10,000 villain points. Earn as much as you can. Xin Feng skimmed the lower chief out of the corner of his eye, and ignoring the other party's eyes that wanted to eat people, he came straight in front of Princess Nan Feng. What do you want? Princess Nan Feng pretended to be calm as she watched Xin Feng approaching her, and in her heart, she couldn't wait to bite this bastard alive. She was obviously the noble Daxia princess of Daxia, but she was repeatedly threatened by Xin Feng, and she still couldn't do anything about him, so it was really suffocating. What do you say? The corners of Xin Feng's mouth sketched out a wicked smile and he directly kissed him in full view of everyone. Woohoo! Princess Nan Feng's beautiful eyes were round, and her mind went directly blank. Jesus! Her first kiss was lost like this, or it was taken away by Xin Feng, this person. And so on. What is this asshole doing? He's sticking his tongue out. He actually kissed that woman. The purple kite under the stage completely stormed out and grabbed Xiaobai for another bout of kneading. Oh, I'm rabbit innocent. Xiaobai's little round face was rubbed until it was deformed again, still with great difficulty, he took out a small notebook and wrote down on it, in a certain year and month, Xin Feng indiscriminately picking wildflowers, letting my rabbit endure the suffering that he shouldn't have endured at this age, and he needs to compensate for 15 carats. The surrounding audience, too, uttered condemnations. It's broad daylight, it's clear as day, and he actually. The world is going to hell in a handbasket for young people these days. The rules of the jungle, whoever kisses it goes to whoever gets it. It wasn't just Zikai who was irritated, but also Fong Chang, the chosen one. After witnessing the goddess in his heart being bullied, Fong Chang's small universe was instantly ignited, and his strength at the 5th level of spiritual martial arts completely erupted, and even more so, with his strong willpower under the black-clothed man's pressure, he actually slowly stood up. Xin Feng, I'm going to kill you. Fong Chang tilted his head and let out a roar as a terrifying golden light erupted from his body. What? The black-clothed man's face changed on the spot, finally realizing that this Fong Chang was not simple, definitely not an ordinary heavenly pride, it was the kind of absolute heavenly pride that gathered great fortune and great perseverance. Awesome! The surrounding audience let out gasps of shock, and were shaken as they retreated back and forth. If there was anyone else in this warzone who could fight Xin Feng, I'm afraid it would only be this Heaven Son disciple named Fong Chang. Shameless! Princess Nan Feng's face was full of blush as she pushed Xin Feng away, itching to bite this man alive. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for defiling the goddess of the chosen son's heart and causing him to be disillusioned, gaining 100,000 villain points. The heart is in the right place. I'll be damned, scumbag. He knew that these chosen ones had some sort of complex. The dislike on Qin Feng's face is almost overflowing out of the screen, and he feels that the truest homebody has to look at him, Qin Feng, who can fall in love with the lowly of the Eastern Wu, and also has the lordly qualifications to be the Prime Minister of Wei. Roar! Fong Chang tilted the sky and let out an ear-splitting roar. The golden light around his body coalesced into a solemn Buddha above his head, and a burst of Buddhist sounds also resounded between heaven and earth. And come on, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Qin Feng looked at Fong Chang, who was already so angry that he was about to lose his mind, waved his hand and took out his own long hollow divine sword from his carry-on space, and the pupils in his eyes changed, turning into one large and one small black pupil. It's appeared, ancient heavy pupil. The surrounding audience immediately let out screams of excitement when they saw Qin Feng's eyes change. Ever since it was rumored 7 years ago that Qin Feng was the #1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of how strong he was in his full form. Just 7 years later, when Qin Feng reappeared in the public's view, it was all sorts of not according to the routine, did not see the terror of his desolate ancient first heavenly pride, but witnessed the rise of the desolate ancient first. Now that he's finally getting serious, they're about to witness the legendary ancient heavy pupil. Chapter 48, Covetousness for Another Man's Wife. Rumble. An incomparably terrifying fluctuation erupted around Fong Chang, not moving like a mountain, moving like lightning. His body stormed out, the golden Buddha behind him carrying a mountainous aura pressing towards Qin Feng. So strong. The spectators around the room exclaimed in shock, seeing the power of this strike. It looks like it's time to update my stance. With the ability of his heavy pupils to slow down his movements, Qin Feng easily captured Fong Chang, who was moving at high speed. Just the speed of the other party is really too fast. Want to completely dodge some difficulty, decisively call the system to exchange Phantom Prosperity Volume 3. In fact, he had wanted to upgrade his stance 7 years ago, only that he had never met the Chosen One, nor had he had much opportunity to fight against anyone, so he had temporarily put aside his dream of becoming the fastest man in desolate antiquity. Now there's money. Birdshot for cannon. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points and successfully redeeming Phantom Escape Volume 3. A figure emerged in front of Qin Feng's eyes, with a subtle and exquisite stance as if he was an exiled immortal. Swish! Fong Chang's speed was extremely fast, and his figure appeared right in front of Qin Feng in a matter of moments. Terrible strong wind mixed Qin Feng's corner of his clothes shaking violently, but he did not have the slightest panic on his face, lips pursed, the whole figure like light like shadow, in an instant, leaving a trail of shadows, withdrawing a few feet, swaying white clothes seemingly exiled immortals in the dust as ethereal. What a ghostly stance! The surrounding crowd let out another cry of surprise, seeing the extraordinary nature of Qin Feng's stance. However, at this time, Fong Chang had already reddened his eyes. After seeing that he was unable to lock Qin Feng, he directly turned on the terrifying move of fire coverage. Even if he was fast, he couldn't run out of the fire coverage range. Rumble! The golden Buddha behind Fong Chang erupted with terrifying energy, and it was a barrage of bombardment towards the area where Qin Feng was. Countless channels of terrifying energy enveloped Qin Feng in them, densely packed, making it seem as if Qin Feng was a fish in a net, unable to dodge. Qin Feng! Violet Kite's entire heart clenched up, her palms seeping a little sweat. Worthy of being the Chosen One, if you don't show some strength, you really can't do him. Qin Feng's body was like a hurricane, rushing straight up from the fire. His ghostly stance was mind-blowing, and he actually managed to avoid the fire coverage. I'll see where you hide this time. Seeing Qin Feng, who had leapt up, Fong Chang seized the opportunity to leap up as well. Who told you I was going to hide? Qin Feng's eyes were like electricity, his aura was compelling, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression, and the terrifyingly strong wind caused his long hair to dance wildly. A strong and incomparable aura filled out from his body, and his white right hand gently pressed down on the hilt of the sword. The chanting heavenly sword drawing technique. Could this be the human sword unification? The gazes of the entire crowd were attracted to Qin Feng, feeling that the Feng at this moment was a put. Fong Chang violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and a deep sword mark appeared on his chest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for seriously injuring the Chosen One and gaining 20,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leaving a psychological shadow on the Chosen One and gaining 100,000 villain points. Nice. Qin Feng couldn't help but praise, you're the first one who can survive my sky-splitting sword drawing technique. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted. This is Qin Feng's self-created divine-grade sword stance, the sky-splitting sword drawing technique. I've long heard that this sword move is terrifying, but I didn't expect it to be terrifying to this extent. They say that Qin Feng is too young to participate in the life and death elimination tournament. I think it's just farting around. That's not true. Fong Chang's 5th level of spiritual martial cultivation, the talent of a supreme heavenly pride, but he was still defeated by transcendent mortal 9th level Qin Feng. This son is as terrifying as he is. If they were of the same rank, this heaven's son disciple named Fong Chang would definitely not survive. Agreed. The entire crowd looked at Fong Chang with regret. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, it wasn't that he couldn't do it, it was just a bad fate that he was born in the same era as Qin Feng, the demon. Fong Chang, are you alright? Princess Nan Feng anxiously ran forward and took out a healing medicine to help him treat his injuries. It was just that Fong Chang's attitude had obviously changed a little. The eyes that looked at Princess Nan Feng were no longer the same kind of infinite pampering that they used to be, but instead had a few more points of rustiness, as if they were deliberately avoiding something. He knew he couldn't blame Princess Nan Feng for this, but he just couldn't get over it in his heart. Ever since he came to this world, he had treated Princess Nan Feng as his personal property, and had invested the most emotion into her, being the existence of a white moonlight in his mind. But now that he hadn't even touched the hand of this white moonlight, he was more or less unwillingly given that by Qin Feng. It's okay. Princess Nan Feng forced a smile to indicate that it was fine, only that her eyes revealed a touch of loss, knowing that Fong Chang still minded what had just happened. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for destroying the white moonlight in the chosen one's heart and gaining 100,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, inherit the will of the Prime Minister, covet another's wife. This. Qin Feng decisively refused in his heart, stating that he was not that kind of person. The system continued, mission requirement, successfully break up 2 people, reward divine treasure chest 1. I'll try. Qin Feng stepped forward and opened his mouth to ask, Princess Nan Feng, did you just stick out your tongue? The words fell silent. Everyone's eyes were gathered on the two, and the fire of gossip in their eyes began to burn. You're shameless. Princess Nan Feng's little face was red with anger, itching to bite Qin Feng alive. I have no teeth, you don't know. Qin Feng was full of complaints. After kissing for so long just now, I doubt you even counted how many teeth I have. It's so shameless. They had never seen such a brazen person. The gazes of the surrounding audience flicked to Fong Chang, waiting to see how he would react after hearing this. It was just that Fong Chang didn't continue to lose his mind and fight with Qin Feng as everyone imagined, and after giving Qin Feng a deep look, he turned around and left the scene alone. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Qin Feng looked at Fong Chang's departing back and knew that the other party still had unused cards. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making both sides heartbroken, mission completed 5%. Chapter 49, Dark and Windy Night, Molesting a Wife. Only 5%. Qin Feng was clearly not satisfied with the progress of the mission, but he could also tell that Fong Chang was not as calm as he appeared to be. At this time, the black-clothed man floating in the air remained expressionless as he said indifferently, Princess Nan Feng of the Grand Xia and Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace dueled against each other, and Qin Feng won. The match continues. But after seeing Qin Feng and Fong Chang's fight, the audience felt bored with the rest of the match. The two are simply not on the same level. The game continues. The heavenly sons of Daxiao looked at each other and began to hesitate whether or not to continue the match. Their reason for participating in the competition was simple, just to defeat Qin Feng to wash away the shame of the world family's pride, but who knew that Transcendent Mortal Nine's Qin Feng was as terrifying as he was. The fact that Qin Feng was strong in battle was nothing, they were not blown out of proportion as the prides of their lineage and the disciples of the Son of Heaven. It was just that Qin Feng's shamelessness without any lower limit made them tremble with fear, and they were deeply afraid of going to be companions with Zhu Casting and Wang Pang. So after a while of deliberation, Daxia's heavenly disciples collectively conceded defeat. It's not important whether or not their little friend's face can be retrieved, what's important is that their own face can't be lost. Cut. The scene resounded with sighs, despising this group of Heaven's Son's disciples. Let's go. Princess Nan Feng was so angry that she almost came to her aunt, and she could be said to hate Qin Feng to the bone. Originally wanting to use the life and death elimination tournament to strengthen her influence and settle a few worldly family prides in the process, she didn't expect Qin Feng to not only take away her first kiss, but also cause a rift in the relationship between her and Fong Chang. It's almost as if we've lost a lot of money. Princess Sama, is this the way to go? Qin Feng sketched out a bad smile and even licked his lips. Even more so, in front of Princess Nan Feng, he took out his little pink belly and wiped his mouth. Is so cheap. The surrounding spectators could no longer stand to watch, they really wanted to go up and give Qin Feng a big mouth. Xin Feng. Princess Nan Feng forced down the anger in her heart and left, vowing that she would make Xin Feng pay. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making both sides heartbroken, the mission has been completed by 10%. Xin Feng's expression was slightly stunned, not expecting that unilateralism could also be heartbreaking. Unlike the 3 submissive girls he had known in his previous life, the girls here learned to be 3 submissive as well, they just didn't know how to box. Humph. Zekite hummed in exasperation and carried Little White back to the moon god palace. The goddess is jealous. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but look at each other, and could clearly feel that Zekite was angry. According to what they had heard, back then it was because of Zekite that Xin Feng chose to join the moon god palace. The two could be said to have grown up together as childhood sweethearts, and it didn't seem to be anything strange for a goddess to be moved. Young people now. Compared to Xin Feng's terrifying talent, the world preferred his gossip news. Having a childhood sweetheart, goddess Zekite, and having kissed Great Xia's Princess Nan Feng in public, there was no telling who he would be rumored to be with in the future, and they believed that Xin Feng was definitely not a man who could endure loneliness. At this time, the black-clothed man in the sky felt an immense headache. Because of Xin Feng, Fong Chang was exasperated, Zekite was also exasperated, and Xia's Heavenly Son's disciples were even scared and withdrew en masse, and the selections round of 16 became a joke. It looks like we'll have to start all over again. The man in black contemplated for a moment, reserving a spot for Fong Chang. He always felt that the battle between Xin Feng and Fong Chang was not yet over, and that the hatred of insulting his wife would definitely be done away with, and the life and death elimination tournament appeared to be a good place to do so. As for Violet Kite, she doesn't need to participate. If something really happens, it's not good to explain to the moon god. When the moon is dark and the wind is high, it's time to molest a man's wife. Xin Feng was like an old yellow cow that had been starving for 7 years, suddenly encountering the chosen one, and having to not suck on it to his heart's content. This is the foreign legation post, isn't it? Xin Feng, according to the guidance of the professionals, arrived at the place where the great Xia envoys were staying, running his spiritual energy to leap, the several meters high wall easily crossed, his figure wandering in the post house as if he were an exiled immortal. What are we doing here at night when we're not sleeping? Xiaobai sat on his shoulder and yawned. He couldn't help but take out his small notebook and wrote down on it, in a certain year and month, Xin Feng disturbed my rabbit's sleep, he needs to compensate my rabbit with 3 carrots. Of course I'm here to make money. Xin Feng looked around curiously and realized that Princess Nanfeng's backyard was very secluded. Make money. Xiaobai immediately came to life, indicating that it was familiar with this piece of business. Without waiting for Xin Feng to say anything, with a swoosh, he disappeared into the darkness of the night. White rice bucket, where are you going? Xin Feng also rushed to catch up. Soon. Xiaobai then arrived at a lighted attic building, where Princess Nan Feng was opening the window, full of despondency with her hand resting on her cheeks, looking at the moon that was obscured in the sky from time to time. Rabbit, rabbit. Princess Nan Feng was startled by the sudden rise, and when she fixed her eyes, she immediately fell in love with this furry little cutie. Little White blinked his big eyes, full of innocence. Missy, do you lack love? Need a man. Lack of love? Needing a man. Princess Nan Feng was completely confused by such blunt words, and Fong Chang's figure unconsciously appeared in her mind. Could it be that this little thing was sent here by Fong Chang? The more Princess Nan Feng thought about it, the more she felt that it was right. Fong Chang is a mysterious person, often makes something she has not seen out, send a talking rabbit over to convey love seems to be very normal. Princess Nan Feng nodded her head shyly and said, well, I lack love and need a man. Where there's a demand, there's a market, and that's what my rabbit does. Xiaobai took out the gold abacus, while fiddling, said, I do not hide, I rabbit waiting for the main silver. This single business has been waiting for 7 years, obviously a big pig's hooves, have to pretend what pure love good family woman and man. Aha! Princess Nan Feng couldn't help but nod her head. Although she was a little confused about what the rabbit was saying, she did know Fong Chang for 7 years, and if it wasn't for Fong Chang's 7 years of having to play ambiguous, her first kiss would not have been cheaper to Xin Feng the one. Xiaobai continued, now poor cannot afford to raise rabbits, finally figured it out, you also figured it out, it is simply a perfect match, as for the quality of service you can rest assured, he said he was poor, literally, split to understand, I rabbit has not yet comprehended, okay, the other I rabbit will not say more, as an intermediate rabbit, to charge you 10,000 extreme spirit stones. Princess Nan Feng was dumbfounded by what was said. She saw the little rabbit's mouth blathering endlessly, her little hand snapping the abacus a few times before reaching in front of her for 10,000 extreme spirit stones. What do you mean? Too expensive. Little White helplessly waved his little hand and took out a small exquisite jade bottle. As a rabbit raised by Qin Feng himself, it made crazy sense to carry a bottle of sao on you. This doubles the pleasure, now can we pay for it? Little White pushed the exquisite jade bottle in front of Princess Nan Feng, telling her to hurry up and give it 10,000 extreme spirit stones so that it could arrange for Qin Feng to come over and earn money to raise rabbits. Ha! Oh! Princess Nan Feng was still in a daze, and gave 10,000 extreme spirit stones in confusion. Just when she finished paying the money, after curiously opening the small jade bottle and sniffing it, she only felt an inexplicable dryness in her whole body. Chapter 50, 10 times stronger by blackening. What's going on? A blush rose on Princess Nan Feng's face, and she only felt her heartbeat accelerate. Swoosh! Qin Feng chased the white rice bucket all the way to the attic. Qin Feng! Princess Nan Feng's face changed violently as she hurriedly took out her long sword and aimed it at Qin Feng. I just don't know what happened, but when I saw Qin Feng in the past, I couldn't wait to bite him to death, but now I couldn't wait to bite him to death when I saw Qin Feng instead. No way! Think about what? Princess Nan Feng was startled by this. Thought and hurriedly shook her head in fear to restrain it. Finally got you. Qin Feng jumped into the house and grabbed the rabbit's ears. It scared the hell out of him just now. This was the rabbit he had raised for 7 years, and it had several pounds of meat anyhow, so if it just ran away, wouldn't it be a big loss? Just in time, my rabbit has negotiated the sale, now it's your turn to make your entrance. Xiaobai hurriedly took out the spirit stones to show off to Qin Feng, the rabbit life for the first time to make such a big business. Debut. Qin Feng was at a loss, not understanding what it meant. The master in your mouth is Qin Feng. As if she had thought of something, Princess Nan Feng dropped the small bottle in her hand and kept her distance from Qin Feng in panic. Or else. Xiaobai said with an innocent look on his face. You. Princess Nan Feng was so frightened that she lost her 7 souls and hurriedly ran her body's spiritual energy to suppress it. She never expected that this rabbit was actually raised by Qin Feng, and was still defenselessly tricked by it. 10,000 extreme spirit stones is small, if you really can't control it, you might as well die. It was just that Princess Nan Feng's kind of cultivation obviously couldn't withstand it, and it was as if she had changed into a different person after only holding on for a few seconds. Qin Feng. Princess Nan Feng's eyes were full of love, as if a princess of a daughter country had met her royal brother. Hey, calm down. Qin Feng half-heartedly stopped the other party, stating that he was not that kind of casual person. At this time, Fong Chang held a bouquet of red roses and arrived at Princess Nan Feng's downstairs. After a whole day of thinking about it, he finally figured out that it was just an accident, and that some accidents are inevitable when you want to get by in life. At the same time, he also decided to participate in the life and death elimination match, and to personally break Qin Feng that into pieces to wash away the shame in his life. But just as Fong Chang revealed an easy smile, preparing to reconcile with Princess Nan Feng, that is, with himself. The scene in front of him made him freeze in place, only to see Princess Nan Feng and Qin Feng snuggling together as if they were a young couple, so well matched under the bright moonlight. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The smile on Fong Chang's face instantly froze, simply not believing that the scene in front of him was real. Fong Chang. Qin Feng looked down at Fong Chang, and the bad water in his stomach immediately surged up. Only to see him reach out and embrace Princess Nan Feng into his arms. His body was soft and plump, and his slender waist was like a fine willow, causing Princess Nan Feng to reveal an irresistible expression. And deliberately asked in her ear, "You just said you like me, is that true?" Of course it's true. Princess Nan Feng's eyes were filled with love, and she was already caught up in it and couldn't help herself. Fong Chang only felt that his brain had been hit by a sledgehammer, and his body lost its balance and retreated several steps one after another. How can it be? The two of them had only met twice before and after, so how could they possibly stand up to their 7-year relationship? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the Prime Minister's aspiration quest 50% complete. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making a move on the Chosen Sun's White Moonlight, gaining 200,000 villain points. Direct 50% plus 200,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes glowed as he continued to ask in his ear, "Fong Chang and I, who do you like the least?" Fong Chang. When Princess Nan Feng heard Fong Chang's name, her body gave a slight lurch, as if a pot of cold water had been poured over her, and a trace of sanity returned to her eyes. It was just that the question Qin Feng asked, coupled with the fact that she shouted Fong Chang's name out of her mouth, fell into Fong Chang's ears and turned into an answer of who she didn't like. Boom! Fong Chang only felt a thunderclap ringing in his head, the red rose in his hand fell to the ground, and the whole person also seemed to be drained of his soul, as if the walking dead had left. It was a mistake to pay after all. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the Prime Minister's will quest and obtaining the Divine Treasure Chest 1. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the Chosen One never believe in love again and gaining 500,000 villain points. 500,000. Big bang. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with golden light, and he was wailing with excitement. Ah! Fong Chang left as if he were a walking corpse, having long since lost his former vigor. Especially when he heard Qin Feng's excited shouts coming from the attic, he unwillingly tilted his head back and let out an impotent rage. Why? Why was their 7-year relationship no better than meeting Qin Feng twice? Qin Feng, I'm going to break you into pieces. Fong Chang tilted his head and let out a roar, his cape was terrifying. The aura also turned very evil in an instant, and the energy in his body skyrocketed several times, and the golden Buddha that was originally released also turned black. It is difficult to practice goodness, but easy to be a demon. 1,000 years of cultivation is not as good as becoming a demon in one night. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for forcing the Chosen One to become a demon and obtaining a chance to draw a prize. This is demonic. Qin Feng felt a face of confusion, and a big one popped up in his heart. The previous protagonist at least chose to become a demon only after being repeatedly rubbed by life under his feet. Now he's in a relationship and then he's naturally blackened, and he's even going to destroy the world in order to fall in love. Who the hell is the villain in this nigga? But the blackened Fong Chang was indeed terrifying, and he could feel a terrifying aura from a long distance away. Blackening is 10 times stronger. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion, as a 10-year-old bookworm naturally knows the horror of the blackened. The next time you see Fong Chang you must put up 200% of your spirit to do so. Qin Feng, you despicable and shameless man. After Princess Nan Feng heard Fong Chang's name, her will finally broke out from the drug's effect, and she pushed Qin Feng away with a hand, desperately trying to suppress from getting lost. What's it to me? Qin Feng felt his old innocence, grabbing the rabbit's ears, full of aggression. Obviously it was you who wanted to make a deal with the rabbit, just now took advantage of me so much, I'm the victim, okay? What do you mean? The deal is off. White let out a desperate wail, adamant that he would die without a refund. Get thee outta here. Princess Nan Feng gritted her teeth in anger, only wanting Qin Feng to stay away from her. Just like who cares about you? Qin Feng can remember that there is a powerful old man in the Dasha mission. Now that the mission is completed, or hurry back to the bird gun for the cannon, wait for the upgrade to finish and then take the time to come back to teach Princess Nan Feng to be a human being. The money I rabbit will not return, but I rabbit is a rabbit that knows the rules. The sale is not benevolent, this can help you to cure the poison. Little White immediately took out a carrot and after placing it on the table, he followed Qin Feng and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Carrots can cure poison? Princess Nan Feng face tangled. Pick up the carrot, try to bite on the choice of internal. Chapter 51, Birdshot for Cannon. Moon Palace. Violet Kite was sitting at the front door in a huff. Originally, Qin Feng kissing Princess Nan Feng in the ring during the daytime had already made her furious, who knew that he didn't sleep at night and sneaked out again with Little White. Don't need to think to know, it must be going to find that little princess of the south wind. She just couldn't figure out, she had a face value, a figure, a status, a position, how could she not be as fragrant as this wildflower, Princess Nan Feng? This goddess will definitely not forgive him this time. Z-Kite sat at the front door with a puff of air, waiting for Qin Feng to take the initiative to come over and talk to her. What are you doing here? As soon as Qin Feng returned, he saw Z-Kite sitting at the front door, and it was at this moment that he realized that Z-Kite had really grown up. If 7 years ago Z-Kite was budding, now it is the perfect bloom. The body is soft and plump, the slender waist is like a fine willow, the skin is fair, and the legs are even more slender and slender, suitable for carrying the shoulder. People are in pursuit of poetry in faraway places, but ignore the beauty around them. Z-Kite felt Qin Feng's immodest eyes, her pretty face flushed, and the anger in her heart instantly subsided for the most part, but thinking that Qin Feng staying out late at night was a serious problem, she immediately puffed up and asked in return, "Where are you running off to this big night again?" Qin Feng looked at Z-Kite with a tone of questioning from a proper lady. How dare he say that he went to a long night without the desire to sleep, and brought a rabbit to molest another person's wife? I'm going to get you a snack. Qin Feng took out a meat sandwich, or the kind without salt. Really? With skepticism in her eyes, Violet Kite took the meatloaf and took a bite. There is no salt. Just as Z-Kite felt puzzled, Qin Feng exchanged another bouquet of purple roses from the system. his eyes penetrating infinite depth of feeling, and said, "There is no need for much salt to love you." Woohoo! Zekite's small face instantly turned red, just like a starting locomotive. Her small heart was also ruffled by Qinfeng like a deer. Nasty! Violet Kite ran away shyly with a red face, taking the purple rose in her hand as well. As for the meatloaf without salt, it tasted exceptionally good. I rabbit think this deal will work. Xiaobai looked at the back of Zekite trotting away, and his greatest wish in this life was to sell Qinfeng for money. Should I stop them? The moon god floated in the air, taking in everything that had just happened, and in his heart, he felt torn as to whether or not to stop Zekite and Qinfeng. As Zekite's great aunt and elder, she naturally wanted Zekite to be happy and joyful. It was just that she really couldn't see through this person, Qinfeng. You can tell he's a little more than ruthless by the fact that he personally dug up his brother's supreme bone. However, during the 7 years in the Moon God Palace, apart from occasionally molesting the Moon God Palace disciples, he hadn't done a single thing out of the ordinary, but it was that rabbit that often caused trouble and became the first antagonist of the Moon God Palace. But lately, he didn't know what was wrong with Qinfeng, so arrogant that he dared to auction off the Great Summer's Son of Heaven's disciples in the street, and also dared to force the Great Summer's Princess Nanfeng to kneel down in the street, and even flirted with the Princess Nanfeng in the competition. Forget it, it's better to let the young people do their own thing. The lunar god's mind was quickly relieved that it might not be a bad thing for Violet Iris to feel the sting of love while she was young. At this time, Qinfeng returned to his room and began to change his birdshot into a cannon. The villain points had reached 1,047,000 points, which could be exchanged for a realm of great perfection, as well as a divine treasure chest from completing the quest, and the chance to draw a lottery prize that Fong Chang had received after his blackout. Redeem the great perfection fitting card first. Qinfeng began to call the system to bring the great mighty heavenly dragon to great completion. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points and successfully redeeming the great perfection fitting card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the great perfection fitting card. The great mighty heavenly dragon has reached the great perfection realm. Roar! A crisp dragon roar came from within Qinfeng's body, and the golden dragon tattoo on his body became even more lifelike, like a living, breathing, real dragon coiled around him. It's the dragon! Little White immediately branched out, an inexplicable fear in his eyes. Regarding the golden dragon pattern on Qinfeng's body, it was aware of it, only that from the 7 years it had followed Qinfeng, it had not seen Qinfeng use it, so it did not know what that golden dragon represented. But every time it saw the golden dragon it would feel fear in its heart, as if it had met some kind of nemesis, and just a moment ago, that fear deepened again. I rabbit, better go to bed. Xiaobai took out the saint's bamboo slips and spread them next to Qinfeng, yawning and lying down on them, huffing and puffing. For the saint bamboo brief is what it does not understand, only know that since childhood it has been used as a cooler, it is the bedding it carries with it, but also often dreamed of turning into a student rabbit. There is an old man in its ear to read some obscure articles. Next up is the divine treasure chest. Qinfeng called the system and opened the divine treasure chest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the divine treasure chest and obtaining the sword intent upgrade card. Sword intent upgrade card. Qinfeng's expression was slightly stunned, somewhat unable to understand what it was. The system explained, sword intent is divided into levels, and with different levels of comprehension of the sword Dao, naturally the stack damage is different. I see, second level sword intent is more damaging than first level sword intent. Qinfeng nodded his head to show that he understood and used it directly without having to babble. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the sword intent upgrade card. The sword intent has been upgraded to level 2. Qi swallows the 8 wastelands, and the sword sweeps the 6 worlds. Qinfeng's mind suddenly exploded, and 8 large golden characters appeared. A figure also appeared in front of his eyes, and the sword stance was still his familiar chopping sky sword drawing technique, only that it was performed with the momentum of sweeping across the 6 heavens and 8 wastelands, which made one's heart jump and hairs stand up in one's sweat. Ha! Little White, who had just fallen asleep, was immediately awakened, realizing that at this moment, Qinfeng was just like a sharp and overwhelmingly good sword. Sword intent. Little White immediately became interested and climbed onto Qinfeng's lap to follow his example, trying to sense Qinfeng's sword Dao, preparing to be a supreme sword rabbit. I don't know how long. The sword chi around Qinfeng's body was slowly taken into his body, and his person gradually came to his senses. After his sword intent had been upgraded to the 2nd level, his Jintian sword drawing technique became even stronger. If he was now in against Fong Chang in the daytime, he was confident that he could break his great Buddha with a single sword and still take his little life. Unfortunately, Fong Chang has blacked out. Qin Feng thought of Fong Chang after blackening, and wondered if level 2 sword intent could defeat the other party. But a frontal battle is not his style, or carry forward the spirit of the old 6 backstabbing. Ha! Qin Feng realized that there was something on his thigh and looked down, only to see that Xiaobai was lying on his thigh and snoozing, his snot bubbles waxing and waning with its breathing. For this little thing, Qin Feng didn't bother and called the system to use the lottery. Wow! The large carousel appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes and also began to slowly rotate. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing. Chapter 52, Gathering the 7 Chosen Ones. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the Divine Great Physique, Song Tian Hegemony Body. Song Tian Hegemony Body, Divine Level Combat System Physique. The possessor's physique is incomparably strong and has the name of Indestructible Golden Body. The more the battle, the stronger the battle, the more the battle, and the greater the completion of the amazing strength of the Battle of the Saints to kill the immortals. It's actually a special physique. Qin Feng's eyes lit up on the spot, excitedly slapping little whites. But even during the 7 years that he had been here in the Moon God Palace, the reason why he had been keeping a low profile was that apart from strengthening and consolidating his own foundation, it was more because the entire desolate ancient kingdom knew what his complete body looked like. Encountering other people might be an easy crush, but when it came to an unreasonable creature like the Chosen One, it was a dangerous behavior if you didn't have any cards in your hand. Now that he had this Song Tian Hegemony Body, he had an additional safety guarantee. Barkley. Kahaku barked, with no intention of awakening, and after feeling the spanking on his butt, he skillfully changed positions and continued to sleep. Rumble. A thunderclap resounded in Qin Feng's mind as his consciousness seemed to travel back to the ancient battlefield. The sound of killing, shaking the sky. Blood, hot blood bursting and splashing. The earth trembled as the black pressurized figures rampaged across the battlefield, coalescing with a might that caused the heavens and earth to change color. On the opposite side, a tall figure, holding a war halberd, stepped on the earth filled with blood and corpses, and rushed towards the countless enemy troops with the most humongous stance, in what was thought to be a battle without any suspense. But a man with a halberd, tireless, blood excites him, killing makes him crazy. Qin Feng couldn't help but burst out, and his consciousness returned to reality. The Song Tian Hegemony Body is worthy of being a fighting physique. It is simply born for fighting. No matter how many people are on the opposite side, I alone will be fine. This is the Song Tian Hegemony Body? It's horrible. Qin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists and could clearly feel his body filled with power. There was also the fact that his body had become even stronger. If Princess Nan Feng were to stab him with her dagger again, I'm afraid that she wouldn't even be able to pierce his skin. Coupled with his cultivation of the 33 heavenly creation skill and its terrifying healing ability, if one wanted to kill him, they would have to gather at least 7 chosen sons before they could do so, and less than one of them would not be able to cause fatal damage to him. Bam! Just then, a bell rang out. If memory serves, it's the start of the decennial life and death elimination tournament. From the hundreds of millions of young cultivators, 100,000 cultivators were selected to compete, so it could be said that these 100,000 young cultivators were already considered to be 1 in a million geniuses. However, it was obviously not enough in the eyes of the Inu imperial dynasty, and they wanted to select 1,000 people from these 100,000 geniuses to cultivate through the method of raising parasites. Cultivating these 1,000 people into true heavenly prides would also be the future backbone of the Inu imperial dynasty. The path to move up the ladder in the Inu imperial dynasty was right there. As long as you had the skills you could climb all the way to the top. Has it started? Qin Feng was very interested in this life and death elimination tournament. He had heard that the mortality rate of each session could be as high as 50%, meaning that 100,000 people would participate and only 50,000 would come out alive. But even if they weren't chosen by the Inu dynasty in the end, these 50,000 people were still the target of all the major powers. At this time, as the bell for the life and death elimination match rang, projections also appeared in the major cities of the Inu imperial dynasty, which could be used to cast live images to the major cities with spells, equivalent to a live broadcast. Before the start of the life and death elimination match, there was also a comprehensive battle power ranking list that was jointly assessed by a number of martial arts masters, and Qin Feng was currently ranked outside of the 30,000th place. No way, Qin Feng is only ranked 30,000th. Everyone gasped in shock and couldn't believe their eyes. Even if Qin Feng had nothing to show for his 7 years of battle records, and his cultivation and age were not advantageous when he participated in the life and death elimination tournament, the number 1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancient world wouldn't have to be ranked more than 30,000 names, would it? Facing the skeptics. A young lady appeared in the projections in the major cities, with a white-haired old man on the side. This person's name was Ma Dengwa, a famous martial arts master in the Inu dynasty. The young lady's voice was sweet as she said, in response to the skepticism raised by everyone, "We have invited the renowned martial arts patriarch, Master Ma Dengwa, to analyze a wave of questions for everyone as to why Qin Feng is ranked at more than 30,000. Hello everyone, my old self, the founder of Mixed Energy, Ma Dumboku." After waving his hand and introducing himself, Ma Dengwa began to analyze, regarding why Qin Feng is ranked outside of 30,000, it is a conclusion that has been reached after repeated analysis by us, the martial arts experts, which is summarized by the 4 words of miscellaneous but not refined. Miscellaneous but not refined. Missy matched the confusion. That's right. Ma Dengwa continued, it's well known that Qin Feng can make countless strong people go crazy for him by casually taking out an ability, but it's precisely because of so many abilities converging on a single person that has led to the dispersion of his energies, which can be seen from the fact that it took him 7 years to break through to Transcendent Mortal 9th level. So it is. It dawned on the audience that it was really better than 10 years of reading. As if possessed by Yulan, Ma Dengwa analyzed, also from Qin Feng's battle with Fong Chang, it can be seen that his sword intent did not break through to the 2nd level. A supreme talent who comprehended sword intent and the invincible sword heart at the age of 8 has not comprehended the 2nd level of sword intent in 7 years, which is clearly caused by the distraction of his energy. Ah! The audience nodded their heads, feeling that there was a point to be made. Ma Dengwa added, Qin Feng in this life and death elimination tournament age and cultivation are not dominant, and miscellaneous but not refined, and this light into the Tao realm has reached thousands of people. Spiritual martial arts 7 or 8 is like a river of carp, there are more than 10 or 20,000, on the contrary, Qin Feng Transcendent Mortal 9 is the existence of the bottom of the list, so it is reasonable to rank Qin Feng outside the 30,000 names. The young lady couldn't help but ask, then do you think Qin Feng will kill like a dark horse and end up winning the life and death elimination match? Absolutely not. Ma Dengwa said with a look of expert confidence, Qin Feng is now at the bottom of his cultivation level, at the bottom of his age, and miscellaneous but not refined, with limited combat power. How can he stand out amongst so many experts? Ah! The audience nodded their heads in unison, an expert is an expert. Ma Dengwa was very serious. Here I also advise you all that the way of martial arts is in the essence, not in the many. Just for example, the old man created his own mixed elemental strength and the 5 consecutive whips, which are sufficient to run across the world. Taught. The audience nodded their heads in unison, better than 10 years of reading. At this time, Qin Feng was in the war zone. 8 of the 10 selected members had arrived, and Qin Feng arrived late with Little White. Qin Feng. Princess Nan Feng in the crowd gritted her teeth and looked at Qin Feng, itching to bite him alive, and that rabbit wasn't a good thing either. Said what carrots can antidote poison, the result is that she ate no use at all, and finally called 2 maids to survive. Chapter 53 We're all adults about last night. Qin Feng, it's Qin Feng. The audience around the room gasped. After Ma Dengwa's critique, everyone was not optimistic about Qin Feng, thinking that there was a high probability that he wouldn't come to the life and death elimination match, but they didn't expect him to come in the end. What the hell? Qin Feng touched his face in confusion and couldn't figure out why everyone was looking at him like that. Did he become handsome again? Is this rabbit your spirit pet? The man in black came to Qin Feng's side to inquire, looking up and down at Little White on Qin Feng's shoulder. According to the rules of the life and death elimination tournament, there were no rules for the tournament, and one could bring a spirit pet to the battle, but of course the prerequisite was that the spirit pet's level could not be too high, or else it would be judged as cheating. Aha! Qin Feng nodded. Bunny! The surrounding crowd couldn't help but look at each other, genuinely unable to understand this desolate ancient first heavenly pride. It's not enough to win by underhanded means, but to bring a rabbit to a life and death elimination tournament, this is knowing that you can't get a good ranking, so you start to put up a bad fight. Transcendent Mortal 9, you can compete. The man in black could see through Xiaobai's cultivation level at a glance, and like Qin Feng, he was at the 9th level of transcendent mortality. It was just that he didn't underestimate this cute and cuddly rabbit like the others because he could tell that it was a fae amongst demonic beasts, possessing extremely terrifying potentials and abilities. Combined with its deceptively cuddly appearance, anyone who dares to underestimate this rabbit will be in for a rude awakening. Here come 9, 1 more to go. The man in black scanned over the crowd, knowing that the last Fong Chang was still missing. Will Fong Chang come? Princess Nan Feng anxiously looked around, searching for Fong Chang's figure. Last night, after she pulled herself together with the help of her 2 maids, she wanted to go to Fong Chang to tell him her grievances, but who knew that Fong Chang had already left, and no one even knew where he had gone. Does he still mind? The South Wind Princess is very frustrated in her heart. It's all Qin Feng that's fault. Rumble. A figure descended from the sky and landed heavily in front of the crowd. Fong Chang. The entire crowd couldn't help but let out a gasp of shock and couldn't believe their eyes. Only to see Fong Chang's cloaked hair, smoky makeup was also drawn on, and an extremely evil aura fluctuation was emanating from his body, which was simply a sea change from the previous sunny big boy. Enter the devil. Princess Nanfeng stared in disbelief, her brain a little dizzy as she almost didn't stand still. She really couldn't believe that just because Qin Feng kissed her, Fong Chang couldn't stand it and chose to become a demon. His heart was too fragile. 1,000 years of cultivation is not as good as becoming a demon in one night. The surrounding crowd let out sighs, all feeling sorry for Fong Chang. Entering the devil is able to let a person obtain strong power in a short period of time, but this kind of power is also extremely easy to let a person lose themselves, and finally become a real devil, killing and lawlessness, and become the public enemy of the whole of the ancient wasteland. Demonized. The black-clothed man's brow furrowed with a bad feeling. According to the rules of the life and death elimination tournament, the demonic contestant was allowed to participate. It was just that the other party was a disciple of the heavenly son of the great Xia, or especially authorized participant of the Sixth Way Emperor, so it was really good to let him go in and kill him. However, on second thought, Fong Chang's talent was very terrifying, and if he died in the life and death elimination match, it would be considered as reducing a formidable enemy for the Yin dynasty in the future. Why does it feel like a cheap puppet show? Qin Feng sized up Fong Chang, and the more he looked at him, the cheaper he felt. Qin Feng, I will break you into pieces. Fong Chang's gaze was as calm as water, but it was permeated with a murderous aura. To this, Qin Feng responded by turning around to Princess Nan Feng and said in a very deep voice, "Everyone is an adult. Let's just pretend that what happened last night never happened." You. Princess Nan Feng was acting unusually angry, but her eyes were dodging something. Wow. The entire room instantly boiled over, making sure Qin Feng spoke in detail. They were curious to know what had happened between him and Princess Nan Feng last night, and what else needed to be mentioned. In particular, everyone was an adult. Qin Feng. Fong Chang had almost gone off the deep end by Qin Feng, and the evil aura around his body began to climb. You think I'm afraid of you? Qin Feng does not bring the slightest wimpy, no matter if you are into the devil or into the gods. Nothing is a bottle of sows also crazy cannot be solved. There is 100 bottles to use. He had prepared a whole 1,000 pounds for this life and death elimination match. Everyone is here, the life and death elimination match begins. The man in black sensed the atmosphere of the two men's saber rattling and hurriedly announced the start of the life and death elimination match, quickly pinched out a finger trick, and made a forceful point into the void. Rumble. The void suddenly cracked open into a black hole, and a powerful suction force sucked the 10 people in. When Qin Feng had experienced the heavenly rotation and opened his eyes again, he and Little White had already appeared in a relic-like subdimensional space, covered by a sea of pale forests, and the roars of demonic beasts were still coming from time to time. According to the rules of the life and death elimination tournament, hunting different levels of demonic beasts could earn different points. The higher the level of the demonic beasts, the more points they earned, and if they killed a contestant, they could earn the points he had accumulated. It lasts for 3 days in total, with the top 1,000 points winning. This is the battlefield of life and death. Little White stood on Qin Feng's shoulder and looked around, not seeing Fong Chang and the other 9 people, who should have been randomly teleported into the battlefield of life and death. At the same time, it also sensed that there were a lot of terrifying demonic beasts around, and as far as it and Qin Feng were concerned, with their Transcendent Mortal 9 cultivation level, they didn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder here. The battlefield of life and death, it really lives up to its name. Qin Feng looked down. White bones could be seen everywhere, both human and demonic beasts, and the entire battlefield was filled with an inexplicable eerie coldness. Rumble. Not far away came an explosion, accompanied by the sound of a fierce fight. Someone's already engaged. Qin Feng frowned as he looked away and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Right now, in addition to the 100,000 candidates entering, there was also a large group of demonic beasts eyeing from the side. Joining the battle now would not only yield less, but would also be caught in the middle of a big melee. It's best to avoid battles as much as possible in the early stages to save your strength for a good harvesting frenzy later on. As the 100,000 candidates entered the battlefield of life and death one after another, the images of large and small battles were all projected out, making it a joy to watch. The standings are also a battle of the dragons, and you're catching up. Can be known as the first ancient pride of the desert Qin Feng, but no movement. The whole day past points are still 0, so that people have to believe that ma dulg was review, Qin Feng really cannot turn a big wave. Occasionally, there were one or two shots of Qin Feng, but he was also the one hiding by the river with a rabbit and fishing, not participating in the life and death elimination tournament at all, but instead, it was more like he was going on an excursion. Day 2. Qin Feng counted the time and felt that it was almost time. Are we going to fight? Little White was wailing with excitement and rushed to help Qin Feng carry the long sky divine sword over. What did I teach you as a child? Confucius said, a gentleman is not a weapon. Qin Feng felt hateful, a true gentleman would not bother to kill the other party with a weapon. After a whole day of fierce fighting yesterday, that gang of heavenly pride must be thirsty. As long as they drop a few pounds of sows are also crazy in the water source, they can sit and wait for the points to be delivered to the door. Chapter 54. I've never seen such a brazen person before. And this kind of tawdry maneuver. White was all eyes as he listened, realizing that he had a long way to go. Flutter. Qin Feng took out a jar from his carry-on space and threw it into the river, which had at least a dozen pounds of sow also crazy. At this time, the camera of the live broadcast was given to Qin Feng, and all the viewers all went crazy. He actually carries this much with him. Where is this the first Tianjiu of the desolate ancient? It is simply the first of the desolate ancient. No wonder he didn't leave yesterday when he found the water source, so he was playing with this idea. I have to say, the plan worked. Not necessarily, whoever survived yesterday's melee didn't have a few tricks up their sleeve, so how could they fall for such a trick? Experienced hunters might not, but they're all 20-somethings, how much experience do they have? Is this next image something I can watch without paying for it? Protest, strongly protest this behavior of Qin Feng. I advise you to mind your own business. When some demonic beasts came to the river and drank the water, they immediately branched out and froze. There are demonic beasts. Candidates, faced with points delivered to their door, took out their weapons and rushed into battle. It was just that they had obviously underestimated the degree of difficulty of the demonic beast at this time, and after being attacked by the candidates, they unleashed a furious and incomparable attack on it, only thinking of hurrying up to settle their opponents so that they could do their proper business. One time. With a 20-mile radius around the water source, large and small battles constantly rang out. Wow, the fighting is intense. Qin Feng could clearly feel the intensity of the battle, much more intense than the great melee of the first day. It was pretty intense. White nodded his little head as he ate a fresh carrot, and could hear the occasional scream from the forest. Some wretched candidates could also be seen appearing by the river, after the great melee of the first day, and the berserk battle of the demonic beasts just now. They were already thirsty, and when they saw the water they rushed up without saying a word and drank furiously. Wait, why do I feel like something's wrong? Candidates who had finished their water looked at each other and were surprised to see that their youngest partner felt a clear brow. Illusion, illusion. The candidates were startled and rushed to avert their eyes. Only when a few silhouettes appeared by the river, they could no longer suppress their running up. What do you want? A few of the young ladies raised their willow eyebrows, feeling that they were coming from a bad place. No need to be nervous, we just want to make friends. The men's eyes were glowing red, and they couldn't help but let out jia laughter. Not good, retreat. The ladies didn't know what they were trying to do, but they were still surrounded by the other side. Just when the young ladies were feeling desperate, a voice full of justice descended from the sky. Bold maniac, let go of those girls. Qin Feng was dressed in white, like an exiled immortal floating down, and was simply the light of the righteous path. It's Qin Feng. As if they had seen a savior, the young sisters hid behind Qin Feng. Off. The men were already completely red-eyed and did not place Qin Feng in their eyes at all. Phew! A sharp and incomparable wind suddenly broke through the air, and the power carried within the wind caused the men to regain some of their senses. Not daring to have any hesitation, his feet slammed down in an attempt to retreat towards the back. Boom! The invisible sword she released by Qin Feng was faster than the speed of their retreat, flashing past, a striking bloodlight flooding below. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully shattering NG and gaining 1000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully shattering NG and gaining 1000 villain points. Each system alert sounded, accompanied by a shattering sound. Ah! A dozen men were lying on the ground wailing, and Xiaobai even took the opportunity to collect their storage bags. Chinky chinky! Xiaobai's eyes flashed with a wealth-crazed light, and in his heart, he cried out that he was going to be rich. After Qin Feng finished harvesting, he said in a righteous manner, on account of the goodness of the heavens, I'll give you a small punishment and hope that you'll behave yourselves. So handsome. The young lady's eyes were glowing with peach hearts, and they could not wait to fall in love with them. The spectators outside the arena were speechless, stating that they had never seen such a brazen person before. If they didn't know that the culprit was Qin Feng, I'm afraid that they would have really believed that he was a righteous man who saved a beautiful woman from a hero. Thanks a lot. Some of the men even clasped their fists at Qin Feng and thanked him. If not for Qin Feng's timely appearance, they were afraid that they would have made a big mistake. The audience outside the arena is completely speechless, and in their hearts, they are even calling out good guys. This is a typical being sold, but also to help count the money. Practice stupid, right? In the end, a dozen or so men had to voluntarily give up the life and death elimination match due to serious injuries, and the points that had been accumulated earlier went to Qin Feng, allowing Qin Feng's rankings to soar rapidly. Yin Dynasty. In the Six Paths Emperor's Palace. A man wearing a black robe with a majestic look sat in the center. He was the boss of the Yin Imperial Dynasty, the Six Paths Emperor. Beside him was a group of bigwigs with powerful auras, including the Moon God, and Princess Nan Feng, who had also been invited to watch the battle, as a great Xia envoy. The purpose of their mission this time was for the life and death elimination match. The Sixth Dao Emperor opened his mouth and asked, "Princess Nan Feng, what are your thoughts on the life and death elimination tournament of our Yin Imperial Dynasty?" "It's cruel." Princess Nan Feng watched in shock. In just one day's time, 100,000 participants had died or injured 20,000 people. The bloody images constantly challenged her nerves, and she also began to worry about Fong Chang. Cruel. Emperor Six Paths smiled and didn't say anything more. It might be cruel for those families in Daxia, but for those oppressed and humble families, it was a chance to realize. Everyone also gradually realized that there was a problem with the water source, and combined with the fact that Qin Feng had a case history of using So Also Crazy, it was quickly concluded that he had put So Also Crazy in the water source. Everyone was furious, itching to break Qin Feng into pieces. This is not where the first heavenly pride of the desolate antiquity can do something, it is simply the first shameless awe of the desolate antiquity. At the same time, everyone had to face the question of what to do next without water. Their current cultivation had not yet entered the valley rescue stage, coupled with the successive battles without water would definitely not work, but now that the water source was contaminated by Qin Feng, the fighting power would definitely be greatly reduced. Water for sale, the highest bidder wins. Qin Feng set up a stall by the river, and the bottom price of a bottle of water was 1,000 extreme spirit stones. It's shameless. The candidates finally couldn't stand it anymore, put aside all their personal grudges, and united to beat up Qin Feng, this man. The human handsome is really easy to be targeted. Qin Feng was so scared that he hurriedly packed up his stall and ran away, not forgetting to sprinkle a bottle of So Also Crazy before he left. "Everyone, we'll meet again in the future." Just then, the blackened Fong Chang comes right up to the river. Chapter 55. One thought becomes a Buddha, one thought becomes a devil. Not good, dodge. When the crowd saw the powder that Qin Feng scattered out, they didn't need to know that it was a Sao that was also crazy, and they were so scared that they were backing away, afraid that their reputation would be ruined if they weren't careful. Qin Feng. The blackened Fong Chang came to the riverside and immediately saw Qin Feng with a hideous gaze. He didn't know much about the shameless things Qin Feng had done by the river, only knowing that the reason why he had blacked out to participate in the life and death elimination match was to break Qin Feng into pieces. Without the slightest hesitation, the blackened Fong Chang rose to the challenge. So brave. The people present were all impressed, and their hearts called out Old Iron 666. Why is this guy coming after us? Qin Feng temporarily did not have the idea of dueling with Fong Chang, utilizing a sly and seductive stance to move freely through the forest, intending to save his strength until tomorrow and then reaping madly. For now it's better to pull the hatred first. Qin Feng, don't run if you have the guts. Fong Chang's face was hideous and terrifying as he clung to Qin Feng from behind. Don't run? That's an asshole if you don't move. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth in disgust, his body seemed to be as light as floating snow, his toes flicked towards the branches and leaves, and his figure flew out thousands of meters away, matched with a white coat, as if he were an exiled immortal flying through the air. What a powerful stance! The spectators outside the arena couldn't help but let out exclamations of surprise, realizing that this desolate ancient first heavenly pride still had something to offer. Even if his age and cultivation were the bottom of the list of existences in the life and death elimination tournament, there was no doubt about his talent, especially Qin Feng's complete body state, which had shocked the entire draconic ancient world back then when it was revealed. If it wasn't for the moon god's powerful cultivation, suppressing the bigwigs from all sides with his own power, I'm afraid that the major forces of the Yin dynasty would be able to go to war over Qin Feng. At the same time, everyone began to pay attention to Fong Chang, just now so bravely chased Qin Feng, more or less will absorb some Cao's also crazy. What's going on? It's that thing. Fong Chang quickly noticed that the body is not right. For Qin Feng, this means he is not unfamiliar. In the first meeting between the two sides, he has seen it. If he hadn't been possessed, he would have been able to forcibly suppress it with the Buddhist techniques he cultivated, but now that he had been possessed, his mind had changed and he was somewhat unable to suppress his mind's demons. At the same time, after he had personally felt that even Cao's were crazy, there was a sudden realization in his heart that what his eyes saw was not the truth. Could it be that Qin Feng gave the princess that thing? The more Fong Chang thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, and as if he had found a trace of solace in his heart, he began to chant the mantra of clearing the heart silently, and a big Buddha appeared behind him. It was just that this Buddha was different from the one the crowd remembered. He was half golden solemn Buddha and half black evil demon. One thought becomes a Buddha, one thought becomes a devil. The Six Paths Emperor and the others exclaimed in shock, calling out in their hearts that this son should definitely not be retained. It would have been fine if Fong Chang had only become a demon, but he was now comprehending the true meaning of Buddha and demon, and once he was allowed to succeed in comprehending it, it would be equivalent to Qin Feng comprehending the invincible sword heart, which possessed the ability to suppress the current generation. Unlike Qin Feng, who was mixed but not refined, Fong Chang specialized in the Buddhist path and was bound to grow up earlier than Qin Feng, definitely a potential threat to the Yin dynasty. Not good. Princess Nanfeng also realized the danger and rushed to the old man accompanying her for protection. Princess, don't worry, the old man's injuries have basically healed and he can fight to the death. The old man's expression was incredibly serious, knowing what Fong Chang meant to Xia. Please. Princess Nanfeng was still holding a life tablet tightly in her hand, summoning her father and royal grandfather to her if necessary. At this time, the projections in the major cities were all replaced with square lengths. Whether to witness the birth of a generation of Buddhas or the birth of a generation of devils. But just as people were discussing this heatedly, Qin Feng's figure suddenly appeared in the projection screen, and after seeing Fong Chang's delay in catching up, he knew that the medicine had taken effect. Then his old sixth attribute began to stir. It was hard to meet the chosen one. If he didn't do something to him, it didn't seem to fit his persona. It was only when he returned the way he came that he realized that the surprise had come so suddenly. He's actually washing his hands of it. As we all know, blackening is strong and invincible, and whitewashing is 7 points weaker, so it would be better to not cut him at this time. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission to destroy the chosen son's sense of the great Tao. Mission reward, 1 sword intent upgrade card. Sword intent upgrade card. Qin Feng's eyes immediately lit up, and he was practically defenseless against rewards. Qin Feng. A flash of panic flared in Fong Chang's eyes, not expecting Qin Feng to return the same way again. He was now in the critical moment of punching the barrier. If he was disturbed by Qin Feng, he would surely go off the deep end, resulting in serious injuries. At this moment, Fong Chang could no longer care about any undercurrents, and a golden jade stone flew out from his body, emitting a golden light that wrapped him in a ball. It's the Buddha's relic. The spectators outside the arena exclaimed in astonishment, calling out in their hearts that Fong Chang was truly a great opportunity. Buddha's relics are the treasures that coalesce after the top Buddha has passed away. Wearing on the body, not only all evils do not invade to strengthen the power of the Buddha's gone methods, the Buddha's light also possesses a very strong defensive power. With the Buddha's light emanating from the Buddha's relic right now, not to mention Qin Feng, even if the candidates of the entire battlefield of life and death were combined, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to break through. Ugh! Emperor Six Paths on the other side, knowing that nothing could be forced. He had thought that Qin Feng's return would be able to strangle Fong Chang in the cradle, but who knew that the other party's chances were so strong, and that there was also a Buddha's relic guarding his body. It was just that the crowd had obviously underestimated Qin Feng's shamelessness. He was not the least bit surprised by the sudden appearance of the Buddha's relics, and smilingly took out a book of stories called by Jia and began to read them in a colorful manner. This Fong Chang was originally the age of blood and vigor, and the effect of the medicine in his body had not passed. Where could he listen to this kind of thing? And the demons that had just been suppressed resurfaced, and there was even a tendency to go out of control. This! The faces of the spectators outside the arena turned odd. For a moment it was impossible to tell whether it was a proper life and death elimination match or an immodest little essay reading contest. In the Six Paths Emperor's palace, the bigwigs from all sides looked at the moon god with odd faces, as if asking, "Did you teach Qin Feng all of this?" "I'm not. I didn't." "Don't talk nonsense." Luna hurriedly denied it 3 times in a row, stating that she wasn't that kind of person. At the same time, his heart hated Qin Feng. The glorious image he had built up over the years was thus scourged clean by this kid. Hoo-hoo! A subtle wind-breaking sound rang out, causing the sweaty hairs on Qin Feng's entire body to stand up. Sneak attack! The first thought that came to Qin Feng's mind, his body instinctively flashed out in a flash like lightning. The remaining light from the corner of his eyes also quickly swept over the rear, only to see a figure in the dim rainforest bending his bow and shooting a scarlet feathered arrow like a rainbow straight at his chest. Bang! The slender feathered arrow shot through Qin Feng's stump, continuously shooting through several large trees before stopping, much more ferocious than the heavy sniper Barrett. Qin Feng began to spit madly in his heart, gaining a whole new understanding of the Chosen One's unreasonableness. Seeing that the other party will be forced into a dead end, somehow a person can appear to stir up the situation to delay the time. Hell, I can't believe I let him avoid it. A famous slim man on the end of the tree cursed in a low voice and quickly drew out 3 scarlet feathered arrows to shoot again. I don't care who you are, I'm going to eat Fong Chang today, and Jesus won't be able to keep him, I say. Qin Feng was upset by the shooting, and felt that if he did not show some strength, the other party more or less did not respect him. Chapter 56, Faster, Fiercer, and Stronger. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! 3 feathered arrows that were like pikes once again came across the sky, pointing directly at Qin Feng's major vital points. Damn, and addicted to shooting. Qin Feng cursed and quickly dodged, performing phantom prosperity to the extreme, leaving a trail of stumps in the forest. Nonetheless, the coldness behind Qin Feng's back did not diminish, but instead grew more and more prevalent. A feeling of being stared at by countless poisonous snakes surged through him, as if no matter how much he struggled, he would be shot by the other side. I rabbit mom, I rabbit don't wanna get shot. Xiaobai tightly grabbed onto Qin Feng to prevent himself from falling in the high-speed movement. It's daylight. The spectators outside the arena immediately became excited and recognized the person who shot the arrow at once. This person's name is Bai Ri, the White of Daytime, the Day of Shooting the Sun, is the seeded player of this life and death elimination tournament. In addition to becoming famous at a young age and possessing a superb talent, his cultivation has even reached the first level of the Dao entry realm. Currently sitting at 153rd in the points standings, it's no surprise that a win is on the cards. This daylight. Emperor Six Paths and the others rubbed their brows again with a headache, knowing that this person Fong Chang had a great chance at destiny. I threw your kid in the well or what, shoot after me. Qin Feng also knew that the cultivation gap between the two sides was huge, so he decisively opened the ancient heavy pupils, and the entire world slowed down. It's the ancient heavy pupil. The spectators outside the arena were even wailing with excitement, finally letting them wait for Qin Feng to fight seriously, wondering if they would be able to see his full body. Buzz! The bowstring quivered lightly. Just seeing Bai Ri holding a longbow like a seasoned hunter, he began to block off all back roads as soon as he pulled the bowstring. Draw your sword! Qin Feng's dark, watery swordlight was drawn from its scabbard almost at the moment the other party drew his bow. Unlike the previous Xintian sword drawing technique, the Xintian sword drawing technique at this time had fused with grade 2 sword intent, as well as the Tsong Tian hegemony body's enhancement. Faster, fiercer, and stronger. In a flash of lightning, before Bai Ri could react, Qin Feng's silhouette swept past him in a hurry, and the long hollow divine sword in his hand returned to its sheath once again after slicing through the void. How can that be? Daylight stared in disbelief, a drop of sweat slowly falling from his forehead. Bang! Only the longbow in Shirayoshi's hand broke, and his sword was so precise that it only showed a splash of bright red below. At this time, the spectators outside the arena were silent, stunned by Qin Feng's sky-splitting sword-drawing technique. Nima! To not be so fast. They had thought that this was a duel between dragons and tigers, who knew that Qin Feng had already ended it before it even started. How is this possible? The Sixth Path Emperor and other bigwigs from all parties stood up in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Even if Qin Feng's talent was unprecedented, it was too much to expect that a Transcendent mortal 9th level sword would defeat an entry Dao 1st level, wasn't it? There was an entire spirit martial realm in between. No need to be nervous, this basic operation. The moon god immediately raised her eyebrows and proudly raised her little head. She had personally felt for how fierce Qin Feng was, and the only thing that surprised her was when Qin Feng's sword intent had broken through the 2nd level. Ah! Bai Ri let out a miserable cry of loss of his brother and fell to the ground rolling around unable to accept the reality. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shattered by Eternal Hajime, for gaining 1000 villain points. Another 1000 villain points arrived. Xin Feng opened the system and skimmed it. The original 47,000 villainous points had now reached 121,000 villainous points, representing 74 brothers who had lost their worries and could concentrate on their cultivation in the future. I'm so meritorious. Xin Feng gave himself a nod for his behavior and began to read Bai Jie's story in front of Fong Chang again. The spectators outside the arena were completely speechless, and really couldn't use words to describe this number one heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. He obviously has the strength to kill everything in seconds, but he doesn't do anything about it. At this time, since the projected content was not reviewed, it switched to the horse dumb country interview. The young sister couldn't help but ask, Master Ma, you did say before that Xin Feng was miscellaneous but not refined, and wouldn't be too impressive in this life and death elimination tournament, but now that Xin Feng defeated the first level of the Tao of Initiation with a single sword with a cultivation of Transcendent Mortal 9th level, what do you think of this? Ma Dengui was slightly embarrassed and said in a puzzled manner, from that sword just now, we can tell that Xin Feng's sword intent has already broken through to the second level. It's just that even if he breaks through the second level of sword intent, there's no reason for him to defeat Bai Ri, who is a first level of the Tao of Initiation, with a single sword. The young sister asked tentatively, you're saying that Xin Feng's sword contains other powers, could it be some kind of special physique? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ma Dengui was very certain. It's well known that Xin Feng is an ancient heavy pupil possessor, so how could he still possess a special physique? I think it's 80% that he ate some kind of short-lived strength-enhancing elixir. So it is. It dawned on the audience that it was better than a decade's worth of reading. Ma Dengui continued, Xin Feng's sword intent broke through to the second level, which proves that he has put his main focus on the Tao of the sword these past 7 years, and the supreme bone and ancient heavy pupil wouldn't have been too strong, judging from the fact that he defeated Bai Ri, who was ranked 153rd with a single sword. His limit is around 100th, and any further than that, he wouldn't have any advantage. The audience nodded their heads and felt that the expert was right. The scene shifts. The content that could not be passed over ended and the scene changed again. Only to see that Fong Chang, after listening to the small composition read by Xin Feng, could no longer suppress the demonic nature within his body, and the golden body of Buddha and the devil behind him was also covered with cracks in an instant, and it looked like it was about to completely crumble. Damn Xin Feng! Princess Nan Feng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and her repeated requests to Emperor Six Paths were rejected. It also understood that Fong Chang had made the Six Paths Emperor feel threatened, and it was impossible to let Fong Chang leave the battlefield of life and death alive, unless he was completely wasted. Bang! The golden bodies of the Buddha and the devil shattered completely, turning into bits of starlight that disappeared into the void. Put! A mouthful of old blood spurted out from Fong Chang, and his breath dropped to freezing point in an instant. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a sword intent upgrade card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for severely injuring the chosen one and gaining 500,000 villain points. That's it. Xin Feng was more or less disappointed in his heart, and thought that he would be able to get another chance at the lottery. However, soon after, he aimed his gaze at the Buddha's relic. It's not your fault for having a treasure at home, but it's your fault for taking it out and tempting me. As Fong Chang failed to perceive the great Tao, the Buddha's light condensed by the Buddha's relic also dispersed, and with a move of his hand, the Buddha's relic fell into his hand. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for plundering the chosen son's chance and obtaining a chance to draw. That's comforting. Xin Feng finally revealed a satisfied smile and disappeared into a white shadow. It was not that he didn't want to take the opportunity to destroy Fong Chang, but the chosen son was too unreasonable. Don't get to the point where the person didn't kill, but instead lost the Buddha's sharp. It's better to see the good thing and hurry to run. Xin Feng, give me back the Buddha's relic. Fong Chang looked panicked as he climbed up and wanted to go after them. That was the root of his foothold in the desolate ancient. But the failure of enlightenment led to going off the deep end, and now that he was seriously injured, he could only watch Xin Feng take away his Buddhist sharpness. At the same time, he couldn't figure out why every time he encountered Xin Feng, he was restrained to death by him, and was defeated by him in all sorts of underhanded ways, not even giving him a chance to fight with his full strength. Not good. Fong Chang's face changed violently, realizing that the effect of the medicine in his body began to flare up again, and looked at the wailing Bai Ri next to him was so eyebrow-raising. Chapter 57, Don't Come Over. The forest is vast. Xin Feng got the Buddha's relic and ran. However, he still underestimated the unreasonableness of these chosen children, and just a few steps out, he was stopped by a black-clothed teenager. This person holds a black long sword, his eyes have a very human firmness, his state of mind is like a tranquil lake that does not ripple, and his thin body is like a sharp sword. It's the 53rd place in the points ranking, the young lord of the famous sword villa, one sword. The spectators outside the arena immediately became excited, not expecting Qin Feng to meet with one sword. The famous sword villa was a very frontline major power in the Yinyu dynasty. In this era where the sword god was not present, they had the reputation of having only one sword for 1,000 years, and one sword for 1,000 years of madness. However, it is undeniable that the famous sword villa does have the capital of madness, and it is currently the holy place in the hearts of people practicing sword in the world. In particular, this generation's young manner master, Yi Jian, was known as a wizard in practicing the sword for thousands of years. At only 18 years old, he had broken through to the first level of the Tao, and had also comprehended the third level of sword intent, and even possessed the legendary heavenly sword body. And now that he had bumped into Qin Feng, the future god of the sword, just think about it and you'll know what kind of sparks would collide. I want you to help me sharpen my sword. One sword didn't have any unnecessary nonsense and didn't care if Qin Feng wanted to fight or not. He directly drew the long sword in his hand and transformed into the king of swords as if he was a sharp sword thrusting into the dome of the sky, and a clear sword chirp could be heard faintly reverberating through the forest. So strong. Qin Feng's pupils contracted violently, sensing the other party's power. With a first level of cultivation in the Tao, a third level of sword intent, and a heavenly sword body, he was definitely the strongest heavenly pride he had encountered since his debut. However, what made him feel strange was that this kind of terrifying as hell heavenly pride was actually not the chosen one, and he didn't hear the system's prompt. Swish! An incomparably powerful aura came to the surface, and the melodious sound of a sword suddenly resounded in the forest. The long sword in one sword's hand erupted with brilliant and dazzling sword light, dragging the brilliant light to stab at Qin Feng at an astonishing speed, setting off gusts of sharp wind-breaking sounds. Qin Feng's body tilted as he stepped out, swaying as if it were a clear wind. What a ghostly stance, it's like a clear wind swaying and a hurricane sweeping. A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of one sword, his feet violently stomped the ground, the entire person's breath soared a lot, the long sword in his hand swept out as if it was a swimming dragon roaring, destroying Dao Dao's residual shadow in an instant. Seeing that the other party was not relenting, Qin Feng stretched out his hand and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and his entire person also turned into a sheathed sword, sharpened without cast. The chanting heavenly sword drawing technique. Drawing his sword, the crisp sound of a sword chime rang out in the forest, and the powerful and incomparable Qi. The invincible sword heart was really so terrifying. Just when Qin Feng felt a bit unable to hold on, little white on his shoulder struck out, extending his small paw to poke at Yi Jian's eyes without hesitation. To be a successful hunter, you must learn how to hide yourself, be immovable as a stone, lock onto your target, be ready to strike, be swift as the wind, a fight. The spectators outside the arena couldn't help but burst out in foul language, realizing that the rabbits raised by Qin Feng, like him, didn't take their faces too seriously. Ah! One sword rushed back in pain, and his eyes were almost poked out. It was just that he didn't shout as much as he thought he would, having realized something from the battle with Qin Feng just now. A powerful sword chi surged out around him. The whole person is also as sublimated, as if lonely and proud as the snow lotus standing on the cliff facing the wind, penetrating a force that shakes people's hearts. This is... Qin Feng felt incomparably alarmed at the sight, being too familiar with this scene. Back then, when he obtained the invincible sword heart, this was the feeling, which meant that during the battle with him, one sword had already initially comprehended the invincible sword heart. What a joke! System, you come out, this kind of perverted talent, you tell me he's not the chosen one. The system spoke. It's true that the other party doesn't have the destiny of a chosen son, but they have the destiny of a divine villain. Villain? Peer. Qin Feng froze in place on the spot, and a big popped up in his heart. The protagonist has met 3 before and after, all of them epic, but the big villain has never really met one. With the thought that peers are enemies, he didn't have the idea of cooperating with the other party, and only wanted to take the opportunity to destroy him, lest he send experience and equipment to the protagonist in the future, making it more difficult for him to be the villain. This is the invincible sword heart. A sword had already touched the invincible sword heart and looked at Qin Feng with even more glowing eyes. He wanted to use Qin Feng as his own grinding stone for the sword, thus thoroughly comprehending the legendary invincible sword heart. Swish! A sword dragged a path of blurred silhouettes, wildly waving the long sword in his hand with a powerful and incomparable sword chi, spreading the sky and covering the earth towards Qin Feng. Not good. Qin Feng decisively opened his heavy pupils and engaged the other party. Dang! 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 The sound of gold and iron clashing stirred up in the forest, and the invisible sword chi was splashing around. It was just that Qin Feng didn't have any other sword moves other than the Zantian sword drawing technique, and could only rely on the heavy pupil slow motion to see what was going on, and was beaten by a sword that was beating him to a standstill. Qin Feng is going to lose. The spectators outside the arena let out sighs, seeing that Qin Feng was not far from defeat. His Xintian sword drawing technique was truly amazing to the world, but once he encountered a strong enemy and didn't destroy the other party with a single sword, it meant that he would be weak afterward unless he used the supreme bone and the heavy pupil to fight against them. Think about it. The spectators outside the arena had their gazes fixed on the light screen, ready to witness the power of the supreme bone and the ancient heavy pupil. It was just that Qin Feng didn't seem to have the intention of using the supreme bone and ancient heavy pupil, quickly backing away to pull away the distance between the two sides, and also slowly retracting the sheath-long Sky Divine sword back into its scabbard. You're going to use the supreme bone and heavy pupil. One sword was immediately on guard, not daring to be careless. You're not worthy yet. Qin Feng said indifferently. Unworthy. Emperor Sixth Path and the others kept their gazes fixed on Qin Feng, wanting to see what other tricks he had up his sleeve. But just when the crowd was full of expectations for this, Qin Feng waved his hand and took out more than a dozen bottles of Sao's Are Also Crazy, and in the distance you can still vaguely hear the slightly weeping earth to misery sound of the white day. You do not come over, ah. Chapter 58 Supreme Bone vs. Heavenly Sword Body. Damn Qin Feng. Princess Nan Feng was enraged and took out her fate card and prepared to call her father. The old man protecting the mission hurriedly stopped it. Princess, you can't do this. This is the life and death elimination tournament of the Emu Imperial Dynasty, and it was also Fong Chang himself who volunteered to participate. Now that we encountered something and looked for His Majesty, in the future, how will all the major forces of the desolate ancient world look at our great Xia Imperial Dynasty? They will all say that we, the great Xia Imperial Dynasty, can't afford to play. But. Princess Nanfeng was so anxious that she almost came to her aunt, which could not see her beloved person difficult. The old man muttered suspiciously again, it's all like this, why doesn't Fong Chang abstain? Has he lost his mind or is he good at this himself? Woohoo! As if she had borne the last straw, Nan Feng covered her mouth and ran away crying. In the Six Paths Emperor's gigantic palace, the bigwigs from all sides heard the commotion and looked at the moon god, as if to say, it's all the sins of your family Qin Feng. Don't look at me, I don't know him. The moon god no longer had the haughty expression she had before, an expression of I don't know Qin Feng well. The battlefield of life and death. One sword was instantly nonplussed and hurriedly took a few steps back. The story about Qin Feng's use of so even crazy in the war of life and death had already spread, and there were even 70 candidates who had fallen for his tricks due to carelessness, and his solution to the problem was simple and rough. Shatter has been permanently cured. It can be said that the Qin Feng who picks up the sword is not scary, the Qin Feng who smiles at you is the real terror. It's shameless. The spectators outside the arena were utterly speechless. He had just made people forget about Qin Feng's shamelessness through 2 battles, but who knew that he would turn around and lose his modesty again? Hoo-hoo! An invisible storm formed around Qin Feng, and the Sao's and the dozen or so jade bottles were also wildly swept up, and the fallen leaves in the forest danced with the storm. Falling leaves are flying. It was a famous technique he had learned from the 10 ancestors, and after 7 years of groping and improving on it, he had managed to create a set of passionate palm technique. The power may not be the strongest, the damage may not be the highest, but the nastiness is definitely recognized. A palm strike with passion. This is... One sword's face turned incomparably grave, and in his heart, he somewhat regretted coming to find Qin Feng. He could clearly feel that the range of this palm covered a great deal. Not only did he have to dodge the medicinal powder that mixed with the Sao also went crazy, but also dodge the falling leaves that were transformed into cutting knives. And there couldn't be the slightest mistake, or else Qin Feng would seize the opportunity and lose the source of pleasure of being a man. Go! Qin Feng's palm gently swung and a powerful palm wind slammed out. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A piece of fallen leaves instantly transformed into a horrible killing weapon, where it passed, such as chainsaw cutting, but also accompanied by a large number of white fog will be a few hundred meters in a circle all covered. One sword closed his breath without flinching. The black long sword in his hand drew a perfect arc, setting off a severe storm of sword chi in the forest. The falling leaves that shot up were destroyed by the sword chi, and the medicinal powder that filled the air was also split apart by the sword chi. It's now! When a sword split an opening with sword chi, a path connecting between him and Qin Feng also appeared. Qin Feng quickly assumed the Xintian sword drawing technique posture, and in his mind, he also called out to the system to use the sword intent upgrade card he got from completing the quest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the Sword Intent upgrade card, level 2 Sword Intent upgraded to level 3 Sword Intent. The sea is a vast river, and it is all of a piece. In a trance, Qin Feng only felt an occasional flash of stunning sword light in front of his eyes, going by the moon and waving away thousands of clouds and seas. There's a limit to childishness. One sword was very dissatisfied with Qin Feng's actions and felt that Qin Feng was just humiliating him. Using the same move continuously against a swordsman, or a move that he managed to block, was the greatest humiliation for a swordsman. Even if he used the passionate palm as a cover, it could not hide the humiliation against him. Clang! The high-pitched and crisp drawing of the sword was like piercing through clouds and cracking rocks, causing everyone's minds and hearts to be shaken. Not true! This wasn't the previous chopping sky sword drawing technique. Qin Feng's figure in white clothes like snow flashed like lightning, and his white jade-like hand gripped the hilt of the long hollow divine sword lightly, raising it lightly, as if it were a shock, and the sword light that stunned the world appeared at first glance in the forest. Drawing the sword, discharging the sword, and withdrawing the sword, the movements were all in one go. Third grade Sword Intent. A sword eyes round incredulous, trance feel the cold as a mountain stream spring of cold wind on the face, do not dare to have the slightest carelessness, around the body surging out of a powerful and incomparable invisible sword chi. Ding! A sound of gold and iron clashing stirred up in the forest, and the two figures crossed paths at an extremely fast speed. The moment. The scene seems to be frozen. Qin Feng's sword has been returned to its sheath, a sword stood in place and did not move, can only vaguely hear the low sobbing sound of the white day does not want to live from the vicinity. Who won? The hearts of the spectators outside the arena were in their throats, their eyes glued to the light screen waiting for the result. I thought that Qin Feng's second grade sword intent was already the limit, but I didn't expect that he had actually comprehended the third grade sword intent. When it was really as terrifying as this, the first heavenly pride of the desolate ancient kingdom was well deserved. Put! Qin Feng couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood, and his body was covered with more blood marks. The invisible sword chi that surged out around a sword just now was definitely not ordinary sword chi, it was the heavenly sword chi that came with his heavenly sword body. The killing power was extremely terrifying, and he was injured when he broke through with the Jintian sword drawing technique. However, according to the law of the first to vomit blood than the sword, he must have been injured more severely than himself. Put! A sword body in accordance with the rules, one knee on the ground, can no longer control a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The body also collapsed a large mouth, blood as if no money to spray out. Qin Feng won. The audience outside the arena was incredulous, and their hearts couldn't be calmed for even longer. Even if Qin Feng was known as the first heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, his cultivation of Transcendent Mortal 9 was not worthy of the stage, but that's how he was still able to defeat one sword, who was ranked 53rd in the points rankings. One should know that on the battle power ranking of the current life and death elimination tournament, one sword was a top 10 ranked expert. This little guy is not to be missed. The Six Paths Emperor and other bigwigs from all parties could not calm their hearts for a long time, having been shocked by Qin Feng to the point where they were completely out of words. Who would have thought that an existence at the bottom of the Transcendent Mortal 9 would actually be able to go all the way against the odds to become the brightest boy in the room, with each and every established expert being easily defeated by him? Low profile, basic operations. The moon god got all high and mighty again, with an expression like I know Qin Feng the best. However, in her heart, she thought of going back to pack Qin Feng properly. She had already broken through the third level of sword intent, actually still hiding her clumsiness in front of her. My old lady raised you with a handful of urine, who are you defending yourself against now? The bigwigs from all sides were completely speechless, realizing that the moon god didn't seem to have much of a sense of propriety either. Qin Feng can do those things, 80% have nothing to do with her. This kid is not easy. The Sixth Wei Emperor narrowed his eyes and surveyed Qin Feng, realizing that his wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as well as the fact that Qin Feng had touched the heavenly sword chi so hard that the injuries he had sustained shouldn't be that light. I'm not defeated yet. One sword dragged his heavily injured body to stand up again, and the invisible sword chi around his body began to coalesce crazily, forming a huge 20-meter-tall transparent sword chi, the heavenly sword that came with his heavenly sword body. A sword slashed out, and the gods and devils avoided it. It's not over yet. Qin Feng didn't spoil anyone's problems, and a golden light flashed out from his chest, vaguely showing the flow of runes. Supreme Bone, it's Supreme Bone. The crowd outside the arena wailed with excitement, not realizing that even better was yet to come. Supreme Bone versus Heavenly Sword Body. Wait. Just as everyone was waiting for the two sides to face each other, Qin Feng suddenly called a halt, reasoning that he was going to go to the right to face the wave. Right. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't understand that there was such a thing as feng shui for waves. Childish. One sword was also too lazy to bother with Qin Feng about this and took the initiative to give up the feng shui seat on the right. Heavenly sword. The heavenly robbing light. Rumble. Both sides of the wave together, scattered energy will be uprooted trees, a few hundred meters in a circle all enveloped in the horror of the energy storm. This is the strength of the younger generation. The spectators outside the arena couldn't help but gulp, intimidated by the current youngsters. I had long heard that this session of the Great Struggle was particularly strong, but I didn't expect that it could be as powerful as this, and before it even started the Supreme Bone went up against the Heavenly Sword's body, and the destructive power was still so terrifying. I'll see how you top that. Qin Feng let out a roar as the Song Tian hegemony body began to add on. How? One sword felt like he was going crazy, completely unable to see what kind of demon Qin Feng was. His supreme bone came from his brother, his heavenly sword body was born with him, and his cultivation was still so much higher than his, yet he was being pressed by him, and it looked like he couldn't top it. What in the world went wrong? Chapter 59, Who do you think you are? Boom! Before one sword could even think about what was going on, he was sent flying by the heavenly robbing light. When the energy storm ended, the surrounding area regained its calmness, only to become a mess, with one sword's entire body in tatters, gasping for air and barely able to stand up, clearly incapable of fighting anymore. On the contrary, Qin Feng was still in high spirits, and there was a feeling that the more he fought, the more courageous he became. Drinking fake booze, I guess. Whether it was the spectators outside the arena or the one sword at the scene, they all looked at Qin Feng as if they had seen a ghost. It was really hard for them to imagine why Qin Feng had not weakened at all after such an intense battle. Instead, he had the feeling that he would have no problem continuing to cavort tonight. Is this the Song Tian hegemony body? Qin Feng realized that the Song Tian hegemony body was much more powerful than he had imagined. In addition to not feeling tired when he fought, he could also feel that as he fought for a longer period of time, his fleshly body would grow stronger and stronger, and would eventually evolve into the indestructible golden body. It looks like I don't need me rabbit to make a move. Little White was finally able to sit on Qin Feng's shoulder and eat a mouthful of carrots after a while of tossing and turning. That's right. The Sixth Wei Emperor couldn't help but laugh out loud, finally discovering Qin Feng's little secret. Just now, Qin Feng resisted a sword's heavenly sword chi, and the injuries he sustained made him feel unreasonable. You have to know that the heavenly sword body comes with the heavenly sword chi is very overbearing. Normal people gently touch, heavy people lose their lives, light people break their limbs to survive. On the contrary, Qin Feng didn't have a single fart, and only suffered a little bit of superficial injury on his body. Now it was even more energized, without a trace of fatigue. Apart from the legendary Song Tian hegemony body that was born for battle, there was absolutely no second explanation possible. Song Tian bastard body. The bigwigs from all sides in the palace were stunned, and their hearts even let out the howling of a groundhog. Nima. Having the ancient heavy pupils and comprehending the invincible sword heart was already enviable enough, but now he actually added that Song Tian hegemony body, which was born for war. Goodness, you're favoring a little too much, aren't you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The moon god shook her head repeatedly from the side, killing herself and not believing that Qin Feng had its Song Tian hegemony body. Qin Feng had lived in the moon god palace since he was 8 years old, and knew exactly what was in Qin Feng's body. How could she not know if there was its Song Tian hegemony body? The Sixth Path Emperor spoke. This is only the second day, the last day tomorrow will be even more chaotic. The Song Tian hegemony body definitely won't be able to hide in that environment. The bigwigs looked at each other, waiting for the final showdown tomorrow. Just then, many figures suddenly appeared in all directions, looking at Qin Feng and one sword with eyes filled with greed. Brother Qin, we'll meet again in the future. One sword naturally knew that these people were playing the fisherman, dropping a sentence and dragging his heavily injured body to quickly leave. Who do you think you are, fighting me if you want to, and leaving if you want to? Qin Feng's feet stomped hard and his body was like a cheetah rushing away. Hoo-hoo! The sharp sound of breaking wind made one sword's heart startled, only to see Qin Feng flashing in front of him carrying a strong wind, and before he could react, a move of the severed son and grandchild kick was arranged. What? One sword's face revealed a look of horror, not expecting that Qin Feng would still be thinking about his brother at a time like this. Bang on the chicken and egg. One sword's eyes glared round as the pain that drilled through his heart swept through his entire body, not realizing that he hadn't dodged this move in the end. Hiss. The people around them who were prepared to be fishermen sucked in a breath of cold air, only to feel an inexplicable coldness underneath them. They really couldn't figure out why Qin Fong was so fond of broken eggs, and according to incomplete statistics there had been more than 70 brothers who had suffered at his hands. At the same time, they were pondering the question, was it really necessary to mess with Qin Fong for the sake of points? Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Shattered Egg Nagi, for gaining 1000 villain points. 1000 points arrived. Qin Fong did not have the idea to stop, revealing a harmless smile as he looked at the surrounding crowd. The number of people wasn't too much, just 100 or so, and based on 1000 villain points apiece, there were 100,000 villain points after all the harvesting. Buzz off! An ear-piercing sword chime sounded steeply. Only to see Qin Fong quickly pinch out a finger technique, the long sky divine sword in front of him split into 9 miniature small swords that floated in the air surrounding his body. 9 swords all out. Qin Fong pinched out another fingertip and pointed at the surrounding 100 people. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! The large sound of breaking wind was continuous, and the 9 swords quickly cut through the void like meteors, without any fancy maneuvers, stabbing straight towards their brothers. Ah! Miserable cries rose and fell one after another. Run, run! As they watched people continue to fall, the fear in the hearts of the others spread. Especially after seeing the flash of sword light and leaving no eggs behind, it was as if he had fallen into an ice cave, cooled from the top of his head to his heels, and the transformation of hunter and prey was just in an instant. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Shattered Egg Nagi, for gaining 1000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Shattered Egg Nagi, for gaining 1000 villain points. As the constant chicken and egg fights went on, the system sounded off. Run, he's the devil! No one could withstand the fear in their hearts, turning around in terror and starting to flee in all directions, also understanding the horror of this desolate ancient first heavenly pride. He may not be the strongest, but he's definitely the most uncouth. At this time, since the footage is not suitable for children, it switches back to an interview with Horse Dumb Country. The young sister, which pot is not a pot, opened her mouth and asked, Master Ma, you said before that Qin Fong was at most in the upper and lower 100s, now that he defeated 54th ranked Jian and managed to crush hundreds of candidates afterward, what do you think about this? Ma Dengwa said with slight embarrassment, from the fact that Qin Fong just made a level 3 sword intent, we can see that he is not as miscellaneous but not as refined as I guessed. He has been specializing in the sword Dao for these 7 years, so it can be seen that Lord Lunar God has guided Qin Fong well. The young lady asked again in disbelief, but Qin Fong is also very skillful with the supreme bone, and doesn't seem to specialize in the sword Dao. Is it possible that Qin Fong is gifted and able to cultivate a number of aptitudes at the same time? Absolutely not. Ma Dengwa looked serious and said, it must be known that manpower has an end. Qin Fong from birth to now is only 15 years and months. To be able to practice the sword Dao to this extent is already unprecedented. At most give up their own cultivation, part-time cultivation of the lower supreme bone. It is simply not possible to cultivate a number of aptitudes at the same time. So it is. It dawned on the audience that it was better than a decade's worth of reading. Ma Dengwa sighed again. It's a pity that Qin Fong has put the cart before the horse. The heavy pupil is originally the invincible road. Why do you need to borrow another person's bone, letting your own heavy pupil go without repairing it to repair another person's supreme bone? It's not worth losing a great deal because of a small amount of money. Ah! The audience listened and nodded, thinking that the expert had a point. At this time, the scene switches back to all lying on the ground wailing. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for breaking a total of 104 human descendants and gaining a total of 104,000 villain points. Over 100,000 points arrived. Qin Fong opened the system and skimmed it, accumulating 726,000 villain points now, and there was still one more chance for a lottery draw that hadn't been used. It's time to strengthen the wave. After a few fierce battles, Qin Fong realized that his own cultivation was really at the bottom of the heap. Tomorrow was the last day of the life and death elimination tournament, and it was bound to trigger a vicious battle, so if you wanted to survive in it, you had to strengthen your strength properly. There was also the Buddha's relic that he had gotten from Fong Chang, which also needed to be studied. Shattered eggs and whisked away, deep down. As Qin Fong left, the camera went to Fong Chang. He was seen running wildly through the forest in disheveled clothes, and in the corner of his eyes was a tear sliding down. Can't go back. He can't go back. Even if they knew that Princess Nanfeng was poisoned that night, it was impossible for them to go back in time. Chapter 60 Friends for Life. Sins. The crowd outside the arena shook their heads and sighed, sympathizing with the other captain. Obviously, he has horrible strength, but he doesn't do anything serious. It is not scary to see Qin Feng with a sword, it is scary to see Qin Feng who smiles at you. Run, run, if you don't run, it will be too late. At the same time, they were also very curious as to what other lackluster things Qin Feng would do next. Why yes. Even though Princess Nan Feng was mentally prepared, she still couldn't accept the exact news when she got it. How could that flamboyant gentleman Fong Chang, who was full of talent and turned his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain when he talked and laughed, be spoiled just like that? No, it seems that he spoiled someone else. This man does not live up to his name. The old man protecting the mission suddenly sighed. Since the 7 years ago when the head of the party became a member of Princess Nan Feng's staff, it had indeed injected new life into the decaying Daxia, allowing the Daxia royal family to see the possibility of recovering power from the hands of the lineage. During this time Fong Chang was also a mountain in front of him without changing his face, as if everything was under his control, which also made the Daxia royal family trust him more and more. There was also his talent, which moved 1,000 lines and mesmerized the princesses of the royal family. However, this trip to the Inu dynasty was completely passive, and was sabotaged by Qin Feng time and time again. If once or twice is a coincidence, then 3 or 4 times is definitely not a coincidence. From the moment Fong Chang set up the situation for Zhu casting to provoke Qin Feng was afraid that he had already guessed what he was trying to do. Thus, step by step, Fong Chang was forced into a desperate situation, and even if he was blackened, he was still restrained to death by Qin Feng, and in the end, he even put his own innocence on the line. Alas, sinning. You count on me, I count on you, it is not unrewarded, the time has not yet come, his retribution is Qin Feng ah. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for ravaging the body and mind of the chosen one and gaining 300,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leaving permanent psychological damage to the chosen one and gaining a chance at the lottery. Ravage. A childish image inexplicably surfaced in Qin Feng's mind, frightening him so much that he hurriedly interrupted the image with a shiver. But one more chance at the raffle was something he obviously wasn't going to turn down. In that case, I'll have 2 chances at the raffle. Qin Feng found a hidden cave that was dedicated to the resting of the contestants, and entering it would no longer be broadcast live, and also couldn't wait to call the system to start the lottery. Wow! The large carousel appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes once again and also began to slowly rotate. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine grade sword skill, the Great River Sword skill. In an instant, it was as if Qin Feng saw a rushing river in front of his eyes, a great river made up of countless sword chi, and wherever it passed, the sword chi was magnificent. What a great river sword technique! Qin Feng exhaled deeply, shocked by the great river sword technique. He didn't know any other sword moves right now except for the Jintian sword drawing technique, which caused him to have to face the embarrassing situation of having no moves to use if he couldn't kill his opponent with a single sword. The appearance of the great river sword technique had alleviated this embarrassment. The 300,000 villain points I just gained is exactly enough for 1,000,000. Qin Feng skimmed over his villain points, which had accumulated to 1,026,000 points, enough to exchange for a 100% fit card to bring out the strongest power of the Great River Sword technique. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 1,000,000 villain points and successfully redeeming the Great Perfection 100% fit card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully using the Great Perfection 100% fitting card to raise the Great River Sword technique to the Great Perfection realm. Buzz off! Countless sword chi surged out from Qin Feng's body, like a rushing river that began to rush and roar. Ha! Little White, who was eating carrots, immediately branched out, gaining some insight into the sword chi released by Qin Feng, and was one step closer to it becoming a peerless sword rabbit. I don't know how much time has passed. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his dark as ink eyes vaguely had a sternness that broke through the clouds, having completely penetrated the mysteries of the Great River Sword technique. Nice! Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and called the system to continue the lottery. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the divine level mark, Unyielding Will. Unyielding Will, a divine grade seal, the possessor of this seal will be immune to any spiritual attack between heaven and earth. Good stuff. The not-so-long introduction of information made Qin Feng rush to fuse it. In the cultivation embodiment of the desolate ancient times, the spiritual attack is the soul attack, and it is also the most rogue attack, invisible and untouchable, and if you are not careful, you will suffer the road. I've heard that powerful spiritual attackers can also put a slave mark on a person's soul, and from then on they lose their freedom and become slaves. Now with this unyielding will, there was no need to worry about that kind of rogue attack. Next, it's the Buddha's relics. Xin Feng took out the Buddha's sherry, and the golden brightness instantly lit up the dim cave, and the dragon tattoo on his body began to stir inexplicably, as if he had encountered some heavenly treasure. The great mighty heavenly dragon is a Buddhist kung fu. What would be the effect of fusing the relics of the Buddha? Xin Feng was also very curious about this and said that he would do it and started refining the Buddha's sherry on the spot. Boom! When Xin Feng merged into the Buddha's sherry, terrifying, almost berserk energy spread out from the Buddha's sherry. Xin Feng's body shook violently, clearly feeling the qi and blood in his body tumbling, as if it had set off a blazing fire that was searing his bones as well as his flesh and blood. In an instant, a heart-rending pain flooded Xin Feng's nerves, and he swore that he had never experienced this kind of pain before. Xin Feng, what's wrong with you? Xiaobai also sensed that something was wrong and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, not caring if it was useful or not. He took out the sage bamboo slip and placed it in Xin Feng's hand, hoping that it would help him resist the energy of the Buddha's sherry. At this time, a group of people had gathered outside the cave and were talking in whispers. Are we really going to deal with Xin Feng? This guy doesn't have much of a lower limit. I've heard that nearly 200 brothers have become sisters, so we'd better not provoke him. Xin Feng is now ranked 51st in points and at the bottom in cultivation. There's no one easier to deal with than him. What if there are still sows on him that are crazy too? Don't worry, the base will live on, the chrysanthemums won't fail, and we won't break up. Chapter 61. Who's for it and who's against it? The cave. Xin Feng held the Buddha's sharpness in one hand and the sage's bamboo slip in the other. One is a Buddhist holy relic and the other is a Taoist holy relic. If it wasn't for the inability to broadcast live from the cave, I'm afraid that the entire desolate ancient would be boiling. It was also because of Xiaobai placing the sage bamboo slip in Xin Feng's hands that caused the Buddha's relic to suddenly quiet down and no longer be as violent as it was before. It was as if they were shocked by the sage's bamboo slips, not daring to act rashly anymore. All things in this world are indeed mutually exclusive. Xin Feng was given a chance to catch his breath, operating the 33 Heavens creation technique with ease, controlling the energy permeating out of the Buddha's sharpness to infuse into his limbs and bones. Roar! The golden dragon pattern on Xin Feng's body emitted a dragon roar and crazily absorbed the energy from the Buddha's relics, and with this authentic Buddhist power added, the might of the great mighty heavenly dragon would be taken to the next level. Bang! 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 A dull sound resounded frantically from within Xin Feng's body as his body began to tremble uncontrollably, an indescribable pain spreading out from all his limbs and bones, as if his entire body's bones were being shattered and his flesh and blood were being torn apart. However, with the perverse self-healing ability of the 33 Heavens creation skill, it caused the shattered bones and torn flesh and blood to be healed again, and it also caused his fleshly body to grow stronger and stronger as it was reorganized over and over again. It's a wonderful feeling, but the more wonderful it is, the more pain you have to endure. It's almost time to break through the spiritual martial realm. Xin Feng felt the surging energy contained within his body and intended to directly break through the spiritual martial realm in one go. Unlike the transcendent mortal realm's spiritual power externalization, the spiritual martial realm was spiritual power transformation. Depending on the martial arts they practiced, the forms they illuminated into were different. Some people illuminated wolves, some people illuminated tigers, and some people illuminated a great Buddha like Fong Chang. Right now, his Xintian sword drawing technique didn't have a form. The form of the great river sword technique was a large river, and the form of the great mighty heavenly dragon was a flying dragon in the sky. Since the fit of several of his martial arts was 100%, there was no need to waste time on spiritual power transformation. As long as he broke through the spiritual martial realm, he could use the martial arts directly. This was why it was said that self-created martial arts were the strongest martial arts, and that what suited you was the best. It seems to be okay. Xiaobai saw Xin Feng's face gradually calming down, and his heart deeply sighed in relief, almost becoming a stray rabbit that no one wanted. Tap! 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 A sudden burst of hurried footsteps sounded outside the cave, causing Bai's heart, which had just been put down, to lift up again. No good, someone's coming. Xiaobai looked at Xin Feng, who was at his cultivation juncture, and resolutely got up to block the entrance of the cave. It's Xin Feng's rabbit. Hundreds of men came from outside the cave, with cultivation levels above the 5th level of spiritual martial arts. They had also heard about Xin Feng's defeat of one sword and knew that the number one heavenly pride of the desolate ancient kingdom was by no means a falsehood, but they still couldn't resist the temptation of the points in Xin Feng's hands. It was just that compared to the other celestial pride, Xin Feng seemed to be the easiest to start with. His age and cultivation were all not in his favor, and he had also fought a deadly battle with one sword, after which he had broken hundreds of wisps, so I believe that he didn't have much strength left at this point. My rabbit Lord Silver is talking about several $100 million of big business inside. My rabbit gives you a suggestion, hurry up and go. Xiaobai seems to be as stable as an old dog, but in his heart, he panicked a batch, and he didn't know if he could scare them off. Talking business. Seriously. And a few $100 million of big business. As far as Qin Feng's kind of carrying around sows are also crazy, what big business can be talked about, using the but can also guess what he is doing inside. In addition to the envy in the eyes of the entire crowd, there was also a beginning of withdrawal in their hearts. No way. Qin Feng was now known for his ferocity, and he had made more than 200 of their brothers refer to each other as sisters in one day, so if he really disturbed Qin Feng's business talk, just think about it and know what would happen. Can Qin Feng's rabbit be trusted? I think he is 80% inside to heal his wounds. Someone immediately opened his mouth to question. Just before his words could be spoken, Xiaobai suddenly disappeared into thin air. Hoo-hoo! The sharp sound of breaking wind made the whole crowd's heart startled, only to see Xiaobai suddenly appeared in front of the person who questioned, and did not give the other party time to react, went up to be a kick. Bang! Painful loss of wisecracks. The opponent's eyes were rounded, and the pain that drilled through his body swept through his entire body as he collapsed to the ground and shrunk into a prawn, accompanied by the tragic cries of losing his brother. Ah! It's the power of space, this rabbit possesses the power of space. The entire crowd was scared and hastily backed away, looking at Little White with eyes full of caution. The power of space was an extremely special ability to suddenly appear in a place out of the blue, and only those of the human race were able to cultivate these aptitudes. But the demon race is different. Some demonic beasts are born with the ability to master divine powers, and generally this kind of demonic beasts will be called the foreign species among demonic beasts. It was just that they didn't expect that this cute little bunny raised by Qin Feng would actually be a fae among demonic beasts, and was also born with an innate mastery of the power of space. I'm done with rabbit, who's in favor and who's against. Xiaobai finished establishing his authority and reached out his hand to grab it. Taking out a carrot from his own space, he held it in his mouth with the wild gesture of a big brother rabbit. At this time, the off-camera feed also switches to White, giving him a big close-up. Isn't that Qin Feng's rabbit? This rabbit is so draggy, but why don't I hate it at all? As wild as Qin Feng, it's worthy of being a rabbit raised by Qin Feng. Demonic beast fae, no wonder Qin Feng brought it with him. The people at the scene looked at each other, thinking that Xiaobai was bluffing them. If Qin Feng was really inside talking business, there was no way that it hadn't moved at all or said a word. The more it had this expression, the more it made them think that it was stalling for time. Why can't there be more trust between people and rabbits? Seeing that his opponent didn't take the bait, Xiaobai knew that he could only fight for his life next. Swoosh! Xiaobai chose to strike first and used the power of space again. Moving, slamming kicks, and shattering, all in one fell swoop. Why is this rabbit as shameless as Qin Feng? Be confident and remove the why. The faces of the surrounding crowd showed a look of horror, fearing that they would be the next victim. It was just that although Xiaobai's performance was very strong, and the power of space was used very skillfully, whoever dared to come to participate in the life and death elimination tournament didn't have a few brushes. Someone soon found Xiaobai's weakness and quickly rushed towards the cave where Qin Feng was. Not good. White saw this and quickly returned to help, also falling for the other side's trap. It's now. The opponent accurately calculated the time and place of Xiaobai's appearance, and just at the moment when Xiaobai flashed over, his sandbag-sized fists were a burst of crazy output at Xiaobai. Entering the battlefield of life and death is either life or death, there is no such thing as mercy. Ah! Little White was beaten and screamed miserably, and his entire body's white fur was even dyed red with blood. This. Spectators outside the arena watched with immense distress, praying that the little one would survive. Bang! Xiaobai was heavily knocked out and fell to the ground motionless, not knowing if he was dead or alive. Next, it's Qin Feng. The other party could not stop the excitement in his eyes. As long as he went in and killed Qin Feng, everything would be stable. Only at this time, a certain dog author forcefully added drama to Xiaobai, in order to prove that it is not a waste rabbit, only to see its trembling body climbed up again. Even if he was beaten with only one breath left, he still staggered and blocked the cave with his petite body, and his weak voice was filled with incomparable firmness. Only, as long as there is me rabbit, you guys will never want to enter the cave. Chapter 62. Heaven does not give birth to me, Qin Xiaobai, the sword path is as long as night. This little guy. Looking at Little White's unyielding eyes, the moon god was greatly shocked in her heart. No one else knew what kind of rabbit it was, but she had watched it grow up a little. It could be said that it was a rabbit with no sense of propriety, and the first volunteer of the rabbit's life was to sell Qin Feng to Missy for money. She had always been very curious as to what Qin Feng's purpose was in raising such a feckless rabbit, and might have sold the main silver when it came to a real fight. Now she finally realized that being feckless was not the same as being unrighteous. This rabbit is really capable of dealing with things, he is really brave. Similarly, the spectators outside the arena were also moved to see the perseverance of Xiaobai. Even if they knew it was a death, they still wanted to delay time for their main silver. The petite body appeared to be incomparably tall at this time. Just like you still want to protect Qin Feng. The surrounding crowd let out relentless taunts, preparing to celebrate with Xiaobai's wine after killing Qin Feng later. Is it funny? Little White weakly and slowly lifted his little head up, and a stern sword aura steeply erupted from his eyes. What's going on? The faces of the surrounding crowd changed, sensing the change in Xiaobai's body. If the previous Xiaobai was a cute little rabbit, the current Xiaobai was a sharp sword about to be sheathed. Sharpness without casting, rabbit and sword in one. Sword come! Xiaobai bellowed out with an air of vigor, trembling as he slowly raised his small hand up. Buzz off! The crisp sound of a sword chirping came out from the cave, and a sword light rushed out of the cave like a shooting star. As the rabbit that Qin Feng had raised from a young age, he had not only learned his way, but also his sword way. Adding to that, Qin Feng had never held back from it, and had not shied away from it every time he comprehended the way of the sword, and had even taken the initiative to teach it how to be a supreme sword rabbit. There were also aids such as sage bamboo slips to open up the mind and spirit pet carrots to open up the mind, and over time it had comprehended its own sword path, which could be easily summoned even by Qin Feng's long hollow Excalibur. Only the long sky divine sword flew out of the cave and transformed into 9 small swords floating around Xiaobai. It's the 9 swords of the long sky. The faces of the surrounding crowd changed violently, and their hearts cried out that something big was about to happen. They still knew something about Qin Feng's 9 swords of the long sky, which he had gotten from the Emperor of Daxia back then by shameless means, and which had become Qin Feng's exclusive accessory sword afterward. It was also known that Qin Feng usually used the 9 swords in one state, but when he split the 9 swords it meant that he would be transformed into the egg-striking king. Now that this rabbit had transformed the long sky Excalibur into 9 small swords, they did not believe that a rabbit raised by Qin Feng could have any integrity. Heaven does not give birth to me, Qin Xiaobai, the way of the sword is as long as the night. Xiaobai recalled a sentence Qin Feng had said, as if it was a scion's transformed berserk roar after being punched. The sword chi around his body also began to linger and boil, and as if the 9 small swords had received instructions, they turned into a meteor sword light and rushed towards the opposite side. I can't believe I got hot under the collar by a rabbit. The atmosphere of the spectators outside the arena was instantly ignited, their minds filled with the phrase heaven did not give birth to me, Qin Xiaobai, and the sword path is as long as the night. What dominance, what arrogance! Worthy of being a rabbit raised by Qin Feng, not only did he learn its finesse, he also learned his madness. The lunar god was suddenly in a bit of a trance, his thoughts instantly returning to 7 years ago. She remembered the first time she met with Qin Feng. Qin Feng shouted out the top of the immortal, proud of the world, with me Qin Feng there will be the sky of similar statements, only after that the sentence moon god sister, save me, made her almost unstable in her Dao heart. Danger! The faces of the crowd surrounding Xiaobai changed drastically as they hurriedly dodged at the sight of the 9 swords coming in a hurry. It was just that they had obviously underestimated Little White's battle power, not to mention that its cultivation level was Transcendent 9 like Qin Feng's, but it possessed epic level talent, and it was even more stress-free to challenge it across levels. Even with a spirit martial 9th level cultivation, he could still fight for a few rounds. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A sharp sound of breaking eggs rang out, accompanied by a scream. Worthy of being a rabbit raised by Qin Feng. The spectators outside the arena couldn't help but gulp, subconsciously protecting their brothers. Qin Feng, what kind of person is he? The moon god realized that after 7 years, she actually couldn't understand Qin Feng. There is the ruthlessness of digging up his younger brother's supreme bone, the unrepentant death in the face of the family elders, the colorfulness and boldness towards the princess of Daxia, and the shamelessness of all sorts of bottomless tactics. But it was such an unscrupulous Qin Feng who managed to live peacefully in the moon god palace for 7 years, and still managed to hide his true strength in front of her, and even cultivated a peerless sword rabbit like Xiaobai. Bang! The 9 swords of the long sky were sent flying by a force, and the entire chaotic scene was instantly brought under control. Only to see a man clad in black armor descending from the sky, holding a halberd domineeringly picking off the 9 swords of the long sky, and exuding the unique fluctuations in the aura of a Taoist cultivator around him. It's 1,000 soldiers. The entire crowd breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that their brother had been saved. Although this 1,000 armies is not considered to be any kind of heavenly pride, but with the cultivation of the first level of the Tao, he still has the ability to compete for the qualification of the line, and should not have much of a problem suppressing this rogue rabbit of Xiao Bai. Entry realm. Xiao Bai's eyelids fluttered slightly, and his heart cried out that it was a big deal. It was able to challenge across levels, yes, even the 9th level of spiritual martial arts was not afraid in the slightest, but not all rabbits were called Qin Fangs and had so many perverted means to face the Tao entry realm and kill whenever they wanted to. The cave. Xin Feng also sensed the battle outside, grasping the time to break through the spiritual martial realm. He didn't want to come to a good turn in the heavenly Tao and be disturbed like Fong Chang. At this time, the Buddha's Sherry in Qin Feng's hand had already been integrated into his body, and the person underwent a metamorphosis that transformed his body. The qi and blood became majestic and incomparable like a long rolling river. The bones as well as the flesh and blood gradually have a divine radiance filled out. The whole body is covered by a layer of sacred light. The Tsong Tian hegemony body had been initially activated, and the strength of the physical body had been further strengthened. It's now. Xin Feng's eyes snapped open, and in his black as ink eyes, a streak of essence as if it was substantial swept up, and a shocking wave of qi surged around his body, and behind him, there was a great river that was transformed into sword qi that was rushing about. The monstrous sound of a huge wave startled the crowd outside the cave. It's Qin Feng. A look of panic spread across the faces of the crowd, a feeling that a ferocious beast was about to come out of its cage. They didn't know what this monstrous giant wave sound was, but they could clearly sense that Qin Feng had broken through to the spiritual martial realm. The transcendent mortal 9th level Qin Feng was able to defeat a sword. The Qin Feng after the breakthrough would not be able to defy the entire battlefield of life and death. Someone roared with eyes wide open, "What are we waiting for? Rush in and destroy Qin Feng, otherwise we'll all have to become sisters when he comes out." A bet may not be lost, everyone together, kill Qin Feng just today. The crowd's eyes were red, all in a gambler's mindset. They had already put life and death at risk by sacrificing their lives to participate in the life and death elimination match, and now that they would succeed in getting out of the line by killing Qin Feng, the opportunity was too good to miss. Wait! 1,000 army domineering voice rang out, holding the halberd over the crowd to the front. The aura is open as an invincible god of war. So strong. Xiao Bai's face was incredibly grave, ready to fight to the death. Boss 1,000 armies is mighty. The surrounding crowd was instantly demoralized, as if they had a backbone. Flutter. 1,000 Jun did not hesitate to kneel in the doorway of the cave. Five Body threw himself on the ground, said, "In the next 1,000 Jun, the admiration for the Qin Feng boss is like a monstrous river unceasingly, but also like the yellow river flooding and uncontrollable. Today the Qin Feng boss does not accept my little brother. My little brother will certainly kneel and die outside of this cave." Chapter 63. A daughter-in-law is better than another family's. Quiet. The whole room was silent. People have their pants down to go to the uprising with you, and you just kneel down without even thinking about it. Nima. It was a wrong payment after all. This. Xiao Bai was also stunned, and a big one popped up in his heart. It thought that it had followed Qin Feng for so many years and had already learned the essence of the word, but who knew that there were green hills beyond the mountains and green buildings beyond the buildings, and that it was even stronger than these idiots. Not caring about the gazes of others, Qian Jun knelt outside the cave with 5 bodies. It wasn't that he didn't have the shame to kneel down and lick Qin Feng, but he felt an unprecedented fear from that monstrous sound of huge waves just now. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, it should be an extremely terrifying sword skill, or a sword skill that had 100% fit with Qin Feng. It was well known that Saint level or higher techniques needed to be self-created in order to achieve great perfection, and Qin Feng had self-created such a terrifying god-level sword technique as the sky-splitting sword drawing technique at the age of 8. He really didn't dare to imagine what kind of terrifying sword skill Qin Feng could create with his current sword Dao attainments. Kneeling to the strong is what makes him good. At this time, the sound of the monstrous wave slowly dissipated, and the cave gradually calmed down. Not good. A look of panic spread across the faces of the crowd, knowing that Qin Feng would soon be coming out of the gate. Looking at Xiao Bai, and then at Qian Jun, they knew that trying to kill Qin Feng was already impossible, and now the only option was to take the 36th plan. Beat up my rabbit and want to leave without leaving something behind. Xin Feng's cold voice came from the cave, and the knockdown 9 swords of the long sky began to tremble violently, erupting into a chilling sword light that was unknown how many times stronger than before. Run! I don't know who cried out in terror and began to flee desperately in all directions. However, the 9 swords of the long sky had already risen up into the air, transforming into 9 tiny sword lights that cut through the void. Unlike the previous use of Qin Feng's Transcendent Mortal 9, after breaking through the first level of the spiritual martial realm, the control range of the 9 swords was able to reach a distance of thousands of meters. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shattered by Eternal Hajime, for gaining 1000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shattered by Eternal Hajime, for gaining 1000 villain points. As the miserable cries rang out, the system prompts kept ringing out. Geez, that's so cheap. The spectators outside the arena couldn't bear to look at him, they really didn't know how to describe Qin Feng. Call him cruel. He was the only one in the life and death elimination tournament who had ranked in the top 100 without killing anyone, and not only in this life and death elimination tournament, but in all the previous life and death elimination tournaments, there was no case where he ranked in the top 100 without killing anyone. But let's say he's not cruel. Nearly 300 more boys have become sisters because of him, and a case never before seen in any of the previous life and death elimination tournaments. How horrible! Silken beads of sweat rose on Xian Jun's forehead, and the sound of swords whistling past was constantly in his ears. He had already tried to overestimate Qin Feng's terror as much as possible, but he didn't expect that he had still underestimated it. The 9 swords of the long sky in Qin Feng's hands were completely different from those in Xiao Bai's hands. Other than a heavenly pride of the Dao entry realm, I'm afraid that no one would be able to resist his 9 swords. Good thing I was quick on my knees. Xian Jun wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude in his heart. Just then, an extremely cold and colorful voice rang out, "Set." Only to see a stunningly beautiful young lady in white floating on her flying sword floating in mid-air. Seeing such a cruel picture, she couldn't help but raise her willow eyebrow and quickly pinched out a finger trick to trap the 9 swords that were rapidly traveling through the area. It's Fairy Yulan. The man below seemed to have seen some great savior, rushing to his knees to beg this young lady named Yulan to save his life. She's Yulan. The male spectators outside the arena brightened up, and in their hearts they exclaimed that they were indeed absolute beauties. For Yulan, the entire Inu dynasty can be said to be no one knows. She is the daughter of the Blue Devil, with the moon god as one of the 4 great beauties of the desolate ancient world. Her biological father is unknown. It was only known that one of the 4 great beauties, Blue Devil, suddenly disappeared 100 years ago, and when she returned to the Inu dynasty 100 years later she was already pregnant, and gave birth to her daughter, Yulan, shortly afterward. It is rumored that Yulan is a Xianin body that is rare to see in 10,000 years, and has shown extremely terrifying talent since she was a child, and she is a first-class absolute beauty. I saw it today and it really lives up to its name. If they remembered correctly, and they shouldn't, Yulan's current cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of Dao entry cultivation, and he was the hottest player to win the title in this life and death elimination tournament. At this time, Qin Feng in the cave froze in place as the system's prompting sound came from his ears. Ding dong, epic chosen lady found. The chosen lady? The lady! Qin Feng's face turned odd, more or less unresponsive. Since he had awakened the system, even his second brother had met a total of 3 chosen children together, in which he had also seen the stunning colors such as Zikite and Princess Nan Feng who had appeared beside them. He had always thought that these stunning colors were the main female characters, but he didn't realize that they could only be considered as female supporting characters, and the real main female character was someone else. Whose daughter-in-law could she be? Qin Feng muttered a sigh, indicating that he was just fine with it. Yulan's willow brows slightly frowned as she coldly said, "Killing people is nothing but head-pointing. Why do you need to humiliate others like this? If I'm not wrong, the only person who likes to use such nasty tactics is the #1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancient kingdom, Qin Feng. Your Excellency is Qin Feng." Phew! Shoo! Shoo! The 9 swords of the long sky broke free from their bonds and flew into the cave in a hurry. Soon, Qin Feng was dressed in white, like a fluttering gentleman, holding the long sky divine sword from the cave, so that people could not help but see the heart of the people to call out, "The stranger is like a jade, the gentleman is unmatched in the world." But when I think of his tactics, I can't help but poo-poo again. You're Qin Feng. Yulan couldn't help but frown slightly, really unable to connect this beautiful boy with the egg-striking king. The girl is mistaken. Qin Feng said in a civilized manner, "Under me Zhong, under me Qing out of the blue is better than the blue Qing out." Green out? Yulan. The entire crowd took a closer look and called it a stinker. You're strong. Yulan was indifferent to Qin Feng's molestation and could clearly feel Qin Feng's terror. Because Qin Feng had only just broken through the spiritual martial realm, his aura was not yet fully in control, and from the aura he leaked out, it could be seen that it was far too much stronger than cultivators of the same level. It could be seen that during his 7 years in the Moon God Palace, although his cultivation hadn't gotten much of a breakthrough, he had polished his foundation to an extremely perverted degree, and it also signaled that he would be able to walk farther and more steadily in the future. Which way do you mean? Qin Feng began to measure up Yulan, and had to admit that his daughter-in-law was still good from someone else's family. 36 Rabbit, the snow-capped mountains are heavy and seem to have an amazing resilience. If you fight her with guiding dragon into the sea and drawing fire back, you can definitely make the system come to a head. Lowlife. The eyes of the whole crowd are full of contempt, all see out Qin Feng greedy people body. Chapter 64. A Jianghu is not about fighting and killing. It's really just like the rumors, lowly. Yulan's pretty face slightly reddened as she gave a light shattering cry, being made uncomfortable by Qin Feng's eyes. Although she knew that her beauty attracted those males, she still couldn't stand this fiery look from Qin Feng, as if he might swallow her at any moment. Geez, Bunny Mom, you're finally out. Xiaobai sat down on the ground with a tired butt, his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and finally couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Although it possessed an epic level talent, it was in the end a rabbit with a transcendent mortal 9th level cultivation, facing so many spiritual martial realm and even Dao entry realm experts. It was all based on a single belief that it was holding on strongly. Now that he saw Qin Feng come out, he finally couldn't hold out any longer. Sleep. Qin Feng gently cupped Little White from the ground. Unlike the previous domesticated white rabbit, the current Little White's entire body of white fur was almost dyed red with blood, and its gray head was dozens of times more miserable than a stray rabbit. But he didn't mind in the slightest, and tucked Little White into his arms, not caring even when the blood stained his white clothes red. Boss. Shen Jun ran over to Panda in a frenzied manner, portraying the dog's leg to the fullest. The eyes of the entire audience were filled with contempt, not realizing that he was such a Chen Jun. Obviously has the cultivation of the first level of the Dao, body armor, handheld halberd are not mortal, but a little sense of propriety do not want to run to kneel to lick Qin Feng. And licked so smoothly and naturally. In response, Shen Jun didn't mind in the slightest and instead felt that they were ridiculously childish. All of them thought that by participating in the life and death elimination tournament they would be able to change their destiny against the heavens, not realizing that they were nothing more than cannon fodder to highlight the pride of the heavens. He saw this matter very thoroughly. Rather than facing all kinds of pressure and reality in the future, he would rather become a pendant on Qin Feng's lap before it was too late. The Jianghu is not a fight, the Jianghu is the human condition. Qin Feng, as the divine son of the Moon God Palace, coupled with his own uniquely perverted talent, was destined to be anything but ordinary in the future, and the only way to change his fate against all odds was to hug his thigh now. Dog leg. Qin Feng sized up Chen Jun and didn't resist him too much. Collecting minions is a normal thing for strong people, you can't just have to do it yourself when it comes to anything big or small. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking in a dogged little brother and obtaining the immortal slave Dharma seal. Immortal slave Dharma seal, no level, hit on the defected junior brother, can make it share half of the host's combat power bonus, such as giving birth to betrayal will be subject to the flames of hell and burn to death. Note, special physique, comprehension realm does not count as a bonus. Great stuff. Qin Feng's eyes immediately lit up and his heart cried out that he couldn't stand it. Even if his Tsong Tian hegemony body, invincible sword heart, and third-grade sword intent were things that couldn't be added, the aura of the great emperor's qualification had a tenfold increase, which meant that the other party would be able to enjoy a fivefold increase in their battle power. Not to mention non-heavenly pride like Shen Jun, even if it was those heavenly prides who would be able to resist the temptation of a 5 times battle power increase. The price was simply to never betray, and it seemed that if you followed a decent gentleman like him, you couldn't really find a reason to betray. Qin Feng glanced at Chen Jun and asked softly, "Do you really intend to follow me?" "Yes." Shen Jun nodded seriously, definitely not joking. With his talent he can indeed compete for a place in the lineup, but after the lineup he's still not a bottom-of-the-barrel presence, and in the future he'll be a working man's life. Why not find yourself a boss with potential if you are all destined to work for a living? Yes. A mysterious golden rune coalesced on Qin Feng's fingertips, and before Thousand Jun could react, he slapped his head, and the golden rune loomed on his head before disappearing. Rumble. The energy within Chen Jun's body suddenly began to vent out, the earth around him was shaken and cracked open, and the entire person's aura was raised 4 or 5 times in an instant. What's that? Whether it was the crowd at the scene, the spectators outside the scene, or the Six Paths Emperor and the others, they were all nonplussed. Simply making a seal on the 1,000 army's brain could increase their battle power by more than 5 times, and they wouldn't be surprised if this matter appeared on a certain great power. But Qin Feng had only just broken through to the first level of spiritual martial arts, and was a whole major realm lower than Chen Jun. Is this poisoned milk? How fat for? 1,000 Jun was also stunned in place, and his heart was even more turned upside down. He could clearly feel the surging power in his body. It was indeed 5 times stronger. Although he did not experience the joy of Qin Feng's great emperor's capital, he had definitely crossed over into the ranks of heavenly pride. No way! He's going to lick this boss, even if Jesus comes. Qin Feng ignored the crowd's surprise and looked up at Yulan, who had her feet on a flying sword in the air, thinking that if he could put an immortal slave Dharma seal on her, he should be able to obtain a lot of rewards. However, the immortal slave law seal is good to use. The prerequisite is that you have to voluntarily give up your resistance to do so, and using a strong one will be ineffective. This is the number 1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. Yulan's face in the air was incomparably grave, sensing the terror from the number 1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. Gulp! The entire crowd gulped, and there was a sort of calm before the storm. There have been legends since ancient times that whenever the great struggle came, various heavenly prides would emerge carrying huge amounts of chi like a rainbow, and as long as they defeated the other party, they would be able to plunder a little bit of the other party's chi. The final victor gets to take the world's great fortune and go for that legendary ultimate. Ever since Qin Feng had shouted out the phrase top of the immortal, proud of the world, with me, Qin Feng, there is heaven, 7 years ago, he had the title of the first heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, and naturally, he was also the preferred target of the challenges of the various heavenly prides. Now that the balance is not settled, you and I are both dark horses. Originally, Yulan had wanted to challenge Qin Feng before he grew up, but the tactic she had just used forced her to think about whether or not she wanted to challenge Qin Feng now. She had already learned about the duel between Qin Feng and one sword from the others. The heaven-slashing sword drawing technique was already terrifying enough with the buff enhancement of Invincible Sword Heart, level 3 Sword Intent, but the Supreme Bone's heavenly robbing light was even more terrifying, directly defeating one sword's heavenly sword body. I heard that this was not yet Qin Feng's full body, and his heavy pupils currently only used their basic abilities in battle, but it was the basic abilities such as slowing down his speed that made people feel its terror. I wonder if he's developed any other abilities with his heavy pupils in those 7 years. I don't think so. Yulan's willow brows were slightly furrowed, also feeling that it was unlikely. Qin Feng was only 15 years old since he was born, and being able to comprehend the Invincible Sword Heart and level 3 Sword Intent was already unprecedented, and with his heavenly tribulation light being so terrifying, he definitely couldn't spare any more time to develop the heavy pupil's new ability. This meant that Qin Feng's battle with one sword was already his full battle strength, otherwise he wouldn't have risked his life and death battlefield like this to risk a breakthrough. The more Yulan thought about it, the more she thought it was possible and seemed to think that defeating Qin Feng was stable. On the opposite side, Qin Feng is drunken, care about the kitchen bathroom toilet. Chapter 65, Slaying the Dragon. Just as the two sides were staring at each other, the atmosphere was tense. Roar! A dragon roar broke the atmosphere of the scene and spread throughout the entire battlefield of life and death. Who's so brave to be fighting the little dragon? The entire crowd of the battlefield of life and death was filled with shock as they unanimously looked in one direction. In the battlefield of life and death one needed to hunt and kill demonic beasts in order to gain points, and among these demonic beasts there were a large A. Yulan murmured with a frown on her willow eyebrows, and decisively stepped on her flying sword and sailed towards where Xiaolong was. After thinking about it, now is not the time to fight against Qin Feng. Today is only the second day of the life and death elimination tournament. If he fights with Qin Feng, won't it be cheaper for others for nothing? Better to check out the location of the little dragon first. If I can grab a head, I'll be rich. Especially the dragon pearl, it was an extremely rare treasure. If he fused it, his strength would definitely be able to go to the next level. There were many people who had the same idea as Yulan, and they all stopped fighting in their hands and rushed towards the direction where little dragon was. Come on, let's go. Qin Feng had no intention of going to join in the fun and led 1,000 armies in the opposite direction. Okay, boss. Chen Jun was very conscious of being a junior and didn't ask where he was going, he just silently followed behind Qin Feng. Hoo, finally gone. The crowd around them exhaled deeply, and in their hearts, they were glad that Qin Feng had forgotten about them. But the next second, 9 sword lights came rushing in, causing the scene to resound with screams. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for smashing a total of 121 eggs and gaining 121,000 villain points. I can't believe he hasn't forgotten. The spectators outside the arena couldn't help but shiver, admonishing themselves in their minds that they must not offend Qin Fong. He was a man who never held a grudge, and a grudge was avenged on the spot. At this time, the location of the dragon, in front of a cave. Fong Chang looked on calmly with his smoky makeup on, only to see a group of candidates frantically attacking an ogre dragon that was 40 to 50 meters in length. Different from the kind of united effort to push the boss, this group of candidates had dull eyes, as if they were walking corpses, and they didn't hesitate to continue rushing even if they were injured by the ogre dragon, even if they had to die to blow themselves up beside the ogre dragon. What's going on here? The candidates rushing around were filled with vigilance and had a bad feeling in their hearts. Come on, all of you. The corners of Fong Chang's mouth sketched out an evil smile as an extremely evil Buddha appeared behind him, and when the Buddha slowly opened his mouth, an extremely bizarre Sanskrit sound resounded in the heavens and earth. It's the Buddha's magic voice. Some people immediately covered their ears and quickly retreated with a face full of horror. This is an extremely powerful spiritual attack. If the willpower is not firm, will be compelled by it, and become a walking corpse without thoughts. It was just that they had obviously underestimated the terror of the blackened Fong Chang, and their wills were soon invaded by the Buddha's demonic voice, and their eyes gradually became dull, and they were about to be completely controlled. Only Yulan, with the aura of the chosen daughter, could barely resist the invasion of the Buddha's demonic voice. Who the hell is this person? Yulan really couldn't figure out how there could be this kind of devil in a life and death elimination match. Only Fong Chang grabbed an enslaved man, opened his mouth and bit down hard on his neck, crazily sucking the other party's life force to heal his injuries. The scene was unusually bloody, and the man went completely still after a moment of shivering. This guy has completely become a demon. The spectators outside the arena watched as their hair stood up in sweat, frightened by Fong Chang's tactics. Although Fong Chang didn't have any outstanding performance in the life and death elimination match and had been counted on by Qin Laolu in various ways, the scenes of him comprehending the true meaning of Buddha and devil were vivid in his mind, and he was definitely a rare supreme talent of the desolate ancient world. They really couldn't believe what a terrible disaster this kind of heavenly pride-going evil would bring to the entire desolate ancient world. Almost back. Fong Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with madness. As long as he decapitated the Jiao dragon again to get the dragon pearl, his strength would definitely rise to the next level in a short period of time, and then he would enslave more people and make Qin Fong feel his pain. At this time, just as Fong Chang utilized the Buddha's magic sound to enslave the candidate's frantic output on the augur, Qin Fong led Xian Jun to a wall with a huge natural cave with white bones below, both demonic beasts and humans. Boss, what are we doing here? Xian Jun's body couldn't help but shiver up, feeling that there was something wrong with this boss's designation. Now everyone had gone to watch the augur dragon being slaughtered, wanting to see if they could get a piece of the pie, but he was so good that he actually led him to the location of the great dragon. That's right. It was the true dragon with the highest points in the battlefield of life and death. Originally, Qin Fong also wanted to go to the Jiao dragon's side, but when he thought about how the Jiao dragon's Dragon Ball could be compared to the true dragon's Dragon Ball, coupled with the fact that everyone's attention was now attracted by the augur, he could just fire up all his forces to deal with the true dragon, and he didn't have to worry about being given a piece of the pie after slaying the dragon. Confucius said, "The sun doesn't speak of strange powers." Qin Fong lightly skimmed a glance at Xian Jun. Xian Jun was full of doubts and said, "What do you mean? I rabbit no." Xiaobai in Qin Feng's arms regained some strength and said with a serious little face, "Using a strange power to beat the person who asked the question, to delirium, means that the question you asked is too redundant." Excess? Could it be that you want to slay dragons, boss? Thousand Army asked tentatively. What do you say? Qin Fong craned his neck a few times and started doing warm-up exercises to get ready to go on. Really want to slay the dragon? Xian Jun felt a heavenly spin and thought that this boss must be crazy. The great dragon but has the strength of the 5th level of the Tao, but also a rare dragon in the demon race, then the human race of the same level of the supreme heavenly pride is not known how many times stronger. Even if Qin Feng's talent is as terrifying as it is, isn't it a bit flimsy to try to decimate it with a spiritual martial 1st level cultivation? At this time, the camera was once again given to Qin Fong. Everyone unanimously decided that this child drank fake alcohol, absolutely, as drinking fake alcohol will be brain damaged. Chapter 66, Qin Laolu who doesn't speak of martial virtue. Dragon Slayer. The 6 Paths Emperor and other bigwigs also exclaimed in shock, feeling that Qin Fong was simply too arrogant. Not to mention that he had just broken through the first level of spiritual martial arts. Even if he was at the 9th level of the Tao of initiation, he might not dare to mess with the great dragon. This was a real dragon race, and the innate advantages were far too much stronger than the human race. Historically, only the dragon race has challenged the human race at a higher level. Very few human races have challenged the dragon race at a higher level, and as for the spiritual martial one to challenge the 5th level of the entry Tao is even more unheard of. Does he still have a bottom card? Don't look at me, I don't know anything. The moon god spread her hands with a face full of innocence, now truly not recognizing Qin Feng. She was living with Qin Feng for 7 years, and had thought that he had only been consolidating his own foundation for these 7 years, to which she had raised her hands in favor, believing that cultivators fought not for the immediate, but for the future. This time, when Qin Feng was allowed to participate in the life and death elimination tournament, he only wanted to let him gain some insights, but he didn't expect to let him teach himself a lesson instead. Even if the roots were so pervertedly consolidated, it was even possible that he had quietly raised his sword intent to the 3rd level. Right. There is also that Song Tian hegemony body that the 6 Paths Emperor said. I don't know if it's true. If it's true, this kid can really be a complete big liar plus pervert. No. The 6th Wei Emperor's gaze looked towards Qin Feng in the projection. For Qin Feng to show his talent was a genuine favorite. It was just that the rules were the rules, and if he didn't voluntarily abstain from the game, he couldn't very well put him out himself. At this time, at the location of the dragon, the explosions were continuous. Art that just explodes. Fong Chang's face was flushed with the color of madness, only to see the Jiao Long being frantically output by one humanoid bomb, the scales on its body constantly falling off, and the blood was falling like rain. But just like that, Fong Chang still felt dissatisfied and utilized the Buddha magic sound to enslave more people who came to watch the battle. This guy is cruel. The spectators outside the arena were filled with anger and had zero tolerance for demon cultivators. They could no longer be considered human beings, they had long lost their reverence for life, and human life was not even a mole in their eyes, let alone the fact that he was still a disciple of the heavenly son of the great Xia, enslaving the people of their Innu imperial dynasty. Fong Chang. A flash of shock spread across Princess Nanfeng's face. She really couldn't believe that Fong Chang would turn out like this. With her mind that full of scripture, gentle and elegant fluttering gentleman is completely two extremes. At this time Fong Chang selfish, self-interested, in order to achieve the purpose of unscrupulous. The old man protecting the mission slowly spoke. To enter the devil is to release the suppressed desires in one's heart, which means that Fong Chang's previous elegance was all pretense, when in fact, deep down he is this selfish, self-interested villain. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Princess Nanfeng shook her little head repeatedly, simply not believing that Fong Chang was this kind of person. In her mind Fong Chang was the perfect companion, his outlook on the big picture was astounding, his ability to write thousands of lines with ease, his ability to easily resolve situations no matter how difficult they were, and his ability to produce things that had never been seen before. He should be the kind of person who was selfless and broad-minded in heaven and earth. How could he be a selfish villain? Ugh. The old man sighed helplessly and said nothing more. The other side. Qin Feng had already finished warming up, and after handing Little White over to Qian Jun, he rushed into the cave at a very fast speed. Really go? Qian Jun was stunned, and his mind was even more blank. It wasn't that he hadn't seen people who weren't afraid of death, but it was really the first time that he had seen someone like Qin Feng who sent himself to his death. Found it. Qin Feng decisively opened his heavy pupils as soon as he rushed into the cave, and could clearly see a huge dragon head in the cave. At this time, the great dragon was taking a leisurely nap and didn't think anyone would be bold enough to come and challenge it. Even if it had just vaguely heard that augur screaming, it was not at all concerned. Every time the life and death battlefield opens there will always be so many hot-blooded young people who think they are invincible, and finally fall into the dinner of that little loach. Ha! Darren's eyelids lifted slightly, as if he sensed someone coming in. Draw your sword. Qin Feng's dark, watery swordlight was drawn from its scabbard almost at the moment the great dragon opened its eyes. Clang! The high-pitched and crisp drawing of the sword was like piercing through clouds and cracking rocks, causing the grand dragon's heart and mind to be shaken. Not good. There is danger. It's an old six trying to sneak up on it. But before the big dragon can react, Qin Feng's figure in white clothes like snow flashes like electric light, lightly raised, like a shock, and the sword light that amazes the world appears at first in the cave. Drawing the sword, discharging the sword, and withdrawing the sword, the movements were all in one go. Bang! A splash of bright red erupted, and the great dragon only felt its eyes go blind, and a stabbing pain spread from its left eye to its entire body. Roar! The pain made the big dragon let out an ear-piercing dragon roar that resounded through heaven and earth, and the blinding of its left eye made it directly turn on the berserk mode, and the rubble in the cave was madly knocked down, and a hideous crack was spreading. No good, the cave is going to collapse. Qin Feng quickly rushed out of the cave with a weird and charming stride. Boss! Shen Jun couldn't help but exclaim in shock, and his heart dropped when he saw that Qin Feng was fine. But the next moment, the heart lifted again. Rumble! The cave collapsed completely and the wall caved in. A huge dragon with a black body and a length of nearly 100 meters soared from the ruins, and a closer look would reveal that the left eye of the big dragon had turned into a bloody hole, roaring angrily in the air as if stating that he was going to find that old six and break him into pieces. Oops, rabbit mom, noisy rabbit. Kahaku hurriedly yanked his long ears down and plugged his nearly deafened ears. Qin Feng is really slaying dragons. The spectators outside the arena were all stunned, and their hearts could not be calmed for a long time. They realized that this Qin Feng was truly fierce. Spiritual Marshal First Wei dared to run to challenge the great dragon and even managed to have him stabbed blind in one of his eyes, something that had never happened since the inception of the battlefield of life and death. Scream for your sister. Qin Feng did not give the big dragon the slightest chance to catch his breath, soared and jumped to the front of the dragon head, and without waiting for the big dragon to speak a vengeful opening speech, he used the ascended heavens robbing light without any martial virtues. Only a golden light flashed out from his chest, and vaguely visible were the flow of runes. Rumble! Caught off guard, DeLong was directly disliked in the face, and another splash of bright red bloomed in the air. This time, the big dragon was completely enraged, not expecting this old six to be so unkind to martial arts, coming up to bombard its face with big moves, and also directly breaking its phase. Never heard of hitting the dragon without hitting the face? Just before the big dragon could fight back, Qin Feng's pupils flashed with purple light again. Only to see that the surrounding sky suddenly dimmed, and a pair of huge eyes with heavy pupils appeared. It's the heavy pupils' divine ability. The spectators outside the arena went completely crazy, and their hearts kept popping up. Why is it different from what Mr. Mizoku said? Wasn't it said that Qin Feng no longer had the energy to develop the heavy pupil avatar? And what is the current one? At the same time, they also realized that they were living like dogs compared to Qin Feng. People at the age of 15 have comprehended the invincible sword heart, 3 levels of sword intent, the supreme bone and heavy pupil cultivation also did not fall, but also created 2 god-level techniques. On the contrary, their 15-year-old will only hold 48 hands showing demented smile. Chapter 67 Crazy Output Qin Laolu. So scary. Shen Jun could clearly feel the terror of those eyes in the sky since he was in close proximity, as if the heavens were looking down on the ants on the earth. Frightened, he hurriedly hugged by and stepped back to maintain a safe distance. It's now, Yin and Yang 2-breath divine light. Qin Feng's eyes glowed with a regal purple light, not giving DeLong any time to react at all. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A pair of double pupils in the sky shot out a ray of light, like lasers that blasted at DeLong's body. Roar! The great dragon let out a painful dragon roar on the spot. The sturdy dragon scales on his body were no longer sturdy at this moment, and he was directly shot through by the heavy pupils Yin and Yang 2 Chi divine light, and blood gushed out like spring water. But Big Dragon was in the end a big dragon, and his cultivation of the 5th level of the Tao of Initiation was not blown out of proportion, even if Qin Feng's Yin Yang 2 Chi divine light had a horrifying killing power. But it couldn't do any fatal damage to it either, and instead, it enraged the anger in its heart even more. Roar! The large dragon let out a terrifying roar, its only remaining dragon eye glaring angrily at Qin Feng as if to say, "Kid, you're done for, it's my turn to perform next." It was just that Qin Feng didn't have a panicked expression at all. Instead, a sinister smile was sketched at the corner of his mouth. Not good. He is an old 6. The big dragon was flustered in its heart by Qin Feng's laughter, and before it could react, it felt a sudden coolness coming from behind it. Only to see that the long sky Excalibur had split into 9 swords at some point, transforming into a ray of sword light shooting towards its exhaust hole. Who? DeLong let out a miserable scream with wide eyes and experienced what it meant to be a flower. Is shameless. The audience outside the arena just couldn't bear to look at it, and had a whole new perception of Qin Feng's lower limits. He didn't care about black cats and white cats, as long as he could defeat DeLong, he dared to use even the most underhanded means. Roar! Another mournful dragon roar came from the distance, and then it lost its motion and returned to calm. The augur has been killed. The scene switched to Fong Chang's side, only to see that under the frantic output of the human bomb, Jelong collapsed on the ground and could no longer stand up. Fong Chang quickly rushed to the Jiaolong with an evil smile, and no matter how the other party wailed and begged for mercy, he reached out and ruthlessly plunged his merciless iron hand in, digging out a yellowish dragon pearl from it. The dragon pearl of the augur. The spectators outside the arena were nonplussed on the spot, their gazes fixed on the dragon ball in Fong Chang's hands. Even the augur dragon bead was a rare treasure in the world, not to mention that the other parts of the augur dragon besides the dragon bead were also rare treasures, especially since Fong Chang's points also ranked first in an instant. A great Xia's heavenly son's disciple, who was powering through their new imperial dynasty, was simply disgraced to his grandma's house. Now it's up to Qin Feng to see if he can overpower Fong Chang. The nervous hearts of the spectators outside the arena were beating in their throats, and Qin Feng had instantly changed from the shame of the Inu dynasty to the only hope of the Inu dynasty. Worthy of being the first imperial dynasty of the desolate ancient world, Great Xia is truly full of talents. The Six Paths Emperor's face gazed up slightly, seeing that now was not the time to have a showdown with the Great Xia imperial clan. Fong Chang was powering over the various heavenly prides of the Yin. Buddhist Kung Fu. The Six Paths Emperor and other bigwigs from all parties were not calm on the spot. With their cultivation they could tell at a glance that this was Buddhist Kung Fu, or that it had reached the great perfection realm. What are you looking at me for? I really don't understand. Luna was full of innocence. Regarding the golden dragon tattoo on Qin Feng's body, she had seen it right, but she really didn't know that it was his self-created Buddhist Kung Fu. So what do you know? The bigwigs from all sides were so angry that they couldn't wait to go forward and beat up the moon god in a group. When other people encountered a supreme talent like Qin Feng, they couldn't wait to offer it as a treasure, but she was so good that she didn't know anything about it. No way. When the life and death elimination match was over, they had to fight for justice and free Qin Feng from her hands, lest a fine diamond in the rough be spoiled by some people. The great mighty dragon, the great Dharma mantra, the Prajna Buddhas, the Prajna Bamakong. Flying dragons in the sky. After Qin Feng pinched out a burst of dazzling finger techniques, the dragon tattoo on his body directly flew out from his body, transforming into a golden dragon no less than a black dragon. Roar! The two dragons, one gold and one black, hissed at each other and then began to tangle together. Rumble! The aura between the sky and the earth was completely stirred up, the bright and dazzling light was like the 9 heavenly galaxies declared to open up, vast and majestic, 2 huge figures were condensed within it, the powerful sense of oppression of the dragon power, instantly diffused and spread. It was just that after the great dragon had taken a solid beating from Qin Feng's heaven-slashing sword-pulling technique, heaven-jacking light, and yin-yang dual qi divine light, and also had to put up with the world of flowers being destroyed by the 9 swords, his battle power had obviously dropped by more than 1 notch. On the contrary, the great mighty heavenly dragon already had a damage bonus against demonic beasts, plus its power was strengthened even more after absorbing the Buddha's sharpness, and it steadily suppressed the great dragon. Aborted. The spectators outside the arena were completely nonplussed and couldn't believe their eyes. Qin Feng actually really suppressed the Daolong, who was at the 5th level of Dao entry with his first level of spiritual martial cultivation, and it wasn't just slightly suppressing a head, it was solidly suppressing the other party so much that they couldn't raise their heads. Looking at the entire history of the desolate ancients, no one had ever been able to do such a thing. My God! Shen Jun looked at the image of the 2 dragons fighting in the sky with a dumbfounded look. He really couldn't believe that the boss he had just worshipped was powerful to such an extent. It's almost like a heifer sitting on a flying sword. This 13 needs to be looked up to. I'll see if you're still dead. Qin Feng felt that continuously releasing big moves had almost emptied himself, controlling the 9 swords of the long sky to stir madly within the body of the great dragon. Roar! The great dragon stared wide-eyed as he put on his mask of pain, and his massive body fell out of the air out of control. It's now! Qin Feng hurriedly pinched out a finger technique and controlled the great mighty heavenly dragon to smash towards the big dragon. Success or failure is at stake. It's a done deal. Tonight's dragon meat and beer. If you lose, you'll say that Fong Chang instructed you to do it. Boom! 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 The great mighty heavenly dragon swooped down and crashed into the earth, immediately setting off a storm of energy. Countless roars resounded in the void like shocking waves, rolling endlessly. Roar! The big dragon let out a hiccuping dragon roar, as if accusing Qin Feng of being a shameless old 6. At the same time, it also exerted its last ounce of strength and angrily threw out a divine dragon swinging its tail at Qin Feng. What? Qin Feng's pupils contracted violently, and he no longer had the strength to try to dodge. Bang! Qin Feng took a solid hit from the divine dragon swinging tail. the bones in his chest instantly shattered, and the organs in his body were all broken to varying degrees. If it wasn't for the fact that the great dragon was tortured by him to the point of crippled blood, coupled with the cultivation of the 33 heavens creation decree and the Tsong Tian hegemony body, I'm afraid that it would have been a direct end to spreading the flowers. It also echoes the old saying, you can sneak up on me a million times, but I only have to hit you once. Chapter 68, Xin Feng, never waste a grain of food. Boss. Xian Jun rushed up and caught Xin Feng. Rumble. The large dragon's massive body fell from the air, a tear flowing from the corner of his eye as he died. It had thought that Xin Feng was just a shameless old six who didn't talk about martial virtues, but it didn't realize that this old six he didn't talk about the rules of the Jianghu. It didn't give it time to react at all, and as soon as it came up, all sorts of big moves were blasted into its face, and it hiccuped without even showing 1% of its ability. It is not convinced. Hung up. I'm fine, just go. Xin Feng was already in a bloodied state. He braced himself and went up to collect the big dragon into his carry-on space, and instructed 1,000 armies to quickly take him out of here. The news that the big dragon had been killed would spread later, and it would be too late to leave again. Okay, boss. 1,000 Jun took his war halberd and led Xin Feng to quickly leave the scene. At this time, the crowd outside the arena was silent, everyone frozen in place. One would have thought that Fong Chang slaughtering the Jiao dragon was already shocking enough. Who would have thought that only less than a few minutes had passed, and Xin Feng, a spiritual martial first level, would have slaughtered the great dragon of the battlefield of life and death. This session of the great controversy is ridiculously strong. The other side. Fong Chang was carefully scrutinizing the dragon pearl of Jiaolong with a face full of joy, and in his mind, he began to fantasize that after defeating Xin Feng, he would imbue him with a few 100 pounds of sows going crazy as well, so that he would feel his pain 10, 100, or 1,000 times over. But just as he was falling in love with the Jiaolong bead, a mournful dragon roar came from the distance, and one could tell that it was the sound of a true dragon hiccuping. No way? Who slayed the big dragon? Fong Chang's face was filled with incredulity, and the augur bead in his hand instantly became unscented. As if he had thought of something, he hurriedly took out a jade tablet and inputted his spiritual energy, only to see a projection of a scoreboard appear, and the first place that originally belonged to him had suddenly turned into Xin Feng's name. Put. Fong Chang had an unstable Dao and directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He didn't understand why Xin Feng could slay dragons, and he didn't understand why Xin Feng, whenever he was sure of victory, Xin Feng always appeared in time to give him a stick. It was as if this man was his natural enemy. There was him without me, and me without him. No, even if Xin Feng could slay the dragon, he must be seriously injured at this time. Fong Chang didn't believe that Xin Feng could be invincible enough to slaughter the dragon unharmed. He must be seriously injured now. As long as he was found, not only would he be able to take revenge, the dragon pearl of the true dragon would also belong to him. It was also from this moment that Fong Chang completely fell into madness. Beginning to use the Buddha's magic sound to madly enslave the candidates, he led them to kill where the great dragon was in great numbers. What a terrifying devil! Yulan hid in a corner and didn't sit down on the floor until Fong Chang had left. If it wasn't for the fact that she had exercised a superb willpower since she was a child, she was afraid that she would have been enslaved by Fong Chang's Buddha's demonic sound just now. At the same time, Yulan was very glad in her heart that she didn't mess with that monster Xin Feng, who was actually fierce enough to slaughter the great dragon, when it was as terrifying as it was. At this time, Xin Feng was healing his wounds in a cave. Although he hadn't been slapped to death by the great dragon's tail, I'm afraid it would still take a night before he could fully heal. One night. Xian Jun was dumbfounded by what he heard, and in his heart, he called Xin Feng a pervert. A wound that had he placed on other people would have died hundreds of times earlier, and he actually needed only one night to heal. If someone had told him such words in the past, he would have scoffed and said it was impossible, but after seeing Xin Feng slay dragons, he felt that he had to learn to adapt. There is only what others dare not think, not what this boss dare not do. I can't believe it takes all night. Xin Feng was clearly not satisfied with this result. If he hadn't broken through to the spiritual martial realm, he would have been healed in half an hour at most, but unfortunately, he had broken through to the spiritual martial realm and the density of his flesh had changed. The 33 Heavens creation technique did not get updated in time, causing his self-healing power to drop drastically. 1,000 Jun's entire body was directly stunned in place, and the howl of a groundhog was emitted in his heart. Nima! Listen to the words of a human being. Overnight time to recover as good as new. He actually still disliked the slowness. If this ability was spread out, I don't know how many people would have to die of envy. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully stopping the chosen one from pretending, gaining 50,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for striking the chosen one and causing him to nearly lose his Taoist heart, gaining 100,000 villain points. How come there's only Fong Chang's? Where's Yulan? Xin Feng scratched his chin and thought about it, suspecting that Yulan had developed a love for him. Woohoo! White yawned, indicating that the dream had everything. Forget it, I'm the man she can't have. Xin Feng shook his head not to think about these things, opened the system to check that there were still 297,000 villainous points, and after thinking for a while, he planned to spend 30,000 villainous points to exchange for 1 month's 100 times enlightenment aura, and break through the 33 heavens creation determination to the 4th heaven. The system suddenly spoke, the host can exchange for a 10,000 times enlightenment aura. 10,000 times enlightenment aura, can increase enlightenment 10,000 times, maintains the effect for 12 hours, redemption price, 100,000 villain points. 10,000 times more enlightened. Xin Feng was immediately moved and decisively chose to redeem it. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points to exchange for a 10,000 times enlightenment aura. Rumble. Xin Feng only felt a sudden thunderbolt explode in his mind, and his entire body had the feeling of floating into a god, as if the entire world was subjugated under his feet. What a marvelous feeling! Xin Feng couldn't stop himself from indulging in this feeling, and in his mind, he began to frantically deduce the 4th heaven of the 33 heavens creation decree, and he even managed to have the energy to deduce the yin-yang dual qi divine light of the heavy pupil, as well as the heavenly pillaging light of the supreme bone. Even the great river sword technique, the Jintian sword drawing technique, and the great mighty heavenly dragon could juggle a bit. At this time, the audience outside the arena is waiting for Mr. Ma Dengui to come out and explain himself, but Mr. Ma has already been made autistic by Xin Feng, and no matter who is invited, he is not willing to come out again. Nima. Not with such unconventionality, it's like bullying an old man. The sun is rising. The candidate who had been enslaved by Fong Chang was still searching for Qin Feng's figure. Even the candidates who had not been enslaved by Fong Chang were terrified, fearing that they would be enslaved by Fong Chang's Buddha's demonic sound, and were scared to death as they hid in all directions, nervous at the slightest breeze. It's Yulan. Yulan was also forced to hide around and realized that she couldn't hide at all. According to her estimation, Fong Chang had enslaved almost tens of thousands of candidates at this point, and after 2 days of bloody trials, one could imagine how strong the battle power of these tens of thousands of candidates was. Swoosh! Yulan heard a slight scuffling sound, and before she could react, she was shot in the back by a feathered arrow. No good, the arrow is poisoned. Yulan's vision began to blur and she braced herself to find a cave, but just as she entered, she saw Qian Jun stabbing at her with a war halberd. My life is over. Yulan closed her eyes unwillingly, not realizing that in the end she would only last until here. But just a second before she lost consciousness, Xin Feng's voice rang out, "Wait a minute, my Qin Feng never wastes a grain of food." Chapter 69, Calling Dad. Yes. 1,000 armies hurriedly stopped and left the cave with good sense. No, this kind of plot is something a villain like me can encounter. Xin Feng at this time 10,000 times the time of enlightenment has ended, picked up the twig on the ground and poked it, really can't believe that the chosen lady is just sent to the door. As a villain with a high level of professionalism, Xin Feng was still uneasy to open his heavy pupils to check. Xin Feng couldn't help but spit out the fragrance and realized that it was really a big pit. Only to see something terrifying sealed inside Yulan's body, just by looking at it, a terrifying sense of oppression came back. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the selective quest. 1. Lift up your pants and talk tough, rewarded with a divine greatstick technique. 2. Slaughter the chosen lady with a single slash, rewarded with a divine artifact dragon slaying sword. 3. Help the chosen daughter to cure the poison, rewarded with 100 poison invulnerable physique. System, I've realized that you're really flirty. Xin Feng rolled his white eyes, indicating that he had no choice at all. He also wanted to lift his pants and talk tough, and he also wanted to slaughter the chosen lady with a single slash, but the horrible thing sealed inside her was something he could handle without landing on the old red-haired monster. And that pitiful reward, he practiced the sword. What's the use of wanting a stick? What's the use of wanting a dragon-slaying sword? The only thing that's useful to him is the invulnerable physique of 100 poisons. And so on. If he remembered correctly, he shouldn't have been mistaken. Yulan's old mother was Blue Devil, one of the 4 great beauties of the desolate ancients, an existence on par with the moon god. He himself had to show his hand now that he had saved her daughter, anyhow. Seeing as there are 2 possibilities for you to call me dad in the future, I'll detoxify you. Qin Feng carried Yulan to a stone platform in the cave. According to the rules of the Jianghu, there was no need to undo the clothes to detoxify a boy, while to detoxify a girl one had to undo the clothes. The rules are the rules and they can't be changed because of him. 10,000 words omitted here to save traffic. Luckily, I've learned some medical skills during these 7 years in the Moon God Palace. Although Qin Feng had only learned some of the skins of the medical arts, it was enough to help Yulan detoxify the poison. Just saw him take out a few silver needles from his carry-on space, into his hand as a piece of delicate, touching between the creamy smooth and fine bullet, almost let his Taoist heart unsteady, can only keep reciting pineapple honey in his mind. Soon. Yulan's poison was then detoxified by Qin Feng, and also in order to prove that it was him who helped Yulan detoxify the poison, he also tattooed the words Qin Feng came here on her back waist. Why don't we change it to the boss being safe in and out? Just as Qin Feng was feeling torn over this, Yulan's body began to tremble terribly. Like jade skin seems to dye a layer of scarlet, watery eyes are still closed, long eyelashes constantly fluttering to prove that she has woken up. Don't get me wrong, I'm just using painless acupuncture to help you detoxify. Qin Feng turned into a proper gentleman in seconds, making it impossible to pick a single fault. Detoxify your sister. She was wounded in the shoulder by an arrow. What's the point of untying her belly button and stabbing her in the back? Yulan also didn't say anything, just like that her little face was flushed and her eyes were closed, with a feeling of hiding her ears. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen daughter and gaining 100,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the 3 choices quest and obtaining the 100 poisons physique. That makes 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes immediately lit up, as if he had found a buff to brush his points. Just before Qin Feng could start making his move, the sound of 1,000 armies fighting someone came from outside the cave. How fat for? Qin Feng had to put down the needlework in his hands and go out to check what had happened. Right after Qin Feng left, Yulan hurriedly opened her eyes to put her clothes back on, her little face reddening even more to the point of dripping blood. She didn't expect that she would just be seen by this bad thing Qin Feng, and the two of them had only met twice before and after. Ah, shame on you. Yulan covered her reddened little face, and in her heart, she was glad that there were no outsiders present, or else she would really have no face to see others in the future, and could only find a crack in the ground to hide and live in. Barkley. White barred his mouth at the edge and rolled his belly over to continue huffing and puffing. Outside the cave. Thousand Jun was fighting with a big burly man, a whole head taller than Thousand Jun, simply like Black Whirlwind Li Kuei. His hands also held a pair of giant heavy hammers respectively. At first glance, it was a combat-oriented fierce man. Stop, I'm here to find Qin Feng. The burly big man kept dodging, with no intention of fighting with Qian Jun. If you want to kill the boss, step over my corpse first. A flash of sternness flashed in Qian Jun's eyes, and the war halberd in his hand glowed with a golden light. Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of you? The big burly man was also angry, lifting his heavy hammer in preparation for war. Stop it all. Qin Feng hurriedly voiced out to stop the two, always feeling that the other party looked somewhat familiar. Young Qin, I finally found you. The burly man was incoherent with excitement when he saw Qin Feng, dropping his giant heavy hammer to hug Qin Feng's thighs and cry, as if a child who had been abducted and sold had finally found a home. Young Qin. Qin Feng's face changed unnoticeably. It had been a long time since he had heard this title. When he was in the Qin family members all addressed him as Young Qin, Young Lord, and Young Master, and they also finally remembered who this person was. He was the son of the Qin family's 13 Taiwan boss, called Qin Wan, and his status was second only to the family head in the Qin family, which meant that this person was sent by the Qin family. Did something happen to the Qin family, or were they uneasy about sending someone to assist him? Xin Xiao, I finally found you, just take me, from now on, I want to look up to you, you let me go east, I will never go west. Qin Wan casually made up a name of Wan Ma and looked up at Qin Feng with tear-filled eyes, causing Qin Feng to just feel his stomach flip-flopping. Big brother. Just stop being cute with your Li Kuei look. Okay, I'll take it, okay? Qin Feng didn't care what arrangement the Qin family had made, he was truly disgusted by the other party. Hurriedly pinching out an immortal slave Dharma seal to hit Wan Ma's brow, only hoping that he would hurry to get away from himself. Since Wan Ma did not resist in the slightest and recognized Qin Feng as his master, the immortal slave Dharma seal was easily struck on, and 5 times the combat power was superimposed. This. Man Ma stared incredulously, looking like he hadn't seen the world before. He knew that this young master was the hope of the entire Qin family, but he didn't expect him to be perverted to such an extent that he could raise someone's combat power 5 times with the lift of his hand. Ding dong, the immortal slave Dharma seal has reached its upper limit. The host can unlock the upper limit by raising his cultivation. There's a cap on this thing. Xin Feng felt old disappointment in his heart. He was counting on this move to collect more minions. The kind where you're embarrassed to go out without tens of thousands of people, and now that there's a cap coming, you'll have to go the elite route from now on. Good thing these two guys aren't weak. Xin Feng surveyed the thousands of troops and horses, rather like Su Chu and Dian Wei. That meant that in the future, with these two protectors around, he would be able to inherit the will of the Prime Minister in an honorable manner. Tap. 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 A rush of footsteps rang out, only to see many figures coming out of the dark night, their eyes dull but staring at Xin Feng in death. No good, boss, run. Wan Ma's face changed violently, knowing that Fong Chang had searched for him. What are you afraid of him for? Xin Feng had already comprehended the fourth heaven of the 33 heavenly creation skill, and the injuries on his body had healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was also the supreme bone, the heavy pupil, the heaven-slashing sword drawing technique, and the great river sword technique that were all enlightened, so there was no need to be afraid of Fong Chang, the chosen one. GG. Thinking of this, Xin Feng couldn't help but let out a villainous and exclusive laugh as he turned around and walked into the cave once again. If Yulan didn't call him daddy, he'd make her call her daddy. What's going on, boss? 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses looked at each other and could only honestly guard the outside of the cave. Chapter 70 for Justice, for World Peace. Rumble. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses made a decisive move, and there was a burst of frantic output against a group of enslaved candidates. Is so damn cool. Monoma was wailing with excitement. As the son of the Qin family's 13 Taikanot boss, he had extraordinary talent since his childhood, and even possessed innate divine power, and now with the 5 times battle power bonus bestowed by Qin Feng, it allowed him to experience a whole new world. It's almost like a heifer sitting on a flying sword, so powerful that it flies. He was seen wielding a huge hammer with both hands, and every hammer that went down caused the earth to tremble violently, and was accompanied by several miserable screams. The opposite 1,000 army was different from this violent beauty scholar like 10,000 horses. He took a wide open and fierce route, the halberd in his hand swept out, crazily harvesting heads. As opposed to the heated fight outside the cave, there was also a heated fight in the cave. Only Yulan could not hide the shyness in her heart as she slammed out a palm at Xin Feng who had entered. Xin Feng on the opposite side didn't spoil her either. First he made a sassy walk, then came with a backhanded pull-out. Yuck, it's a spaced-out one. Ha, you changed your clothes. Xin Feng looked at the small red belly band in his hand. It was different from the one he had seen before when he was healing his wounds. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen daughter and gaining 100,000 villain points. You're shameless. Yulan, where has seen this kind of hooligan, was angry, little face red. Half a day cannot say a word, finally anxious can only increase the attack. Ah! Xin Feng pretended to take a punch and fell to the ground. A look without a few million, I will never get up. Hey, don't play dead. I didn't use much force in that move just now. Seeing that Xin Feng didn't move for half a day, Yulan picked up a branch and went up to poke him. Xin Feng looked as if he was dying, and weakly said, I was seriously injured today slaying the dragon, and just now I helped you detoxify the poison and used up my vital energy, and now I've knuckled down and taken a punch from you, so I'm afraid, I won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Hey, don't scare me. Yulan immediately panicked and rushed forward to help Xin Feng up. She didn't know if it was true about Qin Feng's statement that detoxification consumed Yuan Qi, but Qin Feng did indeed slay the dragon today, and with his cultivation of first level of spiritual martial arts, slaying the dragon was a miracle in itself, and it would be even more unreasonable if he wasn't injured. Where are you hurt? Yulan asked hurriedly. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. From the fact that Yulan had stepped in to save the day yesterday, it was clear that the chosen lady had the heart of a saintly mother. For those opening first kill the Virgin Mary's remarks, Qin Feng begs to differ, feeling that the Virgin Mary killed is too much of a pity, how to make use of it while it's still hot. Qin Feng rubbed himself in Yulan's arms and asked with eyes full of affection, do you believe in love at first sight? Yulan's small face reddened and pretended to be calm. What time is it? You hurry up and say where you are hurt so I can help you heal. Don't waste your breath, I know my own situation. Qin Feng took the opportunity to grab Yulan's delicate little hand and said with deep emotion, before, I didn't believe in love at first sight, but the moment I saw you, I negated my opinion. My heart fell for you, and from now on, it will only beat for you, even if I die in your hands, I am willing. You? Yulan's small face turned even redder. her heart beating like a deer. She didn't understand why she was like this. With her stunning beauty, she had heard a lot of similar words before, yet she had been able to keep her heart as still as water, but today she couldn't stay still. Is it because he saved himself? Xin Feng stretched out his fingers against Yulan's red lips and said with deep emotion in his weakness, "Don't talk, kiss me. Kiss me." Yulan was obviously not going to agree to such an excessive request. However, when she saw that Xin Feng looked like he was not going to live long, her eyes were flooded with endless disappointment, and she remembered the scene of her being treated by Xin Feng just now, as well as her own self-condemnation for injuring him. How about fulfilling his dying wish? Yulan still has not seen the evil of the world, forced to endure the shyness of a daughter's family, in her mind constantly comforting herself, anyway, should see, should not be seen have been seen. It's just a kiss. It's not like you're going to get pregnant. Now she is doing good, touching a person with love. Not far away. Xiaobai was gnawing the carrot excitedly, his eyes staring straight at the two, only to see Yulan reddening her little face, closing her watery eyes, a little bit closer to Qin Feng's forehead, her long eyelashes constantly fluttering, proving that she was very unsettled in her heart at this time. Just Qin Feng is not satisfied with a forehead kiss, he wants the kind of feeling that can pull the silk, find the right opportunity and suddenly strike. 10,000 words omitted to save traffic. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen daughter and gaining 100,000 villain points. Woo! Yulan's eyes widened violently, finally realizing that she had been duped. He actually stuck his tongue out. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen daughter and gaining 100,000 villain points. You. Yulan was furious as she pushed Qin Feng away, her red face unable to say a word in half a day. You took the initiative, I'm the victim, you're the one who took advantage of me, okay. Qin Feng was wicked and stood up and patted his ass. Yulan was so infuriated that she almost came to her aunt, stating that she had never seen such a brazen person. At this time, outside the cave killed the darkness. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses had already lost track of how many they had killed, but the candidates who had been enslaved by Fong Chang continued to keep killing them, and even though they possessed the 5 times battle power boost bestowed by Qin Feng, they were somewhat close to being unable to hold on any longer. What the hell? The spectators outside the arena woke up with a start to the bloody scene. Unlike the previous session's casting rate, this session's casting rate would definitely be at a record high. The ones who had been enslaved by Fong Chang to serve as human bombs to slay the dragons alone were less than tens of thousands of people, and now that 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses had killed so many more. This Fong Chang is not putting my Yinyu dynasty in his eyes at all. The faces of the various bigwigs of the Yinyu imperial dynasty were gloomy, itching to rush in and destroy Fong Chang on the spot. The Six Paths Emperor sat in silence, as if he hadn't heard anything. The reason why he hadn't called a halt to the life and death elimination tournament, aside from for the sake of fairness, was to allow Fong Chang to enslave the candidates to his heart's content, causing the entire populace of the Yinyu imperial dynasty to completely hate the heavenly sons of the great Xia imperial dynasty. Only a high degree of unity in the object of the people's hatred will make them willingly fight for him in future wars. As for the candidates who died after enslavement, none of them were any kind of celestial pride. A true celestial pride would not be mesmerized by Fong Chang's Buddha's magic sound. For example, Yulan was not enslaved. And he wouldn't be heartbroken if more of these non-celestials died. Just then, a weird Sanskrit sound rang in the ears of both 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses. What's going on? Fong Chang, who was hiding in the shadows, directly froze, realizing that the Buddha's magic sound was ineffective against the two. But it's not right. With the curiosity of these two people, there's no reason to resist the Buddha's magic voice. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were also puzzled and suspected that it had something to do with Qin Feng's immortal slave Dharma seal. Boom! Fong Chang didn't have the heart to study this and personally struck down 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses. It's you! 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses let out a gasp of surprise as the person who came was none other than the blackened Fong Chang. At this time, Fong Chang was wearing smoky makeup, surrounded by black gas, and a chill could be felt from a dozen meters away. Fong Chang has refined the Jiao Dragon Pearl. The spectators outside the arena were filled with worry as they rose up, wondering if Qin Feng would be able to do it now. At the same time, they are very much looking forward to the final battle for first and second place in the standings. For justice, for world peace. Qin Feng shouted the slogan of the protagonist and walked out of the cave with the light of the righteous path. Chapter 71, Do you want to dance too? It's Qin Feng. The spectators outside the arena immediately let out fierce cheers when they saw Qin Feng come out. Completely forgetting how he had become the shame of the Yinyu imperial dynasty, confiscating the tools of the trade of nearly 300 people. Qin Feng. Fong Chang's eyes immediately reddened upon seeing Qin Feng. Ever since he met this Qin Laolu, he has been counted by him with all kinds of backstabbing, and he is simply unable to utilize his true ability. He even ended up losing his reputation and the woman he loved the most. It's not about interests now, he only has one thought: kill this Qin Laolu. Bang! Fong Chang stomped the earth hard with both feet and turned into a black shadow rushing towards Qin Feng. What speed! Qin Feng decisively opened his heavy pupils, slowing down Fong Chang's speed and breaking down his next movements. Unfortunately, it was too late to dodge, so he could only cross his arms in front of his chest in a defensive position. Bang! Fong Chang kicked Qin Feng's arms, and the huge impact didn't make Qin Feng take a step back. What? Fong Chang's face was full of incredulity, seriously doubting that he was dreaming. At this time, he had already broken through to the 7th level of spiritual martial, and with the blackening enchantment, he had even absorbed the dragon bead of the Jiao Dragon, so how could he be inferior to Qin Feng, who had just broken through to the 1st level of spiritual martial, in terms of strength? This is definitely that Song Tian hegemony body. The 6th Dao Emperor's gaze was firmly fixed on Qin Feng, only that Song Tian hegemony body could have this kind of powerful physical body. It's really gotten stronger after blackening. Qin Feng could obviously feel that Fong Chang had gotten stronger, and with his backhand, he took the opportunity to grab his feet as if he were the Hulk explosive wrestling Loki, thumping on the ground in a burst of wild output. Bang! The earth was smashed out of a large pit, and Fong Chang lay peacefully inside. What a disciple of the Son of Heaven, weak. After Qin Feng smashed it, he didn't forget to taunt, and with that, he leapt up, ready to give Fong Chang a heavenly justice. Bang! Qin Feng was like a missile falling from the sky. Fong Chang dodged in time and began to utilize his specialty of being fast to start circling around with Qin Feng. How can that be? Fong Chang was getting more and more confused the more he fought, with all sorts of question marks in his head. This is really Spirit Martial 1. Didn't he go to slay the dragon yesterday? Why was he not injured after the dragon slaying? Not only was Fong Chang's head full of question marks, the audience outside the arena was similarly full of question marks. Yesterday they had witnessed Qin Feng being lashed by the big dragon. How does a person come back to life after one night when they were about to die? What exactly is the companion technique that Qin Feng realized in his mother's womb? The 6 Paths Emperor's gaze remained fixed on Qin Feng, suspecting that the reason why he was able to recover so quickly was because of the unusual technique he practiced. This is not going to work. Qin Feng didn't have the time to help them answer their questions. Facing Fong Chang, who had the advantage of speed, he could only choose to be passive in his defense, and was simply unable to lock onto his target to perform the Zantian sword drawing technique. Can only upgrade Phantom Getaway. Qin Feng skimmed the remaining 497,000 villain points and called the system to redeem the 4th volume of Phantom Prosperity. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 400,000 villain points and successfully redeeming Phantom Escape Volume 4. A figure immediately appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes, his stance flickering and constantly changing directions, making it impossible to figure out. Swish! Fong Chang once again traveled with great speed and appeared right in front of Qin Feng in a matter of moments. The terrifyingly strong wind caused the corners of Qin Feng's clothes to shake violently, only that there wasn't the slightest bit of panic on his face. His lips pursed slightly, and 7 or 8 Qin Feng figures appeared around him all of a sudden, making it impossible to tell which one was the real one for a while. Shift! The spectators outside the arena immediately exclaimed in shock, calling out in their hearts that Qin Feng was a pervert. After having so many means of attack, he actually still had time to delve into body techniques, and had even reached such a realm as shifting shape. Not good. Fong Chang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, only to see that Qin Feng had already assumed a sword drawing stance. After having seen Qin Feng's Jintian sword drawing technique, he did not dare to underestimate it at all and had to put out his full strength to resist it. Buzz! Buzz! The spiritual energy in Fong Chang's body overflowed crazily, transforming into a black evil devil statue. His feet stomped hard, and with a face full of madness, he rushed toward Qin Feng with the momentum of mountains and oceans. If it was before he was blackened, he would have used the golden bell shield to defend himself, but after he was blackened, he knew that the best defense was an attack, and even if he knew that he would be injured and lose his life, he couldn't stop the madness in his heart. Hard and fast, let's see who's harder then. Qin Feng's eyes were as bright as electricity and his aura was compelling, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. The terrifyingly strong wind caused his long hair to dance wildly, and an incomparably strong aura filled out from him, and his white right hand violently drew out the long sky divine sword. The chanting heavenly sword drawing technique. So strong. The spectators outside the arena all closed their breaths and stared at the two men with unblinking eyes. Clang! The long sky divine sword swept out of its sheath like a swimming dragon, and the crisp sound of the sword carried out heaven and earth. A flash of bright and piercing sword light was swift and incomparable, dragging a terrifying and incomparable torrent of sword chi, containing a chilling killing opportunity and coldness, as if it was brushing by like a breeze, and seemingly trying to set aside 10,000 miles of floating clouds. Simply unstoppable and unbeatable. Rumble. The sword light and the demon collided heavily together, the strong fluctuation turned into a storm sweeping through the forest, the deafening sound of breaking wind made people's scalp numb. Nima, is this really a spirit martial realm battle? The 1,000 armies were like little daughters-in-law hiding in Wan Ma's arms and shivering, even a cultivator of the Dao entry realm like them couldn't deal this kind of damage. Young lord is truly terrifying as hell. Manhwa couldn't help but gulp. Who would have thought that in just 7 years, Qin Feng would have grown to such an extent, or without relying on the Qin family? But on second thought, the heart was thrilled. The fact that he could be sent to follow Qin Feng meant that he knew a part of the Qin family's top secret plans, and the faster the two Qin Feng brothers grew up, the closer their Qin family would be to dominating the desolate world. In a flash of lightning, the two figures crossed paths. Qin Feng's sword had already returned to its scabbard, and his body had a few more wounds. On the contrary, Fong Chang's black demon was covered with cracks, but it had no intention of breaking. Apparently he had hard received the Zantian sword drawing technique. Wonderful, wonderful. The crowd outside the arena was abuzz, and it was even hotter to watch. Worthy of being the final showdown between two supreme prides, Qin Feng was able to easily kill the Dao realm cultivator with his heaven-slashing sword drawing technique being blocked once again, or was it blocked by Fong Chang, who was at the 7th level of the spiritual martial cultivation? At the same time, there was a hint of regret in their hearts. If Fong Chang had comprehended the true meaning of Buddha and devil yesterday, I'm afraid that it would have been Qin Feng's turn to be suppressed in that strike just now. You're dead now that you've used up your sword drawing technique. The excitement on Fong Chang's face could no longer be concealed, knowing that Qin Feng would only be able to use one move of the sword drawing technique. There was not the slightest hesitation. Only to see Fong Chang quickly turn around and storm towards Qin Feng, resolutely not giving him a chance to use the supreme bone and heavy pupil avatar, and also ordering those enslaved candidates to launch a swarm attack on Qin Feng. Not speaking martial virtues is not exclusive to you, Qin Feng. Don't you dare. The two men, 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, were enraged and dragged their tired bodies to rush up to protect their masters. Kill. Killing sounds shook the sky as the enslaved candidates rushed towards Qin Feng without fear of life and death. It looks like you guys want to dance too. Qin Feng unhurriedly turned around, the corners of his clothes began to windlass automatic, the whole person also turned into a sheathed sword, the sharpness of the cast, the surrounding sword weapon is the buzzing sound of the sword, as if the world's swords are being crowned for him. Chapter 72, I'll be back. What? Fong Chang's pupils contracted violently as an unprecedented sense of crisis surged through his heart. Do not dare to have the slightest hesitation, legs violently stomped on the ground, the body quickly backward, safety also used the strongest defense of the Buddhist sect of the Golden Bell Shield. Rumble. The void around Qin Feng vibrated and the sound of sword chants was alive and well. Along with a vast sea-like sword chi sweeping through the forest, sharp wind-breaking sounds also rang out from the sky, and countless sword chi converged into a rushing river, as if it was able to swallow up everything in the world. 10,000 swords trembled in unison, the sword chanted endlessly, and the water of the great river came from the sky. What a great river of sword chi convergence! Fong Chang's pupils stared blankly, his heart frantically screaming impossibility. He is a Red Star crossover. He is the protagonist of the dystopia. How could he be pressured by Qin Feng? Oh my god! The faces of the spectators outside the arena were filled with shock, shaken by the grandiose scene of the great river sword technique before them. Are you kidding me? Having fought to this extent, with the great dragon being slaughtered by him, he actually managed to keep his bottom card unplayed. There was absolutely no way he was only 15 years old, and there was absolutely no way he was at the first level of spirit martial cultivation. The Six Paths Emperor and other bigwigs from all parties had very calm expressions, and were already so wordy that they didn't know what to say, so they could only turn their gazes in unison to the moon god, hoping that she would give a reasonable explanation. It could be seen from the great river sword skill that Qin Feng had executed that it had definitely reached the great perfection realm, meaning that he had sensed this set of sword skills in front of the Great River. As Qin Feng's guardian in the Yin Moon dynasty, it was impossible for the Moon God not to know about the Great River sword technique. The Moon God said weakly, "Would you guys believe me when I say that there's only a small waterfall at the back of my Moon God palace?" Letter. I believe in you. As Qin Feng's guardian in the Yin Yu dynasty, it was surprising that after 7 years of getting along with him, she didn't know what skills he knew, and what she had spent her mind on these 7 years. Is it going to be Qin Feng's guardian, or is it going to be the female dry caretaker? If they were to let the Moon God take charge of Qin Feng's studies again, they all felt sorry for their consciences and were trampling on this perfect diamond in the rough. The bigwigs from all sides gave the Moon God a look, telling her to hand over Qin Feng on her own accord. At this time, due to Fong Chang's protagonist aura allowing him to dodge in time and turn on his defense mode, he was not directly exterminated. However, those candidates who were enslaved by Fong Chang were not so lucky, and were directly devoured in the rushing Great River Sword Chi. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leaving a psychological shadow in the chosen one's mind and gaining 100,000 villain points. Only 100,000. Qin Feng was very dissatisfied with this, and his body swayed as he began to take the initiative to attack. Stop him! Fong Chang shouted loudly in terror while quickly retreating backward. Kill! There were many enslaved candidates who hadn't been killed yet and once again climbed up to charge towards Qin Feng. Noisy! Qin Feng's heavy pupil began to flicker with a purple light, and once again, a huge heavy pupil appeared in the sky. Yin and Yang two air divine light. This is the heavy pupil. Fong Chang looked at the huge eyes that filled the sky and only felt his scalp tingle, his body even trembled involuntarily, and the fear of Qin Feng in his heart once again rose a notch. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for deepening the psychological shadow in the chosen one's mind and gaining 100,000 villain points. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A pair of double pupils in the sky shot out a ray of light like a laser cleansing the earth. Is this the secret of his dragon slaying? Yulan stood outside the cave and watched the duel just now, all in his eyes. The grandeur of the Great River Sword technique made people fearful of his talent, and the terror of the heavy pupils made people fearful of him. Kiss my mother's blessing. 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses trembled and hugged each other, praying in their hearts that Qin Feng must aim well and must not accidentally injure his teammates. Qin Feng, you forced me to do this. Even if I sell my soul to the devil, I will kill you today. Fong Chang was forced to the point where he had no way to retreat. His face was hideous as he threw his head back and hissed, and a shocking demonic aura began to surge around his body, as if something terrifying was about to awaken. Oopsie daisy, overshot. Qin Feng finally remembered that the other party was a chosen one and hurriedly put away his heavy pupil avatar and shouted, "Is there anyone in charge? I'm reporting this guy Fong Chang for looking for a substitute to fight." Bam! The audience outside the arena collectively fell to the ground, having a whole new perception of Qin Feng's shamelessness. He is all kinds of unreasonable as the normal phenomenon. The people are a black gases looking for someone to fight, but cannot point forced face. Rumble! Earth-shattering roars resounded crazily in the battlefield of life and death, and terrifying pressures rolled in like a tidal wave, covering the entire battlefield of life and death in an instant. A burly figure also appeared in front of Qin Feng and the others, looking at Fong Chang with a few shades of gravity in his eyes. If Qin Feng hadn't reminded him just now, he really might not have realized it through the light screen. Six Paths Emperor. The spectators outside the arena immediately exclaimed in shock, recognizing this person as the Six Paths Emperor at a glance. Just why would the Sixth Way Emperor appear in the battlefield of life and death? Could it really be that Fong Chang had found someone to fight on his behalf, as Qin Feng had said? A brat from the Yin Yu Imperial dynasty back then has actually reached such a realm. Fong Chang's voice suddenly turned hoarse, and an ancient aura surged around him. The Six Paths Emperor said indifferently, "This emperor also didn't expect that Senior actually hasn't died yet, but this is a battle between juniors. It doesn't seem appropriate for Senior to intervene in such a way." What if I have to intervene? Fong Chang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said. That would be embarrassing. The Six Paths Emperor was not someone who spoke of martial virtues, and his terrifying pressure instantly pressed down on Fong Chang. Ga, just buy your kid, you still can't kill, old man. Fong Chang let out a raspy and eerie smile and turned into a black shadow tearing through the void to leave. It's too late to leave now. The Six Paths Emperor erupted with terrifying energy and also tore through the void to chase after him. No way. The spectators outside the arena all grew their mouths wide in shock and couldn't believe their eyes. The Six Paths Emperor called that massive black chi his senior, and that massive black chi called the Six Paths Emperor a brat. Nima. Fong Chang is really looking for someone to fight for him. Rumble. The entire sky of the battlefield of life and death darkened as if it was the end of the world. First there was a small vibration, followed by a violent shaking, and then a few shakes gradually restored calmness, and the Six Paths Emperor walked out of the void with a face full of fatigue. Immediately afterward, two angry voices rang out. Damn Sixth Path, you dare to chip away 10,000 years of my Tao, you wait for me. Damn Qin Feng, I will definitely come back. Just let him get away. Qin Feng once again learned the Chosen Son's unreasonableness and wondered if he had gone behind his back to buy a more powerful plugin again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for weakening the Chosen Son's chance and obtaining a chance to draw. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for causing the Chosen One to be seriously injured, gaining 300,000 villain points. Qin Feng silently took out his small notebook and wrote down on it, in a certain year and month, Emperor Six Paths weakened my opponents, preventing me from better honing myself, and I need to be compensated with 10 million extreme spirit stones. Sixth Road Emperor skimmed and disappeared in place. Really do not want to talk to this shameless thing. Chapter 73 Prying into Heaven's Chance. After Fong Chang left, the enslaved candidates regained their sanity, and after seeing the broken limbs and wreckage around them, they immediately remembered what had happened during their domination by Fong Chang. What a blessing from God! The crowd was shocked into a cold sweat, and in their hearts, they were glad that they were so lucky. During the period of being enslaved by Fong Chang with the Buddha's magic sound, he managed to dodge the human bomb, as well as Qin Feng's great river sword technique, and finally Qin Feng's heavy pupiline yang dual qi divine light. However, what they never expected was that after dodging Fong Chang and Qin Feng, they ended up falling into the hands of a rabbit. All come and line up. Xiao Bai walked with the pace of 6 relatives. Milk Fierce said, I rabbit handsome, unparalleled in the world, magnificent, talented, the embodiment of justice and wisdom, people see people love flowers, a pair blossom pressure begonias, known as the first handsome in the wilderness of the ancient world of the main silver Qin Feng, saved your life, men consciously queue up to pay the protection fee, the female should have the consciousness of the body to the promise of a pretty. And have become a parent. The young lady who is beautiful and has been married is prioritized. Bunny. Everyone looked at Xiao Bai, for Qin Feng raising a shameless rabbit, it had already spread in the battlefield of life and death, just that with this transcendent mortal 9th level cultivation, it was obvious that no one put it in their eyes. Boom! Thousands of troops cooperated and stood behind Kahaku to support him, and 10,000 horses cooperated by slamming their giant hammers into the ground. Someone was unconvinced, you guys are a bit too overbearing when you do things like this, aren't you? Bang! Xiao Bai stomped his opponent down with one foot and milked the ferocity, we do things, that's the way it is. Gollum! The surrounding crowd gulped, their little hearts thumping in fear. Unlike those Heaven's Pride level experts, their goal wasn't the 1,000 slots at the end of the line, they only wanted to hold on to their group and walk out of the life and death elimination tournament alive so that they could gain the opportunity to join the other forces of the Inu Imperial dynasty. The simple point to understand is, go to a second-rate college. Now that you have encountered this rogue rabbit, it seems that you will have to pay up. Holy, what a bossy bunny! The spectators outside the arena were all stunned to realize that this was really a cute-faced rabbit. At this time, Qin Feng didn't have the time to pay attention to what Xiao Bai was doing and was staring blankly in the direction Fong Chang had left. Fong Chang just walked away. The long-lost loneliness came back again. He wondered if he would wait another 7 years for his next heartbeat. Right. There is also a chosen lady. Qin Feng was as if he had dripped Windex on his tools of the trade, and the whole person was not to mention how refreshed he was. However, when he entered the cave, he realized that Yulan had actually run away. Now people are really a little Jianghu morality or not speaking, according to the rules of the Jianghu, she should be in the body of the right, rather than running away, next time in his hands must give her tattooed Qin Feng special a few big words. Qin Feng still felt incomparably angry in his heart, simply not placing Confucian proper gentleman in his eyes. Confucius said, if you hear the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. Note, if you inquire about the way to your house in the morning, you can be allowed to whatever die in the evening. At this time, Yulan is making a final push for the rawhide elimination. Even if he couldn't afford to provoke that pervert Qin Feng, he could still gain points from other sources. How fat for? Yulan's willow brows furrowed slightly as she reached out and touched her hindquarters. Ever since she had been detoxified by Qin Feng, she had a slight tingling sensation in her hindquarters, which was 80% caused by Qin Feng's lack of skill in learning the art. She must look in the mirror when she got home to see if she mustn't leave any scars. In the Six Paths Emperor's Palace. The bigwigs from all sides were no longer interested in watching the life and death elimination matches. Now that Qin Feng's terror had spread throughout the entire life and death battlefield, no one would still be uninterested in finding trouble with him, and the next fight would be tasteless. The 6th Dao Emperor spoke. This emperor has decided to make Qin Feng the 3rd saint son of the Yinyu imperial dynasty. Agreed. No one on all sides of the fence objected. With Qin Fengli's talent that overwhelmed the group, he did have the qualifications to be a holy son, and in the future, he could go and compete for the position of emperor of the Yinyu dynasty. However, they weren't interested in Qin Feng being a holy son at the moment. They only wanted to take Qin Feng, a diamond in the rough, under their tutelage at the moment. Qin Feng practiced the sword, and the only person in the entire Yinyu imperial dynasty who was unique in his swordplay is the old man. Can you have a pussy face? Qin Feng's strongest means is the Buddhist golden dragon. Old man has studied the Buddhist sect, it should be taught by old man. Bull, it's clearly a supreme bone. My family's ancestors produced a supreme bone, it should be taught by the old man. The heavy pupil is the invincible one, my great aunt's 2nd aunt's 3rd grandmother's 4th grandpa's 5th grandma's 6th son's 7th aunt's wife, counting upwards 108 generations out of the heavy pupil. The lunar god sat on the sidelines watching the show with relish, and every now and then, he even fanned the flames for them to fight. In fact, these people were scrambling to take Qin Feng as their disciple, not because they wanted to actually teach him the skills, nor did they have the ability to teach him the skills, they just saw Qin Feng's talent and wanted to invest in him. Because there were now 3 saints' sons including even Qin Feng, and there was only one emperor position, all major powers would choose to support the saints' sons of their choice, thus helping them to ascend to the emperor position to earn the merit of being a slave to the dragon. Luckily I had the foresight to invest in Qin Feng 7 years ago. The moon god was quite satisfied with his investment, and in the future, he would also silently support Qin Feng behind his back, helping him become the next generation of emperors of the Yin Moon dynasty. Enough! Emperor 6th Path was most annoyed with this group of people competing for power, and said in a cold voice, regarding Qin Feng's master, this emperor already has a candidate in mind, so there's no need for you to waste your efforts. Yes. When the bigwigs from all parties saw that the 6 Paths emperor was angry, they were too scared to breathe a single breath. Emperor 6 Paths continued, now this emperor is going to send an emissary to the Qin clan with great fanfare to help Qin Feng persuade him to make peace. Persuade peace. After pondering for a while, the bigwigs from all sides called out in their hearts that emperor you were so bad. Now Qin Feng showed the talent absolutely let the Qin family heart shock. I'm afraid that has long regretted the death of Qin Feng will be expelled from the Qin family, this time to go to persuade and guarantee that the Qin family will go down the steps. If they were to use Qin Feng's identity as a holy son to bring the Qin family together, it would also mean that Xia would lose the entire eastern region. Even if the Qin family remained dead set on not forgiving Qin Feng, if they went there with great fanfare, they would still be able to provoke the relationship between the Daxia imperial family and the Qin family, which would be greatly beneficial to their Yinyu imperial dynasty. At this time, Qin Feng still knew nothing about these things. He was calling the system to prepare for the lottery. Being a raving lunatic for sweepstakes, he would never leave a sweepstakes chance overnight. Wow! The familiar sweepstakes carousel, once again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning the lottery, one celestial chance card. The Tenchi card. Qin Feng's head was full of questions and he hurriedly checked the relevant information. Heavenly chance card, after using it, you can peep into the heavens once and find a heaven and earth creation from it. Note, heaven and earth creation is not everywhere, so the heavenly chance card needs to be used with caution, and it is best to start peeping with the chosen sun as the origin to easily find heaven and earth creation. Isn't that a treasure hunt map? Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes as he pondered who to start with. Second brother. Too small to pose much of a threat to him at the moment. Lin San. The relationship is not bad, not to the point of being incompatible. Yulan. The more she resisted, the more excited he became. It would have to be you, Fong Chang. Thinking of the terrifying black chi inside Fong Chang's body, Qin Feng decisively used this Tian Chi card. Boom! Qin Feng's demeanor began to drift, and he had the feeling of traveling through time and space. A few seconds later, Qin Feng awoke with an odd expression on his face, and in addition to seeing Fong Chang searching for a great creation, he also discovered a little secret about him. His main character's destiny is actually 6 emperors playing. This destiny will be miserable in a woman, reduced to a plaything for men to fight over, but in a man, as long as no one intervenes as a rich life, will be favored by 6 emperors in his life. Simpler to understand, 6 quotas, not limited to men and women, and in the coming days you will be able to achieve the position of the great emperor against all odds. Nice one! Xin Feng called out good guy in his heart. He had always thought that Daylight was a victim of the man's name, but he didn't realize that he was smothering. Chapter 74, A Great Creation of Heaven and Earth. How can the gap be so big when both are equally open? Xin Feng recalled his own great emperor's capital. The full attributes to enhance the 10 times has been horrible enough, but with the coming of the day then simply weak has not. People stabbed a direct achievement of the position of the great emperor. And a ing6. Is there any law of the land? Is there still a law? Maybe it's fate. Xin Feng sighed helplessly, knowing that it was useless to envy others, and that the days had to be lived by oneself. As a serious Confucian disciple, he would naturally keep his mouth shut to keep the little secret that he was 6 emperors playing for Fong Chang, but the great creation of heaven and earth that he spied from Fong Chang was nonchalantly accepted. Using the Heaven's Chance card to successfully spy, the secret realm of Kunlun will open in a month's time. It was said that this was a secret realm from the ancient times, which was opened every 1,000 years, and only cultivators who were under 30 years old could enter, and there were many legacies of ancient powerhouses in it, in addition to abundant heavenly materials and treasures. And he had just seen through the Tianqi card that Fong Chang had also entered the Kunlun secret realm, which would open in a month's time, and found the supreme treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, the unsullied spring, inside. After washing it would have the purest Taoist heart in heaven and earth, and it also allowed him to practice the Taoist heart-seeding demon, which only existed in theory in the devil's way. From then on, the devil body and Taoist heart, in the secret realm of Kunlun, the power of all parties in the heavenly pride shocked the ancient world. Good lord, novels don't even dare to write like this. Xin Feng couldn't help but spit out, having just been stripped of my Buddha nature, I encountered the Dao Xin a month later. Nima, this is nakedly treating us villains as experience bars. At this moment, Xin Feng couldn't bear it anymore. A month later in the secret realm of Kunlun, the unsullied fountain, he will be sure, Jesus cannot stay. However, if he wanted to successfully obtain the unsullied spring in the Kunlun mysterious realm, it was obviously not possible with his current cultivation level of spiritual martial first level. At that time, the entire desolate ancients' heavenly pride under the age of 30 would all go forward to the Kunlun mysterious realm in search of their own chance. Unlike participating in the life and death elimination tournament in the Yinyu imperial dynasty, those heavenly prides were at the lowest level of experts like Yijian and Yulan. Even if he possessed the strength to slay a great dragon, he still couldn't with so many heavenly prides. At best, you can barely survive and can't move freely inside. At the very least, one would have to break through to the Dao entry realm to be able to move freely in the Kunlun secret realm. A month is a bit short. Xin Feng realized that there was some lack of time. Even if he didn't eat or drink 24 hours a day and cultivated with all his might, he would only break through 2 minor grades in a month at most. There is even the possibility that the foundation may become unstable, which is really a bit of a loss. The system suddenly spoke. The host can exchange for a spiritual martial stage root foundation pill, just one of which will instantly consolidate the foundation, saving a great deal of time and consolidating cultivation. Spiritual martial stage foundation pill can consolidate the foundation of the spiritual martial stage. No upper limit of use, no limit of use, no side effects. Exchange price 500,000 villain points. Selling me $500,000 apiece for a third-rate product. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Xin Feng called out too dark in his heart. Calculating based on the fact that he needed 1 for a minor rank, he would need 9 of them to tamp down the foundation of the spiritual martial stage, which meant that he would need 4.5 million villainous points to do so. Right now, he only had 597,000 villain points on his account. He could only barely buy 1, and he still needed more than 3.9 million villain points. He hadn't saved this many villain points since he obtained the system. The system said fatally, a system is a system, it has no conscience. Count on it. Xin Feng's teeth itched with anger and was ready to exchange 1 for a taste. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 500,000 villain points and successfully exchanging a spiritual martial stage foundation pill. Xin Feng's hand had an extra black and unctuous elixir, which also emitted a strong dan fragrance, and after a mouthful of it, he only felt that a warm air current began to spread out in his belly. Just like the introduction, there was no upper limit of use, no restriction of use, and no side effects, and in just a few seconds he felt the spiritual energy in his body was smooth, thick, and internalized. This is what it feels like to be open. Xin Feng was stunned on the spot, and in his heart, he even called out good guy. He had spent 7 years in the Transcendent realm frantically polishing his roots, but it had the same effect as a tiny elixir sold by the system. It looks like you can't wait at home in the future, you have to learn to take the initiative to find the chosen one. Bam! A bell rang throughout the life and death battlefield, signifying the end of the 3-day life and death elimination tournament. It's finally over. Xin Feng exhaled deeply as his body blurred and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in a large square, surrounded by densely packed with people, at least tens of thousands of people. Mother, my son made it out alive. Too few people survived this year, just over 20,000. In previous years, the mortality rate was 50%, and this year it actually reached 80%. It's all because of that great summer Heavenly Son's disciple Fong Chang. The Emperor shouldn't have agreed to his participation. They're a great summer envoy, to participate, do you have the nerve to refuse? I heard that Fong Chang couldn't afford to play and got someone to play for him. Candidates who managed to survive were so excited that they started to let themselves go in all kinds of ways, just like those who finished the college entrance exams. Xin Feng. Xin Feng suddenly heard the sound of gnashing of teeth coming from behind him and turned his head to see his fellow foe, the young lord of the famous sword villa, One Sword. Aya, brother sword. As if Xin Feng had forgotten the grudge between the two of them, he enthusiastically went forward to greet One Sword. Go away. A sword does not hide the anger in his eyes in the slightest, and definitely will not forget this that ruined his egg. You're no fun when you're like that. Xin Feng started counting. Before, we were participating in the life and death elimination tournament, fighting was inevitable. Now that the elimination tournament is over, we don't have to fight, more friends, more paths, isn't it? It's also not a fight, more friends, more ways. The surrounding crowd were all stunned. They really couldn't understand a creature like Xin Feng. For all the things he did in the life and death elimination match, he still had the nerve to make friends with others. Seeing that One Sword was still angry, Xin Feng thought for a moment and said, "It's better this way, I'll tell you a heavenly secret as compensation, but you mustn't tell anyone else." The great secret of the heavens. The surrounding crowd immediately came to their senses and hurriedly pricked up their ears to hear what the secret was. Xin Feng looked around and lowered his voice. I have a way to quickly achieve the position of a great emperor. The position of the great emperor. The surrounding crowd, including One Sword, paused in their breathing for a noticeable moment. Xin Feng continued to lower his voice. The way to achieve the position of a great emperor is in 4 words, come what may. You tricked me. One Sword was enraged on the spot. Who played you? Xin Feng pulled One Sword to one side and squatted down, continuing in a low voice, I'm telling you, you must never, ever tell anyone else. In fact, Fong Chang's destiny is 6 emperors to play with. As long as the coming day is long, Fong Chang will be able to change his destiny against the heavens to achieve the position of the great emperor. Originally there were 6 slots, but now there are only 5 left. After saying that, Xin Feng raised his head and realized that a group of people were all around him. Chapter 75, A Long Day Ahead. You played me. A sword is angry as the face of the black, he will actually believe this ghost words. Also TM 6 emperors to play, thanks to him to think of it. I'm playing you there. Xin Feng cried out that he was wrongly accused, and what he said was the truth. Fong Chang is indeed 6 emperors to play. In the coming days, Fong Chang can really achieve the position of the great emperor against the odds, and now give a sword the opportunity, he actually does not hit the mark. Cut. The surrounding crowd let out a sound of disgust and dispersed, obviously not believing Xin Feng's bull either. Hey, I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying. Xin Feng shouted in a hurry, but no one believed him. How in the world did this Fong Chang offend our boss? The end of the life and death elimination tournament still doesn't let him go, and he has to let Fong Chang experience the human tragedy 5 more times. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses stood aside, and in their hearts, they observed 3 minutes of silence for Fong Chang. What's the most important thing between people, is trust. Xin Feng felt the desire to cry, not realizing that no one would believe him even if he told the truth these days. Xin Feng. Not far away, Princess Nan Feng was staring at Xin Feng with a pink face. If ice could kill people, I'm afraid that Xin Feng would have been shredded to pieces by now. It's all because of this, causing her this trip to the Inu imperial dynasty to become a joke. Not only did he fail to provoke a conflict between Xin Feng and the world family's heavenly pride and take advantage of the opportunity to weaken the world family's strength, but instead, he was humiliated by him in various ways, and also lost his greatest dependence, Fong Chang. Now she could fully imagine how the siblings who had once fawned over her would fall on their swords when she returned to the Grand Xia imperial dynasty. Quiet. A majestic voice resounded throughout the entire square, only to see the 6 Paths Emperor and other bigwigs from all parties levitating in midair, causing the originally noisy square to instantly quiet down. Emperor 6 Paths spoke. This emperor now announces that the top 1,000 on the scoreboard will enter the Tianhong Academy to study. Pop. Pop. Snap. Candidates who were not selected applauded and congratulated. and it would be a lie to say that they were not envious in their hearts. Tianhong Academy was the #1 academy in the Yinyu dynasty, which not only collected millions of volumes of techniques, martial arts, divine abilities, and other cultivation methods, but also had a powerful faculty, as well as maddening welfare benefits. Most importantly, graduating from the Tianhong Academy would allow one to directly become a top management level of the Yinyu dynasty, which could be said to be a step to heaven. Emperor Six Paths continued. The first place winner of this year's points ranking, Qin Feng, will be enthroned as the third saint son of the Yinyu imperial dynasty, and will be allowed to open his own mansion and recruit his own men, granting him an extremely high-grade spirit peak. What? The third saint's son? The entire crowd let out a gasp of surprise, and the scene spiraled out of control in an instant. The life and death elimination tournament was held once every 10 years, but the Holy Sons were not available every session. Only those supreme prides who had overpowered the crowd were qualified. In particular, the opening of the mansion and the recruitment of henchmen signaled that Qin Feng could legally form his own forces and join the ranks of the high-ranking bigwigs in the Yinyu dynasty. There was also that extreme spirit peak, a cultivation place dreamed of by how many cultivators, and as long as Qin Feng agreed to open it up to the public, there would be countless cultivators who would go to join him. Now all of these belonged to Qin Feng, a teenager who was only 15 years old. No, I'm going to the boss's room tonight to get on my knees. There was no one happier than Shen Jun. That kneeling in the beginning had not only allowed him to save his little life, but he had also received a creation, and had even won glory. That's awesome. Wan Ma's eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Qin Feng. He knew that his own young master was powerful, but to think that he was so powerful that he became the saint son of the Yinyu imperial dynasty by himself alone without relying on the Qin family's help, he thought that behind him, he must have paid for heartaches and hardships that were unimaginable to ordinary people. Holy Son? Spirit Peak. Qin Feng was not too interested in this and looked around for Yulan's figure. Now that he didn't have a chosen son by his side, he could only extend his claws to this chosen daughter, striving to squeeze 4 million villain points out of her before the opening of the secret realm of Kunlun. Ha! Yulan, who wasn't far away, couldn't help but shiver, inexplicably feeling like she was being watched by something. Is it an illusion? Yulan looked around suspiciously and found Qin Feng not far away looking at her with a smile, which also caused a blush to inexplicably rise on her face. Remembering the erotic image with Qin Feng in the cave, she hurriedly pretended not to know and turned her head to look away. At the same time, she also became curious about Qin Feng. Why do you need to travel by light when you are clearly the sun itself? Just as Qin Feng cast an unkind gaze at Yulan, there were likewise many unkind gazes directed at him. Through the projected images of the life and death elimination match, the world had not only witnessed the terror of the #1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, but also learned that Qin Feng had a Buddha's relic in his hands, as well as treasures such as the dragon pearl obtained from the slaughter of the dragon. Faced with a treasure of this level, no cultivator could resist the temptation. Even if he knew that Qin Feng's battle power was perverted, and he was still the third saint son of the Yinyu imperial dynasty, the world was never short of desperate people, and even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, he still wanted to take the risk and give it a try. What if it works? Soon. Emperor Six Paths left after his speech. The surviving candidates cheered, finally able to let loose completely. Just as Qin Feng was about to go to Yulan to talk about life and ideals, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Turning his head to look, it was Princess Nanfeng and her group being stopped in their way. All of them are the parents of the enslaved candidates, making Princess Nanfeng hand over the murderer Fong Chang. They could tolerate their own children dying in battle in a life and death elimination match, but they absolutely could not accept being enslaved by Fong Chang, the devil, to be used as a human bomb, resulting in a corpse with no bones left. This princess doesn't know where Fong Chang is. Princess Nanfeng replied dryly, not to mention that she really didn't know. Even if she knew, she wouldn't say anything. As could be seen from Fong Chang's successful escape from the hands of the Six Paths Emperor, it had already explained a lot. Even if he wasn't as perverse as Qin Feng, he was still one of the world's rare and absolute heavenly prides. How could she possibly hand over such a heavenly pride? I don't know. The crowd could no longer control themselves and rushed up to fight for their lives. Unbridled. The disciples of the Son of Heaven were furious. As the great Summer's family prides, when had they ever received such birdish anger, and on the spot, they made a move to dry out with these people. Huh, there's a show. Qin Feng likes to get together the most, and took Xiaobai and ran over, and finally understood why Princess Nanfeng was not the main female character. There is no coming of age, so what is a reversal of fortune? At this time, Yulan did not go to join in the fun and returned home to remove her clothes, revealing her fair and pink skin, ready to take a comfortable bath. Just when she saw the extra Qin Feng come here tattoo on her slender waist through the bronze mirror, her whole person instantly became bad, and her shy and angry voice-breaking scream resounded throughout the entire palace where the Blue Devil was located. Damned Qin Feng, I won't let you go. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully humiliating the chosen lady and gaining 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng, who is watching the show, can still say something when he hears the system prompts, and can only silently bless Yulan in his heart, wishing that you, in the future, will be more beautiful and generous. Chapter 76, I want you to help me cultivate. Ouch. Wails continued to ring out in the square as one parent after another was knocked to the ground. As a student of the heavenly son of Daxia and a pride of the family, the fighting strength was naturally not a star and a half stronger than these parents, and in 3 strokes, he had ed the person over on the ground. It was just that this behavior of theirs also angered the others in the square. This was the Inu imperial dynasty, and the great Xia's heavenly son's disciples were so arrogantly beating people on their territory. Is there any law of the land? Is there still a law? Him. I don't know who yelled out, but the fight escalated instantly. Outrageous, outrageous. Princess Nan Feng's chest was heaving up and down with anger, feeling that she could barely suppress the anger in her chest anymore. Being humiliated by Qin Feng, that all kinds of humiliation is also, even if, now even these pariahs also dare to be so not in her eyes, really think that the princess of Daxia is not made of mud. Princess, watch out. The old man protecting the mission rushed forward and protected Princess Nan Feng. Stop it all. A loud voice exploded in the square, suppressing the chaotic situation instantly. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see a group of people dressed in black armor walking over, each of them exuding extremely strong aura fluctuations, not in the spiritual martial realm, nor in the Dao entry realm, but in the heavenly sect realm. It's the 1,000 Bull Guards. The faces of the surrounding melons changed as they made way for the group. The 1,000 Bull Guards were responsible for the security of the imperial city of the Inu dynasty, and their cultivation level needed to start at the heavenly zone realm at the minimum. Their official positions might not be very high, but they represented the face of the 6 Paths Emperor, and no one had yet dared to not give them face in the Inu imperial dynasty. Humph. Princess Nan Feng didn't give any 1,000 Bull Guards the slightest bit of face, and with a cold snort, she was ready to lead the people back to the foreign envoy's post. The leader of the 1,000 Bull Guards raised his hand to stop Princess Nan Feng from going, and coldly said, Princess Nan Feng, this is the Inu dynasty, not your great Xia dynasty. These heavenly son's disciples have made a move to injure our nationals here, and they need to take a trip with us. What did you say? Let us go with you. The Tenchi disciples couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking that there was something wrong with this guy's designation. They are the great Summer's son of heaven's disciples, the heavenly pride of the world's families, or members of the envoys. Just with him a small 1,000 cowguards captain also dared to arrest them, simply do not know how to write the word death. Take them all away. The leader of the 1,000 Bull Guards was obviously not joking with them, and with a command the crowd quickly rushed towards those heavenly sons. It was true that they were Daxia's heavenly son's disciples, but their cultivation level was just spiritual martial and Dao entry, so they were no match for these heavenly sect realm 1,000 Bull Guards, and they were all subdued without even needing a minute. Don't you dare! The heaven's son disciples were furious, clamoring for the 6 Paths Emperor to complain. But the 1,000 Bull Guards ignored them in the slightest and directly escorted all the people away, earning a cheer from the entire crowd. Deceitful, deceitful! Princess Nan Feng's chest rose and fell violently in anger, and she was ready to go to the 6 Paths Emperor to demand an explanation. The old man protecting the mission stopped it. Princess, I'm afraid it would be in vain if you went. If the 6 Paths Emperor really wanted to take care of it, there wouldn't be all these people coming to besiege the mission, not to mention the 1,000 Bulls Guards making a move to capture the Heaven Son's disciples. Are you saying that the 6 Paths Emperor is behind this? Princess Nan Feng quickly calmed down and instantly figured out what was going on. If she had encountered an enemy like Fong Chang, I'm afraid that she would also find a way to cut him down to the roots, which meant that it wasn't these people who wanted to know Fong Chang's whereabouts, but rather, it was the 6th Wei Emperor who wanted to know Fong Chang's whereabouts. The old man continued, Lord Princess, now that Fong Chang's whereabouts are unknown, there's no point for the mission to stay in the Inu dynasty any longer, and there's still the possibility of encountering danger, so it's better to hurry back to Grand Xia. But Princess Nan Feng's face was torn, feeling that she couldn't just go back like this. She went out to the Inu dynasty this time, but she came with a mission, and now she didn't complete a single mission even if she didn't, but she also lost Fong Chang. If they no longer cared about the captured world family pride, they would definitely offend the major world families when they returned. At that time, even if her father has the intention to favor her, I am afraid that he will have to put her into the cold palace. Rescue! The old man felt a great headache. They were unfamiliar with the Inu dynasty and had no power or influence, so how could they make the sixth Wei emperor agree to release them? Ha! Princess Nan Feng's willow eyebrows slightly raised as she saw a familiar figure. Now that Qin Feng was the third saintly son that had just been enthroned by the Inu imperial dynasty, it might be possible to make the sixth Wei emperor change his mind. Princess, no! The old man hurriedly dissuaded him. Finding Qin Feng that help is undoubtedly seeking skin with the tiger. There's nothing else to do now, we can only try. Princess Nan Feng's mind was made up and she was ready to go find Qin Feng alone. At this time, after Qin Feng saw that the play had dispersed, he took Little White and his two little brothers to his own extreme spirit peak. On the way, Qin Feng also did not forget to educate. Just now, those disciples of the Son of Heaven, you have seen it, right? This is the end of not learning, you must not learn from them in the future, to learn from me, when a Confucian decent gentleman understand. Well, my rabbit's goal is to be a proper Confucian scholar rabbit. Little White nodded his little head repeatedly, indicating that he kept Qin Feng's every word in mind. Confucius said, learning without thinking is confusing, thinking without learning is dangerous. Note, you will be confused if you learn my martial arts without learning my thoughts, and you will be killed if you learn my thoughts without learning my martial arts. That was why it had been trying to learn Qin Feng's sword Dao, and the bitch Dao. Proper gentleman. The corners of the eyes of 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses twitched slightly, and they couldn't help but turn their heads in the direction of the square. Oppose Qin Feng is the holy sun. Down with Qin Feng. Punish Qin Feng severely and return my balls. A protest march of 300 to 400 people stood in the square and chanted in unison. Although they saved their little lives in the life and death elimination match, they also lost the tools of their trade as men, and from now on they can only go to the palace to compete for their jobs. Not for long. Qin Feng and his group then arrived at the extreme spirit peak, the stone tablet red Sueju peak, and the entire spirit peak was filled with green vitality. Not only did all kinds of spiritual grass grow, the fish in the stream leaped up happily, and upon entering, one could feel the unusually rich spiritual qi, as if it were raining down on one's body, and one could save a great deal of extremely high-quality spiritual stones by cultivating here. Sueju Peak, not bad. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, and with a few flying starts and falls, he arrived in a bamboo forest. There should be a spell formation to gather spiritual qi around the area, and the spiritual qi was 1 point denser than just now, and there was a bamboo house with a small bridge. I bunny love it here. Little White happily jumped down from Qin Feng's shoulder and ran wildly on Sueju Peak in a joyful manner. Any small animal on Sueju Peak must first be dragged over and slapped twice to declare sovereignty. Even the rats and the mouse holes and the fish in the creek were not spared. You guys go find a place to use as a cultivation ground too. Qin Feng had no intention of treating his two little brothers poorly and let them find a place to live on the mountain by themselves. Yes. Thousands of troops were thrilled, while 10,000 horses acted very calmly. Not for long. Princess Nan Feng arrived at Sueju Peak. Is not scary, the scary thing is that you have to ask. In order to go back to Daxia to be able to have an explanation with the major families, she could only force herself to enter the bamboo house to ask Qin. Now that Princess Nan Feng had taken the initiative to send her to the door, if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity to knock her off, he felt sorry for his own golden sign of a great villain. What the hell do you want? Princess Nan Feng's tone softened a bit. I want you to help me cultivate, jia. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out the villain's exclusive laughter, realizing that Princess Nan Feng was still quite bold, actually daring to come to his Sueju Peak without a single attendant. Do you really think he, Qin Feng, is a vegetarian? The sun was slowly setting and the sky was darkening. Princess Nan Feng's face flushed with a blush, and her hair was messy as she ran out of the bamboo house. Bah, Qin Feng, this princess is not done with you. Princess Nan Feng spat out a mouthful of phlegm with a small red face, forced to waste so much verbal energy. But the good thing is that Qin Feng has promised that at most half a month will be able to release the person. In addition to asking for a mouthful of deposit, 5 million extreme spirit stone tail is really conscientious price. Chapter 77, No More White Moonlight, Only Black Pearls. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for bullying the chosen one's beloved White Moonlight while he's not at home, gaining 100,000 villain points. Ah! Qin Feng was instantly energized. He didn't think it would work if old Fong wasn't at home. From now on there will be no more White Moonlight, only Black Pearls. Catch up on your cultivation first, and then go deliver warmth when you're free. Qin Feng had already consumed the Root Foundation pill. The first level of spiritual martial arts had been consolidated, and for the Kunlun secret realm in a month's time, he had to seize the time to break through to the Dao entry realm in order to do so. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng sat down on the bamboo bed and lightly operated the 33 Heavens creation technique. The spiritual energy in his body began to rush like a river and lake, and his breath was gradually rising. At this time, 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses had already found a place to cultivate, and had carved out a cave on a stone wall not far from the bamboo forest, very close to Qin Feng's small bamboo house, so that they could immediately rush over to support them as long as there was a bit of a breeze. Hee, isn't that Princess Nanfeng of Great Xia? What's she doing at Suizhu Peak? Wan Ma's expression was slightly stunned as he saw Princess Nanfeng going down the mountain with a face full of shame and anger. Shen Jun analyzed, her face was so red that it was dripping blood, proving that she had encountered something difficult to talk about, but her face showed a touch of anger, proving that this matter made her feel upset. Look at the direction she left, it's from the boss's little bamboo hut. If she's upset, it means our boss is upset. Wan Ma had also heard about the feud between Qin Feng and Princess Nanfeng, only what filled his head with questions was what the boss had done to upset Princess Nanfeng. Shen Jun continued to analyze, it's 80% that he fell in love with the boss and got annoyed after being rejected for confessing to the boss. Ugh. Wan Ma couldn't help but sigh, it's true that once you see the young lord, you'll be mistaken for life, and if you don't see the young lord, you'll be mistaken for life. Daxia, Qin family. Qin Hao was practicing in his room, with an old man's shadow floating next to him. Boom! Qin Hao suddenly opened his eyes and bellowed, an extremely ferocious breath fluctuation erupted around him, filling the entire room with things that all lifted off. Not bad, not bad. The old man looked at Qin Hao, who had already finished his cultivation, and revealed a smile of extreme satisfaction. After 7 years of his constant tutelage, Qin Hao had already broken through to the 7th level of transcendental mortality, and his physical body was even comparable to that of an ancient ferocious beast, so strong that it was simply outrageous, and he could definitely cut down a spiritual martial cultivator in an all-out battle. Transcendent 7 now. Qin Hao felt the surging energy in his body, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise. I heard someone say that my brother is only at the 9th level of transcendent mortality. I'm finally going to catch up with him, and with my current strength, even if he possesses the supreme bone and the heavy pupil, he'll still have the power to fight. Aha! The old man nodded approvingly, indicating that Qin Hao was the most terrifying heavenly pride he had ever seen, breaking through the 7th level of transcendent mortality at the young age of 12, and even polishing his fleshly body with almost perverted means. Not to mention a 12-year-old child, even an ascetic who had practiced for many years might not be able to withstand it. Fully exploding, it was enough to fight with Qin Feng. Lin San, the 3-year engagement. Qin Hao's eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit. He would prove his rise to the world at the 3-year appointment, and the predestined battle was his unyielding cry against fate. Just then, a sharp bell rang out, signaling the Qin family to enter a state of alert. What's going on? Qin Hao quickly opened the door and rushed out, seeing a group of people slowly falling down from the air. The banner they were flying was that of the Yin Imperial dynasty. By order of the Six Paths Emperor, we are here to congratulate the former head of the Qin family, Qin Tian. The leader smiled and clapped his hands as a group of people carried 10 large boxes and placed them in front of Qin Tian. When you open it, it's bejeweled. What a great deal! The surrounding Qin family members couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise and were almost blinded by the brightness of their titanium alloy dog eyes. Only to see that the 10 large boxes were all filled with rare treasures. Casually taking out one could cause cultivators to go crazy. Congratulations? Qin Tian raised his eyebrows and said, it's not like I'm acquainted with the Six Paths Emperor. What's he coming to congratulate me for? The other party said with a bold face, of course it's to congratulate the Qin family head for giving birth to a good son, Qin Feng. In the life and death elimination tournament of my Yin dynasty, he used his own strength to suppress 100,000 group of heroes, and he even beheaded the true dragon of the 5th level of the Dao of entry with the 1st level of cultivation of the spiritual martial arts, so he has been sealed by the Emperor of the 6th Paths himself as the 3rd holy son of my Yin dynasty. Hiss. The surrounding Qin family disciples sucked in a breath of cool air, and a big popped up in their hearts. They had long heard that Qin Feng was perverted, but they didn't expect that he could be perverted to such an extent that a spiritual martial 1st level could actually decimate a Daolong of the 5th level of the Dao entry. That was the dragon race. The innate advantage was many times stronger than the human race. Never is the dragon race to cross the level challenge human. When is it the turn of the human race to cross the level challenge to kill the dragon race, not to mention also cross so many levels? Strong, simply outrageous there. A spirit martial 1st level beheads a true dragon of the 5th level of Dao entry. After Qin Hao heard it, his Dao heart was unsteady for a while. He had just been complacent, thinking that he would be able to fight with his brother after catching up with him, who knew that people were playing at such an advanced level that they had run off to fight the Dao entry realm at the first level of spiritual martial arts, and had killed a true dragon at the 5th level of the Dao entry realm. This son's talent is truly unprecedented in the ancient world. The old man of the Void Shadow was also stunned, and his heart couldn't calm down for even longer. He had thought that this Qin Hao was already a world-class demon in the ancient world, but he didn't realize that compared to his brother, he was simply like a bucket that couldn't be helped. Not to mention that he had never seen a spiritual martial first level decapitating a true dragon of the 5th level of Dao entry. Even if he looked through the hundreds of thousands of years of history of the desolate ancient world, he would definitely not be able to find a second one. Grandpa! Qin Hao quickly stabilized his Dao heart and looked at the old man of the shadow to pray that he would not treat himself as a human being and would use even more perverted means to torture himself. The old man of the shadow felt incomparably moved, feeling Qin Hao's resolute heart. My good doll slayed the dragon. Qin Tian's heart was thrilled to death, holding back for 7 years really wanted to shout out, my son Qin Fong has the qualifications of a great emperor. However, when he thought of the family's hidden plans, he had to force down his excitement and had to put on an extremely angry expression. I don't have that beast of a son. He entered a berserk state for a second and kicked over the boxes of treasures. Nor did he wait for the other party to pick up the treasures, and then he drove the group of people out of the Qin family as a whole. It also angrily stated that the Qin family would never forgive that beast Qin Fong. The Inu dynasty and the others didn't care about whether Qin Fong was a beast or not, he only cared about going back to pick up the treasures and bring them back. However, Qin Tian did not give him a chance at all, and his berserk aura prevented them from getting close. I'll look like if you guys don't leave, I'm going to kill someone. Get out! Qin Tian's furious roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and his terrifying aura pressed down on people who couldn't breathe. Go! The other party saw that the situation was a bit out of control, and could not care less about any treasures, and the ass flew out of the Qin family. What are you looking at? Get lost! As he looked at the surrounding Qin clan disciples, he also let out a berserk roar, scaring a group of Qin clan disciples like birds and beasts. Don't look at the fact that Qin Tian hadn't been the head of the family all these years, but his cultivation level was there, and no one dared to go looking for trouble. Everyone's gone, right? Qin Tian saw that no one was already in the 4 places, nimbly put the treasures into his own small vault. Chapter 78, The Legendary Shore. Suizhu Peak, Little Bamboo House. After a night of cultivation, Qin Fong managed to break through to the 2nd level of spiritual martial arts. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't enough villain points to exchange for the root foundation pill, he would definitely be able to break through to the Dao entry realm continuously in one breath. Not only is the Chosen One's daughter-in-law by it no, even his baby is an outer rigged. Qin Fong couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion and touched his abdomen. Ever since he had fused the Buddha's relics, some extremely pure energy had been continuously. It's huge! White couldn't help but exclaim, feeling small standing in front of the big dragon. Boss! The 1,000 armies, 10,000 horses heard the commotion and also walked out from the cave. Looking at the dead great dragon was also incomparably heartbroken. Don't look at the fact that this dragon was only at the 5th level of the entry Dao, and its embodied length was only about 100 meters, but it was a genuine dragon race. The most valuable of these is its dragon pearl. Poof! Qin Fong pierced through the head of the large dragon with a single grab and dug out a golden dragon pearl from it, the size of a baby's fist, glittering with a burst of golden light, and an extremely powerful dragon might emanating from it. What a strong dragon power! Qin Feng's eyes flashed with 24K light on the spot, feeling that the great mighty heavenly dragon would become stronger after absorption. In addition to possessing the Buddha's light, he would also possess a strong dragon's might, and his suppression of the demon race would become even more powerful. What to do with the rest? Qin Fong looked at the large dragon of enormous size, and for a moment, he was somewhat at a loss as to what to do. He knew that dragon skin and bones could be used to create divine armor, dragon blood could be used to strengthen flesh and enchantments, and dragon tendons could be used to make weapons like whips, and that could be used to make wine. But just knowing how to use it and not being able to skill it is useless. Seeing his boss confused, Chen Jun hurriedly stepped forward and pandered, Boss, Tianhong Academy is the first academy in the Inu dynasty, there are many great powers gathered inside, it's easy to deal with a dragon. Tianhong Academy. Qin Fong revealed a dazed expression, actually forgetting about the Tianhong Academy. Just then, an imperial sister's voice that seemed to be like a fantasy song sounded. Sister thought that you didn't come back last night because you were abducted by someone, so it turned out that you ran at Suizhu Peak. What the hell? with your own Sueju Peak, you dislike sister's lunar god palace. Greetings to the moon god, goddess. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses hurriedly saluted, only to see the lunar god slowly float down from the air with violet iris. How could I? Xin Feng cried out unjustly, I can say from childhood, will repay the moon god sister's life-saving grace with my body, now move to live in Sueju Peak because I am still 3 years short of adulthood. When I become an adult, the moon god sister will be able to 8 carries a sedan chair to marry me, by then Sueju Peak is a dowry, how about it? LOL. The moon god was amused and giggled, finding Xin Feng more and more interesting. Xin Feng had been clamoring to marry her ever since he first saw her when he was a child, and 7 years had passed and he still hadn't forgotten. It also proves that she does have charisma, and no woman is too attractive for her own good. Oh, piss me off. Violet Kite was furious. She's always thinking about her sister-in-law, don't you know she's easy to flirt with? This boss has too much guts. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were too scared to squeak, with an expression of I didn't hear anything. Don't look at the moon god as one of the 4 great beauties of the desolate ancient world, but there were countless rumors about her ruthlessness, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to become the guardian god of the Inu dynasty with her body of a woman. I'm not going to be poor with you, little guy, pack up and I'll take you to meet someone. The moon god naturally held Little White in her arms, and when she saw that the little guy wasn't cooperating, she took out a spirit fruit to bribe her before letting her touch it. See who? With a wave of his hand, Xin Feng put away the large dragon. Zekite said mysteriously, the master that Emperor Six Paths personally chose for you is the most knowledgeable person in the Inu imperial dynasty. This person is not only proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he is also proficient in all the 100 martial arts. He also has quite a deep attainment in alchemy, artifacts, and runic scripts, and even the special physique is also deeply researched. Thousand June was at the side and couldn't help but exclaim, could it be Di Xiu, one of the 4 Xiu of the desolate ancients? Yes, that's him. The moon god looked a bit dazed, as if reminiscing, ever since experiencing that incident 100 years ago, this guy has been completely wasted, and now spends his days with alcohol. The 6th Path Emperor just wants to see if Xin Feng can stimulate him to get back on his feet. Scrapped? I'll stimulate him. Xin Feng felt confused and did not understand how he was going to irritate Xiu. It's hard to get him to wear a woman's costume to seduce. Soon. Xin Feng then knew the story about Xiu. It was said that 100 years ago this Di Xiu Senior became one of the 4 Xiu of the desolate ancients by virtue of his profound knowledge, as well as his handsome appearance and strong strength. Sort of the super idol practitioner of that era, the prince charming in the hearts of all Arakanese girls. He then meets the woman he loves and they have a boy together. I thought the days would go on like this without any worries, but who knew that this woman is actually a big demon after transforming into a form? In the world of the desolate ancient, the different paths of humans and demons were incompatible, an insurmountable line. So he ruthlessly killed the underage child, and the transformed demon ran away with even more grief, dropping the words that he would make him pay. It's just that he didn't gain the support of the human race for this behavior, but instead felt that he even had his own son under his thumb, leading to Di Xiu becoming the scum of the earth and gradually being alienated from everyone. From then on the person is so decadent, all day long to drink to kill their sorrows, no longer have the talent before. Now Emperor Six Paths wanted to salvage a little more to see if Qin Feng's talent could stimulate his desire to take on a disciple, and only an all-round talent like Di Xiu could teach a pervert like Qin Feng. This. Qin Feng froze on the spot after hearing this, realizing that this Xiu was a bit more than ruthless. Just because people and demons are different, actually killed his own son with his own hands, then like him such as a senior manga fans who like Cat Ear Girl, Rabbit Ear Girl, Fox Spirit, will not be pulled out to play the tool of the crime to play to the scrapping. Chapter 79, continuing to carry forward the spirit of Qin Laolu. Not for long. Qin Feng and the others followed the moon god to the Tianhong Academy, saying that Xiu was now decadent here. On the surface, it didn't look any different from an ordinary academy, but Qin Feng could vaguely sense dozens of terrifying aura fluctuations. There were also the students encountered on the road, and their auras were all very terrifying. Apart from the freshmen who were at the Dao Entry realm, the lowest were at the Heavenly Zone realm Cultivation, and they even encountered quite a few Yuan Dan realm students above the Heavenly Zone. Worthy of being the cradle of talent for the Inu dynasty. Qin Feng could clearly feel the pressure. The spiritual martial second level seemed out of place here. Spirit martial realm. The students were also amazed at the spiritual martial realm's Qin Feng. Since the establishment of the Tianhong Academy, there had never been a student from the spiritual martial realm, but after seeing that the visitor was Qin Feng, the third sacred son, the crowd wasn't too surprised. Regarding Qin Feng's performance in the life and death elimination match, they had all seen it and were indeed qualified to enter the Tianhong Academy. The third saint's son is here, this is going to be a good show. The students would smile and sit back and wait for the show to begin. One must know that Qin Feng was not the only saint's son in the Tianhong Academy. The last life and death elimination tournament had produced 2 saint's sons in a row, and they were currently studying in the Tianhong Academy as well. It had even fought to the point of death and incompatibility, and the students had even split into 2 factions to support their own saint's son, and now the arrival of the third saint's son was bound to make the situation even more chaotic. Whether it's pulling the strings, or suppressing them, it won't be peaceful anyway. From the day they became the saint's sons of the Yinyu imperial dynasty, it was destined that only one of them would be able to ascend to the imperial throne of the Yinyu imperial dynasty. Boss, isn't it time for us to recruit? 10,000 horses' eyes leapt with eagerness, itching to charge into battle for the young lord. Boss. Thousands of troops looked hopefully in their eyes at Qin Feng, waiting for him to order the recruitment. Now that Qin Feng possessed an extreme spirit peak, as long as he put out the word that he wanted to recruit, there would definitely be countless strong and powerful juniors coming to his door to join him. There's no rush on this. After briefly pondering for a moment, Qin Feng did not intend to compete head-on with the other 2 saint's sons. They have been operating in the Tianhong Academy for many years. If they are rashly competing with them head-on, I'm afraid that they will be violently suppressed. The only one who will suffer is himself, or continue to carry forward the spirit of Qin Laolu. Dig low, bury high. Just then, a cold voice that gnashed its teeth rang out, Qin Feng. Ha, Yulan. Qin Feng's eyes immediately lit up and his heart cried out that God loves me. Having just broken through to the second level of spiritual martial arts, Yulan took the initiative to send herself to the door. Now the villainous point has landed, and she can continue to sprint to the third level of spiritual martial arts tonight. At this moment, when Yulan saw Qin Feng, it could be described as an enemy meeting an enemy. Thinking of this engraved here behind her back, it is difficult to control the flood of power in her body, so that she, a yellow blossom girl, how to marry in the future. Phew! Sharp wind-breaking sounds whistled, carrying a harsh and powerful wind that blew the corners of Qin Feng's clothes. Only to see Yulan come with extremely fast lotus steps, her soft green silk swaying in the wind along with her delicate curves, and a cold to the extreme chilling aura permeating her body, freezing everything wherever she passed. It's Yulan's Xianin body. The surrounding students exclaimed in shock and fear. They had long heard that Tai Lan was a body of Xianin, only that they had never seen her use it. They did not expect that she could actually release such a terrifying cold aura. Even the heavenly sect realm was afraid that it would be difficult for them to withstand this cold aura. This cold air, awesome. Instead of trying to dodge, Qin Feng charged up with glowing eyes. He realized that the terrifying coldness carried by Yulan's Xianin body could actually stimulate the growth of his Tsung Tian hegemony body, allowing his fleshly body to continuously grow stronger as the coldness assaulted it. What kind of monster is this Qin Feng? The surrounding students were completely nonplussed, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Other people encountered such a horrible cold, or avoided for fear of running slow to be frozen, but he was good actually took the initiative to rush up. His physical body is not even a sign of being frozen. How? The moon god was also surprised, remembering the words of the Six Paths Emperor. He had said when Qin Feng participated in the life and death elimination match that Qin Feng was most likely the legendary Tsung Tian hegemony body. It was just that Qin Feng's perversity far exceeded everyone's expectations, and with his cultivation bottoming out to his disadvantage, he still won the life and death elimination match without showing his Tsung Tian hegemony body. Now that she saw Qin Feng ignoring the cold aura in such a way, she had to trust the Sixth Way Emperor's judgment. What kind of demon is this? The moon god's eyes were filled with shock, really unable to believe that in the life and death elimination match was actually not Qin Feng's full strength. He still had a bottom card that he had not used. Bang! The two sides heavily collided together, and terrifying cold air accompanied by ice flowers scattered in all directions. Not equal to Lan's reaction, Qin Feng directly imprinted on Yulan's red lips, sucking the cold chi in her body madly into his own body. Woohoo! Yulan whimpered with wide eyes, not expecting Qin Feng to kiss her. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen daughter and gaining 100,000 villain points. Ah, gasp. Exasperated, Violet Kite grabbed Kahaku and began to knead him desperately. She and Qin Feng grew up together, but he kissed two outsiders but not himself. Ooh, how could you do this to Bunny? Xiaobai's little round face was pinched until it was deformed, laboriously took out a small notebook and wrote on it, in a certain year and month, my rabbit endured the pain that I shouldn't have endured at this age for Qin Feng, and I need to compensate for 20 carats. The surrounding students were not calm, and their hearts cried out that they couldn't stand it. I have long heard that this third holy son has no lower limit, but never thought that he is so no lower limit, in broad daylight, clear sky, actually use such a lowly trick. Shameless. Yulan was furious as she pushed Qin Feng away and wiped her red lips full of disgust. Phew, cool. Qin Feng couldn't help but fight a cold war, only feeling that his fleshly body was gradually becoming stronger. You're shameless. Yulan's little face turned red with anger as she once again killed towards Qin Feng. Just as she had taken 2 steps, she saw Qin Feng raise his hand into the air and grabbed it, and a pink belly band embroidered with a lotus flower also appeared in. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for bullying the chosen lady and gaining 100,000 villain points. Holy, absolutely. The students around them exclaimed in surprise, and in their hearts they called out to the teacher that I wanted to learn this move. Okay, all stop. The lunar god suddenly spoke, her gaze turning aside. Just see not far away came a man with a beggar-like, while staggering walk, while drinking in the hands of the wine, around the students to see him as if he encountered the plague like to avoid 3 feet. He's Di Xiu, one of the 4 Xiu of the desolate ancients. Qin Feng could not help but measure up the other party, vaguely sensing an extremely strong aura fluctuation from the other party. Yo, moon god. Drunkenly seeing someone blocking the way, Taisa raises his wine jar and invites the moon god to drink with him. The moon god directly ignored it and said with a flat face, Di Xiu, the emperor asked me to bring you a message, he's found you a good disciple, I don't know if you're interested. Apprentice. Taisa drunkenly asked, what weapon did he use? With a sincere face, Qin Feng honestly replied, back to Senior Di Xiu, the late generation is using an external plugin. Chapter 80 Qin Feng wasted? Crooked melon. Tisu's head was full of question marks. He had been decadent for hundreds of years, but his brain was not yet wasted. But what kind of melon is this crooked melon? Senior Di Xiu, don't listen to him. Violet Kite blankly glanced at Qin Feng and politely said, he is using sword practice, comprehending the 3rd grade sword intent, invincible sword heart, and also creating 2 divine grade sword techniques, and even possessing the ancient heavy pupil and supreme bone, as well as creating a super powerful divine grade Buddhist technique, and he managed to slay the great dragon in this life and death elimination tournament. The wine pot in Di Xiu's hand almost fell to the ground without holding it steady, and a trace of shock was added to his disheveled expression. That's right. He was surprised by Qin Feng. I thought that I could just pass on a couple of moves and get rid of people, who would have thought that I would meet this kind of pervert. It wasn't that he hadn't seen geniuses before, grabbing any one of them in this Tianhong Academy was a genius, but he had never seen such a perverted genius like Qin Feng. It can be said to be unheard of and unseen. Have ancient heavy pupil, supreme bone, these special physique, innate win in the starting line also, even if, also comprehended the 3rd level of sword intent and invincible sword heart, even more self-created 3 god level kung fu, is not at all for others to leave a way to live off. Qin Feng skimmed around and realized that everyone was looking at him like he was a monster. As a professional old 6, it's a little uncomfortable to be getting this kind of attention. It also proved that his performance in the life and death elimination tournament was too eye-catching, and he was likely to become a thorn in the side of the other 2 holy sons' eyes and thorns in their flesh. In case they united against him, then how could he experience the joy of the old 6 in the future? You must learn to hide if you don't want to be targeted. Seeing Di Xiu's reaction, the moon god struck while the iron was hot and said, the emperor said that Qin Feng's talent can't be taught by ordinary people, and that only you, the most knowledgeable person in the Yin dynasty, can teach it. I haven't even taught myself well, how can I be qualified to teach others? Di Xiu smiled to himself and continued to drink, continued to get drunk, getting by, living one day at a time. Alas! The moon god sighed helplessly in her heart. I didn't expect that incident back then to deal such a big blow to Di Xiu that he even rejected a supreme talent like Qin Feng who sent him to his door. Elder Di Xiu, wait. Qin Feng suddenly said in a serious manner, actually, I just want to learn from your failed life. Ha! The entire crowd froze, not understanding what Qin Feng meant. Qin Feng began to perform inside, I was just born and realized the companion divine level technique 33 heavenly creation technique, no matter how serious the injuries are, I can heal quickly. At the age of 3 I broke through the Kaiyuan realm, at the age of 8 I broke through the Transcendent realm, I also comprehended the sword intent and the invincible sword heart, and now at the age of 15 I have the ancient heavy pupil and supreme bone, amongst many other means. Life is really too smooth, so that I don't feel a single ounce of pressure. Can you understand this pain? I understand you, big man. And you're too well off to feel a single ounce of pressure, you're obviously living too comfortably and running over to Versailles. But where they had any of the above random abilities, they all felt like their lives were going to take off, and now that so many abilities were converging on Qin Feng alone, he actually resented this and that. It was simply too much. The surrounding crowd was filled with black lines and really wanted to go up and slap Qin Feng. Di Xiu was also confused by the whole thing and stood in the wind not knowing what to say. The perfect life that others begged for, he actually disliked it so much. Is he unable to keep up with the rhythm of the times, or is Qin Feng shelved and fitted him? I beg Elder Di Xiu to fulfill me. Qin Feng didn't mind the eyes of others at all and planned to follow Di Xiu first for the rest. When he was less noticeable, he would go back to being old six and dig a pit to bury the two holy sons. Whatever. Di Xiu didn't believe that Qin Feng would lie flat at all and waved his hand as he sipped his wine and left. Then I'll report to Elder tomorrow. Qin Feng finished glancing at the system points and had saved up to 497,000, which was still close to 500,000 to purchase the root foundation pill. As long as he bullied Yulan again, it would be enough. When Qin Feng's gaze turned to Yulan, he revealed the same smile that the Hulk had when he looked at Sister Widow. What does he want? Yulan was inexplicably flustered by Qin Feng's smile, and when she thought of the images of being bullied by him, she couldn't help the tears from welling up in her eyes. As the daughter of the Blue Devil since childhood, he has never been bullied, but also kissed by Qin Feng in front of so many people, who will dare to marry her in the future. Wow! Thinking of this, Yulan could no longer control her, crying out, covering her face and running away without looking back. Hey, don't go, can't I be gentle? Qin Feng was looking forward to buying the root foundation pill, so how could he let Yulan run away just like that? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the chosen lady cry and gaining 100,000 villain points. That's okay. Qin Feng immediately revealed an expression of surprise, and found another road to get rich. He actually laughed, it's so shameless. The surrounding female students were filled with anger, not expecting Qin Feng to be this kind of person. Now there's a show. The moon god was instantly energized. For a woman, any woman who was prettier than herself is an enemy, so the same as the four great beauties of the desolate ancient times, she and the Blue Devil have always been at odds with each other. Now that Qin Feng had gone to kiss Blue Devil's daughter in public, he thought that Blue Devil's expression must be wonderful when he found out. It's a pity that the Blue Devil has been in seclusion lately. The moon god felt a pang of regret in her heart and decided to wait for the blue demon to come out of the gate to pay a visit at the first opportunity. Gasp. Exasperated, Violet Kite grabbed Kahaku again and began to rub it desperately. Oh, I told you not to do that to Bunny. Xiaobai's little round face was once again pinched until it was deformed, and again struggled to take out a small notebook, writing down on it, in a certain year and a certain month, my rabbit again needs to compensate for 30 carats because Qin Feng has endured the pressure that he shouldn't have endured at this age. Not far away. The two figures were watching Qin Feng, taking in all of the scene just now. What do you think about this? If he really wants to lay flat, this saint's son will naturally raise his hands in approval, but will he? No, if he's willing to lie flat, why would he dig up his own brother's supreme bone? He's smart enough to know that he'll be targeted by you and me, and he's deliberately running to lie down. It's just that the drama is so raw that no one in their right mind would believe it. The two figures laughed heartily and then disappeared into thin air. The match between the three great saints' sons, has this begun? The moon god turned his head to look at the place where the two had disappeared, knowing that it was the other two saints' sons of the Inu imperial dynasty. They were all rare heavenly prides in the world, even more terrifying than Qin Feng in some ways, and I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy for Qin Feng to gain favor in their hands. At this time, a group of students from the Tianhong Academy were furtively trying to become juniors under Qin Feng's command. Apart from Qin Feng possessing an extremely high-grade spirit peak, it was more about wanting to be imprinted with the immortal slave Dharma seal, thus obtaining a 5-fold battle power bonus. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Feng seemed as if he was really lying flat. For the door to the little brother directly ignored, all day long with a street sneak-like, with a small white everywhere to bully the little girl. It could be said that all the girls in the entire Tianhong Academy had personally experienced his spacing out. Yulan in particular would be sneak attacked by Qin Feng if she wasn't careful, causing her to become psychologically disturbed. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was just this, everyone just thought that Qin Feng was a man's man. But what made people completely think that Qin Feng was lying flat was still his cultivation. In just half a month's time, he had actually consecutively broken through 6 minor grades, his cultivation reaching the 7th level of spiritual martial. Even the little cutie also knew that such a rapid breakthrough would lead to unstable roots. Chapter 81, Can a reader's business be called stealing? Wasted, Qin Feng is completely wasted. Everyone felt incomparably sorry for Qin Feng, thinking that he was hopeless. Even if he had laid a solid foundation before, breaking through 6 consecutive minor grades in half a month was completely ruined, and his future achievements would be limited, never able to reach the peak again. What? Half a month to break through to the 7th level of spiritual martial arts. When the other 2 saints' sons received the news, their first reaction was that it was absolutely impossible. Qin Feng, for the sake of power, but even his own brother to go down, have what kind of ambition is already known to everyone, said with Dishio learning to fail life is just an excuse. Now that they had their pants down and were ready to deal with Qin Feng, but he had destroyed his own foundation, there was a feeling of powerlessness as if they had punched on cotton. It's good to be wasted. The 2 holy sons breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, thinking that this was not a bad thing. As far as Qin Feng's currently displayed power was too terrifying, and they really didn't want to fight with this kind of demon in their hearts, and now that he had taken the initiative to be scrapped, it was definitely great news for them, and they could focus all their energy on dealing with the other one. At this time, Qin Feng is stealing a drink from Dishio. He realized that this wine was very unusual. It was carefully brewed by Dishio through ancient records, and drinking it could put one in a state of drunkenness. Originally, Dishio was brewed to stop himself from suffering, but not only did Qin Feng not feel intoxicated after drinking it, instead, the energy contained in the wine promoted the evolution of the Tsong Tian hegemony body. Stop drinking, you kids can't keep this up. Dishio finally still can't sit still, really can't see such a diamond in the rough wasted like him, must find a way to stabilize Qin Feng's foundation before he can do so. If you're really over it, just do me a favor. Qin Feng smiled and waved his big hand, taking out the big dragon corpse. As the most knowledgeable man in the Inu dynasty, there was still not the slightest problem in handling the corpse of the great dragon. I will help you with the big dragon corpse, but you. Dishio looked incredibly worried, thinking about how to help Qin Feng consolidate his roots. Just before he could think of a way out, Qin Feng bared his soul and disappeared into thin air. This kid. Dishio looked in his eyes and was anxious. He didn't understand what Qin Feng had gone through and why he was so self-destructive, but Qin Feng's appearance reminded him of his own self once upon a time. Didn't he also lose his heart like this, thus giving up on himself? At this time, Yulan was walking on the path of Tianhong Academy when she suddenly felt that something was missing from her body, and she didn't need to think about it to know that it was Qin Feng, that shameless man, who had taken. Unlike his cheap old dad who can only recite Wing Goose, he has a masterpiece of Wing Chun. Kuan. Kuan. Idol Practitioner TV series. Chicken, you're so beautiful. Playing ball with a center parting. Shameless. Yulan couldn't understand what Qin Feng was babbling about and raised her hand to try to snatch her belly band back. Only Qin Feng did not give her the slightest chance, and with his phantom prosperity stance, he transformed into a trail of residual shadows that made people unpredictable. Is this guy really rooted? Yulan was getting more and more alarmed by the fight. Others might have only seen Qin Feng break through 6 minor levels in half a month, but she had been entangled with him for half a month, and could clearly feel that instead of decreasing, Qin Feng's strength was getting stronger. It's completely out of character, rooted and unsteady. How is this possible? Yulan felt very puzzled as to how breaking through so quickly kept the roots stable. But regardless of whether the current Qin Feng's roots are stable or not, anyway, she knows that she will go home tonight and stay up all night embroidering belly buttons again. Damn Qin Feng, I'm not done with you. Yulan was furious, itching to bite Qin Feng alive. In half a month let her more than half of the time in a vacuum, do not dare to have any excessive action performance, then those who do not go out of the door of the big lady is more careful, for fear of accidentally being found out something. The most annoying thing was that he would sneak up on her from time to time. Another 100,000 villain points have arrived. Qin Feng opened the system to check and there were still 1,027,000 villain points. Based on a 500,000 root foundation Dan, he could purchase 2 root foundation Dawn. Now that he was at the 7th level of spiritual martial arts, 2 root foundation Dawn would be just enough for him to impact the Dao entry realm. I thought it would take a month, but I didn't expect it to be done in half a month. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Not only did he gain villain points, but he also improved his cultivation, and it made the mood even more pleasant. Just then, not far away came the sound of several people talking. Have you heard? There have been several bloody cases recently. I've also heard that several cities were slaughtered. I heard that it was all done by that Daxia Heavenly Son's disciple, Fong Chang. Too damn deceitful, we should slaughter this bunch of Heaven's Sons. It's no use, the imprisoned Tenchi disciples have just been released. No way? injuring so many people, and this is a release. Behind all of these people are the Great Summer's lineages, the involvement is too great to not let go. Naya, what a bummer. Now that the Grand Xia dynasty and Arinyu dynasty have not torn their faces apart, a little impatience will lead to a big plan. Xin Feng was instantly energized, knowing that he could go to Princess Nan Feng to collect the final payment, and also inexplicably remembered Princess Nanfeng's dexterity in front of him. Foreign legation post. Princess Nanfeng's entire body had completely shut itself off since she had sought out Xin Feng. Locked himself alone in the room, no matter who did not want to see, full of images of the day Xin Feng rose strongly and he was forced to show off his tongue. Fong Chang, where the hell are you? Princess Nanfeng curled up in her bed in aggravation and wept. If Fong Chang was still around, she wouldn't have had to worry about saving the heavenly sex scholar at all, and she wouldn't have been bullied so much by Xin Feng. Princess Sama, there is still some ability. The old man protecting the mission scared at the door, feeling that he had underestimated this Princess Sama before. I thought she went to find Xin Feng is with the tiger, but in the end it proved that the South Wind Princess is really powerful. Single knife to the meeting, the woman is not a man, just by a mouth to get Xin Feng. Chapter 82, The Bones of Jianan and the Legacy of Wei Wu. At this time, the released Heavenly Sun's disciples gathered in one place, and were very upset that the Inu Imperial dynasty had captured them. What do you mean, catch and release when you want? Nima, too little to take us Heaven's Sun disciples seriously. Inu dynasty, I'm not done with you. Just as the TNZ disciples were cursing, Xin Feng walked in with a six-fold stride. Xin Feng, what are you doing here? The Heaven's Sun disciples were filled with vigilance, fearing that Xin Feng would use so even crazy. Of course I'm here to collect the money. Xin Feng tugged, the reason why you guys were released is because I begged for mercy with the Six Paths Emperor, now it's time to settle the payment, not a single penny of the 5 million extreme spirit stones should be missing. 5 million extreme spirit stones. The Heaven's Sun disciples exclaimed in shock, calling out in their hearts that Xin Feng was robbing them. Moreover, they didn't believe that Xin Feng would be so kind as to intercede for them. Xin Feng continued, you guys are right, I really don't have good intentions, it's your Princess Nanfeng who went through a lot of trouble to get me to do a favor. Shut up. Princess Nanfeng's angry voice came out from the attic, realizing that this person Xin Feng really didn't talk about the rules of the Jianghu at all. Hasn't he ever heard of going down the mountain without mentioning what happened up the mountain? At the same time, he also ordered people to hurriedly take 5 million extreme spirit stones to Xin Feng, only wanting to send this hurry away. Yes. The old man protecting the mission didn't dare to disobey his orders and took out the 5 million extreme spirit stones he had prepared and handed them over to Xin Feng. Xin Feng collected the money and suddenly said, Princess Nanfeng, you don't want Fong Chang's life to be in danger either. What do you mean? Princess Nanfeng's heart tightened and she hurriedly came out of the attic. Only to see that Xin Feng had already left the foreign envoy's post, and even turned back to her with a meaningful smile, not knowing what he was hinting to her. What the hell does he mean? Princess Nanfeng's heart was in a state of flux, always feeling that Xin Feng had something to say. Soon, Princess Nanfeng then found out that Fong Chang had massacred several cities, and now that Emperor Six Dao had issued a shoot-to-kill order, the various experts of the Inu Imperial dynasty were doing their best to round up Fong Chang. What is she going to do? Should I hurry back to Daxia to find my father's help, or should I go to beg Xin Feng that? Just her this time to go on a mission to the Inu dynasty, the mission is not completed to be punished or considered light, want to let the father to help is only more difficult than the sky, but if you go to find the Xin Feng net, it is not inevitable that you will have to spend a lot of oral force again. Princess, Fong Chang has a great deal to do with the big picture, there is no room for error. After the old man had seen Princess Nanfeng's womanhood, he had urged Princess Nanfeng one by one to go back to Xin Feng for help, but it was just a matter of a little bit of talking. Crested Bamboo Peak. Xin Feng was humming a little song in a happy mood as he walked along the mountain path. Just without taking a few steps, he encountered 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, who ran over to him in a hurry, saying that Zekite was having a fit in his little bamboo hut, smashing things everywhere in the house. Violet Iris is smashing things. Xin Feng frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Over the course of 7 years, he had chewed up and figured out the purple kite. She is the type of person who will get angry if you don't tease her. She will sulk if you tease another girl, and no matter how angry she is, she immediately forgives you as soon as you tease her. A simpler way to understand it is that the protagonist's favorite goofball. Such a thing as smashing things indiscriminately was reasonable when placed on Princess Nanfeng, and clearly unreasonable when placed on the stupidly sweet purple Iris. Thousand June weakly asked, "Boss, did you go and hook up with a young unmarried girl again?" "Bull, am I the kind of guy who hooks up with little unmarried girls?" Qin Feng was not happy when he heard it. He inherited the bones of Jianan and the legacy of Wei Wu. Soon, Qin Feng and the others arrived at the small bamboo house. Looking from afar, he saw that Zekite was smashing things angrily. To be precise, she didn't look like she was smashing things, instead she looked like she was looking for something. "Damn Qin Feng, you actually still have the face to come back." Zekite looked like a bratty young lady after seeing Qin Feng. Clang! Without waiting for Zekite to approach, Qin Feng's aura suddenly changed. Lonely and proud as the snow lotus standing against the wind on the cliff, with a force that shook the heart straight, the lapel of his coat began to move without wind, and a stern and incomparable sword sheath surged out around him. "Qin Feng, what are you doing? Be careful, I'll tell my great aunt." Zekite's face changed slightly, still not stopping. "What's going on?" 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses also sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly took out their respective weapons to be on guard. "You're not Violet Kite, who are you?" Qin Feng's eyes glowed with a sharp sword light, recognizing at a glance that this Zekite was a fake. As a standard stupid white sweet, Zekite would never talk to him in such a tone, nor would she threaten her with the moon god, and even if he was out there with his colorful flag flying, he would only sulk alone. "I don't understand what you're saying." The fake purple iris still didn't stop. Instead, she accelerated her speed to get closer to Qin Feng. Rumble! The void around Qin Feng vibrated and the sound of sword chants was alive and well. Along with a vast sea-like sword chi sweeping through the void, sharp wind-breaking sounds also rang out from the sky, and countless sword chi converged into a rushing river, as if it was able to swallow up everything in the world. 10,000 swords trembled in unison, the sword chanted endlessly, and the water of the great river came from the sky. Not good. Fake Purple Kite's voice suddenly turned brown, not expecting Qin Feng to really dare to take a shot at him. Not a hint of panic. Only a terrifying energy fluctuation surged out from around the fake Purple Kite, tearing the great river sword chi gathered by Qin Feng into two hard pieces. What? The eyes of the two men, 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, were as wide as brass bells. It wasn't that he was shocked by the other party's cultivation, but rather, he realized that Qin Feng's sword chi was too strong, and there was absolutely no hint of an unstable foundation. Worthy of being the first heavenly pride of the desolate ancients who shouted out the top of the immortals, proud of the world, and that with me, Qin Feng, there will be heaven, it's really powerful. Fake Purple Iris gave an uncontrollable praise. If not for the fact that his cultivation level was several notches higher than Qin Feng's, he would definitely not be able to block his great river sword technique at the same level. However, even if Qin Feng was the #1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, he would still get his hands on the Dragon Pearl and the Buddha's relic today even if he had to rob them hard. It's never been me who's robbed other people's treasures, there's no one who's been able to rob treasures from me yet. Qin Feng's eyes revealed extreme disdain, not putting the other party in his eyes at all. Yeah? Fake Purple Kite looked at Qin Feng with interest, wanting to see what other powerful tricks he had up his sleeve. Gulp! 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses couldn't help but gulp, feeling that the atmosphere had been set in place, and it was up to Qin Feng to counterattack next. Guys, dedication. Qin Feng clasped his fist and arched his hand, turned to escape and shouted, "Sister Moon God, save me." Chapter 83, It's no use screaming at the top of your lungs. Put. Fake Purple Kite had a burst of Dao heart instability and almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Although he had long heard that this third saint's son did not have any sense of decency, he did not expect him to be able to have no sense of decency to this extent. One second he was hot-blooded like an aspiring young man, as if he could overawe incoming enemies, and the next second he didn't hesitate to throw his modesty away and shouted for the moon god to come to his rescue. Who would dare to believe that people can be so shameless if they didn't see it with their own eyes? What a little knife to the ass, eye-opener. Ah, this. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were petrified in place on the spot, and in their hearts, they even let out the howls of a groundhog. Nima. I had my pants down to watch you zoom around, and you threw your modesty away without even thinking about it. But who let this be the boss they chose for themselves? Even if they had no more integrity, they would have to swear to follow. Help, help, help. Thousands of armies and 10,000 horses also ran wildly in all directions, loudly calling out to the moon god for help. So ing. Fake Purple Kite was completely rendered speechless, looking at the three people in three directions, knowing that a hard grab was out of the question. Because the Tsueju peak that Qin Feng had acquired was not far from the moon god's palace, if the moon god really heard any commotion descending, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough to account for him. He wouldn't dare bet on it. It's better to run away before you really run into the moon god. Run, you can't run away from the first day, but you can't run away from the 15th. The fake purple kite let out a cold snort of anger and disappeared into a swarm of bats. Not for long. Xin Feng and the three of them tiptoed back to the small bamboo house. The people should be gone. Xin Feng asked. It should go. Manhwa looked around for a moment, and indeed found no sign of anyone. Xian Jun spoke. If I'm not mistaken, this person should be the legendary 100-change demon lord. 100-change demon monarch. Xin Feng frowned and thought about it, as if he had heard of this person. It is said that this person does not know what kind of kung fu he is practicing, and he can change in 1,000 ways, no matter if it is a man, a woman, a child, an old man, or all kinds of small animals. It's not that kind of transvestite change, it's a whole physiological structure that changes. Just then, White walked with his short legs, and sang in a happy mood. Little white rabbit, white and white, 2 ears picked up, cut the arteries, cut the veins, emotionless, really cute. After peeling the skin, chopped into pieces, thrown into the pot to fry up vegetables, plus water, cover the lid, sprinkle parsley before leaving the pot. Aha! Xin Feng immediately became alert and drew the long sky divine sword to point it at Little White. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Bai's white hairs stood up all over his body in fear, not understanding what was happening. Xin Feng coldly said, confess and be lenient, are you the 100-change demon monarch transformed? What is the 100-change demon monarch? I rabbit Boogie Island ah. Xiao Bai said with a confused face. No? Xin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, then how are you going to prove that you're a rabbit? Prove that my rabbit is a rabbit. White is continually confused and doesn't understand how he has to prove it. I advise you that you better be able to prove that you are a rabbit, or else. Xin Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of ferocity, and the long hollow divine sword also glowed with a touch of cold light. Thousands of armies and 10,000 horses also cooperated and took out their respective weapons, just waiting for Xin Feng to kill and skin the rabbit at his command. I rabbit, I rabbit, I rabbit. Xiao Bai was scared into a stutter. Suddenly a flash of light said, right, I rabbit remembered that you said in order to prevent being defeated by some unreasonable pig foot, there is still a chance to rise again. Designed a set of contact code words, the Groundjin Gao Gang, a faction of the Shishan thousands of ancient show. Ha! Xin Feng looked stunned and said offhandedly, the door faces the sea, the three rivers merge and flow for 10,000 years, Your Excellency. Xiao Bai's little face was serious. I live on Changhua Avenue, a novice driver in Xiaoming Mountain, Xin Xiao Bai. Xin Feng continued, Erxienkyo Primary School read 2 years of school, a gaijin little Y-bug in the earthly world, Xin Laolu. Oops, it's really my rabbit. Xin Feng hurriedly put away his sword. I believe that there should be no one in the world who knows his set of contact code except for the rabbits he raised himself. Wha? Xiao Bai cried with a face full of aggression, and did not forget to take out a small notebook and write down on it, in a certain year and a certain month, my rabbit was scared half to death by Xin Feng, and I need to compensate for 10 carats. The scene was silent. Thousands of troops and 10,000 horses froze in place for a long time, having been stunned by the tawdry aura of this man and rabbit. Although they were not understanding a single word of it, it somehow had a very advanced look to it. I thought that Xin Feng's crazy breakthrough was really wasted, and in the future it will be 3 people and a rabbit in this Tsueju Peak depend on each other. However, after they saw Xin Feng utilize the Great River Sword technique in this set of contact codes, they also saw Xin Feng's ambition. Make it bigger and stronger, and make it great again. Hoo-hoo! A breeze suddenly blew into the bamboo forest, and there was a faint fragrance. How fat for? Thousands of troops and 10,000 horses looked at each other suspiciously, not understanding where the faint fragrance came from. Not waiting for the 2 men to go to find out, they feel a burst of heaven and earth, as if isolated from his little girlfriend for a month, his legs softened and fell to the ground, the whole body is even more a bit of strength cannot make up. Jia, you have been hit by my screaming through the throat is useless, this time to see where you run. The 100-change Demon King went and returned, letting out a villain's exclusive laugh. Only to see a group of bats flying into the bamboo forest, converging into a guy wearing a black cloak, cannot see the face, just look at the shape to know, must be the villain undoubtedly. Poison. Xin Feng looked at the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses in confusion before remembering that he had 100 poisons. Is it poisonous? Xiao Bai rushed to eat a mouthful of carrots in fear, indicating that carrots can really detoxify the poison. What the hell? The 100-change demon monarch was not going to be made whole on the spot. He used but screaming through the throat is useless, even if the Yuan realm cultivator is hit, the whole body will be weak, screaming through the throat is useless. But what was going on with Qin Feng and this rabbit, and why were they still alive and kicking? It's no use screaming your head off. Qin Feng seemed to have not put the 100-change demon monarch in his eyes at all. Instead, he was excitedly inspecting the 1,000 armies and the 10,000 horses, both of whom were at this point powerless at the mercy of him. Indeed, it is useless to scream at the top of your lungs. The 100-change demon monarch couldn't help but burst out, feeling that Qin Feng was more or less disrespectful. He doesn't care. Even if Qin Feng and the rabbit weren't poisoned, he still had to get the dragon pearl and the Buddha's sharpness. Only he didn't choose to just charge up and do it. Instead, he activated the villain's exclusive attribute, talk a lot. The 100-change demon monarch coldly said, Qin Feng, your 2 men have already been infected with the world's #1 strange poison. It's useless to scream your throat out. If you don't want them to be wasted like this, you should immediately hand over the Buddha's sharpness and the dragon pearl. You call this the world's first strange poison? I can make them alive in a minute. Qin Feng's face was filled with contempt, and he took out a bottle of Sows are also crazy. Chapter 84, he actually believed it. Woohoo! The eyes of 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were filled with panic, wanting to shout out, Boss, don't come over. But they couldn't use any strength at all. It was really useless to shout through their throats. Don't worry, I'm coming to rescue you. When Qin Feng saw that the two kept winking at him, he knew that they couldn't wait any longer, and without saying a word, he opened the cap of the bottle and gave the two medicine. Whoa! The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses immediately stared at each other with wide eyes, only feeling that there was a flame burning inside their bodies, but their bodies were not under their control in the slightest. There was a feeling that the shell was loaded, but it was not functioning properly and was about to blow up. How could it not work? Qin Feng looked at the Sow also crazy in confusion. It is reasonable to say that even if Lu Xiaohui eats it, there should be a little reaction, so why is there no reaction at all when 1,000 soldiers or 10,000 horses eat it? Why don't you try feeding it to a few pounds again? At the same time, he was also interested in the world's first strange poison. Shouting through the throat is useless, is really walking in the Jianghu, killing people, inheriting the prime minister's will of the necessary medicine. Do you really think that the world's #1 strange poison is just a waste of time? The 100 changes demon monarch Jie laughed. I advise you to obediently hand over the dragon pearl and the Buddha's sharpness, or else they'll be completely wasted. This villain sure talks a lot. If I were to do it, I'd just do it. Qin Feng couldn't help but spit out a sigh. It's also clear that the villain is of limited intelligence and really isn't worth the trouble of shouting at him. Qin Feng began to snub. Even if I give you the dragon pearl and the Buddha's relic, how long do you think it will take for me to surpass you with my talent, and also with my character? Do you think that I will let you off the hook in the future? Aha! The 100-change demon monarch frowned as he moved to kill Qin Feng. Qin Feng was not panicked and continued to snub. Even if you want to kill me to put an end to it forever, do you think the moon god will let you go? She's invested too much in me these past 7 years, and she's even held me up as the 3rd saint son of the Yin Moon dynasty. Killing me would be the same as letting the moon god's investment go down the drain. And the 6 Paths Emperor, whether it's for the sake of the face of the Yin Moon dynasty or to make an example out of you, will definitely not let you go either. Do you think you'll have a good life in the future? Don't be arrogant and bossy when you're older. Think twice before you do something. Ha! The 100-change demon monarch's expression froze slightly, inexplicably feeling that Qin Feng had a point. In the face of this kind of big villain with a super strong background, except for the protagonist who dares to have a hard time with them, other people don't really have that kind of guts, and they don't have the slightest way to take them. Qin Feng continued, besides, even if we let you get the dragon pearl and the Buddha's relic, how much will you be able to improve your combat power? How about we make a deal? What a deal! The 100-change demon monarch was a little weak from what was said and had to ask the professional arch-villain for advice. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose as he said, how about you give me the formula that's useless even if you shout your throat out, and I'll tell you a way to achieve the position of a great emperor. The position of the great emperor. The 100-change demon monarch's breathing obviously gave a start, and in his heart, he exclaimed that he had made a lot of money from this deal. Shouting through the throat is useless as the world's first strange poison, yes, but how can be compared with the throne of the great emperor? The two are completely not at a level. Okay. It's over. 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses closed their eyes in despair. Regarding Qin Feng's method of achieving the position of a great emperor, they knew that it was mostly referring to Fong Chang, the 6 emperors playing, just that this kind of words of cheating ghosts were not even believed by children, so how could it be possible to cheat such a strong person like 100 Transformations demon monarch? Obviously abandoning them, they were deliberately stalling for time so that they could cry out that sister moon god, save me. Wait, you can't be lying to me. The 100-change demon monarch was suddenly alert, remembering that Qin Feng had no sense of propriety. How many of the words in his mouth were true and how many were false, I'm afraid that only he himself knew. Even if the method of achieving the position of a great emperor was true, I'm afraid that it would still be dangerous. Don't lose your little life instead of achieving the position of a great emperor. Don't worry about this. I, Qin Feng, am a Confucian proper gentleman and can swear to heaven that I will never tell a lie, and I can also assure you that this method is as simple as riding a horse. Qin Feng patted his ass and assured. Do you think I'll believe that? The 100-change demon monarch gave Qin Feng a look as if to say that Laozi had graduated from elementary school. And as easy as riding a horse? You really think that the throne of the great emperor is a cabbage in the ground? Want to go to arch a tree on the line? If there really was such a simple method of becoming an emperor, why didn't Qin Feng keep it for himself and use it instead of selling it to him cheaply? There was definitely a fraud in it. Qin Feng thought for a moment before saying, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but there is an extremely special destiny in the world called the Six Emperors play. 6 emperors playing? 6 emperors playing. The 100-change demon monarch first froze, followed by a broken voice. For the 6 emperors to play with the destiny, he also overheard it in an ancient book, where all the women with this destiny are not extremely tragic end, but at the same time, also achievements of the 6 great emperors. Ha! 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses froze in place on the spot, stating that this operation was genuinely unintelligible. He actually believed it. He actually believed Qin Feng's bull. He actually believes that there are 6 emperors playing in this world. Holy, I finally found someone who knows what they're doing. Qin Feng was thrilled to be in tears, not expecting trust to come from his peers. Who? Who exactly is this person you're talking about? The 100 transformations demon monarch's breathing turned a little sharp. No one could resist the temptation of the great emperor's position. Qin Feng spoke, you write down your antidote and formula, I'll write down the names of the people I know. How about we hand over the formula and antidote in one hand, and the names of the 6 emperors playing in the other? Yes. The 100-change demon monarch didn't even think about it and agreed. Facing this kind of transaction was afraid that only the little cutie only will not agree. Soon. The 2 men wrote the note and happily completed the transaction. Jia, the position of the great emperor belongs to me. The 100-change demon monarch couldn't help but let out a villainous exclusive laugh as he took the note and flew away as a swarm of bats without even looking at it, as if he was afraid that Qin Feng would backtrack on his words. Sure enough, I often don't fit in with the other villains because I'm not perverted enough. Qin Feng couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly interrupted that image in his mind. At the same time, he also silently blessed the 100 transformations demon monarch in his heart to succeed, definitely not for the sake of obtaining any rewards from Fong Chang, but only for the sake of letting Fong Chang feel the warmth of the earth and break away from the devil's path at an early date. So it is. Xiaobai squatted to the side and carefully took notes, striving to sell Qin Feng as soon as possible. After getting the antidote, which was useless even if they screamed their throats out, the 2 of them immediately took out their milk strength and rushed towards the seafood market at the bottom of the mountain, fearing that they would be late and do something strange. At this time, the 100-change demon monarch confirmed that no one was around and opened the note with excitement. Fong Chang. Who is Fong Chang? The 100-change demon monarch seemed to have thought of something and finally spat out a word in the middle of the day. Chapter 85, The Prime Minister's Blood Lesson. Inu Dynasty, a certain city. The sky and the earth were like blood-colored paintings, and piles of dead people could be seen everywhere. Fong Chang slightly closed his eyes, sitting in a pool of blood. His clothes had long been broken and hanging on his body like cloth. The mountain of corpses and sea of blood in front of him was his masterpiece. Ever since leaving the battlefield of life and death, he had been killing like crazy in order to gain power. Man was the creation of heaven and earth, the spirit of all things, and there was no better elixir than man. He killed and sucked the essence of people at the same time, no longer remembering how many people he had killed and sucked, only knowing that he was about to break through to the Tao realm. Although this method allowed him to make a quick breakthrough, it also caused the hostility in his heart to grow heavier and heavier, as if he would lose control of himself at any moment, thus turning into a monster that only knew how to kill. No, I can't kill anymore. Fong Chang's face grimaced to the point of twisting and contorting, desperately suppressing his desire to kill. However, a hoarse seductive voice came out from within Fong Chang. Don't be terrific, don't be noble. Since you chose to become a demon, it means you can't go back. Think about your experience. You're not clean anymore. Do you know why you were humiliated by Qin Feng and abandoned by Princess Nanfeng? It's because you don't have the power. You need to climb to the top step by step. You need to have a long time to come, and you never say no. Spirit. Shut up. Fong Chang held his head and hissed loudly, not listening to this old devil's temptation. He knew that the reason why this old devil had compelled him to kill was nothing more than the fact that he had been shaved of 10,000 years of Tao by the Sixth Wei Emperor and desperately needed the essence of the human body to restore his vitality. There was also the desire to make his will dissipate in killing so that he could take advantage of the opportunity to seize him and occupy his body. In the past, with the Buddha's relic present, he could easily suppress this old devil, but now that his Buddha's relic had been snatched away by Qin Feng, he could only rely on his own willpower to resist, and the slightest carelessness would result in him being compelled. GG. The old devil let out a villain's exclusive laugh, knowing that Fong Chang was nearing his limit. He is now too deep into the devil, wanting to turn back is already impossible. Sooner or later he will be taken over, unless he can have an epiphany of the devil's path only exists in the concept of the Taoist heart to plant the devil. But the problem was that the Tao heart seeds demons only existed in concepts, so how could a little kid like him possibly comprehend it? Just then, the 100-change demon monarch arrived at the Scarlet City and could see Fong Chang hissing from afar. In the past few days, he found Fong Chang's birthdate and 8 characters visited a lot of high-profile people who were proficient in gossip and divination, and came to the conclusion that his heart was shocked that what Qin Feng said was actually true. This person is the legendary 6 emperors playing with fatalities. Now that Fong Chang has completely become a demon and is killing people everywhere in the Yin dynasty, it is not difficult at all to find him, and the only thing that makes him feel difficult is Fong Chang is a man. I can't believe I hesitated between becoming an emperor and being a knucklehead. The 100-change demon monarch raised his hand and slapped himself, knowing that he could not achieve the position of great emperor with his own talent alone. He decisively turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Fong Chang. No good, there's danger. Fong Chang's face changed violently, and a sense of unprecedented crisis surged through his heart. Not daring to have the slightest hesitation, Fong Chang hurriedly took out a spatial teleportation talisman and tore it up, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Jia, I'll see where you run to. The 100-change demon monarch looked around unhurriedly and quickly relocked Fong Chang to chase after him. Tianhong Academy. Qin Feng came to Disho to ask how Big Dragon was doing. There were not many days left before the opening of the Kunlun secret realm. I've already helped you with the Big Dragon, it's just your cultivation. Disho looked at Qin Feng as if he had seen a ghost and couldn't believe his eyes. He hadn't seen Qin Feng for just a few days, and as a result, his cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of spiritual martial arts again, and judging from the fluctuation of spiritual energy around him, he could break through to the Tao entry realm at any time. Nima! What the hell is this guy up to? Breaking through from Spirit Martial 1st level to Spirit Martial 9th level in less than a month, I'm afraid that even the greatest immortals would find it difficult to save him. Oh, I had nothing to do for the past 2 days, so I made a breakthrough. What Qin Feng said was very easy, but it didn't fall into Disho's ears. It's always felt like I'm the one who didn't set a good example and negatively impacted him, thus giving him the idea that he's self-destructing and destroying his own roots. These are the divine weapons made from great dragons. Qin Feng didn't notice Disho's self-condemnation as his gaze was attracted to the several treasures beside Disho. There are halberds and giant heavy hammers made of dragon bones, long bows made of dragon tendons and horns, and black armor made of dragon scales. The most striking of them is the soft armor. It shimmered with a faint black light and looked soft, but in reality, it was incredibly strong. You have a pretty. Thanks a lot, boss. The two were touched and thanked him, thinking that Qin Feng was the best boss under the sky. One could only see that 1,000 armies picked a halberd made of dragon bone, 10,000 horses picked a giant heavy hammer, and each of them was then matched with a set of black armor made of dragon scales. Judging from the styling of the two alone, Qin Feng could rest assured that he would go on to inherit the will of the Prime Minister. And a longbow. Qin Feng looked at the remaining longbows and the first thing that came to mind was White Sun. He used a longbow and was the first eunuch who came to be able to become a great emperor in the future. He must be taken under his wing and imprinted with the immortal slave Dharma seal before it was too late, lest he be brought down by Fong Chang in the future. It was just a pity that his current immortal slave Dharma seal had run out, and he had to break through the Tao entry realm in order to unlock the 2 slots. The opening of the Kunlun secret realm is just around the corner. We must break through the Tao entry realm as soon as possible. Qin Feng no longer stayed even though he had a goal, and returned to Tsueju Peak with 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses to begin his closed-door breakthrough. Qin Feng. Disho looked at Qin Feng's departing back, not to mention how difficult it was in her heart. How such a heavenly pride could have chosen to give up on himself like this was really unreadable and incomprehensible. At this time, An extremely strong energy fluctuation erupted from the palace where the Blue Devil resided. Great, it's mother coming out. Yulan's face immediately surfaced a touch of happy smile, finally can find mother to teach Qin Feng that lesson. Chapter 86, a little too much information. Suizhu Peak, Little Bamboo House. Qin Feng sat on the bed with his eyes closed to cultivate, and in addition to the gusts of Buddha's light emanating from his body, there were also dragon chants coming from time to time, and there was even a golden dragon circling around him. At this time, the great mighty heavenly dragon was different from before. Now not only did it have Buddha's light, but it could also emit dragon power, and its power was also many times stronger than before. Is it okay for boss to break through like this? Thousand Armies was guarding the door, his face filled with worry. Ever since Qin Feng had been personally ordained as the third saint's son by the sixth Tao Emperor, Suizhu Peak had followed suit, and every day, there would be many people who furtively tried to follow Qin Feng. However, when the news of Qin Feng's successive breakthroughs spread, they witnessed what it meant to be in the world. Even the two saint sons in the Tianhong Academy had long since stopped taking Qin Feng seriously, leaving him to fend for himself in Suizhu Peak. It's okay. Wan Ma's eyes were filled with determination and unconditional belief in Qin Feng. His young master had dared to lay a vicious hand on himself at the age of 8, leaving the Qin family with a 10,000-year-old reputation and coming to the Yin dynasty alone to make a name for himself. There was absolutely no way he could do something so self-destructive to his future. Rumble. A dull sound came from within Qin Feng's body in the bamboo house, and a terrifying aura began to overflow uncontrollably. Breaking through to the Tao entry realm. 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. They could clearly feel that Qin Feng's spiritual energy was unusually thick within his body, and there wasn't even the slightest hint of unstable foundations, and even the foundations were much more compact than they recognized. How can it be? The eyes of 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were as white as bronze bells. They really couldn't figure out how Qin Feng did it. To break through from spiritual martial first level to Tao entry first level in a month and actually maintain a solid foundation, not to mention them, it was unheard of even if they looked at the entire desolate ancient. Hoo-hoo! Qin Feng exhaled and opened his eyes, taking the overflowing breath back into his body. After breaking through to the Tao realm, the biggest change he had seen was that his combat power was more than dozens of times stronger than before, and he also had nearly 1,000 years of extra lifespan, as well as a much closer connection with the Long Sky Divine Sword. According to the 10 ancestors, the Long Sky Divine Sword had a sword spirit, and was the reason why he was able to control the sword at the Kaiyuan realm. Now with his cultivation breaking through to the Tao entry realm, he was even more comfortable controlling the Long Sky Excalibur, and could easily control it to become bigger and smaller, stepping on it to roam freely in the air. Rise! Qin Feng pinched a finger technique and pointed it forcefully at the Long Sky Excalibur. Buzz off! The Long Sky Divine Sword sensed Qin Feng's call and emitted a buzzing sword sound as it transformed into a flying sword and floated in front of Qin Feng. Finally I can fly! Qin Feng couldn't wait to jump onto the flying sword and flew out of the bamboo house with a swoosh. At the same time, Qin Feng also realized that the spiritual energy in his body was decreasing crazily, and with his current cultivation level of the first level of Tao entry, he would not be able to fly for half an hour at most. I finally understand why many initiation cultivators don't use flying swords. Qin Feng returned to the small bamboo hut after waving around outside, unfulfilled. It was only when Qin Feng had just returned that he realized that there were people in the house. In addition to the moon god and violet kite, Yulan also brought a buxom beauty with an excellent temperament, and her powerful aura caused 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses to shiver on the sidelines. One didn't need to think about it to know that the other party was one of the 4 great beauties of the desolate ancient world, the Blue Demon. Yulan, after being bullied by Qin Feng for almost a month, finally waited for her mother to come out of the gate, and was not willing to wait a moment longer to bring her own mother to Suizhu Peak to find out what happened. As for the moon god, after getting the news of the Blue Devil's exit, she hurriedly brought the purple kite over to take a good spot, and also prepared melons, fruits, wine, and other delicious food. Enter the way. The moon god's willow brows furrowed, and in her heart, she cried out that it was too fast. She had also recently heard about the news about Qin Feng's crazy breakthroughs, and had thought that it was just a blackmail rumor, and that with Qin Feng's steady character, how could he suddenly make a rapid breakthrough without regard to his foundation? But who would have thought that it would actually be true, breaking through to the Tao realm in less than a month? Mother, he's Qin Feng. Yulan glared at Qin Feng with a puff of air, as if saying again, you're dead this time. It was just that she had obviously underestimated the thickness of Qin Feng's cheeks, and she didn't panic at all at the sight of the Blue Devil, but instead affectionately stepped forward to embrace her small savage waist. Baby Lan, you were so naughty, why didn't you tell me in advance when our mother came? Baby Lan. Yulan heard goosebumps fall all over the place and hurriedly raised her hand to knock Qin Feng's salty hand away. What the hell? The Blue Devil was not going to be made whole on the spot. Saying that her precious daughter was bullied by a kid named Qin Feng, why did she see what looked like two young lovers arguing? Ha! The moon god was also confused by the whole thing, not understanding how the king and the mung bean were right for each other. It was reasonable to say that Qin Feng had bullied Yulan like that. Yulan should have hated him. Could it be that the Blue Devil's daughter had some special hobby? He actually called her a baby. Zekite became furious on the spot and looked around for Xiao Bai's figure. You're still angry. Qin Feng continued his performance, looking at Yulan with a sense of helplessness. I've told you that Zekite and I are childhood friends, so even if you want to give your body in return for saving my life in the life and death elimination tournament, at most you can only be a concubine. Who wants to be your concubine? Yulan became anxious on the spot, stating that Qin Feng was talking nonsense. What does he mean by that? A childhood friend equals a wife. Purple Kite's small face flushed a blush, and her heartbeat was even more like that of a deer. I thought that the two grew up together. Qin Feng did not have that meaning for her. It was my own wishful thinking. I did not expect that I was so high in his heart. What if I don't become a concubine? Qin Feng went to hold Yulan's small hand. Serious, you can rest assured that Qin Feng is a responsible man. When you help you detoxification forced to take off the clothes, as for you to send a belly band to give me to do the love token thing, I will certainly keep my mouth shut, will not say to outsiders. The Blue Devil was directly stunned in place, realizing that this was just too much information. Nima. The operation of undressing for detoxification is understandable, but what the hell is sending a belly band as a token of love? She had always raised her daughter as a lady of the house, but she didn't expect to play so wildly behind the scenes. Ahem. As a deeply committed mother, you cannot pry into your daughter's interests. Who sent a belly band to you as a token of love? Yulan was completely anxious, not expecting Qin Feng to be so shameless. And what are these? Without waiting for Lan to continue speaking, Qin Feng waved his hand and took out a handful of belly buttons. As Yulan's real mother, the Blue Devil naturally recognized her baby daughter's needlework at once, which meant that there was no mistake that these bibs were indeed Yulan's. Alas, a woman is not a woman. Blue Devil couldn't help but sigh. I thought it was my baby girl who was bullied and called her to come and make a scene, but I didn't realize it was my baby girl who tricked her own mother into coming over to eat dog food. Ha! Qin Feng glanced at the exasperated Yulan and realized that she wasn't willing to call BB, so he had to let her call BB. Chapter 87, A Just Action, Must Be Supported. You're farting, he obviously stole it. Yulan's chest heaved with anger and rushed to complain to the Blue Devil. No need to explain, Mother was young enough to understand. Without waiting for Lan to open her mouth to explain, Blue Devil revealed a meaningful smile, calming his baby daughter while sizing up Qin Feng with the eyes of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her son-in-law. She had naturally heard of the first heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. Although she hadn't seen Qin Feng's performance in the life and death elimination match because she was in seclusion, she had heard of Qin Feng slaying a great dragon in the life and death elimination match, fighting the heavenly prince's disciples, overpowering 100,000 groupies, and being crowned as a holy son by the sixth Wei emperor himself, among other feats, when she had emerged from seclusion. The most important thing was that he was the first lineage Grand Duke of the desolate ancient first family. Even if Qin Feng had fallen out with the Qin family now, with his talent it would be a matter of time before he returned to the Qin family. According to the son-in-law selection criteria in her mind, Qin Feng definitely called himself the perfect son-in-law candidate, so she was in favor of this marriage with both hands. As for the poor boy that her baby girl had met as a child, there was not a single thing she liked about him from start to finish. What do you know about agreeing? Yulan felt incredibly frantic, wondering if this was her own mother. In addition to that vicious stepmother, what kind of mother marries her baby daughter to her own mother, or the first in the desolate ancient world? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for robbing whose chosen daughter with his hands and gaining the initial approval of her mother, gaining 100,000 villain points. Hijacking who? Qin Feng looked slightly stunned, wondering when the next victim, the chosen one, would make his appearance. Ha! Luna was getting more and more confused the more she looked at it. She had come to see Blue Devil's furious look after learning that his precious daughter had been bullied, but now how had it turned into a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law with more and more satisfaction? And isn't this kid Qin Feng the one who was motivated to say he'd marry her since he was a kid? What does it mean to open his mouth and marry Zekite and Yulan as his first and second wives now? Yuck, scumbag. Don't you be in a blessed place. Blue Devil flavorful white Yulan a glance, as if to say, if it is not the old lady born early, the first heavenly pride of the desolate ancient world where it is the turn of you this little girl, the old lady encountered directly on the raw pounce. But the Blue Devil's words turned coldly, my Blue Devil's daughter, it is absolutely impossible for her to be given as a concubine. She and the moon god were the same as the four great beauties of the desolate ancients, and their strengths could be said to be comparable, with the only difference being the lack of an ancestral Xuanwu. However, this did not affect her position in the Yin dynasty in the slightest, not daring to say that she was under one person and above 10,000 people, but she could definitely be ranked in the top 5. Letting her daughter go to be a concubine for someone, does she still want to be ashamed when it gets out? I'm afraid this sister moon god won't agree. Xin Feng glanced at the moon god with a difficult expression on his face, giving all the pressure to the moon god. Why are you bringing this back on me? Being watching the drama, moon god first froze for a moment, and in his heart, he cursed Xin Feng as a small man. What about being childhood friends with Zekite? What about marrying Yulan as a concubine, was only to fan the flames and provoke her into a fight with the Blue Devil? Yeah. The Blue Devil narrowed his eyes at the lunar god with a look that said I'll beat her until she agrees. Really think I'm afraid of you? As the Blue Devil's nemesis for many years, Luna's little tantrums were a bit of a challenge. Only to see the two sides slowly floating into the air, eye to eye as if thunder release crashed together, making the atmosphere of the entire field instantly become incomparably depressing. Gee, it's my turn to watch the show. Xin Feng consciously sat in the watching position that originally belonged to the moon god, eating the melons, fruits, and wine prepared by the moon god, and not forgetting to pull the Z-Kite on the side over to the beauty in his arms. Z-Kite, as a silly white sweet persona, was still immersed in the joy of being Qin Feng's bride, and was not at all resistant to Qin Feng's taking advantage of her. On the contrary, Yulan on the side was exasperated by the Nai pain, saying that he had never added such a brazen person. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's angry chosen lady, Nai Pain, for gaining 10,000 villain points. Ha! Qin Feng began to fall into deep thought. As a Confucian decent gentleman, hearing such words, shouldn't he take the initiative to go up and help Yulan rub it? Rumble! A shocking roar suddenly resounded in the heavens and earth. The majestic power was enough to completely sink the 10,000 feet of heaven and earth, crushing all existence. Ow! A low roar sounded abruptly as the moon god's ancestral Xuanwu stepped out of the void, covering the sky and raging with thunder, bursting with brilliant and dazzling light. Ow! There was another deafening beast roar that resounded through heaven and earth, only to see a white tiger behind the Blue Devil tearing through the void and appearing, with a murderous aura filling the air between heaven and earth, just like a god of killing descending to earth. This white tiger was tamed by the blue demon after spending a lot of effort, and also because it was not an ancestral one and did not live as long as Xuanwu, its combat power was still far less powerful than the moon god's ancestral Xuanwu. However, the good thing is that the white tiger also belongs to the same category of divine beasts, or attacking divine beasts. The potential is very huge, it is not impossible to surpass Xuanwu in the future. Divine Beast White Tiger. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses let out a cry of shock, trembling under the pressure of the two divine beasts. This is the Divine Beast White Tiger. Xin Feng curiously raised his head to look at the majestic Divine Beast White Tiger in the sky and realized that it was completely different from what he had seen on his browser before. At this time, the surrounding populace looked up at the sky calmly, as if they had long been accustomed to the matter. As far as they could remember, these two often fought over trivial matters and did so all day long. What do you guys think they're fighting over again? Looking at the direction, it seems to be Qin Feng's Tsueju Peak. It's 80% related to Qin Feng. Third Saint's son Qin Feng? Isn't he already ruined? The man is wasted, but he can still be used. That's right, people are a bit cheap, but being a breeder is definitely a quality breed. That's not true, the next generation inheriting just any ability will be able to strengthen my great Inu Imperial dynasty. I've heard that the major forces of the Inu Imperial dynasty are playing the mantra of returning the favor of others, preparing to capture Qin Feng and go back to dunking a few 100 pounds of sows into madness as well. This is an act of justice and we must support it. If you're going to say this, I'm not going anywhere, so please make sure you tell me more. Just as the moon god and the blue devil set up their stances, ready to have a good fight, the Six Paths Emperor's majestic voice suddenly rang out. Now is not the time for the two of you to fight, the secret realm of the Kunlun will be opening in 5 more days. 5 days later, the Kunlun secret realm opens. Not only did the moon god and blue devil become nonplussed on the spot, even the major forces of the Yin Moon Imperial dynasty became nonplussed, turning into a stream of colored light to head to the 6th Dao Emperor's palace for a meeting. That's it. Xin Feng froze in place, silently pulling out his small notebook. In a certain year and month, the Six Paths Emperor prevented the Blue Devil and the Moon God from fighting, preventing me from observing the duel between the masters and missing an opportunity to improve myself, requiring compensation of 1 million extreme spirit stones. White ran out of nowhere and pulled out his little notebook to write down as well. In a certain year and month, Xin Feng provoked a fight between the Moon God and the Blue Devil, and the noise made it impossible for my rabbit to sleep, so he needed to compensate 10 carats. Just then, a group of bats flew into the bamboo forest of Tsueju Peak, and one didn't need. No offense. Thousands of troops and horses didn't dare to let their guard down in the slightest, taking out their new equipment to be on constant alert for the other side. With the experience of a 10-year-old bookworm, Xin Feng opened his mouth and asked, "You didn't really go to Fong Chang, did you? You even suffered a big loss at his place, and now you're running to me for help. How did you know?" The 100-change demon monarch felt incomparably surprised, suspecting that Xin Feng was proficient in the art of gossip and divination. Originally, he was already ready to throw away his modesty and achieve the position of a great emperor in the coming days, but who knew that a small Dao entry realm would be so difficult to deal with? It was clear that he was on the verge of capturing him, but it always turned out to be an accident. Either he met with a clash with the Inu dynasty's roundup experts, or an expert passed by to appreciate Fong Chang's rescue. Even if he changed into a supreme beauty, Fong Chang did not have no reaction, making him wonder for a while if Fong Chang had a special hobby. For this reason he also specially turned into Qin Feng's appearance, which really made Fong Chang react. It was a pity that there was an old devil in Fong Chang's body. Even though he had been cut down by the Sixth Wei Emperor for 10,000 years, he still had the strength to hang on to him, and if it wasn't for him running fast, he might have really been killed by Fong Chang in return. But he couldn't give up just like that, so he came to Qin Feng with the mindset of giving it a try. What? Thousands of troops and horses were stunned in place on the spot. I thought that the 100 Changes demon monarch had come back because his Tai Lies had been demolished, but who knew that he actually really believed that there were 6 emperors playing in the world, and that he had even taken action for it. Was he really doing it for the position of a great emperor, or was he using the position of a great emperor to cover up his hobby for the coming days? No. Xin Feng couldn't help but give the other party a thumbs up, and the man took a few steps back to keep his distance from the perverted villain. At the same time, he also mourned for Fong Chang for 3 minutes in his heart, stating that all of this had nothing to do with himself, it was just that the situation was forced upon him at that time, and he didn't expect the 100 Transformations demon monarch to be good at this. However, these chosen ones all carried great chi, and it had always been them who invaded other people's one flower worlds, and trying to invade their one flower worlds was definitely not an ordinary level of difficulty. The 100 Changes demon monarch said impatiently, "Don't you come with me on this, I just want to know if there's any way you can help me." The way isn't no. Xin Feng remained situational and said, "Just what treasure are you going to take this time?" "Trade for a baby." The 100 Change demon monarch's face was constantly changing. Thinking about whether to use the treasure to exchange Qin Feng's method, or to directly make a move to tie Qin Feng up and force him to obediently tell the method with a small leather whip and candles. No way. Qin Feng was acting really calm. He has seen Qin Feng before and after a total of 3 times, seemingly out of tune behavior, but permeated with a bewildering confidence, as if it is in the game, with what extinction of all the cards seem. Besides, if Fong Chang was so difficult to deal with, this desolate ancient first heavenly pride must be even more difficult. The 100 Change demon monarch didn't dare to make a move in the end, instead he opened his mouth and asked, "What do you want?" "I want you." Qin Feng opened the door and said, "I want you to be available for me to drive for 100 years, and I'll make sure that you'll be able to come and go. How about that?" 100 years? No way. The 100 Change demon monarch shook his head repeatedly. "I can at most promise to follow your orders for 3 years, 100 years is absolutely impossible." "Okay, deal." As soon as the 100 Change demon monarch's words left his mouth, Qin Feng agreed with alacrity. "Ha?" The 100 Change demon monarch was like a stunned old iron, stating that he genuinely couldn't understand Qin Feng's operations. He had thought that Qin Feng would haggle with him, and the ideal price in his mind was around 50 years, but who knew that he had just shouted out a 3 years, and Qin Feng had directly agreed. In fact, to Qin Feng, it didn't make any difference whether it was 100 years or a day. As long as he was imprinted with the immortal slave Dharma seal, it was a lifetime of a lifetime, and he had to change whatever he wanted. Now that he had broken through to the first level of Dao entry, he had successfully unlocked 2 immortal slave Dharma seals. This is... The 100 Change demon monarch's breathing suddenly shortened, only to see Qin Feng raise his hand and pinch out an immortal slave Dharma seal. For Qin Feng to help 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses raise their battle power by 5 times in the life and death elimination match was now well known, and not a single side effect could be seen in the aftermath. If this seal of Qin Feng was also useful to him, then he said that the time was still negotiable. Qin Feng ignored how eager the 100-change demon monarch was and instead turned his gaze to Yulan, who was on the side. Compared to giving a chance to the 100-change demon monarch, he preferred to strike the immortal slave Dharma seal on Yulan, the chosen lady, believing that he would be able to obtain a superb reward after striking on it. Of course, the prerequisite is that she has to be willing to do so. Humph. Yulan snorted coldly and turned around to leave Tsueju Peak. Although she was also moved by the fivefold battle power, based on her understanding of Qin Feng, you might make a profit, but he definitely didn't lose. Pity. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh and could only hit the 100-change demon monarch. Because the 100-change demon monarch didn't have any resistance at this point, the immortal slave Dharma seal easily struck his body. With this IQ, it's goodbye to bicycles from now on. Qin Feng didn't expect the 100-changes demon monarch to be so easy to fool, causing him to develop a sense of pride. What kind of seal is this? It's incredible. The 100-change demon monarch stared incredulously, able to clearly sense that his own battle power was climbing. He had thought that if Qin Feng struck the seal on him, it would at most raise his combat power a little bit. After all, the cultivation gap between the two sides was so large, but who would have thought that it would actually be the same as 1,000 armies or 10,000 horses, directly raising his combat power by 5 times. Not only did his own battle power increase 5-fold, his physical body, speed, defense, and strength all increased 5-fold. The moment. The 100-change demon monarch had a change of heart. From now on, no one will be allowed to speak loudly to him, not even Qin Fengness. Ah! The 100-change demon monarch had just risen to this thought when he felt a ball of flames searing his soul, and in pain, he clutched his head and rolled on the ground in a desperate wail. What's going on here? The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were puzzled. They didn't have this situation in the first place. I think they're singing to celebrate. Qin Feng casually blurted out a sentence and prepared to go find White Sun to send warmth. He was still able to use an immortal slave Dharma seal, and as the first to come, whose future destiny had been changed, it was necessary to strike the immortal slave Dharma seal before he grew up to be able to do so. Sing to celebrate. Thousands of troops and horses froze in place on the spot, and it looked like they were jumping out of their skin anyhow. Is it that they don't understand art, or is it that the ants of the soil don't understand the seagulls in the sky? At this time, all the major forces of the desolate ancients had gotten the news that the Kunlun secret realm would open in 5 days. The secret realm of Kunlun. Fong Chang stood on top of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, an endless baleful aura surging around him. He has a strong premonition that there is a chance that belongs to him in the Kunlun secret realm, and as long as he gets it, he can punch all kinds of heavenly pride, and step on Qin Feng that foot. From then on, the ancient world was a piece of heaven, and whoever saw Fong Chang did not pass the smoke. Is it finally going to open? The shadowy old grandfather beside Qin Hao stroked his hand through his beard, knowing that it was time for Qin Hao to go out and break into the world. It wouldn't do to stay at home all the time and work behind closed doors. A strong man needed to be tempered by blood and fire. Brother Qin, you'll be there, right? Lin San, who was traveling outside, looked back in the direction of the Moon God Palace. Known as the first sword after 100 years, since 7 years ago by Qin Feng hit, he has been bitterly practicing the sword Dao for 7 years, and now he cannot wait to find Qin Feng fencing. Chapter 89 Live on, you must live on. Come on, come on, come on, learn to bark and you'll eat. A group of street skaters heckled a beggar and took out a chicken leg and dangled it in front of him. Look carefully, we'll find that the beggar is exactly Qin Feng cannot forget the White Sun. At this time, Day looked at the chicken leg dangling in front of him, his thoughts going back to about a month ago, after the life and death elimination tournament had ended. In the courtyard of the Bai family's mansion, a group of old men with cold expressions sat high up in the ancestral hall. All of them were the clan elders of the Bai family, and had a pivotal position in the Bai family, while below them knelt Bai Ri, who had a numb gaze. Ever since he experienced the life and death elimination match, his mind and body had been hit like never before. He thought that he would be able to get the warmth and care of his clan members back home, but who knew that his clan members disliked him for not dying in the life and death elimination tournament, but instead, he had brought a heavily disgrace to the clan, making their Bai family a laughingstock of the entire Inu imperial dynasty. Bai Ri, you've brought great shame to the Bai clan. Today several of our clan elders have unanimously decided to enforce the clan rules, abolish your cultivation and expel you from the Bai clan. What? Bai Ri was like a bolt from the blue, he couldn't believe his ears. It was obvious that he was the victim of the whole thing, but it was even if the family didn't comfort him, but they also wanted to harm him twice, without his cultivation, so how could he survive in the desolate ancient in the future? Only no one paid any attention to Daylight's feelings, as several burly men rushed up and pinned him to the ground. Don't. Bai Ri's face was full of panic as he desperately struggled, not wanting to be a waste that had his cultivation abolished. Ah! In the end, White Sun did not escape and let out a miserable scream. Only to see that his dantian had been shattered by a palm strike, his body's spiritual energy was like a deflated ball of skin dispersing all at once, and his breath had dropped to the freezing point in an instant, and his whole body couldn't make a bit of strength. Bang! Day was mercilessly thrown out of the White House, unable to stand like a limp noodle. Isn't this the White Day of the White family? The Bai family is too ruthless, abolish your cultivation and expel you from the Bai family. I don't blame the Bai family, which family can endure this kind of shame? Sacrificing him alone to preserve the family name, the White family is right. Joke, people are really sacrificed, but is the reputation really preserved? Passers-by pointed at Daylight, and it also stung Daylight deeply. He's not happy about it. He doesn't want to be an invalid. What the Bai family did to him today, he must double it back. But the ideal is full, the reality is cruel. The next day, Day as if beggars live, like a dog huddled in the alley, in order to eat had to give up dignity. I'm going to live. Daylight kept admonishing herself in her mind that there was only hope if she lived. Woof. Daylight forced herself to endure the humiliation of lying on the ground and learning to bark at the dog. Wahaha, he actually really learned to bark. The White family's once heavenly pride learned to bark. The street skaters seemed to have discovered a new continent, and their wanton laughter echoed in the alleys. Is it funny? A cold voice resounded in the alley, only to see Qin Feng appear in the alley. On his shoulder was Little White, who was eating carrots, and behind him were 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, as well as the 100 Changes demon monarch who had been tortured by the immortal slave Dharma seal to the point of mental breakdown. At this moment, the 100 Change demon monarch carefully stood behind Qin Feng, keeping his ears straight, fearing that he might accidentally fail to hear Qin Feng's order, causing himself to experience that flying soreness again. Qin Feng. Bai Ri raised his head to look at Qin Feng with great surprise, obviously not expecting Qin Feng to appear here. He had a very complicated feeling about Qin Feng. The culprit for his current situation was Qin Feng, but it was Fong Chang and the Bai family that hurt him the most. You're Qin Feng? Third Saint's son Qin Feng? The street skaters looked stunned, curiously sizing up Qin Feng. Perhaps they didn't know the third Saint's son of the Yin dynasty, but they had definitely heard of Qin Feng's shameless deeds and raising a shameless rabbit. Qin Feng said indifferently, seeing me actually this kind of expression, haven't you guys ever heard of it? Confucius said, don't be ashamed to ask questions? What does that mean? The 100 Change demon monarch immediately panicked, stating that he really hadn't heard of it. Manhwa whispered, translated, it means that there's no shame in asking questions of the boss, they can go down there and ask questions. I see, the ants suffer death. The 100 Change demon monarch acted very aggressively, transforming into a swarm of bats and rushing towards the street skaters. No, don't you come over here. The street skaters screamed in terror and were eventually swept away by the bats. I'm still a step too late. Qin Feng came straight to Bai Ri and crouched down next to him, not minding in the slightest that his cultivation had been abolished. According to his 10-year-old bookworm's experience, Bai Ri's reversal of fortune has already begun, and if he wants to achieve the position of a great emperor he has to have a singable and tragic experience to do so, otherwise he will be embarrassed to go out and say hello to people. Only with a wave of his hand, he took out that dragon horn bow from his carry space. From the hands of Dishio, one of the four Shio of the desolate ancients, the bow body shimmers with flowing light, and pulling the bowstring made of dragon tendons can condense invisible energy arrows. It also comes with 20 solid arrow feathers, the tips of which are refined from razor-sharp dragon claws and have superb armor-breaking capabilities. This is... Daylight's eyes lit up slightly. As an expert with a bow, he naturally saw that this bow was extraordinary. Just thinking of the fact that he was now an invalid, the gleam that had just flashed in his eyes once again turned dim. Qin Feng entered the scene for a second, his eyes mixed with 5 points of apology, 3 points of pity and 2 points of sadness and anger said, this dragon hornbow was specially built for you, I just didn't expect that while I was building it for you with all my might, you went through so much this month, don't worry, no matter how difficult it will be, I will surely help you to repair your dantian and let you get back on your feet, and I will not let go of anyone who has bullied you. This. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses looked at each other suspiciously, not understanding what Qin Feng was up to again. The current by Ri was already wasted. Not only did he send the dragon horn bow, he also promised to help him repair his dantian and help him take revenge. How could he look at it? It was a losing deal. Can it be that he also wants to follow Fong Chang's example and do something indescribable to Bai Ri? Specialized. Bai Ri looked at the tenderness in Qin Feng's eyes and couldn't stand it in his heart. For Qin Feng is engaged in what the ghosts do not know, only know that in his most downtrodden time, Qin Feng's appearance is undoubtedly a light lit up his already dark world. The moment. The two of them looked at each other. Bai Ri didn't have any hatred towards Qin Feng, but instead had a kind of inexplicable touch. Think Qin Feng this person can deal with, is a bold and courageous real man, than Fong Chang that pat the ass and run away bastard I do not know how many times better. Ha! White looked back and forth between the two, thinking that there should be music at this point. You're a ray of light in my world. Running toward me, everything grows. The night sky is slowly lit up. The halo falls on your hand. The evening breeze opens a chapter in the story. Brewing secretly for you. Chapter 90 Pet Father Old 6 Qin Hao. The Secret Realm of Kunlun. It is rumored to be an independent world opened up by a certain ancient great power with heavenly cultivation, in which, in addition to the inheritance of many ancient great powers, there are also many great creations and great opportunities nurtured by heaven and earth. It's just a shame there's an age requirement to enter, only under 30 can enter. Previously, there is not no powerful person wants to break through, but in the end, without exception, all were killed by the law of the Kunlun secret realm. Since then no one dares to break through the Kunlun secret realm. At this time, the major forces of the desolate ancient world were arranging teleportation spell formations in a tight schedule, needing to send as many family disciples under the age of 30 into the Kunlun mysterious realm as possible. As for why the major powers were so nonchalant, apart from the great creation and great opportunities that were birthed in the Kunlun mysterious realm, there was also for the immortal crystals that were produced inside. This is a kind of crystal that contains special energy. Once the cultivation level reached a certain level, one could only rely on immortal crystals to cultivate. It could be said that every time the Kunlun secret realm opened, it was equivalent to the desolate ancient experiencing a reshuffle. If the younger generation of the family competed to bring out more immortal crystals, the strength of the old ancestor could be significantly increased. On the contrary, it would mean staying put, and if the family's heritage failed again, it would most likely be wiped out by other forces taking advantage of the situation. Boss, the Kunlun secret realm is about to open. What are we doing here? 1,000 armies, 10,000 horses and the others were very confused. Originally, both the Tianhong Academy and the Moon God Palace had issued invitations to Qin Feng, and could use teleportation arrays to teleport him directly into the Kunlun mysterious realm, as well as follow the large group, so safety and security would be greatly enhanced. However, Qin Feng refused the goodwill of both parties, and brought their 1,000 armies and 100 changes demon monarch, as well as Little White to a small border city of the Yinyu dynasty, Flower Fall City. As for Bai Ri, after being struck by Qin Feng with the immortal slave Dharma seal, he was left in Suizhupi to fend for himself, and also said in the name of, you have a great chance in your body, go with your intuition to do what you want to do. Although they felt that Qin Feng was painting a big picture, they couldn't produce any evidence. Of course it's going to the secret realm of Kunlun. Qin Feng looked at Flower Fall City ahead and knew that he hadn't found the wrong place. Every time the Kunlun secret realm opened there would be many random entrances that people with great fortune could easily come across, and conversely they would need to spend a great deal of money to set up a teleportation array to send people in by force. According to the heavenly chances he had spied on using the heavenly chance card, Fong Chang would come across a secret entrance in this Flower Fall City, thus finding the legendary Immaculate Spring nurtured by heaven and earth, and practicing the Tao heart-seeding demon, which only existed in the concept of the Devil's Way. Could it be that there is an entrance to the Kunlun secret realm here? The 100-change demon monarch seemed to have thought of something, feeling more and more that Qin Feng was unfathomable. Now that the Kunlun mysterious realm hadn't even opened yet, he could actually know where there was an entrance. This was an ability that even those top-tier bigwigs of the Six Path Emperors couldn't master, or else they wouldn't have spent so much on arranging a teleportation spell formation. At the same time, the 100 changes demon monarch's heart is not to mention how aggrieved. I have long heard that Qin Feng has no sense of propriety, but he had to go to greet his small advantage to trade with him, and now it's good that his whole life is lost in this way. I am a man of integrity. Qin Feng suddenly said, now that there's still a bit of time before the opening of the Kunlun secret realm. Fong Chang also happens to be in the middle of Flower Fall City, so it's possible to try to lay a trap for him. If you're going to say that, I'm not aggravated. The 100-change demon monarch was instantly energized, stating that he was always ready. The Qin family. Ever since he learned that Qin Feng had slaughtered a dragon with his spiritual martial first-level cultivation, Xin Hao had started his crazy self-mutilation mode. Every day, he would enter the forest infested with demonic beasts to fight them, and would never return home until he had squeezed the last ounce of energy out of himself. My God, what monsters I've given birth to! Xin Tian wanted to cry, it was pain and pleasure. Obviously it's a good thing that the second one is getting ahead, but the second one comes back every day with all the injuries he's gotten himself into. So that he had to take out some treasures from the small treasury to help him heal. It was not easy to fill up. The small treasury also began to get thinner and thinner day by day. It's better to be the boss. Xin Tian began to miss, once again, the good old son Xin Fong. From a young age, he was allowed to save his mind and effort, not to mention that after the age of 8, he started to wander around alone. Not only did he become the third holy son of the Yin dynasty, but he also sent him 10 boxes of treasures not long ago. On the contrary, the second Xin Hao, since childhood is a bare child, not let parents worry, 12 years old is still gnawing the old, the whole of money losing goods. Windy, do you know how father has lived these 7 years? He was filled with sadness and was incomparably heartbroken. He had been holding back for 7 years without shouting out that my son Qin Feng had the qualities of a great emperor, which was just too cruel for a successful father. Husband, it's not good. Yun Shiryu ran over in a panicked manner, holding a letter in her hand that Qin Hao had left a letter to run away. It probably meant that he was going to go out and make a breakthrough, so that they wouldn't have to worry about him, and that he would definitely defeat his brother to become their pride, leading the Qin family to annihilate the great Summer Imperial clan, conquering the desolate ancients, and stepping on the heavens and the worlds with his feet. There was a mention at the end that Pops had emptied his petty cash vault. What? Qin Tian's voice raised steeply, and his entire body became nonchalant. Originally heard the first half, the heart is doubly relieved, the second finally have good fortune no longer gnawing old age, but when he heard the second half, the whole heart cold. This pitiful old six. He had used his small vault to help him heal his injuries on account of his father and son's love for each other, but he had missed his own father's vault and emptied it. It's really a vicious thing to do. Yun Shiryu took out a big stick and said in an unkind tone, I think you should explain to me why you have a small treasury? At this time, outside the Qin family's city, Xin Hao was riding a horse and galloping down the road at a fast speed. Grandpa, can we catch up on horseback? Xin Hao opened his mouth and asked. No problem. The shadowy old grandfather replied, Old me will definitely not miscalculate, that place must have the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm. Back then, that's where old me encountered the world-destroying divine thunder. It's just a pity that back then, old me was less than 30 years old and couldn't take it in. Now you're different. As long as you follow what old me said, you'll be able to incorporate the world-destroying divine thunder into your body so that the thunder rises up to gather the wind and clouds, and the thunder destroys everything, and you'll become the god of thunder, and with luck, you can also stimulate your supreme bone to grow back. I know. Xin Hao's eyes were filled with perseverance. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to take a gamble. He's not trying to prove how great he is, he's trying to tell people that what he's lost he must take back with his own hands. Night falls on the small border town. A silhouette clad in a black cloak was walking on a deserted street. If someone looked closely at this moment, they would realize that this person was the chief wanted fugitive of the Yin dynasty, Fong Chang. Since he was now the chief wanted fugitive of the Yin dynasty, there was no way for him to enter the Kunlun mysterious realm through the teleportation array, and the only way for him to have any hope was to venture back to the Grand Xia dynasty through Flower Fall City at the border. And I don't know which old six is spreading rumors all over the place behind his back, saying that he's some kind of six emperors playing, and attracting the super powerful 100 transformations demon monarch to want to find out what's going on. He's a pervert, and it all feels perverted. If he hadn't been blessed with a great life, he might have let him have his way. Which old six is behind this? Fong Chang looked warily at the deserted street. Ever since he entered Flower Fall City, he had the feeling that he was being watched by Old Six, as if at any time he was at risk of falling into the city with his flowers. Chapter 91, Your Excellency, help me. At this time, Qin Feng and the others arrived at the most lively flower street in the city. The whole street was crowded with the gentlemen of the city. Boss, what are we doing here? The eyes of 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were glowing. Of course I'm here to do the right thing. Qin Feng was dressed in white, holding a folding fan, and his flirtatious attributes were directly pulled to full capacity, drawing sideways glances from passers-by. Serious business? Thousands of troops and horses were immediately excited, and I wondered if it was the proper thing for them to be thinking about. This is the one. Qin Feng came to an anciently decorated, and just by looking at the name, he knew that it was a proper flower house. Yi Hung Court. Egu, this gentleman looks unfamiliar, first time here, right? A plump woman greeted them with a professional smile and a professional body step. With her intuition of many years of practice, Qin Feng and his entourage is definitely not simple, especially the leader of the Qin Feng is simply noble. The waist also hangs a heavenly treasure gourd, definitely from those families. It's the first time. Qin Feng looked around to see after entering. Not at all interested in those vulgar girls, but instead looked at the decorative style of this Elysium. He had been a divine son of the Moon God Palace for 7 years, his eyesight was not generally high, and a random young lady pulled out of the Moon God Palace would be able to hang on to the mediocre fans of such small border towns. The reason why he came here was to acquire a flower house and set up a game for Fong Chang to try and see if it would work. According to the celestial chances he saw using the celestial chance card, Fong Chang would stay in this kind of place not to have a cold shower. It was because it was a place where fish and dragons were mixed up to make it easy to hide. As we all know, the flower house is the place where the chosen one must go. Here they will meet the heroine or heroine with a tragic life. Even if they are a murderous devil themselves, they will feel compassion for them, so that they can hold the return of the beauty by virtue of the attribute of a flirtatious and talented man. In other words, he intended to throw his weight around and create a beautiful encounter for Fong Chang. The plump old bot enthusiastically introduced, "This gentleman has come to the right place. Our Yulan is the most famous flower house in Falling Flower City, with the 4 famous prostitutes in attendance. 4 famous chickens." Qin Feng couldn't help but say offhandedly, "Coterie, Kobo, Ashio, Mo White." The plump old bot was worthy of being a professional, just froze, then smiled and said, "As long as the gentleman likes it, they'll be called Birdie, Kobo, Overtail, and Mo White." Cross-docked. Qin Feng waved his hand and took out 10 superb spirit stones, and said, "For the next 3 days, this Yulan of yours will be wrapped up, and all of them, including you, will have to listen to the orders of this young man. Is there any problem?" Extreme spirit stones. The plump woman stared at the extremely high-grade spirit stone, her excited eyes glowing as she said, "No problem, no problem. Whatever the Gongzi says is what he says, no matter what the Gongzi does to them, they can tolerate everything." Ha! Little White, who was sitting on Qin Feng's shoulder, suddenly stopped eating carrots. Just now, the moment Qin Feng opened his carry-on space and took out the extremely high-grade spirit stones, it sensed with its spatial aptitude that there was a mountain of extremely high-grade spirit stones in there, which had to be more than 30 million pieces at least. Nice guy! More than 30 million extreme spirit stones. It has always thought that it is a poor rabbit born in an ordinary family, and from a young age, it was also educated by Qin Feng that the children of poor families are early to be a family, and for 7 years it has been living a life of hardship and simplicity of selling original underwear. I didn't realize that all of this was an illusion and that it was a real rich rabbit. Inside, White was a long time in peace, and the carrot in his hand suddenly stopped smelling good. At this time, Qin Feng ordered people to take down the signboard of Yulan and replace it with a signboard written by his own handwriting, "And the chicken cannot be lost." My lord, the name. The expression on the plump woman's face was one of confusion, feeling that this new name was a bit revealing. That's the effect to have. Qin Feng looked at the entire flower street. Such a unique name as only this one. I believe that Fong Chang will definitely take one more look in the crowd. At the same time, the 100 Changes demon monarch also transformed into Fong Chang's first love, Princess Nan Feng, as requested by Qin Feng. Do not need to be 100% identical, too perfect, rather easy to reveal the cracks, as long as there are 7 or 8 points of similarity on the line. No matter how cold and heartless Fong Chang was after he had become a demon, he would definitely be moved when he met the face of his first love in his heart. Also, in order to prevent Fong Chang from seeing the cracks, Qin Feng had also specifically spent 10,000 villain points from the system to exchange a breath concealment talisman to hide the breath of the 100 Changes demon monarch's body. Now everything is ready and waiting for the main character to make his appearance. Is this really okay? After his transformation, the 100 Change Demon King sat veiled on the second floor of the Chicken Can't Be Lost, with a group of gentlemen attracted to him below. In the midst of a small border town like theirs, when had they ever seen such a stunning beauty? Even if only half of her face was revealed, it was enough to cause an unprecedented sensation in Falling Flower City. Holy, this guy can really change anything. 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses secretly glanced at the 100 Changes demon monarch, and there was a bold idea in their hearts that they didn't know whether to speak or not. Soon, a black-robed figure appeared on Flower Street, and upon closer inspection, it was not the Fong Chang they were waiting for. Originally, he just wanted to come to this kind of fisheye place to spend the night, and wait for tomorrow to find a chance to go out of the city and return to the Dasha dynasty, who knew that just when he arrived at Flower Street, he was attracted by the signboard of "A Chicken Can't Be Lost." Is really here. The 100-change demon monarch was not calm on the spot, and in his heart, he felt more and more that Qin Feng was unpredictable. He had been chasing Fong Chang for half a month without success, and Qin Feng waiting for a rabbit to actually deliver it to his door. Can't get excited, calm down, jia, little brother, I'll heart you. The 100-change demon monarch took a few deep breaths to calm down and followed the method Qin Feng taught him, flying out of the chicken cannot be lost gate. No good, Miss Oriental has run away. Miss Dongfang was Qin Feng's flower name for the 100 changes demon monarch, and the entire flower building was in chaos as a group of big men rushed out from the back and chased after Miss Dongfang. Outside, when Fong Chang heard the commotion, he subconsciously turned his head to see a pretty young lady rushing towards him with a face full of terror. Even though the other party was veiled with only half of his face showing, it still made his heart stifle a tremor. South Wind? My lord, help me! Miss Dongfang grabbed Fong Chang's hand as soon as she could, her eyes filled with a terrified plea. Entering the flower house and still trying to run. A group of big men quickly caught up and grabbed Miss Oriental, forcibly yanking him away from Fong Chang. My lord, help me! Ms. Dongfang kept in mind Qin Feng's words, in the face of such creatures as the other elders must not be in a hurry, to show a weak, pitiful, and helpless expression. The moment. Fong Chang looked at Miss Dongfang's helpless eyes, and there was a hint of melting in his long frozen heart. Should I reveal my identity to save this woman I don't know, or should I turn away as if I didn't see it? You're trying to get me killed. The plump pimp rushed out and shouted furiously at Miss Orient. She didn't know how this Miss Oriental had offended Qin Feng, she only knew that Qin Feng had chartered the Yihong Yuan just to sell this Miss Oriental out. Now if they let her get away, I'm afraid they'll all be out of luck. This Miss Oriental, it looks like she was forced. A group of gentlemen felt pained and were ready to send some warmth to Miss Oriental. Just then, a night breeze blew by, blowing Miss Dongfang's veil down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face with eyebrows like emerald feathers, muscles like white snow, and teeth like shells. The gentlemen went wild on the spot and said they must send warmth. How? Fong Chang is like the young meat of a cheap puppet show, and the dead fish face finally has some changes. I didn't realize that this Miss Oriental actually had a 7 or 8% resemblance to Princess Nanfeng. The 100 changes demon monarch also kept Qin Feng's words in mind at this time. If one wanted to successfully attract the attention of the chosen one, apart from possessing beauty, the most important thing was the eyes. Only to see his eyes gradually lose their starlight, with an expression that fate is unfair and I'm about to resign myself to it. Since this was a true portrayal of him after being hit with the immortal slave Dharma seal, he was completely in character, instantly capturing the hearts of all the gentlemen in the room, and causing Fong Chang's indisputable accelerated throbbing. The buxom pimp struck while the iron was hot. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day of Miss Oriental's departure. Regardless of age, regardless of beauty and ugliness, the highest bidder will win. It's not out of the cabinet yet. The gentleman boiled over on the spot and let out a howl of wolf. Nanfeng. Fong Chang looked out at Miss Dongfang, remembering his first love, Princess Nanfeng. When he was unable to protect Princess Nanfeng and let her be bullied by Qin Feng, how can he now watch this Oriental lady fall into the wolves? As for that old six hidden in the dark, it should be that he overthinks, mostly the aftermath of encountering Qin Laolu. Chapter 92, I'm doing it for his own good. At this time, Qin Feng was in the second-floor private room of Chicken Can't Be Lost, taking in everything downstairs, and it was exactly as he expected. As long as the 100-change demon monarch wasn't a piggyback, the flower that was Fong Chang withered today. Boss, you're amazing. The eyes of the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were filled with admiration, and their admiration for Qin Feng was like a torrential river flowing continuously. They had heard about how evil this Fong Chang was, killing several cities in the Yinyu imperial dynasty in just a month, infuriating the Six Paths emperors to send a large number of experts to encircle and kill them. However, it turned out that no matter how tight the siege was, he managed to run away, and even killed a lot of people by him in return, which also made people call out that Fong Chang had the qualifications of a demon emperor. But it was this man with the qualifications of a demon emperor who was being toyed with by their boss. Wait a minute, you guys, let go of the bidding, why not take the money that's coming to your door? Qin Feng knew that Fong Chang was now a wanted man and was in a hurry to return to the Daxia dynasty to enter the Kunlun secret realm, so he didn't dare to take it easy in Falling Flower City. So a hard grab is out of the question and you can only call the price honestly according to the rules. This kid. 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses looked at Fong Chang, and in their hearts, they mourned for him for 3 minutes. Their family boss was not only thinking about his body, but also the spirit stones in his wallet. This time it cost me 10 extreme spirit stones, I must get my money back. Qin Feng felt a pang of flesh pain when he thought of the 10 extreme spirit stones, and was prepared to go to the official government of Flowerfall City to report Fong Chang as a wanted criminal after the 100-change demon monarch had reversed his destiny. More or less get your money back. Thousands of troops and 10,000 horses were completely stunned, and their hearts were also moreover sprouting a big. This was a case of never stopping until Fong Chang had been squeezed to the limit. At the same time, the two said that their hearts would always belong to the boss and would never give him an excuse to sell them off. I was helping him. Qin Feng explained with a righteous face, hardship hones the will, and adversity creates talent. Thousands of armies and 10,000 horses looked at Qin Feng dumbfounded, with a look of see if I believe it expression. Wow, that makes so much sense. White, who was picking at his food, was filled with adoration, realizing how much more he had to learn. No way. If you can eat carrots, you're a rabbit in A. Xiaobai picked up the carrots and started to eat them, the carrots that he ate today, in order to realize the freedom of heavenly materials tomorrow. The plump pimp entered the private room with a smile and reported to Qin Feng, "This gentleman, we've already made the arrangements, Miss Dongfang can enter the auction session at any time." Aha! Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and said, "When you introduce this Miss Dongfang later, just say that she offended the third saint's son Qin Feng and was slaughtered by him for her entire family, and ended up as a woman of the wind." Ha! The plump pimp's legs went soft in fear and she directly knelt down for Qin Feng. What a joke! The saint's son of the Inu imperial dynasty was the equivalent of a prince. Even if this third saint's son had a problem with his modesty and there were recent rumors that he was wasted, she wouldn't dare to slander the saint's son in such a way even if she was given 10 guts. Say it when I tell you to say it. Chen Jun's face turned cold as he pulled out a jade pendant. It was an identity token specially crafted by the Six Paths Emperor's order after Qin Feng had become the third saint's son, and it read Third Saint's Son Qin Feng. Your sacred son Qin Feng, the #1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. The plump old bod stared wide-eyed, only feeling her brain buzzing. Soon. The chicken can't be lost lobby was just packed. Miss Oriental sat on the stage with a face like death, causing a group of gentlemen on the stage to feel heartbroken and vow to make this fairy-like beauty feel the warmth of the earth. Everyone. Plump old pimp has Qin Feng backing, walking with floating, smiling on the stage. This Miss Oriental from a large family, because of unwilling to serve the third saintly son Qin Feng, by the saintly son of the Lord massacred the whole family, but also will be this fairy-like beauty thrown into the flower house, to make her dirty. You guys, the opportunity is not to be lost again. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted. From a big family, no wonder she's so pretty. I've long heard that this third saint's son Qin Feng has poisonous methods. I didn't expect that he could even lay his hands on such a beautiful beauty. He can even lay hands on his own brother. What does he care about a beauty? Qin Feng sat in the middle of the private room on the second floor and took out a small notebook to write down the people who badmouthed him. Thousands of troops and 10,000 horses were completely stunned in place, and a big popped up in their hearts. With their understanding of Qin Feng, he definitely wasn't taking down names to invite people to dinner, and the high probability was that he was inviting their entire family to a banquet. At the same time, the words of the entire crowd undoubtedly stunned Fong Chang. This Miss Oriental is very much like him. Originally both are high and unassailable existence, all because Qin Feng fell into the mire, got covered with dirt, and also strengthened his determination to save Miss Oriental. Miss Orient. Fong Chang acted as if he was a young fresh meat acting online, looking at Miss Dongfang with a dead fish face. Only to see that this Oriental lady's face was ashen. Only when she looked at him would she show some glimmer, as if she was praying for herself to save her, proving that she had not yet given up, and that there was still a persistence for something in her heart. The plump pimp said with a smile, "Everyone, the bidding begins. The high bidder can enter Miss Dongfang's boudoir for a kiss. 100 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones also want a kiss. 1,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones. 100 extreme spirit stones." A cold voice rang out, causing all the gentlemen in the room to look at Fong Chang in unison. 1 extreme spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 ordinary spirit stones, and 100 was 100,000 ordinary spirit stones, which definitely belonged to a huge amount of money in a small border town like theirs. 1,000 extreme spirit stones. 1,000 army directly doubled it tenfold as Qin Feng had instructed. Wan Ma was a bit worried. "Boss, if we shout the price like this, what if we scare Fong Chang? Don't worry." Qin Feng wasn't the least bit worried about Fong Chang running away. Based on his experience as a 10-year-old bookworm, since readers are good for this, dog authors have thrown their weight around and invariably added this throwaway attribute to the pig's foot. Aha! Fong Chang's eyes looked towards the second-floor private room, not expecting that there would be rich people here. However, as the savior of the Great Xia dynasty, he had plenty of spirit stones on him, not to mention that he had just massacred several cities, so his worth was definitely not comparable to ordinary people. 10,000 extreme spirit stones. 100,000 extreme spirit stones. 150,000 extreme spirit stones. 1 million extreme spirit stones. The gentlemen in the room watched the two sides shouting prices at each other, only to feel that their little hearts couldn't bear it a bit. 1 million extreme spirit stones. Fong Chang's dead fish face finally changed, not expecting the other party to be so wealthy. Originally, he had already had the idea of giving up, but after seeing the pleading in Miss Dongfang's eyes, he clenched his teeth and shouted out 1.5 million extreme spirit stones. Oh my god, 1.5 million extreme spirit stones. The entire room instantly boiled over and looked at Fong Chang. For the sake of a dusty woman, he actually smashed 1.5 million of top-quality spirit stones just to have a kiss. Either his brain is sick or his brain has been kicked by a donkey. Boss! 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses turned their heads to Qin Feng and asked if they wanted to raise the price again. Master, you can't raise the price anymore. Miss Oriental looked nervous to Qin Feng where the second-floor rooms, the heart in the crazy cry, 1.5 million extreme spirit stone has been almost, never delay my cave, is against the odds to achieve the position of the great emperor. Chapter 93, Confirmation of Eyes. Okay. Qin Feng pondered for a while and decided to take what he could get. Although he knew that the chosen son's portable belongings were definitely more than 1.5 million extreme spirit stones, compared to a henchman who had gained the position of a great emperor, any more extreme spirit stones could only be considered a drop in the bucket. Spirit stones can be gleaned later. Fong Chang's flowers must wither today. 1.5 million extreme spirit stones at a time. 1.5 million extreme spirit stones for the second time. 1.5 million extreme spirit stones 3 times. 1.5 million extreme spirit stones sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. The plump pimp's cheeks were red with excitement, until now she had the feeling of dreaming. There will actually really be a luxurious investment of 1.5 million extreme spirit stones for a dusty woman. All I can say is that money really can do whatever it wants. Hoo-hoo. Fong Chang breathed a deep sigh of relief. If the other party really raised the price again, he would have no choice but to risk exposing his identity by forcibly taking the person away. But it's a good thing he's a piggyback from the crossover, just these scum can't affect his ability to act like a pussy. Especially that Miss Oriental, after seeing his victory, her eyes once again regained their radiance, revealing an unprecedented surprise, and flickering with adoration when she looked at him. Aha! It should be a glow of adoration, not the look in a hunter's eyes when he meets his prey. Soon. After Fong Chang paid the spirit stone, he walked into Miss Dongfang's boudoir under the envious and jealous gazes of a group of gentlemen. The room was lit with red candles, flickering with a faint red light and accompanied by a faint aroma. Ms. Dongfang, I am only doing this out of sympathy for you, not out of a desire to do something wrong. Fong Chang's self-perception was that he was a generation of cold demon king, but he still had the dead fish face expression of a cheap puppet show. Sure enough, it's exactly what the master said. Miss Dongfang's heart called out to the good guy, feeling more and more that Qin Feng was unfathomable. After he transformed into this appearance, Qin Feng told him how to conquer the dead fish-faced fresh meat. In addition to making him make certain faces at certain times, he was told to lewdly, poo-poo, chant poetry with the other guy once he turned out to be a decent guy. I know that a windswept woman like me would dishonor your lordship. Miss Dongfang entered the theater for a second, mockingly softly chanting, a pair of jade arms 1,000 pillows, half a bit of vermilion lips 10,000 guests taste. Pretending to be a delicate body, pretending to be a fake heart. Miss Dongfang has misunderstood, I don't mean this. Fong Chang couldn't help but frown slightly. Ever since he'd entered the room, he'd had a very uncomfortable feeling. Originally, he wanted to take Miss Dongfang and hurry to leave this place, but as soon as he heard Miss Dongfang reciting poetry, he saw that face of his first love that resembled Princess Nanfeng by 7 or 8 points. He just couldn't help but want to put on a good show of the ancient poems he had memorized all those years ago. Your Excellency doesn't need to say anything, this is the fate of the East. Miss Dongfang stood up with tearful eyes and removed the clothes on her body in front of Fong Chang. Miss Oriental, I'm really not that kind of person. Fong Chang's dead fish face changed again and hurriedly turned his head to the side. just as he was pondering whether he would be an animal or a lesser animal. There was a sudden flame burning inside his body for some reason, as if the Sao that had been hit by Qin Feng in the life and death elimination match back then had also gone crazy. It was an impulsive feeling that he would never forget. Nope, this smells. Fong Chang also noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly looked at the red candles in the room. But before he could go up to make sure that the red candle was not also crazy, he was pounced on by the already red-eyed Miss Oriental. Facing the faded Miss Oriental at this moment, Fong Chang felt that he really couldn't be a beast, and in the end, he could only choose to be a beast. And so on. Why does she have one too? Fong Chang touched something, and his entire body instantly sobered up. When he raised his head, the beautiful Miss Orient had disappeared and was replaced by the 100-change demon monarch. Jia, the old man's position as a great emperor is secure. The 100-change demon monarch couldn't help but let out the villain's exclusive laughter as he looked at Fong Chang, who had already taken the bait. How come it's you? Don't come over here. Fong Chang was scared on the spot, watching the 100-change's demon monarch's figure envelop him, and also finally experienced the fear of the white day in the beginning. Rumble. The sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder, and pouring rain began to fall. It was as if the heavens couldn't find a way to save Fong Chang and had to rain on him to cheer him up. It was a cry for his misery. It's raining! The gentleman who came to Flower Street rushed to find shelter from the rain, and it was expected that he would not be able to return home tonight. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for setting up a scheme to sell the Chosen One and gaining 200,000 villain points. Can you talk? Qin Feng was immediately unhappy. Now have not even published the truth, how can you use the word sell, in case the two Wang Bao green beans on the eye, and later happily together, he will not be wronged for nothing. Let's go! Qin Feng looked at the time and knew that the time for the opening of the Kunlun mysterious realm was approaching, and took 1,000 armies, 10,000 horses, and Little White to head to their destination in the rain. As for the 100-change demon king, his age had long passed 30 and he was unable to travel with them to the secret realm of Kunlun, so it was better to leave him alone to have a good time out there. Yes, boss. Shen Jun hurriedly took out his prepared umbrella to ensure Qin Feng's elegance as a fluttering duke, while the two of them, himself and Wan Ma, stood behind him to be drenched by the rain. Snap stomp. Snap stomp. There was a sharp sound of treading water. One could only see a young man dressed in black, with sword brows and starry eyes quickly brushing past Qin Feng, still holding a very ordinary-looking long sword in his hand. Lin San. How did he get here? As if he had been electrocuted, Qin Feng hurriedly turned back to look. Across the street, Lin San also stopped and looked back at the person he had just missed. The moment. The two confirmed that they were the ones who had wanted each other for 7 years. Heavy rain poured down, and the moon was as bright as a picture. Flower Street is brightly lit, still bustling. Qin Feng and Lin San, two people meet again after 7 years, standing on both sides of Flower Street, regardless of the surrounding hustle and bustle and heavy rain, looking back in the eyes of only the one who waited 7 years for him. Boss, what's wrong with you? Noticing that Qin Feng was very much out of sorts, Wan Ma hurriedly reached out and waved his hand in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng's eyes burned as he stared at Lin San, his expression thrilled as he said, searching for him for thousands of miles, but when I look back, that person is in the end of the lights. What does that mean? 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses looked back and forth at the two, thinking that there must be a story between these two. Brother Qin's eyes, why are they even more unbearable than 7 years ago? Lin San's little heart was pounding as Qin Feng stared at him, feeling like he was about to lose some control. Ha! White also looked at the two curiously, thinking that the scene should be set to music. Flowers fall in the city as you look back. The horse's hooves are far away from your tenderness. Who's still waiting for the rain to fall in a small building outside the mountain? Lit. Paddle a flat boat. One man, one city, one pot of wine. Chapter 94, Opening of the Kunlun Secret Realm. Rumble. A thunderclap rang out in the sky, lighting up the small border town. The two of them, Qin Feng and Lin San, did not have the intention of going up and having a good, in-depth conversation after not seeing each other for 7 years. Only to see both sides moving at almost the same time, their long ink-like hair dancing wildly in the wind and rain, long and clear sword chirps stirring out from their bodies, transforming into a path of harsh sword chi ravaging through the streets. The powerful sword chi seemed to tear through the air, and the sharp sound was so loud that it drew the eyes of the people in the whole Flower Street. What a strong sword chi! Thousands of troops and horses stared up in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Judging from the sword chi released by Lin San, the sword intent was definitely comprehended up to the 3rd level, and had also comprehended the legendary invincible sword heart just like Qin Feng. Not that undefeated invincibility, but that have me invincible belief. The cultivation level was even a small level higher than Qin Feng, reaching the 2nd level of Dao entry. No! Qin Feng called out good guy in his heart. Before he had comprehended the invincible sword heart, the sword heart was blown up to the sky how powerful it was. But when he comprehended it, it seemed to be worthless, and anyone who used a sword seemed to be able to comprehend it. Is the chosen one strong when he meets strength, or is the dog heavenly way targeting him as the big bad? Buzz off! A crisp sword chirp softly chanted in the rain, and the faces of the surrounding eaters were shocked, only to see the swords and weapons around them trembling, as if they were welcoming the King of Swords. The sword transforms into thousands. Lin San's eyes were like electricity as he used the great move he had created after 7 years of bitter cultivation. Only to see countless invisible sword chi taking shape in the heavy rain in the sky, making the surrounding melon eaters feel as if they were in the middle of a raging storm, their breaths shortened beyond measure. Who is this young man? The faces of the surrounding melon eaters changed drastically, and they could clearly feel the terror of this sword. If anyone was struck by Lin San's sword transformation 1000, they could definitely be cut into flesh in an instant. Great River Sword Technique. The void around Qin Feng vibrated as the sound of sword chants came alive. Accompanied by a vast sea-like sword chi sweeping through the streets, the sharp sound of breaking wind completely suppressed the sound of the rain, and the countless sword chi converged into a rushing river, as if it could swallow up everything in the world. Who are these 2 young men? The eyes of the surrounding eaters were as white as copper bells, stating that they had never seen such a terrifying sword duel before. He had thought that Lin San's 10,000 sword chi was already terrifying enough, but he hadn't expected Qin Feng's Great River Sword Technique's visual impact to be even more shocking. Rumble. Both sides of the great moves directly against the bombardment together, countless sword chi into a storm sweeping heaven and earth. The streets around the scene was torn by the storm of sword chi, scared the melon eaters want to grow more legs out. What a terrifying sword chi! The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses hurriedly released their spiritual energy to resist the storm of sword chi released by the 2. It was also fortunate that the 2 had the dragon scale armor given by Qin Feng, or else they would have to be cut into flesh on the spot by the overpowering sword chi. At the same time, they were curious about Lin San in their hearts, which one of the desolate ancients' heavenly prides was this person, and his sword Dao cultivation was actually on par with Qin Feng's. One must know that Qin Feng was the #1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, and his sword Dao cultivation was even more proud of the younger generation. Even the young master of the famous sword Villa, Yijian, who possessed the body of the heavenly sword, was suppressed to death by Qin Feng in terms of the sword path, and even more so, he lost the opportunity to raise his head. But now there was a peerless heavenly pride who had comprehended the 3rd grade sword intent and invincible sword heart, and was even able to fight head-on with Qin Feng in terms of the sword Dao. What a first sword after 100 years, it's really powerful. Qin Feng's body retreated 2 steps uncontrollably, sincerely admiring Lin San's talent in swordsmanship. At this time, Lin San was no longer the Lin San of 7 years ago, and without using the supreme bone and the heavy pupil, he was not really sure that he could defeat him by virtue of his sword skills. He's the first sword after 100 years. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses revealed dawning expressions, finally realizing why the other party's swords were so powerful. They had long heard that Lin San of the City of the Heart of Heaven had obtained the inheritance of the Long Sky Sword God, and was even evaluated by many sword Dao masters as the #1 sword after 100 years, which meant that no one would be able to compete with him after 100 years. It was also seen from the side, how terrifying this person's sword Dao talent was. Now that he was able to fight Qin Feng, there was nothing strange about it. Brother Qin's sword, it's even stronger. Lin San followed suit and took 2 steps back, his heart was unable to calm down for a long time. Ever since he met Qin Feng 7 years ago, he knew how terrifying Qin Feng's sword Dao talent was, but what he didn't expect was that he still couldn't distance himself from Qin Feng after 7 years of bitter cultivation. It was evident that not only was he cultivating desperately during these 7 years, Qin Feng was likewise cultivating desperately. Also let him cannot help but think of 7 years ago, Qin Feng said, Qin Feng is not the kind of power to bully the rich son, rely on the ancestors of the remaining and live is not a real man, Qin Feng can today rely on my own, I want to rely on their own hands to fight out a piece of heaven. Apparently, he did what he said he would do. Your sword, it's not weak either. Qin Feng waved his hand and took out the long sky divine sword, his closest right hand slowly gripping the hilt. Lin San forced down his desire to fight and slowly said, Brother Qin, I'm afraid that if you draw your sword now, you'll miss the opening of the Kunlun mysterious realm, so let's talk about this battle later. Well, later. Xin Feng's hand loosened the hilt of his sword, and he also felt that Lin San had a point. From the sword of Lin San just now, it was clear that even if he could defeat Lin San, it would still take some effort to do so, but the secret realm of Kunlun was not waiting for anyone. It was really not suitable to waste time here. Most importantly, he did not see Lin San appear in Flowerfall City when he was snooping through the heavens. It was very unreasonable for Lin San to appear here now. If he discovered the entrance to the Kunlun mysterious realm, wouldn't he risk competing with himself for the unsullied spring? Farewell. Lin San clasped his fists and turned around to quickly leave. Before leaving, he still didn't forget to look back, in his heart, how he longed to have a smooth fencing session with Qin Feng. However, he had to suppress the desire to fight in his heart, because the reason why he appeared in Flowerfall City was the same as Fong Chang. He had been traveling outside all these years, and if he wanted to enter the Kunlun mysterious realm he had to pass the border and return to the city of Heavenly Heart. If he fought with Qin Feng, he would definitely miss the Kunlun secret realm. I think I should stall a little longer. Qin Feng watched Lin San go far away and suddenly regretted it in his heart. As we all know, protagonists are all cardinal monsters. They will never make an appearance until the last moment. If we delay Lin San for a little while longer, we might make him miss the opening of the Kunlun secret realm. Forget it. It wasn't his style to fight head-on anyway, so it was better to wait until he entered the secret realm of Kunlun and be a happy old six. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking the initiative to set up a trap and trash the chosen one, gaining 500,000 villain points. Spoiled? That's passive. Qin Feng turned back to the chicken can't be lost, and images began to form in his mind. No way, no way. Delete it, delete it. Rumble. Lightning flashed in the sky again, and the pouring rain fell even harder. Unlike the previous rainy day with thunder, this time, the void outside the city was flooded with ripples, and a black hole began to slowly take shape, and a world could be vaguely seen inside. It's the Kunlun secret realm opening. Qin Feng did not dare to delay and dashed toward the entrance. Chapter 95, Coming and Going in a Hurry. No way. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were stunned on the spot, and in their hearts, they called out that the boss was really not human. In addition to successfully selling Fong Chang to the 100-change demon monarch and tearfully earning him 1.5 million extreme spirit stones, he had actually really projected the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm. Nope. There's also the cost of 10 extreme spirit stones to be subtracted. Go! Qin Feng and the others ran furiously all the way to the black hole outside the city. Without the slightest hesitation, the three of them jumped straight in with a rabbit. It comes and goes. GG. The 100-change demon monarch couldn't help but let out a villainous laugh, as if announcing to the world that this round was a crushing victory for the villains. Qin Feng. Fong Chang lay on the bed, a tear flowing from the corner of his eye. I thought this was the place where he thought the chicken could not be lost, but I didn't realize that it was someone else's chicken that could not be lost. Combined with the pimp's account of Miss Dongfang's tragic life just now, he instantly guessed that the old sixth man who was counting on him behind the scenes was Qin Feng. It's just a shame he understood too late. Financially perhaps he had lost 1.5 million extreme spirit stones, but the damage to his mind would take a lifetime to heal. That's a reversal of fortune. The 100-change demon monarch skimmed Fong Chang, pondering whether or not to take it as a precaution. What are you doing? Fong Chang's dead fish face was filled with terror as he desperately struggled to get up. But the 100-changes demon monarch had already used screaming through his throat on him was useless. No matter how hard he struggled he couldn't move a bit. Jia, brat, it's useless even if you scream your throat out now. The 100-change demon monarch once again let out a villainous laugh as he took a step towards Fong Chang. No, don't come over here. Fong Chang's face was filled with horror. He, a murderous pervert, all felt that the 100-change demon monarch was more perverted than him. Rumble. A sudden change occurred as Fong Chang erupted a terrifying baleful aura, directly sending the 100-change demon monarch flying. Not good. It's that old devil who struck. The 100-change demon monarch's face changed violently, remembering what Qin Feng had told him. Fong Chang is an unreasonable creature and must be quick to get things done. If you find something wrong, you must not hesitate for a second, you must turn your head and run. As it turns out, I can always trust the master. The 100-change demon monarch knew that he didn't have a chance to plummet, and didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and with a swoosh, he disappeared into thin air. The Qin family. The 10 old ancestors of the Qin family had come out of the gate. The beginning ancestor's face was grave as he said, "The world of great struggle is approaching, and it meets the opening of the Kunlun secret realm. I'm afraid that the fight in the Kunlun secret realm this time is exceptionally dangerous. Take out all of the family's inventory, and make sure that the juniors are as safe as possible. Yes. The 10 ancestors nodded their heads and led the order, and then wanted to say, Patriarch, Xiao Hao, he left a book and went out, should we wait for him? Leave the boy alone. The beginning ancestor waved his hand and said, he is a born supreme being with his own chance, it would be unattractive for us to forcefully intervene instead, if we meet him in the Kunlun mysterious realm, let the other juniors help out. The second ancestor's face was worried, Xiao Hao, this child's fate is peculiar, from a young age, with who is good who is unlucky, so the family disciples are like the plague on him to avoid. If he really encountered danger in the Kunlun secret realm, I'm afraid that only his older brother is willing to step in to help out. Xin Feng. The atmosphere in the room was instantly quiet. All the old ancestors thought of that 8-year-old child again, for the sake of the family he had carried too much. Think about how much suffering and tears a child of 8 years old has suffered while studying abroad alone. But I can't tell anyone about it, so I have to lick my wounds alone in the middle of the night. The 10th ancestor comforted, in these 7 years, we haven't been idle either, we've placed quite a few people in the Yinyu dynasty, and recently Qin Wan has even contacted Little Wind under the name of Wan Ma, with him guarding Little Wind's side. In addition to being able to take care of each other, we can also provide him with some family help. Alas, the family owes this boy too much. The beginning ancestor and the other side, not to mention how hard it was in their hearts. As the oldest ancestor of the Qin family, he should have Yu Yin's descendants and give them a happy childhood. But now they let an 8-year-old child carry the weight of 10,000 generations of curses for the family, and it had to be said that it was their failure. At the same time, he was also proud that the family could produce a Qin Feng. This son was truly a great emperor. Moon Palace. The moon god personally selected hundreds of young misses to be led by Z-Kite, a goddess, into the middle of the Kunlun secret realm. Remember what Great Aunt told you, never be impulsive when things go wrong, going down is the way to go. The moon god was afraid that Z-Kite wouldn't understand, and pointed at the ancestral Xian Wu to educate her. Only those who live long are considered strong. We must also learn the spirit of Xuan Wu's ability to bend and bend and bend, and we must never come out strong in the face of danger. Ow! Xuan Wu rolled his eyes at the side, indicating that a woman's mouth is a ghost that lies to turtles. Ever since it became the ancestral guardian divine beast of the moon god lineage, every generation of moon gods would say the same thing to the next generation of goddesses. But in the end, without exception, when things go wrong, they all rush up and just do it. It was also used as a shield in front of it, and pulled out to skate when something happened. Got it, Auntie. Z-Kite absent-mindedly nodded her head, her mind all worried about Qin Feng. I don't know where the hell he ran off to, and if there's any way to catch the opening of the Kunlun secret realm. Tianhong Academy. All the celestial pride under the age of 30 had all come, splitting into 2 formations, each supporting the 2 holy sons. Qin Feng didn't come. The other 2 sacred sons glanced away, not putting Qin Feng in their minds at all. Today's Qin Feng is no longer in their eyes, a month from the spiritual martial first weight breakthrough into the Tao first weight, with the but think also know that this foundation completely waste, the future can break through the heavenly sector problematic. Ask this kind of trash how to be their opponent. The teacher from the Tianhong Academy spoke. This time, you are going to the Kunlun mysterious realm with a mission. Each of you must bring back no less than 10 immortal crystals, and those who don't complete the mission will enter the 10,000 Devil Pagoda to cultivate. 10,000 Devil's Tower. The entire heavenly pride immediately exclaimed in shock, a touch of panic flashed in their eyes, even the 2 holy sons' expressions were a bit unnatural. It was obvious that this 10,000 Devil Tower was not a good place. Blue Devil Palace. The Blue Devil had also personally selected several hundred geniuses for Yulan. It was just that the Blue Devil didn't urge Yulan to be safe like the moon god did, but instead urged her one after another to put Qin Feng to sleep when she found an opportunity. It's useless to have a daughter with high cultivation, only marrying well is king. Hear that. Blue Devil continued to read, you must not learn your mother when what a strong woman, all day long to manipulate such a large family business, in order not to be missed by outsiders, but also desperately cultivate, women should find a capable man for their own shelter, everyday beautiful bad? Never find those poor boys understand. Would you stop being such a snob? Yulan couldn't help but roll her eyes, stating that I am the master of my youth. You child, mother is a person who has been here before, can she lie to you? Blue Devil was not happy on the spot. Thinking about finding an opportunity to invite Qin Feng to come home for dinner, and then feed the 2 Samsaos also crazy to get things done. Chapter 96 Entering the Secret Realm of the Kunlun. The Secret Realm of Kunlun. Xin Feng and the others appeared in a desolate gobi. The sky was 3 suns baking the earth mercilessly. Why is this Kunlun's secret realm so hot? The little white heat spits out her little pink tongue, feeling like she's turning into a roasted rabbit with a sprinkle of cumin. Thousand June, covered in sweat, panting and swooshing, said, "It is rumored that this Kunlun secret realm and the countless opportunities, but also very large, but also bred a lot of peculiar environment, like this gobi is recorded, is said to be a Jedi. There are a lot of people in the inside of the lost and then trapped to death, can be successful to go out of the person 10,000 does not exist one. So horrible." Wan Ma hurriedly turned his head to look at Xin Feng, wondering if his young master had a way to take them out. Xin Feng did not say anything as he looked at the surrounding gobi. It was exactly the same as the image he had seen when he had snooped into the heavens. It was in this gobi that was so hot that Fong Chang had found the legendary Immaculate Spring. What goes around comes around, the yin pole begets the yang, the yang pole begets the yin, and the yin and yang intersect. Xin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Nature was truly marvelous. In such a hot gobi, it was actually able to produce the Immaculate Spring. Just then, the system sound rang out. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the chosen one shed a tear of sadness that will take a lifetime to heal, earning him a chance at the lottery. Tears of sadness? Aya, the 100 Changes demon monarch really doesn't know how to show mercy. Xin Feng was in a somber mood and observed 3 seconds of silence for Fong Chang, then cheerfully called the system to start the lottery. Wow! The big carousel reappeared in front of the eyes and also began to turn slowly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the most precious treasure of heaven and earth, the Nanmingli fire. Nanmingli fire, the divine fire nurtured by the heaven and earth, the fire of the departure position in the 8 trigrams, and also the natal fire melted by the vermilion bird, which restrains the ghosts and monsters and the evil things. Xin Feng's eyes glowed with a violet blue light, and he could also feel an additional violet blue flame in his dantian. Unlike Yulan's kind of Xianyin body that carried its own coldness, Nanmingli fire was an attribute supreme treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. There were also attributes such as thunder and lightning, cold and ice, etc., and as long as they were incorporated into the body they could gain attribute attack power, and their power was not much different from Yulan's Xianyin body. It's just that this integration into itself is very, very difficult, and those who can pull it off are absolutely rare. Even a great man of the 6 Paths Emperor's level wouldn't dare to try it easily, and only those chosen ones with a halo on would dare to ignore the success rate that was infinitely close to 0. Is this a success rate I can challenge as a villain? Xin Feng's corner of his eye involuntarily twitched, and a big popped up in his heart. Nima! This is clearly playing him. The system spoke. The host currently has 917,000 villainous points left, and can spend 600,000 villainous points to purchase an entry Dao Realm Root Foundation pill. What does it mean? The Root Foundation pill can increase the success rate. Xin Feng immediately became energized and hurriedly inquired. Can't. The system replied, the system is just reminding the host to consolidate the foundation of the first weight of the Dao, and the system really do not know what the host is anxious about. The system draws out the Nanmingli fire does not have a success rate of 1, direct refining can be 100% successful, open hanging should have to open hanging the consciousness. Do not hold a look of the world has not seen the face of the system, lose the face of the system. You didn't say so. Xin Feng did not expect the clown to be himself, was scared half to death, almost thought he was GG, but also by the system to be ruthlessly despised. And you didn't ask earlier. The system replied mechanically. I'm not angry with you. Xin Feng took a deep breath and redeemed a Root Foundation pill. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 600,000 villainous points and successfully exchanging an entry realm Root Foundation pill. What's going on, boss? The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses looked slightly stunned, only to see Xin Feng sitting cross-legged in the shadow of a boulder, a purple-blue flame surging out around his body after he had settled down, looking very bizarre and demonic. This is divine fire. The pupils of the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses shrunk violently, not understanding where Xin Feng had gotten the divine fire from. However, now was not the time to think about such things, only to see them looking around vigilantly as if they were the right and left guardians, preventing anyone from coming to disturb Xin Feng's refining of the divine flame. Is this the divine fire? Xiaobai jumped onto Xin Feng's lap, and sat in meditation and cultivation in the same manner, inhaling the Nanmingli fire leaking out of Xin Feng into itself, and there was no such thing as a success rate, the fusion was very successful. This. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were stunned. Xin Feng is not a human being, even if it is not, how can Xiaobai not be a rabbit, who is a decent rabbit can be so perverted? Da Xiao Palace. Princess Nanfeng stood in a large formation whose light shot straight up to the sky, and behind her were thousands of Heavenly Sun's disciples, who were not the heavenly pride of the worldly family, but the heavenly pride of the cold sect. Those worldly family prides have returned to their respective families at this time, fighting for their own families. Absolutely impossible to fight for the royal family. The royal family can rely on only these cold family prides. Nanfeng, you can't let father down again this time. The great Xia Emperor stood majestically outside the formation. For Princess Nanfeng's trip to the Yinyu dynasty this time, he could be said to be very incomprehensible. It clearly looked like a very simple task, but in the end, so many people were played by Qin Feng. Even the blackened Fong Chang was humiliated in public, disgracing their great Xia dynasty. But who let his many sons and daughters? Only a Nanfeng can take the hand, the other all is unable to help the Yado. This Kunlun secret still have to Nanfeng lead the team, is also considered to give her a chance to make up for her sins. Don't worry, father, Nanfeng will definitely use Qin Feng's dog's head this time to wash away my grand Xia's shame. Princess Nanfeng's anger in her beautiful eyes could not be concealed, and her small fists were pinched and cackled. Originally, she had been ready to find Qin Feng again to mouth off for Fong Chang's safety. But who knew that at this time, the Kunlun secret realm had opened, and as long as she could get enough immortal crystals inside, the great Xia imperial clan would be able to change its previous decline. What Qin family, what world family, and what Yinyu imperial dynasty? All do not need to put them in their eyes. There was also Qin Feng. It was true that he was the #1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients, but killing a true dragon at the 5th level of Dao entry was already his limit. On the contrary, these Heaven's Sun disciples around her were all hand-picked, with a minimum cultivation of the 5th level of the Dao entry realm, and even the heavenly sect realm. Even if he, Qin Feng, was even more heaven-defying, he would have to kneel in the face of so many disciples of the Son of Heaven. Qin Feng, you wait for this princess. Princess Nanfeng's eyes wanted to be angry and still shy. Her mind was full of images of herself being forced to show off her tongue. In order to not let a third person know about this matter, the best way was to behead Qin Feng's dog's head. I'm on fire right now. After Qin Feng finished refining the southern brightness flame, he couldn't help but recite Bright Kuan's lines. He only felt that the Nanmingli fire in his body was making his blood boil, and coupled with the relentless baking of the 3 suns above his head, it caused the fire in his body to skyrocket, and it looked like it was about to burst the meter. If a person appeared in front of him at this moment, he would not hesitate to grab them and put out the fire. Bang! A silhouette descended from the sky, and at a closer look, it was actually Fong Chang. Chapter 97 Qin Lulyo's sneak attack around the back. How did he get here? Surprise was written all over Qin Feng's face, not even thinking that Fong Chang would show up. In order to successfully make Fong Zhanghua fall in the middle of the city, he had the 100 changes demon monarch use the double insurance of the Sao is crazy and shouting through the throat is useless. Not to mention Fong Chang, even Yuan Dan realm cultivators were afraid that they wouldn't be able to slow down without 2 days. But now that Fong Chang had indeed arrived at the Kunlun mysterious realm, these chosen ones were a bit too unreasonable. Right. Also when he said incoming earlier, he meant pretty young lady. Qin Feng. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, Fong Chang's face grimaced as he stared at Qin Feng. For the second time. He had been counted by this old 6 for the second time. If it wasn't for the sudden awakening of the old devil within him, he would not only miss the opening of this Kunlun mystic realm, but he would also endure the psychological devastation of Plum Blossom. Today, either he would die or he would die. Only one of him and Qin Feng could walk out of the Kunlun secret realm alive. Just you want to hurt our boss. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses coldly grunted and charged up with the momentum of the mountains and seas. Rumble. 1,000 armies came in a sweeping motion with his war halberd in hand, only to see a dragon's shadow galloping and rushing towards Fong Chang. 10,000 horses also wielded a heavy hammer unwillingly, a hammer down to make 10,000 horses running, smashing the earth out of a hideous mouth spreading outwards for several hundred meters before stopping. So strong. Fong Chang's dead fish face had changed, realizing that the 1,000 armies had become stronger. The cultivation of the two didn't change too much from the life and death elimination match, but the equipment on their bodies directly increased their combat power by several times after replacing it. Coupled with the 5-fold enhancement of battle power bestowed by Qin Feng, ordinary Heaven's Pride were simply no match for them. Qin Feng is really generous. Fong Chang could also tell that the armor and weapons on 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were not mortal, having been crafted from the great dragon from the life and death elimination tournament. These dragon attribute equipment were originally rare items, and for Qin Feng to be willing to give 2 of his men the opportunity to change into them was truly unexpected. But even if Qin Feng was generous and armed his men to the teeth, in the end, he would just be giving him, the traveler, a gift of experience. Rumble. One could only see Fong Chang's body boiling with baneful qi around him, transforming into a 100-meter-tall demonic statue, and an extremely bizarre Sanskrit sound resounded in the heavens and earth. Buddha's magic voice. Unlike the one he used in the life and death elimination match, at this time, his cultivation had already broken through to the Tao entry realm, and he also had a deeper level of comprehension of the Buddha's magic sound. There would definitely be no such thing as being unable to enslave two people in a life and death elimination match, and this time, they would definitely be able to enslave them, making Qin Feng feel the pain of being besieged by a war machine that he had built with his own hands. Ha! Become my slave. Fong Chang's face grimaced as he laughed out loud, as if he saw the image of 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses being enslaved and then besieging Qin Feng. But the reality was nothing like the picture he had imagined, as thousands of troops and horses looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Are you reacting? Decent guy, who would react to him? Thousands of armies and 10,000 horses ignored Fong Chang's Buddha's magical sound and rushed up as if nothing was wrong and just did it. One had to know that they had been imprinted with the immortal slave Dharma seal by Qin Feng, allowing them to share half of Qin Feng's special battle power, and in addition to the aura of the great emperor's qualifications, there was also an indomitable will, which was immune to all sorts of spiritual attacks. Although he couldn't manage to ignore all spiritual attacks in the world like Qin Feng, there was still no problem with a pediatric Buddha's magic sound like Fong Chang's. How? Fong Chang was directly dumbfounded in place, stating that he really didn't understand. With his current cultivation, even those heaven's pride could be enslaved. On the contrary, the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were merely armed to the teeth by Qin Feng, and their own strength had not reached the heaven's pride level at all to be right. But why is nothing happening to them at all? Rumble. Without waiting for Fong Chang to ponder why this was the case, 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were already on fire to kill. They were different from those precision strike heaven's pride, they pursued fire coverage, and the entire earth was riddled with cracks and raised dust in the sky. Ah! Qin Feng frowned at the side. It was discovered that Fong Chang had actually broken through to the Tao entry realm, and his foundation didn't look as if it was much more unstable. If he remembered correctly, the first time the two sides met, Fong Chang's cultivation was at the 5th level of spiritual martial arts, and in just over a month's time he had broken through to the Tao entry realm, and his foundation was actually not too unstable. These chosen ones are truly unreasonable. Qin Feng was speechless on the spot, and his entire body cracked up. Why are these protagonists able to ignore the stability of the foundation to break through however they want? On the contrary, he has to spend either 7 years for the foundation or hundreds of thousands of villain points to buy the foundation Dan. He was not convinced. He's going to file a complaint, which is clearly aimed at the villains. If you don't want to be enslaved, then go to hell. Fong Chang's dead fish face flushed with a touch of coldness, and even more furious fury chi was released from his body. The sky and earth suddenly changed color, a black gas transformed into a huge ghost head, opening its mouth to crazily allow sucking, as if it wanted to devour everything in the sky and earth. What is this thing? The faces of 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses changed drastically, and they hurriedly used the jackhammer to stabilize their figures, lest they be sucked in by the huge ghost head. But soon they realized that something was wrong. The life essence in their body was actually being sucked away at a speed seen by the naked eye. At this rate it had to be sucked dry by Fong Chang. Devouring devil technique, devour everything. A look of madness spread across Fong Chang's face, and he only felt that his body was suddenly filled with power. This was the devouring devil technique he had obtained from the old devil inside him, a divine technique created by the old devil after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, which could devour everything under the sun to strengthen himself, as well as consolidate his foundation. Although he could not reach the great circle by practicing other people's divine level techniques and could not utilize the strongest form of the devouring devil technique, he could stand on the shoulders of giants and look at the world, creating even more powerful devil techniques for himself in the future. Now it is used to devour these small caramels. It is simply not too simple. Even Qin Feng, that old six, cannot escape his devouring. Wait! Where's Qin Lao Lu? Fong Chang's face changed violently as he realized that Qin Feng had disappeared. Before he could react, he felt a coolness coming from behind him, sending chills down his back, the kind of feeling of being targeted by old six. It's Qin Feng? A flash of panic spread across Fong Chang's dead fish face, and out of the corner of his eye, he desperately looked behind him. Only to see that Qin Feng had circled around behind him at an unknown time, and the long sky divine sword had even transformed into 9 small swords, with the sharp tips of the swords pointing directly at his freshly withered flowers. This old six. Fong Chang had been completely driven mad. He really couldn't understand how people could be shameless to such an extent. Obviously, as the first Tianzhou of the desolate ancient times, has a strong strength and extraordinary talent, but never fight with people head-on, have to go around the back to sneak attack as a shameless old six. Chapter 98 Familiar Flavor, Familiar Recipe. Don't look down on people. Fong Chang's potential was fully activated at this moment, releasing his body's energy crazily, forming an ultra-thick reinforced energy shield behind him, preparing to receive Qin Fang's sneak attack around the back of this shameless old six. Ding! 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 A sharp sword strike sounded. 9 small swords under Qin Fang's control ruthlessly stabbed at Fong Chang's back, but without exception, they were all blocked, unable to break through the thickened and reinforced energy shield straight into the red center. Hoo, it's finally blocked. Fong Chang let out a long exhale. In the end, it was still his skill that was superior. Just before he could finish this breath, he felt another coolness coming from underneath him, or that feeling of being stared at by old six. Only to see that Qin Feng had predicted his prediction long ago. It looked like the old six was sneaking around the back, but in reality, he was attracting firepower and creating an opportunity for the other old six. Xiao Bai, as a rabbit raised by Qin Feng himself, had long become a qualified old six who could hold his own after more than 7 years of old six culture. To be a successful old six, you must learn how to hide yourself, be immovable as a stone, lock onto your target, be poised to strike, and be swift as the wind. Ada. Taking advantage of Fong Chang being attracted by Qin Feng's firepower, Xiao Bai sneaked to Fong Chang's side and violently leapt from the ground, stretching out his own little short legs and exerting his full strength to execute a precise chicken punch on Fong Chang. With a bang, the wyvern broke. Fong Chang put on a pain mask on the spot, and the drilling pain swept through his entire body even more, also causing the energy in his body to stagnate, and the huge ghost head that he had condensed also crumbled in an instant. Hoo! The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses gasped for air, almost being sucked dry by Fong Chang. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's spirit pet, Shatter to Eternal Rule, for putting the Chosen One into Sage Mode and gaining 500,000 villain points. Is this egg diamond encrusted? Other people's earn at most 1,000 villain points. Even if the system is called the Great Villain of the One Sword does not rise in price, the Chosen Son actually has as much as 500,000. Not bad for the Chosen One, but it's time to end it. Qin Feng decisively seized the opportunity and quickly pinched out a finger trick. Buzz off! The 9 small swords emitted a clear sword chirping sound, only to see them quickly 9 swords united, transforming into the long sky divine sword, concentrating its power into a single point to accurately break through Fong Chang's energy shield. What? Fong Chang's eyes stared like bronze bells, and he only felt a chill at his back. Nima! He didn't expect Qin Feng to be shameless to such an extent, not letting go of any opportunity to be the oldest six at all. Bang! Due to the pain in Fong Chang's body causing the energy in his body to stagnate, making himself in a weak stage of defense, the long sky divine sword didn't take much effort to break through the energy shield behind him. A long drive and a straight shot. Ah! Fong Chang only felt a coldness behind him and let out a miserable cry, which was really shocking to those who heard it, and flesh jumping to those who heard it. It's brutal! The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were watching with their little hearts pounding, not realizing that the boss and Little White's combination skill was so terrifying. Seemingly simple and ordinary moves can cause unimaginable damage. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for stabbing the Chosen One's fading flower with one sword, gaining 500,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for seriously injuring the Chosen One and gaining 500,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for inflicting serious psychological damage on the Chosen One, gaining 500,000 villain points. That's it? Only 1.5 million villain points in total. Qin Feng was not too happy about this. What he wanted more than villain points was a chance at the lottery. If he relied on saving up villain points to buy the treasures in the system all alone, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to buy a single one even if he saved up a lifetime's worth of villain points. So many ellipses were no joke. This shameless Qin Laolu. Fong Chang fell to the ground injured, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. Familiar flavors, familiar recipes. He still hadn't utilized his full strength before he was KO'd by this shameless old six. If time could go back to a month ago, he would never have gone to the Yin Moon dynasty, and he would never have taken the initiative to provoke Qin Laolu. He had thought that he had traveled across the world, and with thousands of years of accumulated cultural knowledge, he could play Qin Feng and a bunch of other ancients into the palm of his hand, and become one of his pawns to deal with the Dasha family, so that he could reap the benefits of the fisherman and go to the peak of his life. But who knew that in this ancient time where propriety, righteousness, honesty, and shame were greater than ever, there would actually be such a shameless person as Qin Feng, and TM also comes with the shameless old 6 attribute. Not to mention the ancient background of Arakan, even if it was the modern background of Red Star, they couldn't find a shameless old 6 like Qin Feng. He really didn't know what kind of education it took to educate a shameless old 6 like Qin Feng. Bang! Facing an unreasonable creature like the Chosen One, Qin Feng didn't dare to let his guard down in the slightest, picking up small stones and throwing them at Fong Chang to see if he was dead. Boss, it's really not moving. 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses also picked up stones and threw them, resulting in Fong Chang remaining motionless on the ground. It would be a shame to really die. Qin Feng hurriedly turned his head to the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, as if asking them if they wanted to achieve the position of Great Emperor while it was still hot. It was against the odds. One must know that there were only 4 slots left in the 6 Great Emperor positions now. If Fong Chang died just like that, wouldn't it be a waste of 4 Great Emperor positions? Woo woo. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses shook their heads in fear, stating that they were only interested in the 100-change demon monarch, and that they were not interested in his prey at all. Don't you guys get all psycho? Qin Feng said in a serious manner, we are for his own good. It must be known that the road to success is always inseparable from the help of the nobleman, the guidance of the famous teacher, the stimulation of the villain, and we are willing to sacrifice ourselves to be the villain of their lives, to help them thrive, and step into the road to success as soon as possible. Thousands of troops and horses were dumbfounded and had the feeling that the sun had gone to the dogs. Nima. Why does it make so much sense to him? Well, I rather think he's right. Xiaobai looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of admiration, taking out his small notebook and rushing to record it. Qin Feng added, in fact, you guys really don't need to have any psychological burden, I can send you a few bottles of Sao also crazy. Woohoo! 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses shook their heads in fear, stating that they really weren't that kind of casual person. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated, old devil, lend me your power. Fong Chang endured the urging of his body and mind, his face grimly jumped up from the ground, and an extremely shocking wave of baleful energy erupted from his body, causing the winds and clouds of heaven and earth to change color. These piggies are shameless. Qin Feng was startled by the sudden outburst of Fong Chang, saying that he had never seen such a brazen person, who opens the door at the drop of a hat, unlike him, who can have today all by his own efforts. Chapter 99, Very Moist. Rumble. The breath within Fong Chang's body steeply surged, the earth around him couldn't withstand it and began to continuously crumble. Even if his wounds crumbled under the weight of this power, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. So strong. The faces of 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were incomparably grave, and without saying a word, they rushed up to try to stop Fong Chang from opening up. Just you guys. Fong Chang's face became painfully hideous, and his eyes even flashed with a flash of unprecedented madness. Only to see his golden and black 2 rays of light burst out from Fong Chang's body, converging into a huge statue of a half-devil, half-Buddha, more than 10 meters high looked very strange. Bang! Before the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses could get close, they were sent flying by the powerful aura. Buddhas and demons coexist. Qin Feng frowned slightly. I remember reading about it in the Moon God's Palace, which perfectly blended the power of Buddha and devil together. There is a devil in the Buddha and a Buddha in the devil. It looked like last time in the life and death elimination match, although he had interrupted Fong Chang from comprehending the true meaning of Buddha and devil, Fong Chang hadn't gained nothing, and had still comprehended the coexistence of Buddha and devil from it. 1,000 hands of Rudra. Fong Chang's face grimaced as he looked up to the sky and bellowed, and the Buddha and demon idol behind him manifested 1,000 arms. Great river sword technique. The corners of Qin Feng's clothes began to move without any wind, and the sound of sword chants in the void around him was alive and well. Sword chi as vast as the sea swept across the heavens and earth, sharp wind-breaking sounds resounded through the desolate Gobi, and countless channels of sword chi converged into a river rushing toward Fong Chang. Rumble. Countless fist shadows and countless sword chi blasted together, setting off ripples that scattered in all directions, and the earth was even blasted out by the two with countless hideous cracks that began to collapse downwards continuously. This TM is really a duel at the Tao Enlightenment realm. The two of them, 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, shivered and hugged each other, with the feeling of a small boat traveling in a storm, as if the boat would be destroyed at any time. Qin Feng, you're dead this time. Fong Chang hissed loudly with a scowl on his face, having long ago put his life on the line. only to see that he completely ignored the great river sword chi that Qin Feng shot at him. Even though his body was slashed with sword marks and blood continued to soar out, his gaze remained unwavering and fixed on Qin Feng, resolutely refusing to give Qin Feng the chance to transform into Qin Laolu. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth sketched out a cheap smile and said, "Let's not talk about whether you can kill me or not. Anyway, Princess Nanfeng's first kiss doesn't belong to you, Fong Chang. It's mine, Qin Feng, and by the way, after you escaped I personally tasted it, it's very moist." Old devil, power, I want more power. Fong was irritated by Qin Feng on the spot, hissing loudly with red eyes and tilting his head back. Now it was no longer about interests and modesty, he only wanted to use all his power to get this shameless Qin Laolu killed. Rumble. Only to see that Fong Chang's aura around him began to rise continuously again, and the Buddha devil coexistence shadow behind him became even more solid, and the earth centered on him began to crumble, with a hideous crack spreading continuously. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Fong Chang felt the surging energy within his body that continued to grow, and had the feeling that the sky had cleared, the rain had passed, and he was walking again. Use it to your heart's content. The old devil inside Fong Chang let out a jia laughter, lending his power to Fong Chang without reservation. As Fong Chang used his power more and more, the will would be weakened a little bit, and his power would be integrated into Fong Chang's body a little bit, and when the power of both sides was perfectly fused together, that was the time when he made his move to take Fong Chang's life. In time he would have everything Fong Chang had, what he called the most perfect resurrection. It was just that compared to Fong Chang, the one he wanted to take over in his heart was Qin Feng. Originally thought that Fong Chang has been invincible, did not think that Qin Feng is even more perverse than him, all kinds of means endless even if cultivation talent is unheard of. If he remembered correctly, Qin Feng was at the 9th level of Transcendent mortality before he participated in the life and death elimination match, but in just a month he had reached the 1st level of Dao entry, breaking through 2 major realms in a row. Looking at the entire history of the desolate ancients, I'm afraid that no one would dare to make such a breakthrough. The most terrifying thing was that his foundation was unusually strong. One must know that it took him tens of thousands of years to create the devouring demon technique, and it could only barely guarantee a solid foundation, and in front of Qin Feng it was simply a cottage among cottages, and could not even be on the stage. Rumble. 1,000 hands of Rulai erupted with even greater might, and wherever it passed, a mess was created, and the great river sword technique that had originally held the upper hand began to be suppressed. So strong. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly flickered with a purple-blue light, and a purple-blue flame emerged from his body. At once, the monstrous great river of sword chi disappeared and was replaced by the rushing Nanmingli fire, only to see countless purple-blue flaming sword chi converging into a great river. The rushing sea of fire was even more surging than before. This is... Fong Chang's eyes were as white as brass bells, and he only felt his brain buzzing. 1 second Qin Feng was praising him for being strong, and the next second he took out the legendary Nanmingli fire, which specialized in restraining evil things, and similarly restrained the baneful chi in his body. Nima. Is it fun to play with him? Back. The old devil inside Fong Chang's body panicked, terrified, and told Fong Chang to hurry up and run. You have to know, he is now a soul body, or a soul body that cultivates the devil, no matter from what point of view belongs to the ranks of evil things. Once touched by the Nanmingli fire, even if he has heavenly ability, it is still a brine-pointing beam curd, and a thing is a thing. Fong Chang reluctantly asked, if I give you control of my physical body, can you help me destroy Qin Feng? Do you think old man is a god? The old devil anxiously cursed, this is the secret realm of Kunlun, the laws of heaven and earth are suppressed, the old man can enter and lend you his power is already very impressive, don't be nagging, retreat, if you don't leave, it will be too late. Damn. Fong Chang's dead fish face had resignation written all over it. I thought I could borrow the power of the old devil to destroy Qin Feng, but who knew that Qin Feng actually also has the Nanmingli fire that specializes in evil things. It's like holding a tissue full of joy to click on the browser, but the result is to see the illegal what. Although he wasn't afraid to die, he would never send himself to death. And so on. Fong Chang's expression suddenly froze as if Watson had discovered a blind spot. After entering the Kunlun mysterious realm, the old devil was unable to come out and control his body, and was still afraid of Qin Feng's Nanmingli fire, which meant that times had changed, and he could threaten the old devil in turn. Great River Sword Technique. Qin Feng's sword chi erupted around his body and his sword chants were alive and well. Vast as the sea of flame sword chi covered the sky, the sharp sound of breaking wind resounded through the desolate Gobi. The raging purple-blue sea of fire was as if breaking through a bamboo wall. The 1,000 hands of Fong Chang's Rudra was obliterated in the sky and the earth. Qin Feng, wait for me, I will definitely come back. Fong Chang unwillingly glanced at Qin Feng, covered his buttocks and chose to strategically shift. Chapter 100, Another Double Obey. Ding dong, congratulations to the host who beat the chosen one to cover his butt and run away, gaining 300,000 villain points. What kind of chosen one is this? It's simply a money-giving boy. Qin Feng opened the system and glanced at it, earning more than 2 million villain points from a big battle. The balance of the system account now even reached 2,617,000 points, making the originally not-so-wealthy man dare to add 2 eggs to his pancakes. Hoo-hoo! Qin Feng exhaled deeply and the flames around his body dissipated with him. Boss, let's go after them. Without saying a word, 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses copied their weapons and were going to go after them. No need to chase. Qin Feng opened his mouth to stop the two. With the terrifying aura attribute of the Chosen One, no one could catch up with them if they were bent on running, and even if they did, they would merely be giving them equipment and experience. He's not going to do this for a loss. It would be better to take advantage of Fong Chang's current injuries and hurry to go and pocket the unsullied spring before fate brought them together unexpectedly. Yes. Thousands of troops and horses stopped in their tracks, not daring to disobey the order. Bang! A dull sound suddenly came from within Qin Feng's body. The fire chi in his body finally reached a critical point and exploded, causing his breath to skyrocket by a large margin in an instant, and his cultivation even directly broke through to the second level of the Tao of Initiation. Another, double, obia, breakthrough. The corners of the eyes of the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses twitched, and in their hearts, they even let out the howls of a groundhog. Nima! It's backed them up in a month, and it's not going to be fun anymore. Qin Feng. After Fong Chang ran for a while, he realized that Qin Feng was not chasing after him. However, he didn't feel happy about it and instead felt that Qin Feng was humiliating him. The true humiliation of an enemy is not to knock him to the ground, but to not have him in your sights since the beginning, as if he were a worthless being. Now that Qin Feng didn't catch up and cut off his roots, it also meant that he was dispensable in his eyes. The old devil in his body spoke, Fong Chang brat, I advise you not to mess with Qin Feng, that guy's talent is unprecedented, messing with him won't do you any good. Yeah. Fong Chang doesn't accept this kind of talk at all. Although he was at a disadvantage right now, as a traveler of the Red Star, his belief that he was the protagonist had never wavered, and it could be seen from the chances he had received that he, Fong Chang, had a great fortune on his side. According to the TV series, justice must win, the villain must lose, and the final victory must belong to him, Fong Chang. This. The old devil was completely speechless, and the last time he was speechless was still the last time. He really couldn't figure out, having been pressed by Qin Feng and repeatedly rubbed on the ground like this, and not even needing to exert himself to go to the toilet, why he still had this kind of mesmerizing confidence. Fong Chang suddenly said, Old devil, I know that the devouring devil technique you passed on to me was incomplete, now I demand that you pass on the complete version of the devouring devil technique to me. The old devil said in a mocking tone, Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you open your mouth to ask for the full version of devouring devil technique from the old man? You couldn't have been beaten silly by Qin Feng, could you? You don't pass, do you? Without any unnecessary nonsense, Fong Chang turned around and limped back. Wait, what are you doing? The old devil felt bad and asked in a sharp voice. Anyway, I'm already unclean and I've lost Nan Feng, so I might as well go back and die at Qin Feng's hands. Fong Chang also learned from Qin Feng's shamelessness, with a look of give or take. The old devil couldn't help but burst out, and those who didn't know thought that Qin Feng was possessed. However, Qin Feng's Nanmingli fire was indeed his nemesis, and he was so life-thirsty that he naturally didn't dare to gamble with Fong Chang on this one, and eventually, after some haggling, told Fong Chang a small portion. Take your time, there's no rush. Fong Chang also didn't push the old devil too fast, believing that sooner or later, he would be able to obtain the complete version of the devouring devil technique, thus creating an even more powerful devil technique. Stoicism, I'm going to learn to stoicism now. Fong Chang covered his ass and looked back, vowing that he would make Qin Feng pay back 100 times over. Outside the Kunlun Mysteries, in a small alley, Bai replaced a bamboo basket full of vegetables next to an old beggar. This is an old beggar that he met when he was living on the streets after his cultivation was abolished, and although the two of them didn't communicate much, they were considered to have asked for a meal side by side. Also because he had experienced those painful years, he often brought meals to the old beggar after he was picked up by Qin Feng and returned home. You're finally here. The old beggar wasn't embarrassed at all, stretching out his gray hand and took it, even if it dirted Bai Ri's clean clothes. Bai Ri didn't mind at all. Old man, eat slowly. Bairi looked at the old beggar who wolfed down his food, as if he saw himself again when he was not even as good as a dog, and it was Qin Feng who did not mind picking him back up as a person to look at. Io, isn't this the white family's pride, Bairi? A group of men walked in with bad jokes. I heard that you were recently picked back up by Qin Feng. It's true that only wastes take wastes, two wastes make a pair. You are not allowed to speak ill of your master. White Day was instantly on fire and rushed up to teach his opponent a lesson. He could tolerate people saying bad things about him, but he would never allow anyone to say bad things about Qin Feng. If it wasn't for Qin Feng, he would still be living a life worse than a dog, struggling painfully in the world of darkness. With a punk like you. The opponent smiled with extreme contempt, and swarmed over and ate Daylight to the ground. Yummy, yummy. The old beggar, as if he didn't see the Daylight being beaten, continued to eat his food and suck his fingers full of mud and dirt with his mouth. Still eating. The other party obviously looked at everything with displeasure and stepped forward to teach the old beggar a lesson. Don't. Seeing this, Bairi rushed up and protected the old beggar to death. This child has such a good character, and after all the pain he's been through, he's still full of goodwill towards the world. It's rare. A flash of approval flooded the old beggar's frightened eyes. It was time for the world to remember the golden legend about him again. The other side. The 100-change demon monarch was scared by Fong Chang and ran wildly all the way, but ended up accidentally falling into a hole in the ground, and was also transported to a mysterious space. What is this place? The 100-change demon lord looked around and saw a palace. Entering the palace, he met a red-lipped beauty who had long since lost her life, and the walls of the palace still bore the other's biography. What, 10 years old to enter the Jianghu, 20 years old to become famous in the world, 100 years old to shake the ancient world, 1,000 years old to achieve the position of great emperor, 10,000 years old to create a divine skill against the heavens to change the destiny of the world, can greatly enhance the chances of breaking through to the great emperor, sunflower divine canon. To practice this, you must first. Looking at the cultivation methods recorded on the wall, a 100-change demon monarch's face was a wonderful sight to behold. Between the throne of the great emperor and that inch or two, I hesitate again. The 100-change demon monarch raised his hand and slapped himself. He's even lost his modesty now. What does he care about that inch or two? Chapter 101, Excited Heart, Trembling Hands. Gobi. Qin Feng and the others marched forward against the scorching sun. Even if they had all broken through to the Tao Enlightenment realm, they were still breathless from being baked by the scorching sun, especially Little White, who was so baked that he wanted to give away his pure white fur coat. Should be there soon. Qin Feng stopped with a gasp and began to look around the surrounding Gobi. The original Gobi was nothing but rocks. There was not a single green plant to be found, nor any trace of living things, but at this moment, there was actually a small patch of black grass not far away under the hillside. How can there be grass in a place like this? As if they had seen a ghost, 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses hurriedly rubbed their eyes for fear that it was an illusion. The Gobi they were in was known as the forbidden zone of life, not to mention life. Not even a blade of grass could be seen, and now the appearance of these small grasses was absolutely abnormal, not to mention the black small grasses. Only Qian-jun rushed forward and pulled out the small grass in his grip. Unlike the grass in other places, the grass in this place was not only black, it was also super toxic. Even with his Tao realm cultivation, he felt that the breath in his body was starting to get confused. What kind of grass is this? Qian-jun hurriedly dropped the black grass in fear, only to see that his arm had completely blackened out. Poison ivy. Qin Feng looked at the black grass around him and knew that it was the work of the Immaculate Spring. Because the unsullied spring is the purest spiritual spring nurtured by heaven and earth, it inevitably discharges some poisonous substances when converging energy, and after years and years it forms this black grass. Ah! Qian-jun let out a painful scream, and in no time at all, his entire body blackened. What a powerful poisonous grass! Wan Ma's face grew incredibly grave as he hurriedly escorted Qin Feng backward. No need to be nervous. Qin Feng hurriedly bit his finger and dripped blood onto Qian-jun's brow. Since he possessed a body that was invulnerable to all poisons, the blood also had the function of detoxification, only to see the black aura on Qian-jun's body quickly dissipate, and the chaotic aura in his body began to stabilize. Thanks, boss, but how could there be such a powerful poisonous herb here? Thousands of troops, 10,000 horses with a hijack look on their faces, and a few words written on their faces that I very much don't understand. In fact, they have long had a number in their hearts. There must be a demon when things go wrong, and the place of the great evil definitely has a great opportunity, not to mention that it can let the grass survive in the forbidden zone of life, which means that there is a treasure here, or an unimaginable and amazing treasure. Just as a knowledgeable little brother, naturally, he could not steal his boss's lines, and had to look at Qin Feng one after another waiting for the answer, and when the answer was finished in the 45 angle look up, revealing a look of I only worship you before he could do so. Qin Feng was satisfied with the questions of his two little brothers and began his own speech. To be able to make small grass grow in the forbidden zone of life means that there are treasures in this place, but to be so dangerous only proves that the treasures in this place are very impressive. Yes. White snaps his hands and claps his hands, looking up adoringly at a 45-degree angle. Aha! Qin Feng was satisfied with Xiao Bai's performance and waved his hand to exchange 2 carrots from the system. My rabbit loves Qin Feng the most. Little White happily came close to Qin Feng, but his hand wasn't idle at all to pick up the carrot. I'll be damned, this old rabbit 6,000 armies and 10,000 horses were so angry that their teeth itched, and they sorely missed an opportunity to pat the boss on the back. Excited hearts, trembling hands, down the hill, through the black meadow, blast open the entrance to the hole in the ground, the clear spring comes naturally, yes, this is it. Qin Feng according to the memory to find the right position to the earth to punch, only to see the earth immediately appear cracks began to spread out, and then the earth collapsed to reveal a huge hole in the ground. This is... The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were filled with shock and exclaimed in astonishment, only to feel a wave of extremely pure energy pounce on their faces, causing their bodies and minds to evolve like never before, and also giving them a vaguely new sense of the way of heaven and earth. Go! Qin Feng gave the two of them a drop of blood to ward off the toxin, and with that, he jumped into the hole with Little White without hesitation. According to the sky he had peered into, there was a clear spring below the hole in the ground, the unsullied spring he was looking for this time. Also because this Gobi was a forbidden area for life, there were no powerful demonic beasts guarding it other than that poisonous grass. Yes. 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses dotted their blood on their brows and jumped after Qin Feng. A few people free fall for 3 minutes, finally reached the bottom of the hole in the ground, also heard the sound of ticking water flow, lit the torch to see as a small pool, the extremely pure energy is emanated from it. This is... The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses stared in disbelief, and their breathing began to quicken, recognizing at a glance that this was the legendary supreme treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, the unsullied spring. It is rumored that the Immaculate Spring is the purest spiritual spring nurtured by heaven and earth, and after using it, one can enter the state of unity between heaven and man, and roam heaven and earth to understand the way of nature. Those who are lucky will also be able to wash the legendary Taoist heart. You guys just stay here and cultivate. Qin Feng skimmed the small pool, not taking it seriously at all. According to the Heavenly Chance card he used to spy on the Heavenly Chance, the unsullied spring here could only be considered a weakened version, not a true unsullied spring. The true Immaculate Spring was even purer. It was discovered by Fong Chang deep in the cave, and it was only with this spring that he washed the pure Taoist heart and comprehended the Taoist heartseed demon that only existed in theory in the devil's way. But even a weakened version of the unsullied spring was a rare treasure in the world. If it wasn't for the fact that the Kunlun secret realm had an age limit, putting it outside could definitely lead to a bunch of big shots killing each other. Boss! Thousands of armies and 10,000 horses were moved to tears, and they really wanted to shout out their slogans to Qin Feng. Hear me say thank you for warming the seasons. Qin Feng was made uncomfortable by the two of them and hurriedly took Little White into the depths of the hole in the ground. At this time, the heavenly prides of all parties had also passed through the teleportation array and entered the Kunlun mysterious realm. Compared to the Gobi life forbidden area where Qin Feng was located, the competition in other places was obviously more intense. Wherever heavenly materials were found, regardless of whether they had matured or not, they were all dug up by the roots. It's just that the Kunlun mysterious realm didn't only spawn great opportunities, it also spawned a lot of terrifying ferocious beasts, which were different from demonic beasts that possessed intelligence. They were a group of fierce beasts with terrifying power. These ferocious beasts are nothing more than that. Princess Nanfeng led a group of Heaven's Son's disciples and easily destroyed the ferocious beasts along the way. Princess, a disciple of the Qin family, has been spotted. A disciple of the Son of Heaven came to report. Qin family. Princess Nanfeng's eyes lit up violently, and her heart cried out for God's blessing. As long as she could exterminate the Qin family's disciples in the Kunlun mysterious realm, then there would definitely be a break in the Qin family, and the threat to their great Xia imperial family would be greatly diminished. The other side. The Qin clan disciples had also discovered the Heaven's Son disciple, and all of them were eager and ready to go to war. No! The Qin family's leading heavenly pride opened his mouth to pacify. Although the Heavenly Son's disciples are all cold family's heavenly prides, and their strength is not comparable to that of the world's family's heavenly prides, a hard fight will definitely cost us something, and since no one knows what dangers we will encounter next, we should maintain our strength as much as possible in order to cope with unforeseen situations. What then? Now that people are beating down the door, let's hold our breath and be wankers. The crowd shouted in defiance. The leading celestial pride thought for a moment and said, go find Qin Feng, he is now the third saint son of the Yin dynasty and has the privilege of creating a force. This time he must have brought a lot of experts with him to enter the Kunlun mysterious realm. As long as he still has a little bit of nostalgia for the old days, he will definitely not stand by and watch, and it will also deter the great Xia imperial clan from daring to make any rash moves. Makes sense. The Qin clan disciples nodded their heads in succession and also agreed to go and seek Qin Feng's help. On the charge of Qin Feng, the first heavenly pride of the desolate ancient times, the only divine son of the moon god palace, the third saint son of the Yin dynasty and many other titles, how to go out and bring 1,000 armies and horses to meet his identity and platitudes. Chapter 102 The Taoist Heart. Hole in the ground. Qin Feng brought little White to the depths of the cave, which was a scene of otherworldly beauty, with unknown ores glittering, stalactites on the roof of the cave that the anchor woman would be ecstatic to see, and a pool of water the size of a wellhead below. Inside was a spring that emitted extremely pure energy, as if one could become immortal by taking a deep breath. Is this the true immaculate spring? White stared straight into the pool of water and instinctively drooled. Going up and fiercely taking a deep breath, he only felt that his mind was clear, and he had a brand new sense of his own sword path, and was one step closer to the absolute sword rabbit. What pure energy! Qin Feng felt the pure energy in the immaculate spring and couldn't help but scoop up a strand of the clear spring with his hand and drink it. Rumble! Qin Feng only felt a thunderclap resound in his mind, and his entire being traveled heaven and earth as if his soul was out of his body, with no more worries or pain in his heart, only the purity of the way of nature. This is the Tao of nature, the unity of heaven and man. Qin Feng couldn't wait to take a fierce gulp of the unsullied spring, and with that, he began to sit down on the ground to enter the unity of heaven and man. However, he wasn't satisfied with entering the celestial unity, and also spent 600,000 villainous points to exchange for an entry root pill, as well as 100,000 villainous points to exchange for 12 hours of 10,000 times enlightenment aura. Awesome! White couldn't help but exclaim. Only to see Qin Feng enter the state of celestial unity for a second, and the marks of the great perfection martial arts even surrounded his body. What with the great mighty heavenly dragon, the great river sword technique, the heaven-splitting sword drawing technique, the 33 heavens creation determination, and the divine light of the supreme bone and the yin and yang of the heavy pupil. And as Qin Feng gained a deeper understanding of the way of nature, the martial arts grand perfection seal also became brighter and brighter, obviously becoming stronger under the dual support of the 10,000 times enlightenment aura and the immaculate spring. Doxology. A pure heart of the way. Anyone who can possess this heart can enter the unity of heaven and man at any time, and realize the Tao in nature between heaven and earth, especially when attacking with the power of nature, and can destroy thousands of armies when raising their hands. It was just that the heart of the Tao could not be comprehended by anyone who wanted to comprehend it, not by those with great perseverance and wisdom, and after being washed by the immaculate spring in body and mind, there would be a very high chance of comprehending the heart of the Tao. Can I wash out the heart of the road? Qin Feng felt very bottomless in his heart. As we all know, no matter how low the success rate is for the protagonist it's 100%, but for the villain 99.99999% success rate could be equal to failure, even if he has his 10,000 times enlightenment aura on he's not very sure. Who cares if he can comprehend it or not, it's not my chance anyway, even if I spoil it, I won't leave it to Fong Chang. Qin Feng's eyes as bright as stars slowly opened, grabbed little White and pressed it into the immaculate spring, not forgetting to take another sip himself to continue cultivating his senses. Gobble, gobble. White choked and bubbled, stating that this was definitely not over without 10 carats. Oh, my rabbit floats. Xiaobai had a feeling of floating, too late to write down in the small book, waved his hand and took out the saint's bamboo slips and fell back to sleep. Sleeping it again heard someone in its ear chanting, what red dust refining heart, enlightenment to get the way to transcend the red dust, both for the immortal, 3 flowers open pregnant Taoist fruits, the past now the future body, the 5 gas toward the Yulan to transform the infinite, the opening of the heavens and the earth to perform the Qiankuan. Barf. Kahaku couldn't help but barf, sleeping more soundly as if he were a schoolboy. At this time, Fong Chang was healing his wounds under the shadow of a boulder in the Gobi. Not only was the withered flower hit in the battle with Qin Feng, even the diamond-encrusted wisps were completely broken. Why is there no response at all? Fong Chang collapsed to the ground with his face ashen, unwilling to accept the joy of losing Hui Zhen. The old devil in his body spoke, "Young people, don't be so frustrated. As long as you cultivate to the realm of a great emperor, you can have your flesh recast. There are also many heavenly treasures in heaven and earth that revive severed limbs. A small whiz in root breaking is not a big deal." "Where can I find this kind of heavenly material?" Fong Chang asked anxiously. The old devil advised, "Now that your source of sin is severed, it's just right to focus on cultivation. There's nothing to go looking for some heavenly material for rebirth of severed limbs." "You don't say, do you? Then we'll split up." Fong Chang silently stood up and got up, ready to go find Qin Feng. "Count on it." The old devil was infuriated, but there was no way to take Fong Chang in the Kunlun mysterious realm. He could only write this account down first, and wait until he was out of the Kunlun secret realm before letting him know why the flowers were so red. At the same time, he genuinely did not understand, having already embarked on the path of cultivation, why Fong Chang was still so obsessed with Hugin. Could it be that he was addicted to the break and wanted Qin Feng to give him another kick? But even if he had this idea, the other Qin Feng might not support this. Aha! Fong Chang couldn't help but look back into the distance with the feeling of losing something. Rumble! Deep within the hole in the ground, Qin Feng's body erupted with a superb fluctuation of breath around him, and his breath also increased by a large margin in an instant, his cultivation breaking through from the second level of Dao entry to the third level of Dao entry. What's more, with the immaculate fountain and 10,000-fold aura of enlightenment, the damage of the Great River Sword technique, Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon, and Heavenly Zenith Drawing Sword technique was increased by one level, and the 33 Heavenly Creation Decree broke through to the fifth heaven. There was also his invincible heavy pupil, which had developed a whole new ability. Life in the left eye, destruction in the right. The vitality of his left eye could heal all injuries, and the destruction of his right eye could destroy everything in sight, with the prerequisite that the opponent's level could not be too much higher than his, otherwise it would be useless even if he glared his eyes like bronze bells. Boss, another breakthrough. Thousands of armies and 10,000 horses came over to protect Qin Feng after practicing, gulping at Qin Feng's terrifying enlightenment. A pervert is a pervert. Ignoring the root breakthrough was even better, but you could also raise your full attributes by a notch. In particular, the sword chi condensing out around Qin Feng was clearly a sign that the sword intent was about to comprehend the fourth level. Light without shadow, blistering sword without trace. Qin Feng violently opened his pitch-black, ink-like eyes with a vague sternness that broke through the clouds, and the sword chi around his body was even rushing out like a great river, cutting out a terrifying sword mark on the stone wall of the cave. Fourth level sword intent now. Qin Feng let out a deep breath as the sword chi around him dissipated. Thousands of troops and 10,000 horses' faces changed violently. Only to see Qin Feng's breath introverted, the whole person's aura instantly changed, obviously standing in place without moving, yet he could not feel the person, there was a feeling of disappearing out of thin air. This is the heart of the Tao. Qin Feng closed his eyes and felt the world as if he had become one with heaven and earth. After he drank most of the Immaculate Spring and the 10,000-fold enlightenment, he had finally washed out his Tao heart, and was now able to enter the state of Tao of nature at any time, using the power of nature against the enemy. Oh, what a nice sleep. Little White pouted his little buttocks and climbed up, also blending into the heavens and earth just like Qin Feng. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for snatching the Chosen Son's chance and gaining a chance to draw a prize. Ding dong, the Chosen One has been found, rank inferior. Inferior. Qin Feng directly froze in place. The chosen son and chosen daughter he had encountered so far were all starting at the epic level, now what the hell was this lower level chosen son? Before Qin Feng could react, he heard in his ears, "Look at my blue and silver winding." Chapter 103 Sewer Among the Chosen Ones. Ha! Qin Feng looked curiously at his feet and felt the earth begin to shake. Swoosh! A blue vine broke out of the ground and quickly wrapped around his body. Not far away from the thousands of troops and horses were similarly entangled by the blue vine. Even Xiaobai, the rabbit, was not spared. It was just that this blue vine wasn't as powerful as imagined. Not even the dragon scale armor of the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses could break through the defense, let alone Qin Feng's dragon scale inner armor. Ha, truly the heavens have blessed me, Tang Chuan, actually finding the Immaculate Spring. A man appeared in the hole in the ground, looking at the small remaining half of the unsullied spring filled with excitement. As for Qin Feng and the others, they were completely ignored by him, as if there was no one who was his opponent where he was entwined in blue and silver. This is the inferior chosen one. Qin Feng curiously sized up the other party, and his heart was even more filled with all sorts of doubts. If he wasn't mistaken, the other party's cultivation should be at the first level of Dao entry, and their aura was just a little bit stronger than that of 1,000 armies or 10,000 horses. If he were to face the combined efforts of 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, he felt that it wouldn't take 2 rounds for 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses to kneel on the ground and beg each other not to die. System, are you sure he's the chosen one? Xin Feng couldn't help but ask the system. The system replied, that's right, the system checked that the other party is the lower level chosen one. Then what level is the lower level? Xin Feng asked again. The system replied, 1 level below intermediate. What about intermediate? 1 level below the top. Where are the superiors? 1 level below advanced. What about advanced? 1 level below legendary. Where's the legend? 1 level below epic. So do I get a reward for beating him? Yes. What a reward. Gain villain points. Is there a raffle? Think what you will, this is the sewer of the chosen ones. Okay. Xin Feng was completely speechless, so the other party was a little yakuza. At the same time, he really couldn't understand how such a weak lower-level chosen son could appear in the great contested world of the desolate ancients, where chosen sons started at a minimum of epic. It's not supposed to be for laughs, is it? Look at me blue and silver winding. Tang Chuan once again used his big move on Xin Feng and the others, intending to strangle the other party to death and then swallow the unsullied spring alone. Is this guy trying to laugh us to death? The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses had blackened faces. It felt like this Tang Chuan was insulting them, or the undisguised kind. He didn't go out and ask around to find out who they all were, and actually humiliated them over and over again with this less than lethal, highly humiliating move. Do they really think they don't want to lose face? Bang! Only to see the two of them erupt with surging spiritual power fluctuations, directly shattering the blue vines wrapped around their bodies into dust. What? Tang Chuan's face suddenly changed, not understanding why blue-silver had been broken. Bang! Only to see 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses also not waiting for Tang Chuan to react, directly rushing to Tang Chuan with the momentum of a rainbow. Look at me blue and silver winding. Tang Chuan once again used blue-silver twist, attempting to stop the two from attacking with blue-silver. But the result was still mercilessly shattered, and the man was sent flying without 2 moves in the hands of thousands of troops and horses. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's henchman for injuring the lower-level chosen one and gaining 50 villain points. Only 50 points. Xin Feng was speechless on the spot. He knew that lower-level chosen sons didn't have much oil, but he didn't expect it to be so oil-less. Back then he had gotten 10 points for kicking his brother in his mother's womb, and now he had only gained 50 points for injuring his opponent. Nima. There was no oil at all in his body, so he really couldn't bring himself to be interested. Farewell. Tang Chuan saw that he wasn't an opponent and decisively chose to move strategically. Where to run? 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses snorted coldly and quickly chased after them. But a chosen one was a chosen one after all, and even lower-level chosen ones weren't killed by just anyone. Soon the two men returned with their heads hanging down, apparently having lost the man. Throw it away. Xin Feng glanced at the 2 men who were hanging their heads and asked rhetorically, what? You guys are afraid of the blue-silver tangle? Woohoo! Thousands of troops and horses shook their heads in succession, indicating that they were being laughed at best. Xin Feng continued, the Kunlun mysterious realm has a limited time to open, we've already wasted a few days here, it's time to go out for a walk. Ah! The bodies of the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses trembled, having been instantly awakened by Xin Feng. Yeah! Kunlun secret realm opening time is limited, everyone is scrambling to find a great chance, great creation, how can we waste time on that what funny blue and silver winding again? He doesn't deserve it yet. At the same time, the two of them looked at Xin Feng with glowing eyes, waiting for Xin Feng to take them to find the great treasure. From the fact that Xin Feng had led them to Flowerfall City and then entered the Kunlun mysterious realm and headed straight to this place, it could be seen that he had already known that there was an immaculate spring in this place, and it made sense that he knew where the other heaven and earth supreme treasures were located. Sympathetic my ass. Xin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, indicating that this was as far as Tianqi had snooped. As for what would happen next and where there were still supreme treasures nurtured by heaven and earth, he had no idea. Then we'll just have to rob it. It was hard to hide the exuberance in the eyes of the thousands of troops and horses. Don't look at the fact that they were only 3 people and a rabbit, but their combat power was definitely not blown out of proportion, and based on Xin Feng's perverted ability to cross the level of the challenge, I'm afraid that no one of the gang of heavenly prides that had entered the secret realm of the Kunlun would be his opponent. Open up the pattern, use some wisdom, don't use violence when things go wrong. Qin Feng educated in a serious manner. The Kunlun secret realm is so big, and so many heavenly pride have come in. Even if you are allowed to let go and grab it, how much can you grab? Besides, what kind of treasure can there be for those who can be robbed by you? It's simply wasting time, okay? That's it. Xiao Bai nodded cooperatively. We're old six, not bandits. Thousand Armies vainly asked for advice. Boss, what should we do then? Qin Feng thought for a moment before he said, the two of you immediately go out and spread the news for me. Say that Lin San of the City of the Heart of Heaven, Fong Chang of the Heavenly Sun Sect, Yulan of the Blue Demon Palace, and what's his name Tang have obtained the greatest treasure of the heavens and the earth in the Kunlun mysterious realm. Say whatever you want about the unsullied spring and the southern brightening flame, and mobilize the whole of the Kunlun mysterious realm to help us find them out. Ha! 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses froze, not understanding what it meant. However, after this period of time, they also understood that Qin Feng always did things in a heavenly manner, and without asking too many questions, they began to spread the news in the Kunlun mysterious realm according to what Qin Feng said. With these treasure hunting radars around, why bother running all over the world on your own? As long as you find their whereabouts, you're sure to find treasures. Judging from the unsullied spring Fong Chang obtained, the minimum should be at the heaven and earth supreme treasure level, with the exception of that what's his name Tang. Qin Feng continued to hide behind the curtain as a happy old six, calling the system to prepare to use up the draw he had gotten. Wow! The familiar sweepstakes carousel appeared and began to slowly rotate. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing. Chapter 104, Qin Lalio's unbreakable love affair with the sword. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the divine grade sword formation, the perpetual star sword formation. Peripheral star sword formation, divine grade sword formation, according to their own control of the number of swords to determine the power of the sword formation, each additional sword power will be enhanced by 1 point. Theoretically, the power is infinite superposition, the highest can control 100,000 swords. Why the sword again? Am I so connected to the sword? Qin Feng felt very incomprehensible. Rumble. A huge amount of information was then instilled into Qin Feng's mind, and in a trance he saw the sword transforming into a starlight flickering, followed by 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000. As if it were a star in the sky. The stars in the sky were transformed into a sword. Before Qin Feng could return to his senses from his trance, he saw the stars in the sky transform into a sword that chopped out the sky and the earth changing color, the sun and the moon without light, and the sky collapsing and the earth cracking, as if the end of the world had come ahead of time. What a powerful sword formation! Qin Feng gasped for air after returning to his senses, frightened by this circumstellar star formation. Its single attack might not be as strong as the heaven-slashing sword drawing technique, and its group attack might not be as terrifying as the great river sword technique, but it could stack buffs infinitely. It might not look like much in the early stages, but as he controlled more and more swords, the more terrifying the power that erupted would be. Ha! Little White put down the carrot and looked up at Qin Feng, feeling that he had comprehended a new sword Dao. Time to go! Qin Feng put the remaining immaculate spring into a bottle and waved his hand to bring out the long sky divine sword. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! One could only see the long sky divine sword splitting into 9 small swords, which flew out of Qin Feng's hand in a hurry, setting off ear-piercing sword chirps in the cave. At this point, the 9 swords were no longer rampaging around, able to be picked off easily. They traveled through quickly like meteors, and not only were their movements unpredictable, but they also erupted with 1+1 greater than 10 sword chi to attack. Rumble! A roaring sound resounded in the hole in the ground, where the 9 swords passed through. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and the original unsullied spring nurtured by heaven and earth dissipated between heaven and earth like a deflated ball of skin. Even if Fong Chang could find this place with his piggyback aura, he wouldn't be able to use the immaculate spring to wash out the Tao. Awesome! Kahaku's eyes glowed, indicating that he wanted to learn. As a rabbit raised by Qin Feng himself, he had 2 major wishes in this life. One was to sell Qin Feng for money and buy heavenly treasures to eat. The other was to inherit Qin Feng's mantle and become a respected and supreme sword rabbit. Starting today, I'm going to start collecting swords. Qin Feng was satisfied with the power of the diffuse star sword formation, only that he needed to find more swords before he could exert the true power of the sword formation. It's obviously not practical for him to spend money on it, it's still the best value for $0. Soon. Qin Feng and the others then walked out of the blazing gobi. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses also followed Qin Feng's orders and started spreading false news everywhere. Have you heard? Lin San from the City of Heavenly Hearts has found an immortal crystal mine. What's this? Yulan of the Blue Demon Palace has found the Phoenix Egg. All of your news is outdated. Heaven's Son disciple Fong Chang has found the Immaculate Spring. And that what's his name Dawn, who knows blue and silver winding. As the news spread, everyone was nonplussed. They risked their lives to enter the secret realm of Kunlun for the sake of great chance and great creation, but even if they were chased by the ferocious beasts for a few days with nothing to show for it, they still heard the news that others had found a great chance in the heavens. Ask them if they can tolerate this kind of thing. Instead of searching around like a headless fly, it would be better to rob other people of their great opportunities and creations. For a moment, the entire Kunlun mysterious realm was buzzing as if they were all searching for Fong Chang, Yulan, and Lin San. This is definitely more than old six behavior. The trio of people were busting at the seams. Their own family knew their own business. They had found some treasures in the Kunlun secret realm, but it was completely different from the news spread outside, which meant that there was an old six who was framing them behind their back. At the same time, they felt very depressed as to how this old six knew that they had treasures on them. So many people were not targeted and they were chosen. Lin San muttered, "Why do I have a feeling of deja vu?" Scarlet Vistas. Another Jedi in the Kunlun secret realm. After Qin Feng parted ways with 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, because he was really bored of waiting, he brought Little White to the Scarlet Sunhai, not a vast ocean, but a sea of blood-red flowers. It is rumored that there are miserable cries coming out of this sea of red flowers all year round, and anyone who enters the treasure hunt never comes out, and no one knows what kind of horrible existence there is in the end. It was also for this reason that the Scarlet Vast Ocean was one of the few sections of the Kunlun mysterious realm that hadn't been exploited. If it was said that where else in the Kunlun mysterious realm could one find the greatest treasure of heaven and earth, I am afraid that 99% of the people would say the Scarlet Vast Ocean, only that the dangers therein were too great, and no one dared to go inside to find out what it was all about. Indeed, there is no one. Qin Feng stood in front of the sea of red flowers with Little White and saw no signs of anyone going in. Are we really going to go here? Little White was trembling in fear as she hid in Qin Feng's arms, whimpering and crying could already be heard in her ears. I happen to be bored, so I'll just go in and take a look. Qin Feng, relying on the fact that he had the red-haired old monster experience volume in his hand, didn't put these dangerous places in his eyes at all. Even if there really was some terrifying existence inside, it could still terrorize the red-haired old monster. Moreover, this kind of Jedi is the favorite of the Chosen One. Regardless of whether or not you can run into the Chosen One, it's only right to smash the chance for him first. Swoosh! Qin Feng's figure flew up like an exiled immortal, stepping on the red flowers as he floated into the bloody vast ocean. However, as Qin Feng entered deeper and deeper, the cries in the Scarlet Vast Ocean grew louder and louder, as if they were very much resisting Qin Feng's entry with such violence. No, this crying. Qin Feng's brows furrowed as he landed in the flowers. He realized that it wasn't a crying sound at all, but a soul attack similar to Fong Chang Buddha's magic voice. If he didn't possess the unyielding will to ignore soul attacks, he would have either ended up as a walking corpse or become the nourishment for this sea of red flowers. No wonder no one has been able to get out so far. Qin Feng realized that the crying in this sea of flowers was so powerful that even a heavenly sect realm cultivator might not be able to retreat in one piece. According to the rules of the Kunlun secret realm that can't be entered at the age of 30 and above, there is no difference between entering without a protagonist halo and directly receiving a box lunch. At this time, there were 3 little girls in the sea of flowers who were playing around and suddenly looked up in the direction where Qin Feng was. It seems like someone has entered the Scarlet Vast Ocean. What if it's a pervert that comes in? You're on. That's enough. What if there's only one coming in? Together. The 3 little girls let out giggles and laughed as they drifted in the direction of where Qin Feng was. Chapter 105, Don't run away, I'm not a bad guy. Ah! Qin Feng rushed to be on guard as he felt a cloudy wind blowing by. Not waiting for Qin Feng to react, he saw 3 young ladies suddenly appear in front of him, not daring to say that their looks were overwhelming, but they were also rare beauties in the world. What are you guys? Qin Feng could tell at a glance that they were not human and quickly struck out the Dewey Tianlong's finger technique. What's this for, little brother? The 3 young ladies hid their lips and giggled as they began to introduce themselves. The red-clothed young lady I saw said, "My name is Zhen Zhen." The yellow-clothed young lady pouted, "My name is Lian Lian." The lady in white spat out her tongue mischievously, "My name is AI AI." What a familiar name. Qin Feng saw his opponent smiling as he stepped forward and decisively made a great mighty heavenly dragon. Just kidding. Not even a marriage certificate, but also want to come to use beauty to tempt him, do not know that he Qin Feng has the Prime Minister's qualifications. Ow. The dragon's roar resounded through the sea of flowers as the great mighty heavenly dragon rose into the air. After more than a month of nurturing by the dragon pearl and the Buddha's relics, the image of the great mighty heavenly dragon became even more sacred and inviolable, and not only did its entire body glitter with Buddha's light, but it also released a powerful dragon's might, and its killing power was even more powerful than before. Great perfection's Buddhist divine skill. The three young ladies felt a bit surprised, not realizing that Qin Feng was still a Buddhist disciple. However, even if Qin Feng had created the Buddha's divine level technique at a young age, his cultivation level of 3 times into the Tao would not pose any threat to them. Rumble. Only to see the great mighty heavenly dragon smashing down with a dragon tail, a violent roar resounded in the sea of flowers, and the energy storm even swept through the sea of flowers, causing countless red flower petals to slowly drift down from the air. What? Qin Feng's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Only to see the 3 young ladies standing still and not dodging, the tail of the Dawei Tianlong just passed through the 3 of them, not causing any damage to them at all. Bastard, give face. The 3 young ladies immediately had faces like frost, and terrifying soul fluctuations swept through the heavens and earth. The originally sunny sea of flowers instantly changed color, and countless red petals fluttered in the air, as if the end of the world had come early. This moment. Qin Feng had the feeling of being in a small boat that was traveling in a raging storm, not knowing when the boat would be destroyed. Go to hell! The 3 young ladies coldly bellowed as a mountain of soul attacks swept out, drowning Qin Feng directly in a sea of soul attacks. Bang! It couldn't be said that the other party's soul attack was harmless, at least it hurt that much more than a chalk head thrown by a teacher. That's the end of it. Qin Feng rubbed his head as if he was fine. How can that be? The 3 young ladies stared with wide eyes, their entire being dumbfounded on the spot. Their soul attacks, not to mention the 3rd level of the Tao, even the 9th level of Yulan cultivators can be directly killed, but why Qin Feng did not have any trouble at all? What the hell are they? Qin Feng frowned as he sized up the trio. It didn't feel any demonic aura, but it possessed a powerful soul attack. Come out! The 3 young ladies quickly calmed down and pinched out a finger trick into the ground, as if they were waking something up. Rumble. Only to see the earth under the sea of flowers begin to shake, and a white-faced zombie crawled out from the ground. No wonder no one can get out, so this is a place to raise corpses. Qin Feng didn't know too much about zombies, only that they were an alternative resurrection of people after death, relying on absorbing the essence of the moon and human blood to enhance their cultivation. On the contrary, since they absorb the essence of the moon and the essence of human blood all year round, their inner elixir is also a great tonic for cultivators. If this is a place to raise corpses, then they are. Qin Feng's face changed as if he thought of something. Yes, we are ghosts. The 3 young ladies revealed a sweet smile and looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at prey. Holy, it's really PPO. Qin Feng was immediately excited, his eyes even brighter than theirs. About a Piao he had only heard of it, but never seen it. It is said to be a special creature that can only be formed after the death of a person in a special place and at a special time, and it needs the right place and the right time to be formed. They don't have entities, but they have superb means of attacking souls, and they are also known as ghost cultivators. And his Nanmingli fire was exactly their nemesis. Go! The 3 female ghosts were a bit uncomfortable being stared at by Qin Feng, having the feeling of being reduced from hunters to prey, and hurriedly commanded the zombies to attack Qin Feng. Even if Qin Feng could ignore their soul attacks, he would definitely not be able to withstand the physical attacks of this group of zombies. They are all people who used to break into the bloody vicissitudes of the sea, after death was buried under the sea of flowers, after tens of thousands of years of nourishment has become invulnerable zombies, the strength is able to kill Yuan realm cultivators. Now dealing with Qin Feng, the 3rd level of Dao entry, was simply killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Bang! Qin Feng raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a wisp of purple-blue flame emerged from his fingertips. Nanmingli fire. The zombies showed a flash of panic on their faces, and they were scared on the spot as they fled in all directions. Are you kidding me? The 3 female ghosts were also startled and backed up with a face full of terror. Don't look at them as ghost cultivators and zombies who have practiced for tens of thousands of years, and can pinch Qin Feng to death with a single finger. But everything in this world is mutually exclusive, and their nemesis is the Nanmingli fire. If you come across it, it's a brine to the tofu, and you'll have to go out of your mind on the spot. Especially since Qin Feng was also immune to their soul attacks, giving them the feeling that they had no way of getting off. Jinjin, Lian, don't run off, I'm really not a bad guy, Qin Feng let out a villainous laugh, and along the way was in hot pursuit. I believe the hell out of you. When the three female ghosts saw the southern brightness flame around Qin Feng, they rushed to speed up their escape with faces full of terror. Sisters, my waist is superb, come and suck my yang energy. Qin Feng realized that the cult of both sides was too big for him to catch up with the other side, so he decisively took off his clothes and tried to attract the three uphill over by sacrificing. However, once they thought of Qin Feng's Nanmingli fire, they could only suppress the longing in their hearts and turn around to leave. How did you run away? It's not scientific. Qin Feng touched his face. According to the theory that face value is both justice, he should be the most righteous man in the entire desolate ancient world. Miss Pipio shouldn't be kneeling down, she should be surrounding him with eyes full of peach hearts. Why they can resist the temptation to run faster than a rabbit? Well, it's very unscientific. Little White nodded his little head, indicating that he couldn't run that fast. I see, they're a lily. Qin Feng finally found the reason why the other party was not high on his face value, looked up and watched the Pipio ladies drifting further and further away, and could only call the system to redeem the 5th volume of Phantom Getaway. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points to redeem Phantom Escape Volume 5. Shrinking the ground 2 inches. For big words appeared in Qin Feng's mind and he took a step forward in a trance. It seemed like he was walking very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away. He's coming after us. The Pipio ladies had a look of panic in their eyes, feeling like they were definitely the biggest Pipio failures ever. It was always the humans who were scared to run around when they saw Pipio, but now instead they were scared to run around when they encountered a human, or a human with a lower cultivation level than them. It's a disgrace to the ghosts, and I don't know how I'll be able to hang out in the ghost circle in the future. Go get the lady. The three Pipio ladies made eye contact and decisively drifted in one direction. In the past, when an outsider entered the Scarlet Vast Ocean, even if they managed to survive the cries without being enslaved, they would still be exterminated by them and those zombies. But the Qin Feng who came in today was really an anomaly. Obviously his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Tao, and he could be pinched to death with a single finger, but he possessed the Nanmingli fire that restrained them, and he could also ignore soul attacks. Now they had no way at all but to go to their young lady to deal with Qin Feng. Ha! Qin Feng suddenly stopped, sensing an energy underground. Clang! The crisp sound of a sword chime rang out. Only to see a sword chi erupt from Qin Feng's body, lifting up the red flowers around him, revealing a piece of earth glittering with dots of starlight, as if it were a jewel sprinkled in the dirt. This is immortal crystals. Little White's eyes flashed with a wealth-crazed light as he hurriedly jumped down to pick up the immortal crystals. That's right. These gems were the specialties of the Kunlun mysterious realm's immortal crystals, treasures that the bigwigs of the various powers outside could only dream of. How can there be so many? Qin Feng was more and more shocked the more he looked at the immortal crystals scattered all over the ground. He knew that the Scarlet Vast Sea was one of the few places in the Kunlun secret realm that hadn't been explored, but wasn't this much immortal crystal a bit too much? It can't be that we've come across an immortal crystal mine. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it. After confirming that no one was around, Qin Feng reburied the immortal crystal mine and continued to chase after the three Pipio in the direction they had left. Soon, Qin Feng then arrived at the center of the Sea of Flowers. Seeing that there was a crystal coffin here, it seemed like a woman in a red wedding dress was lying inside, and an extremely terrifying soul fluctuation was emanating from all around. The three Pipio kneeled in front of the crystal coffin and said something to the woman in the coffin. Rumble! A terrifying soul fluctuation suddenly erupted from the crystal coffin, and the entire Scarlet Sunhai Zapao and zombies all prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. Or a soul attack. Qin Feng remained oblivious to the terrifying soul attack and only felt that his head had been thrown a piece of chalk by the teacher. It was just that this behavior of the other party made him feel very irritated, and with an unyielding will he began to go against the grain, following the soul fluctuations and invading the other party's memory bank. In front of the dressing table, the bronze mirror reflects the reflection of the beauty, cape, red lips and teeth, gentle and charming. The waist is like a tightly bound silken belt, 10 fingers are like fresh onion tips. The 2 lines of hot tears that can be covered by the big red cover can't cover the grief that wraps around the heart like silk thread. Who doesn't know that General Long and Miss Xanyen are a pair? Why did His Majesty decree that Miss Xanyen should enter the palace as a consort? Miss Xanyen is the #1 beauty on the red face list. It's inevitable that His Majesty's heart will be moved. What do you know? His Majesty is doing this to demonstrate the majesty of the Emperor and suppress General Long's momentum. The meritocracy, the rabbit's death. Just as the outsiders were talking, the sounds of killing resounded through the city. The heartless and dim ruler took away my love. Today I, Long Aotian, am furious for my red face. Kill. Miss Xin heard the commotion, rushed out to check, only to see the original prosperous city into a sea of fire. The soldiers have killed Red. I see people to kill. The people are full of panic around, calling for help to flee. Long Aotian, you really do have a rebellious heart. You took my love, why should I not rebel? Less pulling these grandiose reasons. People like you will not be a loyal minister in your bones. For their own selfish interests, they do not hesitate to provoke a war. The people are in danger, I casually try to reveal. Two figures were fighting in the sky, fighting in such a way that the sky was crumbling and the sun and moon were not shining. The picture changes. Long Aotian placed Miss Xinyan's body in the crystal coffin and hissed sadly to the sky, the fault is not mine. The fault is this unjust world. It is this blind God. If people treat me like this, I will exterminate the earth. If heaven treats me like this, I will kill the 9 heavens. I will become the new heaven. All beings kneel at my feet. Rumble. The memory of what Qin Feng saw was interrupted and the person was stunned in place. Dragon Aotian's dragon. Dragon Pride's pride. Dragon Pride of heaven. The son of the dragon family, the invincible dragon Aotian of the ring world. This one is definitely the chosen one, and the level is not low. That means the chosen one is not at home at this time. Qin Feng looked at the crystal coffin and revealed a prime minister-like smile, knowing that inside was a person, the beloved of the chosen one. Chapter 107 Sister, I don't want to work hard anymore. At this time, a young lady in a red wedding dress floated out of the crystal coffin, the very same Miss Xin who was buried here by Long Aotian. Originally she was already dead. It was Long Aotian with supreme magic power to keep her soul immortal. Since then Long Aotian's whereabouts are unknown. She has become a ghost cultivator in this bloody Shanghai cultivation, just waiting for the heart of the return of him. But who knows, didn't wait for the one in his heart, but waited for this freak Qin Feng. Brightly entering the Tao at the 3rd level of cultivation, he was actually able to ignore her soul attack and also possessed the Nanmingli fire that specifically restrained them. Sure enough, it's her. Qin Feng was instantly energized, stating that he was good for it. Miss Xin lightly opened her red lips and said, the 3rd weight of the Tao, not only do you have the Nanmingli fire to protect your body, but you can also ignore the soul attack, and you even peeped into a part of my memories. You were very much like Aotian back then. You both have the talent of suppressing the ages. I won't make things difficult for you, you can go now. Go! Qin Feng was amused on the spot. Not to mention that he now has a red-haired old monster experience volume protection. Let's just say that the Nanmingli fire in the unyielding will be eaten by them, if she is just like this to be fooled away, but also when what the destiny of the villain, directly home to open a greenhouse to enjoy their twilight years, forget it. What do you mean you're laughing? The 3 PPOs were enraged on the spot. Their young lady had been merciful enough to let him go, but he actually showed such a contemptuous smile, simply not putting their young lady in her eyes. Little White jumped out in full spirit and said in an old-fashioned manner, my rabbit Lord Silver's meaning is obvious. We never have the habit of returning empty-handed. Either we pay the money to keep the peace, or we will dig you out and raise your ashes. How did such a cute bunny grow a mouth? The 3 Apiao were infuriated, stomping their feet, stating that they had never seen such an arrogant rabbit before. Miss Xin frowned slightly and said, I admit that your Nanmingli fire can threaten us, but I also have the ability to kill you before you use it. Yeah? And what if I burn the whole place down? Qin Feng smiled and raised his hand and snapped his fingers, a wisp of southern brightness flame rising up at his fingertips. It's just a sea of flowers, burn it. Miss Xinyan's face had no ripples, but her heart had already panicked a batch. Don't look at them cultivate 10,000 years strength is very strong, but by some kind of restriction can't leave the bloody vicissitudes of the sea. Once Qin Feng really used the south bright away from the fire to ignite the bloody vicissitudes of the sea, then they are a turtle in a jar nowhere to escape. She was now gambling that Qin Feng wouldn't dare. Just she did not know that Qin Feng on the basis of a red-haired old monster experience volume backing, there is nothing in the world that he does not dare to do. The palm of his hand flipped Nanmingli fire slowly fell. He actually. The 3 Miss Pei only felt a wave of panic, not realizing that Qin Feng really dared to light a fire to burn the scarlet vast ocean. Wait, you won. Miss Xin was so nervous that she ultimately didn't dare to bet with Qin Feng. She didn't know that Qin Feng couldn't escape from her, but she knew that she had no way back. Once she let him ignite the scarlet vast ocean with the southern brightness flame, then the zombies inside and Apiao would all have to be spiritually dispersed. Don't fight for what you can solve with money. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for breaking in and bullying the chosen one's beloved while he was out and away from home, gaining 200,000 villain points. It's good to compromise. If the lady compromises once, she will do it again. Xin Feng had a prime minister-like smile of relief on his lips, knowing that he would be able to come back and hang out again in a few days. How nice to have said that earlier. Do you have the strength to fight us? Xiaobai milk fierce reach out and catch the falling Nanning fire, threw it into his mouth and swallowed it directly. What? Miss Heartfelt Yan's willow eyebrows slightly raised, and in her heart, she was glad that she didn't make a move. If she had really struck out at Xin Feng just now, this rabbit would have been equally capable of igniting the scarlet vast expanse with the southern brightness flame. At the same time, she was also very curious about what kind of rabbit this was. It looked like a different species among demonic beasts, but she had never heard of any rabbit that could swallow Nanning fire raw. What do you want? Ms. Heartfelt asked back. To what? Xin Feng narrowed his eyes at Ms. Xin Yan and pondered whether to take a step to the stomach. Miss Heartfelt Yin frowned slightly and spoke, "It's better this way. As long as you're willing to leave the scarlet vast ocean, I can give you 100 million immortal crystals." 100 million. Xin Feng was stunned on the spot, genuinely doubting that he had heard wrong. Sister, this is immortal crystal. You're opening your mouth for billions now. Do you really think it's flowing? I'll look like you've never seen the world. Jinjin and the other three Aopei were filled with disgust, very much looking down on Xin Feng's current appearance. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders immortal crystals were rare treasures in the world, but they were very cheap for them, a high-end Aopao who lived in the secret realm of Kunlun. But it makes perfect sense when you think about it. Each time the Kunlun secret realm opens only allows the pride of heaven below 30 years old to enter, and there is a time limit, as well as full of ferocious beasts and dangers, even if they let them loose to find how much they can find. On the contrary, Miss Xin Yan and the others had been in the Kunlun mysterious realm, and had all the time in the world to accumulate immortal crystals. Not to mention that they had super strong soul attacks, as well as so many zombie guards. It was simply a pipe dream for just those heaven's pride under the age of 30 to try to snatch the immortal crystals from her hands. It was a pity that they had met their nemesis Xin Feng this time. Obviously, he could pinch someone to death with one finger, but he had no way to do anything about him, and he had to be threatened by his Nanning Lihua. Wow! Miss Xin Yan waved her small hand and a mountain of immortal crystals appeared. Holy, that's like a super rich woman. Xin Feng stared blankly at the immortal crystal mountain and turned his head to say in a serious manner, "Sister, I don't want to make an effort, can you give it a chance?" "Pretty lady, give it a shot." Xiaobai ran to Miss Xin Yan and begged to be taken in with a face full of pitiful tears. How can people and rabbits be shameless to such an extent? The corners of the eyes of Jinjin and the other three Aopei twitched, stating that they had never seen such a brazen person before. "You may go." Miss Xin Yan expressionlessly waved her small hand, and Xin Feng and Xiaobai then disappeared into thin air. Just go. Jinjin's three Aopao expressions were a little lost, full of Xin Feng's exquisite yang qi. At this time, Xin Feng and Little White appeared outside the scarlet vast ocean, with the glittering immortal crystal mountain by their side. Xin Feng, what if she doesn't give it a chance? Xiaobai expressed his unhappiness. Smash her house glass tonight, bah, it's her crystal coffin. Xin Feng grumbled in anger and put away the immortal crystal into his carry-on space. Ha! White's rabbit ears suddenly perked up, as if he heard the sound of a fight in the distance. Lin San, you can't get away, quickly bind your hands. Lin San. Xin Feng's entire body immediately branched out, and his heart began to cry out madly. What brings them together again? Is it love? No. It's a sinful relationship. Chapter 108. This son can be called invincible. Xin Feng brought Little White with him as he quickly traveled through the forest, and sure enough, he saw a group of people chasing Lin San. However, what surprised him greatly was that it was not someone else who was chasing Lin San, it was none other than the City of Heavenly Heart's eldest young lady, Lin San, who had a 3-year contract with his second brother. What's going on here? Xin Feng didn't have the time to think about why as the 9 small swords shot out as meteors. No good, there's an ambush. Some people sensed the danger and rushed to draw their weapons to defend themselves. It was just that they had clearly underestimated the terror of the 9 swords, and in the past, Xin Feng could only use them to help little Karami with her free wisdom root severance surgery. But now, with the addition of the diffuse star sword formation, it was easy to deal with a Heaven's Pride level expert. Rumble! The 9 swords hurriedly traveled through, shooting out countless sword lights. Not good, back, back, back. Lin San felt the terrifying power of the Roiling Star sword formation, and without confirming who the enemy was, she could only tell the crowd to hurry up and retreat, lest they suffer heavy losses and be incapable of the next scramble. Many thanks to Brother Qin for his help. Lin San recognized the 9 swords of the long sky at a glance, and naturally, he could guess that it was Qin Feng who had struck. Qin Feng walked out with Little White and couldn't help but ask, "I'm very curious, as an extremely talented servant of the Heavenly Heart City, why would your family's eldest lady be after you?" "It's a long story." "Long story short then," Lin San said helplessly, "this matter still has to start from 7 years ago. Brother Qin can still remember that I brought out a jade box from the relics. If I told you that there was nothing in that jade box, would you believe me? Of course, I've always had faith in Brother Lin's character, so if you say there isn't one, there definitely isn't one." Qin Feng's eyes were full of trust, and his heart came to say, "This is what I did. I don't believe you. Who do I believe?" "Brother Qin." Lin San's body trembled violently as he looked up at Qin Feng. This kind of words, not to mention other people do not believe, even he himself do not believe, but Qin Feng unconditionally believe him. That trust in the eyes is absolutely not pretend, is really believe that there is nothing in the jade box. It's such a good feeling to be trusted. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for cheating on the feelings of the chosen one and gaining 50,000 villain points. Deception. He's obviously telling the truth, okay? Qin Feng ruthlessly despised the system in his heart, telling it not to speak if it couldn't. Hoo. Lin San took a deep breath, fixed his mind and continued, "Thank you Brother Qin for your trust. It's just that when the news spread the city lord asked me what was in the jade box, no matter how I explained it, the city lord and the young miss felt that I was lying to them, and ever since then there's been a gap between us, and in order to avoid the embarrassment I decided to go out and practice." Lin San laughed bitterly again. "I thought that I would go back this time to ease the relationship, but I don't know who spread the news that I had found an immortal crystal mine, which was a big deal, and when Missy heard about it she told me to hand it over, but I really didn't know about any immortal crystal mines, and for that reason I didn't hesitate to pull out my sword." "I believe you on this one too." Qin Feng still had a sincere face, and in his heart he added, "This is still my doing, of course I believe you are innocent." Brother Qin. Lin San has been moved beyond words to express the mood, and can't wait to immediately burn yellow characters with Qin Feng, behead the chicken head, and from then on, the two of them sleep on the same couch, against the feet, and wear the same underwear. It's enough to have a soulmate in life. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for inspiring the chosen one with his words, making him understand the evils of society and becoming the nobleman of his destiny, gaining 50,000 villain points. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, letting the system talk as much as it would talk. Right. Qin Feng began to get to the point and opened his mouth to ask, "Brother Lin, you should have found a very powerful treasure this time when you entered the Kunlun mysterious realm." "Ugh, where's the treasure?" Lin San was helpless and said, "Ever since I entered the Kunlun mysterious realm, I was not able to find a single treasure." This. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, indicating that I don't believe it. We must know that the pig's foot is a master of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Even if you find any great treasures is also a muffled fortune. If you really believe in their ghost words, then wait to be sold to help them count the money it. I really didn't find any treasure. Lin San felt the desire to cry, not understanding how the small boat of friendship had capsized just like that. The first two so ridiculous did not find the baby encounter. Qin Feng can unconditionally choose to believe him. How this time said did not find the baby instead do not believe him. In fact, he did come across a few heavenly treasures after entering the Kunlun mysterious realm, but since he came in with the team from the City of Heavenly Hearts, they were all kept by the eldest young lady, Lin San. The main reason is still that the baby is too low level, he really can't look at it, and he also wants to repair the relationship with both sides. I don't believe it. Qin Feng remained firm, expressing his disbelief. Lin San spat madly in his heart, unable to figure out why Qin Feng didn't believe him. The vast Gobi. Fong Chang stood above a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Ever since the fake news spread by Qin Feng spread, people had been approaching him one after another to ask for some kind of unsullied spring, but they all ended up becoming his experience bars. Nowadays, he had recovered from his injuries, and had also found an elixir for the rebirth of severed limbs by virtue of the protagonist's aura, and his broken wisps had also grown back. Qin Feng, this time I'm going to make you see a different Fong Chang. Fong Chang still had a dead fish face expression, ready to show Qin Feng the old 6 insights he had recently acquired. In the middle of a cave, Qin Hao sat trembling in a thunder pool, flickering with purple light and emitting bursts of thunder. Boom! 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 Xin Hao at this time only felt that he had entered the world of thunder and lightning, the violent thunder, the ancient divine punishment, the ferocious lightning, the flood of heavenly wrath. Boundless great fear, the great pressure shook the human heavenly soul trembling non-stop. It was as if the might of Tarzan pressed down on the top of the mountain, and no egg was left intact under the pouring nest, and under the great pressure, it shattered into pieces in an instant. I can't die yet, I still have a 3-year contract to fulfill, and I haven't gone to challenge my brother yet. Blood began to spill out from the corners of Xin Hao's mouth, but he was still incomparably resolute inside. I am the Lord of 10,000 thunders, ruling the thunder of the heavens. Xin Hao's lightning around his body began to beat crazily, and his eyes snapped open as he shouted, "Thunder rises as the wind and clouds gather, thunder destroys everything, destructive divine thunder, rise!" Rumble! The sky outside the cave was suddenly stormy, as if cheering the birth of the Emperor in thunder. A delighted laugh came from the small tripod on the side. It's actually really refined by him, this son can be called invincible in the future. Brother, I've finally surpassed you. The excitement in Xin Hao's eyes couldn't be concealed, and he felt his entire body filled with power. A canyon in the middle. The Qin family disciples were traveling through it, trying to rush through as fast as they could. But a group of ferocious beasts suddenly rushed out in front of them and opened their bloody mouths at them. There are ferocious beasts, retreat, retreat, retreat. Seeing that the narrow space of the canyon could not be utilized, the leading disciple of the Qin clan decisively ordered to exit the canyon. Just before they could exit the canyon, Princess Nan Fong led her people to block the other side, and there was no way to retreat from the front and back. Let's see where you're going to run now. The excitement in Princess Nan Feng's eyes could not be concealed, not realizing that even the heavens were helping her. This time, she wanted to destroy the Qin family's disciples before beheading Qin Feng's dog's head, in order to avenge the day when she had been forced to speak skillfully. Achoo! Qin Feng couldn't help but sneeze, inexplicably feeling that someone was thinking about him. Also, ever since he refined the Nanmingli fire, he has been feeling a lot of fire in his body. Chapter 109, What's yours is mine, what's mine is still mine. At this time, Qin Feng was following Lin San with Little White, like a dog's skin. Whether he really didn't find the treasure or not, following him would definitely lead to it anyway. What a familiar look. Lin San couldn't stand it in his heart when he was stared at by Qin Feng. Just like 7 years ago at the Qin family's bazaar, always keeping an eye on the subtle changes on his face, but whenever he showed an expression of surprise at a small blade of grass, Qin Feng would snatch it up and uproot it. Even when he went to the bushes for a quick convenience, Qin Feng had no intention of letting him go. Lin San couldn't stand being stared at and finally couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Qin, aren't you going to look to find your own chance?" "You're asking me to look for a chance." Qin Feng felt that Lin San was bad about this, everything was separated from him or something. Isn't your chance my chance, and isn't my chance still my chance? Why do people need to make such a clear distinction? Roar! The hissing of the ferocious beasts was suddenly deafening, causing the air around them to stir. Ha! Qin Feng and Lin San hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to see the forest collapsing not far away and 3 huge shadows rushing horizontally towards them, with an ancient white-clothed young lady in front of them. 20 or so years old, melon face, curved willow eyebrows, light makeup, a little crystal on the clear face, together with the face that is pale because it seems to be injured, giving people a feeling of pity when I see it. Of course these were not the attractions of her, the real attraction was the way she ran and swayed, and every time she swayed, she induced the gentlemen to feel a gripping fear that if they went down, they would not spring up. Earth Demon Bear. Lin San's brows furrowed as he saw the ferocious beast clearly. 3 bear-type ferocious beasts that were more than 10 feet tall, with huge pupils glowing with bloodlight and a layer of sturdy armor all over their bodies, with a battle strength that could be comparable to the existence of a heavenly sex 5th gravity, and arms that were as thick as buckets, and as sturdy as gold and iron. Wait, she's... Qin Feng's expression froze slightly as his gaze fixed on the white-clothed young lady. He swore that he was definitely not the kind of person to be a hooligan, and really felt that this young lady looked like one of his childhood friends. Yes, it's brother Qin Feng. When the white-clothed young lady saw Qin Feng, she immediately revealed a look of surprise. Her name is Qin Mushui, is considered to be the Qin family closer to the direct line of disciples, than the Qin Feng older than 10 years or so, since childhood cannot be less kissed Qin Feng this little brother. Now that the Qin family disciples were trapped in the canyon, she took the opportunity to kill her way out to look for help, only that she didn't expect to meet Qin Feng instead of finding help. Although what Qin Feng had done was disgraceful, there was nothing she could do now. I'll be damned, it's really Sister Demu. Qin Feng was also startled, not expecting to meet an acquaintance here. For Qin Mushui he was deeply impressed, not that the other party had taken advantage of him since he was a child, but it was embodied in a big word. You can tell by the way she wobbles when she runs now that she was anything but ordinary back then. That's why he liked to call her Sister Demu, since he was a child. Swoosh! Lin San transformed into a residual shadow and rushed out with his long sword in hand. 7 years gone, how come he still can't change his bad habit of pretending in front of beautiful women? Xin Feng's eyes suddenly glazed over as he assumed the posture of drawing his sword. Nodding his head, he drew his sword. A crisp and resounding sound of clanging sword drawing resounded through the forest, and the stunning sword light that was left behind suddenly appeared, and the icy and bone-piercing coldness swept across the entire field, and the sword light that was as shocking and as graceful as a swimming dragon flickered in a hurry. The chanting heavenly sword drawing technique. What? Before the three Lin people could react, they saw Qin Feng flashing past them. In a flash of lightning, Qin Feng's figure had already appeared behind the Earth Demon Bears, and the 3 Earth Demon Bears had also stopped running wildly, and the long hollow divine sword in their hands had begun to slowly enter its sheath. Clang! With the sword completely sheathed, the Earth Demon Bear also collapsed with a bang, accompanied by a burst of shivering. His life also came to an end, his body even crumbled out of a fatal sword scar, and blood was then spilled all over the earth. Good, great! Qin Mushui gulped, surprised by Qin Feng's sword. Although she had heard that Qin Feng was very strong, she did not expect to be able to be strong to such an extent that the 3rd level of Dao entry could kill 3 heavenly sect 5th level Earth Demon Bears with a single sword. That sword just now! Lin San stood frozen in place, his forehead glistening with silk sweat. Can't go wrong. He was definitely not mistaken. Xin Feng's cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Dao of initiation, his sword intent had even been comprehended to the 4th level, and the heavenly Zhangling sword drawing technique was also an unknown number of times stronger than it was 7 years ago. But it's not right. A few days ago when the two met in Flowerfall City, Qin Feng was still at the 1st level of Dao entry cultivation and 3rd level of sword intent, while he was at the 2nd level of Dao entry cultivation and 3rd level of sword intent, so how could it be that he had been fully overtaken by Qin Feng after a few days of absence? This moment, Lin San's belief in invincibility began to waver. After 7 years of painstakingly practicing the sword Dao, and as a result, the gap between the two sides widened, was he really still worthy of the invincible sword heart, worthy of being the heir to the god of the long hollow sword, and worthy of titles such as the first sword in 100 years? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for stopping the chosen one from pretending, 500 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the chosen one's belief in invincibility waver, gaining 100,000 villain points. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Qin Feng cheaply came forward and said, Brother Lin, how about that sword just now? I just comprehended it after striking a sword with you in Flowerfall City. What? Lin San couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye, and a big one popped up in his heart. Impossible. Absolutely not. The two of them simply struck a sword, without even drawing their swords, so how could he possibly comprehend a 4th level sword intent? But Qin Feng was indeed a 4th level sword intent right now, even if he wanted to disbelieve it. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the chosen one's belief in invincibility waver, gaining 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he continued, Brother Lin, I'm not lying to you, ever since I comprehended level 3 sword intent a month ago, I've been delayed in breaking through to level 4 sword intent, and it's thanks to you that I was able to break through with such ease. A month ago. Lin San's head was instantly filled with black lines, and a groundhog's howl sounded in his heart. Listen to the words of the people. It took him 7 years of bitter cultivation to raise his sword intent from level 1 to level 3, Qin Feng actually raised his sword intent from level 3 to level 4 in a month. Nima. Kill and kill. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the chosen one's belief in invincibility waver, gaining 100,000 villain points. Another 100,000 points in the bank. Qin Feng was in a happy mood and was ready to continue brushing points. Qin Mushui said anxiously on the side, Brother Qin Feng, I have something very important. We'll talk later, Brother Lin, don't go After striking the sword I also realized a set of sword formations. Qin Feng directly ignored Qin Mushui and pestered Lin San to frantically brush his points. This can't wait. Qin Mushui stomped her feet in anger. She remembered that when she was a child, Qin Feng was especially sticky to her, and every time she kissed him, he would kiss her back even if he chased after the entire Qin family. But now that he came to him for help, he actually chose to ignore it, and his eyes were full of Lin San, the man. Chapter 110, A Cloud-Piercing Arrow, Thousands of Horses Come to Meet You. What? The Qin clan disciples are trapped in the canyon, with a ferocious beast in front of them and Princess Nanfeng behind them. When Qin Feng heard about it, he complained to Qin Muxue for not saying it earlier. When Fong Chang entered the Gobi, he explained that he would definitely come back, but now a few days have passed and there is still no news. How could he, as a proper Confucian gentleman, comfort his white moonlight, Black Pearl in a humanitarian spirit? I'm to blame for this. Qin Muxue stood frozen in place with a very strange feeling. In the past, Qin Feng and the Qin family that is modest and polite, 10 miles and 8 villages known as the handsome descendant, how a few years have not seen changed so cheap. Whether it was because he had learned to be bad in the Yinyu imperial dynasty, or whether he had left the Qin family to release his nature. That's not true. Judging from the fact that he dug Xiaohao's supreme bone, even if he was releasing his nature, it should be a ferocious nature, and he shouldn't have turned so. 80% was taught bad by the moon god of the Yinyu dynasty, and I had long heard that this moon god was not a decent person. Since it's brother Qin's family matter, I'll take my first step. Lin San hurriedly found an excuse to try to pull out, fearing that his belief in invincibility would collapse if he stayed with Qin Feng any longer. Brother Lin, we're blood brothers from different fathers and mothers, isn't my business your business? Qin Feng's cheek was not normally thick, and he tightly held Lin San's hand without letting go. Just kidding. He had managed to catch a chosen one with great difficulty, and he hadn't made enough money yet, so how could he let him run away just like that? Besides, how can you reflect the platitudes of the big bad without closing the door and releasing the chosen one when you go to a group fight later? This. Qin Muxue looked at the two's clasped hands and seemed to smell a hint of something unusual. Canyon. The ferocious beasts were frantically attacking the Qin clan disciples, and the number was much higher than they had imagined. Formation. The disciples of the Qin clan all clenched their hands with their fingers, and their feet stepped on the 108 astrological directions. Buzz off! A golden spell formation quickly took shape, protecting the Qin family disciples in the middle. Only the ferocious beasts were simply too many, and I'm afraid that the formation wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer, not to mention that there was still a great Xiao royal family on the side watching intently. Could it really be that the heavens are trying to kill my Qin family? The leading disciple of the Qin clan was filled with self-reproach as to how he had brought his family disciples into such a desperate situation. The other disciples of the Qin clan comforted, "Don't be like this, just now Sister Muxue has already killed her way out of the siege. As long as we can find reinforcements in time, we still have hope, and if it's not possible, we can still fight with them." Hope. Princess Nanfeng revealed a contemptuous smile outside the canyon, not believing that there was any possibility of the Qin family turning the tables. In fact, Qin Muxue was deliberately released by her to bring in reinforcements. If the reinforcements brought in came from countries such as the Yinyu imperial dynasty, she would just be able to wipe out all the Qin family disciples on the charge of fornicating with foreign enemies. If the rescuer that Qin Muxue moved in came from the Grand Xia imperial dynasty, then it would be just as well to clean up together, lest the two sides join forces to threaten the imperial power in the future. Anyway, these Heavenly Sons students come from the Cold family. She won't have the slightest heartache if they die out. The big deal is to go out and recruit another batch of good. At this time, Qin Feng and the others had already arrived at the canyon and could see Princess Nanfeng and the others from afar. Only to see that the great Xia imperial clan had really put in their blood this time, sending thousands of Heavenly Sons disciples to the Kunlun mysterious realm, while on the contrary, the Qin clan had only selected hundreds of elite disciples. Facing thousands of cold sect celestial pride could barely cope, but if they were to add the ferocious beasts on the opposite side they would be completely weak. Qin Muxue looked at Qin Feng always being alone and asked nervously, "Brother Qin Feng, now that you are the number one heavenly pride of the desolate ancient kingdom, the only divine son of the moon god palace, and the third saint son of the Yin moon dynasty, you wouldn't have entered the Kunlun mysterious realm alone, would you?" Qin Feng said with an awesome boom, "How could I come in alone? I brought in 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses in addition to a rabbit." 1,000 armies? Qin Muxue's eyes lit up as she asked anxiously, "Where are they?" "As long as we join forces we can eat up these Heavenly Sons in one fell swoop, greatly weakening the strength of the great Xia imperial clan. If you're willing to join forces, I'm sure the clan will forgive you for the transgressions you made back then." The fault of the year. Lin San stole a glance at Qin Feng and naturally knew what the fault was. Back then, when the Qin family gave birth to two supreme heavenly prides in one birth, it was a sensation throughout the desolate ancient world, and all the forces felt that the Qin family would dominate the desolate ancient world in the future, and they also secretly began to plot against the Qin family. But what people never expected was that the Qin family's Grand Duke personally dug up his brother's supreme bone, and after that, he even defected from the Qin family and defected to the Moon God Palace of the Yin Moon Dynasty. After this, the second son of the Qin family was scrapped, and the Qin family was like a wounded tiger licking its wounds alone, and those forces that were secretly planning for the Qin family also shifted their gaze, thinking that the Qin family was no longer enough to worry about. It was just that he couldn't figure out until today why Qin Fong with his talent would want to dig up his brother's supreme bone. Is it really just about power? His intuition told him that Qin Fong was not this kind of person. Don't flatter yourself, this saint's son isn't here to save you, he's just here to find a human fire extinguisher. Qin Fong maintained the self-cultivation of an undercover agent and pulled Lin San's hand and directly disappeared in place. This is... Qin Mushue's eyes lit up with delight, only to see Qin Fong throw her a cloud-piercing arrow. Shrink the earth. Lin San's pupils shrunk violently, and his heart cried out that he couldn't stand it. It was even if he had such a high level of achievement in the sword path, he actually had the energy to study body techniques, and he had even reached the realm of shrinking earth, which even many Yuandan realm cultivators were afraid would be difficult to comprehend. Swoosh! Only Qin Mushue couldn't wait to shoot the cloud-piercing arrow, and a thud rang out in the sky, exploding a large 6. At this time, thousands of armies and 10,000 horses were following Qin Feng's orders and spreading the false news that Lin San and the others had gotten the treasures in the neighborhood. It's a signal from the boss. After the thousands of troops and horses saw the cloud-piercing arrows, they hurriedly ran wildly in the direction where Qin Feng was. Has the Qin family's help arrived? The South Wind Princess heard the movement and immediately turned her head to look, and the result was that what she saw was actually the Qin Feng who made her unable to sleep at night, and also made her originally still good mood instantly turn bad. Qin Feng, just the two of you dare to come to the rescue. Princess Nan Feng was so furious that she gnashed her teeth, wishing to bite Qin Feng alive. At the same time, she began to worry in her heart, what was the meaning of Qin Feng's coming to save the people? Was it that he wanted to rejoin the Qin family by saving the people, or was it that he was carrying some ulterior motives? Who said it was just the two of them? Qin Mushue floated down, raised his eyebrows and said, Qin Feng's younger brother entered the Kunlun secret realm this time, but with thousands of troops, just now the cloud-piercing arrows I have shot out, the big troop will be here soon, now the attack and defense have changed shape, the one who has fallen into a disadvantage is you, Princess Nangong. 1,000 armies. The Qin clan disciples in the canyon were immediately energized and were ready to blow the counterattack horn at any time. Boom! Two tall figures clad in armor, falling from the sky and kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 111, Haoqi, Taoist Law of Nature. 1,000 armies. Princess Nanfeng was thoroughly amused. Other people might not know about Qin Feng's 1,000 armies, but she naturally knew what 1,000 armies were after having been to the Yinyu imperial dynasty. It was just two of Qin Feng's new little brothers, and Qin Mushue actually had the nerve to treat them as rescuers. You are. Qin Mushue froze as she looked at the backs of the two men, and for some reason had a bad feeling in her heart. I'm Qi Jun. I am Manhwa. The shining appearance of the two of them, 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, caused the Qin clan disciples to let out a groundhog's howl in their hearts. Nima. When he said thousands of troops, it was actually two people's names. Is this what you call 1,000 armies? The corner of Qin Mushue's eye involuntarily twitched, indicating that she would never trust this broken mouth of a man again. Of course. Qin Feng said arrogantly and haughtily, Princess Nan Feng, you are already surrounded, if you don't want anything to happen to these heavenly sons, you'd better surrender obediently. Surrounded. Qin Mushue almost fainted from anger, unable to figure out where Qin Feng got his confidence. They have thousands of people, they are surrounded by a few people. It's more like being surrounded. Qin Feng, there's a road in heaven that you don't take, and there's no door in hell that you barge in. Princess Nan Feng's eyes were as cold as frost, not realizing that the heavens were helping her. With Qin Feng, these few people simply could not be a match for the thousands of Heavenly Sun's disciples. She wanted to personally behead Qin Feng's dog's head to cover up her own piece of black history. Qin Feng laughed playfully, Princess Nan Feng, you're still as confident as ever, but compared to your confident appearance, I still like your coquettish appearance. Kill him for me. Princess Nan Feng wanted to be angry and shy on the spot, and used her screams to cover up the black history she didn't want to remember. If I say this has nothing to do with me, does anyone believe me? Lin San revealed a bitter smile, stating that he was forced to do so. Kill. Thousands of Heaven's Son disciples heard Princess Nanfeng's order and decisively launched an attack on the Qin clan's disciples. Damn it, fight them! The Qin family disciples were no longer sitting around waiting for death. Knowing that he had been screwed over by Qin Feng, the pitbull, and that there was no chance to get reinforcements, the only way to kill a bloody way out was to fight to the death, he immediately put away the large formation and killed towards the heavenly suns. Roar! Hissing sounds came out from the canyon, filled with endless fury. As the Qin clan disciples withdrew the formation, the ferocious beasts in the canyon rushed out. The earth began to tremble, and in the tumbling dust was a huge silhouette, more than 10 meters long, with a reddish, slippery body, resembling an enlarged version of the eel that the anchor woman loves to eat. Magic eels. The eyelids of the entire crowd trembled slightly, knowing that this kind of magic eel was a group-dwelling ferocious beast, and the number was definitely not less than 100. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Only to see the devil eel bring up a sharp wind-breaking sound, madly and incomparably rushing towards the group. They didn't care about any Qin family disciples or any disciples of the Son of Heaven, they were all food to them. A Qin clan disciple didn't have time to react before he was bitten halfway down by a devil eel. It was bloody and gruesome. Rumble! Berserk booms resounded continuously in the canyon, and the scene was chaotic. Sometimes the Qin family disciples fight the Tiansu disciples, sometimes the Qin family disciples fight the demon eels, sometimes the Tiansu disciples fight the demon eels, and sometimes both sides join forces against the demon eels. The choking smell of blood also filled the air, making both the demon eel and the man even more frantic. Sweeping thousands. Thousands of troops wielded war halberds and swept a large area. 10,000 horses running. Manhwa wields a huge hammer and hammers a large area. He is. Qin Mushue frowned her willow eyebrows at Wan Ma, feeling that this person looked so familiar. Back then, after Qin Feng dug up the bones and defected from the Qin family, there were quite a few strange deaths in the Qin family before and after, including the son of the Qin family's 13 Taiwan boss, Qin Wan. And the Wan Ma in front of him was very much like Qin Wan back then. In fact, back then, after Qin Feng traveled to the Yinyu dynasty, the Qin family had deployed a portion of their personnel to infiltrate the Yinyu dynasty, so that they could conveniently receive Qin Feng at any time, and after more than 7 years of fighting finally stood their ground in the Yinyu dynasty. It's just that this matter is only known to a few senior members in the Qin family, so Qin Mushue is not sure if it's Qin Wan. At this time, Little White roamed the battlefield in the guise of Old Six by virtue of his spatial aptitude. A bit of coldness arrives first, followed by the sword coming out like a dragon. Xiaobai found the right moment to make a flash in front of his target, and the stern sword chi was released steeply from his body. Poof, chicken and egg. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's spirit pet for successfully severing its wisdom roots and gaining 1,000 villain points. Who raised this rabbit? Why is it so shameless? Tenchi's disciples issued protests that the rabbit was not speaking the rules of the jungle. Cut. Little White as if Big Brother Rabbit, Milk Fierce said, I rabbit and not a person in the Jianghu, talk about what the rules of the Jianghu, Qin Feng only taught me rabbit, hit people first hit the egg, the victory rate is higher than half. Qin Feng. The Heaven's Son disciple gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Feng, itching to grab him and pop him until he exploded. None of my business, I don't know this rabbit. Qin Feng skimmed over one of the Heavenly Son's disciples who had fallen not far away, and his figure flashed in front of him without saying a word. Poof, chicken and egg. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for breaking people's wisdom and gaining 1,000 villain points. How dare you say you don't recognize it? The disciples of the Son of Heaven were furious and stormy, stating that they had never seen such brazen people and rabbits. Clang! The crisp sound of a sword chime rang out abruptly, drawing the attention of the entire crowd. Only to see Lin San was forced to pull out the long sword in his hand, the legacy of the vast sword light suddenly appeared, and the sky-charging sword light made people's hearts astonished. The sword cuts down the demons, and righteousness lives on. How ran Zhang Qi? Princess Nan Feng's face changed violently, not expecting Qin Feng to find such an expert. Good lord, I still underestimated these chosen ones. Qin Feng's face changed slightly. For the How ran Zhang Qi he had also read about it in a book, it was a special ability bonus, similar to the Dao Xian he had washed out. Put. Before the 4 devil eels could react, they were directly beheaded by Lin San. So strong. The entire crowd couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise as they looked at Lin San with eyes filled with awe. If they were not mistaken, Lin San was at the 2nd level of Dao entry cultivation, and the demonic eel that he killed had already reached the 5th level of Heavenly Sect. Killing 4 demonic eels at the 5th level of Heavenly Sect with a single sword, there were definitely no more than 3 people in the whole of the desolate world. At this time, Lin San couldn't help but glance back as if he was showing off to Qin Feng. You chopped 3 heavenly sect 5th level earth demon bears with 1 sword, I chopped 4 heavenly sect 5th level demon eels with 1 sword better than you. I just love how untamed he is. Xin Feng simply can't get enough of Lin San, actually took the initiative to send the door to find a blow. Chapter 112 The old Qin family is shameless. Clang! Another crisp and resounding sound of clanging sword drawing resounded through heaven and earth. Unlike Lin San's vast and righteous aura, heaven and earth were surging with the aura of the Tao, and ripples visible to the naked eye began to bulge out. The heavenly law is the law of heaven, and the law of nature is the law of heaven. Xin Feng drew the long sky divine sword in his hand with great speed, and his mind and nature inexplicably resonated, only feeling as if he had merged into nature at that moment, and all things in the world seemed as small as ants. Phew! Phew! The sword chants were unceasing, spreading out over the sky and the earth, and the powerful sword chi bulged out from heaven and earth, giving the entire crowd a feeling of being in the center of a storm. Between the flash of lightning and fire, the heavens and earth were dead silent, and the melodious sword chants returned to calm, as the long sky divine sword in Qin Feng's hand had slowly returned to its sheath. Put! A dozen or so devil eels' bodies also broke into 2 pieces in response to the sound, and without even having the time to utter a scream, they collapsed on the ground with a bang, and their blood gushed out like a spring. What kind of sword is this? The entire crowd immediately exclaimed with wide eyes, their minds filled with Qin Feng's unearthly sword. There are no frills, only the pursuit of the ultimate invincible sword. The sword out of the sheath can cut down the sky and destroy the earth, cutting down all the enemies in the way. How can that be? Sweat slid down Princess Nan Feng's cheeks and she only felt her brain buzzing. Didn't he only break through the spirit martial realm a month ago? But what the hell was his current cultivation level of the 3rd level of the Tao? And when did his sword intent break through to the 4th level, and when did he comprehend the Tao heart? Taoist nature. Lin San seemed to have forgotten to breathe, and his heart was even more restless for a long time. I thought that I had comprehended the Hao Ran Zhang Qi to be able to suppress Qin Feng, but who knew that he had actually comprehended the Tao heart as well, possessing the Tao law of nature. Even in some ways, the Tao was naturally stronger than his Hao Yan Jingqi, and the 7 years of bitter cultivation once again proved the fact that Qin Feng was stronger than him. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the chosen one's belief in invincibility waver, gaining 100,000 villain points. I knew he wouldn't let me down. Qin Feng cheaply came forward again and said, Brother Lin, thank you so much. I've never known how to comprehend the Tao heart. I didn't expect to suddenly realize it after watching your vast qi. Lin San's head was instantly filled with black lines, his heart frantically spitting. I don't believe it. I don't believe it even if it kills me. I wouldn't believe, even if I had read less, that Taoism is naturally comprehended from the vastness. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the chosen one's belief in invincibility waver, gaining 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng's heart was so beautiful, and he easily pocketed another 200,000 villain points. Roar! Qin Feng and Lin San's behavior completely enraged the demonic eel, turning into a red shadow and attacking the crowd frantically. Several of them set their sights on Princess Nan Feng, and directed a burst of frantic output at her. Eel evil has a bow at the end of the day. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Damn! Princess Nan Feng gritted her teeth and quickly dodged the demon eel attack. At the same time, it was also due to the fact that Qin Feng's perversity far exceeded her imagination that her heart began to inexplicably panic, and she no longer had the same self-confidence that she had before. Other people didn't know the extent of Qin Feng's perversity, but she had seen it with her own eyes in the Yin Imperial dynasty. The cultivation of a spiritual martial 1st level decapitated the true dragon of the 5th level of Tao entry, and now that he had broken through to the 3rd level of Tao entry, he had even comprehended the Tao law of nature, so I was afraid that only Yuan Dan realm cultivators would be able to suppress him. Protect the princess! The Heaven Sun disciples quickly stabilized their formation, separating some of them to protect Princess Nan Feng, while the others launched an all-around siege on the Qin clan's disciples. Even if the hundreds of people from the Qin family were all elite disciples, they could still beat 3 or 4 of them against one eventually. Don't worry about this princess, go kill Qin Feng, kill Qin Feng. Princess Nan Feng tore her heart out and roared loudly, and in her heart, she also kept praying that she was overthinking it. After all, Qin Feng only used 1 month to break through from the 1st level of spiritual martial arts to the 3rd level of Tao entry. His foundation would be unstable even if he thought about it with his buttocks, so his battle power would definitely be greatly reduced, and perhaps he didn't need to be at the Yuan Dan realm to suppress Qin Feng. It was just that from Qin Feng's stunning sword just now, she didn't seem to see that Qin Feng had any unstable foundation. Yes. The Heaven's Son disciples looked at each other, not understanding why Princess Nan Fong was so agitated. Even if Qin Feng's sword just now was so amazing that he was able to kill more than a dozen heavenly sect realm demon eels, he always only had a cultivation of the 3rd level of the Tao. On the contrary, there were thousands of them, and there were more than a dozen of them with a cultivation of the 9th level of the heavenly sect. Even if he, Qin Feng, had heavenly powers, he couldn't possibly be a match for so many of them. But whoever called them princesses, they could only honestly follow orders. Rumble. Berserk attacks shot towards Qin Feng in unison, and the Heaven's Son disciples quickly surrounded them. But just as Qin Feng was about to draw his sword to help them cut off their wisdom roots and lift their worries, the second half price, Qin Mushua suddenly rushed over, pouncing him to the ground and dodging the other party's attack. Look out! In her opinion, Qin Feng's cultivation of the 3rd level of the Tao, after making that amazing sword just now, there was already no more blue to be right, and she was now completely saving his life. Are you saving my life? Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and really wanted to shout. Referee, she hit someone with the ball. Qin Mushue, who knew nothing about power, said with a serious expression, hurry up and take your people out of here. If you don't leave, it will be too late. The other disciples of our Qin family can fold here, but you can't fold here. I only hope that you'll be able to clean up your act and go back to the Qin family in the future. Qin Feng's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat as he looked at Qin Mushue out of his mind. There was an urge to tell her the truth, but reason told him not now. But then again, their old Qin family is shameless per capita. How did they come out with Qin Mushue, the Holy Mother? Isn't this a cotton ball crashing out of the gutter? Boss, look out! The two of them, 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, cried out, only to see that the Heavenly Son's disciples had already killed them. Move! Qin Mushue leapt up from the ground and covered Qin Feng as he hurried away. It was just that Qin Feng had absolutely no intention of leaving, and unhurriedly stood up and dusted himself off. Why aren't you leaving yet? Qin Mushue urged sharply, causing Qin Feng to rush away. Why should I go? Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, haven't you ever heard that Laozi once told Confucius that there are 3,000 weak waters and I'll only take a dipper of it to drink? What does it mean? Qin Mushue's head was full of questions. Hoo, tired me bunny. Xiaobai flashed to Qin Feng's shoulder and explained with a gasp, the translation means that the other side's 3,000 disciples are as weak as water, and it's as simple as drinking water for Laozi to open their scoops. Chapter 113 The hunt is on. As easy as drinking water. Qin Mushue couldn't help but roll her eyes, simply not believing that Qin Feng was so capable. She admitted that Qin Feng's talent was as terrifying as it was, and that the 3rd level of Dao entry killed the 5th and 6th levels of heavenly sect like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable, but after all, the other party wasn't just 1 or 2 people, it was thousands, and even if there were hundreds of elites of the Qin clan assisting from the sidelines, he didn't have so much stamina to deal with so many people at the same time. Unless he possessed the legendary Tsang Tian hegemony body, which was made for battle and never tires. Buzz off! Faint sword chirps resounded frantically in the canyon, and the swords and weapons in the hands of the crowd began to tremble, as if they were courtiers in the mundane world paying homage to the king and emperor, and their sword chirps gradually appeared to be exuberant and incomparable. What's going on? The entire crowd seemed to sense something as their gazes looked in the direction of Qin Feng. Only to see Qin Feng standing with his arms folded, the corners of his clothes were windless, there were still dozens of sword chi surrounding his body, and before the surrounding Heavenly Son's disciples who wanted him to kill them could react, they were sent by the invisible sword chi to receive their box lunch. Just a few dozen sword chi, no need to be afraid of him, kill. The other Heaven's Son disciples weren't scared in the slightest and quickly rushed up to surround Qin Feng. It has to work. Princess Nanfeng nervously clenched her small fists in anticipation that these Heavenly Son's disciples would be able to cut Qin Feng down and kill him. That's so brave. Lin San's eyes were filled with admiration, and in his heart, he observed 3 minutes of silence for them. Other people didn't know how ferocious Qin Feng was, but he had felt it himself. Don't look at the fact that Qin Feng was only releasing dozens of sword chi right now, but when he truly unleashed the Great River Sword technique, they would not even have a chance to escape and would be completely drowned by the rushing Great River Sword chi. The hunt hour, it's on. Qin Feng's long hair flew up, revealing a bright smile. The arrogance and hubris seemed like a death sentence, causing the heart of the Heavenly Son's disciple to feel extremely upset. Even though they were the prides of the cold sect, they were definitely not inferior to the prides of the world families in terms of talent. Even if his Qin Feng's talent was unprecedented, it was absolutely impossible for him to be a match for so many of them. Dang! The popping sound of gold and iron clashing echoed in the canyon, and the air vibration triggered an endless whimpering sound. Only Qin Feng was seen wandering between the blades like a willow. No matter how much the Heavenly Sun's disciples surrounded him, they could not hurt him in the slightest. Instead, he forced an opening in the formation. Wherever they passed, sword chi followed. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for breaking people's wisdom and gaining 1000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the kill and gaining 100 villain points. Sword chi flashed in the canyon, bloodlight appeared, and wailing sounds rose. I'm going to sue him in Hades. The Heaven Sun disciples let out a mournful protest, stating that this man Qin Feng did not speak the rules of the earth. Obviously can be a sword to send people to receive the box meal, but you have to let people first confiscate the tools of the crime before doing it. It is simply a rare shameless devil in the world. I'm innocent. Qin Feng had the word innocent written all over his face, stating that he only wanted to earn 1000 more villain points. Is he wrong? The fault is with this society, the fault is with the system, the fault is with the system. Awesome. Qin Mushua's entire body was stunned. She knew that Qin Feng was fierce, but she didn't expect that he could be fierce to such an extent that it was like no man's land, and he didn't put the thousands of Heavenly Sun's disciples in his eyes at all. At the same time, as Qin Feng's killings increased, the Tsong Tian hegemony body began to gradually awaken under the stimulation of blood. Unlike the heavy pupil and supreme bone, which were physiques that required closed-door enlightenment, the Tsong Tian hegemony body was a physique that was born for battle, and could only be awakened through constant fighting. The more you fight, the more you are brave, and the more you never tire are just the most basic abilities of the Tsangtian bastard body, and the true Tsangtian bastard body will open up a whole new form when activated. Just like the Super Saiyan, every time a form is opened, the battle power will get a qualitative leap, and now it is not far from opening the first form. Almost there, it's finally time to activate the first form. Qin Feng could not hide the excitement in his heart as the sword chi around him increased by dozens more. Buzz off! Ear-piercing sword chirps continued to ring out, accompanied by a miserable scream, and no matter how many people came from the Heavenly Sun sect, they were unable to stop Qin Feng from advancing. Hurry over for support! Princess Nan Feng hissed loudly at the top of her voice, already frightened by Qin Feng's terror. Hundreds of Heaven's Sun disciples went to siege him, and were actually ed over by him with his own strength, and there was not even the slightest hint of unstable roots, but instead, they were even more perverted than they were back then. Kill! The sound of killing echoed through the canyon. The Heaven's Sun disciples quickly separated a large portion of their men to deal with Qin Feng, causing the pressure on the Qin clan disciples' side to suddenly decrease, freeing up their hands to fully deal with the swarm of demonic eels behind them. As long as they killed the group of demon eels, they would be able to break out of the trap. Buzz off! The crisp sound of the sword resounded through the canyon. Only to see Lin San brandishing a blazing sword light, once again displaying his own vast sword chi. He didn't want to get involved in the fight between Qin Feng and the Dasha Imperial clan, but who let him owe Qin Feng a favor when he was being chased by Lin San, so he could only help him kill these devil eels to return the favor. Roar! The few remaining demon eels let out hiccups as their huge bodies collapsed helplessly to the ground. It's through, it's through! Qin Mushua couldn't hide the joy on her face and greeted everyone to hurry up and pass through the canyon. The Qin clan disciples also didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, stepping on their flying swords to pass through the canyon with the fastest speed possible. Can't let them get away, chase! Princess Nan Feng exclaimed in exasperation. It was not easy to come across this opportunity to wipe out the Qin family disciples. They must be kept here, they must not be allowed to run away. Qin Mushua called out sharply, Brother Qin Feng, hurry up and go. You guys go first, I'll pat it out. Qin Feng blocked in front of the exit of the canyon with a shrinking earth inch, and the sword chi in his body began to gush out crazily, converging into a rushing river. OMG, the boss is opening up a big move. Thousands of troops and horses were startled, and they numbly ran towards the outside of the canyon. Don't panic, he won't last long. The disciples of the Son of Heaven stepped back one after another, and no one dared to come forward to a hard line. Not to mention Qin Feng's level 4 sword intent, invincible sword heart, and Taoist nature. Let's just say that the great river sword technique of great perfection, I'm afraid that it's not something that they, the disciples of the humble sex, can stand up to. It was better to wait for Qin Feng's physical strength to run out before attacking in a group was the way to go. Moreover, they also believed that Qin Feng wouldn't be able to hold on for long. First it was the Jintian sword drawing technique, then the battle in no man's land, and now it was even casting the great river sword technique, an extremely consuming group attacking sword technique. Not to mention that he was only at the 3rd level of the Tao, even the 3rd level of the heavenly sect wouldn't be able to withstand it. How long do you think he'll last? 5 snap fingers, no more. I'll bet 2 snap fingers. Half a snap of the fingers is a real man. Just as the Heaven Sun disciple belittled Qin Feng, a great river of sword chi gathered rushed in. I have more staying power than you can imagine. Qin Feng's eyes had a kind of sternness that broke through the clouds, and the sword chi in his body was released as if it didn't need any money, and the whole canyon was instantly submerged by monstrous waves as if it were a flood relief. Chapter 114 First Form. What kind of freak is this guy? The Heaven Sun disciple's eyes were filled with horror, stating that he had genuinely never seen this kind of monster before. It was as if the monster that never knew how to tire was actually able to unleash such a terrifyingly monstrous great river of sword chi after such an intense battle. Set up a formation, quickly set up a defense formation. Princess Nan Feng screamed in terror and quickly pinched out a finger trick. The other Heaven Sun disciples immediately came back to their senses, finding their bearings and successfully coalescing a huge formation shield before the rushing river of sword chi arrived. Rumble. The monstrous sword chi transformed into a giant wave and ruthlessly slapped against the grand formation. But many of the Heavenly Sun's disciples were knocked out of a mouthful of blood, finally intuitively feeling the terror of the number one heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. Nima. It was even if he created the great perfection divine level sword skill, but he actually added the 4th level sword intent, invincible sword heart, and Taoist law of nature. Even if his current cultivation level was only the 3rd level of Dao entry, I'm afraid that no one of the heavenly pride who entered the Kunlun secret realm would be able to stop him. This is the number one heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. The Qin clan disciples who were originally fleeing for their lives stopped and looked dazedly at Qin Feng in the canyon. Nima. He actually fought against all the Heavenly Sun's disciples with his own strength, and did not even look like he was at a disadvantage, but instead, he pressed the Heavenly Sun's disciples to the point where they could not lift their heads. I can't believe you guys held up. I don't know if you'll be able to hold up the next move. There was a coldness surging in Qin Feng's black eyes as a red glow suddenly erupted from his body. After the frantic killing just now, as well as more than a month of accumulation and enlightenment, the Tsong Tian hegemony body finally activated its first form. Heaven and earth were shocked, the gods and demons changed, the first form opened. Rumble. The sky and the earth changed colors, and the road thundered continuously. Qin Feng's black pupils and long black hair all turned red, and his body was also covered with many mysterious runes. Not only did his aura change drastically, but his breath skyrocketed by more than dozens of times in an instant. How can that be? The entire crowd went completely insane. It was already perverse enough for one person to fight against thousands of Heaven Sun's disciples, but he was actually able to strengthen under such circumstances. It's the Tsong Tian hegemony body. This is definitely the Tsong Tian hegemony body. Qin Mushue couldn't help but exclaim in shock, recognizing Qin Feng's Tsong Tian hegemony body at a glance. Just like what was introduced in the book, at this moment, Qin Feng had already activated the first form of the Tsong Tian hegemony body, and coupled with the way he had been getting more and more courageous before, it was definitely the Tsong Tian hegemony body that was born for battle. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The entire audience was once again in a frenzy, not understanding why the heavens favored Qin Feng so much. He had already possessed the ancient heavy pupils and had an unparalleled sword Dao talent in the world, so how could he still possess the Tsong Tian hegemony body that was born for battle? Just kidding. The Qin family disciples stayed where they were, only feeling their brains buzzing. When Qin Feng had defected from the Qin family 7 years ago, he had displayed his full body form in front of the world, and had already caused the entire desolate ancient young generation to feel incomparably despairing, and had cried out sadly as to why they had to be in the same era as Qin Feng. But who would have thought that 7 years ago wasn't Qin Feng's full-bodied form, and that his terror far exceeded the world's imagination? Brother Qin, what do I have to do to catch up with you? Lin San looked at Qin Feng, who was like a god and devil descending into the world. His heart was unable to calm down for a long time. Originally thought that 7 years of hard training had already made him proud of the young generation of the desolate ancients, and was even more confident that he wanted to find Qin Feng to have a fencing match, so that the world would know who was the first sword of the desolate ancients. But who knew that before he even made a move, he was struck by Qin Feng, feeling as if he was wasting air by living in the world. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the chosen one's belief in invincibility waver, gaining 100,000 villain points. Oops, my junior is delivering warmth again. Qin Feng couldn't be happier in his heart as he listened to the system prompts. Rumble. As Qin Feng's first form opened, more sword chi was released from his body. only to see that the great river of sword chi that had originally set off monstrous waves instantly transformed into the flooding yellow river, holding the sword chi all the way, rolling towards the canyon, the waves surging and setting off 10,000 wild waves. Hold on, you must hold on. The faces of the Heavenly Sun's disciples were filled with horror, feeling that they were so small at this moment. Rumble. The endless sword chi transformed into monstrous waves and once again crashed onto the great formation of the Heaven-Sun sectors, drowning all of them in the great river of sword chi. Can't top that. One by one, the Heaven-Sun disciples spat blood from their mouths as fear began to spread. If the other person was a human being, they might not have been. But Qin Feng, no matter what angle to look at, is not with people, serious people who can enter the Tao 3 times the cultivation, single-handedly challenge thousands of Heavenly Sun's disciples, which there are still more than half of them are also Heavenly Zone realm cultivation. How? Looking at Qin Feng, who was as possessed as a heavenly god, Princess Nanfang's gaze gradually dimmed. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be perverted to such an extent, continuously breaking through from the first level of spiritual martial arts to the third level of Tao entry in more than a month, and her foundation actually didn't have a trace of instability, and she was still able to maintain such perverted combat power. It could be said that he had overthrown all of the Heavenly Sun's disciples with his own strength, allowing the Great Xia Imperial clan to end the Kunlun Mysterious Realms competition for supremacy ahead of schedule. Rumble. Endless sword chi came forward and tore the great formation apart. Run. The Heaven Sun disciples couldn't care less about their image, and with faces full of fear, they began to flee in all directions, while some were still trying to defend. But the rushing sword chi river like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, how can there be any egg under the nest? Will one by one Heavenly Sun's disciples to mercilessly engulfed, the screams are even more in the canyon continuous and unceasing. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for decapitating one person and gaining 100 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for decapitating one person and gaining 100 villain points. Not for long. The monstrous giant wave of sword chi ended, and the entire canyon was a silence. Only the canyon was filled with corpses, and less than 100 of the thousands of Heavenly Sun's disciples had escaped to heaven. Among them, the South Wind Princess also managed to survive by virtue of the unknown defense magic weapon, but at this time has lost the previous graceful and rich, hair messy, look woeful. Chinky, 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 here comes my rabbit. Xiao Bai's eyes flickered with wealth, and he didn't mind at all as he ran forward to touch the corpse and find the treasure. Hoo, only 100 points each. I lost a lot of money on this wave, but it's a good thing I still have my favorite Lin San. Qin Feng exhaled deeply and withdrew from the first form of the Tsong Tian hegemony body, turning his head full of joy to look for Lin San, ready to harvest a good wave of villain points from him. However, as if Lin San had a premonition, he left after helping the Qin clan's disciples out of the trap. Gone. He actually left him alone. It's all because of this woman that I lost Lin San in pain. Qin Feng looked at the escaping Princess Nanfeng with great displeasure, stating that he was really on fire right now. Chapter 115, The Proper Confucian School Rabbit. Still trying to run. Qin Feng was in a very unhappy mood and quickly chased after Princess Nanfeng. Wait for me, rabbit. Little White watched Qin Feng leave and accelerated his corpse-touching speed. How horrible. The Qin clan disciples looked at the distant Qin Feng and knew that he had not used his full strength yet. Just that Song Tian hegemony body plus the sword Dao talent had regrouped and annihilated thousands of Heavenly Sun's disciples of the Great Xia Imperial clan, and they really didn't dare to imagine how terrifying Qin Feng would be when he used the Supreme Bone and Ancient Heavy Pupil. At the same time, they didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Happy naturally because Qin Feng came from the Qin family and was definitely the strongest genius their Qin family had ever seen. What was infuriating was naturally that he was clearly able to easily suppress the 10,000 ancients with his own talent, but why did he have to go digging up his second brother's supreme bone and do such a thing that was contrary to human decency? In their wisdom, they just couldn't figure it out. Let's go. Qin Mushui skimmed over Wan Ma and led the Qin clan disciples away. She had been keeping an eye on the battle between the 10,000 horses just now, and unlike the 1,000 soldiers who just killed the enemy, he would risk injury to save the Qin clan disciples. Is he Qin Wan or not? Qin Mushui couldn't help but murmur, as if she had grasped something, but she couldn't seem to make sense of it. But now was not the time to think about these things. They had already been delayed here for a long time. They had to find enough immortal crystals before the Kunlun secret realm closed. As for the matter of meeting Qin Feng, she would go back and report truthfully and let the several old ancestors and family heads of the Qin family decide. At this time, the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were torn between whether or not to chase after them to help Qin Feng. Is there really no need to go after them? manhwa tangled. Shen Jun replied, "No need, have you forgotten the image of Princess Nan Fong appearing on Sueju Peak a month ago? She is fond of our boss. This time the war started 80% to forcefully snatch our boss back to be the emperor's son-in-law." Wan Ma said indistinctly, "No wonder when Princess Nan Fong looks at our boss, she always carries 7 points of hatred and 3 points of shyness, so this is the depth of love and hatred, and those who can't get it will always be in commotion." Shen Jun sighed, "It's a pity that the two are doomed by their identities." "You have a point." Wan Ma then lamented, "A princess of the Grand Xia dynasty, a holy son of the Yin dynasty, a life and death elimination match. He managed to catch her attention, she couldn't woo her, she started to play with fire, she chased, he fled, he couldn't get away with his wings, he chased, she fled, her fire was hard to dispel." Xian Jun continued, "So as a junior who knows how to read people's minds, we naturally have to give our boss enough personal space, knowing too much is not good for us." Wan Ma lamented, "It's true that once you see the young lord, you'll be mistaken for life, and if you don't see the young lord, you'll be mistaken for life. My name is Fong Chang. The coming days are long. A traveler and a victim. Ever since I came to Desolation, I vowed to climb to the top, one step at a time." First, he befriended Princess Nan Fong to become his chief staff, and then he helped the Emperor of Daxia put forward a plan to curb the development of the lineage, and succeeded in joining the ranks of high-end players in Daxia. But let me never exp. ECT, just when I thought I was on the peak of life, about to marry a rich white woman, the shameless Qin Laolu appeared. His presence disrupted my life and turned me from an admired high-end player into a victim and a person who was not clean. After paying for a couple of painful experiences, I've learned the hard way that I've decided to beat magic with magic, and be a shameless old sixer with mod feelings. Qin Fong, I'm going to make you feel pain." Fong Chang still had a dead fish face as he looked around for Qin Feng's figure. In particular, his body exudes a terrifyingly fierce aura. Wherever he passes through, people are scared to death, even those ferocious beasts have to go around when they see him. The old devil inside his body said sharply, "Fong Chang boy, forget it, let's just go back, you can't fight Qin Fong. You're teaching me things." Fong Chang, relying on the fact that the old devil couldn't do anything to him right now, didn't put the old devil in his eyes at all. At the same time, he didn't plan to fight Qin Fong head on this time. He wanted to let Qin Fong know that he wasn't the only old six in the world. He wanted to make Fong old six a nightmare for Qin old six forever. That asshole. The old devil was half pissed off and vowed to let Fong Chang know why the flowers were so red when he went out. "Run, Qin Fong is coming after us." The surviving disciples of the Son of Heaven were filled with horror, resenting why their mother didn't give them 2 more legs back then. "Qin Fong." Fong Chang immediately branched out and quickly rushed up to stop the Tenchi disciple. "You're Fong Chang, Lord Fong." The Heaven Sun disciple's face was filled with a surprised expression, obviously not expecting to encounter Fong Chang. For Fong Chang, they were familiar with him. He was the one who came up with the idea of the Scholar of the Son of Heaven, and was also the first Scholar of the Son of Heaven under the Emperor of the Grand Xia, and his learning and talent was also one of the few heavenly prides in the world. At the same time, they had also heard about Fong Chang's encounter in the Yin dynasty, having been made unclean by Qin Fong, and from then on, he had started the path of blackening. "Say, where is Qin Fong?" Fong Chang asked coldly. "In the back." The other party was frightened by the baleful aura on Fong Chang's body, and hurriedly told Fong Chang where Qin Fong was, and also told Fong Chang about the news that all of the Heavenly Sun's disciples had been wiped out. What? Qin Fong destroyed thousands of Heavenly Sun's disciples with his own strength? Fong Chang couldn't help but have his eyelids flutter after hearing this, and in his heart, he even called out that it was absolutely impossible. The Heavenly Sun's sectors were created by him to be used against the worldly families. He knew better than anyone else how strong the members inside were. How could Qin Fong exterminate thousands of Heavenly Sun's sectors with his own strength? "Lord Fong, it's true." The other party was filled with bitterness and said, "We were all fooled by Qin Fong. Besides possessing the ancient heavy pupils, he also possesses that Song Tian hegemony body that was born for battle. No matter how many Heavenly Sun sectors go, it's useless unless one possesses absolute strength to suppress him. Song Tian Ba body." Fong Chang's dead fish face had a noticeable change, and in his heart, he called out that Qin Fong was a pervert. However, the good thing was that he had no intention of competing head-on with Qin Fong. As long as he kept his composure as an old six, the victory would surely belong to him. Only Fong Chang quickly collected the fury chi on his body and quietly sneaked towards the direction where Qin Fong was. Soon, Fong Chang then heard 2 voices coming from the front, Qin Feng's laughter and Princess Nan Feng's angry voice. "Princess Nan Fong, you don't want the little secret between us to be known by Fong Chang either. You're shameless." Fong Chang was puzzled as to what little secret there was between Princess Nan Fong and Qin Fong, and couldn't help but peel back the grass to look toward the two in front of him. Boom! Fong Chang only felt his head explode and his brain buzzed. Only to see that Princess Nan Fong was kneeling in front of Qin Fong with her back turned to him. He didn't believe that Princess Nan Fong was helping Qin Fong tie his shoes. He asked for it and you gave it to him. He had only been gone for a month or so. What was their 7-year relationship? Put. Fong Chang was so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the last piece of pure land in his heart was polluted. Ha! Xiaobai came to Qin Fong in a happy mood after touching the corpse. But it suddenly found a familiar figure squatting in the grass, as a serious Confucian scholar rabbit raised by Qin Fong since childhood, surnamed Qin, named Xiaobai, word Lulu, no. Absolute sword rabbit, instinctively touched behind Fong Chang. Chapter 116 3 Old Sixes, 1 Show. Ding dong, congratulations to the host who was accidentally stumbled upon by the chosen son when he was bullying the chosen son's white moonlight, and was so angry that he spat out blood, earning 200,000 villain points. Ding dong, friendly reminder, this chosen one's wisdom root has been restored. Qin Fong was a bit unresponsive for a while, and it was only after half a day that he realized that it was Fong Chang who had come. Especially the system's sentence that the wisdom root had been restored. I don't know how much joy it brought to him. I can't believe I can hold back when I've already seen it. Qin Fong swept his eyes around without moving and did not spot Fong Chang who was hiding. I don't know if it was because he really didn't believe in love anymore, or if he had an emotional foundation with the 100-change demon monarch. Anyway, no matter what the reason was, the Shirshu was not a man of the world. Swoosh! Fong Chang finally couldn't help his body shape as if it was a stringless arrow, shooting towards Qin Storm from the grass. His hideous face was even more covered with murderous intent, and his sharp roar resounded through the sky. Qin Fong, this time I'll see how you can escape the poisonous hand of our party leader. Only to see Fong Chang's pupils of his eyes glistening with blood, the furious baneful chi around his body converged to form the Buddha demon golden body, carrying a furious aura towards Qin Fong. The strike was an all-out effort to kill Qin Fong with a single blow. Fong Chang. Princess Nan Fong was suddenly flustered, not even thinking that Fong Chang would appear. Still appearing in a situation where she was being forced by Qin Fong, it gave her the urge to find a crack in the ground as she had no face to see Fong Chang again. I don't care what kind of wonderful, vulgar, or poisonous hands you have, none of them can escape my black, vicious hands. The excitement on Qin Feng's face could not be concealed, and as soon as he did, he pushed Princess Nan Fong away. Pounds of majestic spiritual energy in his limbs and bones rippled and appeared. Its figure is also in the blink of an eye as rushed out of a dozen meters away. The overwhelming sword she also swept out, the sharp sound of the broken wind snorting. What? Fong Chang's face changed violently, and his heart cried out an impossibility. Obviously he was the one who was the old sixth sneak attack, but why was Qin Fong able to react so quickly, as if he had gotten some hint in advance? No, hide. Knowing that he was no match for Qin Fong, Fong Chang immediately withdrew his figure tens of feet back, narrowly avoiding Qin Feng's torrent of sword chi. To be a successful old six, you must learn how to hide yourself, be immovable as a stone, lock onto your target, and build up your momentum. It's now, Atta. Little White was very composed, jumping out only when Fong Chang dodged Qin Feng's sword chi and was unable to avoid it. Only to see Xiaobai leaping up from the grass, an even more powerful sword chi erupted around his body. Chrysanthemum Sword Technique. The absolute sword rabbit's self-created sword skill was of yellow rank, comparable to the divine rank, and had reached the realm of perfection. What? Fong Chang's pupils shrunk violently. It was not clear when this rabbit had touched behind him and suddenly jumped out to attack his already faded flowers at such a critical time. There was a poof, and blood bloomed. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's spirit pet for stabbing the chosen one's fading flower with a sword, gaining 500,000 villain points. Fong Chang stared wide-eyed and bit his lips to keep himself from making a humiliating sound. I'm sorry I learned your little secret. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth sketched out an evil smile, taking the opportunity to quickly point a sword chi at Hugin. A poof of blood bloomed. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for laying a black hand on the chosen one and breaking his wisdom roots, gaining 500,000 villain points. No! Fong Chang let out a heartbreaking howl as he leaned back to the sky, unable to accept the pleasure of losing his man again. No? Fine. As you wish. As a proper Confucian disciple, Qin Fong would naturally respect his opponent and decisively opened his heavy pupils. Life in the left eye, destruction in the right. Only Qin Fong slowly closed his right eye, while his left eye looked at Fong Chang and released a huge force of vitality, causing Fong Chang's broken Huijian to instantly recover. Ha! Fong Chang's expression froze slightly, his brain somewhat unresponsive. Swoosh! Only to see Xiaobai flash to Fong Chang in front of him, and while Fong Chang hadn't come back to his senses, he stretched out his own little short legs, and used his full strength to execute a precise chicken fight against Fong Chang. Bang on the plum! Before Fong Chang could regain his senses from the joy of being lost and found, he once again put on the mask of pain, and the drilling pain once again swept through his entire body. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's spirit pet for executing a precise chicken fight against the chosen one, gaining 500,000 villain points. Be reasonable, this time it's not about me. Xin Feng couldn't bear to look at it and said that it had nothing to do with him. He had already helped Fong Chang heal just now, and if he wanted to find it, he would go to Little White that rabbit to ask for compensation. Nima! Are ancient heavy pupils for you to use like this? Fong Chang completely fell into a state of rage, hissing up to the sky with red eyes for the old devil to lend him his power. The old fiend couldn't help but break out in curses. ITM told you a long time ago not to mess with Qin Feng, don't mess with Qin Feng, you TM are just honey confident, you think of the old man when you are bullied. But cursing is cursing, but you should still borrow. Who let him be cut down by the Six Paths Emperor for 10,000 years of Tao? He was no longer able to find the next target to take over his body, so he could only take Fong Chang first to make do with what he had. Devouring devil technique, devour everything. Fong Chang's face glowed with the color of madness, and berserk baleful chi gushed out crazily from his body. At once. The winds and clouds are changing, the electricity is flashing and thundering. The huge ghost head appeared in the sky and opened its mouth to crazily allow sucking, as if it wanted to devour everything in the heaven and earth. OMG, my rabbit mum. Little White's entire body exploded with fear, hiding into Qin Feng's arms and shivering. Not good. Thousands of troops and horses looked at each other and quickly darted out. For Fong Chang's devouring devil technique, they had personally experienced it and were almost sucked dry by him. It was just that at that time, Fong Chang had not borrowed the old devil's strength, but it was still too fresh in their memories to forget. Now that he had condensed such a large ghost head out, he must have borrowed the old devil's power, and he didn't know if Qin Feng would be able to withstand it. Qin Feng, I'm going to suck you dry. Fong Chang was completely in a frenzy, crazily devouring all the energy in the heavens and earth. Only to see that the ferocious beasts within 1,000 miles radius were all running around in panic and frenzy, and could clearly feel the life within their bodies being devoured by Fong Chang, and it wouldn't even take long for them to be sucked dry and die. The old devil exasperatedly shouted, Fong Chang boy, you are crazy, using devouring devil technique in such an uncontrolled manner will be countered. Backfire? As long as I can kill Qin Feng, I'm willing to go to hell even if I have to. The pupils of Fong Chang's eyes were flooded with blood, and he yelled up to the sky with his heart torn out. He has been made to lose his mind by this shameless Qin Laolu. Today Qin Laolu he will eat, even if the god of death comes, it is useless. Devouring devil technique, devouring everything, he seems to be right in saying so. Qin Feng thoughtfully looked at the huge ghost head in the sky and silently took out a few bottles of Sao is also crazy from his carry-on space. Chapter 117, The Many Bullying the Few. How can people be so shameless? Fong Chang's face changed on the spot, and his heart was even more inexplicably flustered. It's no wonder he's acting this way, simply because he's suffered 2 big losses on So Also Crazy, and now has a serious mental image of the thing. Just Qin Feng didn't care if he had a mental shadow or not, he had already allowed the ghost head to frantically suck the Sao in as well. Fong Chang couldn't help but burst into foul language, cursing Qin Feng in his heart for being shameless and shameless. It was clear that he could have been restrained with Nanmingli fire, but he had to use So Also Crazy to mess with him. He not only kills people, but he also kills hearts. At this time, the chosen sun sewer Tangchuan is not far away, looking at the ghost head in the sky pondering up. It was not hard to tell from the commotion that had been triggered that it was 2 super powerful celestial pride fighting, and for 2 celestial pride to be able to fight so fiercely in the Kunlun mysterious realm, it was definitely not possible for it to be a personal vendetta, other than encountering heavenly treasures. What treasure could it be? Tangchuan couldn't resist the excitement in his heart and went directly against the flow, as if no matter how powerful the heavenly pride was, it couldn't be defeated by his blue and silver winding. Boom! Fong Chang decisively detonated the ghost head in the sky in order to prevent himself from inhaling Sao Too Crazy again, causing Sao Too Crazy to blow away with the energy storm. Qin Feng laughed cheaply, why are you so excited, you forgot that you're incomplete. Nima. Punching people in the face and exposing them is not a good idea. Fong Chang was stimulated by the 3 words incomplete on the spot, his face grimacing as he stared at Qin Feng, the pupils of his eyes glistening with blood, his figure like a cheetah rushing in front of Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. At once, terrifying fury swept out from the sky, and the gloomy aura seemed as if it was going to pull people into the 18 layers of hell. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for stimulating the Chosen One and gaining 50,000 villain points. This is the Seed Demon. Qin Feng's brows furrowed slightly, only feeling uncomfortable all over. When he had used the heavenly chance card to peer into the heavens, he had seen this sorts of demonic form of Fong Chang, and it was with this form that he had defeated the various heavenly prides in the secret realm of Kunlun. It was just that in the original trajectory Fong Chang had used the Immaculate Spring to wash out the Tao Heart, and at this point in time he did not have the Tao Heart to help him recover his sanity, let alone comprehend any demonic paths that only existed in concepts of the Tao Heart planting demons. Phew! Fong Chang's 5 fingers spread out into a claw shape, terrifying baleful chi surrounded the tips of the 5 fingers, and blurred hand and claw remnants emerged in mid-air, bringing up a sharp and powerful wind that tore through the air in a matter of moments. Clang! A touch of biting coldness flared in Qin Feng's eyes as he quickly drew the long sky divine sword in his hand. A strong and incomparable sword chi gushed out like a mountain torrent, the stunning sword light illuminated heaven and earth, like a swimming dragon tearing through the dark world, crashing into that ghostly sharp claw. Rumble! The clanging sound of gold and iron clashing with each other rang out abruptly, and a thick energy storm swept across several hundred miles in a circle. So strong! Not only was Qin Feng's heaven-slashing sword drawing technique blocked, his body shape also retreated dozens of steps uncontrollably. How can that be? Fong Chang stood in place without taking a step back, but his face was filled with disbelief. One must know that he was now borrowing the old devil's power, although the power he borrowed in the Kunlun mysterious realm was limited, but in the end, he was drawing on the old devil's power. On the contrary, what Qin Feng was using was his own power. In such a comparison, he was a disgrace to the Red Star Travelers. The old devil inside his body said sharply, "Stop fighting, you guys stop fighting. It's either him or me today." Fong Chang's eyes are getting redder and redder, reason has been completely out of control, the heart is only one idea left, even if the same death will pull this shameless Qin Lao Lu pad back. Rumble! The two sides once again engaged in battle, setting off a storm of energy. However, Qin Feng did not use the southern brightness flame, just for fear of scaring Fong Chang away. He had destroyed so many of the Heaven Sun's disciples in the canyon and had gone through so much effort, but he had only gotten 200,000 to 300,000 villainous points. In contrast, Fong Chang had easily sent him millions of villainous points. He now has 3,867,550,000 villain points saved up, a proper landlord and rich man. "Boss, we're here." Just as the two sides were fighting, thousands of troops joined the fray. Without saying a word, they only saw a burst of frantic output at Fong Chang, causing Fong Chang, who originally still had the advantage, to curse in anger. It's not even if there are too many people bullying too few people, but also TM moves shamelessly, what sneak attack, using drugs, muffled stick, around the back, backstabbing all come, but also always be on guard against that shameless rabbit. So shameless. Fong Chang cursed in anger, stating that he had never seen such a brazen combination before. At this time, due to the fact that Qin Feng and Fong Chang's fight was moving too loudly, it also attracted the attention of the surrounding celestial pride who were searching for treasures. What a big commotion, what kind of people are fighting? Fighting so fiercely is definitely not a personal vendetta, it's more than likely that they've found some incredible treasure. Makes sense, hurry over and check it out. Just before they could get close to the fight site, they encountered the Chosen Sun sewer Tangchuan. Because Fong Chang had detonated the ghost head, causing the Sao to also go crazy and float away with the wind, he had inadvertently inhaled a little bit of it on his way here, and at this moment, he only felt like there was a ball of flames burning in his body. Not good, some villain is backstabbing me, a decent man. Tang Chuan gasped hard and turned his head to see someone coming. No need to think about it to know that it was the person who had assassinated him who had come, and as a decent man one must uphold justice. Look at me blue and silver winding. What the hell? Before the group could react, they were entangled in blue vines. Immediately after that, they saw Tang Chuan running towards them with red eyes and drooling, and that look was definitely not the joy of a dog running towards you, but instead looked like a sow in heat. UING. The potential of the crowd was activated on the spot, and they broke free of the vines to join the group beating. At this time, Qin Hao was searching for Qin Feng with full confidence, to let him know the power of the extinguishing divine thunder. The shadowy old grandfather stroked his beard with his hand on the side, feeling very pleased with Qin Hao, having such an achievement at only 12 years old. I'm afraid that he couldn't find the second one in the whole of the desolate ancient world. The Qin family disciples happened to be resting not far away, discussing Qin Feng with palpitating hearts. Luckily, Qin Feng Nian Lao stepped in to help, otherwise we really could have been wiped out. This young master is truly demonic. Who would have thought that he is still the Tsong Tian hegemony body? Even if the Tsong Tian hegemony body is fine, the sword intent has even reached the 4th level. 4th level sword intent is nothing. Comprehending the heart of the Tao is truly powerful, the Tao of nature, the eternal God. Level 4 sword intent, invincible sword heart, Taoist nature, Tsong Tian hegemony body, ancient heavy pupil, supreme bone. Gosh, it's simply inhuman. I heard that Qin Feng's cultivation level a month ago was Transcendent Mortal 9. But why is it the 3rd level of the Tao of initiation at today's site? I don't understand the world of demons, don't ask me. The smile on Qin Hao's face gradually disappeared, and he wanted to let out the howl of a groundhog. Chapter 118, Pain, Too Much Pain. Of this. The shadowy old grandfather looked at Qin Hao in silence. For this child how hard he can all see in the eyes, but compared with his demon brother, but like a really cannot help the bucket, there is really no comparison, there is no harm. It shouldn't. Old Grandpa Void Shadow also felt very depressed. Back then, after the small tripod he was perched on was brought home by the Qin Feng brothers, he had examined the 2 brothers, and although the older brother Qin Feng was very powerful, in terms of qualifications, potential, chi luck, and other aspects of the data, he was absolutely no match for his younger brother Qin Hao. Not only did he come to this conclusion, but even the mysterious crooked neck tree in front of Qin Hao's thought so as well. Facts also proved that Qin Hao did have the potential to dare to call himself invincible, but on the contrary, his brother inexplicably had more ability to suppress some dare to call himself invincible. Grandpa, am I unable to defeat my brother in this lifetime? Qin Hao said with great frustration in his heart. The shadowy old grandfather consoled, child, the Tao is naturally powerful, but there is not just one great Tao in the world, there is also the great Tao to the simplicity, and having many abilities does not mean being invincible to the world. The great Tao is the simplest. Qin Hao seemed to have grasped something and looked up at the shadowy old grandfather. The shadowy old grandfather stroked his hand through his beard and said, 1 is born 2, 2 is born 3, and 3 is born all things. Since you can't go head to head with Qin Feng in terms of ability, then do the opposite, turn complexity into essence. The great Tao is the simplest. Turning complexity into essence, the way is simple. Qin Hao tasted it carefully and asked tentatively, Grandpa, you mean? Melting everything. The children are teachable. The shadowy old grandfather stroked his hand through his beard in relief, but also revealed a worried look. But is everything in heaven and earth so easy to melt? Child, this road is not easy to walk. No matter how hard it is to get there, I'm going. After Qin Hao finished the bowl of chicken soup, he was still the same teenager as before. My stupid brother. I will defeat you myself. Rumble. The battle between Fong Chang and Qin Feng continued. It was only with the passage of time that Fong Chang gradually fell into a disadvantage. After all, he was injured himself, and his strength was borrowed from the old devil, and coupled with the shameless old 6 behavior of 3 men and a rabbit, it was getting too much for him to support. The old devil persuaded bitterly, Fong Chang boy, go away, it's pointless for you to fight like this, don't forget that Qin Feng still possesses the southern brightness flame, you won't be able to kill him at all. I'm not happy. Fong Chang gritted his teeth with a grimace, really not willing to walk away like this. He could tolerate Qin Feng punking him in all sorts of ways, and he could also tolerate Bai Yueguan being bullied by Qin Feng, but he absolutely couldn't tolerate the way he asked for it, and she gave it to him, and knelt down in front of him to tie her shoelaces. The old devil naturally understood Fong Chang's knot in his heart there, and opened his mouth to advise, have you ever thought that if you die in battle here today wouldn't you be completing this pair of dogs? Instead of doing so you might as well work hard to cultivate for the return of the king. Yeah. It was pointless for him to die in battle today, but instead, he had fulfilled that pair of dogs. I can't die. I can't die yet. Fong Chang was instantly nudged awake and rolled down the slope. Qin Feng, wait for me, I will definitely come back. Fong Chang's grimace had resignation written all over it, and he quickly turned around and chose to make a strategic move. At the same time, he swore in his heart that if he couldn't kill Qin Feng next time, he would live chopped D. That's gone. Qin Feng was not happy on the spot. In the first half everyone was happy, Fong Chang experienced the joy of old 6 and he harvested a wave of villain points, but in the second half Fong Chang experienced the joy of old devil, but he didn't harvest any villain points. What? You want to leave after you win? Doesn't he big villain want to lose face? Only to see Qin Feng's double pupils change opening the heavy pupil, the destructive power of his right eye instantly filled the heavens and earth. What the hell? Thousands of troops and horses inexplicably shivered with the feeling of being destroyed at any moment, and the temperature around them inexplicably dropped. What? Fong Chang's heartbeat steeply slowed down by half a beat, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged to his heart. When he looked back, he only saw that Qin Feng's heavy pupils had already opened and were even locking onto him from 1,000 meters away, and everything within reach of his gaze began to turn into nothingness. The old devil screamed in horror, "Quickly go, this is the destructive power of the heavy pupil, wherever the gaze reaches, all things are destroyed. Life in the left eye, destruction in the right, this demon." Fong Chang inexplicably panicked, already feeling the fear of being dominated by the heavy pupil. Not daring to have the slightest hesitation, he raised his speed to the extreme, wanting to dodge the destructive power of the heavy pupil. Just then, the chosen son sewer Tangchuan appeared in Fong Chang's line of sight with a pig's head on top of his head, and after being beaten by a group of people's group just now, he still couldn't suppress the fire in his body. Now that he had encountered the fleeing Fong Chang, something had to be done about it. What kind of creature is this? Fong Chang looked at the pig-headed Tangchuan and frowned straight away, vaguely having the feeling that he had met his own kind. However, Qin Feng's gaze was about to come over, so he naturally didn't have the time to stop and find out what was going on. "Sorry to die a dead friend, sorry about that." The sense of crisis in Fong Chang's heart grew heavier and heavier, and without waiting for Tangchuan to use blue-silver tangling, he quickly ducked behind Tangchuan and used him to resist Qin Feng's heavy pupil destruction. Ah! Tangchuan let out a miserable wailing sound without any defense, and his closest right hand turned into ashes like a piece of fluff. This is the heavy pupil? So scary. Fong Chang could clearly feel the terror of the destructive power and hurriedly turned around in fear to speed up and flee the scene. Put! Tangchuan clenched his teeth and chopped off his right hand to save his life. Not far away, Qin Feng hurriedly turned off his heavy pupils and fell to the ground with a gasp. He didn't expect the destruction of the heavy pupil's right eye to consume so much. Unlike the vitality of the left eye, there was a feeling of having his body emptied all of a sudden. "Boss, are you okay?" 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were startled and rushed forward to help Qin Feng up. "I'm fine, it's just that my cultivation level is too low." Qin Feng had gradually recovered after taking a few deep breaths. It wasn't that the destructive power of the heavy pupil's right eye was consuming a lot, it was that the spiritual power stored in his body was too little right now. A simpler way to understand it was that the blue bar was limited, and he had to break through his cultivation to strengthen the blue bar. Otherwise, a single use of heavy pupil right eye of destruction will simply clear all of your blue. Also, because the cultivation was too low, launching the heavy pupil right eye of destruction stored power for too long, only to let Fong Chang this epic successfully run away. Tangchuan this sewer is the backstabber. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for severing the closest right hand of the chosen one sewer and gaining 10,000 villain points. Sewer? 10,000 points. Qin Feng froze in place on the spot, somewhat in disbelief that the sewer could extract so much oil and water. Could it be that the right hand had some special significance to him? I have lost my love, and my eyes are broken. Or is the broken arm a piggyback experience that will advance his piggyback aura? At this time, Tangchuan had come to his senses completely, finding it hard to accept that his closest right hand was gone just like that. Ouch! It hurts too much. Tangchuan looked at the direction Fong Chang left, said this revenge he must be avenged. Chapter 119 The First Bitch of the Desolate Ancients. Ha! Tangchuan suddenly sensed something and turned around to see Qin Feng and his group. It's them! He was very impressed with Qin Feng and the others. Not only were they able to break free from his blue and silver entanglements, but they also almost left him in the gobi forever. Swoosh! Tangchuan didn't care about the painful loss of his favorite right hand, and quickly disappeared into the forest as a stump. Boss! The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses turned their heads to look at Qin Feng, asking if they were going to chase the people back. Forget it! Qin Feng had no love for sewers and opened the system to glance at it. Although he didn't get the lottery from Fong Chang, he did accumulate 3,877,550,000 villain points. From the battle just now, it was easy to see that his cultivation limited a large portion of his strength, and it was time for him to raise his cultivation properly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 600,000 villain points to exchange for an entry realm root foundation pill. Qin Feng exchanged one root foundation pill from the system and swallowed it in one gulp. His cultivation at the 3rd level of Dao entry was immediately consolidated, and he could go for a breakthrough to the 4th level of Dao entry at any time. Thousand Jun pandered forward and opened his mouth to report, "Boss, I didn't have time to report to you just now because I was busy fighting. According to the news we've poked around in the past few days, it seems that Miss Yulan of the Blue Demon Palace has found the Dao fruit. Not true. Wanma was also full of adoration, thanks to boss's brilliance, letting us spread the news to mobilize everyone to search for Yulan, otherwise we really didn't know that Blue Demon Palace was muffling their efforts. Dao fruit. Xin Feng's eyes lit up on the spot, and in his heart, he cried out that he loved Baby Lan. For the fruit of the road he was only a child to listen to the 10 ancestors mentioned a mouth, is said to be the heavens and the earth to nurture the most precious treasure, there is a fruit of the road to get the world saying. Worthy of being the chosen one. The envy in Xin Feng's heart could not be concealed. Obviously we are all equally human, but some people are born with God chasing them for food. For example, the unsullied spring that originally belonged to Fong Chang, and now the Dao fruit that Yulan had found, on the contrary, he had entered the Kunlun mysterious realm and only discovered a broken immortal crystal vein, and was able to get where he was today all by his own efforts. Thousand Jun was a little worried, but boss, now that the Blue Demon Palace's whereabouts are exposed, coupled with the fact that the temptation of the Dao fruit is so great, I'm afraid that it will cause a big melee, and I'm afraid that just the few of us are afraid. Qin Feng frowned and asked, where are the disciples of the Qin family? Manhwa weakly said, it's already gone, Sister Mu Shui asked me to say thank you to you. They just patted themselves on the back. Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, realizing that the Qin family was too unrighteous. He'd gone to the trouble of helping them out, but Qin Mushui had left without even inviting the first milk tea of the summer. Wanma didn't know how to reply and digressed, boss, it seems that Princess Nanfeng also took advantage of the great battle with Fong Chang just now to leave. What? Qin Feng covered his chest with heartache, feeling the guilt of apologizing to his brother. Forget it. It's pretty hard for her, too, surviving in the cracks and making a living under the stick. Even if you are tired of foaming at the mouth, you can only grit your teeth and swallow, and you can only accept the reality of what has happened. At this time, the news about the discovery of the Dao fruit in the Blue Demon Palace had already spread, and it had also attracted all sorts of heavenly prides to come and fight over it. Dao fruits? It must be snatched. The Blue Demon Palace has indeed discovered a treasure, and the Dao fruit is our Wang family's. The Wang family is nothing, the Dao fruit belongs to our Su family. The Wang and Su families are not even worthy of lifting my Chu family's shoes. Scums, you don't seem to have my Yi family in your eyes. The lure of the Dao fruit didn't just make the major powers excited, even the heavens chosen were equally excited. Dao fruit. Xin Hao's eyes lit up on the spot, revealing the same expression of Qin Feng. The shadowy old grandfather spoke, child, you have great fortune in your body but you can go and fight for it, but you have to focus on safety and retreat immediately when you find out that you are not defeated. Yes, Grandpa. Qin Hao could hardly hide the excitement in his heart, knowing that the man would definitely go. With the Dao fruit coming out, I'm afraid it's going to be another big melee. The shadowy old grandfather looked into the distance somewhat out of his mind, as if he had already seen a great battle for the ages. I don't know if all the heavenly prides of all parties were evenly matched, or if there was a demon suppressing all the heavenly prides. Dao fruit. Fong Chang, who was licking his wounds, learned of the news, and his entire body immediately branched out. No matter what the cost, he must snatch the Dao fruit. The old devil couldn't help but ask, Fong Chang boy, you're not going to look for the heavenly material for the rebirth of severed limbs? No. Fong Chang looked serious and said, this time I'm going to cultivate, I'm going to climb to the top step by step, I'm going to return as a king, I'm going to let Nan Feng know how foolish it was to choose Qin Feng, I'm going to make her regret it. The old devil was a bit confused. Why would the return of a eunuch's king cause the princess to feel regret? Shouldn't she feel glad? It's actually a Dao fruit. Lin San learned the news. Not caring whether Qin Feng would go or not, he decisively moved forward to compete for the Dao fruit. Which shameless old six is it? Yulan was infuriated by the night pain and couldn't wait to bite that shameless old six to death. Originally the Blue Devil Palace found the Dao fruit, as long as they wait for its maturity, they can pick it off unknowingly to make a fortune, but I don't know that shameless old six spread the news that she got the phoenix egg everywhere, letting all the forces join hands to look for them. Even if their movements were hidden, they were still discovered in the end, and the Dao fruits were unsurprisingly exposed. Now well, it had to go through a heck of a scramble to get there. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's angry chosen lady, Nai Pain, for gaining 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng arrived at the location of the Dao fruit with 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, and before he even arrived, he heard the sound of the rewards that the system had obtained, and he could also see from afar 7 fruits emanating a halo of light growing on an immortal vine. Swish! 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 Before Qin Feng and the others could approach, the Blue Demon Palace crowd decisively drew their swords. Yulan frowned with a willow brow and said, "Qin Feng, you're also here to compete for the Dao fruit." "Crap. Whoever comes here now is not here for the Dao fruit. But as an unorthodox villain, he can say what's on his mind. Can words spoken still be called words from the heart?" Qin Feng adopted the beautiful man's plan and said with a deep look on his face, "I'm not interested in the Dao fruit at all. The reason why I'm here is because I heard that you're in danger and came over specifically to protect you. Do you think I'll believe that?" Yulan still didn't let her guard down, but her heart couldn't help but slow down by half a beat. Qin Feng continued with deep emotion, "In that cave, we had skin-to-skin contact, and you even took the initiative to kiss me. Do you think it's the Dao fruit that's important, or you that's important in my heart?" "Cave, active?" The Blue Demon Palace crowd immediately came into the spirit, their eyes flickering with a thick fire of gossip. Worthy of being the boss with the reputation of being the first of the desert. Thousands of troops, 10,000 horses, 2 people in the heart of the crazy cry, if they do not know the truth of the matter, but also really believe the scum of the broken mouth. Chapter 120. Together. What are you talking about? Who initiated the kiss? Yulan looked obviously a little flustered, and a blush rose on her face. Why no? It's even drawn. Qin Feng's face was so thick that he didn't care at all about other people's gazes. Woohoo! The Blue Demon Palace crowd revealed meaningful expressions, not expecting Yulan to be such a young palace master. On the surface looks quite serious, a little girl, did not expect to play so wild in private. You, get out of here. Yulan was angry and could not say a complete sentence, and turned away not wanting to take care of this again. Qin Feng went forward and grabbed Yulan's small hand and pulled it into his embrace, and said with deep love, "I know you're angry now, but promise me, okay? Be each other's angel, give me a chance to get you back. I know you say let me roll, in fact, you just can't let go of face. Love is not that I don't give much, love is that you don't know what you want." Woohoo! Where have the little girls of the Blue Devil Palace seen this kind of hooligan, only knowing that the atmosphere is baked in place must be shouted up. Together! Together! The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were stunned. Who would have thought that the original atmosphere of saber rattling would instantly turn enemies into friends, and that Qin Feng would thus become the new ant in the minds of the Blue Devil Palace crowd? Or a good man in a time of crisis, regardless of personal gain or loss? Yulan felt Qin Feng, who was close at hand, and the handsome cheeks that were like a spring breeze. Her little heart actually beat indisputably. Jesus! How did I get feelings for this? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the chosen lady's heart beat faster, gaining 100,000 villain points. Aha! Alan, you're serious. Qin Feng's expression was slightly stunned, not expecting it to be so easy to raid. According to his 10-year-old bookworm's understanding, a female piggyback would only have a crush on the big bad under one circumstance, and that was if the big bad was her scumbag ex. After the breakup, the female character either meets a warm-hearted male lead, or starts a big female mode to focus on her career. Anyway, no matter what the ending is, the villainous ex-boyfriend doesn't seem to end well. Shall I accept her love? Qin Feng muttered in his heart, pondering how to avoid a miserable end. Should she call her daddy, or should she call her daddy, or should she call her daddy during the day and continue to call her daddy at night? Just then, a fluffy, heartfelt, puffy sound rang out, "Humph, humph, humph." Only to see that Z-Kite had brought a group of young ladies from the Moon God Palace with her, and as soon as she arrived, she saw Qin Feng wrapping his arm around Yulan's small waist, and immediately couldn't help but let out a humming sound, reminding the crowd that she was the rightful lady of the palace. Ah! Yulan also finally came back to her senses, realizing that her position with Qin Feng was too ambiguous, and shyly pushed Qin Feng away, quickly breaking away from his arms like a frightened rabbit. Aya, baby Violet Iris, you don't know how worried I am about you. Qin Feng really knows too much about Z-Kite, went up and pulled the little hand. Immediately the fire was all gone. Nice guy. Thousands of troops and horses were dumbfounded, and their hearts cried out for a good guy. After hugging Yulan, he ran to hold Z-Kite again, and didn't have the slightest intention to cover up, everything was so bright and open. However, on second thought, behind Yulan and Z-Kite were the Blue Devil and Moon God respectively. Getting the two women into the hands of them was not equivalent to getting the full support of the Blue Devil Palace and Moon God Palace. Wouldn't it be easy to take over the Sixth Way Emperor's position in the future, and even forcing the Sixth Way Emperor to abdicate early didn't seem impossible? Think about it. The eyes of the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were filled with admiration when they looked at Qin Feng. While the other two saint sons of the Emu imperial dynasty were still fighting each other, Qin Feng had already begun laying out his future in preparation for his ascension to the throne. At the same time, they had to think about a question. In the 7 years since Qin Feng had joined the Moon God Palace, his cultivation had risen so slowly. Was he really as addicted to alcohol and sex as the rumors had it? The answer is clearly wrong. From the fact that Qin Feng was so far-sighted in his layout, it could be seen that he should be using alcohol to confuse outsiders. In fact, his cultivation had long since broken through to the Dao entry realm, but he was just using unknown means to make it appear that he was still at the Transcendent mortal 9th level. After waiting to be ordained as the third saint's son, he created the illusion of successive breakthroughs to make people think that he had wasted away with unstable roots. Otherwise it was simply unexplainable why Qin Feng had broken through so quickly and his roots were still so consolidated. It must be so right. It was to make people forget about his existence so that they could take advantage of it to finish off the other two saints. A loop that is flawless. As for the question of whether or not their bosses would be simply horny, just trying to be a shameless scumbag with 2 feet. I'm ting you, are you kidding me? Their boss is a far-sighted, ambitious young man with big ambitions. How can he be the kind of shallow person who lifts up his pants and doesn't recognize it? Boss, that was awesome. The 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses' eyes were filled with admiration as they finally read Qin Feng's layout. Humph. Seeing Qin Feng and Z Kite making love to each other, Yulan also grunted in an unhappy mood for some reason. Ha! Qin Feng couldn't help but turn his head to look when he heard the sound. It was just that Z Kite reached out her white fingers and hooked Qin Feng's chin, then she hooked his gaze onto herself. In the past, he didn't know whether it was because the two of them had played together since they were small, or for some other reason. He had always felt that Z Kite was particularly beautiful and had a particularly good figure, and he hadn't developed that kind of feeling between a man and a woman for her. But this time, separated for a period of time to look at Z Kite again, found that she is a bit of the flavor of the moon god, the whole body permeated with a sense of charm, to the man simply has the ultimate temptation. Looking at him, his blood instantly boiled inside of him, and he had to recall Boruto spinning to lower the fire. This is the divine power of the Moon God Palace. Qin Feng had also heard a bit about the divine power of the Moon God Palace. It is said to be an extremely special divine power that can only be practiced by women of direct bloodline, and after practicing it, not only is it powerful, but it can also become more and more beautiful. It could be said that every generation of Moon God was a rare beauty in the desolate ancient world. What are you looking at, bad thing? Violet Kite blushed and lowered her head as she was stared at, but in her heart she was overjoyed. In all the years that the two had known each other, it was the first time that Qin Feng had stared at her like this, and in the past, he had always used this kind of eyes to look at her great aunt, completely ignoring her. Just then, a rush of footsteps sounded, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. Only tens of thousands of people appeared in all directions, all representing the forces in the desolate ancient, and one after another, they were still increasing. So many people. Yulan's face steeped in concentration, knowing that it would be a vicious battle later. What do we do now? Yulan and Z Kite turned their gazes to Qin Feng, waiting for him to give an idea. Ha, Lin San. Qin Feng in a sea of people at a glance to lock Lin San, since then in the eyes of the two big beauty Yulan and Z Kite no longer position, the eyes straight stared at the upright figure. Chapter 121 The fruit of the Dao matures, the battle begins. That familiar look. Lin San inexplicably got goosebumps, and his heart cried out that he couldn't take it anymore. He really couldn't figure out why every time he met up with Qin Feng, he always looked at him with this kind of eyes, causing him to be at a loss as to what way to respond. Brother Lin. Qin Feng ran over and grabbed Lin San as if he was afraid that he would run away again. Everyone could now see that when the Dao fruit ripened, the battle for it would begin. According to the law of the pig's foot, the final winner must be the pig's foot, and a good opportunity for him to pretend, so he must find a way to use the pig's foot to draw fire, so that he can be a happy old 6. Ah, this. Z Kite and Yulan looked at the two men's clasped hands and always felt that something was not quite right. If someone else met a big beauty of their caliber, they wouldn't want to stay close to them 24 hours a day. On the contrary, Qin Feng actually managed to leave them behind and run off to pull on a big man. Are they overthinking it, or is that man more attractive than they are? Brother Qin, we meet again. Lin San smiled awkwardly, desperately trying to pull his hand out. However, Qin Feng grabbed his hand with a death grip, not caring at all about the strange gazes cast by the outsiders, causing him to be looked at by the crowd in a way that made him feel uncomfortable. Brother Lin, you've come at the perfect time. Qin Feng's expression suddenly became serious and he grabbed Lin San's hand and slapped it. I don't know whether it was to take advantage of the opportunity or to show his importance to Lin San, but anyway, he just blatantly pulled Lin San's hand like this and didn't let go. With that, he began to tell him the story of his concubine discovering the Dao fruit and attracting this group of shameless people to fight over it. Ha! Lin San smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to reply. To say yes, would it not be admitting that he was a shameless person who was competing for the fruits of the Dao? But to say otherwise, then what was he doing here, deliberately coming to have a chance encounter with Qin Feng? Bah, who is his concubine? Yulan was so pissed off that night hurt and couldn't wait to bite this asshole to death. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's angry chosen lady, Nai Pain, for gaining 10,000 villain points. Unlike Yulan, who was exasperated by the Nai Pain, Zikite expressed that she was much happier. She was indeed the irreplaceable queen mother of the main palace in Qin Feng's heart. At this time, more and more people gathered around. The number of people must be 30,000 to 40,000 at least. They were different from the Great Xia's Heavenly Sun sect students. The Heavenly Sun sect students that came in this time were all the humble Heavenly Pride. On the contrary, they were the Heavenly Pride that the major powers had carefully selected and cultivated, and their battle power was definitely a bit stronger than those humble Heavenly Pride. Why are there so many people here? Yulan's face was incomparably grave, and in her heart, she couldn't wait to bite that rumor-mongering old six to death. Originally, their Blue Demon Palace was able to pack away all 7 Dao fruits, but it was because of that shameless old six who hid behind the scenes and created rumors that drew these people here. Now, let alone packing them all up and taking them away, it's questionable if you can keep one. The atmosphere at the scene was very depressing at this moment. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Qin Feng and his group, and they all knew that Qin Feng and his group would be the biggest obstacle in their fight for the Dao fruit. Blue Demon Palace's Yulan is the body of Shen-yin. Strong strength kills the same level in seconds. Moon God Palace's Zikite is the future Moon God. Successive generations of Moon God can be synonymous with strong. Zikite, even if it's worse, it's not going to be worse than what it is. There was also Lin San, who was regarded as the #1 sword after 100 years, and various legends of him had been circulating in the Jianghu over the years. Lastly, there was Qin Feng, who was known as the first heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. Although there were rumors that his continuous breakthroughs had led to his unstable foundation being wasted, his heavy pupils, sword intent, sword heart, and other means were not something they could underestimate. Most importantly, this person is shameless. Qin Feng ignored the gazes of the crowd and was hooking up with Lin San, discussing about splitting the bill. Brother Lin, there are 7 Dao fruits, you help me block these people. When it's accomplished, the Blue Demon Palace will split one, the Lunar Divine Palace will split one, my family's rabbit will split one, my 2 youngest brothers will split one each, and for the remaining 2, how about we brothers split 2 by 2 and 1 by 5, how about 1 for each of us? We have 2. Thousands of troops and 10,000 horses immediately branched out, and in their hearts they called out that I love you, boss, and in the future, please don't pity me because I'm a cow's tail flower. Ha! Lin San MPP. A total of 7 Dao fruits, I fought tooth and nail to help you fend off your enemies, and in the end, your people split 6 of them, and I only got 1. Brother Lin, the score can't be settled anyway. Qin Feng continued to hook his shoulders and snubbed. The Dao fruit can only be eaten once in a lifetime, and there is no other effect if you eat too much of it, so it's better to use it to reap the benefits of friendship, which is priceless. Qin Feng didn't wait for Lin San to open his mouth, then continued, think about how the Heavenly Heart City treated you. They don't trust you, but me, as your half-brother and half-brother, I'll always believe in you, and I'll always stand behind you and silently support you. Lin San gave Qin Feng a look as if to say, do I look like an idiot? Would I sell myself for the sake of a mere friendship? Is it friendship that he lacks? Ugh, I didn't want to do this, you made me do it. Qin Feng let out a helpless sigh and let go of Lin San's hand to leave. What does that mean? Lin San's expression froze slightly, and he had a bad feeling. Before he could react, he heard Qin Feng shouting at the surrounding major forces, what the are you looking at? Have the ability to come out and fight one-on-one ah. Look down on my big brother Lin San, isn't it? But Lin San sprayed on the spot. He didn't expect that 7 years had passed and Qin Feng still hadn't picked his modesty up. Is so damn arrogant. The surrounding celestial pride didn't have the intention of spoiling Qin Feng. They all picked up the weapons in their hands and were ready to go to Lin San for a single fight. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for helping the chosen one to pull hate and gaining 10,000 villain points. Just then, a thick voice came from the crowd, Qin Feng, your skin is still as thick as ever. Ha! The entire crowd sought out the sound and turned their heads to look. Only to see the young master of the famous sword villa, Ishian, walking from the crowd with hundreds of disciples wearing uniform white clothes and carrying swords on their backs, especially since all of their auras had reached the 5th level of heavenly sect or above. So strong. The faces of the various forces changed slightly, knowing that another powerful opponent had come. This Dao fruit, famous sword villa, don't want more, just 4. One sword's gaze flared with a touch of biting coldness. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would be killed. Ask for more than a half and dare to call me cheeky. Xin Feng could not help but roll his eyes, stating that he had never seen such a brazen person before. At the same time, Xin Feng also found that the corners of a sword's mouth actually have whiskers. Could it be that it was not cut cleanly last time? Should I drag it out to pickle it again? Rumble. The earth suddenly shook violently, and the 7 Dao fruits erupted with a bright light, accompanied by an aura of the laws of heaven and earth that shot up into the clouds. The Dao fruit is ripe. The whole crowd immediately exclaimed, and a melee was about to unfold. Chapter 122, suppressing the whole scene with one's own strength. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! As the Dao fruit maturity signal was released, a large amount of wind-breaking sound suddenly rang out. Only tens of thousands of people acted at the same time, rushing towards the ripe Dao fruits as fast as they could, wanting to rush to grab one and run away. Get thee outta here! One sword's gaze flared with a touch of biting coldness as he quickly pulled the long sword out of his hand. Clang! A bright sword light surprised the world, as if dispersing endless darkness flashed from the eyes of the crowd. More than a dozen heavenly pride who could not dodge in time fell on the spot. What? The hearts of the surrounding crowd were jolted, not expecting one sword to be so strong. This is... Xin Feng and Lin San both frowned at the same time, and could clearly sense that one sword had comprehended the invincible sword mind, and like Lin San, it was not the invincible sword mind, it was the invincible kind of belief. Xin Feng couldn't help but burst out. There was a MMP in his heart that he didn't want to spit out. In the future, whoever dared to tell him that the invincible sword heart was powerful, he would definitely reward him with a big mouth. Ever since his comprehension of the invincible sword heart was made public, it seemed that anyone who practiced the sword could now comprehend the invincible sword heart. Like a great game-playing encountered a dog planner, your side has just finished charging money to strengthen a wave. His side immediately arranged discount activities, as for which dog planner, he will not name. Damn dog planning, you wait for me. Xin Feng was infuriated and vowed to find out that dog plotting. Clang! Another series of sparks erupted. Just see a sword with the famous Sword Mountain Villa disciples in the crowd speeding. The target is clear and direct to the mature 7 fruits, where the crowd has suffered a heavy blow. A mouthful of blood sprayed out on the spot to receive box lunch. Not good. Lin San knew that if he didn't make a move, the Dao fruit would be robbed. Clang! A sharp and incomparable sword sound resounded without warning, muffling all the clamor in the room. Only to see Lin San quickly draw the long sword in his hand and swept straight towards Daogua like a rainbow. The powerful sword chi filled the heavens and earth, and the sword light seemed to be able to tear through the air. Compared to the one sword where there was no living person under the sword, Lin San's outgoing sword did not take the opponent's life. As for whether or not the other party would be trampled to death by so many people after being injured, it was out of the scope of consideration for them, the chosen ones. The Dao fruit is from my blue demon palace. Yulan also could not sit still. The horrible cold gas gushed out from the body, spreading out in all directions. Some people did not react. On the spot was frozen into an ice sculpture to receive the box lunch. Xian Yin's body. The faces of the surrounding crowd changed violently as they hurriedly backed away to maintain a safe distance. Rumble. A sudden roar came from behind the crowd, and the aura in heaven and earth began to boil. Only to see the sky, wind and clouds change, lightning and thunder. Fong Chang made his appearance wearing cheap smoky makeup, and a huge ghost head appeared in the sky, opening its mouth and sucking frantically at the crowd. What is this? The crowd's faces changed violently, and they had a bad premonition. Just before they could react, the energy and life force in their body was sucked away, and the person quickly dried up into a dry corpse. Power, I want more power. Fong Chang looked at the Dao fruit and revealed a greedy expression, turning into a black shadow and rushing towards the Dao fruit. What kind of monsters are these? The entire crowd was completely nonplussed. He only saw that the 4 of them, One Sword, Lin San, Yulan, and Fong Chang, were clearly all at the Dao entry realm cultivation level, but the battle power they erupted from could make the heavenly sect realm feel incomparably sweaty. I'll be damned, it's time to come. Xin Feng took Xiaobai and 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses and quickly backed up, found a bush and hurriedly crouched down to become old 6. Facing these 2 epic chosen sons, an epic chosen daughter, plus a Heaven's Destiny villain, he didn't have the intention of going up to a head-on tough fight. It was better to be an old 6 honestly. Ding dong, Epic Quest selective release. 1. Happy old 6, asking to be an old 6 competing for the fruit of the road, rewarded with 5 million villain points. 2. A concerted effort is required to help the Heaven's Destiny villain, 1 sword, take on the Chosen One, rewarding him with a golden treasure chest 1. 3. To suppress the group of heroes, requires 1 to suppress the 4 people present, including the Chosen Son, Chosen Daughter, and Divine Villain, with one's own strength, reward, Divine Treasure Chest 1. Qin Feng immediately got tangled up after reading the mission. To be a happy old 6, or a proper villain. 5 million villain points. As long as he is diligent, it will also be a matter of collecting Yulan belly bibs for a month. As for the golden treasure chest and the divine treasure chest, just by looking at the name, I know who to choose. It's too much. Qin Feng felt that the system didn't understand him at all and deprived him of the joy of being an old 6. Rumble. Berserk roars resounded continuously between heaven and earth as Lin San and the other 4 rushed to the Dao fruits with lightning speed, seeing that the 7 ripe Dao fruits were about to be divided among them. Hurry up and stop them. The various forces also began to fight for their lives, vowing to snatch the next Dao fruit. Swoosh! A sharp and incomparable wind-breaking sound rang out without warning between heaven and earth, silencing all the clamoring fighting sounds in the entire arena. What the hell? The entire crowd was shocked and turned their heads to look. Only to see a slender black shadow soar into the sky like a rainbow. The sword chi that filled it tore through the void, and then it descended at an extremely fast speed before, smashing into Lin San and the other 4 who had already rushed in front of Daogua. Not good. Lin San and the other 4 also sensed the crisis, their feet slightly shifted to quickly dodge, narrowly avoiding this horrifying strike. Clang! The black shadow descended from the sky and ruthlessly plunged into the earth, and countless cracks spread out. That's... The entire crowd's figures shuddered, only to see that the black shadow was a 3-foot ancient sword. The snowy body of the sword flickered with gusts of cold light, and the 2 ancient seal characters of Changkong were engraved on the body of the sword. This is the Long Sky Divine Sword. Lin San's face steeply froze as he violently raised his head toward the sky. Buzz off! The long and clear sound of the sword's chime stirred between heaven and earth, as if it was greeting the most honorable emperor among swords. Only to see Qin Feng's slender figure slowly floating down from the air, dressed in white, standing with his arms folded, his ink-like long hair dancing wildly in the wind, his toes gently pointing and standing on top of the long sword, while little white calmly sat on his shoulder eating carrots. It was as if 1 person and 1 sword could battle the world's greats. So handsome. The entire audience of young ladies looked a little infatuated for a time, completely forgetting Qin Feng's first title in the desolate ancient world. Especially the Moon God Palace young lady is the eyes of the little peach heart. I did not expect that year the Moon God picked up the little kid, after growing up will become so handsome. In the future, Zekite married himself must take the initiative to apply to be a housemaid. At this time, because of Qin Feng's strong intervention, the entire room instantly quieted down. 1 sword said coldly, Qin Feng, get out of the way. Scum! Qin Feng faintly swept around and said, first of all, to affirm, I'm not targeting him alone, I'm targeting everyone present. Chapter 123, I'll only make 1 sword, you scum can do whatever you want. Is so damn arrogant. The whole place was abuzz, looking at Qin Feng with an irritated look in their eyes. Who do you think you are? A man who actually spoke to them in that tone of voice. This. Crouching in the grass, 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses were dumbfounded. Didn't he say that he was squatting in the bushes as a happy old 6, how come he jumped out without even saying hello, and so arrogantly provoked everyone present? But there was a burning feeling that their boss was finally going to be a man. Who are you calling scum? 1 sword's face was cold and stern as he charged towards Qin Feng with his sword. As if the humiliation of losing to Qin Feng last time was vented on the long sword in his hand, the powerful sword light illuminated the sky and the earth, causing the void to tremble violently. This sword is so strong. The surrounding crowd was as if they were in a raging storm, and their breathing began to become rapid and incomparable. One could only see terrifying strong winds sweeping out, tearing the void, and vertical and horizontal sword chi and sword shadows encircling each other, as if they wanted to completely tear Qin Feng apart. Just a defeated man. Qin Feng looked at the speeding sword shadow, did not see the slightest panic, or that sentence, want to defeat him at least have to collect 7 chosen one to do, that what Tang accept. Only to see Qin Feng's toes gently hook the long sky divine sword into his hands, his gaze then turned cold, the whole person was like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed. The white and intimate right hand gripped the hilt of the sword, and the momentum was as fast as lightning as it drew out the long sky divine sword. Clang! A melodious and ear-piercing sound of gold and iron suddenly rang out, the void within a radius of dozens of meters seemed to be broken, and the earth instantly collapsed, and the 2 figures were sharply staggered apart. What happened? The entire crowd only felt a slight cold sweat on their foreheads, completely unable to see how the two were fencing. All they saw was the sudden collapse of the earth, sword chi streaking across the void, and they could feel the harsh sword chi slashing across their cheeks from a long distance away. They were not even on the same level as this group of demons. How can that be? One sword looked down incredulously as a deep sword mark appeared on his chest. A month ago when he and Qin Feng met on the life and death elimination, Qin Feng's starting move was also to use the heaven-slashing sword drawing technique, but he managed to block it, and forced him to use the Supreme Bone Avatar. Now that a month had passed, his heart of invincibility had become established, so why was it that instead, he couldn't even block the heaven-slashing sword drawing technique? What's impossible? Qin Feng felt very speechless, making it seem like he was eating some kind of brother. He was able to defeat his sword a month ago with a Transcendental 9 cultivation level, and now that he can't win easily in the 3rd level of the Tao, he might as well find a piece of tofu and crash to death. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for defeating the Heaven's Destiny villain, mission 25% complete. Young Lord. The famous sword Villa disciples' faces changed drastically, and they all took out pills to help one sword heal his injuries. Pills. Qin Feng was filled with disgust and said, who would eat this stuff in a proper cultivator? Bang! The energy in Qin Feng's body reached a critical point, and a terrifying aura erupted out, and his cultivation level managed to break through to the 4th level of the Tao entry. What? The faces of the entire crowd changed violently, not realizing that Qin Feng had broken through and strengthened again. Especially the breath that erupted from his body was too terrifying. Even the top heavenly prides were not as good as 1/10 of him. It was not at all like the rumors from the outside world that continuous breakthroughs led to unstable foundations. This is a breakthrough. Qin Feng didn't find it difficult to cultivate in the slightest and directly called on the system to exchange an entry Tao root foundation Dan. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 600,000 villain points and successfully exchanging an entry path root foundation pill. You're just a slag who eats pills in a proper cultivator. Qin Feng glanced at Yijian with a face full of disdain, and then consumed the root foundation pill. The somewhat unstable breath that had just broken through instantly smoothed out, and he could continue to accumulate energy to break through to the 5th level of the Tao. The corners of the eyes of the entire crowd twitched slightly, and they had the urge to go up and give him an earful. Qin Feng strong was really strong, but he was also really shameless. However, they were even more curious about what kind of elixir Qin Feng had just eaten, and why his breath quickly smoothed out after eating it, as if his foundation had been consolidated all of a sudden. But it's not right. In the ancient times, there were pills that could accelerate the consolidation of the foundation, but it was unheard of for Qin Feng to consolidate the foundation in seconds. Rather, there were some supreme treasures nurtured by heaven and earth that could achieve this effect. For example, the dogs in front of them. Just looking at Qin Feng, a man with a sword in front of the ripe Tao fruit, the tens of thousands of heavenly pride in the whole field actually did not have the guts to go forward. Just based on Qin Feng's move just now, the heaven-shattering sword drawing technique, 99% of the people in the room thought that they were unsure of what to do next, while the remaining 1% were pondering whether they could receive Qin Feng's heavy pupils and supreme bone and other means. Too strong. The Luna Palace ladies were full of peachy eyes. Only with a sword shocked tens of thousands of heavenly pride in the ancient desert, one person and one sword no one dares to cross the thunder pool half a step. Lin San took a deep breath and said, Brother Qin, I don't know if the conditions you just made are still valid. You were given a chance and you didn't take it, now I want it all. Qin Feng's gaze was permeated with an unprecedented seriousness, and his entire body was like a sheathed peerless sword, with an indescribably majestic sword aura pulsing around him. Gulp! Lin San couldn't help but gulp, realizing that the serious Qin Feng was terrifying. At the same time, he also admonished himself in his mind that the dangling Qin Feng was terrifying, but the Qin Feng who got serious was even more terrifying. Once he was allowed to get serious, he would be facing the most demonic monster ever to come out of the desolate ancients. All of them. Yulan was not happy on the spot. Earlier still said it was for her, now the original form to eat alone, really men's mouths, lying ghost. You all. Fong Chang was an enemy, and without a second thought, he rushed towards Qin Feng, terrifying baleful chi gushing out from his body, transforming into a stern ghost with an open bloody mouth. Even if Qin Feng is the #1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancient world, he can't handle so many of us. That's right, he's just one person, and he's still at the 4th level of Tao entry cultivation. One of us can drown him with a single pea. He who gains the fruit of the Tao gains the world. Fight! The entire crowd kept hypnotizing themselves, and when they saw Fong Chang leading the way, a swarm of people rushed up again. Seeing that the atmosphere was set in place, Qin Feng said in a light tone, "I'll only put out one sword, so feel free to do as you like with the scum." Rumble. Qin Feng's aura instantly boiled and rippled. The powers of 4th level sword intent, invincible sword heart, great emperor aura, Dao Dao nature, Nanmingli fire, Buddha's relic, dragon pearl, and the first form of the Tsungtian hegemony body were all used, and their battle power was insanely superimposed. The endless sword chi gathered into a monstrous river, wrapped with purple-blue flame sword chi all the way, rolling towards the tens of thousands of heavenly pride present, the waves surging, setting off 10,000 wild waves. What the do you call this, just one sword? The entire crowd of people full of horror broke out, itching to give Qin Feng an earful. Chapter 124, The First Meeting of the Brothers After 7 Years. Rumble. The great river's sword came from the sky, and the shocking sound of the sword resounded through the heavens and earth. Set up a formation, quickly set up a defense formation. The leaders of the various forces shouted anxiously, in the face of Qin Feng's raging great river sword technique. They couldn't hold out much longer with their personal strength. The only way was to combine the strength of all of them to form a formation for defense. Formation, rise. The entire crowd rushed to pinch out their fingers and stomp their feet on the directions to turn on one of the defense formations. Vast sword chi. Lin San bit through his fingers towards his sword and quickly warded it off in front of him. Devouring demon technique. Fong Chang frantically released the baneful chi in his body and condensed a large blood-colored ball to wrap himself up. Rumble. The endless sword chi turned into monstrous waves, desperately crashing into the defensive array. Unlike the last time when they stormed the defensive array of the Great Summer's Heavenly Sun's disciples, the forces that dared to come to compete for the Dao fruit this time had a few brushes, and no matter how much the Great River sword technique rushed, it could not break through their defensive arrays. Ah! Some people didn't react and were swallowed by the Great River of sword chi on the spot. "I'm the biggest in the sky, what are you going to fight me with?" Qin Feng's wild and incomparable voice resounded through heaven and earth, as if he was a tireless perpetual motion machine. The sword chi in his body was unleashed unceasingly, wave after wave of sword chi transformed into monstrous waves rushing endlessly. "Nima," he called this only one sword, "your family's sword chi constantly counts as one sword." The entire crowd couldn't help but burst into foul language, really not understanding why there was a monster like Qin Feng in the world. Other cultivators at the 4th level of the Tao of Initiation unleashing such a terrifying great river of sword chi would be emptied of their body's aura in at most a dozen seconds. On the contrary, Qin Feng remained refreshed after unleashing it for several minutes in a row. And their body's spiritual energy recovery speed, completely unable to keep up with the speed of consumption, and then continue this way must be hard to exhaustion. Great, our boss is finally a human being. Thousands of troops and horses hugged each other excitedly, celebrating the moment of their boss's awakening. At this time, not far from the grass, Xinhao was squatting inside. How can that be? Xinhao's eyes stared like copper bells, and his young mind was shaken beyond words. Demon, how could there be such a demon in the world? The shadowy old grandfather was also filled with shock. If I remember correctly, he should be 15 years old this year, invincible sword heart, level 4 sword intent, Taoist nature, and he actually refined the Nanmingli fire, which is a supreme treasure of the same level as the world-destroying divine thunder, as well as the power of the Buddha's sharpness and the dragon pearl, and other powers that can also be utilized with ease. With every ability that the shadowy old grandfather reported, Xinhao's young heart was mercilessly destroyed by one point. Although he had already learned of Qin Feng's terror from the Qin clan's disciples, he had never expected that was actually not his strongest combat power. That kind of have me invincible, alone in the world's momentum, so that people simply cannot rise a trace of resistance, as if an endless mountain, no matter how he climbed always can only look up. I'm 3 years younger than him, in 3 years I'll be better than him, I'll be better than him, I'll be better than him. Xinhao's body trembled slightly and began to hypnotize himself continuously in his mind. This kid. Old Grandpa Void Shadow looked at Xinhao heartily, really not wanting to tell him how cruel the reality was. This brother of his was already completely out of the realm of human beings, and each of his abilities could have forged a great and powerful man whose name would be passed down through the ages, but he had brought them together in himself. If a normal person has so many abilities has long been mixed but not refined into a waste, but he can perfectly manage so many abilities, and each ability is mastered very well, the god-level martial arts is to reach the state of the Great Circle. But the child is still young in the end, so it's better to let him live in his dreams. The old shadowy grandfather encouraged, "That's right, you can do it, as long as you this and that, in short, you will be able to do it." "Yeah, I can do it." After Xinhao finished the bowl of chicken soup, his whole body seemed to have been pumped with chicken blood. Swoosh! only to see Qin Hao's whole body wrapped in purple thunderlight. His person was like lightning as he quickly rushed toward the 7 ripe Dao fruits. Old Grandpa Void exploded on the spot. I don't know whether he had filled himself with too much chicken soup this time, or whether this kid's brain had been kicked by a donkey, but he actually dared to face the cruelty of reality at such a time. Ding dong, Mythic Chosen One detected in rapid approach. Mythic level. Xin Feng's expression froze slightly as he saw that beside the rushing great river of sword chi, a purple figure was rushing towards the 7 Dao fruits behind him at an extremely fast speed in a roundabout way. That's the second brother. Xin Feng's body shuddered imperceptibly, not realizing that this little guy had grown so big. At the same time, he also felt a little puzzled. If he remembered correctly, second brother should have been epic ranked. When did he become mythic ranked? Did digging up bones and withdrawing from marriage level up? Whatever it is, it's good that the little one is healthy. Xin Feng looked at Qin Hao somewhat out of his mind, remembering the way the little guy called his brother after his but when he was little. Wait. What the was I thinking? Xin Feng was so shocked by himself that he only felt cold sweat all over his body. It's a well-known fact that reminiscing about cozy childhood images is a prerequisite for sending off the big bad, not to mention the fact that Ertie's epic aura's loved ones have just that high of a reincarnation rate, which has now evolved into mythic levels. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. In the blink of an eye, Qin Hao had already rushed to the front of the Dao fruits, his palm transformed into a thunderblade and slashed one down with force, grabbing the fallen Dao fruits and transforming into Thunderbolt once again to leave the scene quickly. The action was done in a single breath without a single pause. Holy, this is old 6 behavior. Xin Feng was unhappy on the spot. Which one of them has brought his second brother down? Growing up what a simple child, how did he now become a shameless old 6, actually taking advantage of his own brother's fight with someone, taking the opportunity to run over and cut down a Dao fruit and run away? Definitely not from him, since he regained consciousness, counting the time in his mother's womb. The two had only been together for 8 years. How could 8 years bring someone down? At this time, Little White was sitting on Xin Feng's shoulder, eating carrots while reminiscing about the 7 years she had spent with Qin Feng. I snatched it. Xin Hao's heartbeat accelerated with excitement, realizing that this dear brother was not unbeatable. This time, the tiger's mouth had also greatly strengthened his confidence, and he really wanted to shout out, "My foolish brother, I will defeat you with my own hands." It actually worked. The Void Shadow Old Grandpa looked a little stunned, always feeling that Qin Feng was deliberately letting go of the water. Even if he was performing the Great River Sword technique at this moment, with his demonic level, he definitely had the ability to stop Qin Hao, but in the end, why didn't he make a move? Was it because of his guilt for digging up the bones back then, or was there some other reason behind digging up the bones back then? System, I'm not going to take a shot at him. Qin Feng looked at his second brother who was gradually moving away and began to frantically hint at the system. That's his close friends and family, brothers in arms. Chapter 125, who else? The system didn't add money, it just showed the task. Epic Choice Quest, 3, Mighty and Mighty, Suppress the Chosen Son, Chosen Daughter, Heaven's Great Villain, and 4 others with one's own strength, 25% quest completion. You're not going to say anything, are you? I won't say it either. Xin Feng withdrew his gaze to see who could survive who. Do it! When the other forces ambushed around saw Qin Hao's success, they also followed Qin Hao's example and rushed towards Daogui in a roundabout way. Fighting with me, Xin Feng, do you guys have the strength? Xin Feng turned on his heavy pupils to glow with a regal violet light, indicating that he had only let go of a drop of water just now. The divine light of Yin and Yang. The sky instantly dimmed as a pair of huge eyes appeared. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A ray of light shot out of his eyes and swept across the earth like a laser. Not good, it's a heavy pupil, retreat, retreat, retreat. The crowd that tried to make a detour was filled with terrified yells, cursing in their hearts that this man Qin Feng was a double-standard monster. Why just that child when the old 6 to grab the fruit of the road? You do not use heavy pupils to shoot him, but also watched him take away a fruit of the road, then when the old 6 to use heavy pupils to shoot them, the same are when the old 6. What is the difference in treatment? Nima, is this guy really even a human being? The crowd in the Great River of Sword Chi stared in disbelief. After releasing a Great River of Sword Chi for such a long period of time, and actually being able to use his heavy pupils to deal with another wave of people, Xin Feng's level of terror had completely refreshed their perceptions, and an inexplicable fear had arisen in their hearts towards him. As the saying goes, in a time of great strife, the strong will be strong and the weak will perish. But now, before the great contention had even opened, Xin Feng had suppressed the desolate ancients with his invincible capital, and no one dared to compete with him, and the great contention had become his stage alone. Back! Someone decisively ordered a retreat. They could already see that it was simply unrealistic to want to fight for the Dao fruit from Qin Lalio's hands. It was better to go to the little guy who had just succeeded in stealing the chicken and snatch his Dao fruit a little more realistically. Many forces topped the great river of sword chi and quickly retreated to escape. It was just that when they retreated, the remaining people immediately felt Alexandria, and in the end, they had to choose to retreat as well. That asshole. Yulan was exasperated with Mei Pain. He clearly said that he was here to help him deal with the outsiders, but in the end, he even beat up their Blue Demon Palace together. If it wasn't for her quick reaction speed and timely construction of the defense array, I'm afraid that the Blue Demon Palace's several hundred would have been taken away by him in a wave. At the same time, she was shocked by Qin Feng's terror. Having thought that he was just a talented rogue, she didn't expect him to actually fight against tens of thousands of celestial pride with his own strength, and even gain the upper hand. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's angry chosen lady, Nai Pain, for gaining 10,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's angry chosen lady, Nai Pain, for gaining 10,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for strongly suppressing the chosen daughter and causing her to lose her fighting heart, 50% mission completion. Kind of funny. Qin Feng glanced at Yulan, then at the crowd struggling in the great river of sword chi, and his loud voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Anyone else? Too strong. The entire crowd looked at Qin Feng with a face full of horror, having the fear of being dominated by the number one heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. At this time, the long sword in front of Lin San flashed with golden light, blocking all the great rivers of sword chi. Only as time passed, cracks began to crumble out of his long sword, and it looked like it would not be able to hold up. Especially feeling Qin Feng's sword so intuitively caused the invincible belief in his heart to be shaken once again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the chosen one's belief in invincibility waver, gaining 100,000 villain points. No, how can I go down in a place like this? Lin San's eyes once again glowed with determination, deciding to go crazy for once for the sake of his sword path. The other side. Fong Chang's face was incomparably grim, and his eyes were flooded with blood. The large blood-colored ball around his body was already covered with cracks, and he was about to be broken by the impact of the great river of sword chi. He couldn't accept that he had been pressured by Qin Feng like this, nor could he accept that he had lost to Qin Feng time and time again. He wanted to take revenge, he wanted to defeat Qin Feng, he wanted to make Princess Nan Feng regret it, and he wanted to let the world know who was the pig's foot of desolate ancient. The old devil opened his mouth and advised, Fong Chang kid, forget it, Qin Feng is already demonic to the point of being inappropriate, not to mention the current you, even if it was the old man in his heyday, he wouldn't dare to mess with this kind of monster. I don't care, lend me your willpower. Fong Chang stared at the Dao fruits behind Qin Feng with red eyes. No matter what, he had to grab a Dao fruit himself. He who gains the fruit of the way gains the world. He believed that after he obtained the Dao fruit, he would definitely be able to defeat Qin Feng and make him kneel under him and sing his conquests. No loan. The old devil didn't even think about it and rejected it outright. Just kidding. Lending you power to get yourself killed is no different than getting yourself killed. You're sure you don't want to borrow it, right? Fong Chang's tone suddenly calmed down as he prepared to withdraw the shield to fend for himself. The old devil burst out on the spot, being infuriated. Day after day, he just knew that he was a lair, threatening him, an old man of several 100,000 years, with suicide. Why didn't he think about it, every time he was beaten by Qin Feng and fled with his buttocks covered, who was wiping his buttocks for him? But there was no way around it. For the life-thirsty man, he still ate Fong Chang's. Rumble. Fong Chang's breath steeply soared, the large blood-colored ball instantly exploded, endless ghostly shadows surfaced around his body, and Qin Feng's great river of sword chi fiercely collided with him. A terrifying storm of energy instantly swept across the entire heaven and earth. This man is brave. The faces of the entire crowd changed violently, not expecting Fong Chang to dare to tough it out. Only to see that his endless ghostly shadows actually followed and blocked the great river of sword chi, vaguely having the appearance of fighting against Qin Feng's great river sword technique. Clang! The crisp sound of a sword chime rang out abruptly, drawing the attention of the entire crowd. Only to see Lin San no longer sitting on the sidelines, pulling out his soon-to-be broken longsword and slashing it with force. The legacy of the vast sword light split the great river of sword chi into two. The rushing sword light made everyone's heart astonished, and it could be clearly felt that Lin San had comprehended the fourth-level sword intent. Finally, Qin Feng immediately raised his spirits, knowing that their aura was on. It's a well-known fact that the Chosen One is a natural sufferer, and every time they face off, they have to be rubbed on the ground by the villain before they can explode into a small universe. Brother Qin, please instruct me. Lin San leaped up with his long sword in hand, with an aura of looking death in the face. Surrounding his body was a stern sword chi pulsating, looking at Qin Feng with an unprecedented desire. For this fencing duel he had been waiting for a long time. What a way to take you! Qin Feng rubbed his brow with a headache and stopped releasing the great river sword technique. For a cautious villain, facing such an evil creature as the Chosen Son, he wouldn't dare to say such tawdry words as holding the primordial imperial city in one hand. Even if he was riding the fire sangha, he would be just as invincible in the world. One has to be pumped up and start with super bit magic to get it right. How ran Qi, heaven and earth one sword. Lin San's loud voice resounded through the heavens and earth, and a golden sword light even shot up into the sky. Rumble! Deafening roars resounded through the heavens and earth, ripples visible to the naked eye were bulging, and the swords and weapons in the hands of the crowd were even trembling violently, with the feeling that they would break free from their hands at any moment. A duel between the #1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients and the #1 sword after 100 years. The entire crowd steeply stopped breathing in anticipation of the two men's fencing duel. Chapter 126 The stars on the sky turned into a sword. So strong. Qin Feng could clearly sense the strength of Lin San's sword, as if he was gathering the vast and righteous chi of heaven and earth into a sword. When the sword is unsheathed, the sky falls apart. If his Shintian sword drawing technique was to maximize one's own strength and use human power to cut the sky, then Lin San's vast sword chi, heaven and earth one sword was a sword wielded with the help of the momentum of heaven and earth. However, it was a pity that with his current cultivation at the 4th level of the Tao entry, he was not yet able to bring out the heaven-stopping sword drawing technique's heaven-stopping might. In the later stages manpower is able to overcome heaven, and in the earlier stages it is still the might of heaven and earth that is a bit stronger. Of course the sword move that utilized the power of heaven and earth he also had, was the divine grade sword formation that could be infinitely stacked when he drew it out last time, the circumstantial star sword formation. Good, then let's see who is the one sword of heaven and earth. Qin Feng exhaled deeply and called on the system to exchange the Great Perfection fitting card. In the face of such an unreasonable creature as the Chosen One, he didn't dare to have the slightest error, and perhaps in the end, it was the slightest point that led to a total loss. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points and successfully redeeming the Great Perfection 100% fit card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the Grand Completion 100% fitting card. The Circumstellar Star Sword formation has reached the Grand Completion realm. Bang! The longsword Excalibur split into 9 smaller swords, transforming into 9 stars suspended in the sky. The stars in the sky turned into a sword. Qin Feng's white hands fiercely closed together, drawing the heaven and earth aura of hundreds of miles in a radius to run towards him like wild beasts. My sword! As the sword formation reached the realm of great perfection, Qin Feng's control over the sword became even stronger. The crisp sound of the sword resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the faces of the crowd were so shocked that the sword weapons in their hands were automatically unsheathed. As if pulled by an invisible force toward Qin Storm, it shot toward him, hovering around him as if a courtier in the secular world was pilgrimage to the emperor, and its sword chirping gradually went into high pitch. This is the Divine Great Perfection sword formation. The faces of all the people in the room changed violently, and a big popped up in their hearts. Nima! One would have thought that Qin Feng's self-creation of the Divine Grade Heaven slaughtering sword drawing technique and the Divine Grade Great River sword skill was already terrifying enough, but one would not have thought that he actually created a Divine Grade sword formation as well. One could only see Qin Feng standing with his arms folded, his slender figure appearing incredibly tall against the backdrop of thousands of sword weapons, and a heart-stopping aura spreading out between heaven and earth. How can that be? Lin San stared incredulously, remembering that Qin Feng had told him about the sword formation he had comprehended. He had always thought that Qin Feng didn't have a single word of truth in his mouth, but whenever he thought so, Qin Feng always managed to bring out the evidence too. Rumble! The two swords collided together, a deafening roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and the 10,000-foot lone peak was instantly turned into ashes. This is truly a duel between the Tao entry realms. The entire heavenly sect realm was in tears, shivering in the aftermath of the Tao entry realm's attack. Really strong. Lin San's face was pale as he fought back desperately, a smear of scarlet blood sliding down from the corner of his mouth. This moment. He finally felt Qin Feng's ferocity, as fierce as a storm. Whether you wanted it or not, he would make you feel his fiercest side. He is as strong as he is, and the clear wind is blowing over the hills. Lin San had a sudden realization in his heart and tried to accept Qin Feng's ferocity. Is this even okay? I need to be quiet. Qin Feng felt the changes in Lin San's body and realized that the chosen one was truly unreasonable. Just let them seize the opportunity and you'll be reduced to their millstone. Good chance. Fong Chang, who was on the side, seized this rare opportunity and took advantage of Qin Feng's entanglement with Lin San to quickly rush towards the remaining 6 Dao fruits. Great, the Dao fruit is mine. Fong Chang looked at the Dao fruit that was close at hand and finally realized the joy of being an old 6. However, he didn't notice that Qin Laolu had been silently watching him, and even if he pouted his ass a little, Qin Laolu could guess what kind of he would take. Not good. The entire crowds immediately let out a gasp of surprise as they rushed towards Fong Chang, and their gazes shifted from the duel between the two of them, Qin Feng and Lin San, to Fong Chang and Daogua. Kid, you're too young to be an old 6 in front of me. Qin Feng immediately revealed his true form of old 6 and directly detonated the roiling star sword formation. Rumble. A shocking roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and a ripple spread rapidly. But Lin San was caught off guard and sprayed a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for seriously injuring the chosen one and gaining 200,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for defeating the chosen one, mission 75% complete. But Qin Feng was also sprayed with blood from the backlash of detonating the sword formation, but he was strongly holding on to make a divine stealing technique to take things from across the sky. And with a super fast hand speed of 6 times a second, he plucked all 6 Dao fruits from the vines and threw them into his carry-on space. Ha! Fong Chang stared blankly at the bare vines, and the clueless trifecta of questions popped up in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Fong Chang, give me back the Dao fruit. Qin Feng transformed into an enraged lion again and quickly rushed towards Fong Chang despite his injuries. Ha! The others were also in a daze, not understanding why the Dao fruit had disappeared. However, seeing such an angry expression on Qin Feng's face, the suspicion of Qin Feng was first ruled out. Coupled with the fact that Fong Chang was so close to the Dao fruit, Qin Feng, as the number one in battle power in the entire room, and naming Fong Chang as the one who took it, must have seen something, and definitely wouldn't have wronged him for no reason. Case solved. The fruit thief is Fong Chang. 6 Taoist fruits. He's not afraid to brace himself with this eating. Bang! Qin Feng definitely didn't bring any personal grudges with him, and rushed to Fong Chang to deliver a brutal beating. Hand over the Dao fruit. Qin Feng asked viciously. Fong Chang was in a daze and said offhandedly, I really didn't take the Daogua. Bang! The others also rushed over, squeezing Qin Feng out and giving Fong Chang a violent beating plus groping. Fong Chang became furious on the spot, and his terrifying fury swept out. And resist. The crowd followed suit and became furious, directly opening up the group beating mode. They couldn't beat a freak like Qin Feng, but beating you Fong Chang wasn't a handful, not to mention that the Dao fruit was coveted by even the top bigwigs out there, so they had to make Fong Chang spit it out no matter what. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for planting evidence and framing the chosen son, putting him in a life and death crisis, gaining 2 million villain points. At this time, Qin Feng and Xiao Bai were at the edge, yelling one sentence after another. So shameless, actually eating alone. I rabbit never seen such a brazen person. Strip him. Strip him of his bitter teas. Let's see how he goes out and meets people from now on. Chapter 127, A Joy You Can't Give. The smiles on the faces of the thousands of troops and horses that were celebrating faded. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Their oldest has chosen to be a human being, it's only right that they don't have this old 6 behavior again. Ha! Yulan's willow brows slightly frowned as she looked at the man and the rabbit, the woman's sixth sense told her it was very abnormal. According to Qin Feng's kind of shameless character, if someone really dared to take his things, he definitely wouldn't just move his mouth at the side, he would probably take that shameless rabbit and go to dig up other people's ancestral graves. And afterwards they have to tie the person up and celebrate by singing at the grave in front of them. There was also the image of the 6 Dao fruits disappearing just now, which somehow had a sense of déjà vu. It was as if her bib had somehow been taken away by Qin Feng seemingly, only this move could take away the bib and also the Dao fruit. This bad thing. Z-Kite rubbed her eyebrows with a headache, blushing at Qin Feng's shamelessness. Other people didn't know why the Dao fruit disappeared, but she did, just as 7 years ago when the two of them met for the first time, Qin Feng had used this trick to take away her bellyband, and hadn't returned it to her to this day. Still, the blood linden was taken away in its entirety in full view of everyone. At this time, Fong Chang deadpanned his bitter teasel to keep others from discovering his little secret. He didn't. The crowd mercilessly tugged down the long, bitter teaspoons and stretched their heads wide-eyed for a closer look. Death to all of you! Fong Chang roared in annoyance as endless ghostly shadows surfaced around him. Not good. The faces of the entire crowd changed violently, and they quickly backed away to dodge those ghostly shadows. These are not ordinary ghosts and shadows, it is the ghosts and shadows coalesced by Fong Chang after he became a demon, which is also mixed with the grievances of those who were killed by him, and is considered to be a real evil thing, and it is very troublesome to deal with it. You're the only one left. Qin Feng looked at the 75% completed quest and a purple-blue flame appeared in his palm. Nanmingli fire. Fong Chang's face flushed with panic, and he couldn't even mention the bitter tea seeds before running. Although his dream was to make Qin Feng kneel under him and sing his conquests, he could only obediently run away once Qin Feng made use of the Nanmingli fire. Swoosh! Qin Feng put his fingers together and pointed at Fong Chang. The Nanmingli fire transformed into a sword chi wrapped around a sword chi and shot straight towards Fong Chang. Even though Fong Chang ran as fast as he could, he was still struck by a sword chi. Ah! Fong Chang let out a miserable shriek, which was also interspersed with a hoarse voice. The old devil broke his mouth and cursed, Fong Long boy, old man said you immortal board, all said do not come to provoke Qin Feng, you TM is not listened to, cause the old man to lie with you board. Don't ing beep, now what? A flash of fear spread across Fong Chang's face, finally realizing why the old devil was so afraid of the Nanmingli fire. Indeed, as he said, brine points tofu, one thing leads to another, and just a simple touch is like being thrown into molten lava, and you'll be burned to a crisp in a dozen seconds at most. Old me, what sins did I do in my previous life to choose you? The old devil couldn't mention how much regret he felt in his heart, but he also had to think of a way to save himself. Rumble. A heaven-destroying and earth-destroying terrifying energy erupted from Fong Chang's circumference, successfully extinguishing the wisp of southern brightness flame, at the cost of the old fiend giving up another 1,000 years of Tao. What? The faces of the entire crowd changed violently, not understanding where Fong Chang had gotten the power. It worked! Fong Chang had a kind of joy after the robbery, realizing that being alive was really good. The old devil's weak voice sounded, the old man has consumed too much this time, I don't know when I will wake up, listen to the old man's advice, don't provoke Qin Feng again, the demon is destined to be an existence that suppresses all ages, you can't fight him. Qin Feng, wait for me, I will definitely come back. Fong Chang says he never listens to old people and quickly flees the scene with his bare ass. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for seriously injuring the chosen one and gaining 300,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for defeating the chosen one, the quest has become 100%, and he has obtained the divine treasure chest one. It's finally done. Qin Feng opened the system skimmed, the villainous points also accumulated to 5,495,550,000 points. The next time you go to buy a hand pie without adding a root sausage, you feel that it does not reflect your own bravado. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully grabbing 6 Dao fruits and obtaining a chance to draw a prize. 3 chosen, 6 Dao fruits, and 1 lottery. Qin Feng froze on the spot, always feeling that something was wrong. None of that mattered anymore though, he had more important things to do right now. Lin San, my little San. Qin Feng turned around and darted towards the severely injured Lin San, intending to appease his young heart. This. The others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Originally, they had come to compete for the Dao fruit, but as a result, the Dao fruit had inexplicably disappeared, and now the first suspect, Fong Chang, had even run away. After them. The crowd quickly came to an agreement. Even if Fong Chang can break out the power of destroying the sky and earth, cannot stop the temptation of the fruit of the road to them, really cannot wait to go out and call parents, do not believe that a small Fong Chang can still turn over the sky is not. Most importantly, they didn't want to see Qin Feng, this demon, for even a moment. Staying with him would not only not reflect their value, but would instead prove how much of a waste they were. Moreover, they had also heard that Qin Feng had a penchant for breaking people's wrists, and they obviously didn't have a chance to do it in the battle just now, so who knew if they would remember this hobby later. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A large sound of breaking wind rang out, and the crowd didn't dare to stay as they chased after Fong Chang. The battle for the Dao fruit has ended just like this. Yulan looked at the bare vines, not to mention how suffocated she felt in her heart. Originally belonging to their Blue Devil Palace's 7 Dao fruits, the last one was not grabbed, all because there was a shameless old 6 behind the rumors, she even digging the ground to dig out this old 6 to bite the death. Ha! Zikite looked at Qin Feng suspiciously, only to see that he was helping Lin San up. Brother Lin, how was my sword formation just now? Theoretically it can be stacked infinitely, and I didn't even show 1/10,000th of its power. Qin Feng reached out to help Lin San up, and his mouth wasn't idle either. 1 in a million. Lin San was very calm on the surface, but in his heart, he let out a groundhog howl. Nima. Let's not let people live. We're all equally practicing swords, and you're still several years younger than me, so why are you so much stronger than me? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the chosen one's belief in invincibility waver, gaining 100,000 villain points. Ha! Violet Kite cocked her little head, expressing great incomprehension. A moment ago, the two were still fighting for the Dao fruit to draw swords and fight to the death. One wanted to crush the other underneath, and the other wanted to go against the heavens, but then they turned their heads and were able to chat so happily. It also reminded her of something her great aunt had said, that men weren't always happy with women, and that men were really happy with men. Violet Kite, her head full of questions, muttered, "What does it mean?" "It's the joy I can't give." Chapter 128. You Don't Make Me. Just as Qin Feng was about to continue wool gathering Lin San, a group of people walked towards them, and the leader was Lin San of the city of Heavenly Heart. Lin San coldly said, "Lin San, this young lady can give you another chance. As long as you speak up, this young lady guarantees that she will not take the blame, and you will still be a member of my Heavenly Heart city." "Missy, I really don't know." A bitter smile spread across Lin San's face, being truly unaware of where there was an immortal crystal mine. Yes. Lin San was furious and laughed. "In that case, this young lady will now announce that you will be expelled from the city of Heavenly Heart, and from now on, you, Lin San, will no longer be a member of my city of Heavenly Heart." "Ah, this." Qin Feng looked confused from the side. He really couldn't figure out how this great lady managed to do that, perfectly avoiding the chosen one time and time again. First, he ran to the Qin family to withdraw from his second brother's marriage, then he expelled Lin San from the city of the Heavenly Heart in public, and then there was the year when he perfectly missed him, a Confucian gentleman full of righteousness. However, as the man behind Lin San who silently topped him and was the only one who trusted him, he naturally couldn't see outsiders bullying Lin San like this. He decided to plant that broken immortal crystal mine found in the Scarlet Vast Ocean to, be transferred to Lin San's name unconditionally, excluding the right to use and exploit it, as well as the right to know about it. Since Missy doesn't trust Lin San, then Lin San has nothing more to say. Farewell. Lin San's eyes flashed with a look of disappointment as he held his sword and clasped his fists with Qin Feng, turning around and leaving behind a lonely and hopeless back. What, he actually does intend to withdraw from the Heavenly Heart City? Lin Xiner looked incredulously at the departing Lin San, seriously suspecting that she had just heard wrongly with her ears. One must know that the ferocity of the Kunlun mysterious realm was not the treasure-seeking scramble inside, but rather after leaving the Kunlun mysterious realm. This was because whenever the Kunlun secret realm was closed, they, the outsiders, would be forced to be teleported out, still randomly, meaning that there was a possibility that they could appear in any part of the desolate ancient. One can imagine cultivators under the age of 30, whose cultivation level was no higher than the heavenly sect realm, not only had rare heavenly treasures in their hands, but also held immortal crystals that old monsters could only dream of. It's almost like a child taking gold to the street. Anyone who sees it is prone to have a bad heart. That's why every time after the Kunlun secret realm closes, it's also the time when the entire desolate ancient world is in the most turmoil. Those old monsters would have come out to forage for food, and the juniors would also try to notify the family elders in the first place, and once the family elders didn't arrive in the first place, it would mean that there was a high possibility that they would become the prey of those old monsters. It was also the reason why many forces tried their best to restrain themselves from large-scale conflicts after entering the Kunlun mysterious realm. That is, they hoped that they could hold out until the arrival of their family elders after going out. Now that Lin San chose to withdraw from the city of Heavenly Heart, it was equal to losing the shelter of the city of Heavenly Heart, and when he went out, he would surely be reduced to food for those old monsters to fight over. No matter what angle he looked at it from, Lin San's move was not reasonable. Who do you think you are? Is Heavenly Heart City a place where you can come and go as you please? Lin Xiner ordered in annoyance, telling her men to stop Lin San. Yes. The people of Heavenly Heart City led the way and quickly stepped forward to stop the people. Don't make me, Missy. Lin San's flat voice rang out, but it was permeated with an extremely cold chill. Back then, he had first obtained the inheritance of the Long Sky Sword God, and after that, he became a servant of the Heavenly Heart City by an accident, so he stayed in the Heavenly Heart City with a mindset of traveling the earth. It could be said that the Heavenly Heart City did not really have much help for him, and he had repeatedly tolerated them on the basis of knowing each other, only to be rewarded with the other party's advances. Lin San, do you still have the ability to threaten us? The people of the city of Heavenly Heart snorted coldly. If it was before Lin San fenced with Qin Feng, they might not dare to speak to Lin San in such a tone of voice. After all, from the battle just now, they had also seen that Lin San, the heir to the god of the long sky sword, the #1 sword after 100 years, was not justified. But now that Lin San had been seriously injured after striking swords with Qin Feng, they naturally did not place him in their eyes anymore. You can try. Lin San's gaze steepened, and the sword chi around him began to pulsate. Wow! The crowd of Heavenly Heart City immediately went on alert and surrounded Lin San. Heavenly Heart City is so grand, arresting my people in front of me. Just as the two sides were drawing swords and could go to war at any moment, Qin Feng's faint voice resounded throughout the entire arena, and although his tone was very flat, it caused the hearts of everyone in the arena to tremble. Qin Feng. The faces of the people in the city of Heavenly Heart changed violently, and their bodies couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Just kidding. Just now, Qin Feng's ferocity was fresh in his mind. Not only did he fight against tens of thousands of heavenly prides with his own strength, even the 4 demonic-level heavenly prides, namely Jin, Yulan, Fong Chang, and Lin San, were all suppressed by him. They could not place the injured Lin San in their eyes, but they absolutely had to place this Grand Master in their hearts. Qin Feng, what do you mean? Lin San's expression was incomparably guarded, and she had a very complicated emotion towards Qin Feng. Back then, if Qin Feng hadn't dug up Qin Hao's supreme bone, then she wouldn't have run to the Qin family to withdraw from the marriage. At the same time, she was also pondering a question: if her father had chosen Qin Feng to be his son-in-law back then, wouldn't he have been able to avoid a lot of things today? Qin Feng coldly skimmed his eyes and said, "The meaning is clear, Lin San is my half-brother, whoever dares to touch him is my enemy." Half-brothers. The faces of the entire crowd turned very odd, wondering if they had just heard wrong. In the world's perception, Qin Feng was the scum of the earth who even laid hands on his own brother, but now he was calling himself a brother to an outsider, and saying things like whoever dared to touch Lin San was an enemy of him. Is this normal? Is this logical? This is clearly abnormal and illogical, unless they have some special relationship. Go! Lin San decisively ordered to retreat, not daring to make an enemy of Qin Feng at all. After that battle just now, not to mention their Heavenly Heart City, even if they were to pull all of the heavenly prides that had entered the Kunlun mysterious realm over, I'm afraid that it would only be a matter of time before they were exterminated. Thank you, Brother Qin. Lin San clasped his fists in thanks. Although he didn't place those people from the city of Heavenly Heart in his eyes, he was still touched by Qin Feng's words just now. In fact, if you get along with Qin Feng for a long time, you will find that he is not as scummy as rumors have it. When everyone doesn't trust him, Qin Feng will choose to believe in him, and when other people make things difficult for him, Qin Feng will take the initiative to come forward to help him out. Apart from being immodest, he really couldn't pick any faults in other aspects, and was definitely a friend worth making a deep friendship with. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for cheating on the feelings of the chosen one and gaining 50,000 villain points. Look at you, who are we to each other? Qin Feng smiled as he stepped forward and slapped Lin San's ass. Ah! Lin San immediately branched out, an inexplicable panic in his heart. Especially the way Qin Feng looked at him was still so familiar, and combined with the difference between Qin Feng's treatment of his own brother and his treatment of him, it made him really not dare to continue to think down. Chapter 129. Fong Chang is the first heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. Ha! The two women, Zikite and Yulan, looked stunned as they saw Qin Feng patting Lin San's ass. This kind of action seems to be explained when you say it's a small action between brothers, but it also seems to be explained when you say it's an ambiguous action. So how exactly is this action to be interpreted here? Brother Qin, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. Lin San was so frightened that he didn't dare to stay even for a moment and hugged his fists to rush away from Qin Feng. But then again, being with Qin Feng did help him quite a bit in his sword Dao, but it was a pity that the man had a long mouth that made him really not dare to stay with him. That's gone. Qin Feng's eyes were full of reluctance, but he didn't try to stop it. Next, he was going to transfer the Scarlet Vast Ocean's immortal crystal mine under Lin San to give him a big surprise, so he could only let go and let him leave first. But he was sure the two would see each other again soon. What's the only way to get rid of your worries is to draw a raffle. Qin Feng gathered his emotions and called the system to prepare for the lottery. Wow! The familiar sweepstakes carousel appeared and began to slowly rotate. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning the draw. the super god tier sword stance, one sword opens heaven's gate. Swords again. Xin Feng's entire body went numb on the spot, not understanding why he was so attached to the sword. Rumble. Xin Feng's mind exploded like thunder, as if he saw a white-haired old man chopping out with a sword. The endless sword chi was as eye-catching as the most biting cold star in the night sky, and the entire heaven and earth were shaking violently. Rumble. The earth breaks down, heaven and earth burn, and the sword opens the gates of heaven. It was as if there was no one in the world who could match it, a sword move that was one level stronger than the divine level heaven slashing sword drawing technique. Hoo-hoo. Xin Feng's consciousness returned to panting violently, his mind filled with that stunning sword. No, it has to be a great success. Xin Feng was instantly happy with the old, no longer looking at the Zantian sword drawing technique, and called on the system to exchange for the Great Perfection fitting card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 2 million villain points and successfully redeeming the Super God tier Great Perfection fitting card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the Super God tier Great Perfection fitting card. One sword opens the gate of heaven to reach the Great Perfection realm. Ha! Zikite, Yulan and the others looked at Xin Feng in unison, and could clearly feel the sword chi pulsating around him. Unlike Xin Feng's previous Xintian sword drawing technique and Great River sword technique, this was a more domineering sword chi, as if he was above heaven and earth with his human body, and there were no immortals in the world with his sword. This demon! Yulan and the others' faces were filled with shock, and their hearts couldn't calm down for even longer. To one's own power to suppress tens of thousands of heavenly pride, also even if, after the fact, actually epiphany of more domineering sword skill, the first heavenly pride in the ancient wasteland really horrible like this. That's my man. Zikite's face was shy and her eyes were full of peaches. At this time, Xin Feng completely ignored Zikite, Yulan, and a bunch of other pretty young ladies, and was looking at the direction Lin San had left with reluctance. Super God level grand completion requires 2 million points. If his Lin San hadn't left yet, it would have definitely allowed him to get a wave of blood back. A piggyback and a villain, I'm sure our sins will bring us together soon. Xin Feng reluctantly withdrew his gaze and opened the divine tier treasure chest obtained from the quest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for opening the divine treasure chest, the innate treasure, the mountain, river, and Jigaku map. Mountain, river, and Jigaku diagram, an innate treasure, a supreme treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, the interior of which forms a world of its own, and can contain mountains, rivers, lakes, the sun, moon, and stars. Xin Feng had an additional brocade scroll in his hand, and when he opened it, a surge of spiritual chi poured out, even denser than the spiritual chi of the Tsueju peak that Emperor's sixth Dao had rewarded him with. One could still see several spiritual peaks inside that towered over the clouds with golden light emerging from them, and a small river of spiritual springs flowing with lotus flowers floating on its surface. Ha! Little White tried to stretch out his little geo to try, and immediately afterward, he was sucked in by the mountain, river and earth goddess map. What is this place and where is my rabbit Master Silver? Xiaobai looked around vigilantly in the mountain, river and Jigaku diagram, not understanding why he was suddenly here. Immediately afterward, before Little White could react, Xin Feng reached out to the mountain, river and Jigaku diagram and grabbed Little White out, according to the instructions for use in his mind, and also allowed Little White to master the method of traversing the two realms. Ha! Little White's eyes immediately lit up, as if opening the door to a new world, and began to shuttle back and forth between the two realms to play. My rabbit got in again. My rabbit's out again. My rabbit got in again. My rabbit's out again. Xiaobai in and out of the play is not happy, but also happy in the mountains, darting wildly, jumping, but also fortunately there is no small animals in the space, otherwise it must be dragged out to hit 2 slaps to declare sovereignty. What is this? Zikite and Yulan stuck their little heads over, curious about Xin Feng's mountain, river, and Jigaku diagram. It was just that Xin Feng had no intention of explaining to the two women at this moment, and was standing in front of the vines of the Dao fruit, contemplating whether or not it could be transplanted into the mountain, river and goddess of mercy diagram. Although the maturation of the Dao fruit takes thousands of years, the vine that can bear the Dao fruit is obviously not going to be a mortal product. Even if it is transplanted home as a bonsai, it is still forced to be full. Whatever, transplant first. Xin Feng quickly pinched out a finger technique and the entire earth began to shake violently. Rumble. Only a hideous crack began to spread, and the vines were held up by an invisible energy for 100 meters around. This guy. Yulan's eyelids fluttered slightly, and his heart cried out for a good guy. They came to the Kunlun secret realm to get in at most, and he came in to directly root away, not giving the next wave of people a chance at all. The Blue Devil Palace female disciple whispered, "Young palace master, everyone is now busy chasing that Fong Chang, but Qin Feng is in the mood to plow the vines of the Dao fruit here. This is obviously not out of the ordinary. Do you think the Dao fruit will work?" Ha! Yulan's almond eyes narrowed slightly. She also suspected that Qin Feng had done it just now, and now that even the others could see that something wasn't right, it was even more proof that Qin Feng couldn't have anything to do with this matter, but there was no evidence in their hands. The female disciple continued, "Young palace master, in fact, with your relationship with Qin Feng, as long as you go and spread a pet, maybe." "No way." Without even thinking, Yulan interrupted the other party. She was the young palace master of the Blue Demon Palace. Even if she jumped from the highest peak of the Kunlun mysterious realm, even if she starved to death, she wouldn't go pampering Qin Feng for the Dao fruit. Ha! The female disciples froze on the spot, not understanding why Yulan disagreed. In their opinion, Qin Feng had face value, talent, and background, and was definitely the first good match of the desolate ancients. What's more, the young palace master also took the initiative to kiss Qin Feng in some cave. It was obvious that she was interested in others, and now this attitude made them suspect that their own young palace master knew the art of tea and was cheating Qin Feng's feelings. At this time, the news about Fong Chang getting 6 Dao fruits and Qin Hao getting 1 Dao fruit spread in the Kunlun secret realm. Qin Hao? Who is Qin Hao? Yes, what is this person's virtue and ability to actually snatch a Dao fruit? I've heard that Qin Feng has gone crazy killing tens of thousands of celestial pride all by himself. Bull, how is it possible for someone in the world to fight tens of thousands of heaven's pride alone? If there really is such a person, I'll call out to his father. It makes sense. If Qin Feng could really fight tens of thousands of heavenly prides alone, would he not be able to keep the 7 Dao fruits? From the moment Qin Feng consecutively broke through the 2 great realms of spiritual martial and Dao enlightenment, he was no longer the #1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. If you ask me, Fong Chang is the #1 heavenly pride of the desolate ancients. That's right, tens of thousands of heavenly prides are competing for the 7 Dao fruits with one person taking up 6 of them. Besides him, who else dares to call the desolate ancient first? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to Fong Chang to grab the Dao fruit. Fellow Daoists, leave us at this point. We'll meet again in the future.